Other 49ers are busy fighting and robbing territory all day. But the man has his left arm around the big sister and his right arm next to the gang's black boss. This is because the man has crossed over to the world of gangsters and become a 49er under the command of Leon Cohen. Unexpectedly, while filming with the big sister, he accidentally obtained a million beast soldier system, and as long as he strongly pushes the big sister, he can receive various rewards. At this moment, after finishing the shoot, Chen Fan followed his sister-in-law out of the set. Seeing his sister-in-law about to get into her BMW 3 Series, Chen Fan suddenly shouted, "Where are you going?" His sister-in-law turned around and looked at Chen Fan suspiciously. Chen Fan continued, "In the next few days, we have several passionate scenes to shoot. Can't we get to know each other better?" Chen Fan deliberately used the excuse of filming to get closer to his sister-in-law. As a woman, how could she not understand Chen Fan's intentions? However, Chen Fan's performance on set today kept lingering in her mind, and coupled with Chen Fan's reasonable suggestion, it seemed quite normal for her to agree. Sister-in-law bit her red lips and agreed to let Chen Fan accompany her shopping. Hearing this, Chen Fan was instantly delighted and took the key from his sister-in-law's hand, driving her BMW to a shopping mall near Mongkok. His sister-in-law simply bought a set of clothes and a cosmetic item, in order to win her over. Chen Fan didn't hesitate to max out his credit card to pay for her, with only one goal in mind, to win her heart. Sure enough, after Chen Fan paid the bill for himself, the sister-in-law looked at him with much more ambiguous eyes. When they got into the car, she even directly placed her hand on Chen Fan's thigh and said, "Chen Fan, thank you so much today for spending on me." Chen Fan smiled and replied, "Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so polite with me." The sister-in-law leisurely warned, "Oh, you little brat, your tone is quite bold. Just a rookie, and you still want to win my favor. Don't you fear what your brother will do to punish you if he finds out?" Chen Fan knew that she was testing his bottom line. Although he was aware that this matter was extremely risky, it was clear that he had no way out. Only by completing the system task could he turn his life around. Chen Fan turned around and gave a charming smile to his sister-in-law, saying, "I don't have any other skills, just a big heart. As long as you're not afraid, that's all that matters." The sister-in-law's expression changed slightly, then she revealed a thoughtful look. Half an hour later, the car stopped on a desolate mountain. Chen Fan quickly got out of the car and directly pulled his sister-in-law to the back seat, and the car began to shake violently. After a long time, Chen Fan got out of the car and lit a cigarette for himself. Just after blowing out a puff of smoke, the system voice popped up, "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward 100 beast soldiers. You can summon them to your side at any time through your thoughts." Chen Fan calmed his excitement and immediately took his sister-in-law back to her place. Before getting off the car, the sister-in-law boldly stepped forward and kissed Chen Fan on the cheek when no one was around, saying, "You did really well today." Chen Fan started to boast, "It was okay. I only used a third of my strength today. If I get the chance next time, I'll perform even better." The sister-in-law replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you." After leaving his sister-in-law's place, Chen Fan did not rush home but went to a secluded area in the suburbs to summon beast soldiers. As soon as Chen Fan focused his thoughts, several unfamiliar men appeared around him. When they gathered in front of Chen Fan, he couldn't help but be startled. These men not only had well-developed muscles but also exuded a killing aura. Before Chen Fan could ask anything, these 100 beast soldiers suddenly shouted in unison, "Reporting to the master. The beast soldiers have gathered. Please give the order." Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment, but his emotions quickly returned to normal. Chen Fan asked, "Are you the beast soldiers? Where do you come from?" One of the beast soldiers nodded and said, "Master, we are indeed the beast soldiers you summoned. When we were summoned, we were already given a new identity. In addition, our bodies are stronger than ordinary people, and our endurance and explosive power are also different from that of normal people." After hearing the explanation from the beast soldiers, Chen Fan was filled with joy. He didn't expect these guys to have decent combat abilities, and they all had legal identities, which meant they could walk the streets of Hong Kong in the future. As long as these guys were willing to fight for him, he had nothing to worry about. Chen Fan said, "Alright, since that's the case, I'll assign you a task to help me teach a guy a lesson. That bastard insulted your master today." The beast soldiers who received the order immediately began to rush down the mountain. Looking at the departing tall figures, Chen Fan smiled proudly. That night, after having a few drinks at the Hongqing venue in Mongkok, Wang Fa stumbled out of the bar, drunk. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate wilderness. A familiar figure walked up to him, and upon seeing the person's face clearly, Wang Fa exclaimed, "Chen Fan." Chen Fan smirked and said, "Director Wang, we meet again." At the same time, several burly strangers appeared beside Chen Fan. Wang Fa immediately felt his scalp tingle and his body shiver. After so many years of mixing in this world, He knew what Chen Fan's actions meant, but the next second, he steadied himself and showed a vicious expression, saying, "Chen Fan, have you eaten a leopard's gall? How dare you tie me up here? If Brother Cohen finds out, you will definitely have a bad end." Chen Fan replied, "Wang Fa, if I let you go now and you find Liang Cohen, I will be in big trouble, so I don't plan to let you go tonight." As soon as Chen Fan's threatening words came out, Wang Fa was instantly scared to the point of wetting himself, a stream of urine flowing from his pants. Wang Fa felt his face was burning, but he didn't dare to complain at the moment and quickly said, "Brother Fan, I know I was wrong, please don't hold it against me, okay? This time when I go back, I will definitely say a few good words for you in front of Brother Cohen, so that you can star in a few more movies." Wang Fa quickly changed his strategy and began to paint a big picture for Chen Fan. Chen Fan sneered, "What good thing are you thinking? Testing me with this kind of rhetoric? You really take me for a fool, don't you?" After saying that, Chen Fan kicked fiercely towards Wang Fa's face, and an imprint of a shoe instantly appeared on Wang Fa's face, while his mouth was also filled with a lot of dust. Wang Fa shouted, "Stop hitting, Chen Fan, what do you want? Should I kneel down for you?" After saying this, Wang Fa knelt down on both knees in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan said, "Weren't you quite arrogant on set today? Don't kneel to me. I'm just an ordinary person from the 4-9 district. How can I bear such a grand gesture from you?" Chen Fan then said to the people around him, "Come here, help director Wang up." Two beast soldiers stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, and directly helped Wang Fa up. After Wang Fa was restrained, Chen Fan stepped forward and kicked him in the abdomen again. This kick nearly shattered Wang Fa's internal organs. Wang couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, the system's prompt sound unexpectedly rang out again, "Ding, please eliminate your enemy Wang Fa immediately, and you will receive 10 million Hong Kong dollars upon completing the task." After receiving the system's reward prompt, Chen Fan did not hesitate at all and directly called to his subordinates, "Alright, I've tortured this guy enough. Just throw him off the mountain." Seeing that Chen Fan was really going to kill him, Wang Fa quickly began to cry and plead, "No, no." But Chen Fan didn't care about his pleas at all. After all, Wang Fa's life was worth far less compared to 10 million. Then, Chen Fan waved his hand and got into the car. After a while, two beast soldiers returned and reported, "Report, Master, Wang Fa has already been thrown down the mountain by us." Chen Fan nodded. In fact, he had already known the result, because just a moment ago, the system reward had been received. The next day, Chen Fan arrived early at the HSBC bank in Mongkok. At the counter, Chen Fan took out his passbook and handed it over, saying, "Please check how much money I have in my passbook." The teller quickly pressed a few keys on a simple computer and replied, "Hello, sir, your card balance is 10,386,254 yuan." Hearing the teller's words, Chen Fan was overjoyed. The 10 million had indeed arrived. He said, "Then I'll withdraw 100,000 first." Ever since he summoned 100 beast soldiers, Chen Fan realized that these guys still needed to eat normally, so he naturally had to dig into his own pocket to support them. In a little while, the teller counted out 100,000 in cash and handed it to Chen Fan. After getting the money, Chen Fan stood up and walked outside. But just as he stepped out of the bank, a few thugs suddenly approached him. One of them, with a wicked smile, said, "What's in that bag? Let us take a look." Chen Fan coldly glanced at them and then said, "I'm with Hongxing." Upon hearing this, the other party mocked, "Is Hongxing that impressive? I'm with Dongxing." Chen Fan's expression darkened. He didn't expect to encounter Dongxing, Hongxing's sworn enemy. Here, Chen Fan asked, "So what do you want?" The other party replied, "What do you think we want? Old man wants to rob, so hurry up and take out the money." Chen Fan's expression changed slightly, thinking that these guys were simply seeking their own death. Fortunately, this time he specifically brought a group of beast soldiers when he went out, and they were now stationed on both sides of the street. Chen Fan just didn't rush to give the order. After all, this was a busy street, and once a fight broke out, it could easily attract the attention of the police. If he gets arrested by the police because of this matter, the fact that he has a large sum of money might be leaked out. So, to be on the safe side, Chen Fan could only pretend to be scared and said, "Brothers, why don't we go to the alley over there and talk slowly? We're all out here making a living, so there's nothing we can't discuss." Immediately, several Dongxing members were delighted. The three exchanged smiles, and then took Chen Fan to a nearby secluded alley. At the moment he walked into the alley, Chen Fan quickly signaled to the nearby beast soldiers while a few people were caught off guard, and the beast soldiers understood and swiftly headed towards the direction of the alley. At this moment, a thug from the East Star sneered and said, "Alright, there are no outsiders here. You can take out the money now." Chen Fan, while stalling for time, calmly replied, Gentlemen, we are all in the same line of work. Aren't you afraid of causing a conflict between the two gangs by robbing me for no reason? After hearing this, the other party coldly laughed and disdainfully replied, can this little bit of money alarm the big brothers of the gang? Besides, in this day and age, when people come out to mix, it's either you rob my territory or I smash your venue. If you run into us brothers today, consider yourself unlucky. Those who are sensible should hand over the money, and that way they can avoid a beating. If you don't know how to appreciate it, then don't blame us for being rude. After saying this, the three of them began to roll up their sleeves. Chen Jun smiled slightly, then pointed his finger at their back. Want to rob me? Why don't you guys take a look at the back first? The three men turned back in confusion. The next second, only to see that the narrow alley had gathered more than 20 stout men. These people were expressionless, but their eyes were filled with thick killing intent. At first glance, it instantly caused the hairs of the three Eastern Star dwarf mules to stand up and sweat. Who are you guys? I'm following East Star Fat Corpse brother. The man who had just screamed at Chen Jun hurriedly identified himself. Fat Corpse? I thought you followed the 5 tigers of the Eastern Star, but it turns out you're just a little yakuza. Hearing this name, Chen Jun spoke out and sneered. This Fat Corpse was not recognized by others, but Chen Jun knew it too well. The other party was simply a nobody in the Eastern Star right now. The territory was also limited to the basketball court under the housing estate where Chan Honam lived back then. So when the other party reported the name of the Fat Corpse, Chen Jun simply ignored the other party's identity. After all, now that he had hundreds of beast soldiers in his hands, he was able to fight the Fat Corpse at any time. So after seeing that the other party's backer was a Fat Corpse, Chen Jun had even less to worry about. Upon hearing that Chen Jun actually did not put the Fat Corpse in his eyes, the 3 Eastern Star dwarf mules now panicked. This is actually a misunderstanding. We're leaving. Several people are soft bones, knowing that the situation is not favorable at the moment, so they want to find an excuse to flee the scene. But Chen Jun is clear. Today once they let them go, another day if they are not careful to fall into their hands, they will not be able to take into account today's feelings to let themselves go. So today, he had to give a few people a hard lesson. Want to leave? I don't think it's that easy. Do it. With Chen Jun's order, the 20 or so beast soldiers behind him clenched their fists and roared towards the 3 Eastern Star members. It has been rumored in the Jianghu that the fighter Hung Hing, the powder boy Tung Sing. So how can the short mule of Tung Sing who only sucks up the powder be a match for the beast soldiers? After only 2 rounds of resistance, the 3 were knocked to the ground. Looking at the several people who were already dying, Chen Jun slowly walked up and spoke to one of them. Remember my name. I'm Hung Hing Chen Jun. If you're interested you can come and find me for revenge. I'll be waiting for you. Ever since he had the system, Chen Jun was determined to start making a name for himself in the Jianghu. So when faced with a few minions, Chen Jun directly reported his big name. After saying this, Chen Jun waved his hand and left the alley with a group of beast soldiers. Only after Chen Jun walked away did the 3 of them climb up with difficulty. Rio, what should we do now? Someone opened his mouth to inquire about the big brother who led the way. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Let's go back and talk to brother Fat Corpse first. When Chen Jun returned to Chinkuan Film Company Limited, he found that the entire company was already in a mess. What happened? Chen Jun asked. One of the employees asked. Jun, you still don't know? Wang Fa has disappeared. We've been trying to contact him for a day and a night without any luck. Right now Quinn is having a fit in his office. Chen Jun pretended to be surprised after hearing this. No, Director Wang even gave me and my sister-in-law a movie yesterday. How come he suddenly disappeared? We also wondered. There was a little bit of the movie left to finish today. And now, well, he's not here and the whole crew has to stop and wait for him. What's worse, people went to his house and couldn't find him anywhere. Even his wife and kids don't know where he is. Chen Jun casually consoled. It's alright. Wang Guan's good fortune will help him. He should just be drunk unconscious somewhere. I hope so. But by the afternoon, Wang Fa still hadn't heard anything. At this time, Liang Cohen, completely sullen, he directly walked out of the office, said to everyone, who the can tell lousy, Wang Fa that died where to go? Others don't know. But Chen Jun knows in his heart that Wang Fa has long been thrown off the mountain by him to die in pieces. It's just that the way things are going, the police won't be able to find his body for a while. So for the time being, he can only be considered temporarily missing. Then, Chen Jun suddenly stood up and spoke to Liang Cohen. Brother Cohen, I reckon that guy has run away. What? Wang Fa ran away? Why? Liang Cohen frowned after hearing this and asked seriously. Chapter 5, The King of the Court. East stars Fat Corpse. Chen Jun then began to make things up. Yesterday, Director Wang approached me privately to borrow some money after the shoot. I was puzzled and thought, how could he possibly approach me to borrow money? so after I pressed him, he finally revealed a little secret to me. He said he owes a lot of money from gambling outside, and now the creditors have forced their way to his door, and if he doesn't pay them back, I'm afraid they're going to lay their hands on him. Leon Cohen didn't show any surprise after hearing that. After all, who doesn't have some enemies when you're out and about these days? As for rotten gambling debts, this is much more common in the jungle. Plus, Wang Fa wasn't really considered one of his men in theory, except that he had invited the other to join the studio to help him make movies. So even if something did happen to the other party, Leon Cohen would not feel pity. Only at the moment the most important thing is still to finish this movie. Otherwise the preliminary investment is not only a waste of money, but also have no way to explain to Fong Ting and Zhang Tianshang. This Wang Fa, what a ing asshole. If you want to die, you should die later. And something happened at this juncture. The pretty Cohen grumbled and finally went back to his office. Chen Jun knew that Wang Fa's matter had been taken care of for the time being. All that's left is to wait for the police to find him and then see what happens. As long as the police couldn't find any evidence about him killing the other guy, then the matter would be considered completely turned over. At night, the bored Chen Jun went to a bar called Dynasty in Mongkok. This bar is extremely popular in Mongkok, and short mules from all societies are willing to run here to hang out. And the boss behind this bar is none other than 13 Sisters, the bearer of Hung Hing Wong Kok. That's why the various people didn't quite dare to cause trouble in 13 Sisters territory. After all, although 13 Sister is a woman, her godfather is Uncle Ben, the patriarch of Eastern Star, and her rumored boyfriend is Han Bin, the leader of Hung Hing Kwai Sing. With a strong background of connections, 13 Sisters is also firmly ensconced in the throne of Hung Hing Wong Kok's bearer. He also runs his own Phoenix House, Sam Woon and Bar, which are also doing a thriving business. Arriving at the bar, the hall was in full swing at the moment. A large number of young men and women had gathered on the dance floor. Everyone listened to the dynamic music and kept dancing passionately in front of the shaking flashlights. Chen Jun glanced around before taking a seat in one of the corners of the bar. Have a cocktail? Yes. The waiter turned to mix the drinks after that. Shortly afterward, a blue cocktail was served. Chen Jun picked up his glass of wine and was about to take a taste. Suddenly his afterglow caught sight of a familiar figure instead. Fat Corpse? Chen Jun also didn't expect that he had actually met the long-haired monster wearing glasses here, Fat Corpse. Only this morning he had taught a few of his opponents men a hard lesson. I didn't expect to meet the other guy in person again at night in a bar. I have to say it's really something. At that moment, Chen Jun called out all the nearby beast soldiers to the bar through his brainwaves, just in case. Luckily, at the moment, the Fat Corpse was paddling with his friend and didn't seem to see Chen Jun's presence. Seeing that the other party was not looking for trouble, Chen Jun also stopped ignoring the other party and drank his own wine. But only 2 minutes later, there was a clamor from the side of the Fat Corpses. Damn you! I let you have a drink with me because I think highly of you. Do you really think you're a star? The Fat Corpse chortled at a woman with long hair. Chen Jun glanced at the other party from the side and was instantly surprised by the other party's side face. It's not because the other guy is overly good looking. Rather, the other party was actually the goddess of his former life as a child. Wang Zuxian. Wang Chou-shin is definitely a great beauty among Hong Kong stars, especially the ancient costume movie she made, Clinique, has fascinated countless heterosexuals. Only now, she doesn't seem to have officially stepped into the entertainment industry, so she doesn't have any fame yet. At this moment, Wang Zuxian appeared to be very calm in the face of the aggressive Fat Corpses, only to see her sternly reply, "My friend and I don't know you at all. Please let us go. How do you talk to our boss? Don't you know that our boss is the Fat Corpse brother of Eastern Star?" A junior brother beside Fat Corpse immediately jumped out and opened his mouth. Chen Jun thought to himself that this Fat Corpse really did not know how to die, and every day he led a bunch of milky brats around to cause trouble. It was also at this moment that the system beep once again sounded in Chen Jun's mind. Ding! Please take down Wang Zuxian and you will be rewarded with 500 beast soldiers upon completion of the mission. System, what the hell do you take me for? Seeing the content of the quest given by the system, Chen Jun was embarrassed. The system either allowed him to take down Fong Ting or Wang Zuxian. So this system was letting himself start a harem? But Chen Jun was too lazy to think about it right now. On the one hand, Wang Zuxian herself is the girl of her dreams. If there was a chance to take down his opponent, he would naturally go all out. On the other hand, 500 beast soldiers were just too important to him. He himself had already formed a bond with Eastern Star, and it was only a matter of time before a conflict erupted. What's more, Chen Jun wasn't going to strip naked and make third-grade movies every day under Liang Kuan. So once he has soldiers in his hand, he can break away from Liang Quan or even Hung Hing and run out on his own to start his own business. Thinking of this, Chen Jun put down the cocktail in his hand and gave a hand signal to the beast soldiers hidden in the bar. In the next moment, More than 10 beast soldiers immediately gathered around Chen Jun. Go! Chen Jun led his men straight to the card table where the fat corpse was. At this time the fat corpse was still lecturing Wang Zuxian. And you don't go to Mongkok and ask around. What kind of person am I? Fat corpse? I'm just asking you to have a drink with me now. And you're giving me a face? If this gets out, how will you let me still hang around in the Jianghu? So today you have to drink it. Or you don't have to drink it for me. After saying that, the fat corpse picked up a cup of beer that had been drugged and handed it to Wang Zuxian. What do you want if I don't drink? If you keep pestering us, then I'm going to call the police. Wang Zuxian responded angrily. Ha ha, then go out and call the police. Let's see if you can get out before you do. In this day and age, the average person simply doesn't have a big brother, much less a portable, compact cell phone. So if Wang Zuxian wanted to call the police, she could only go out to the public telephone court on the roadside to make a call. But now she was surrounded by Fat Corpse's minions and couldn't get away. So faced with such a situation, Wang Zuxian did not know what to do for a while. One can only cling to the female companion at one side. Are you drinking or not? The Fat Corpse continued to pursue the question. But in the next second, a teasing voice came over. What can you do if you don't drink? Chapter 6. Are you a big shot? Teaching a Fat Corpse. Fatty Corpse and the others turned over, and after noticing Chen Jun and the group of horses behind him, they asked with suspicion, "Where do you guys hang out?" Hung Hing, Chan Chun. Chen Jun once again reported his home. Chen Jun. Why does that name sound so serious? The Fat Corpse muttered. At that moment, one of the juniors beside him leaned in and whispered in his ear. The Fat Corpse snapped out of it. Asterisk 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 you? You're the one who injured my little brother today? Chen Jun nodded in satisfaction. It seems that your little brothers have already told you about this. The Fat Corpse clenched its teeth and glared at Chen Jun with an iron face. Originally, after learning that his men had been beaten, he had been thinking about how to get Chen Jun out, but I didn't expect the other party to come to his door before he could get to it. However, nowadays, Chen Jun also stands behind a lot of juniors. If with the other party hard to fight up, they may not be able to take advantage of. Plus this is Hung Hing's venue again. His status is not yet daring to go to 13th sister. So the Fat Corpse thought about it, and finally opened his mouth with a rapid change in attitude. Today, you're lucky. I'll let you off the hook. Next time I meet you, I'll chop you up. Why don't I stick my head over there right now and chop it up for you? Chen Jun sneered. After being disliked by Chen Jun, the Fat Corpse did not know how to answer for a moment. After all, even if he were to take a knife to him right now, he wouldn't dare to openly lay his hands on Chen Jun here. The Fat Corpse pointed at Chen Jun, then gave a stern message. We'll see. Wang Jiao is not big. There will always be a day when we meet again. Take care. Chen Jun didn't want to cause trouble in the bar. After all, once things got out of hand, he wouldn't be able to explain to 13 Sisters' side. So the matter of packing up Fat Corpses can only wait until there is a chance to talk about it later. After waiting for the Fat Corpse to leave with his men in ashes, Chen Jun took the initiative to step forward and spoke gently to Wang Zuxian. Two beauties. It didn't scare you, did it? Wang Zuxian gave Chen Jun a wary look. She had just heard the other side was equally gangbangers, and in her impression, those who mixed with the triads were not good people. So even though Chen Jun had just saved her, she still had a deep fear of Chen Jun inside. Chen Jun also understood that a good girl like Wang Zuxian was not easily impressed. Things like taking down the other side have to be taken slowly. He understood the truth that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Chen Jun then continued to speak. You guys don't think too much. I stepped in purely because I saw the road and couldn't see these guys bullying a weak woman. Besides, this scene itself is covered by Hung Hing, and he, Tung Sing, is messing up here, so as a part of Hung Hing, I naturally can't just sit back and do nothing. With a single sentence, Chen Jun had raised his image 2 stories high. This also made Wang Zuxian feel slightly more at ease. After all, from the looks of it, Chen Jun could be much smoother than the Fat Corpse from earlier. Thank you for your help. Can we leave now? Sure, please. Chen Jun gentlemanly gave up a space. Wang Zuxian nodded gratefully to Chen Jun before pulling her best friend to quickly leave the bar. I told you not to come to a place like this, and you had to say you were looking for inspiration for a movie, the girl next to her complained as she left the bar. In fact, the main reason why Wang Zuxian came to this kind of place was that she had just stepped into the entertainment industry and was working on a movie. This movie happens to have a scene where she works as a waitress in a bar, so the guide then asked her to go to the bar sometime to experience this special living environment. But I didn't expect to encounter this farce on my first night here to experience life. At that moment, Wang Zuxian didn't have any heart to want to continue the experience, and could only say with an apology, Xiao Ya, I'm sorry, I was wrong this time. I won't come back next time. Okay, don't say so much. It's a good thing we met good people today. Otherwise we really don't know what will happen. Well, let's get back. The two were about to walk down the street to stop a cab to go home when they finished. But just then, several figures suddenly appeared beside them. Wang Zuxian took a closer look and instantly turned pale. Because these were the same punks who had just stopped them and forced her to drink. Hey beautiful, we meet again. How come that loser didn't come out with you guys just now? The fat corpse smiled playfully and opened his mouth. Since leaving the bar just now, he didn't leave immediately, but had a junior sneak into the bar to observe the situation. After learning that the two of them, Wang Zuxian, do not care about Chen Jun, Fat Corpse knows that his chance has come. He hid outside the bar with a group of minions. The purpose was to intercept Wang Zuxian. After all, Wang Zuxian's posture was alluring, and he didn't want to let go of such a great beauty for nothing. What do you want? Wang Zuxian asked vigilantly. Guess what I want? Someone, drag her to the side alley. After the fat corpse finished speaking, the little brother beside him immediately stepped forward and pulled Wang Zuxian, intending to pull her into the unoccupied alley next to him. Wang Zuxian cried out on the spot. Help! Someone help me! Though Wang Zuxian kept calling out desperately, no one in the crowd around her was willing to step forward. After all, in this day and age, ordinary people don't dare to mess with gangsters, especially in a place like in front of a bar. Who knows what kind of person Wang Zuxian really is? Maybe she's actually all the way in. So with the attitude that it's not a matter of concern, everyone is just gathering around to be a spectator. Seeing that no one was willing to help her, Wang Zuxian instantly left 2 lines of tears. You bastards! I won't let you go. I'd like to see what you can do to me. But before the fat corpse's words could fall, he was suddenly kicked in the back. The fat corpse's center of gravity was unsteady, and it lunged directly at the main road in front of it. Fell on the spot. At the same time, a group of beast soldiers pounced on them, grabbing fat corpse's minions and beating them up. The fat corpse crawled up through the pain. After realizing that the person who kicked him was Chen Jun, he immediately became so angry that he cursed. Chen Jun, I'm at loggerheads with you. But in the next second, he was pressed to the ground by 2 beast soldiers and brutally beaten up madly. The fat corpse itself has no stunts other than smashing someone over the head with a Coke bottle. So in the face of the strong and powerful beast soldiers, the fat corpses could only hold their heads and beg for mercy. While being punched he kept yelling, "Stop it! If you keep punching you're going to have an accident." Under the melee between the two sides, the entire scene was also completely messed up. At that moment, the sound of a siren suddenly came from not far away. Seeing that a patrolling PTU mobile unit seemed to be heading this way, Chen Jun whistled. Brothers, retreat first. Chapter 7 Acting on the scene. Laying hands on Wang Chou-shin. The beast soldiers quickly fled in all directions after receiving the order. The rest of the Eastern Star members also got up and fled. Only the fat corpse lying on the ground unable to move had no way to escape. Seeing the minions around him abandoning him, Fat Corpse couldn't help but curse. Get the back here and pull me away. Even though Fat Corpse got his ass kicked, no one wanted to go to the station, and it's still going in for being beaten, which naturally tarnishes the reputation of Fat Corpse in Eastern Star. But at the moment no one would even bother to come up to him, so he could only close his eyes in despair and wait quietly for the cops to arrive. Chen Jun also pulled out his legs and ran, but his afterglow kept aiming diagonally ahead, because Wang Zuxian is pulling her bestie to escape in that direction. Just now the scene is very chaotic, coupled with the police are about to arrive. Wang Zuxian afraid to stay at the scene to cause trouble, so they pulled the girlfriends all the way to run wildly. When Chen Jun saw that Wang Zuxian was escaping, an excellent plan immediately came to his mind. He made a beeline for the side road, then took a shortcut to snag the corner of the intersection ahead of him. Seeing Wang Zuxian pulling her best friend closer and closer, Chen Jun thought to himself that this was his only chance. If you get separated from each other tonight and lose contact, it won't be so easy to see each other again in the future. So Chen Jun hurriedly began to look around. Soon he noticed a piece of broken glass on the floor. Without saying a word, Chen Jun picked up the glass shards and came towards his arm. In the next second, a slit was cut open hard by Chen Jun. The blood gradually flowed out. Chen Jun then covered his injured hand and walked towards Wang Zuxian. Wang Zuxian also discovered Chen Jun's figure at this time. Originally, she had wondered how the other party had appeared before her, but when she saw the blood on Chen Jun's arm, her mouth opened wide in shock. Chen Jun, how did you get hurt? Just now, the scene was too chaotic and Wang Zuxian was a girl, so she didn't even dare to look closely at the images of Chen Jun and the others fighting, so she didn't know when Chen Jun was injured, but it was clear that the injury must have something to do with himself. Chen Jun saw that the police did not catch up, but gathered around the entrance of the bar, so he was relieved to chat with Wang Zuxian. I don't know who backstabbed me just now, but fortunately it only hurt a little bit of the epidermis, so I shouldn't die. Chen Jun is also not a little cute. He is not a cutie. And he definitely can't be too hard on his hands when it comes to playing games. So he also just gave his arm a little light. And once you don't go to the hospital as soon as possible to bandage this kind of skin wound, then the bleeding will stop on its own right away. Only Wang Zuxian, were to know the doorway of this, at that moment quickly spoke. No, I see that you are seriously injured. Why don't we go to the hospital? Chen Jun weakly and powerlessly shook his head. No, you also know that I have a special status. Once I go to the hospital, this kind of stab wound will surely attract the attention of the hospital. If I draw the police here, then I'll be in big trouble. Wang Zuxian thought carefully and agreed that this was the truth. After all, Chen Jun had already shown himself to be a triad. Wouldn't you be shooting yourself in the foot by taking him to the hospital at this juncture? So what should we do now? Why don't you come over to my place for the night and I'll figure out how to tie up your wounds? At that moment, Wang Zuxian finally said what Chen Jun wanted to say. Isn't this inappropriate? I am a gangster after all. In case your family minds, Chen Jun asked tentatively. It's okay, my parents live in Yuanlong. I rent my own place in Mongkok. They won't know. Wang Zuxian said in disbelief. Chen Jun rejoiced inwardly, but on the surface, he put on an expression of pain and struggle. Hey, it seems like the blood is flowing more and more, and I feel like my head is starting to get a little dizzy as well. So why don't we just listen to you, and go to your place first to take shelter from the wind? Okay, you're coming with me. After parting with her girlfriends, Wang Zuxian immediately took Chen Jun to the neighborhood where she lived. After entering Wang Zuxian's residence, Chen Jun immediately began to look around. In Xiangjiang, an inch of land is especially precious, so the house rented by Wang Zuxian is only one room and one hall, with an area of less than 15 square feet. Sit down and I'll get you a bandage. After Wang Zuxian finished speaking, she went into her boudoir. Chen Jun, on the other hand, was honestly sitting on the sofa in the living room. Not long after, Wang Zuxian walked out carrying a medicine box. Here, let me see how hurt you are, Wang Zuxian said softly. Chen Jun nodded slightly, then extended his arm. Seeing Chen Jun's hands covered in blood, Wang Zuxian was immediately distressed. I'm really sorry, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt, Wang Zuxian said as she cleaned Chen Jun's wound. And fueled by alcohol, Chen Jun was on the verge of ascending. I thought to myself that I had mutilated myself in order to take you down. But on the surface, Chen Jun still put on a look of indifference and said, it's fine. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. I've never been used to seeing those who only bully the weak. Wang Zuxian was slightly flabbergasted for a moment, then raised her head and asked suspiciously, you triads also have a sense of justice? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You say that, there are good and bad triads too. This is the first time I've heard that there are good people in the triads. Wang Zuxian shook her head, not recognizing Chen Jun's words. A lot of people are actually forced to join clubs. Take me for example. I grew up in an orphanage since my parents died. When you go out into society as an adult, you can go astray if you're not careful. Looking back now, I only blame the fact that I didn't meet someone who was willing to show me the way when I first came to fight in society. Otherwise I wouldn't have joined the club and become an actor. Chen Jun purposely reveals his identity as an actor in order to bring in the distance between him and Wang Zuxian. It was just as Chen Jun had expected. When she heard that Chen Jun was actually an actor, Wang Zuxian was once again surprised. What? You're an actor? Of course, but I'm making a movie for children, so you probably haven't seen it. Chen Jun then introduced Wang Zuxian to his movie company and what he worked on. Upon learning that Chen Jun was also traveling with him, a wave of joy finally penetrated Wang Zuxian's eyes. Originally, she had thought that Chen Jun was just like the other gangsters, living his life by fighting and killing every day. But I didn't realize that Chen Jun was actually an actor. Although the movies they appeared in were some third-grade movies, in Hong Kong, third-grade movies were not only legal, but also very popular among the audience. More than that, there are a lot of stars who started out doing third-grade movies, coupled with Chen Jun's tragic childhood experience. It can't help but make Wang Zuxian feel a sense of compassion for the man in front of her. Chapter 8, Then You Can Be My Girlfriend. I didn't realize that you actually had this encounter. It's because I misunderstood you before. After helping Chen Jun tie up his wounds, Wang Zuxian said softly. Chen Jun shook his head. It's not your fault. Everything is my own problem. Then have you ever thought about leaving the club? After all, staying in the triad is not a permanent solution. You can't just leave when you want to. Of course, when I become more famous and have more money in my pocket, it will be much easier to leave. When Wang Zuxian heard that Chen Jun also wanted to get rid of his current life, she immediately said excitedly, I believe you will be able to make a name for yourself. But this time you got into such a big mess for me. Your gang leader won't blame you, right? It's supposed to be that you cut me and I cut you, And besides, I didn't start the trouble in the first place, but there's a rule in our line of work, and that's that you can't just go around offending other gang association forces for strangers, because doing so will cause more trouble than it's worth for your own club. Chin Jun explained. What about that? You've gone out on a limb for me, Wang Zuxian asked with a worried face. Chin Jun sighed and came helplessly. There's only one way to help me get through this right now. What way? You pretended to be my girlfriend. Ha? Wang Zuxian was startled. While looking at Chen Jun with a surprised face, Chen Jun hurriedly explained up. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. Except when it came time for my boss to ask, I said that I stood up to the other guy because you're my girlfriend. Such an explanation makes sense. And my boss will naturally understand. Chen Jun's explanation was inexcusable. Plus the matter itself was due to himself. So Wang Zuxian didn't hesitate and agreed directly. Okay, if there's anything you need me to cooperate with, just say it. I guess I'll have to stay at your place for a while for the next 2 days, because I don't know what's going on out there yet. Even if the cops don't come after me, I'm worried that the people from Eastern Star will come after me where I live, so I may not be able to return for a while. That's okay, you can just stay at my place and I can take care of you in the meantime. Let's wait until you're healed and the situation outside has stabilized before deciding on the next step depending on the situation. Wang Zuxian didn't think too much at all, and was very quick to agree to all of Chen Jun's requests. The corners of Chen Jun's mouth couldn't help but rise as he listened. A smug smile appeared on his face at the same time. Over the next 2 days, the story about Chen Jun fighting with the Fat Corpse in front of the bar still spread in Bangkok. It's a good thing the Fat Corpse itself is just a minion of the Eastern Star, plus the fact that he didn't recant Chen Jun in the police station on his dead weight. So in the end, the cops didn't look for trouble with Chen Jun, but Liang Kuan shouted Chen Jun into his office. You're a good kid. You've actually gotten into a fight with someone from Eastern Star? Why didn't I see you were so ballsy before? If I had known you were such a good fighter, I would have let you fight your way into Yamadiai and let you rise to the top as a big brother. Liang Kuan looked at Chen Jun said with a smile. Chen Jun knew that the other party was flirting with him. This time, even though he didn't let Pretty Gon contribute, he was after all Pretty Gon's subordinate. He had caused a problem, and Liang Kuan had to get through to the East Star side to bring the matter to a close. Quinn, that grandson forced my girlfriend to drink with her. If I don't him, am I still a man? Besides, I'm your subordinate. If I lose to those Eastern Star boys, won't I be a disgrace to you? Liang Kuan glanced at Chen Jun and disliked him in a bad mood. Don't you cause me any more trouble. I'll talk to the people from Eastern Star about this matter and see what the other side means, and I'll inform you when there's a situation. Also don't take a dime of pay for your next movie. Got it? Seeing Pretty Quinn take advantage of the fire-up, Chen Jun was even less favorable to it. Just wait until you're stronger and just kick him out of the way and be done with it. But right now, Chen Jun did not have the ability to openly call out to Liang Kuan. After all, the other party not only had money and people, but also had the mountain of Jiang Tianqing at his back. Okay, whatever Quinn says, be careful during this period of time. East Star's side might be secretly looking for you. If the other side launches a surprise attack before things are settled, then you'll be on your own for any consequences. And you don't want me to do you any favors. Pretty Gon warned again and again. In his opinion, Chen Jun was just an ordinary little brother, and it wasn't worth him going to fight with East Star for Chen Jun. Chen Jun also knows this well, and at the same time, since he has 100 beast soldiers in his hand, it's actually not afraid of East Star retaliation. I'll just pay attention. Leaving Qian Kuan Film Company, Chen Jun did not immediately return to Wang Zuxian's residence, because before he left the house, he had already learned from the other party that there was a scene of Wang Zuxian to start shooting this morning. So Chen Jun went to Wang Zuxian's theater without stopping. Since Chen Jun was still silent at the moment, he didn't attract anyone's attention when he arrived at the theater. And according to Chen Jun, this movie is the debut film of Wang Zuxian. In the movie, she plays the role of the second female character. The play is small, but the weight is not light at all. When Chen Jun arrived at the set, it happened that Wang Zuxian had just finished shooting a set of scenes, but as she was about to go to her chair and sit down, she was suddenly preempted by another actress, Jia Li. Seeing the other party sitting in her seat, Wang Zuxian was a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry, this is my chair." On the set, only people of status had chairs to sit on. So naturally, as the second female, Wang Zuxian has a chair of her own. Although Li Jia's position is not high, but relying on her years in the circle, she yelled on the spot, "Don't you know how to respect your seniors? I started out a few years earlier than you, so what if I sit in this chair for a while? But I'm tired, too, and I have my play later." Wang Zuxian continued to speak, but Li Jia obviously didn't eat her up. She was originally given the chance to play the second female role, But because her looks were not as good as Wang Zuxian's, the role was taken away from her. Right now there was a chance to disgust Wang Zuxian, so she was naturally unwilling to let go of this good opportunity. After all, she had already inquired clearly that this Wang Zuxian was actually a roadie actor that the director had gone to an art school to pick out. There is no social background at all, except for outstanding posture. There was no pressure at all to bully this kind of person. So Li Jie came directly and coldly. I'm also very tired, so just sit on the ground and rest. Chapter 9 United Society's Red Stick. Flower Buddha. Why are you being so unreasonable? Wang Zuxian was infuriated by his opponent. Although there were still many people in the crew watching, not a single person came forward to do justice to Wang Zuxian. After all, bullying is all too common on the set. Whoever has a hard background will be able to bully others recklessly. So not only will people not pity Wang Zuxian, but they will also watch her jokes from the sidelines. Seeing that the other party refused to get up, Wang Zuxian didn't have any good solutions, and after gritting her teeth, she was ready to turn around and leave. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared at her side. Don't go! Wang Zuxian was startled. She didn't expect Chen Jun to suddenly appear in front of her. What are you doing here? Wang Zuxian asked in surprise. Instead of ignoring her, Chen Jun turned his head to look at the actress who was sitting on the chair. From the looks of it, Chen Jun didn't recognize each other. This also shows that not only does the other person not have any fame right now, they won't achieve much in the future either. Who covers you? Chen Jun asked in a deep voice. Li Jie froze for a few seconds, then exuded a look of surprise, because Chen Jun's words are the lingo of the road. So that means that Chen Jun must be a Taoist too. Union Flower Buddha is my godbrother. After a moment's hesitation, she then reported her backstage background. Humph, they say that the union brings out the S. Looks like that godbrother of yours has got you wrapped up. Ha! When Chen Jun heard this name, he didn't care that this was a public place. Directly in front of everyone in the live cast and crew, he came out and mocked the other side. After being publicly humiliated by Chen Jun, Li Jie immediately jumped up. What kind of a thing are you to talk about me like that? Before this, she had already inquired about Wang Zuxian and knew that the other party did not have any backstage. So now that she saw that Chen Jun dared to jump out and back up Wang Zuxian, Li Jie naturally thought that the other party was just a nobody. After all, Chen Jun looked young from the surface, not at all like a big brother. Listen carefully, I am Hung Hing Chan Chun. Chen Jun reported his identity as Hung Hing. When this layer of identity was revealed, Li Jie was shocked. Although it was said that Chen Jun did not look like a big brother, the other party was after all a member of Hung Hing. If you provoke Hung Hing because of this small matter, it is not cost-effective no matter how you think about it. Seeing that Wang Zuxian actually had the backing of the association as well, Li Jie suddenly changed her expression and teased after her words changed. I didn't expect you to really be a and still stand up for yourself. I've always heard before that you're ice clean, unwilling to be submerged, and have even refused many invitations from big brothers. I didn't realize you already had someone behind you long ago. Looks like I underestimated you after all. In Li Jie's opinion, Wang Zuxian had definitely sold out her body. Otherwise, why would someone from Hung Hing be willing to come over and stand up for her? Wang Zuxian's body began to tremble after hearing this. Her eyes were filled with anger. Li Jie, watch your mouth. I didn't mess with you. You didn't mess with me? If it weren't for you, I'd be the second girl in this movie. I count you're capable. You actually found someone from Hung Hing to back you up, but don't get too happy too soon. We'll see. Li Jie left the set in a huff after saying that. Chen Jun was too lazy to continue to take care of the other party. After all, Li Jie was a woman. He could not pull the other party to beat up. As for Flower Buddha, he didn't put the other party in his eyes either. Mongkok is a hodgepodge of societies. Apart from Hung Hing, other societies also have their own industries here. Of these, United and Tung Sing are second only to Hung Hing in terms of influence. Among the joint societies, Flower Buddha has the largest number of juniors and is the most powerful in Mongkok. Only for some time now, Flower Buddha has been wanting to get involved in 13 Sisters Phoenix House business, and both sides have had several rounds of private talks without settling the matter. That's why Flower Buddha has always been hostile to Hung Hing. Having provoked the other party's people today, Chen Jun inwardly estimated that the Flower Buddha would come to his door sooner or later. But at the moment, they couldn't care less. They themselves had messed with the people of the Eastern Star, so it didn't matter if they added another union. The immediate priority was still to take down Wang Zuxian as soon as possible and complete the system mission while holding a beautiful woman. Chen Jun, don't be so familiar with her. When Li Jie left, Wang Zuxian said in a serious tone to Chen Jun. Chen Jun snorted lightly. You've been bullied to this point and you still don't know how to fight back? Chen Jun was very angry at Wang Zuxian for being such a coward. After all, Although the entertainment industry is not as bad as the mob that fights and kills every day, it is not a good mix either. A character like Wang Zuxian is bound to suffer a lot in the circle. Wang Zuxian sighed helplessly and said, I just want to shoot well and fulfill my part of the job. As for anything else, I really don't want to make a scene. You don't want to cause trouble, but it just comes to you. Like today, for example, that woman frankly sees you as a bully, so she purposely ran to disgust you. If you don't take it all at once and leave the show, won't she pick up your second female role for nothing? Chen Jun was very clear about what this Li Jie actually intended. She wanted to disgust Wang Zuxian on the one hand, and on the other hand, she also wanted to see if she could get rid of the other party. However, she did not expect that Chen Jun suddenly appeared at this time and hit her hard in the face. Wang Zuxian also knew that what Chen Jun said made sense, but she didn't have this ruthlessness in her bones. After a bitter smile, Wang Zuxian helplessly explained, my character is like this. I guess I'm really not suitable for the entertainment industry. Never mind. We've known each other for a while. I'll come to your aid as much as I can. At the same time, I hope you'll become famous earlier, so that some cats and dogs in the crew won't always try to bully you and take advantage of you. Chen Jun even made a point of scanning the entire crew with a grim gaze after he finished speaking. Most of the crew in the theater are from average status backgrounds. In the face of Hung Hing gangster Chan Chun, everyone could not help but feel a bit scared inside. After all, no one knew what kind of old man Chen Jun was, whether he was the red stick of Hung Hing or the bearer of any region. So before understanding Chen Jun's undercard, everyone naturally didn't dare to easily provoke him so as not to get into unnecessary trouble. Knowing Chen Jun's intention, Wang Zuxian gave Chen Jun a grateful look, then muttered in a small voice, thank you, Chen Jun. Alright, I just came by to check on you, so work in peace and I'll be back waiting for you for dinner. Yes, Wang Zuxian said with a sweet smile. The sweet appearance, coupled with such a healing smile, instantly made Chen Jun's heart feel much happier. While leaving the set, Chen Jun inwardly began to envision, Wang Zuxian, I will definitely conquer you. Chapter 10, Conquering Wang Zuxian. 500 beast soldiers in hand. After leaving the theater group, Chen Jun didn't go home immediately, but went to the nearby food market. It is said that the best way to impress a woman is to give each other undivided attention. Today himself has already demonstrated absolute boyfriendliness in the crew. If he himself cooks again in the evening, he will cook a meal for Wang Zuxian. I'm sure the other person will be touched by their behavior. It's not impossible that when the time comes, a hothead will give his body to the other. Thinking of this, Chen Jun's heart was suddenly happy. After buying the meat and vegetables, Chen Jun returned home and immediately began to pound the ingredients up. In his previous life itself, he was a good cook, and in this life he was born in an orphanage, so he had been a good cook since he was a child. With the memories of the two lifetimes added to the mix, Chen Jun quickly made a hearty dinner. When Wang Zuxian dragged her tired body back home, she was once again shocked by what Chen Jun had done. Chen Jun, you can still cook? Looking at the table full of dishes, Wang Zuxian was surprised. Chen Jun breezily returned, have you forgotten? I'm the one who came out of the orphanage. In the orphanage, every child must learn to cook. Only then will we be able to survive better in this society. Chen Jun brought up the topic of the orphanage again, which made Wang Zuxian feel even more sorry for Chen Jun. Looking at the man who had helped him 3 times, at this moment, Wang Zuxian's heart slightly moved twice, and once again, Chen Jun's cooking skills impressed Wang Zuxian. After tasting Chen Jun's cooking, Wang Zuxian praised him on the spot and said, Chen Jun, your cooking is really fantastic, even better than me. Oh, if I have time later, I'll make other kinds of dishes for you to try. Yes, right, how about we have a drink? At this time, Chen Jun but suddenly mentioned something, feeling that today's atmosphere was still good, coupled with the fact that Chen Jun had done himself another big favor during the day. Wang Zuxian nodded without thinking. Yes, with that, Chen Jun took out the red wine he had prepared in advance and drank it with Wang Zuxian. After 3 rounds of drinks, the two sat on the couch in the living room, slightly inebriated. When they were drinking just now, Chen Jun and Wang Zuxian had already talked about many topics. There is also a deeper understanding of each other. At this moment, looking at the lovely girl sitting beside him, Chen Jun knew that the opportunity had come. If I don't take this opportunity myself tonight, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish the job anytime soon. Afterwards, Chen Jun quietly reached out his hand and carefully grabbed Wang Zuxian's jade hand. Wang Zuxian was originally sitting and resting with a slightly red face, and when she saw Chen Jun's sudden attack, she was so scared on the spot that she directly shrunk her hand back. But how could Chen Jun give up his offense at this point? Only to see him suddenly turn around and speak to Wang Zuxian. Miss Wang Zuxian, there's something I want to confess to you. What is it? Actually, I'm staying here for personal reasons. Wang Zuxian frowned and blinked, then asked with a bewildered expression. What selfishness? In fact, when I first saw you, I was mesmerized by your appearance, and then after a few days of contact, I realized that not only do you have outstanding looks, but you are also very simple and kind at heart. I've been fighting in the Jianghu all these years, and I've actually had the idea of wanting to find my other half for a long time. So today, I have the audacity to take advantage of my drink to confess my love to you. Wang Zuxian, I like you. Wang Zuxian was so shocked by Qin Jun's sudden confession that she directly stood up. You? What are you doing? Looking at Wang Zuxian, who was at a loss for words, Qin Jun immediately struck the iron while it was hot and said, I know I'm still just a punk who has accomplished nothing, but it won't take long. I'll definitely be able to make a name for myself in Shangjiang, so I hope you'll give me a little time to make a change. Wang Zuxian, which had been confessed by someone like this in front of her, instantly the whole person was dumbfounded and froze in place. Seeing that Wang Zuxian did not refuse, Qin Jun was even more bold to reach out his hand again and grabbed Wang Zuxian's small hand by death. After holding the other party's soft jade hand in his hand, Qin Jun fixed his mind and then spoke seriously. Wang Zuxian, are you willing to be my girlfriend? Wang Zuxian came back to her senses, and after looking at the hot gaze that Qin Jun projected over, her heartbeat began to speed up as well. These days with Qin Jun get along quite well. At the same time, the other side of the instrument is good looking. Appearance is completely in line with their own aesthetic requirements. Plus, Qin Jun had done himself a favor many times, giving her enough security. This makes Wang Zuxian, who is alone in the entertainment industry, feel a kind of pampered love. That's what she needs most right now. When she looked at Qin Jun again, Wang Zuxian's eyes also revealed a hint of love. At this moment, she had thought it through internally. Give Qin Jun a chance, and at the same time give yourself a chance. Afterward, Wang Zuxian gently nodded her head and replied in an extremely thin voice. Yes. Seeing that Wang Zuxian agreed, Qin Jun was no longer polite. His cheeks pressed up and he kissed Wang Zuxian deeply. At the moment, she was just squeezing her eyes shut and enjoying everything. After kissing for a long time, Qin Jun loosened his lips, then without waiting for Wang Zuxian to open her mouth, he picked her up in a princess carry on the spot, and then walked towards the bedroom. Wang Zuxian did not struggle. After all, as an adult, she naturally knew what was going to happen next. After a night of intense fighting, the system beep sounded. Qin Jun's 500 beast soldiers arrived. From this moment on, Qin Jun could finally put his heart down completely. After all, there are only a handful of big brothers in Mongkok who can mobilize 600 people at once. Even 13 sisters, Hung Hing's shoulder in Mongkok, had to rely on Han Bin's connections. Otherwise, with her personal influence, she would not be able to tell hundreds of people to work for her. As for the Flower Buddha of the United Society and the Fat Corpse of the Eastern Star, not to mention, and at the same time when Qin Jun was fighting passionately with Wang Zuxian, in another hotel in Mongkok, Li Jie was similarly naked and fighting passionately with Flower Buddha. After the sound battle, Li Jie snuggled up to Flower Buddha's body like a bird. Brother Flower Buddha, I've recently been humiliated on the set. You have to help me out. Flower Buddha lit a cigarette and said in disbelief, who the is it that doesn't know that you're my god sister and dares to mess with you? In this Mongkok, Flower Buddha still has some jungle influence. Meanwhile, before Li Jie entered the set for filming, he had already put the word out and greeted the crew. So upon learning that there was someone else who was so ungrateful, Flower Buddha's violent temper immediately flared up. The main reason is that the other party is also a member of the Jianghu, so I don't know if I should tell you about this. Mainly I'm also afraid of causing you some unnecessary trouble. Chapter 11 Red Stick Flower Buddha finds fault. Qin Jun makes a strong appearance. Li Jie's passage immediately galvanized Flower Buddha. How could he easily concede in front of a woman? What's the other guy's status? He said he's from Hung Hing. What's his name? Chan Chun. Jun Chen? Flower Buddha pronounced the name suspiciously, while his brain began to recall it carefully. After thinking for half a day, he couldn't figure out who this Qin Jun was. Where does this guy hang out? It seems like they're just hanging out in Mongkok, only I don't know who they're following. Li Jie explained. Asterisk. I've been in Mongkok for so many years and I've never heard of such a person. Besides, Lao Zi didn't even put 13 sisters in my eyes. So what's he? A tiny short mule? Flower Buddha is now, after all, already a society red sticks. So at that moment, he did not put Qin Jun in his eyes at all. Seeing that Flower Buddha had already taken the bait, Li Jie said unhurriedly, if he really doesn't have an overly strong background, then you should ask a few people to teach him a good lesson, or let him learn a long lesson. I'll look after this matter. It's just as well that I'm looking for 13 sisters to talk business tomorrow night. When the time comes to finalize things, I'll naturally ask her to hand the person over. Love you. Li Jia once again jumped into Hua Fu's arms after hearing this. The next morning, Chen Jun and Wang Zuxian woke up at the same time. Did you sleep okay? Chen Jun scratched his head and said awkwardly. Although the two of them had already had skin-to-skin contact, when they were naked against each other early in the morning, Chen Jun still felt a hint of embarrassment and discomfort. Wang Zuxian was very generous. She ruffled her hair and calmly returned. Not bad. I slept quite well yesterday. That's good. I'll get up and make you breakfast. You must be exhausted from working so hard yesterday. Wang Zuxian smiled and then got up and went to the kitchen. Looking at Wang Zuxian's back, Chen Jun's heart had long been happy. After breakfast, Chen Jun sent Wang Zuxian to the set. It just so happens that he runs into Jieli again on the set. Only today, when Li Jia looked at the two of them, she exuded a meaningful expression. That expression was as if he was waiting to see Chen Jun's good show. Although Chen Jun did not have any waves on the surface, he had already begun to think internally. Obviously, this Li Jia was probably secretly premeditating something. With Chen Jun's understanding of Flower Buddha, this person was definitely not a master who would easily give up. That was why Chen Jun had purposely found 20 beast soldiers to come over and secretly protect Wang Zuxian's personal safety before he left the crew. Only when everything was ready did Chen Jun head to the office again. When he arrived at Chien Koan Movie Company, he happened to come across two gangsters sitting on the sofa chatting and blowing leather. Have you heard? Flower Buddha is looking for 13 sisters at Starlight Nightclub tonight to talk business. How do you know so much about such things? Another junior asked curiously. What's up with that? My brother's girlfriend is an escort under 13 sisters. She said that in fact, Flower Buddha has long wanted to cooperate with 13 sisters and run the pornographic industry of Phoenix House and nightclubs together. It's just that 13th sister has never wanted the union to interfere, so she's rejected Flower Buddha several times. The other party came to a realization. In that case, Flower Buddha is planning to stalk and force 13th sister to cooperate? I'm not sure about that. All I know is that my brother's girlfriend has been notified tonight that the Starburst nightclub will be closed from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Che, this kind of thing has nothing to do with us either. Quinn doesn't even dabble in this stuff. So how about it's not our turn? The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. When Chen Jun heard this news, he immediately associated it with what was going to happen tonight. Based on the memories of his previous life, Chen Jun was clear that this Flower Buddha's appointment with 13 sisters tonight would definitely end in failure. When the time comes, he will threaten 13 sisters in the nightclub and even drug the other party. For Chen Jun, on the other hand, it was a great opportunity. Once he was able to get on the line of Sister 13, it would be easier for him to mix in Hung Hing in the future. After all, compared to Liang Koan, 13th sister is still relatively speaking some Jianghu righteousness. In the afternoon, after Chen Jun left the company, he immediately gathered up a group of beast soldiers. After giving an explanation, Chen Jun told them to spread out in all directions and hide in the shadows to get their guys and wait for their call. By 8 p.m., Chen Jun snatched the first step to the vicinity of the Starlight nightclub. At this time, a number of Hung Hing gangsters had already gathered at the entrance of the nightclub. Tonight, 13 sisters were going to talk business with Flower Buddha, so they naturally had to maintain order at the entrance to the scene. Not long after, 13 sisters took the lead with two chicks and arrived in front of the nightclub. 13 sisters got out of the car and looked around, realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary before entering the nightclub with a woman in one arm. After a short while, Flower Buddha arrived on the scene as well. Getting out of the car, he dominantly took a couple of his minions and walked in as well. At this time, Chen Jun also began to quietly have the beast soldiers lean over. As soon as something happens inside, he'll be the first to storm the nightclub with his men. After a short while, there was definitely movement in the nightclub. Not 2 minutes later, a large group of unidentified men suddenly appeared in front of the nightclub holding sticks. The several Hung Hing gangsters who were originally watching the door were instantly subdued by the other party's men. The group then quickly poured into the nightclub. At that moment, Chen Jun waved his hand, holding a machete and charging up with 500 beast soldiers. In the lobby of the Starlight nightclub, Flower Buddha's men had already surrounded 13th Sister's people. 13 Sisters held a cigarette in her mouth, her gaze coldly looking at Flower Buddha. Flower Buddha, what do you mean by that? Don't you know this is Mongkok? I am Hung Hing's Mongkok holding fit man. How dare you bring someone to trouble me? Flower Buddha laughed contemptuously. The Mongkok holding fit people are so majestic, aren't they? It's not because of you, Mr. Han Bin, that you've become what you are today? A woman really thinks she's a man? When you go out, you still have to bring 2 women with you. Are you afraid that people won't know that you are holding fit people? Seeing that the other party actually humiliated herself, 13th Sister returned with a grimace. What the hell do you want? 13th Sister, I'm not going to bull **** with you anymore. Today you have to give me an answer as to whether or not you want to cooperate with me. What if I say no? 13 sisters asked back indifferently. If you don't agree, you're not walking out that door tonight. Flower Buddha threatened viciously. But before 13 sisters could say anything, there was a commotion outside the door. The crowd looked up and saw that a number of strong men with clubs had broken in. Flower Buddha was shocked and asked, "Who are you people?" "I am Hung Hing Chan Chun." Chen Jun spoke in a domineering manner after stepping out from the crowd. Chapter 12, Cutting Off the Flower Buddha. The United Society suffers a great defeat. When 13 sisters saw Chen Jun, the first time she saw him, an expression of uncertainty passed over her. Who is this Chen Jun? Why haven't I heard of him before? Could it be that Han Bin was secretly sent to protect me? And Hanafusa instantly remembered the somewhat familiar name. Isn't this the same punk who bullied his god-sister, Li Jie? I didn't expect to run into each other here today. Asterisk 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 your mom's Chen Jun. It's your kid who messed with Li Jie, right? Flower Buddha thought of settling old scores with new ones, so he arrogantly choked. Oh, I can't say I'm inviting it. It's that she's the one who bumped into the gun without looking. Chen Jun calmly returned. Fine. Since you took the initiative to send me to the door today, don't blame me for being rude to you. After saying that, Flower Buddha slammed the wineglass in his hand hard on the ground. While the debris was scattered all over the place, the minions around him quickly rushed forward and surrounded Chen Jun and the others. But just then, Chen Jun suddenly reached out and put his hand in his mouth. Phew! A whistle sounded. In the next second, hundreds of beast soldiers actually barged right in from outside the nightclub. Each of these men was armed with a machete and stared at the joint members at the scene with a menacing look of death. Flower Buddha had originally relied on the fact that the 100 or so people he had brought with him would be able to crush Chen Jun, but he didn't expect the other party to turn around and bring in several times more men than he had. Seeing that the situation was instantly reversed, Flower Buddha's face changed drastically. He hurriedly turned his head to 13 sisters. 13 sisters, have your people exit. If we have something to say, let's sit down and talk slowly. 13 sisters couldn't figure out Chen Jun's background either, but it looked like the other party was here to help her. So she sneered. Flower Buddha, you might not have gotten the situation right. Chen Jun is not one of my men. As for any previous grudges he may have had with you, that's none of my business. You're the man of the hour in Mongkok, and you don't want to join forces with me in a conflict, do you? Flower Buddha questioned seriously. Who brought someone to trash my place first and tried to do me in? If Chen Jun hadn't suddenly appeared today, I'm afraid my little life would have to be accounted for here. 13 sister choked back indifferently while smoking a cigarette. I was only joking with you. If our two clubs really got into a firefight, the whole of Mongkok wouldn't have peace. When that time comes, no one will have a good time. Seeing that 13 sisters wouldn't listen to her words, Flower Buddha could only move the society to pressure the other party. Chen Jun immediately snatched his words. Flower Buddha, you think too highly of yourself. Aren't you just the red stick of the union? Do you really think of yourself as the leader of the union? Besides, negotiating for you to bring so many people here, it's obvious that you want to cause trouble. Since I'm here today, you won't be able to leave safely. 13 sisters' heart was shocked. She didn't expect this Chen Jun to be so arrogant. Not only was he able to find so many henchmen, but he was also really planning to tear his face off with Flower Buddha. After all, even her current status didn't dare to go to war with the union so easily. This also made her even more puzzled, and her mind kept pondering what this Chen Jun was all about. When Flower Buddha heard Chen Jun's words, he exploded with anger. He pointed at Chen Jun and cursed angrily. Who the hell are you? No one in Mongkok dares to touch me easily yet. Then today I'll see just how capable you united are. Give it to me. Under Chen Jun's order, the beast soldiers around him clenched their fists, and after storing up strength in their entire body, they all killed towards Union and the others. The beast soldiers themselves were strong and sturdy, plus there were many of them. So the momentum has completely crushed the combined gang of lecherous beaters. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, the beast soldier displayed an unrivaled and terrifying strength. Only one of the machete-wielding beast soldiers was seen jumping violently into the air in place, before gripping and swiftly slashing at the co-belligerent in front of him. The combined men saw this and rushed to hold their machetes across the room to fend them off. But in the next second, the machete in the beast soldier's hand hardened and split the opponent's blade in half. The opponent was unable to dodge, and a bright red gash was instantly cut open on his chest. On the other side, one of the beast soldiers even took the joint's knife with his bare hands, then clenched his sandbag-sized fist and fought to blast it out towards his opponent's face. Ka-ching! The opponent flew backward and fell to the ground. His face nearly twisted, and his entire body was suddenly devoid of any life. Seeing such a bloody scene, Flower Buddha's guts were instantly scared out of him, and he sat down directly on the ground as soon as his legs went limp. At this point, 13 Sisters also knew that she had to make a move. Otherwise wouldn't she be made to look like a joke? So she immediately copied the beer bottle on the table and smashed it down hard towards Hanafo's head. Bam! Flower Buddha's head blossomed. Blood moistened his head, and his entire body collapsed to the ground, clutching his head as he kept wailing and moaning. Seeing that his big brother had been taken down in a single move, the little brothers around him were demoralized, and each of them had no desire to fight anymore. After a few more moments of fighting, the joint fighters who could run were all gone. The rest were those who had been seriously injured and were lying on the ground unable to move. At that moment, Chin-jun walked up to Flower Buddha. Flower Buddha looked at the man in front of him, and his eyes had long been covered with fear. Chin-jun, let me live. I am at least a red stick of the union. If you really kill me, how will you Hung-hing explain to our union? Chin-jun also knew that the other party had a special status, so he turned his head to look at 13th sister. Big sister, what do you think about this? Han Bin and the others could call her sister 13, but the other Hung-hing members did not dare to call her sister casually. Therefore, Chin-jun also called 13 sisters as big sister. Just like other Hung-hing 4-9 boys, 13 sisters looked at the Flower Buddha on the ground with a grave expression on her face. Although she hated Flower Buddha to the bone, she also understood that once she killed Flower Buddha in the Starlight nightclub, then she was bound to get into a lot of unnecessary trouble. By then not only would the Federation be looking for herself, but even the cops would probably be looking for her. It's better to leave this guy alive. Chin-jun shook his head after hearing this, then picked up the machete and swung it directly towards the opponent's lower body. Flower Buddha had no defense, and his lifeblood was sliced off by Chin-jun on the spot. I've heard that you're a lecher, so I'm going to cure you of that today. Chin-jun's behavior once again surprised 13 sisters. She didn't expect Chin-jun to make a move when he said he would, and it hurts the most important part of the opponent's body right off the bat. As a big brother who comes out to hang out, once the lifeblood is gone, his life will be completely finished. After all, no one wants to hang out with a eunuch boss, so by doing this, Chin-jun was undoubtedly nullifying the other party, completely leaving Flower Buddha without any chance of revenge. While 13 sisters were shocked, they were also much more impressed with Chin-jun. Her curiosity grew as she looked at the strange man in front of her. Chapter 13, Saving the 13th Sister, Becoming Famous in One Battle. Seeing that Flower Buddha was losing more and more blood, 13th sister also had to open her mouth to remind her. Chin-jun, if this continues, there's a real possibility that he'll die here. Chin-jun nodded. Call an ambulance then. Let's go first. I'll have my men come back later to make things right. 13 sisters knew very well that everything that happened here would soon be known by the black and white. If the cops had been the first to arrive on the scene, they would have definitely taken her, the Hongxing Wang Jiao talker, and Chin-jun away. Things will get tricky then. Chin-jun had no objections. After all, he didn't want to take on this ass-wiping job either. 13 Sisters has been operating in Mongkok for many years, so I guess they have quite a lot of connections in the police station. It was only natural to let her take care of the aftermath of this matter. Chin-jun then told his men to disperse and proceeded to get into 13 Sisters' car. The limousine quickly left Mongkok and headed in the direction of Kwai Sing. Chin-jun understood in his heart that 13th sister was taking him to meet Han Bin. On the way, 13th sister, unable to resist, took the initiative to ask, "Who sent you? I came here on my own. No one told me to." Chin-jun was very generous in admitting this. 13 sisters didn't believe me and continued to pursue. "How did you know that Flower Buddha was going to make a move on me? I'm one of Gon's men, and I heard 2 people talking about this at Gon's movie company during the day today. At the time, I thought something was fishy, so I secretly asked the joint for information. As it turns out, I knew Flower Buddha was going to turn on you tonight." Chin-jun's explanation made sense, which made it impossible for 13 sisters to pick any faults. But a woman's intuition told her that Chin-jun must have something else in mind when he did this. By the time he saw Han Bin was in a hurry. Seeing his beloved appear before him unharmed, Han Bin was very happy. Asterisk. Sister 13, you really had me worried sick. Are you okay? 13 sisters bossy shook her head, then pointed at Chin-jun and said, "Thanks to this guy. He suddenly appeared and saved me with hundreds of people." 13 sisters especially emphasized how many people Chin-jun had brought over. The purpose was to remind Han Bin that Chin-jun was not a small person. As expected, Han Bin's eyes widened when he heard that Chin-jun was actually able to call for several hundred people. "Who are you with? Why haven't I heard of you before?" "I'm with Quinn. I've been making movies before. I haven't walked in the jungle." This made Han Bin even more puzzled. When did Liang Quan have such a powerful little brother? My behavior has nothing to do with Liang Quan, and the people I brought with me are the ones I found on my own. Nothing to do with Hung Hing. 13 sisters and Han Bin looked at each other. There was confusion in his eyes. You got hundreds of your own people to come here just to save me? It's not entirely to save you. Originally I had a beef with Flower Buddha. This time I'm going to settle the score with him by the way, Chen Jun said seriously. Alright, no matter what, you saved me this time, count me, 13th sister, as owing you a favor. If you need us for anything in the future, just ask. 13 sisters picked up the conversation. The same goes for me, Han Bin. If you help 13 sisters you are helping me, and I owe you a favor. Han Bin also took a positive stance. Since both of you have said so, I do have an ungrateful request. You say, I want to leave Liangkuan and overshift to Big Sister's men. I wonder if that's okay? 13 sisters glanced at Chen Jun in dismay. At the moment, she had no idea what Chen Jun was thinking. Someone who could casually mobilize hundreds of minions was actually thinking of crossing the gears to come and hang out under his own door. This gave 13 sisters an instant feeling of being flattered. Han Bin, who was on the side, asked in disbelief, why are you thinking of crossing the gears to go to 13 sisters? Liangkuan is all about making movies, while I want to make a name for myself in the jungle, so I can't see a future following him. And with Mongkok in chaos right now, and several clubs fighting each other all the time, this is an opportunity for me as well. So if I can follow my big sister around, then once Mongkok is cleared, then my reputation is bound to soar. When that time comes, won't I have a chance to come out as a big brother? Chen Jun did not hide his inner thoughts in the slightest and told everything to these two big brothers in front of him. It wasn't that he was stupid, but he understood that Han Bin and 13 sisters would definitely not betray him. And just as he expected, after learning that Chen Jun was trying to come out as a big brother, neither Han Bin nor 13 sisters had any other thoughts, but instead were very happy, especially Sister 13. If Chen Jun followed him to take down the entire Mongkok, then the credit would naturally be on his head. This will also strengthen her position in the community and in Mongkok, and when Chen Jun gets his wings, the club will inevitably send him to another region to become a big brother. In this way, not only did Chen Jun not have any conflict of interest with her, but instead, he himself would have another powerful friend in the club. There's no problem on my side, but I'm afraid that Liang Kuan's side won't release him. After all, you know the rules of the road, and if your boss won't let you go, there's no way I can get you through the file. 13 sisters reminded. Hanging out in the Jianghu, they, the big brothers, still had to abide by some of the rules of the road. House rules, in particular, are to be strictly observed. If anyone who wants to jump ship can do so, wouldn't the whole club be in chaos? So even though Chen Jun saved his life, but 13 sisters carried the matter very clearly and did not agree to the other party at the first time. Instead, she reminded Chen Jun that this matter was not that simple. How about the two of you can apply some pressure with my boss, Liang Kuan, and leave the rest of the work to me? Chen Jun understood that Liang Kuan was by no means a good person. It's not easy to get him to let go. After all, once he overshifted and jumped to 13 sisters, it was a disguised slap in the face of Liang Kuan. The outside world will only think that Liang Kuan can't keep his little brother, and at the same time, he will be laughed at by the Jianghu people. So the only way to do Liang Kuan's job is for him to do it himself. Seeing Chen Jun's resolute attitude, coupled with the fact that 13 sisters also wanted Chen Jun's help, after hesitating for a little while, 13 sisters finally agreed. Okay, then this matter is settled. Han Bin and I will find a chance to talk to Liang Kuan and see his attitude. As for whether he agrees or not, that's not for us to decide. Good, then it's a deal. And in addition to what happened on the Union side, did you guys take care of it along the way? Having wasted Flower Buddha himself, the Union would surely come to his door to demand an explanation. He is currently a lowly person in Hung Hing, so naturally he cannot say anything. So this matter could obviously only be left to 13 sisters and Han Bin as well. Han Bin said in disbelief, leave this matter to me. If the people from the Union really dare to come to the door, I naturally won't give them a good look. Chapter 14, Mob Unrest. Two societies negotiate. With Han Bin's assurance, Chen Jun also completely put his heart down. A day later, the entire Mongkok triad directly exploded. What happened last night at the Starlight nightclub quickly spread through the road. In this, Chen Jun's name also appeared in everyone's discussion topics for the first time. Asterisk. What exactly is that Chen Jun? I heard that he went alone last night with several hundred people to save the 13 sisters, and also scrapped the joint Flower Buddha. So it can be said that he is out of the limelight. I heard that this person is the henchman of Liang Kuan. I didn't expect that he actually has so many minions following him. It's really amazing without a sound. This kid is in big trouble. A 49 boy actually has hundreds of little brother. How can Liang Kuan allow his little brother to have such a powerful force? It depends on how Hung Hing discusses it internally. While everyone was discussing, in the office of Hung Hing's main hall, all the 12 halls holding fits had arrived. They were gathered for one purpose, that's negotiating with the leader of the joint, Shua Wenbiao, Uncle Bill. Today, Uncle Bill came to the Hung Hing General Altar with a group of red stickers in an aggressive manner, just to settle the score with Jiang Tiancheng, the leader of Hung Hing. After all, yesterday, his right-hand man, Flower Buddha, almost died in Hung Hing's field, so naturally he had to come today to seek justice. Otherwise, how could he joint still be in the jungle in the future? When Uncle Bill arrived, Jiang Tiancheng was discussing with Chen Yao and a group of holding fit people about Chen Jun and 13 sisters. Upon seeing Uncle Bill, Jiang Tiancheng stood up with quite the demeanor and spoke with a smile. Uncle Bill, you're here. Please have a seat. Uncle Bill came out very early in his career and was himself the leader of the union. So as a junior, Jiang Tiancheng also gave the other party face. Uncle Bill's face was grim as he scanned the surroundings, and after realizing that there were no outsiders, he couldn't help but get a little upset. When he sat down he asked coldly, "What? The Hung Hing kid who wasted Flower Buddha didn't come? Uncle Bill, for this kind of high-level meeting, how can a minion like Chen Jun be qualified to attend?" At that moment, Han Bin, who was sitting on a chair at the main table, said in a conspiratorial manner, "The implication of the words is that we, Hung Hing, have wasted the red stick of your society with a small role, and you still have the nerve to come over to settle the score with us?" Uncle Bill was after all an old man, and although he heard Han Bin's strings for the first time, he did not immediately seize. After all, the heel that Flower Buddha had planted yesterday was too big, and even he felt that he had no face. But he was the leader of the society after all, and he had to stand up and speak at this juncture. Subsequently, Uncle Bill eased his tone a bit and said again, "No matter what his identity is, right now the Flower Buddha people are still lying in the hospital, just past the dangerous period, although the little life is saved, but the rest of his life is also completely wasted. So you, Hung Hing, had better hand over the people for us to deal with jointly." Shui Wenbiao came over on this trip with the purpose of getting Hong Xing to hand over Chen Jun. This way he could not only help Flower Buddha get revenge, but also help the union get some face back. But Han Bin obviously couldn't agree to the other party's request. He slapped the table and sneered, "Uncle Bill, you're not joking with us, right? It was your people who went to trouble 13 sisters last night and threatened her to keep her from leaving the nightclub. If it wasn't for my sworn brother, Chen Jun, arriving in time with his men, maybe it would be 13 sisters lying in the hospital." After Han Bin's words left his mouth, the scene was instantly in an uproar. Among them, Han Bin's phrase "worship brother" immediately surprised everyone. After all, Han Bin had long been the patriarch of the society and had a heavy weight in the jungle. But Chen Jun? How did a nameless junior who came out of nowhere become a sworn brother to Han Bin? Shui Wenbiao's expression began to cloud over as his sharp eyes turned to Jiang Tiancheng. "Jiang Tiancheng, it seems that you Hung Hing are planning to go against our union?" Jiang Tiancheng smiled. "Uncle Bill, Han Bin is right about this matter. According to the information I got, it was your subordinate, Flower Buddha, who brought more than 100 people to talk business with 13 sisters. And then because the business didn't work out they were going to imprison people and force them to work with you. In the end, it was our club's Chen Jun who arrived in time with his men. And that's how we got down 13 sisters. So in terms of sense and reason, we, Hung Hing, don't seem to have done anything wrong." Ha! Seeing that Jiang Tiancheng was actually protecting a nobody as well, Shui Wenbiao was completely shaken. "Jiang Tiancheng, you're willing to tear your face off with our union for a 49 boy. Is this worth it? I give you face and call you Uncle Bill, but if I don't give you face I just tell you to get lost. You really take your union seriously? I, Han Bin, will put my words here right now. Whoever dares to touch my brother, Chen Jun, my brothers from Kuaiqing will definitely not let him go." Han Bin had a belly full of anger. This joint almost hurt his own horse. The result is that the other party not only did not mention anything about this, but also ran to the imposing demand for people. This if he didn't come forward to show his attitude. Wouldn't he be laughed at by the people in the Zhenghu? Even 13 sisters probably looked down on him. At this time, 13 sisters also slapped up the table and said, "Chen Jun's business is my business. Flower Buddha has become like this because he is to blame. If anyone can't afford to live with Chen Jun, I, 13 sisters, am the first one to say no." With Han Bin and 13 sisters taking a stance, this time Chen Yao, who was Hung Hing's military division, also hurriedly stood out to round up the situation. "Han Bin, 13 sisters, don't get carried away with yourselves. The matter between the two clubs is not something you can make clear with a word or two. Uncle Bill, I personally think that this matter is actually your joint fault in the first place, and Flower Buddha is now out of danger. So let's forget about this matter. How about some other day, Mr. Zhang and I set up a table at the Four Seasons restaurant and invite your old man to have a drink?" Anyone knows that what Chen Yao said was a scene. The purpose was to give Shui Wenbiao a step down. After all, a dog will jump over the wall if it is anxious. If it really pushes the other party here, it is unlikely that the Union will really start a full-scale war with Hung Hing. By that time, Hung Hing will not only have to deal with the joint, but also the cops. It's not worth it for a mere Chen Jun. Shui Wenbiao fell into silence after hearing Chen Yao's words. He looked at Jiang Tianqing without a word. Seeing that the other party did not have any attitude, this meant that Jiang Tianqing had already acquiesced to Chen Yao's approach. The situation is clear at this moment. Once he got a little tougher in his attitude, a big battle between the two societies would be unavoidable. And for the sake of a castrated flower Buddha to start a conflict with the most powerful society in Xiangjiang, he, Shui Wenbiao, really didn't have the courage to make that decision. Chapter 15, Under the 13 Sisters, Aiming to Dominate Mongkok. After a while, Shui Wenbiao finally spoke slowly. Since you said so, Chen Yao, then let's do this matter. When the time comes, you'll set up 2 tables of wine to make a joint apology to me, and this matter will be turned over. At the end of the day, Shui Wenbiao didn't forget to give himself some credit. Chen Yao also understands that Jiang Tianqing will definitely not invite the other party to dinner. This kind of polite words on the scene let the other party casually say it. After all, Shui Wenbiao could only go through the motions now. Good, then this matter is settled. Uncle Bill, we still have things to talk about now, so we won't see you off. Chen Yao directly gave an expulsion order after he finished speaking. This pissed off Shui Wenbiao and the others. But right now this was Hung Hing's territory, plus the other party's strong attitude. So Shui Wenbiao and the others could only leave the scene unhappily. Only after the people from the Union had left did Chen Yao get to the point and said, let's leave the matter of the Union at that. Now let's talk about the matter regarding Chen Jun. There's nothing to talk about Chen Jun. He himself is one of Liang Kuan's men. Just leave it to Liang Kuan. At this moment, K, the fit man from the holding fit in Aberdeen district, opened his mouth and proposed, can Liang Kuan keep that kid in check? I've heard that this guy has hundreds of disciples, and they're all tall and big. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can he be more powerful than us? Hung Hing? If he really dares to jump up, I will directly destroy him. Fatty Lai, the North Point district holding fit man, said in disbelief. At this time, however, 13th sister suddenly spoke up. Mr. Jiang, Brother Yao, why don't you leave this matter to Han Bin and I? Oh, Sister 13, what do you want to do about it? Jiang Tianqing asked curiously. I'll go back with Han Bin to talk to Liang Kuan, and if there's a chance, I want Chen Jun to follow me. What? 13th sister, you're out of your mind, aren't you? Where do you put Pretty Gon's face when you openly rob people? The other big brothers were surprised and said, after all, everyone now knew that Chen Jun had a great future ahead of him, and in this situation, it was clearly out of order for 13 sisters to blatantly try to rob someone. Chen Jun has spoken to us privately. He doesn't want to continue making movies with the studio. He wants to come out and make a break for it and see if he can help me clear the whole of Mongkok. Jiang Tianqing looked at 13th sister with slight curiosity, while in his heart, he kept pondering her words. At present, among the 12 Hung Hing halls, only Tun Mun has achieved a clean slate. The dinosaurs of Tun Mun drove out all other societies in the entire area with their pugnacity. In other areas, Hung Hing simply does not have the ability to clear a color. Especially this Mongkok, the other societies don't even take 13 sisters, a woman, in their eyes. Therefore, Hung Hing's territory in Mongkok is getting smaller and smaller, and its influence continues to decline. But this time, Chen Jun suddenly came out of nowhere and completely made a name for himself in Mongkok. If he was really able to join hands with the 13th sister, he might not be unable to take down Mongkok. He then turned to look at Chen Yao. Chen Yao, what do you think? Among so many people, Jiang Tianqing listened to Chen Yao the most, so Chen Yao's attitude was crucial. I think we can give it a try. Liang Kuan has been doing business all these years. It's really a pity that a talent like Chen Jun stays on his side. However, we still have to consider Liang Kuan's feelings. If he's not willing to release him, then we can't force him to overshoot Chen Jun to 13 sisters. Chen Yao is very thoughtful. On the surface seems to want to let Liang Kuan make his own decisions, but secretly shows his attitude. That is to let Chen Jun over the file to the 13 sisters. Jiang Tianqing heard Chen Yao's intentions, not to mention that in itself, Fang Ting had already said a lot of good things for Chen Jun before he came, so he was also interested in helping Chen Jun out. He then announced to everyone, then this matter is settled. 13th sister and Han Bin, you go and talk to Liang Kuan. If we really can't negotiate anymore, I'll do it myself. When everyone saw that Jiang Tianqing had made his position clear, they naturally did not want to get involved in this mess. After all, what Chen Jun did had nothing to do with them, so why should they offend 13 sisters and the others over this matter? After the meeting was adjourned, 13 Sisters and Hanbin went directly to Liang Koan's movie company in Bangkok. At this time, Liang Koan had already known the content of the meeting one step in advance. After learning of the return of the United Feathered Veil, he was secretly happy, thinking that he didn't have to carry this thunder because of Chenjun. But I didn't expect Chenjun to actually go behind his back and think about passing the file to the 13th sister. This annoyed Liang Koan very much. ******ing hell. Actually thinking of defecting to 13 sisters. This is clearly looking down on my Liang Koan? Ah Chang. Go find Chenjun for me. I want to ask him face to face. Liang Koan cursed and said to the little brother beside him, Boss, Chenjun, that kid didn't come to the company today. I don't know where people are hiding. Call him on the phone. He doesn't return the machine. Then don't you know how to find him where he lives? Even if you have to dig up the whole of Bangkok, you'll find him for me. Pretty Gon cracked his mouth. Yes, boss. But before Chang could go out, the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. The people who came in were none other than 13 sisters and Hanbin. Brother Koan, what made you so angry? A reprimand to your little brother? 13 sisters said with a big smile. Although Liang Koan was very upset when he saw 13 sisters and Hanbin, he still piled up a smile on the surface. Yo, if it isn't our Hung Hing's Mongkok holding fit man and Quite Sing holding fit man, the two of you visiting me today really brings my movie company to life. Although Liang Koan has some money in his hand at this time, he is after all not yet the holding fit person of the hall, so his posture has to be slightly lowered when facing 13 sisters and the others. Alright, Liang Koan, we all stop being polite. We are looking for you to come old today because we want to take someone from you. Hanbin was straight, and showed his cards on the spot. Upon hearing that the other party was indeed here for Chenjun, Liang Koan's expression immediately clouded over. Hanbin, this is out of order, isn't it? Chenjun is under my tutelage, and without my nod, he can't just overshift to anyone, unless he plans to quit the society forever. According to the rules of the Hung Hing Society, any member who wants to cross the file has to ask his or her big brother to nod yes. If you want to leave by force, then the boss has the power to enforce the family law. Meanwhile, the family law of Hung Hing is reference to the Hung sect. The punishment is harsh, and the general public will most likely become invalids even if they survive. That's why no one wants to voluntarily suffer the punishment of family law as a last resort. And Liang Koan is implying that the two men, Chenjun to leave must be served by the family law. Chapter 16, blocking my way? Then don't blame me for deceiving my master. It's not that serious. Chenjun is of no use to you. It's hard to believe that your movie company went out of business without him as the movie's leading man? Hanbin said smilingly. Hanbin, it's a matter of face. Everyone knows that Chenjun is my little brother. If he suddenly overshifts to Sister 13 for no reason, what will my minions think of me? Seeing that Liang Koan was unwilling to relent, Hanbin and 13 sisters didn't know what to do. After all, although Liang Koan was not the leader of the 12 halls now, he was highly respected by Jiang Tiansheng. Today, it was also because Jiang Tiansheng did not want him to get involved in Chenjun's matter, so he even purposely told him not to go to the general altar to negotiate with Xue Wenbiao. So even Hanbin was not in a good position to play hardball with Liang Koan. Think about this matter, and if you have any use for us, just ask. At that moment, 13 sisters also spoke up. The implication is that as long as you are willing to let Chenjun go through the gears, I can do you a favor. Sister 13, I only have one movie company right now, so I shouldn't need your help too much, so I appreciate your kindness. Liang Koan nonchalantly returned. After eating the closed door, 13 sisters and Hanbin left Chenkuan Film and Television in disgrace. Give Chenjun a call and tell him about Liang Koan's attitude. Hanbin opened his mouth as he went out the door. 13 sisters nodded, then dialed Chenjun's number. With regard to Liang Koan's attitude, Chenjun had long had it in his mind. If Pretty Gon let himself off the hook that easily, then he wouldn't be called Pretty Gon anymore. Big sister, leave this matter to me. It won't be more than a few days before I can smoothly overshift to your men. Seeing that Chenjun was so confident, 13 sisters, despite her misgivings, stated over the phone, as long as you can successfully pass the grade, I can promote you as a red stick. Under the society system, the red stick has an extremely high status, and also has the power to be able to take on minions and grab territories to go and operate independently on their own. The vast majority of punks have made it their ultimate goal to become a red stick. There are only a handful of red sticks in a society, unless they have made a large contribution to the society and have a very high status in the Jianghu, which makes it possible for the society to be promoted to become a red stick. That's why the big pie of 13 sisters is extremely tempting. Chenjun laughed and teased. Big sister, it looks like I'm going to be under a lot of pressure this time. If I can't take down the entire Mongkok, I'm afraid I won't be able to become a red stick. Don't worry about it. With an eye, Hanbin, helping you, you'll be fine. Alright, since big sister has mostly said so, wait for my good news. By the afternoon, Chen Jun finally appeared in Liang Kuan's office. In the face of this former junior brother who was casually pinned down, Liang Kuan is now obviously not quite bold enough to shout at Chen Jun. After all, not only were 13 sisters and Hanbin standing behind Chen Jun, but there were also several hundred fighters that he had found from who knows where. And listening to his men, Kung Chai said that Chen Jun's group of minions were extremely strong in combat, and some were even able to kill a cow with a single punch. Such an outrageous fighting ability was clearly not something that the pretty Kuan minions could handle. So when he saw Chen Jun again, Liang Kuan opened his mouth with a smile on his face and said, Chen Jun, I heard that you've been doing very well in your private life during this period of time? That's a bit unrighteous of you. After all, I'm your boss, and you're hiding anything from me. Does that still put me in the spotlight? Liang Kuan made the first move and opened his mouth with a strong threatening tone. Quinn, you're busy with business and have never cared much about fighting and killing in the jungle. That's why it's normal for me to look for a vote of brothers out there who can be willing to die with me, to see if there are any good deals to be made. Chen Jun purposely mentioned that his men were all willing to sell their lives for him, which was clearly a hint to Liang Kuan to not act rashly. Liang Kuan's face stiffened, and his expression had begun to look unnatural. In all the years he had been the boss, it was the first time that a little brother dared to threaten him to his face. Chen Jun, I don't care how many men you have, but if you want to pass the file to 13 sisters, I don't agree. If you're bent on having your way, I'll be sure to ask the society to execute the family law on you. Facing Chen Jun's threat, Liang Kuan directly raised Hung Hing, and according to the rules of the Hung Hing society, Liang Kuan does have the power to execute the family law on Chen Jun. If Chen Jun wanted to refuse, not only would 13 sisters not be able to accept Chen Jun, but at the same time, the entire Hung Hing society would also point their fingers at Chen Jun. At that time, Chen Jun would have to face the Hung Hing society with tens of thousands of gang members. This was clearly not something that Chen Jun could afford right now. Brother Quinn, there's something to discuss. I came over to find you today for the purpose of letting us all get together. Humph, you want to pat yourself on the back after making a name for yourself under me? If anyone is like you, do I even want to be out there? Now I'll put it right here. You want to leave? No way. Pretty Gon shows attitude. Chen Jun, however, was not the least bit flustered. He slowly took a paper ticket out of his pocket, then wrote down a string of numbers in front of Pretty Gon. Here's a check for $1 million. Let me go and the money is yours. Pretty Gon was taken aback. He didn't expect this little brother in front of him to be so generous. Then again, when he thought about how Chen Jun had to support a team of several hundred people, his daily expenses amounted to tens of thousands of dollars. Now, Liang Kuan had to re-examine Chen Jun. Did you find some big boss to back you up? According to Liang Kuan's understanding, Chen Jun must have befriended some big boss in Xiangjiang, by the other side of the funding, so that he recruited in the community, but also take the money to him to find their own ransom. After all, with Chen Jun's ability, how could he be able to offer $1 million at a single shot and raise a team of several hundred people on his own? Chen Jun shook his head. No one is backing me up. The only ones who can back me up are the hundreds of brothers behind me. Brother Cohen, if you don't accept this $1 million, then everyone's relationship will even come to a complete end. Even if I don't manage to cross the file to the 13th sister's side, I won't listen to your command anymore. How dare you? Liang Cohen slapped the table in a rage. Chen Jun also stood up and looked at Liang Cohen with a cold gaze and said, if the old man dares to touch the United Society's flower Buddha, I will dare to deceive my master. Now you're still my boss, so I'll address you as Cohen. If you stop me from getting rich, then don't blame me for being rude to you. As soon as Chen Jun's words fell, Kung Chai, who was guarding the outside, rushed in with his minions. Chen Jun, you dare to talk to the boss like that? Are you living out of your mind? Kung Chai pointed at Chen Jun and cursed. Chen Jun glared at the other party, then pointed out the window. Look out the window before you say anything. Chapter 17, Liukuan bows his head. The 5 tigers of the Eastern Star appear. Strong Boy and Pretty Quinn went to the window suspiciously. Pulling back the flap revealed that no less than 100 people had gathered downstairs at the company. The faces of these people were all extremely unfamiliar, and at a glance, they were not Mongkok's people in Hung Hing. And then when you think about what Chen Jun just said, it's just cuteness. All know who brought these people. After closing the window, Kung Chan didn't have the same energy he had earlier. After all, there were less than 20 men in the movie company now. If the other side really rushed up, they simply had no second way out except to jump. At this point, the whole house became quiet as well. Strong Boy could only look at his boss, Liang Kuan, with bated breath. Let's see what he can do. There wasn't a single expression on Liang Cohen's face, but a piercing chill was already in his eyes. Chen Jun, you really dare to make a move on me? I've already put life and death at risk, so instead of waiting for death under you, I'd rather do a big job before I die. But come to think of it, I won't be at too much of a disadvantage. After all, even if I die, I'll still pull you as my back. Chen Jun put on an appearance of being barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. He was now penniless in the eyes of the outside world, with no land or identity. But Pretty Gon is different. He is not only a popular member of the society, deeply respected by Zheng Tiansheng, and also opened a movie and television company of his own, earning a lot of money and financial strength. So the beautiful Cohen at the moment is also very worried. Once the Chen Jun forced anxious, the other side really desperate to do something stupid, then they are not a big loss? Associated with the fact that Chen Jun had even dared to cut off Flower Buddha's lifeblood, it was obvious that he also really dared to deceive his master and dethrone himself as his boss. After exhaling deeply, Liang Cohen had to compromise and said, since your heart is no longer with me, it's useless for me to forcefully keep you. I'll take this $1 million. In addition, you have to set up another 18 tables of banquet for me at the Hufu restaurant, and feast my brothers to have a big meal. From now on, I'll have nothing more to do with you. Alright, it's a deal. Then I'll be here to thank Brother Cohen for his high-handedness. Chen Jun also knows that everyone who comes out wants to save face. Since the other party is willing to loosen their mouth to let themselves through the gears, then the proper Jianghu etiquette has to be in place. $1 million is a red packet over the top, and setting up a banquet is undoubtedly a gesture to the outside world. That is, Liang Cohen is a generous person. At the same time, Chen Jun is also a sentimental little brother. In this way, the matter is a happy situation for all. After Chen Jun left, Chang Zai came to Liang Cohen's heel with a reluctant heart and said, Brother Cohen, just let that kid go? A cold light flashed in Liang Cohen's eyes. Released? Who told you I was going to release him? This grandson actually dares to threaten me. I'll make sure he gets a taste of his own medicine. What do you mean? Find an opportunity to waste both his hands and feet. I want him to lie in bed as a complete and utter invalid for the rest of his life. Liang Cohen clenched his fists and said in one word, got it, boss. The matter of Chen Jun's overshooting quickly spread in the Jianghu, but the good thing is that Chen Jun's fame is not too big, so this matter has only set off a heat of discussion in Mongkok. After Chen Jun's banquet was set up and the initiation ceremony was held on the 13th sister's side, this matter gradually came to an end. That day, 13 sisters called Chen Jun into the Starlight nightclub. Chen Jun, remember, last time it was here that you chopped up Flower Buddha's lifeblood. 13 sisters flirted as she sipped her red wine. Remember, this is kind of where I became famous. Humph, since you followed me now, you'll be the one to look after this venue from now on. But I'll be ugly. You find your own people to watch the venue, and you'll have to fix it for me when things go wrong. 13 sisters continued. No problem. Leave a little thing like watching the floor to me. By the way, Flower Buddha is out of the hospital, so be careful. Although we've reconciled with the union on the surface, you and I both know well what happens in the Jianghu. After all, it's easy to stop an open gun, but it's hard to guard against a hidden arrow. In case the other side gives you a dirty trick in the dark, then you'll be in trouble. Humph. If Flower Buddha dares to come running after me again, then I don't mind directly sending him on his way. Seeing that Chen Jun was so ruthless, 13 sisters didn't know whether to be happy or worried for a moment. Inside, she both longs for Chen Jun to sell his life for her and take down the entire Mongkok. At the same time, she was afraid that once the other party really grew up, would she and Han Bin still be able to suppress the other party? Meanwhile, the fat corpse, who had just been discharged from the hospital, took the initiative to find his boss. Brother Crow, boss, you have to avenge me this time. That Chen Jun from Hunghing doesn't give a damn about our Eastern Star. He also said that your boss, Crow, is nothing, so go over there and get him if you dare. Fat Corpse puts on a snotty show of impending law in front of Raven. Raven, who was naked and was sitting on a chair drinking red wine with a fierce look on his face, immediately slammed the red wine glass in his hand on the ground when he heard this. You punk, you can't even handle a Hunghing boy. Thinking of coming over to me now that you've been put in the hospital? Hearing this, Fat Corpse hurriedly knelt down and continued. Brother Crow, it's not that I'm not competitive. It's really because that kid is too strong. I've also received word that he's now overgraded to 13 sisters, and soon he's expected to take Mongkok by storm. Hearing this, Crow instantly became interested in this Chen Jun. In fact, he had heard some rumors about Chen Jun before this. It was just that Chen Jun didn't have any involvement with himself, and he didn't have any conflict of interest with Liang Cohen or 13 sisters, so he didn't care where Chen Jun went over the file. But now that Chen Jun seems to be vaguely trying to ascend to become the big brother in Mongkok, he, Crow, naturally has to be on his guard. After all, Nowadays, Raven wants to make a mark in Mongkok as well. Fresh back from Holland, he desperately needs a little achievement to prove himself. Alright, I'll look after this matter. Besides, I have a batch of goods in my hand now. Go and help me out of it. Upon hearing that Crow wanted to let himself sell white flour, Fatty Corpse swallowed his saliva and said cautiously, "Boss, if you get caught, you'll have to squat in a bitter kiln for the rest of your life. Although there is no death penalty in Xinjiang, trafficking in white flour is a felony. Generally caught at least have to be locked up for a year or two. So the fat corpse inside extremely reluctant to take this job. Asterisk 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 damn you. If we don't sell it, we'll all drink the northwest wind? Who doesn't know there are risks? If you don't sell it, do you want me to do it myself?" Raven cracked. "Boss, I know I'm wrong. I'll get someone together to sell it." The fat corpse didn't dare to talk back and quickly agreed. "Humph, that's right. After selling the goods, I'll naturally clean up that Chenjun." Chapter 18, Haters Looking for a Fault. The system comes down again. That night, Chenjun smoothly took over Starlight nightclub as well as several nearby venues covered by 13 sisters. Only according to the previous agreement, 13 sisters didn't need to put out any hands. All the security personnel had to be taken care of by Chenjun himself. Still, 13 sisters promises to pay Chenjun 30% of the profits from these venues he's tending as payment. For this small amount of money, although Chenjun could not look at it, he could not show it. After all, in everyone's opinion, Chenjun came out to hang out just to seek money. If others knew that he had tens of millions of cash in his hand, I am afraid even the big brothers within Hunghing would hit him. So now, he's going to put on a poor face. After explaining the matters related to the beast soldiers, Chenjun returned to Wang Zuxian's residence. Since the two have been together, their relationship has also heated up quickly. Wang Zuxian even said that she would take him back to Yuanlong to meet her parents when she stabilizes. Chenjun's head suddenly went big when he heard that. "That's where I'm going to meet my father-in-law." He hastened to say that he would go back to see the two old men when he was out of the society, successfully disembarked and had a decent job. Wang Zuxian thought about it and thought it was the same thing, so she urged Chenjun to find a new job every day. When Chenjun had just returned home in the evening, Wang Zuxian couldn't wait to ask, "How was it? Did anything change today?" Chenjun laughed helplessly. "Do you think this matter is that easy? But I've talked to my boss, and he's offering to let me put up $1 million for ransom." Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Wang Zuxian instantly stood up from the sofa. He's a robber, and he wants $1 million? After all, at the moment, Wang Zuxian is starring in a movie as the second female lead though, but in reality she was paid less than $50,000 for the movie. So for Chenjun's boss to open his mouth and ask for $1 million, it was clearly completely out of their reach. "It's okay, I'll make money slowly. I'm sure it won't take long for me to come up with $1 million, Chenjun said in disbelief. He did this for no other reason than to temporarily block Wang Zuxian's mouth. "Then I'll save up with you. And if this movie is a success in theaters, maybe my value will go up too," Wang Zuxian muttered. Hearing this, Chenjun immediately remembered the actress Li Jie that he had met on the set that day. "Does anyone dare to bully you on the set now?" Wang Zuxian shook her head. "You really don't have to say. The staff and the crew has been very nice to me during this period of time. Not only do they prepare coffee drinks for me every day, but no one dares to sit in my seat. Even that Li Jie bent down and bowed to greet me when she saw me. The whole thing made me a little overwhelmed." Seeing Wang Zuxian's naive expression, Chenjun knew that she must not have guessed that all of this was her own doing. However, Chenjun was not a child, and it would be too deliberate to go and claim credit at this juncture. Plus, Wang Zuxian wouldn't want to see himself cut up, so Chenjun laughed before saying, "It must be your charisma that convinced them." "I think so too. Otherwise there's no reason for their attitude to suddenly take a turn for the worse." Wang Zuxian bragged about himself. Just then, the big brother in Chenjun's hand suddenly rang. Ever since Chenjun overshifted to 13 sisters and was in charge of looking after the venue, he bought himself a big brother at the first opportunity. After all, now that he was also considered a big brother, if he didn't get a cell phone to keep it close by, in case the field encountered any emergencies, the beast soldiers wouldn't know how to contact him. Seeing the big brother ringing, Chenjun immediately had a premonition that something had happened. "I'll take a call." Chenjun finished walking to the balcony and took out his big brother to pick up the phone. "Boss, someone is causing trouble at Starlight nightclub." "What kind of person is so bold?" "It's the joint Union men. You guys wait for me in the field and don't do anything rash." As soon as Chenjun heard it, he knew that it was Flower Buddha's people who had come over to pick a fight. The so-called skinny camel is bigger than the horse. Although the Flower Buddha people have been deposed, the Union still has a lot of influence in Mongkok. After one Flower Buddha has gone, there will be another Flower Buddha coming to Mongkok. "What's wrong?" Seeing Chenjun about to leave, Wang Zuxian asked with concern. Nothing. Something happened at the company. I'll go check it out. Then take care on your way. Chen Jun nodded and then gave Wang Zuxian a passionate kiss before leaving in a hurry. By the time Chen Jun took a taxi to the front of the Starlight nightclub, people from both sides had already gathered at the main entrance. Chen Jun's Beast Soldier Legion confronted the members of the Wei Union on either side of the main entrance. Judging by the scene, Union came prepared for this trip. No less than 200 people had gathered at the entrance alone. Seeing Chen Jun, the Beast Soldiers shouted in unison. Boss! Chen Junwei nodded, then shifted his gaze to the joint. At this moment, the joint punks looked at Chen Jun with a condescending look. Some people's eyes were even filled with disdain. Unseen, these people not only displeased Chen Jun, but also did not recognize his strength at the same time. Chen Jun didn't bother with these minor characters, but walked straight into the nightclub. Entering the house, Chen Jun found that the entire nightclub hall guests had long gone. The only thing left was a card table with someone sitting there sipping a glass of wine. There were dozens of other henchmen standing behind the deck. Chen Jun calmly walked up and looked at the strange guy in front of him and coldly asked, "Brother, what's your name?" The other party took a sip of his small wine, then raised his head to look at Chen Jun. "Everyone else calls me Shiji, so you can just call me Jia." "Ha, I don't think I've heard that name before." Chen Jun quickly recalled in his mind and realized that he didn't know the other party at all. "It's okay, didn't no one know your name before this? But now, not only are you making a name for yourself in Bangkok, but you're also in charge of watching over so many venues, so it looks like you have a bright future ahead of you." The other man spoke out sarcastically. "Humph, what kind of cats and dogs are thinking of making a name for themselves these days? And they don't know whether they have any strength themselves or not." Chen Jun smiled and choked back after sitting on his butt in front of Sejia. Shiji laughed instead of being angry. "I'm a person with an iron head, and I prefer to do things that normal people can't do. The fortune teller said that I would have great luck this year and could rise to the top to become a big brother. And I don't know if it's true. Don't believe in fortune telling. Those old bastards love to scam disabled people who are mentally incompetent." When Chen Jun's words fell, Shiji directly grabbed his wine glass and smashed it on the ground. Behind him, his minions got up and surrounded him. The beast soldiers on Chen Jun's side also rubbed their fists and leaped forward ready to strike. Just as the swords were drawn, a system voice suddenly appeared in Chen Jun's mind. Chapter 19 Bonus Character Role, Feng Yuxiu. Ding! Please kill Shiji and complete the quest to summon the character of Feng Yuxiu to assist you. Chen Jun was shocked by the system content. He didn't expect this system to not only send money and beast soldiers, but also characters from movies and TV shows. And this Feng Yuxiu is definitely at the top of the list of martial arts movies. Although he himself was limping, his martial arts skills were out of this world. Even people with a bit of strength were no match for him, let alone the short mules of this era. Only this system mission was incredibly harsh. I can't believe he wants Chen Jun to take out Sejia in front of everyone. But since the system had given the mission, Chen Jun naturally had to go all out to complete it and get the reward. Therefore, in the next second, Chen Jun's heart had already risen up a thick killing intent. When he looked at Shiji again, it was as if he was staring at a corpse. At this time, Shiji also spoke up again. "Chen Jun, you're just a 4 to 9 boy in Red Star. Even under 13 sisters you're just a lookout. I am now representing the United to come here to hold your Hung Hing's field. If you really don't know how to make a move, once it gets to an unmanageable point, you will not be able to take it in your stride." Sejia put on a show of eating Chen Jun. His trip over here was completely different from when Flower Buddha was here. Flower Buddha ostensibly wanted to talk business with 13 sisters, but it turned out to be a dirty trick in the dark. Not only did she imprison 13 sisters, she also tried to force the other party to sign an agreement. So as a matter of fact, Flower Buddha had made a big mistake first, and there was nothing to say about being killed back by Chen Jun. But today Shiji brought his brothers over to Starlight Nightclub as to support the scene to come. If Chen Jun took action against himself at the drop of a hat, he would not be able to stand up to reason. This was the most fundamental reason why Seeger was able to sit calmly on the couch. Chen Jun knew about Sejia's flowery ways. The other party had attacked himself verbally 3 times, just to make him make the first move. Once he took the lead, then 13 sisters and even Zhang Tiancheng would not be able to explain to the United side. So instead of immediately preparing to kill Shiji, Chen Jun returned with a smile on his face and said, "Since the brothers of the Union want to come to the show, of course we, Hung Hing, are welcome. Only just wondering if you can afford to consume our services here? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Our boss has plenty of money. It's just no problem to pack your place." The little brother beside Seeger called out. Chen Jun shook his head. "The prices of the services in the nightclub today are not quite the same as in the past, so you guys shouldn't compare them to the prices in the past." "What do you mean? Today is the first day I'm stepping in to take over this venue. so I'm going to raise the drink prices a bit. And I was wondering if you guys have any comments on that? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just tell me how much to raise it. Seeger said, unimpressed. He himself had come here on behalf of the union, and the society could still afford to reimburse him for the small amount of money spent on a couple of drinks. I'm going to raise the price of drinks here 10,000 times. So this beer in front of you was originally priced at 18 Hong Kong dollars a bottle, and now it's going to go for $180. 000 a bottle. Why don't you go rob it? 180. 000 a beer. Are you kidding me? You're right. I'm in the middle of a robbery right now, and if you guys don't have any money, get up and get out of here and don't get in the way of our business. As soon as Qin Jun made this move, Shiji's expression gradually became grave. Everyone understood that Qin Jun was forcing him to leave. Although the other party said that he welcomed himself to the venue, the price of the drinks was naturally priced by the store itself. If he really did not want to be the wrongdoer, then he could only get up and leave in disgrace. But Seeger obviously couldn't just walk away. Today, he has brought 200 to 300 brothers here to cause trouble. If he doesn't make some noise, how can he explain to Uncle Bill, the leader of the society? So Shiji immediately stood up and picked up an open bottle of beer and poured it on the floor. The drink dripped slowly to the floor and soon the bottle was empty. 180,000 is it? Put it on my account first and I'll pay it back someday when I remember. Sorry, we run a small business. No credit. Chen Jun replied politely. Well, that's a tough one. I, Shaji, have never been in the habit of paying cash for drinks in Bangkok. If I can't get credit, then I'm afraid I'll have to renege. I'm sorry, if you renege on a bill in our store, you're probably going to be crippled if not dead, so I hope this gentleman won't risk his life. Humph, cripple me? I'd like to see if you're capable of that. Seijie finished by lifting the table, then quickly drew the pre-hidden machete from the crack of the sofa. Seeing this, Chen Jun immediately shouted, "Give it to me." The beast soldiers around him immediately sprinted up. Brothers, hack Chen Jun to death for me. Shiji shouted back. The men and horses on both sides instantly mixed together. Over here, looking at Shiji who rushed to his front, Chen Jun didn't panic. Instead he picked up the stool and threw it at the other party in a smooth manner. Seijie was hit by the stool and stumbled unsteadily about to fall. Realizing the opportunity, Chen Jun's entire body lunged straight up and tackled Seijie to the ground. Shiji was just about to fight back, but the next moment he took a hard punch from Chen Jun. Seeger's head shook and his mind blurred for 2 seconds. By the time he came back to his senses, the machete in his own hand had already been snatched by Chen Jun. Seeing that his weapons were gone, Seeger thought about climbing up and running away, but Chen Jun knew that tonight was his only chance. Once Seijie was allowed to escape, it would be unrealistic to try to finish the mission again. So the moment Shiji turned around, Chen Jun clenched his teeth and gripped the machete and stabbed it directly through his opponent's back. The sharp tip of the knife pierced Seeger's stomach. Blood dripped slowly down the white blade to the ground. Seeger was instantly fixed in place. His pupils were dilated and he was staggered in place with a horrified face. Meanwhile, the fight at the scene came to an abrupt end. Everyone focused their eyes on Seeger at the same time. No one expected that Chen Jun would actually lay his hands on Shiji. Then someone yelled out, "Murder! Brother Shiji has been killed." That's when everyone reacted, and Chen Jun quickly drew his machete, letting Shiji fall while shouting, "Anyone who dares to mess around again will end up like your boss." The people in the joint had no backbone, plus being intimidated by Chen Jun, no one really dared to make a move on the whole scene. Then Sister 13 arrived on the scene with her hands. In fact, she'd gotten word that Seijie had come running to the bar to cause trouble. However, she was in no hurry to show her face, and instead planned to leave this matter in the hands of Chen Jun. After all, now that the field had been given to Chen Jun in the lookout, it was natural to let Chen Jun handle it first. But Chen Jun handled it for half a day and didn't have a clue, so 13 Sisters was forced to do it herself. Chapter 20, This Cripple. Not simple. When 13 Sisters entered the nightclub, they happened to run into this tragedy. When she saw Shiji on the ground, 13 Sisters almost urinated in place. Although she had been in the jungle for many years, this was the first time 13 Sisters had met someone who had died in her own nightclub. What killed her even more was that the other party's identity was not simple. It was only a while ago that Flower Buddha had an accident here, and now Shiji has been killed by Chen Jun. Now 13 Sisters was completely flustered. What are you waiting for? Get lost. 13 Sisters snapped at the joint. It was then that the combined crowd reacted to the fact that they were still in 13 Sisters field, seeing that the other party's reinforcements had already arrived, coupled with the fact that their own bosses were dead. So the remaining joint minions had no choice but to lift Shiji up with 7 hands and walk outside. After the people from the joint had gone, 13 Sisters immediately walked up to Chen Jun and questioned, "Chen Jun, what are you up to? That guy brought the joint over to cause trouble. If I don't finish him off, people will think that we, Hung Hing, are easy to bully. 13 Sisters seriously replied back. You're in big trouble. The flower Buddha didn't die last time. That's why the Union didn't bother with us. This time their people died in my territory. The Union side won't be able to take it lying down. Chen Jun replied calmly. The Union won't let us off easily this time. You're pushing us into the fire by doing this. Big sister, have you forgotten the promise I made when I crossed the file? We're meant to do great things together. And now killing a mere joint punk scares you like this? Someday if I take my brothers and sweep up the joint, won't you have to hide around and not dare to see anyone? 13 Sisters was dumbfounded by Chen Jun's words. She then realized that she had just been overly out of line. Her own little brother helped her to solve a trouble that came to her door. But the first thing she feared was that the other party would retaliate against her. Jun Chen, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that we're in a tight spot with the Union right now. What should we do in case they do attack us? Humph. That's why I decided to preempt them. And take my men to sweep up all their venues in Mongkok before they're ready. What? 13 Sisters looked at Chen Jun in surprise with an incredulous expression. She didn't expect Chen Jun to be so bold and not intend to follow the rules. Give me all your men tonight. Chen Jun continued to speak. Wait, you mean you want to do it while it's still tonight? 13 Sisters was messed up. At this juncture, if the operation was done conventionally, it must be that both sides of the people were in hiding, and no one would show their faces easily, lest they be found by the other side's people. At the same time, the top management of the two associations will start communicating and talking in various ways, trying to minimize this matter and turn it into a big deal. But Chen Jun is looking to take advantage of this opportunity by launching an attack on Union. Such an idea is simply too bold. Even 13 Sisters didn't dare to continue thinking about it. The Union must be in disarray tonight, and if we launch an attack, we're bound to minimize casualties. Chen Jun reminded again and again. But what if? 13 Sisters still wanted to speak, but she was stopped by Chen Jun. There's no such thing as a contraption. The United is powerful in Mongkok. If we are able to drive them out of Mongkok tonight, then the other societies in the area won't dare to think anything of us in a short period of time. After hearing Chen Jun's analysis, 13 Sisters was shaken inwardly. Why don't I talk to Hanbin? Whatever. Chen Jun knew that 13th Sister couldn't make the call on this kind of thing alone, so he agreed to let her talk to Hanbin. And Hanbin is not only not surprised, but very happy when he learns on the phone that Chen Jun not only killed the United's men, but also plans to lead the team to launch a general attack. 13th Sister, this is an opportunity for you, to have someone to block the way for you and open the way for you, while you sit back and enjoy yourself. Where can you find such a heavenly good thing? But what if this gets too big and gets out of our control? You killed someone else's man. The Union surely won't intend to settle the matter hastily. Instead of sitting around waiting to be killed, why don't you take the initiative? With Han Bin's words, 13 Sisters also had an idea. After hanging up the phone, 13 Sisters said to Chen Jun, "You're in charge of all my people tonight. I'll warn you though, if you screw this up, then I'm afraid we'll both have to run for cover." Chen Jun coldly glanced at 13th Sister. "Find a place to hide, then wait for my good news. Okay? Then be safe." By the time Chen Jun walked out of Starlight nightclub, nearly 1,000 people had already gathered outside the door. In addition to his own 600 beast soldiers, the 300 brought by 13 Sisters were all under Chen Jun's command. Only before doing so, Chen Jun went to a tea house next door alone. In a corner of the second floor, he saw the person his heart had been hoping for. Feng Yuxiu. Chen Jun stepped forward and sat down but opened his mouth seriously. The man sitting across from him put down his teacup, then got up and cupped his fists and said, "Good day, boss." Under the binding of the system, Feng Yuxiu was now Chen Jun's person. At the same time, according to the system's settings, Feng Yuxiu and the beast soldiers would never betray themselves, so the whole thing was much better when the two recognized each other. "From now on, you're with me, please boss. Anything I will do my best to accomplish it," Feng Yuxiu said with a flat expression. In his eyes, nothing is a thing. "There's a matter for you to take care of tonight. Go ahead. You take my minions and go sweep up all of Union's grounds in Mongkok. Remember, only smash the facilities of these venues. Don't make it easy on people." Chen Jun knows that Feng Yuxiu's methods are cruel. If he is allowed to go on a killing spree, he is also worried that this incident will alarm the whole of Hong Kong. When the time comes, not to mention the Federation is furious. The dog jumped over the wall and fished death with himself. Even the police will not easily let himself go. What if someone is ungrateful and has to resist? Feng Yuxiu asked indifferently. Then waste his arms and legs so he can't stand up for the rest of his life. Understood. After that, Chen Jun led Feng Yuxiu out of the tea house. When he followed the other party, both the beast soldiers and 13 Sisters men took a keen interest in Feng Yuxiu. A stranger. let me introduce you guys. This is the little brother I just took in. His name is Feng Yuxiu. Also everyone listen up. He will be in command of all operations tonight. Anyone who dares to disobey, then don't blame me for not being polite. Chapter 21 Bloodwashing Mongkok. Feng Yuxiu kills crazy. Chen Jun's words startled the audience. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Because just now, everyone clearly saw Feng Yuxiu limping and following behind Chen Jun's butt. And no one knew what the cripple did before this. But now, such an important operation was left entirely in his hands. The beast soldiers' side was fine, as they themselves obeyed Chen Jun unconditionally, so they did not have any opinions on Chen Jun's words. But the 13 sisters' side of the family was not having it. Especially since there are a few other people in here who have a bit of influence in Mongkok and have been hanging out with 13 sisters for a long time. One of these men with dyed red hair immediately jumped out and questioned. Chen Jun, are you kidding? Letting this cripple lead us to sweep the joint's grounds? Don't wait until he's put down in one round and I have to distract myself to save him. After hearing such unpleasant words, Feng Yuxiu not only didn't say anything, he didn't even look at him squarely. This, on the contrary, made the other party even more furious. Thinking that Feng Yuxiu did not take him seriously. Who are you to look me in the eye? The other party was about to walk up to give Feng Yuxiu a lesson after he finished speaking. Can I make a move? Feng Yuxiu still didn't pay attention to the other party, but instead came at Chen Jun. Chen Jun just faintly replied back. Don't waste the person. Just teach them a casual lesson. Although the other party was a redneck beside 13 sisters, Chen Jun knew that there was no room for error in tonight's action. If Feng Yuxiu didn't show his hand in front of everyone, then the 13 sisters people would naturally not be convinced. So Feng Yuxiu definitely did more good than harm by making a move at this time. As long as she didn't hurt the other party too badly, it was unlikely that 13th sister would blame herself. After Feng Yuxiu received the order, both of his eyes blinked for a moment, and then he even took a single stride and directly rushed towards the man who had just clamored. The other party also didn't expect a cripple to actually be so fast, and he didn't even think that Feng Yuxiu would take the initiative to strike. So he was completely unprepared at the moment. Pop! Feng Yuxiu appeared right in front of the other party like a ghost, and then slapped the other party's face. The opponent flew out on the spot. 2 teeth came out of his mouth as he fell to the ground. The image of this scene caused everyone at the scene to hold their breath. It was as if time had frozen in this moment. Especially the 13 sisters people. All of them were dumbfounded. This cripple. It feels like something. Just now, Yang was sent flying without even reacting in any way. 2 teeth have fallen out. So you can see how powerful that slap was. The man who had been knocked to the ground was just trying to struggle to his feet, but just after climbing halfway up, he felt a sudden spinning of the sky, then fell unconscious on the floor again. Yang, his junior, rushed forward to help him up. On the other hand, Feng Yuxiu, who was on the side, said with an expressionless face, "It's just a temporary coma. After all, it doesn't matter if this punk doesn't go tonight." Feng Yuxiu's aura instantly shocked everyone at the scene. Even 13 sisters men didn't dare to have any more nonsense. After all, the strength Feng Yuxiu had just displayed was powerful enough. Plus, no one wanted to offend Chen Jun at this juncture. So the matter was drawn to a close here. According to the statistics, the joint society has 12 phoenix houses, 6 gambling stalls, 4 noodle stalls, 3 karaoke houses, 2 leisure clubs and 1 large bar in Mongkok. I'm giving you 2 hours now to smash through all these venues. Anyone who fails to complete the mission, then find yourself a beach to jump off and don't come back to see me in Big Sister. Got it? Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Chen Jun looked at Feng Yuxiu. Feng Yuxiu nodded, then stepped away, limping and disappearing to the end of the street with his men. Chen Jun, on the other hand, returned to a box in the Starlight nightclub, sat down and opened a bottle of red wine to savor it alone. Soon, the joint venues in Mongkok were attacked by Hung Hing one after another. The original joint was in disarray this evening. Who had thought that the people of Hung Hing would dare to take advantage of the situation and kill them by surprise? With the Flower Buddha abolished and Shiji beheaded, the leaderless members of the coalition were completely powerless to resist. In the space of 2 hours, all of Union's venues in Mongkok were vandalized by Feng Yuxiu and his men. And this incident has alarmed the entire Mongkok police station. Huang Jicheng, who was still sleeping, suddenly received a notification. What? Hung Hing battle Union and swept away the other side's field? Huang sir, things have gotten so big. I heard that quite a few people in the joint have been hacked and sent to the hospital for treatment. The henchman reported hastily. Were there any losses to the population? At this time there have only been individual calls from people calling in to report a disturbance in the neighborhood, and no police calls have been received regarding any damage to people. Humph. Then don't be in a hurry. Let the 2 gangs go dogfighting, and when they've fought enough, we'll clear the scene. Huang Jicheng ordered. Huang sir, this is not good. Right. If we let the top know that we do not go to stop criminal activities from happening, but hide on the side and stand idly by, I am worried. What the hell are you worried about? There are 6,000 society members in the whole of Bangkok, and there are less than 300 of us in the Bangkok police station plus the ama who cleans the toilets. You expect us all to go out and fight them head on? Let them kill each other before they do. Of course. But you have to tell the brothers to make sure that the people across Bangkok are physically safe. If any short mule dares to mess with the populace without a second thought, you'll all shoot straight for me. After hearing Huang Jiqing's words, his men came to a realization. Huang sir, your move is really smart enough. I'll tell my brothers to go. Go on. I'm rushing to the police station now. Meet me in the office. Things like gangland firefights had long been commonplace for Huang Jiqing, and he spent many years in Bangkok, well on his way to becoming a senior inspector. So naturally, he couldn't be so stupid as to let his men fight the mob for their lives. After all, he would have to clean up his own mess in case something happened to his men. This kind of silly thing, he naturally wouldn't do it. It was also because of Huang Jiqing's decision-making that led to the union suffering a huge loss on this night. Feng Yuxiu killed his way into a gambling stall all by himself. Before the men behind him could get there, he was in the gambling stall on a killing spree. After just 2 minutes had passed, all of the joint members in the gambling stalls fell to the ground. This shocking scene also scared the 13 Sisters people so much that they didn't dare to take a breath. Even more so, he didn't dare to disobey any of Feng Yuxiu's orders. It was only 2 hours later that Feng Yuxiu returned to Starlight Nightclub again. Chapter 22 Bangkok Anti-Triad Unit. Huang Jiqing, is everything done? Looking at Feng Yuxiu's expressionless face, Chen Jun only asked lightly. Boss, it's all settled. We smashed all of Union's venues in Bangkok. Also during this operation, we injured dozens of Union men. So I hope we didn't cause any trouble for the boss. It's normal to clash. Are any of our brothers on our side injured? 5 people are injured. 2 of them are in serious condition and have been sent to a private hospital for treatment. Feng Yuxiu's words made Chen Jun very happy. Not only did the other party bring the whole thing to a successful conclusion, but they offered to help him with the aftermath. Alright, you've worked hard. Here's a sum of money. Take it and use it first. Although Feng Yuxiu is the system to send his reward, but the other party is also a living human being. Having been suddenly and inexplicably summoned by himself to the world of Hong Kong movies in this era, Chen Jun naturally had to settle the other party down. How else could the other person wholeheartedly work for them? Feng Yuxiu didn't refuse and reached out to put the money into his pocket. At that moment, a beast soldier hurried in. Jun, the cops are here. Chen Jun frowned. I thought to myself that this incident had attracted the attention of the cops after all, though tonight he only smashed the joint. However, as the matter has become so serious, I am afraid that if the police do not take any action, their image in the eyes of the public will also be affected. You go out the back door so the cops don't catch you. Feng Yuxiu was the person in charge of this operation, and would definitely be seen by quite a few witnesses at the scene during the action, and he stayed in this private room all night, so even if the cops found him, it wouldn't have any effect. So Feng Yuxiu must not fall into the hands of the cops. We'll just have to wait for the wind to blow before he shows up. Feng Yuxiu nodded, then quickly left the box. A few seconds later, the beast soldier came to report again. Jun, that cripple jumped off the second floor. Chen Jun took a deep breath. This Feng Yuxiu is really out of the ordinary. But just then, a loud clamor came from outside the box. Get your boss out here. Someone yelled out. Our chief is in the box. A waiter cautiously opened his mouth to warn. You guys register the ID information of everyone here and see if there's anyone who's a former criminal. Also check the relevant documents of this nightclub for me to see if the formalities are complete. The rest of you come with me. A few moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit with a work ID hanging from the top of his shirt sauntered into the box. When he saw the other party for the first time, Chen Jun was slightly stunned. Isn't this Superintendent Wang Qixing Wang from Infernal Affairs? He actually showed up in Bangkok? Is it hard to believe that he has not been promoted in this period? In Infernal Affairs, Wang Qixing is the head of the anti-triad unit in Sim Sha Sui. But now, he came to himself with the police from Bangkok. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Senior Inspector Wang Qixing of the Oki Anti-Triad Unit of the Bangkok Police Station. I don't know what's your name. Huang Jiqing knew that this was Hung Hing's venue, but when he entered the room and saw a man instead of Sister 13, he was quite puzzled. Then he directly opened his mouth to Chen Jun and asked, Oh, so it's Inspector Huang. My name is Chen Jun. What's the purpose of you coming to our nightclub at this late hour with such a formal action? Chen Jun asked knowingly. Chan? I haven't heard of you in Bangkok. Where did you hang out before? Huang Jiqing saw that the name was somewhat unfamiliar, so he continued to pursue the question. Previously, I've been working as a male lead in Chin Kuan Film Company Limited. I wonder if Inspector Huang has tasted any of the movies I've appeared in, Chen Jun joked. Jiankuan Films Limited happened to be in Mongkok as well, plus the owner, Li Qiankuan, also had a very loud name and was a popular person in Hunghing, so naturally Huang Jicheng had heard of the other party. Oh, what brings you, a guy who makes little movies, here to watch the show? I can't help it, the movie market is in a slump right now, so I'll just have to go out and help the company take a look at the venues to make some extra money. In the Jianghu, people from Hunghing would call themselves a member of the Hunghing Society to the outside world, but to other trades, especially the strip, all short mules can never claim to be in the society. Once a cop hears someone claiming to be a gang member, the police are able to lock someone up and convict them based on that statement alone. That's why Chen Jun called Hunghing a company in front of Huang Jicheng. Humph. It seems that Hunghing has produced another talent. Are you the one who messed up tonight? Wang Qixing realizes that Chan Chan is probably the little brother that Hunghing is trying to promote to the top recently, so he questions the other party straight away. Inspector Huang, what do you mean by that? I've been staying in this box tonight drinking and singing. I don't know what's going on outside. Chen Jun innocently asked. Don't think I don't know just because no one reported it? There was a murder here a couple hours ago. According to the information I have, one of the union's leaders was killed here. Although I don't know who did the dirty work, it's definitely not related to you. Hunghing. Also before this could fester, you gathered thousands of people to run to the union's other sites in Mongkok and vandalize them. Do you know that the whole Mongkok is in chaos and panic tonight? In the face of Huang Jicheng's questioning, Chen Jun, however, was very frank and said, this I really don't know how much has happened. Inspector Wang, I'm not going to lie. I only officially took over this venue tonight. As for the killings and vandalism you mentioned, I don't know anything about them. Of course, I'm willing to take a trip back to the station with you guys to be investigated if need be. Huang Jicheng saw that Chen Jun was actually playing tricks with himself and immediately rebuked. Cut the crap with me. Hand over the person who led the trouble tonight. Otherwise I'm not done with you Hunghing. Huang sir, what kind of international joke are you playing? I'm sitting here singing with a good head on my shoulders. You're asking me to hand over someone. Hand over what? If you really want to buy someone's head to take the blame, I do have a channel on my side, but it's not cheap. Chen Jun continued to play dumb and said. These words also completely pissed off Huang Jicheng. Someone, cuff this guy for me. No need for a hood. Take him straight back to the station for questioning. But the henchman entered the room but muttered softly in Huang Jicheng's ear. I know he has an alibi. Boss, that's out of order. The kid has an alibi. We'd have to cuff him for real. It'd be a big deal. The henchman reminded again and again. Chapter 23, Officer Huang. You're playing with fire. Huang Jicheng glanced at Chen Jun in front of him, noticed that the other party looked calm and collected. He instantly realized that the reason why Chen Jun was obediently waiting here for him to come to his door was that he knew the police couldn't do anything about him yet. Chen Jun, don't be too happy. Once we get hold of the fact that you're connected to these two things, then even if you're hiding to the ends of the earth, I'll still find you out. Inspector Wang, you're welcome to find me anytime. This is my business card. You can keep it, lest you have to come out personally if you want to find me some other day. Chen Jun really did hand a business card up after he finished speaking. You're a funny kid. I remember you. Huang Jicheng has been a police officer for many years, but it is the first time that a cook has taken the initiative to hand him a business card. Instead, this made him more and more curious about Chen Jun. Only at the moment, he did not know him well, so Huang Jicheng planned to let Chen Jun off the hook for now. After leaving the box, the henchman immediately reported. Reporting to Huang sir, nothing was found in this nightclub, and their business licenses and other relevant procedures are all completely legal and compliant. Humph. These guys from Hunghing are simply lawless. What do we do now? Close the team. In addition to give me a police car over to park here, take turns to give me guard at the gate, before the matter is investigated clearly. This nightclub also don't want to operate normally. Although Starlight nightclub's formalities are legal, Huang Jicheng still has countless ways to make this nightclub unable to operate normally. Soon, a police car pulled up in front of the Starlight nightclub. Although there was no one in the car, this police car was so conspicuous that it was clearly an explicit warning to Chen Jun and the others. Tell everyone that this nightclub has been keyed up by the police, and whoever is ungrateful dares to come here to spend money to try it out. Jun, what should we do with that police car parked in front of the door? A henchman stepped forward and asked. Ha ha, a police car parked in front of our nightclub? Wouldn't that be the best thing ever? What do you mean? We've only just smashed the joint, so in case the other side wants revenge too, won't they just bring people over to smash us back? But now that we have the cops at the door for us, will the union men dare to do anything rash? Chen Jun for Huang Jicheng's approach not only did not have any anger, but also very grateful each other. That way he wouldn't have to send more people to guard the place. After all, this was 13 Sisters' home base in Bangkok, and once the place was vandalized, it was bound to have a serious impact on morale. June. It's still you who thinks things through. The hands dawned on him. Alright, you guys keep an eye on this place and contact me if there's any wind. Jun glanced at his watch, then got up and was about to leave. June, where are you going? Why don't we ask some of our brothers to escort you? The henchman saw that Jun was about to leave the nightclub and hurriedly suggested. After all, the whole of Bangkok is not peaceful at this juncture. And Jun, as the instigator, had long since become a thorn in the side of the entire United Society. No need. I can handle myself. It wasn't that Jun wasn't afraid of death. The main reason was that he couldn't let anyone know where he was going, so he can only stiffly and politely refuse the goodwill of his men. Jun then took advantage of the night and quietly drove an inconspicuous minivan to quickly leave the Starlight nightclub. Half an hour later, the car was parked under a neighborhood building. Looking at the faint light still on in one of the upstairs tenants, Jun quickly walked in. After ringing the doorbell twice, the door to the room was quickly opened. In the next second, a delicate figure directly jumped into Jun's arms. Bad. You haven't come to see me for so long. I miss you so much. Fong Ting pouted. When he looked at the other party wearing a set of hot transparent tulle pajamas, Jun couldn't hold it anymore. Didn't I come over here intending to feed you properly? After saying that, he picked up the other party directly and headed for the house. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of Fong Ting's cheerful shouts of reservation. An hour passed and the two lay exhausted on the soft bed. You came to me out of the blue this late at night. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Jiang will find out? Fong Ting asked as she rested on Jun's arm. How do you get a tiger's son if you don't enter the tiger's den? What do you mean? You think I'm a tigress? No, I was just making an analogy. By the way, I've got a present for you. Let's see if you like it. When Jun finished speaking, he pulled out a small exquisite black gift box from his pants. What? Fantine opened it curiously. It was found that a sparkling diamond ring was actually laid out inside. This can't be from a stall somewhere, can it? Do you punks like to make up these fake things to fool women? I'm a woman who has seen the world. These things won't fool me. After all, Fong Ting was the one who followed Jiang Tiancheng and never lacked jewelry. Plus, Jun was just a small, unimpressive actor who didn't have any status in the club. So naturally, she didn't think that the ring Jun bought was that good. You can take it to the counter and have it checked by professional staff to see if it's authentic, Jun said unhurriedly. Oh, really, a diamond ring? It's as good as fake. And let me tell you something. This diamond ring is worth 6 figures. Fontaine was taken aback. I didn't realize the diamond ring could be worth 6 figures. In this era of Xianjiang, a 6-figure diamond ring is definitely an unattainable existence for ordinary people. But Jun suddenly came in the middle of the night to give himself a ring. This made Fong Ting instantly alert. Is there something you want my help with? She understood that if Jun just wanted to come over for a one-night fling, then there was absolutely no way he would have put in such a bloody effort. See what you mean? I can't send you something nice? There's really nothing else? There's actually a small favor I need you to do for me. After seeing that a woman like Fong Ting, who had been in the business for many years, was not easy to fool, Jun also had to prepare to confess. Humph, something's really up. Say it. Fontaine sat up and lit a woman's cigarette. Tonight, I teamed up with 13 sisters to take out one of the union's big brothers, and then swept up all their venues in Bangkok. What's that got to do with me? Fontaine said in disbelief. She was in the jungle, but didn't care about the club. The other party will inevitably come to my door tomorrow, and at that time, on Jiang Tianqing's side, I still hope that you can help me say a few good words. Fong Ting glared at Jun. I already helped you out last time. Now you're still asking me to protect you. Aren't you worried that Jiang Tiancheng will get suspicious? By the time he finds out about our relationship, you'll be skinned if you don't die. Chapter 24, Beautiful Man's Trick. Fong Ting falls again. Junnian was unimpressed by Fong Ting's warning and said, It doesn't matter. If I die under the peony flower, I'll be a ghost. After saying that, Jun once again pressed Fong Ting under his body. Only after a bout of clouds and rain did Jun let Fong Ting go. And with Jun's sole performance just now, Fong Ting also agreed to Jun's request and was willing to put in a good word for Jun in front of Jiang Tiancheng. It was only after the day dawned slightly that Jun got up and dressed to leave. Jun had just left in the front foot, and a stretch Rolls-Royce sedan appeared downstairs in the neighborhood in the back foot. Looking at the number plate of this car, Jun's heart suddenly trembled. Isn't this Mr. Chang's car? When he saw that it was Jiang Tiancheng who came down from the back seat, Jun hurriedly pulled out his legs and ran. To let Jiang Tiancheng know that he spent the night at Fong Ting's last night, then even the gods can't protect him. It's time to say no. It feels so good to cuckold the leader of the society. Chen Jun muttered to himself before slipping back to Wang Zuxian's place. Just returning home, Chen Jun realized that Wang Zuxian was actually lying on the sofa at home. It so happened that Wang Zuxian also opened her eyes and woke up. You're back? Where did you go fooling around last night? Wang Zuxian alertly sensed that Chen Jun must have gone to do something last night. Chen Jun secretly said that it was not good. He had just fought with Fong Ting for 300 rounds. Maybe there was still the odor left by the other party on his body. If Wang Zuxian found out at this time, it would be a big trouble. Ahem. I stayed at the Starlight nightclub last night, watching the floor for the company. That's it? Wang Zuxian foxed up. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be on board, Chen Jun only had to scare Wang Zuxian and said, last night, we had a big fight with the United in Bangkok. Ha? Isn't the joint just backstage for Jade Li? Wang Zuxian was surprised. Chen Jun nodded. Because of me? Chen Jun did not open his mouth, but once again solemnly nodded his head. Although it is said that this matter has nothing to do directly with Wang Zuxian, but the best thing to do at the moment is to keep your eyes open. As expected, when Chen Jun nodded his head again, Wang Zuxian was immediately struck by a wave of guilt. I'm sorry, I didn't realize this one little thing could cause so much trouble. So is everything okay with your people? It's serious. Last night my brothers and I fought the Combine for 300 rounds. Not only are the Yakuza looking for me now, the cops are probably onto me too. So I came back to tell you that I was planning to go out for a while to get out of the storm. Chen Jun knew that he might be in a bit of trouble in the next few days, and it would be detrimental to Wang Zuxian if he continued to stay here. Although the two had just been together for a short time, Chen Jun was a man after all, and the responsibilities that should be taken on had to be taken on, and he treats Wang Zuxian's feelings differently than Fong Ting. It's just a game with Fong Ting, just using each other. For Wang Zuxian, Chen Jun still has love in him. Hearing Chen Jun's words, Wang Zuxian became even more worried. I'm coming with you. Don't. All you have to do now is make a good movie and try to become famous early. This will enable you to earn $1 million to ransom me. Besides, it's more trouble for me to run away and take you with me, and I'll have to find a way to take care of you when things go wrong. It's in your best interest and mine that we clear the air immediately before too many people know about you. Although Wang Zuxian was very reluctant inwardly, she also understood that she really couldn't cause trouble for Chen Jun at this juncture. He finally instructed the group before letting Chen Jun leave. Chen Jun went out and found a 5-star hotel to stay in. It's obviously the safest place to live at the moment in a place like this. As he settled in, 13 sisters called. Jun Chen, last night's incident has become a big deal. The cops are already targeting us. According to reports from the brothers, the cops are out in full force today, conducting a major search of all our venues. After listening, Chen Jun opened his mouth and asked, how's the situation? Haven't been caught on anything, right? There was a search for individual contraband, and a couple of customers were caught buying sex. Not a big problem. As soon as Chen Jun heard this, he knew that this must have been a special effort by 13 sisters to get the police to arrest her. After all, she was just as stupid as she should have known that the police would surely target her next. And she was so on top of it that she deliberately left out some small fry for the police to catch. This way the police can be accountable to the top and the public as well. How's it going over at the union? What else can happen? That old guy, Xue Wenbiao. I heard that he's already so angry that he's been hospitalized directly, and now the whole union is in a mess. Expected. So what's Mr. Chang's side of the story? I spoke to you before we did it last night, and he meant for us to let it go. Of course, the club won't take the fall for us if we lose in the dry. But if we drive the union out successfully, then the society will naturally defend us. Chen Yao's answer was completely expected by Chen Jun. Inherently mixed rivers and lakes, everyone is to rely on fists to fight for territory. The whole of Hong Kong is such a small place, and there are only a few ways to make money. If we don't take the initiative and take someone else's territory, how can the society grow and develop? It's a good thing that Chen Jun has really managed to take down all of Union's venues in Bangkok this time around. Therefore, Chen Yao and Jiang Tianchang would inevitably be willing to step in to protect themselves. So I'm no big deal? That's hard to say, but I'm in a similar position to you. So if something happens to you, I won't be able to escape. 13 Sisters was Chen Jun's boss. Last night Chen Jun suddenly brought thousands of people to smash the venue. If there was no 13 Sisters involved behind this, no one in the outside world would believe it. So 13 Sisters was right. If the other party wanted to really find trouble with Chen Jun, they would also target 13 Sisters at the same time. Looks like Big Sister has a plan? Let's take one step at a time. The priority now is to hand over the man to the police. You stabbed such a big basket, smashed dozens of other people's venues, and put so many people in the hospital. If you don't hand over some people, the cops won't be watching us every day? 13 Sisters continued. It's out of my hands to turn in people like that. There's no way my little brother is going to carry the thunder, Jun Chen declared. Though he also knew that the Yakuza and the police had always maintained a delicate relationship. Once a vicious incident occurs in a triad society and arouses widespread concern in the community, the top management of the police force will directly contact the leader of the society and ask the other party to hand over the person to come out. It was only that Chen Jun could not let his beast soldier warriors turn themselves in anyway. Don't worry about it. There are a few gambling houses in Mongkok that are willing to carry the thunder, and giving those suckers 2 packets of white flour is asking them to kill their old mothers. And they're willing to do it. Chapter 25, The Infernal Undercover. Chen Yongrun's debut. For those who sucked white flour, Chen Jun did not have the slightest compassion. He didn't care if these scum of society were dragged off to the death penalty. Chen Jun then stated, "Then you can take care of this matter for me. I won't appear in Mongkok during this period of time to avoid any accidents. Well, just hide and wait for my news." 13 sisters also agreed to Chen Jun's proposal. At the same time, in the police station in Mongkok, Huang Jiqing frowned after looking at the information gathered by his men. This kid was really in movies before. Boss, could he have been adopted by someone? According to the feedback from the bank side, this kid suddenly had a huge sum of $10 million wired into his bank account a few days ago. I reckon that this guy is using this sum of money to find a group of people outside to act as his minions. And at the same time, he has also established a partnership with 13 sisters. One of the officers under his command analyzed it. Your analysis makes sense. Where did he wire the $10 million from? This bank stated that it was wired from a third-party source and that they were unable to provide us with details without us producing any legal paperwork. Huang Jiqing fell into silence. Right now, although from the mouth of the informant has learned that the whole thing is the originator of Chen Jun, but he didn't do it himself. He just hid in the shadows and commanded remotely. More importantly, according to the usual practice, 13th sister would definitely find a random group of people to hand over. That's why it's hard for him to prove that Chen Jun committed a crime in any other way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These guys really don't take us police seriously anymore. Huang sir, then do we continue to investigate Chen Jun's whereabouts? The henchman continued to ask. There's no need. We can't find out even if we look into it. Right now we need to focus on maintaining the stability of Mongkok. According to my judgment, Hung Hing and United will definitely have a bad fight in the future. After all, Hung Hing killed the United at the drop of a hat and took all the other parties' venues in Mongkok. Can the United swallow this breath? So keep an eye on these two societies for a while, and once you find them gathering somewhere, immediately bring them back to the police station for questioning. Huang Jiqing ordered. Yes sir. After waiting for his men to leave, Huang Jiqing picked up the phone on the table and then dialed an unfamiliar number. Come to the rooftop of XX building. I have something to ask you. An hour later, on top of the rooftop of XX mansion. Officer Huang, you're calling me out of the blue. I'm very passive. A young man with a mustache and a flowing dress opened his mouth and spat when he saw Huang Jiqing. You're looking more and more like a short mule. Wearing sunglasses. Huang Jiqing flirted back. Holy, boss, I'm working undercover. Is it hard to go out in a police uniform every day? The person who spoke was none other than the gold medal undercover agent developed by Huang Jiqing, Chen Yongren. Only at this time, Chen Yongren had only just debuted not 2 years ago, and had not yet hitched a ride on Han Chen's line. Nowadays, he has been operating in the Yaotsim area and is not very famous, and very few people on the road know him. How did you do on the matter of asking you to look into the Ni family? The Ni family is not only powerful in Sim Sha Sui, but also has many underlings in Yao Ma Ti and Mongkok. That's why Huang Jiqing also hopes to make a qualitative leap in his position by knocking off the big fish of the Ni family. Come on, you think this stuff is easy to check? I'm just a minion with no access to anything. Chen Yongrun continued to complain. Okay, I know this bit of your ability, so I'll let you keep investigating, and you won't even be able to find out what's going on when I retire. Officer Huang, it's best if you have this realization. Hurry up and don't ask me to be an undercover agent. I really don't want to live this kind of life where I'm on edge every day. Chen Yongren said excitedly. You wish. How much effort did it take me to make your identity black? You think it's easy to wash black? So what do you want from me? Seeing that Huang Jiqing was unwilling to let himself go ashore, Chen Yongrun choked in displeasure. Now I'm sending you a new mission. The difficulty of the mission is very simple. After you get it done, I'll consider letting you go back to the police force as my deputy. Chen Yongren's eyes lit up. Wang Qixing is now a senior inspector. If he had really made a great achievement, then the police force might actually give him a position as an officer. Associated with the fact that Huang Jiqing wasn't the kind of person who was heartless and didn't keep his word, Chen Yongrun took the initiative and asked, what mission? Now I've got a bit of a situation over here in Mongkok. You start tomorrow to find a way for me to contact a guy named Chen Jun. I'll send you everything about him to your email later. You have time to go to an internet cafe and have a look online. Chen Jun? Seems like I've heard of it in the past few days. This guy just took out one of the union's fledgling leaders, and then ordered thousands of his men to go and trash the other side's grounds. I suspect that there's a stronger force behind him, so I want you to help me find this clue for me. At the same time I need you to help me collect all the evidence of his crimes. Chen Yongren felt that things were tricky after hearing this and directly disliked. Asterisk. Aren't you asking me to jump from one fire pit to another? People must have raised their guard by now. And for me, a stranger, to suddenly approach the other party, isn't this a clear indication that I'm an undercover agent? That's up to you. What's the point of having you if you need me to take care of everything for you? Besides, how can I put in a good word for you in front of the officers if you don't show over the top? Seeing that Huang Jiqing was still painting himself a cake, Chen Yongren waved his hand repeatedly, signaling the other party not to continue blowing awesome. Alright, I'll take this, but you'll have to give me some time, plus I need you guys to help me find out where that guy is. I'll figure it out, Huang Jiqing asked. Then it's a deal. After accepting the mission, Chen Yongren immediately began to act, went back to his residence to pack his luggage and began to travel to Mongkok. In the next few days, not only were there no fights in the entire Mongkok, but it was quieter than ever. This was not only because the police had personally come down to control the situation, but more importantly, the two major associations, Hung Hing and the United Association, had already sat down privately to discuss how the matter should be resolved. In the Honghai Hotel, both sides had gathered hundreds of henchmen on each side in the downstairs hall, and upstairs at the main table. On Hung Hing's side sat Chen Yao, Chen Jun, 13 sisters and Han Bin. On the other hand, the United side is still led by the society's leader, Xue Wenbiao. Seeing that Zhang Tiansheng, the leader of Hung Hing, was not present, Xue Wenbiao immediately put up a fight. Chen Yao, why doesn't Mr. Jiang come out to talk to me in person? Chapter 26, Hegemony. What are you, the leader of the United Society? Uncle Bill, Mr. Jiang doesn't really like to come out to negotiate with others. After all, he still has a lot of legitimate business to do on his hands, so it's up to us little ones to come out and talk to your old man, Chen Yao said smilingly. Xue Wenbiao's face showed displeasure after hearing this. Obviously Chen Yao's explanation not only made him unable to let go of his feelings, but instead, he became even more enraged. What you, Hung Hing, are saying is that we, the leaders of the union, are not worthy to talk to Zhang Tiansheng? At that moment, a red stick beside him tapped the table and chided. Yeah, what's so great about you, Hung Hing? Have the guts to make a joint date with us. Hung Hing is nothing. How dare you look down on our union? The minions behind him also opened their mouths to clamor. Seeing that the other party was so agitated and kept making provocative remarks, this time Han Bin quit. He directly stood up and pointed at the scene to unite everyone. Who wants to make a date with us? Hung Hing? I, Kuai-ching Han Bin, shall fight. Han Bin's strength in Kuai-ching was huge. Plus he had been mixing with the Jianghu for a long time and had long since accumulated a lot of prestige. So although the people of the Union had a tough attitude on their lips, when it really came time to fight with Han Bin for real, all of them had the good sense to keep their mouths shut. Seeing that his men had disgraced themselves yet again, Xue Wenbiao couldn't sit still. Alright, all stop arguing. We came over today to make Hung Hing give us a statement. If this matter can't be negotiated, then it's all-out war. While reminding his men, Xue Wenbiao also gave a warning to Hung Hing's side. The implication is that if you, Hung Hing, do not take care of this matter for me today, then don't blame me for jointly launching an all-out war. Hearing Xue Wenbiao's words, Chen Yao's expression quickly stiffened. He didn't expect Xue Wenbiao to actually put down harsh words before he even started negotiating. This way down, Hung Hing is facing a relatively passive situation. Just then, Chen Jun took the initiative to pick up the conversation. Uncle Bill, we all come out to hang out. Either you rob our turf or I rob your turf. After all, there's no one who says we can't step on your joint's field. Is there? Chen Jun's conspiratorial words caused the union to be incomparably angry. Especially Xue Wenbiao. His hand on one of the crutches was already starting to tremble violently. Chen Jun was still just a 49 boy, equivalent to the lowest level of the society. But he had the audacity to humiliate himself and the union in front of so many people. This was a great shame for Xue Wenbiao. He then gritted his teeth and threatened. Kid, you're not even hairy and you're thinking of coming out as a big brother? My joint pinching you to death is as simple as pinching an ant. In the face of Xue Wenbiao's blatant threats, Chen Jun was unimpressed. He laughed before calmly returning. Uncle Bill, a dog that bites doesn't bark. If your union is truly capable, then take your field back from me again. I'm in Mongkok, waiting for everyone. As soon as Chen Jun said this, even Shan Yao and Han Bin beside him were startled. Isn't this a naked provocation of the whole union? Even if the coalition is again jealous of Hung Hing, at this moment, they can't swallow this breath. Sure enough, Chen Jun's words completely enraged the united crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Jun, you give me a wait. I'll call out to Mongkok. I'd like to see what you, Chen Jun, can do to guard your acreage. Humph. A 49 boy is so arrogant. Let you be a red stick then? Chen Jun was also not accustomed to everyone and stood up arrogantly stating, I for one grew up in an orphanage and have no relatives, so it can be said that I have a lousy life. If someone really plays with my life, then even if I give up everything I have, I won't let him get away with it. So whoever wants to go against me, then you'd better get everything organized around you first, lest anything untoward happen to you that wouldn't be good. When Xue Wenbiao heard this, he immediately questioned, brothers who come out to mix know that when walking and doing things in the Jianghu, any situation is worse than wives and children. I look at you as if you want to use our families to threaten us? I'm sorry, Jianghu morality doesn't work with me. Whoever wants me dead, I'll make his whole family die with him. Also, you guys have to think clearly about joining forces. Once we're at full-scale war with me, the cops are bound to be on our asses by then. Personally, I don't care. It's just a matter of losing some revenue from the field anyway. But it's not the same for you guys jointly. If you get the cops on your ass, I'm afraid your income will be drastically curtailed. When the time comes and you can't even get the money to feed your little brothers, you'll be in big trouble. Chen Jun's words were word for word, piercing straight into Xue Wenbiao's heart. Ahem. Cough. Xue Wenbiao was so infuriated by Chen Jun's words that he coughed violently twice and almost didn't slow down. Chen Yao, is this your attitude in negotiating? If you don't give us a satisfactory answer today, you won't be able to leave. After Xue Wenbiao finished speaking, the joint members behind him quickly stepped forward and directly surrounded Chen Jun's several people. Although Hung Hing had also come on this trip, United was much better prepared. There were actually quite a few joints hidden up and down the entire restaurant. In contrast, Hung Hing was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, not to mention the fact that there were people on the other side with pistols in their hands. Seeing the situation escalate, Chen Yao reminded with a serious expression, Uncle Bill, you're playing with fire. We represent the entire Hung Hing to come here to negotiate with you. If anything happens to a few of us, then the whole of Hung Hing will not let you go. Humph. I'll do anything when I'm pushed, Xue Wenbiao said with the same tough attitude. Now Chen Yao didn't know how to answer for a moment. After all, he had gotten through to Zheng Tianqing before he came. This time it was impossible to leave Chen Jun and 13 sisters in the hands of the other party no matter what. Otherwise, who will be willing to work for Hung Hing in the future and open up territories for the society? So naturally, Chen Yao could not compromise. However, Xue Wenbiao's attitude was resolute, and he didn't know what to do. Subsequently, Chen Yao had to shift his gaze to Chen Jun. This whole thing had started because of him, and if he was willing to lower his profile, maybe things would have a slightly more moderate tone. But Chen Jun shook his head. Hey, some people really don't see the coffin, but it's normal. After all, you're a handful of years old. 1 foot is about to enter the ground. Of course you dare to fish with Hung Hing, but the rest of you in the joint have to think carefully. It wouldn't be a good idea to fold in if you're not careful. If Chen Jun was referring to it, he was actually explicitly telling the other members of the United Society that if there was really an all-out war with Hung Hing, then no one would have a good time. Chapter 27, Bribing Military Counselor Chen Yao. Upwardly mobile red stick. Jun Chen, you robbed our territory. There's no way things can just be left alone. That's right. Today you must return all the venues and compensate us for our financial losses, or else you won't be able to walk out of this door. People with unions continue to yell. Chen Jun did not nag, and directly stood up and walked to the other party. I hear you won't let me walk out that door? The other party was just trying to show off his tongue, but now that he was being questioned by Chen Jun to his face, he actually began to stammer. After all, his status in the joint was just a 4-9 kid, just like Chan Chun. He wouldn't dare to start a war without his own big brother nodding his head. Is it great to have a gun in your hand? I'm giving you a chance now. Shoot me and then this matter will be settled once and for all. Chen Jun continued calmly. But even though Chen Jun was so mocking, the people with pistols on the United side still didn't dare to actually shoot him with their guns. Seeing his own little brother so unproductive, Xue Wenbiao shook his head helplessly. He knew that in terms of momentum today, Chen Jun alone had completely crushed the entire union. Continuing to talk about it will only make the union more embarrassing. Chen Yao, I just need a word from you guys. How exactly will this matter be resolved? We all listened to Jun Chen. Chen Yao was also a human savant. Seeing that Chen Jun had already taken control of the scene, he simply dumped all the responsibility on Chen Jun. One can just take a stand on behalf of the society. Then we'll see. Chen Jun, if you're capable, don't go out and hide every day. Shui Wenbiao left the restaurant with his minions after putting down his harsh words. When the other party's men and horses left, Han Bin let out a huge sigh of relief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Jun, you really scared me to death just now. In case the people from the Union really make a move on us, you and I won't be able to run away. Although Han Bin had seen the world, he was not as fearless as Chen Jun. Brother Bing, I don't know about others, but this Shui Wenbiao even has a grandson. There's no way he wouldn't be worried about this. His expression changed immediately after I acted broken. From that moment on, I knew I had scared him. Chen Jun smiled and explained. Chen Yao immediately projected an appreciative gaze towards Chen Jun, and then even opened his mouth to say, Chen Jun, your kid is really young and promising. This time if there is an opportunity, it's not that the society can't promote you as a red stick. When Chen Jun heard this, he immediately realized Chen Yao's intentions. He's the second in command of the club. One man, 10,000 men. With his recommendation, plus the support of 13 sisters and Han Bin, as well as his own merits, he might actually be able to directly ascend to the throne and become the elder brother of Hung Hing. Brother Yao, I see that your Mazda sedan is already some years old. I just got a Tiger Ben here. Why don't I give it to you to drive? Chen Yao was flabbergasted for a moment, then waved his hand repeatedly to indicate, this is inappropriate. How can I accept such a valuable thing? Han Bin also understood Chen Jun's intentions. Now that he was already on the same rope with both 13 sisters and Chen Jun, if Chen Jun could rise to the top and become a red stick, he would naturally benefit as well. So Han Bin quickly chimed in and said, Brother you, don't excuse yourself. You're at least the military advisor of our Hung Hing. What's the point of driving a broken Mazda? Exactly. Plus it's easy to get stuck in traffic in a Mazda. Chen Jun purposely added a sentence. Chen Yao saw that both of them had said their words to this point, and he was finally able to accept this gift with peace of mind. He then mentioned with a feigned seriousness, I can accept this gift, but don't you dare try to get me to do you any favors because of this. How can that be? I gave you my car because I respect you. After all, if you hadn't brought me here to negotiate today, I might have been done in by the joint. Chen Jun's words made Chen Yao sound very comfortable, although we all know this by heart. But horse talk is loved by anyone. Alright then, let's settle this matter. I'll go back to the company and clear this matter with Mr. Zhang face to face. Also during this period of time I don't think the people from the Union will stop, so you all need to be careful. Don't worry about it. The Union only has just 2 little Thai bars in Quite Sing. I'll always bring my men to smash up all their venues if I have to. As soon as Chen Jun heard this, he immediately stopped. Bing, don't stimulate those guys anymore. It doesn't make much sense to take over the 2 small bars, but if you really grab them, it would undoubtedly be another hard hit to the face of the joint. At that time, it will be hard for him, Shui Wenbiao, to not fish out of water. I'm just saying, if I wanted to do it I would have done it long ago. I'd still wait until today. So be it, tell the brothers to disperse. Chen Yao took the lead and returned to the company after he finished speaking. After meeting Jiang Tiansheng, Chen Yao immediately told the other party all about the whole thing. Jiang Tiansheng, who was the leader of the society, could not help but show his approval even after learning that Chen Jun was actually so courageous. This kid is a talent. If cultivated properly, he might actually be able to hold his own in the future. I think so too. So I would like to propose to you to promote Chen Jun to become Hung Hing's red stick. What do you think? Make him a big brother? Wouldn't that be too much of a rush? Although Chen Jun had been out for many years, he had no reputation at all before the Mongkok incident. Now that he had suddenly taken the leap to become the red stick of the society, Jiang Tiansheng was still worried from the bottom of his heart about whether Chen Jun would be able to withstand the title. But Chen Yao has already accepted Chen Jun's Mercedes-Benz sedan, so naturally he has to go all out to help him say good who. I only saw Chen Yao continue. Mr. Jiang, the situation in Mongkok is complicated now, and 13 Sisters isn't a red stick, and her men are more women, and there are almost no minions who can fight. If we can promote Chen Jun now, it would be a great thing for both 13 Sisters and Hung Hing. At least with Chen Jun and a group of his men sitting in Mongkok, the United and other associations will be wary of trying to cause trouble. Jiang Tiansheng also thought it was such a reason when he heard it. Plus, just now, before he left the house, Fang Ting had repeatedly requested that he take good care of Chen Jun. The reason is that Chen Jun's movie with her will be released soon, and if something happens to Chen Jun at this juncture, it will inevitably affect the movie. And if Chen Jun were to become a red stick, not only would it help the club, but it might also have an unexpected effect on his own Ma Zi Fang Ting's movie. With that, Jiang Tiansheng directly spoke. I'll leave this matter to you, but before that, You still have to get through to the big brothers of the other halls and tell them. Chapter 28 New Mission. Turning Chen Yongren, Luxury Reward. Chen Yao naturally agreed unconditionally in this matter. On the spot, he said that he would immediately say hello to the big brothers of the other halls. On the other hand, Chen Jun didn't return to Mongkok for a while after leaving the restaurant. After all, it would be too flashy for him to travel to Mongkok at this juncture. Even if Shui Wenbiao didn't want to kill him, it's not guaranteed that some of the joint's minions would have other non-desired thoughts after seeing him. These days, many punks are delusional enough to think they can become famous overnight. And by taking himself out, there's a good chance that he'll be able to fight his way to the top and succeed as a big brother. So for safety's sake, Chen Jun still chose to leave Mongkok for the time being and headed to Tsim Sha Sui to find a hotel to stay in. After putting his luggage away, Chen Jun felt suffocated in the hotel. So he thought of going downstairs to have some fun. But just as he exited the elevator on the first floor, his eye suddenly caught a young man sitting on a sofa not far away. In the next second, Chen Jun instantly froze. Why is he here? At the first sight of the other party, Chen Jun recognized the other party's appearance. Isn't this the hero Chan Wingyan from Infernal Affairs? Chen Yongren is the police undercover. This matter others do not know. But Chen Jun is too clear. And judging by the timeline, it seems that by this time Chen Yongren had already left the police force to go undercover. It was only that Chen Jun wasn't quite sure which big brother Chen Yongren was currently wreaking havoc on. If Chen Jun had met Chen Yongren in Tsim Sha Sui a few days ago, he would not have felt surprised. After all, Han Chen, whom Chen Yongren followed, was active in Tsim Sha Sui, but he had only been threatened by Chen Yongren's top boss, Huang Jicheng. On the front foot, on the back foot, we ran into each other by chance in the hotel. If he said it was a coincidence, even Chen Jun himself didn't believe it. However, in order to avoid beating the bushes, Chen Jun did not immediately choose to change the hotel, because in his opinion, if Chen Yongren had really come on this trip for himself, then obviously he must have already figured out his whereabouts through Huang Jicheng's help. Once you register yourself into any large hotel, the hotelier will be the first to upload the resident's information into the system's library. At that time, Huang Jicheng would be able to find out his whereabouts in the first place just the same. So if the other party really wanted to find him, he had no place to hide even if he wanted to. Thinking of this, Chen Jun pretended not to recognize Chen Yongren and left the hotel on his own. And just as Chen Jun had left the hotel lobby, Chen Yongren also quickly stood up and headed out. This kid is really here to follow me. Chen Jun inwardly cursed angrily. At the same time, he began to think about how to solve this trouble. Just as Chen Jun was pondering how to deal with this, suddenly a few strange men sprang out beside him. Hey, kid, got any money in your pocket? Chen Jun thought to himself how unlucky he was to be caught robbing people all day long. But just as he was about to identify himself and shake the man, an unfamiliar voice came from behind him. What do you want? Chen Jun turned his head to look. It was discovered that the one who opened his mouth was actually Chen Yongren. When those men saw Chen Yongren, they immediately became respectful. Hello Jen. Extorting money from people here again? What did I tell you before? This area is under my protection. Don't mess with me. Get thee out. Chen Yongren put on a fierce look and chided. I'm sorry Jen. We're leaving. A few people quickly agreed, then turned and ran. Looking at the few people who were leaving at a fast pace, Chen Jun suddenly realized something. This Chen Yongren, you're a real grandson. I can't believe you're going to give me a hero to save me move. You purposely get a couple of crowd pleasers to come over and rob me, and then you come over as a justice messenger to save me? You think this is a movie? However, although he knew Chen Yongren's ruse, Chen Jun did not rush to expose the other party. Instead, he spoke with a grateful face. Brother, thanks to you this time. I don't know what to call you. It's nothing. It's just a show of hands. My name is Chen Yongren. If you encounter any difficulties in this neighborhood you can report my name directly. Chen Jun thought to himself, you really think you are a person? Alright then, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Chen Jun was about to leave after saying that. Chen Yongren secretly said, Chen Jun, you actually don't follow the rules? After identifying yourself and doing you a huge favor, you're just going to walk away? Seeing that Chen Junjin was about to walk away, Chen Yongren had no choice but to walk up stiffly. Dude, it's fate that we met today. Why don't we find a place to eat together? Chen Jun did not want to have anything to do with the other party. As long as he returned to Mongkok after a while, the other party would naturally not dare to do anything untoward to him. But just as Chen Jun was about to open his mouth to reject the other party's request, the system voice suddenly descended. Ding! Please take in Chan Wingyan and make him betray the police force. And upon completion of the mission, you will receive the Body of Steel. P.S. The Body of Steel is able to boost the host's powerful defense to the realm of invulnerability to swords and spears. Chen Jun immediately swallowed back the words that had just reached his mouth. Although he himself now had hundreds of beast soldiers under him, he himself was not too powerful to fight. If he fought against a gold medalist fighter like Chen Haonan, he had no chance of winning at all. But now, this system could actually improve his physical abilities. This was undoubtedly great news for Chen Jun. Only the content of the mission was extremely harsh. In Chen Jun's impression, Chen Yongren was actually a very loyal police officer. It's simply not realistic to try to turn him directly. Unless, a bold thought suddenly flashed through Chen Jun's mind. Killed Chen Yongren's top boss, Huang Jicheng. Then after hacking into the police force's management system, he destroyed Chen Yongren's police file. This would be able to completely block Chen Yongren's path back to the police force. After all, once Huang Jicheng died and the file was deleted, then there would be no human or physical evidence in the world to prove that Chen Yongren was an undercover agent of the police. By then he wouldn't be able to go back even if he wanted to, and in order to be able to continue to survive, he can only choose to continue to mix with the mob. However, Huang Jicheng was now a senior inspector, and ordinary people really didn't dare to move him easily. So this matter Chen Jun must think long and hard and plan well before making plans. He then replied calmly, "That's fine. I'm alone anyway, so let's eat together." After finding a restaurant and sitting down, the two of them began to make small talk as they ate. Since Chen Jun also wanted to establish a good relationship with Chen Yongren, the two chatted very opportunistically. Anyone who desperately wants to be good buddies with the other. In this atmosphere, when the two of them walked out of the restaurant, it was almost as if they were friends to the death. "Brother Chen Jun, call me if anything happens in Sim Sha Sui." When they separated, Chen Yongren didn't forget to remind. "Yeah, no problem." Chapter 29, promoted to Hung Hing's Red Stick. From now on, you have to be called Brother Chen. For the next few days, Chen Jun hung on to Chen Yongren. He doesn't reach out to him, and he doesn't go looking for him. And just as Chen Jun was waiting, he finally received a call from Chen Yao. "Chen Jun, congratulations. The club has decided to promote you to become the club's 426 Red Stick after internal discussions." The meaning of 426 is 4 times 26 equals 108, which means 108 good men of Liangshan. And since each Liangshan man can fight, the 426 Red Sticks are also known as the senior fighters of the society. Usually the Red Stick would lead the charge when it came to the big club wars. Meanwhile, according to the rules of the Jianghu, in order to become a club sitter, the prerequisite must be a club Red Stick. What's more, after becoming a Red Stick you'll be able to open an altar and collect minions with honor. In this way, Chen Jun's minions can be successfully legalized and become part of Hung Hing. I'd like to thank Brother Yao for coordinating from this. For this matter of yours, I've gone out of my way to convince the big brothers of those halls. Brother Yao has worked hard. I'll bring you some more fruits to visit you in a few days. Chen Yao's face instantly showed joy after hearing this. He knew what Chen Jun meant by visiting him. After all, he gave himself a tiger bend before things were even done. Now that he helped Chen Jun to the top, the other party would not be grateful and reward him heavily? Tomorrow you come to the general altar. We'll do the ceremony first, and then we, Hung Hing, will release the news to the public. At that time, you will be able to truly become the Hung Hing 426 Red Stick. No problem. By the way, any news from the union? Mr. Jiang personally called Shui Wenbiao, and only then did the other party's anger subside a bit. In the end, the two also reached a consensus on the phone. That is, both sitters in Mongkok will stay out of the matter, and let the people under their hands fight it out. Whoever has the most skill and the most men can go and take those fields, Chen Yao said. As soon as Chen Jun heard this, he realized that this must be Zhang Tianqing's ploy. Now that he himself is strong in Mongkok, he doesn't wimp out on the joint at all. So naturally this decision has great benefits for Chen Jun. It also gives the joint a step down. If they were to really fail to steal back these venues, that would only prove that they were not strong enough and could not blame anyone else. This turned out okay, so I can go back to Mongkok now? Of course you can go back, but you have to be even more careful now. In case the other side puts their hands on you, then even the gods can't protect you. Chen Yao reminded. I understand. And that's something I'll take care of. Alright, see you at the general forum tomorrow. The next day, after dressing up a little bit, Chen Jun hitchhiked to the Hung Hing General Hall. Following him were hundreds of beast soldier henchmen. Seeing that Chen Jun had brought so many minions to the downstairs of the head office, the big brothers sitting in the conference room were quite vocal. This Chen Jun, he's starting to bask in the sun before he even becomes a red stick. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven, Tumblr's dinosaur said as he crossed his legs in displeasure. Before that, he was the best and most powerful big brother among the 12 Hung Hing clans. Tun Man under his own leadership is also completely covered by Hung Hing. But now, a small-sized kid from the 4.9 inch is thinking of turning Mongkok into the second Tun Man. This then caused the dinosaur to get a little upset inside, thinking to myself that a punk can compare himself? At this moment, the Causeway Bay Fit NPCB, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, teased, "Dinosaur, don't underestimate Chan Chun. He is now so famous that no one in the whole Mongkok knows about him. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is he as famous as me? Have the guts to come to Toonmun and break in?" After the dinosaur finished speaking, the Shengfan with a handful of yellow hair dyed behind him immediately picked up the story. "That's right, if he dares to come to Toonmun to cause trouble, I'll beat his head off. Shengfan, it would be bad if you let Shinjun hear this. It would be inappropriate if he really came over to Tunman to look for you." Kay from the Aberdeen district reminded. "What am I afraid of? It's in front of him that I dare to say that. Brother Sengfan, what's gotten you so fired up?" Just as Sengfan finished his sentence, a scornful voice came in through the door. Immediately afterward, Chen Jun walked into the conference room escorted by several beast soldiers. In fact, just now, he had heard the contents of the conversation in the room. Sengfan has no courage, no brains at all. Just because of the dinosaurs in Toonmun is not bad, but Chen Jun was after all a Mongkok mixer, so naturally there was no need to give the other side face. So when he entered the house, he pointed the finger directly at the mouthy Ikeban. Seeing Chen Jun really appeared, Shengfan was also startled, then stammered, "I'm telling the truth. What's the point of you being a bully in Mongkok? Come to Toonmun and try to break in." 4. Shengfan, I don't like what you're saying. How come you're very powerful in Tunman, but I'm very bad in Mongkok? Seeing that Shengfan was getting more and more excessive, 13 Sisters also finally exploded. The opening of his mouth put Sengtan on the spot. 13 Sisters are on the same level as the dinosaurs, and the other side has Hanbin behind them. Hanbin is the big brother of the dinosaurs again, so Sengfan didn't dare to talk back to 13 Sisters at all. Seeing that his own people were beginning to implode, Hanbin knocked on the table and said, "Stop arguing. We're not gathered here today to argue. That's right, Chen Jun. Start the promotion ceremony as soon as you're here." At this time, Chen Yao also spoke up. "Okay." As Chen Jun agreed, his eyes did not forget to glare at Shengfan. Sengfan stared at Chen Jun with the same unconvinced expression. Soon, under the auspices of Chen Yao, Chen Jun successfully became a red stick of Hung Hing society after completing the promotion ceremony unique to the triad. After the news went out, Huang Jiqing was also the first to receive the notification. "Wing Yen, have you done what I asked you to do? That guy has already become a red stick. It won't be long before he might even become a Hung Hing's Hall holding fit man. Boss, do you think it's a movie? I've only known him for a few days. I have to wait for a good opportunity to keep in touch with him," Chen Yongren said impatiently. In fact, he's been pretty depressed these past few days. This Chen Jun is like evaporating from the earth, and he didn't even think of looking for him to get high. However, after learning that the other party had become a red stick, Chen Yongren knew that his chance had come. After hanging up the phone, he immediately called Chen Jun over. "Ah Jun, I heard that you've ascended to become a big brother? You're pretty well informed. I've been out so long. I still have some friends." "Oh, that's right. I just got promoted to red stick." Chen Jun also did not intend to hide this matter from him. After all, Chen Yongren knew about it. Then surely Huang Jiqing must have known about the result long ago as well. Chapter 30, How dare you block my way? Sister 13, are you tired of living? Then why don't you come out for a drink? It just so happens that brother I have something I want to discuss with you as well. Okay, let's find a place in Sim Sha Sui to have a drink. Chen Jun knew that Chen Yongren finally could not hold back to do it to himself. So he also wanted to know what the other side of the gourd selling drugs. After finding a clear bar, the two of them sat down for a drink. "Chen Jun, you and I are kind of related. To be honest, I really have something I want to ask you for a favor today. Just tell me what's going on. Why don't you take me as your little brother?" Chen Jun wasn't surprised to hear that. In fact, before this, he had basically guessed that this was the outcome. The only way for Chen Yongren to screw himself is to be his little brother. That way he can follow him around and help him out in name only. And this is an equally great opportunity for Chen Jun. Chen Jun then pretended to ponder for a while, then spoke. "I'm currently hanging out in Mongkok. The situation there is very complicated, and I'm afraid you'll have a hard time after you come over." "Oh, there's no need for you to worry about that. I'm still a bit of a fighter. Besides, if you come out to hang around and are afraid of dying, you might as well go back home and farm." Seeing that Chen Yongren had said so, Chen Jun immediately followed his words and said, "Alright then, you'll follow me from now on." "Thanks Jun." Chen Yongren was also very on the ball, changing his words while not forgetting to toast Chen Jun. Chen Jun manages to take an undercover agent Chen Yongren without the help of the system. When he returned to Mongkok again, Chan Chan had also taken safety measures. Whenever he went out, He would gather hundreds of beast soldier minions to follow him around to make sure everything was fine. In this case, the people in the joint just had the intention to kill him, but they didn't have the ability to do so. So for the next while, Mongkok also entered a brief period of peace. On this day, one of 13 Sisters' men hurriedly came to Starlight nightclub to find Chen Jun. Brother Jun, our men were beaten up by East Star's men on Portland Street. Eastern Star? The matter of the Union hadn't been completely resolved, and as a result, the minions had clashed with the people of the Eastern Star. What's going on? Chen Jun asked seriously. Someone from Eastern Star went to our venue on Portland Street to whore himself out, only to say afterward that the woman's skills weren't up to snuff, that she didn't serve him properly, and that she wasn't willing to pay. The brother who was watching the venue then went up to the other side to argue with him, and he was stabbed with a knife and seriously injured. Chen Jun sniffed and immediately realized that the situation was not that simple. It is reasonable that the people from Tung Sing who want to avoid paying for John's cant would pick Hung Hing's venues. After all, Hung Hing is not a soft target for Tung Sing and other associations to pin down. What's more, now that Hung Hing is getting stronger and stronger in Mongkok, isn't it asking for trouble to mess with Hung Hing at this time? Ah Ren, it's time for you to show your performance. Take the brothers and go find that guy and bring him to my side. Chen Jun then ordered Chen Yongren who was beside him. Although this matter must be dealt with, but now that he was a red stick himself after all, this kind of small matter naturally didn't need him to personally intervene, and Chen Yongren had never had a chance to perform after following himself. Now he'd give the other man a chance to make a good show of it. As long as Chen Yongren showed more, he would fall deeper and deeper in an invisible way. Even Chen Jun was planning to simply get him involved in a murder case. This way Chen Yongren couldn't go back to the police force even if he wanted to. Chen Yongren immediately stood up after hearing this and said back, Brother Jun, leave this matter to me. Go on. When Chen Yongren left, Chen Jun immediately called a beast soldier over. Go, follow Chen Yongren and keep an eye on his every move for me at all times. Yes, boss. Regarding the loyalty of the beast soldiers, Chen Jun did not have the slightest worry. That's why it's only fitting to send him to spy on Chen Yongren. But just one day passed, Chen Jun received bad news. What? Chen Yongren was captured by the crows of the Eastern Star? Chen Jun's face was incomparably ugly when he heard this news from 13th Sister. He didn't expect Chen Yongren to be so indisputable. Not only did he not bring back the person, but he was arrested by the other party's big brother. The man who captured him was Crow, one of the 5 tigers of the Eastern Star. Crow's real name is Chen Tianxiong, and he hung out in the Kowloon walled city in his early years. Later, because he was ruthless and ferocious, he quickly made a name for himself in the Kowloon walled city. He then defected to Tung Sing and followed the 3rd generation leader of Tung Sing, Mr. Lok Pingyun, nicknamed Lok Camel, to hang out. Used to sell white flour in Holland some years ago. He has only recently returned to Hong Kong and continues to follow Camelot, and his current range of activities also happens to be in the area around Yaotsim Mong, so it can be said that since the United Flower Buddha and Shiji were defeated by themselves, in Mongkok Chan Chun's biggest rival is him. Humph. I didn't expect that. I didn't look for him, but he took the initiative to look for me instead. Chen Jun, you don't want to mess with the people of Eastern Star again at this time. Unlike Flower Buddha, Crow is Camel's favored disciple and has many henchmen. If we really get into a fight, we'll lose out. Not to mention, it's even likely that the society won't be able to protect you. 13 Sisters was worried that Chen Jun was going to go to war with the other party again, so they hurriedly opened their mouths to remind them. Big sister, have you forgotten our previous vows? If we don't take care of Crow, how can Mongkok become the world of Hung Hing? Chen Jun said calmly, but this kind of thing can't be rushed. We've only just swallowed the United's territory. If we provoke East Star again, in case both of them join forces, we'll be in big trouble. 13 Sisters was a woman after all, and was still a bit timid when it came to things, but Chen Jun didn't care. The 600 beast soldiers in his hands were each capable of fighting, even if they fought 1 against 2. Plus he had a perverted strength, Fengyu who no one could do anything about except for heavy fire weapons, so even in the face of the siege of the Eastern Star and the Union, he was not afraid in the least. If you're scared, then hide for cover, and when I've sorted things out here, you can come back and continue to be your wonky fit man. Don't you even listen to me anymore? When 13 Sisters saw that Chen Jun was going to let herself go, she was a bit displeased. However, in the next second, Chen Jun looked at 13 Sisters and said in a cold tone, if you want to continue to be the holding fit person in Mongkok, then you'd better obediently listen to me. Or else, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. After becoming a red stick, Chen Jun no longer needed to look at 13 Sisters' face to act. If necessary, he could even kick 13 Sisters out of Mongkok. Just a small Mongkok was not worth Chen Jun tearing his face off with 13 Sisters in Hanbin. So at this time, Chen Jun was only giving 13 sisters a warning in words. Chapter 31, Capture My Little Brother? Chen Jun swept through Crow's Field. 13 sisters did not expect to be threatened by Chen Jun, who actually dared to threaten herself to her face. The entire group stared straight ahead, frozen in place in dismay. However, very quickly, 13th sister came back to her senses and questioned with a grave expression. Chen Jun, you have to remember your own identity. Even though you've become a big brother, you're still my subordinate now. We're just getting what we want. If you don't get in my way, you'll still be the holding fit man in Mongkok after I get rid of all the other Mongkok societies. But if you are obstinate and don't do what I ask you to do, then you'll have to bear the consequences of everything that happens. Also, you have to remember one thing. I dared to castrate Flower Buddha, kill Shiji, and threaten my former boss, Liang Kuan, so naturally I dare to do the same to you. Chen Jun directly showed his cards. This caused 13 sisters, who were women and not too powerful themselves, to panic. She knew very well that now, although Chen Jun had already worshipped under her, there were still hundreds of minions behind the other party who followed him around. And according to the information provided by his own men, Chen Jun also had a cripple with extremely terrifying strength by his side, though she didn't know where Feng Yuxiu had come from. But to hear that Feng Yuxiu single-handedly swept away a joint gambling house in a matter of tens of seconds. If you look at the whole Hung Hing, it is estimated that only that Sim Shatsui Fit Man Prince, who is known as the god of war of Hung Hing, can do this kind of battle. So at this moment, facing Chen Jun's threat, 13 sisters unprecedentedly did not dare to open her mouth to clamor with the other party. You have to think carefully. After going against Eastern Star, Han Bin and I won't be able to help except for what's going on. 13 sisters also made her attitude clear. The reason why she agreed with Chan Shun to sweep away the United's venues in Mongkok was not only because the United's Flower Buddha had offended her, but more importantly, the United was far less powerful than Hung Hing. But Eastern Star was different. This time Chen Jun had messed with Crow, one of the 5 tigers of Eastern Star. Flower Buddha is not even in the same league as Raven. So once she got into a conflict with the Crows, she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to resist the other party's attack. That's not for you to worry about. Stay at Starlight Nightclub at ease. Chen Jun got up and left from 13 sisters when he finished speaking. When Chen Jun walked away, one of the female companions brought by 13th sister couldn't help but shout. What kind of a thing is this kid? If it wasn't for you protecting him back then, big sister, he would have died on the streets long ago. 13 sisters took a deep breath. This guy is not the same as he used to be. Perhaps in the future he might actually set off a bloody storm in the Jianghu. So what do we do now? Let's wait and see if he's really capable of dealing with the Crows. Though 13 sisters did not agree with Chen Jun to mess with the Crows on her lips, but she also knew that one honor was worth another. Once something happens to Chen Jun, who is one of her subordinates, not only will she lose face, her own influence in Mongkok will also be greatly reduced. After all, ever since swallowing up the joint's territory, 13 sisters had realized that they were simply not capable of looking after so many venues. Luckily, Chen Jun had brought a group of powerful henchmen with him, which barely managed to collect all of the joint's venues. So as soon as Chen Jun falls, these fields will inevitably be taken back by the other side. He might not even be able to keep his Starlight Nightclub by then. After separating from 13 sisters, Chen Jun immediately called Feng Yuxiu to himself. After learning the whole story, Feng Yuxiu said in disbelief, "Leave this matter to me. Don't be impulsive. Although you're very capable of fighting, the Crows gang has guns in their hands. It's easy for you to go over there single-handedly. And what do you mean, boss? I'll give you a task. You immediately go and spread the news that Chen Yongren has been captured by the Crows." Why is that? Feng Yuxiu was very puzzled after hearing this. After all, it was natural that the fewer people knew about such a disgraceful matter, the better. But Chen Jun was thinking that it would be good to publicize it widely so that everyone would know about it. That's what you don't understand. I'm doing this to see if the forces behind Chen Yongren are willing to step in and save him. Ever since Chen Yongren was arrested, Chen Jun has had a new thought process. It wasn't easy to kill Huang Jiqing in the short term, and he wanted to complete the system mission as soon as possible to avoid a long night. So the best thing to do at the moment, that was to make Chen Yongren feel despair within himself towards his superiors and the police force. And currently others had been captured by the Crows. If after learning that Huang Jiqing knew that he was already in danger but still chose to stay on the sidelines, then at that time Chen Yongren would inevitably become alienated from Huang Jiqing. At this time, Chen Jun can take advantage of the situation and turn Chen Yongren into his own command. Feng Yuxiu didn't know what exactly Chen Jun wanted, but he still immediately agreed. I'll handle this matter immediately. Soon, the news about Chen Yongren being captured by the Crows and Chen Jun choosing to stay put for the time being quickly spread throughout the Mongkok underworld. While the brothers on the road were talking, in the office of the anti-triad unit of the Mongkok police station, Huang Jiqing was also listening to the report of his men. Huang sir, Chen Jun does have a henchman named Chen Yongren. This guy has been mixing in Sim Sha Sui before. And then I don't know how he went with Chen Jun to Mongkok to mix. And it seems that the reason why he was captured by the Eastern Star Crow's men this time was also because of a direct relationship with Chen Jun. Huang Jiqing asked expressionlessly after hearing this. Chen Jun's little brother was arrested. Isn't there any movement on his side? According to our informant's return, after Chen Yongren was captured, Chen Jun and 13 sisters had an argument over this matter. The end result is that 13 sisters chose not to inquire about this matter. And Chen Jun did not explicitly order his men to rescue Chen Yongren. After hearing the words of his men, Huang Jiqing's expression gradually became grave. Chen Yongren's identity as an undercover agent is currently known only to him. Even a few of his own trusted men didn't know of such a man. And now if he was going to step in to rescue Chen Yongren, then this would mean that Chen Yongren's identity as an undercover agent would not be broken. In the future, it's just impossible to get him to work as an undercover agent again. However, if he did not make a move, and Chen Jun also chose to give up on saving his life, then Chen Yongren would probably die for sure. After calmly thinking for a while, Huang Jiqing clenched his teeth and muttered inwardly, Chen Yongren, this time it's up to you. In the end, Huang Jiqing chose to give up on personally stepping in to save the day. Everything depended on whether Chen Yongren could turn the danger into a success. The other side, Chen Yongren was locked in a dog cage by the crows, and there was no room to even stand up. Every day you can only sit hunched over on the floor, and you can't even drink water. Even though he had received specialized training, he was still emotionally disturbed in this scenario, and his spirit gradually wilted. At that moment, the raven slowly walked up to him. Chen Yongren, your boss doesn't seem to be thinking of saving you. Not only does he have no intention of contacting me to negotiate, he even put out the news that you were captured by me. Well now, the whole of Mongkok knows I've got you. What do you think is going on in your boss Chen Jun's head? He's not hoping to be able to get me to release you through the pressure of public opinion, is he? If that's true, then you're in deep, Raven said with a sarcastic sneer. Chen Yongren's face instantly changed after hearing this. Chen Jun not coming to his rescue was actually something he understood in his heart. After all, he had only just followed the other side and hadn't done anything yet, so he himself was almost a dispensable little brother in Chen Jun's eyes. But what made him feel surprised was that since the whole of Mongkok knew about him, his top boss, Huang Jiqing, must have known about it as well. And in anticipation that Chen Jun would not come to his rescue, Huang Jiqing did not think to use his own police force to save him. In his opinion, as long as Huang Jiqing called over and told the crows about his undercover identity, the crows would definitely not dare to make a move against him easily. But Huang Jiqing seems to have no intention of doing so. This made Chen Yongren inwardly unavoidably feel a trace of resentment towards Huang Jiqing. Crow, if you've got the guts, finish me off. You think I wouldn't dare? You're a piece of in my eyes. I can kill you anytime I want, Raven said coldly. Then do it, my boss won't come to my rescue anyway, and your plan falls through. Chen Yongren also knew in his heart that Crow had captured himself for the purpose of forcing Chen Jun out. Even if he couldn't take out Chen Jun, he would definitely trip him up somewhere else. So it made sense that Chen Jun would not be willing to step in to save himself. He had no complaints about Chen Jun instead. I only blame myself for being incompetent. Not only did things get messed up, but I was also arrested by the other side's people. Well, in that case, I'll send you on your way now. Crow didn't bother to wait for news from Chen Jun. In his opinion, Chen Jun had already treated his little brother as a piece of trash and had simply given up. That's why he pulled out a pistol from his pocket after he finished speaking, and then aimed the gun at Chen Yongren in the cage. The cage was just this much space, and Chen Yongren had nowhere to hide. At this moment, he could only close his eyes in despair and wait for death. But just then, the fat corpse hurried in. Boss, it's not good. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what happened to make you so panicked? Did someone die in your house? After being disturbed from his killing pleasure, Crow cursed with great displeasure. Fatty Corpse swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then hurriedly explained. Boss, one of our casinos in Mongkok has been terminated, and the entire casino's millions of cash has been snatched away. Who ratted on us? Don't we have people in the police force? Why didn't they inform us in advance when they swept the field? Crow asked in instant shock upon hearing that several $1 million had disappeared. It wasn't the cops who did it. It was Hung Hing's men. The crows were dumbfounded on the spot when the fat corpse finished his sentence. He had originally anticipated that Chen Jun would come to him for negotiations, but it didn't occur to me that the other side would take on their own field at the drop of a hat. And Chen Yongren also understood that this matter was definitely the work of Chen Jun. The reason why the other party made a move on Crow's Field at this juncture must also have something to do with his own capture. Chapter 32 Full Attack. Appointment with the Raven. When he learned that the one who wanted to rescue him was not Huang Jicheng, but Chen Jun, Chen Yongren's inner anger towards Huang Jicheng intensified a lot more. After all, he had been born to die for Huang Jicheng's future, but the other party saw death in his own time of distress. On the contrary, Chen Jun was willing to go out of his way and risk going against Eastern Star to save him. At this moment, Chen Yongren's original unwavering loyalty finally began to waver. Are the people who watch the venue all for food? Even the people from Hunghing can't stop them. How many of them have come this time? Raven then asked in a stern tone. Just one. What? One person. Raven heard this and kicked a nearby chair. This action also scared the fat corpse to stand straight, not daring to breathe. Crow then turned around and looked at Chen Yongren with venomous eyes. Kid, it looks like your time to die hasn't come yet. Wait for me to have a go at your boss first. Then I'll come back to clean up you punk. Chen Yongren sneered. Let's see if you have the ability. What if it's you who gets cleaned up? Humph. We'll see then. Half an hour later, Crow arrived outside the casino with a group of minions in an aggressive manner. At this moment, the entire casino and beyond had been controlled by Qin Jun's beast soldiers. Seeing the Raven's arrival, the beast soldiers standing at the entrance made an unprecedented move not to stop them, but only stood expressionless and motionless. Raven froze for a moment, then picked up a machete and pointed it at one of the beast soldiers. Boy, do you know who I am? I know. Eastern Star Red Stick Crow. Our boss Jun has been waiting for you inside for a long time. Go in. Facing the Raven's threat, the beast soldier still replied without changing his face. Upon hearing that Qin Jun was actually waiting for him inside, Crow instantly became nervous. According to his judgment, since Qin Jun dared to wait for himself here, he had naturally made sufficient preparations. At this time, if he rushed in case he was ambushed by the other side, he would be in big trouble. At that thought, the crow actually stopped at the door, not daring to take a step forward. However, just at this moment, a sneering voice came from the room. The 5 tigers of the Eastern Star are all famous in the Jianghu. I thought how powerful they are. As a result, when I saw it today, I realized it was simply a paper tiger. Although he had never heard Qin Jun's voice, Crow knew that the person who dared to say such words was definitely Qin Jun without a doubt. He is followed by so many juniors. If he retreats at this time, how can he still hang around the Yaots and Mong area in the future? So Raven could only walk in stiffly. Entering the house, Raven realized it was nothing like she expected. There were actually only 2 people in the entire casino. Seeing that there were only 2 silhouettes in the room, Crow was inwardly puzzled to the extreme and then asked to one of them, "Are you Chen Jun? 50% chance you got it right. Brother Crow is no less clever." Chen Jun continued to taunt. "Chen Jun, you've got a lot of guts, even daring to smash my crow's venue. Now I'm going to give you a chance to hand over all the money in this casino. In that case, your little brother Chen Yongren's life might still be saved." Raven lit right into his offer. He knew that Chen Jun's purpose in making this trip to pick a fight was definitely to take revenge on himself and save his little brother at the same time. After all, if Chen Yongren died in his own hands, then Chen Jun's Jianghu prestige would definitely be damaged. "You mean Chen Yongren, you haven't killed him yet?" Chen Jun asked curiously back after hearing this. That statement made the crows giggle wholeheartedly. For a moment, he didn't even know if Chen Jun was speaking from the heart or if he was teasing himself. "Jun Chen, I don't have the time to chat with you here. Where did you put the money?" For compared to Chen Yongren's life, a few $1 million of sole proprietorship was what he was most concerned about. "Do you have the wrong out to mix to make money should be each according to their ability. You crow since opened the casino, that naturally have to bear the risk of sole proprietor to be robbed. I'm afraid it's not right for you to ask me to spit out my money now?" Crow was infuriated by Qin Jun. Seeing that the other party didn't even think about paying back that money, Crow was instantly annoyed and said, "Don't think that I don't dare to touch you. If you don't take out the money today, you won't be able to get out of this door." Hey, things have developed to this point. It seems that it's not possible to do nothing. Feng Yuxiu, it's okay to leave this place to you, right? Feng Yuxiu at his side didn't answer, but only nodded faintly. Seeing this, Raven was completely intolerant, only to see him pick up his machete and yell at his men, "Chop them up for me. Kill. Cut them down. Everyone charge." The juniors who followed behind them pulled out their guys and rushed up towards Qin Jun and Feng Yuxiu. Meanwhile, the beast soldiers who were outside the gate fought with the people from the Eastern Star. As for the house, Qin Jun currently did not have any fighting ability, so the moment the fight first started, he had the good sense to hide in the back. A person stood quietly on the sidelines, watching Feng Yuxiu perform alone. Although Feng Yuxiu was limping, his footwork was out of this world. With a single step, he rushed forward and backward, blasting out both fists at the 2 Eastern Star fighters who were coming in front of him. Boo! Both men fell backward to the ground after being punched at the same time. Then Feng Yishio raised his limp leg and swept it towards the side of the hitman who was killing him with a machete. Boo! The opponent instantly flew out horizontally and fainted on the spot after hitting the wall. Seeing Feng Yishio drying out 3 people in an instant, Crow was very shocked. How could he not expect that there were actually such ruthless characters beside Chenjun? Damn! Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? When Crow saw that the minions around him had already gotten cowed, he had no choice but to pick up his machete and kill towards Feng Yishio. When the minions behind them saw that Raven had already taken the lead, they all rushed forward again, facing the enemies pouncing from all directions. Feng Yishio remained expressionless. Not the slightest bit of panic could be seen on his face. Boom! Boom! Feng Yishio weaved his way through the crowd, throwing punches left and right, and in the blink of an eye, he knocked a few more people to the ground. At this time, Crow found the right opportunity to take the machete and ruthlessly slash at Feng Yishio in front of him. Feng Yishio quickly dodged sideways. The incomparably sharp open blade came down against his chest. Just by a hair's breadth, Feng Yishio could have died at the fall of the crow. This scene also caused Chenjun's heart to jump for a moment. He was betting everything on Feng Yishio today. Although he had hundreds of beast soldiers on his hands, by this time, most of his men had been quietly sent to Raven's field by him. Chenjun was trying to take advantage of the time when the crows were entangled in a fight with Feng Yishio to have the beast soldiers quickly sweep all of the crows' yards in Mongkok. So on the casino side, besides Feng Yishio, there were only 20 or 30 beast soldiers left outside the door. And once Feng Yishio was killed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was good to see that Feng Yishio was indeed as powerful as rumors had it. After successfully dodging Raven's fatal blow, he quickly slammed a right hook into Raven. Boo! Raven just felt a heavy blow to the face. After a roar in his head, the machete in his hand had actually disappeared. Just as he slowed down, he suddenly felt a chill in his abdomen. He quickly looked down, only to see that the knife originally in his hand had actually stabbed itself into his abdomen. Blood immediately began to flow out along the cut. Feeling the intense pain, Crow roared out, losing his mind as he swung his fists wildly towards Feng Yishio in front of him. But before the fist could swing halfway, Feng Yishio lashed out. The machete in his hand stabbed forward another chunk. Ah! No matter how strong-willed the crow was, it could not support itself at all at this moment. The endless pain made him completely lose all ability to fight. At this time, the minions around him were also shocked by the bloody scene in front of them. No one expected that the unbeatable, ruthless and feared boss in front of them would just be taken out. Feng Yishio then kicked the crow away. The opponent's body fell limply backward directly after leaving the blade. Bang! After the dull sound, the whole house was also instantly quiet. The reason why Feng Yishio would lay his hands on the crows was also because he had received instructions from Chenjun beforehand. In Chenjun's opinion, people like Crow who were ruthless and even dared to kill their own bosses, since they had been provoked, they had to be done away with in order to eliminate future problems. And even if Tung Sing is powerful, there is no way he would go against Hung Hing for someone who was already dead. At the same time, only by taking out the crows would he be able to successfully take down his opponent's field in Mongkok. So tonight, the Raven must die. Seeing the crow die a horrible death on the ground, Chenjun inwardly let out a huge sigh of relief. At the same time, the sounds of fighting outside the door stopped. Several beast soldiers armed with clubs and machetes then burst in. Several people were covered in blood and bruises, and by the looks of them, they knew that they had just experienced a vicious battle outside. June, we've already beaten away all of East Star's men. Chapter 33, Feng Yishio's attack, Crow's death by knife. The East Star thugs in the room were shocked to hear it. The companions outside the door were knocked away and the house was lost. With no Raven, the backbone is lost in this team as well. At this moment, they had no desire to fight. I don't want to give you a hard time, so get lost. Chenjun didn't want to continue fighting. After all, even if he took out all these people from the Eastern Star in front of him, it wouldn't make much sense. Instead of wasting time by continuing to fight them, it would be better to let them live. Hearing Chenjun's words, the crowd of Eastern Star present did not hesitate at all, pulling out their legs and starting to flee outside. Boss, I can actually get them all. At this time, Feng Yishio walked over to Chenjun and came faintly. Chenjun glanced at the other party. I didn't ask you to follow me to deal with these minions. Also, with all this commotion over here, the police should be coming soon. So everyone retreat first. Yes, boss. After the crowd dispersed around, Chenjun was the first to go to an abandoned rotten building in Mongkok. There are many people living in this rotten building, except that none of these people are residents here, but drug addicts. When he came upstairs, a young man who was watching the venue immediately approached him. Upon seeing that it was Jun Chen, he hurriedly spoke. Hello brother Jun. Chenjun is extremely prestigious in Mongkok nowadays, so the gangster brothers all recognize his face. Even if the other party was not from Hung Hing, they had to be polite to this newly appointed Hung Hing Red Stick. After all, Chen Jun had even ed and wasted the red stick of the Union. Not to mention them, the nobodies. I want someone to carry a hit. The other party sniffed and immediately understood everything. June. There aren't many people in this world these days who are willing to spend the rest of their lives in prison unless money is not a problem. The most important thing is to get things done. If some random dishonest person comes here, if the police give me up after a severe beating, I won't be able to spare you. Chen Jun's tone was cold and threatening. The other party winced, then hurriedly stated, please don't worry, brother Jun. I'll go find someone for you. Then he led Chen Jun to a room. Here at the moment lay several slim, shriveled men. Seeing Chen Jun came, a few people in the room immediately realized that business came. Everyone then sat up and looked at Chen Jun. This is Jun from Hunghing. He came over on this trip looking for someone to help him carry off a murder. According to our current laws in Xiangjiang, killing a person is at most a life sentence. If the other party's identity is also that of a triad member, the judge might even be lenient when the time comes, and he'll get out with a sentence of 10 or 8 years. Upon hearing this, one person immediately stood up. I do. Chen Jun looked at the other party. The only thing I could see was that the man had wrinkles written all over his face, and he didn't look too old. Is this age okay? Jun Chen asked. Jun, these days the cops want to solve the case as quickly as possible too, so as long as someone is willing to sign the papers and admit to the crime, that's all that matters. Hearing this, Chen Jun once again looked at the drug addict. How much do you want? $500,000. $500,000. Is your life worth that much? When Chen Jun heard the other party's offer, he immediately pulled down his face and asked coldly. After all, he had been on the road for many years, so he naturally knew the current market. A hit like this is usually good for $200,000 to $300,000. If it's just to disable someone, then it's $30,000 or $50,000 at most. So the other party's opening of $500,000 was clearly beyond Chen Jun's expectations. This money isn't for me, it's for my child. She's in college right now, and once I'm gone, she'll be all alone in the world. So I have to leave her a sum of money so she can survive. Asterisk. Lao Su, don't give face to face. $500,000 you think beautiful? The market rate is $200,000. Dry or not? Not dry, pull down? At that moment, the man beside Chen Jun warned viciously. Lao Su did not retort, and when he saw that Chen Jun did not squeak, he turned around and went back to lie down on his floor bunk. But just when everyone thought that Chen Jun wouldn't agree, he spoke up in an unprecedented manner. It's up to you. $500,000 is $500,000. Jun, why don't we look again? The sidekick continued to persuade, but Chen Jun shook his head. There's no need. The situation is urgent. Plus he has a daughter in Hong Kong. If he dares to backtrack after he's in the station, then I'll make sure that he never sees his daughter in his life. The main reason why Chen Jun had chosen Lao Su was because of his background. After learning that he had a daughter and was still willing to carry the thunder for the sake of his daughter's happiness for the rest of her life, Chen Jun knew that the other party was the most suitable person for the job. As expected, Old Su's eyes flashed with a hint of fear after hearing Chen Jun's words. Soon, though, his gaze returned to normal. I want to get the money first and deliver it safely to my daughter. I've got the money ready. Go get it for your daughter and then turn yourself in to the Mongkok police station. As for the ins and outs of this matter, I'll have someone tell you in advance. Anyway, I don't care what you use. You have to convince the cops unconditionally that you're the murderer. Understood, Lao Su replied with a solemn nod. Chen Jun then had two beast soldiers escort the other away to get the money to give to his daughter. Then Chen Jun returned to the Starlight nightclub. At this point, the entire nightclub was in disarray. Not only was 13 sisters present, even Han Bin and Chen Yao had rushed over at the news. Chen Jun, did you really finish off the crows? After learning that Chen Jun not only killed Crow, but also sent his men to sweep Crow's territory in Mongkok, Chen Yao rushed to Mongkok in a hurry. After all, he was now completely tied up with Chen Jun, and at the same time, he was Hung Hing's military advisor. At this time he had to figure out the whole thing so that he could come up with a response. Chen Jun calmly returned. Brother Yao is really well informed. The crows have been killed by me. In addition, I have gone to a powder stall to find a reliable person to take the blame. I think the police side of the problem will not be too big. Chen Yao heard it but frowned and said, it's not as simple as you think. The whole Eastern Star will definitely know about this tonight. When the time comes, their leading camel will inevitably approach Mr. Jiang for an explanation. And this guy can be different from Shui Wendiao. He has an extremely large number of fighters under him, and his seniority in the Jianghu is even older than Mr. Jiang. If he personally comes out to put pressure on Mr. Chang, then the situation will be hatefully bleak for you. Han Bin also picked up the conversation and reminded, Chen Jun, You've made too much trouble this time. You've just offended the Union. And now you've killed the crows of the Eastern Star. Crow is highly regarded in the Eastern Star and is Locke's right-hand man. How do you let Locke down when you take people out in a hurry? Chen Jun didn't have a hint of panic. Instead, he said unhurriedly, just rest assured. If Camel he dares to talk nonsense, I don't mind taking him out as well. Chapter 34, Conquering Chen Yongren, Reward for Body of Steel. Chen Jun's words scared a few people at the scene. Chen Yao, in particular, was quick to pull Chen Jun's hand. Brother, don't scare me. Camel, you absolutely cannot move him. That's right. If you really killed Camel, then Hung Hing and Tung Sing are mortal enemies now. At that time, all the other big brothers of the society will be implicated by you. And in that case, we won't be able to protect you. 13 Sisters and Han Bin also reminded. Oh, you guys really think I'm a cutie anymore? Even if I were to do away with him, I'd do it without showing my face, or with a borrowed knife. I would never use my status to go to desperate measures. Only after Chen Jun explained it once more did the three of them feel slightly more at ease. Arjun, at this juncture, the people of Eastern Star must have started looking for you everywhere. Plus you've been lined up on the Union side as a thorn in the other side. So I suggest you hide out in the country for a while, and then you can come back when the wind has passed. At this time, Chen Yao continued to propose. This time Chen Jun had stirred up a big mess, and someone had to pay for Crow's death. And while Chen Jun was able to buy drug addicts to carry the thunder, he couldn't convince Dong Xing. However, Chen Jun didn't care about these things. His status was different now. As Hung Hing's red stick, he helped Hung Hing to not only take down the territory, but also take out the other party's red stick in a strong way. It can be said that if Hung Hing does not reward him or even push him out to be punished, what will the brothers under Hung Hing think? People are bound to think that Jiang Tiansheng has no commitment and does not distinguish between reward and punishment. This will inevitably affect the morale of the entire community as well as being laughed at by outside peers. What's more, the enemy this time is also a world enemy with Hung Hing, and there are already a lot of grudges between the two sides. So no matter what, Hung Hing could not give himself up. However, regarding Chen Yao's proposal, Chen Jun was able to accept it. It just so happened that he was also a bit tired during this time, so he just went back to the countryside to experience a bit of idyllic life. Alright, I'll pack up and leave Mongkok overnight tonight to spend some time on Lama Island. Lama Island is located in the island's district, and the environment of that place is so backward that even the gangs are unwilling to develop their power over there. So it would be relatively safer for him to go to Lama Island and it would not be easy for the enemy to find him. Good. Don't tell anyone else about this matter, so as not to accidentally leak the wind, Chen Yao reminded. Several people then talked for a while longer before adjourning. After waiting for the crowd to leave, Chen Jun did not immediately move to leave Mongkok, but instead went to another box. Opening the door, he saw a familiar figure sitting in the box. Seeing Chen Jun open the door, Chen Yongren, who had just been rescued, immediately stood up respectfully. Brother Jun, I've gotten into a big trouble this time. I'm at your mercy if you want to kill me or kill me. At the same time that he himself was saved, Chen Yongren had already learned from the beast soldiers that Chen Jun had gone so far as to kill Crow and offend the entire Eastern Star Society in order to save him. And he understood that Eastern Star would not stop. With Chen Jun's current strength, it wasn't enough to fight against the entire society. So while he blamed himself, he was also worried about Chen Jun's situation, afraid of harming Chen Jun because of himself. Seeing that Chen Yongren was still quite sentimental, Chen Jun immediately waved his hand and said, "You're my little brother. And when something happens to the one who's a little brother, it's only natural for the big brother to step forward and carry the load. But you're right, you're really in trouble this time, so we can't even stay here for a while. We have to go to the country to get away from it all." Jun, you don't blame me? Chen Yongren asked with some surprise. Before that, he had even thought about any punishment he would suffer. But he didn't expect that not only did Chen Jun not blame him, but he was going to take him with him and run away. Is it useful for me to blame you? And even I think it's a blessing in disguise. After all, if it wasn't for this one thing you did, how would I have had the chance to take out Raven? If he doesn't die, how can I unify the entire Mongkok district? Jun, do you really think so? Nonsense. Besides, I know you did your best, so let this go. The priority now is to hurry up and pack up and come with me. After hearing Chen Jun's words, Chen Yongren was already in tears. Since he had come out of society as an undercover agent, this was the first time someone had been so concerned about his well-being. When reminiscent of Huang Jicheng, the other party's approach was clearly in stark contrast to Chen Jun's performance. At this moment, Chen Yongren had even developed the idea of leaving the police force completely within his heart. That night, Chan Chun took Chan Wingyan and quickly left Mongkok. taking advantage of the late night when no one was around to drive the car to Lama Island. After arriving at Lama Island, Chan Chun and Shan Wingyan found a rental house in a nearby fishing village and stayed there. Staying here at the fish raft, although the conditions are a bit more humble, it's not easy to be discovered by outsiders. After settling down, Chen Yongren said with a smile, "That's right, people here know each other so well that if a stranger comes, everyone will know. So how long are we staying here? I don't know. If it's quick it'll be 10 days and half a month. If those big brothers don't come to an agreement, then we'll have to stay here for a while longer." "Alright, don't worry June. If East Star must make us hand someone out, then just hand me over." Chen Yongren's sudden show of loyalty delighted Chen Jun. It was obvious that the other party's expression didn't look like a joke. This also meant that Chen Yongren really recognized himself as the boss. But then Chen Jun teased, "What are you? You're the one who wants to carry this off. And people can't even get stuck with Eastern Star." Chen Yongren scratched his head after hearing this and laughed in embarrassment. "That's true. I'm just a 49 boy now. I can't compare to your status." At this time, Chen Jun, however, suddenly changed his tone and said in a sincere tone, "In fact, there is nothing wrong with being a short mule. Many people think that those who mix with the triads are bad people. But I don't think so. In fact, many times we join a society just can't help it. After all, being in this era of Hong Kong, if you want to accomplish something, it's simply hard to move an inch without a hard background in backstage. That's why I joined Hung Hing is also just using this platform to accomplish some of my grand ambitions." Chen Jun's implication was that he wanted to tell Chen Yongren that he was different from the other kooky big brothers. He joined the club out of necessity, and he wants to clear his name and get on board as soon as possible. These words aroused Chen Yongren's curiosity. He pursued, "June, what do you want to do in the future?" "I want to set up a company to run the physical industry, and it would be best if I can also expand my industry to overseas markets, so that countries all over the world will know my name." Chen Jun, "I'm afraid it's not that easy, is it? He. Before this, who would have thought that I was capable of killing the Eastern Star Crow? Fair enough, but do you enjoy killing people, June?" Chen Yongren's words immediately caused Chen Jun's alarm. He glared at Chen Yongren with a grim gaze. Chen Yongren was startled and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. "Brother June, don't misunderstand. I was just casually asking. Humph. I don't like killing people, but against scum like Crow, killing him is the best way. If I don't do away with him, he's bound to unleash mad vengeance on me. That's why I'd rather take a hit than let him live." Seeing that Chen Jun was not a homicidal maniac, Chen Yongren was much more relieved inside. After all, if Chen Jun enjoyed killing people, then Chen Yongren's heart would also be condemned for his inability to stop Chen Jun. "Ah Ren, I actually know that your heart hasn't been with me all this time. Now I can give you a chance. If you're going to leave me, you leave now. But if you choose to stay, then you will follow me with all your heart. And I promise I won't let you do anything against your will. But if you're staying just to find a chance to betray me and put me to death, then don't blame me for being rude to you." Chen Jun's words caused Chen Yongren to instantly jump up in fear. His body began to tremble violently. Inwardly, he wondered if his identity was already known to Chen Jun. But the matter of his undercover agent was not known to anyone at all except Huang Jicheng. Could it be that Huang Jicheng's side inadvertently leaked the news? At this moment, in the face of Chen Jun's fatal question, Chen Yongren could not answer at all for a moment. Seeing that Chen Yongren was still hesitating, Chen Jun just coldly came. "Go away. I don't want to lay a hand on you, Jun. Actually no need to explain. I don't want to know anything about your past." Chen Jun interrupted the other party, not wanting him to continue. After all, once Chen Yongren admitted his identity as a police officer, then there was no way for Chen Jun to leave the other party alive no matter what. So the best thing to do is for everyone to choose to play dumb. Chen Yongren instantly understood Chen Jun's thoughts, associated with the fact that Chen Jun had ended up in such a situation for his own sake and was willing to step forward to save him when he learned that his intentions were not pure. This made Chen Yongren very touched, and at the same time, it also strengthened his idea of leaving the police force. "Jun, am I really of much use to you?" Chen Jun turned around, looked at Chen Yongren, and faintly came to say, "I want to make you a brother." The word brother completely messed up Chen Yongren's mind. In a moment of impulsive mind, he even directly blurted out, "Well then, Jun, I promise you, from now on, I will definitely look up to you, and will definitely not have second thoughts." It was also right after he made his statement that the system beep finally sounded in Chen Jun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the host with a body of steel. In the next second, a mysterious aura quickly penetrated into Chen Jun's body as if it were a warm current. This breath entered Chen Jun's body and went straight to the dantian, then dispersed. In a flash, Chen Jun felt the skin on his body metamorphosing. It was as if endless power was surging through his body. After exhaling deeply, Chen Jun felt a wave of relaxation in his body. His originally flaccid muscles became tight, and mysterious energies continued to emerge from his dantian, filling every inch of his body. Chapter 35, Fishing by the Sea. Encountering the king of gamblers' daughter. While feeling the different changes in his body, Chen Jun also understood that from this moment onwards, Chen Yongren had already made up his mind to hang out with himself, and with such an undercover police agent at his side, he would only be more comfortable doing anything in the future. Early that morning, Chen Jun woke up and felt that the weather was still cool, and then pulled Chen Yongren together to drive a fishing boat out to sea to fish. I've been suffocating in the fish fillet for the past few days, so it's kinda nice to get out and get some fresh air. After leaving the sea, Chen Yongren looked at the vast ocean and spoke. Yeah, yesterday 13th sister gave me a call, saying that Jiang Tianqing is going to meet up with Camel in the next 2 days, and that we'll have a result by then. Then we'll wait a little longer. It's actually quite nice to fish and enjoy life here. At least we won't have the worries of the jungle. You wish. You don't want to go out and hang out anymore. I still want to hang out. As Chen Jun snickered, the fishing rod in his hand flung out. The two men sat back to back, left to right, fishing for fish. But it wasn't long before the rod didn't move and a small white yacht appeared not far away. Seeing an unfamiliar yacht appear in the middle of this vast ocean, both Chen Jun and Chen Yongren could not help but feel a little nervous. Jun, it can't be someone from East Star looking for us, can it? If that's true, then there's only one possibility that someone within Hungheng has sold us out, Chen Jun said seriously. So what do we do now? Look again. Maybe it's not coming for us. After all, I really don't believe those guys would sell me out. Now Chen Jun is not only the red stick of the society, he has a strong army under him, and he actually controls the entire Mongkok area. Once something happened to him, 13 Sisters alone wouldn't be able to guard those robbed venues, so whichever way you look at it, betraying yourself will not do any good to Hungheng. Seeing that Chen Jun had spoken, Chen Yongren immediately gripped the steering wheel, ready to escape at any time. As the yacht got closer and closer, Chen Jun's face became more and more ugly. These guys really sold me out? Just as Chen Jun was about to order Chen Yongren to take the boat and escape, he accidentally realized that the people on this yacht didn't seem to be sent by Eastern Star. Only a group of young men and women were gathering on the railing of the yacht. The boys were all shirtless and the girls were all wearing sexy bikini swimsuits. Any way you look at it, these people look like rich kids out for a good time. After seeing the other party's dress, Chen Jun inwardly breathed a huge sigh of relief. Although he was already a body of steel, if he was caught in the middle of this vast ocean, it would be drowning that could drown him. It's okay, I guess it's a passing tourist. Take it easy. Chen Jun signaled Chen Yongren to relax. The two nevertheless kept their eyes on the yacht's every move at all times. When the yacht approached the fishing boat, Chen Jun and Chen Yongren stood up at the same time. The other side had brought the ship close, so naturally they must have been looking for them. Then, a woman at the head of them with a pretty figure and a particularly outstanding appearance politely opened her mouth and asked, "May I ask if there is an uninhabited island in this neighborhood?" At the first glance, Chen Jun felt as if he had seen the other party somewhere, but after a quick turn of the brain, there still wasn't a clear impression. Sorry, we're tourists too. We didn't know there were any uninhabited islands around here. At that moment, Chen Yongren shouted, "Ah, so that's it." The other man's face was slightly lost, but he returned a smiling expression. But just then, a woman behind her suddenly paddled on the soles of her feet, and her entire body instantly pressed against hers. She herself was already leaning forward with half of her body over the railing because she was trying to have a conversation with both of Chen Jun. So by the woman behind the pressure, the whole person actually directly out of control fell into the sea. After flopping into the sea, everyone on the yacht panicked. "Oh my god, pull He Chaoqiang up." "But we can't swim?" "What? Didn't you say you were good in the water before?" "That's why we didn't hire a lifeguard. I was in a swimming pool where I could swim freely. This is the deep sea and I'm scared." One of the men returned awkwardly. "What then? Our Jun will be in trouble if something happens to him." After listening to the conversation between the few people on the yacht, Chen Jun was instantly startled. He clearly heard a familiar name just now. He Chaoqiang. Isn't that the real name of the daughter of the king of gamblers, Samson Ho? The He Chaoqiang of this era was actually only in her 20s, which matched the woman's age. So Chen Jun realized that the woman who had just fallen into the water should be the second eldest daughter of the king of gamblers. "Jun, what should we do? Should we save them?" At this time, Chen Yongren also came over and asked. Although he is not a nosy person, but human life is at stake, and he himself is a police officer. So in his heart, he also very much hopes that Chen Jun can give a hand, together with him to help him save people up. The other party had a special identity, plus Chen Jun couldn't see death. So Chen Jun nodded and said, drive the boat over. Yachts are, after all, too high up in the hull, so it's difficult to reach out and save people. But Chen Jun's fishing boat was able to pick people up right out of the ocean. After getting Chen Jun's consent, Chen Yongren quickly increased the horsepower and drove the fishing boat towards the put-down where He Chaoqiang fell into the water. But at this time, He Chaoqiang was already in a state of extreme fear, and after fluttering several times on the surface of the water, he slowly dived into the water. Chen Jun thought to himself, bad. What if this really sinks to the bottom of the ocean? Although he was good at water, this was a deep sea area, and the water was at least tens of meters deep. It was also impossible for him to dive to the bottom of the ocean to save someone without the help of any diving gear. So without even thinking about it, Chen Jun got up and jumped straight into the water with a fish leap. Jun, let me do it, Chen Yongren on the boat shouted at the sight. But Chen Jun had already disappeared into the water. Jun, don't let anything happen to you. At this moment, Chen Yongren sent his fingers to sincerely hope that Chen Jun would be safe and sound. Chen Jun immediately saw He Chaoqiang, who was slowly sinking after diving into the water. He quickly swam towards his opponent, then strangled him with one hand as he swam upwards. To save someone in the sea, Chen Jun knows never to hold on to the other person. This is because the drowning person will often grab the rescuer in a death grip out of sheer fear. This will result in the rescuer also being unable to swim out of the water due to the other person's interference. So Chen Jun simply got violent himself, strangled the other party's neck and started swimming upstream. As expected, although He Chaoqiang tried to fight back after being strangled, she couldn't make any effort at all. After a few seconds, Chen Jun dragged her straight to the surface. Quick, give me a hand. Chen Yongren hurriedly reached out his hand and linked Chen Jun together to pull He Chaoqiang onto the fishing boat. He Chaoqiang lay down in the cabin and coughed violently after getting on the boat. Originally, she had choked on seawater, and coupled with being strangled by Chen Jun, she had almost snapped right out of it just now. But luckily she had only been sinking for a short while, so she quickly eased up. By the time Chen Jun got on the boat, He Chaoqiang's mind was completely clear. You're all right, ma'am? Chen Yongren asked with concern. He Chaoqiang shook her head with difficulty, then spoke to Chen Jun, the savior in front of her. It's really thanks to you for saving me this time, or else I really might have died here. At that moment, the people on the yacht also shouted towards the few people below. Are you guys okay? Arjun, you come up quickly. He Chaoqiang had also noticed the behavior of the crowd on the yacht before sinking just now. It was also after learning that no one would come down to save her that she completely lost all motivation, and her body sank involuntarily. This time when faced with the call of her companions again, He Chaoqiang just coldly returned. You guys go first. I don't want to stay on a ship with you. Arjun, how are you going to get out of here if you don't come with us? I'll go with them. You're on your own. He Chaoqiang continued. The few people on the yacht knew He Chaoqiang's temper, and with her powerful background, no one dared to provoke her anymore. So a few people then packed up He Chaoqiang's belonging clothes and threw them off the fishing boat before leaving the scene in their yacht. After everyone had walked away, Chen Jun opened his mouth and asked, "MS? Right. What kind of a mess are you making? I'm sorry for the trouble, except I really don't want to stay with them." Chen Yongren opened his mouth and persuaded, "Aren't you good friends with them? It's only normal that they don't know how to swim and dare not go into the water to save you. Why do you have to be like this?" He Chaoqiang smiled indifferently. They say they're friends, but in reality they're all just working for their own interests. Interest? We are all young people from famous families in Macau, and we are all gathered together actually just to be able to get closer to each other's families. Chen Jun understood what He Chaoqiang meant as soon as he heard it. In fact, although Ho Chiuking is the favorite daughter of the king of gamblers, he is not only a good-looking man, but also has great business acumen and is the king of gamblers' most capable assistant. But in the end she was forced to marry someone she didn't like, simply because the other party's father is one of the top tycoons in Xiangjiang, and the subsequent marital relationship between the two did not last long. So for He Chaoqiang, she is nothing more than a pawn in the family in the end. It was also at this moment that a system beep sounded in Chen Jun's mind once again. Ding! Please take down He Chaoqiang, and after completing the mission, you can summon the little horse to assist you. Chen Jun's eyes widened. I didn't realize that I was just doing my part, and as a result, I accidentally activated a system mission. Only the content of this mission, yet again, was for him to do the other guy in. This He Chaoqiang is completely different from Wang Zuxian as well as Fang Ting. She was born with a golden spoon in her mouth and already looks very mature and capable at a young age. Money and looks don't seem to play much of a role when dealing with this kind of woman. However, the rewards given by the system were very attractive, and Jun Shen knew the strength of Xiaoma more clearly than anyone else, so no matter what, Chen Jun could only do his best to complete the system mission. Chapter 36, Spending the Night Together. Taking a mess. Ah yin. Since Ms. Ho wants to come with us, let's sail the boat and we'll go back to Lama Island. Yes. Chen Yongren then started back in his boat. Chen Jun, on the other hand, followed He Chaoqiong and sat side by side at the bow of the boat, enjoying the scenery in the distance. On the way back, the two began to communicate as well. By the way, you already know my name, but I still don't know your honorable name. He Chaoqiong took the initiative to ask. My name is Chen Jun. Chen Jun, the name matches your appearance. It's okay, but I'm not much of a face person. Ha ha, you're kinda funny. So what do you do for work now? He Chaoqiong's words immediately touched Chen Jun's minefield. How could he not show the other party that he was a short mule or the big brother of the biggest society in Xiangjian? I'm currently helping out at the nightclub with security. Oh, so it's security? He Chaoqiong pursued. Sort of. Why? You don't look at us poor people through colored glasses, do you? Chen Jun smiled and asked rhetorically. How can that be? Do I look like that kind of person? Besides, you're my savior, so I have to thank you even if you're a beggar. Thank you is not necessary. After all, human life is at stake. I can't see death to save it. Chen Jun immediately raised his image a few notches with one sentence. This made He Chaoqiong appreciate him a lot more. When the fishing boat docked, Chen Jun invited He Chaoqiong to visit the place where they were temporarily staying for a while. The place is rather humble, but it's only a temporary residence. We'll be back in the city after a while. It's actually quite nice here. The original life has always been what I aspire to, so if you guys don't mind, leave me here for a few days. He Chaoqiong's trip was originally to travel with those rich kids for a few days and exchange some cooperation projects, but since the water incident, she hadn't had the heart to socialize with those moralistic guys. So instead of returning to Macau on his own and being chastised by his father, he would rather hide here for a few days to clear his head. But we only have 2 rooms, Chen Yongrun muttered. That's okay, I can bunk down, depending on which of you has the most convenient room. He Chaoqiong smiled. When Chen Jun heard this, he immediately gave Chen Yongrun a wink. Chen Yongrun was not a little cutie. Of course he knew his boss's little mind. Cough. Then why don't you live with my big brother? I have a persistent physical disease. I'm afraid you'll be infected by me if you live with me. Ah, what's wrong with you? He Chaoqiong asked with concern. So what? It's just hepatitis B. It's not a serious problem. Chen Yongren could only explain up against his will. Oh, that's okay. I've already gotten the hepatitis B vaccine. But since it's inconvenient for you, is it convenient for you on your side, Jun Chen? Okay, then come over and squeeze into a room with me. Chen Jun returned in a serious manner. At night, Chen Jun took the initiative to give up his bed to He Chaoqiong, and instead he went to make a bunk on the floor next to him. Didn't we agree before that I'd sleep on the floor? He Chaoqiong was a little embarrassed. Come on, I'm a man. How can I let a woman sleep on the floor? Isn't that not quite fair to you? If I'd known I wouldn't have bothered you guys. It's okay. Your presence actually adds a different kind of fun to my humdrum vacation life, so I have you to thank for that too. When He Chaoqiong heard Chen Jun's words, a light blush appeared on her fair face. She lowered her head and said, slightly shyly, good night then. Okay, go to bed and we'll take you around the neighborhood again tomorrow. Chen Jun understands that the heart cannot eat hot tofu. Only step by step can slowly impress He Chaoqiong's heart. The night passed and all three woke up early the next morning. Chen Yongrun looked at Chen Jun's somewhat tired appearance, and taking advantage of He Chaoqiong's absence, he immediately went up to him and asked, Boss, did you get it last night? I'm that kind of guy? Chen Jun gave Chen Yongrun a blank look. What? You didn't do it? Hardly? Chen Yongrun gave Chen Jun a suspicious look. It's like saying, can't you do it? Chen Jun slapped Chen Yongrun's head. What the hell are you thinking? We are purely gentlemen. Then you were giving me crazy looks yesterday. Chen Yongrun rubbed his head in dissatisfaction. That's because I'm afraid that you'll have unorthodox thoughts. In case you have misbehavior towards other people's is it better for me to be righteous? Or is it better for me to be righteous? Chen Jun said righteously. Boss, do I look like that kind of guy? It's hard to say. Knowing people, the two were still unaware that their conversation was heard by He Chaoqiong, who was just about ready to come out of the house. After learning the contents of the conversation between the two, not only did she not feel any revulsion, but instead, she had the slightest bit of joy inside. After all, for Chen Jun, the savior of her life, He Chaoqiong would be lying if she said she was not moved. She actually understands that she will definitely be forced by her father to marry other tycoons in the future as a way to achieve a political union. So before you get married, you might as well blast off into a relationship. As for who to follow, she didn't have a clear goal before this. But now, a bold idea popped into her head. That would be a secret relationship with the handsome-looking guy in front of me. For the next few days, Chan Chun and Chan Wingyan took Ho Chao Cheong on a tour around Lama Island. This place has preserved all the landscapes perfectly precisely because of its economic backwardness. During the tour, He Chao Cheong also clearly felt the pampering from Chun Jun. The feelings of the two people also quickly warmed up, and even gradually have ambiguous behavior. That afternoon, Chen Jun suddenly received a call from Chen Yao. "Ah, Jun, I have good news for you. We've made a deal with Eastern Star. You can go back to Mongkok." "Oh, what did you guys talk to Camel about?" Seeing that things were done so quickly, Chen Jun was also very curious. "In fact, there is nothing to talk about. Originally came out to mix everyone is based on their own ability. Plus this matter is also in the final analysis as the East Star first stirred up trouble. Mr. Jun also directly with the Crows showdown, said that the people we are bound to protect, but due to the other party's position in the Jianghu, it wouldn't make sense if we didn't give them a little favor. That's why Mr. Jiang also agreed to let Crow take a stake in one of his companies and work together to develop a real estate project in Kowloon City, which is also considered to be a little bit of compensation for East Star." Chen Jun didn't care what favors Jiang Tianshang had given Camel. What he cared about was whether or not this matter could be resolved completely. Right now, it seemed that for the time being, East Star would not make a move against himself. As long as Camel was able to reap benefits from Jiang Tianshang, he would naturally not break his agreement. "Okay, then I'll pack up and go back first thing in the morning." "Well, it's good that you're back. Mongkok is a mess right now. Sister 13 can't hold up the scene at all, so we still need to rely on you to control the situation in Mongkok." After hanging up the phone, Chen Jun told Chen Yongrun about the incident and also told He Chaocheong that they were going back to Mongkok. He Chaocheong had also been out for a few days, and her family had already made several phone calls urging her to return to Macau, so she immediately said that she would leave here with them tomorrow, and then she would take a flight back to Macau. Learning that they will soon be separated, Chen Jun has very complicated feelings. After all, He Chaocheong was living in Macau, across the sea from himself, and it was not easy for him to meet on weekdays. If we let the other party go this time, it would be a long way off for the mission to be accomplished, but it was impossible for him to dominate He Chaocheong, so the mission seemed really impossible to accomplish. At night, Chen Jun and He Chaocheong lay in their room, neither of them opening their mouths to speak. Throughout the house, the atmosphere was very serene. "Chen Jun, Arjun," the two suddenly pronounced each other's names in unison. In the next second, the two of them smiled at each other. "You first." He Chaocheong took the initiative to speak. Chen Jun took a deep breath. He knew that this was his last chance, so he spoke stiffly. "It's actually quite fun to spend time with you during this period of time. If there's a chance, I'd like to get to know you further." He Chaocheong also guessed Chen Jun's mind and that the other party's thoughts coincided with his own. However, as a woman, He Chaocheong was still reserved and said, "You want to talk to me as a friend? Can't talk about it, just more contact. So it's a buddy? Ha?" Chen Jun was taken aback by He Chaocheong's bold statement. Thinking to myself, how did you get my inner thoughts out? He Chaocheong saw Chen Jun's expression of surprise, then bared her teeth and laughed out. "Why are you scared?" "Not bad, but I'm serious. It's up to you to decide if you have the guts." Chen Jun is startled by He Chaocheong's alternative confession, and his whole body is dumbfounded. For a moment he couldn't tell if the other party was joking with him or testing him, but He Chaocheong knows very well inside that he has no future with Chen Jun, who is a security guard. Since there's no future, you might as well indulge for once. So He Chaocheong didn't wait for Chen Jun to say anything and quickly got up and turned off the lights in the room. "You this?" Chen Jun had just said the words out, when suddenly a soft, fragrant lip pressed up. Chen Jun trembled, then immediately reacted. Seeing that the other party was so proactive, it would be too unreasonable for him to concede at this time. In the next second, Chen Jun turned the tables and picked up He Chaocheong and placed her on the bed. Within moments, there was a violent crash in the room. Luckily, He Chaocheong was quite reserved and didn't dare to yell, otherwise Chen Yongren, who lived next door, would surely have noticed. By early the next morning, when Chen Jun opened his eyes, he realized that He Chaocheong was no longer in the house. He got dressed and got up and walked out the door just in time to run into Chen Yongren. "Where's MS? Ho, ha, she's gone. I thought she told you." Chen Yongren's answer did not surprise Chen Jun, but instead gave him a sense of relief. In fact, he himself hadn't thought about how to face He Chaocheong today. It's a good thing He Chaocheong said goodbye to him in a most appropriate way. As to whether or not the two would meet again in the future, it didn't seem to matter so much. Returning to the house again and seeing the red smear of blood on the bed, Chen Jun instantly felt a headache. And it's her first time? Chapter 37, Summoning Pony Boy, like a tiger with wings. The two of them returned to Mongkok after a brief cleanup. When the car was parked, Chen Jun opened the door and walked down from the car in a domineering manner. By this time, both sides of the driveway were filled with people. Upon seeing Chen Jun, everyone shouted in unison, "Hello brother Jun." In the crowd, there were not only Chen Jun's legions of beast soldiers, but also 13 sisters men in Mongkok. After all, at this time, everyone inwardly believed that Chen Jun was the true overlord of Mongkok. Chen Jun nodded to all of them, then walked over to 13 sisters. "Arjun, congratulations on your return." 13 sisters forced out a smile and said slowly, though Chen Jun had done her a great favor by making Mongkok almost achieve a clean slate. But the problem that comes with it is that it seems that everyone now thinks that Chan Chen Choi is the holding fit person for the Hung Hing Wong Kok branch of the church. Instead, he became an optional presence. Chen Jun knew this all too well. Seeing 13 sisters in different attitude, he turned around on the spot and shouted at everyone, "I can have all that I have today solely because I have a good boss." 13 sister. So immediately, whoever dares to touch a single hair on Big Sister's head is messing with me. Chen Jun. Chen Jun's words startled 13 sisters. She hadn't expected that Chen Jun would actually be willing to stick up for her, or at this particular moment. And Chen Jun's attitude was also telling everyone in disguise. In Mongkok, 13th sister will always be Hung Hing's holding fit person. At this moment, 13 sisters' hearts were filled with emotion. The thoughts of being upset with Chen Jun had vanished. She then said excitedly, "Arjun, I'm so grounded with you by my side. Come on, go inside and talk." Then the two of them entered a private room in the Starlight nightclub. After sitting down, Chen Jun smiled and said, "Our goal has finally been realized. Congratulations. It's not because of your help? Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to take care of both the United and Eastern Star Associations even if I had tried my best. Right. What are your plans for the future? Continue to hang out in Mongkok?" 13 sisters remembered what Chen Jun had said at first. Mongkok is definitely not the end of the line for him. He's just trying to move up on his own shoulders. You know, my ideals are great. And Mongkok is still too small to satisfy my appetite. I know. So I want to hear what you think next. I'm going to go out on my own and make my way somewhere else. 13 sisters secretly rejoiced. But she was still uneasy and said, "Then what should I do if something happens to Mongkok?" "Don't worry about it. As long as my reputation out there grows, the more other people will not dare to hit Mongkok." Chen Jun's words made sense. Plus, 13 sister was also worried that Chen Jun staying around would bring her a threat. So she immediately blessed, "Alright, then I wish you a safe journey. If there's anything you want to do you'll just talk to me on the phone. As long as I can help, I'll definitely help." "Oh, thanks a lot then." After chatting with 13 sisters, Chen Jun got up and left the Starlight nightclub. He had just gone out when his afterglow caught a figure standing diagonally across the street. Mostly, though, the other man's dress was too conspicuous. In the heat of the day, the other party was still wearing a big black trench coat and a pair of sunglasses on his face, especially with a toothpick in his mouth. This demeanor was a stark contrast to the surrounding passers-by. After seeing the other party's dress, Chen Jun was overjoyed. He knew that Ponyboy had finally shown up. The system quest had been completed since he had spent the night with He Chaoqiang, so it was quite normal for Ponyboy to appear before him at this time. He walked over to Ponyboy. The other man quickly removed his sunglasses as well. "You're Ponyboy? Hello boss. Just call me Mark," Ponyboy said modestly. "From now on, you're with me." Chen Jun finished taking out his wallet from his pocket and proceeded to give the other party enough of all the money inside. "Understood. Feel free to contact me if you have any orders." And just as the two men were exchanging words in the street, an angry growl came from the Mongkok police station not far away. "Will one of you tell me why Raven's death just closed the case? That murderer is almost half in the ground. How was he able to beat the little brother next to Raven and then do away with a big brother?" Huang Jiqing questioned his men with the paperwork of the court's verdict. Ever since Lao Su took the initiative to turn himself in, Huang Jiqing was notified. For this kind of thing that is otherwise commonplace, Huang Jiqing has changed his usual attitude and believes that he must uncover the mastermind behind the scene, because he had clearly sensed that Chen Jun's power in Mongkok was growing, and Raven's death was the perfect opportunity of a lifetime for him. If it could be proved that Crow's death had something to do with Chen Jun, then even if he couldn't be labeled as the mastermind, he certainly wouldn't be able to escape the charge of being an accomplice. Once in court, Chen Jun can at least squat for 3 or 5 years in a hard kiln, but it was not to be. Lao Su flatly insisted that the incident was his own doing. Plus no one from either Hung Hing or Tung Sing is willing to come forward and accuse who actually killed Crow. So this case is in a dead heat. That's when someone turns themselves in voluntarily, but the police don't recognize it. But the police couldn't find any other way to find human evidence or physical evidence to prove that Lao Su didn't do it. Just when Huang Jiqing was still contacting through various channels to inquire about the news, the above bypassed him and directly prosecuted Lao Su. And since the suspect had confessed and there was no other evidence to offer, the court just had a simple hearing and sentenced the case. But for this happy situation for all, Huang Zicheng had a rare outburst of anger. Because this also meant that Chen Jun had absolutely nothing to do with this matter anymore. Huang sir, we don't want to but that old Su is dead set on not saying who ordered it. Don't know how to get on special means? When did you guys get so gentle? Boss, it's not that we don't want to use it. It's that guy's body organs have rotted out from snorting powder, and we're afraid that he won't be able to hold out after a little bit of tactics. If he's going to die in prison, that has nothing to do with us, but if he's going to die in the interrogation room, the brothers are going to take the fall. The explanation from his men left Huang Zicheng with no place to take his anger. After all, no one wants to risk their future over a murder. After another rant, Huang Zicheng once again went to a nearby rooftop. Only when he dialed Chen Yongren's phone again, a system voice came from the other end. The phone you have dialed is offline. Please dial again later. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this kid up to? Why does he keep turning off his cell phone all day long? In fact, Huang Zicheng had been trying to contact Chen Yongren ever since Crow's accident and Chen Yongren's rescue, but this subordinate of his seemed as if he had disappeared from the earth, and could not be contacted at all. And by hindering the identity of the other party is special. So Huang Zicheng also has no way to go through the formal means to inquire about its whereabouts. After several consecutive calls prompted a shutdown, Huang Zicheng's expression also became much more grave. Something couldn't have happened to him, could it? On the other hand, since agreeing to follow Chen Jun, Chen Yongren had also been trying to find a way to completely get rid of Huang Zicheng's control. The most important thing for him was his own profile in the police force database. Before this, his greatest fear was that his file would be deleted, so that no one other than Huang Zicheng would be able to prove his identity. But now, for the first time in his life, he wished his file would disappear. As long as the file is gone, Huang Zicheng's mouth alone will not be able to prove anything about his past at all. So the first order of business is to find a way to delete your profile. How do I find a hacker to hack the files? Just as Chen Yongren was racking his brain to think, suddenly his cell phone rang. Hello, this is Chen Yongren. Which one of you? Hello, I'm He Chaoqiang. Hearing this name, Chen Yongren instantly thought of something. By the way, doesn't she have a good background in Macau? It might actually help. Hello MS. Ho, what can I do for you? I think I'd like to inquire about Chen Jun's whereabouts. He hasn't answered my calls for the past few days. Chapter 38 Gambling King's daughter finds her door. Chen Jun's scalp tingles. Jun's been busy with things lately, so he probably didn't get your call. Chen Yongren took the initiative to help Chen Jun explain, all the while thinking how far these two have secretly progressed. Why did He Chaoqiang call for each other even though she was far away from Macau? Isn't he a security guard? Does he have to stand guard 24 hours a day? He Chaoqiang was a bit puzzled. After all, how busy can a security guard be? He's not really a security guard. In fact, he runs a number of yards, the equivalent of a security chief, a leader. Chen Yongren was afraid that he would be disliked by He Chaoqiang after making his status as the boss too low, so he simply helped Chen Jun package his status. Then ask him for me. Is he free in a couple days? I want to go over to Xiangjiang to look for him. Okay, I'll be sure to ask him for you when I see him. By the way, is there something you can do me a favor? Oh, what is it? Actually, it's true. I've been. Before, Chen Yongren simply went completely out on a limb and told He Chaoqiang about his identity as a police officer. At the same time, in order to be able to make the other party believe in him more, Chen Yongren also deceived the other party by stating that due to the sudden and violent death of his superior, so that his current identity is not black and white, and an undercover agent like him, even if he returned to the police force, he could not clear his name and might even be ostracized by his fellow officers. That's why he planned to take the risk of asking He Chaoqiang to help remove his personal file from the police database. He himself will leave the police force altogether and follow Chen Jun to work as a security guard at a nightclub. After hearing Chen Yongren's words, He Chaoqiang asked with a dumbfounded look on her face, "You don't become a police officer for good reason, and run to become a security guard? There's no such thing as a noble profession, and besides, security guards make a good living and have a free life. On the contrary, when you work undercover, you have to be afraid every day, not knowing that one day you will be killed by someone else's hand, not to mention the fact that I can't go back now, so I'll have to leave the police force and go out into the world." He Chaoqiang was also a woman who had seen the world, and although this matter sounded very outrageous, she still agreed to it at the first opportunity, and the price was for Chen Yongren to make sure to contact Chen Jun, and to have the other party give her a call over. For the sake of his future, Chen Yongren could only say that this matter is on him. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yongren immediately found Chen Jun. "Jun, MS. He said she couldn't find you. Why don't you see when you're free and give her a call back?" Chen Jun's mood was suddenly complicated after hearing this. In fact, ever since he separated from He Chaoqiong, he felt as if he was completely relieved. But when he received the call from the other party, Chen Jun did not know how to face He Chaoqiong for a moment, so he simply chose to ignore it and let the phone ring there. Why do you care about this for me? I'll contact her when I want to. Naturally. Nothing. I'm just telling you. By the way, June, I heard you're leaving Bangkok. Where are we going to hang out next? There's no rush. Wait until I've taken care of the matter at hand. Then we'll make plans. Chen Jun actually had an idea in mind. Only right now he didn't want to give away his plans, especially since Chen Yongren is still an undercover agent of the police. In case he had a hot head and suddenly had a guilty conscience and was shading himself behind his back, the situation would be extremely unfavorable to him. Okay. Chen Yongren did not dare to ask more questions, so he could only leave resentfully. After Chen Yongren left, Chen Jun thought left and right, but finally picked up his cell phone and dialed He Chaoqiong's number. Why are you avoiding me? As soon as the phone was connected, He Chaoqiong's sultry voice came from the other end. I thought we'd never cross paths again in this life. Chen Jun laughed bitterly. Put up your pants and slap your ass? I thought you said we were buddies? Humph. Is that all you remember? Besides, women's words are all tongue-in-cheek, don't you know? He Chaoqiong was obviously a bit angry, though it's true that she just wants to have a fruitless relationship with Chen Jun. Yet she wants Chen Jun to love herself deeply in this romance. But now it all seemed to be wishful thinking on her part. I already know who you are, and I'm afraid that if we continue to contact each other, it will have an effect on you. Chen Jun directly showed his cards, stating that he already knew that the other party was the daughter of the king of gamblers. This may be able to make He Chaoqiong know that it is difficult to retreat. But Pansy Ho was unimpressed and said, so what if I know? The law doesn't say that the daughter of the king of gamblers can't fall in love, right? If I remember correctly, there seems to be a rumor in the newspaper that you will be joining hands with the son of a great tycoon in Xiangjiang. He Chaoqiong moved slightly. Indeed, although this matter had not been finalized, the two great families had been sitting down and talking about it for a whole year. But until the affair is finalized, all parties will announce the matter in advance. After all, if the relevant interests are not negotiated and things go wrong, it will undoubtedly be a slap in the face of the two families and a disgrace to the outside world. So at this point, He Chaoqiong is still single. That's also for later. And besides, it may not really work out. After all, who's to say what's going to happen in the future? He Chaoqiong didn't know that Chen Jun had actually already known the final result. After a moment of silence, Chen Jun still couldn't help but reveal a little bit of information. If you can, don't marry him, because you'll definitely lead an unhappy life, and you'll end up in divorce. How can you be so sure? This kind of family marriage is good for both sides. Once you're really married, wanting to get a divorce may not be a simple thing. You're not like other women. Once you have power, you'll get out of this marriage in a heartbeat. Won't you? Chen Jun's words startled He Chaoqiong, who was far away in Macau. After all, the other party had only known him for only a few days, and the two sides had only had a chance to have an in-depth exchange. But Chen Jun was like a roundworm in her stomach, and was able to accurately guess the true feelings of her heart. Looks like I still underestimated you. You're too talented to be a security guard. Why don't you come to Macau? I'll find you a job as an individual noodle. That won't be necessary. I went to a doctor once and the doctor said I wasn't cut out for soft food. Do you not want to eat softly? Or are you afraid that my gossipy date will come after you if she finds out? He Chaoqiong suddenly came with a soulful torture. Chen Jun froze slightly, then smiled coldly and said, I never put him in my eyes. You're too arrogant. It's easy for people to deal with you in Hong Kong. Chapter 39, who's afraid of stealing a marriage with the top tycoon in Hong Kong? Yo, you're underestimating me. If you really have the balls, then pick me up at the Xiangjiang International Airport tomorrow afternoon? He Chaoqiong provoked Chen Jun. Chen Jun's heart trembled, thinking that this He Chaoqiong actually came for real. So what if I pick you up? It's not much, but the Su family also knows that I'll be coming over tomorrow, and their people will be picking me up at that point in time. Chen Jun instantly understood what He Chaoqiong meant. Her implication was that if you, Chen Jun, were truly capable, then snatch her away in front of everyone. Chen Jun originally really didn't want to have anything to do with the high society of Xiangjiang, but He Chaoqiong was also considered her woman and had her first time taken by herself. Plus, if you don't make a move yourself, the other person must have a very rocky road to marriage in the future. So Chen Jun's heart softened, and he simply agreed directly. You better get in my car tomorrow, or else I'll smash all the cars that the Yi family drove here. The head of security has quite a temper, so I'll wait to see how you behave tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jun suddenly felt that something was wrong. What? How did I become head of security? That night, Chen Jun returned to that place where he had lived for a while, Wang Zuxian's place. After opening the door, the first thing Wang Zuxian did was to jump into Chen Jun's arms, but at this moment, Chen Jun unprecedentedly did not make a move to hug his opponent. For Wang Zuxian, Chen Jun still had a trace of guilt inside. As a woman, Wang Zuxian's sixth sense has always been very spiritual, so after sensing the change in Chen Jun, she immediately sensed that something was wrong. She then let go of Chen Jun and inquired after looking seriously at the other party. What happened? Chen Jun took a deep breath. There's something I want to tell you face to face. What is it? Wang Zuxian was in a nervous mood. After all, at no time in the past had she ever seen Chen Jun look so flustered and uneasy. After the two sat down, looking at the woman in front of him, Chen Jun, although he could not bear it in his heart, he was still unwilling to continue to deceive each other. So after brewing his emotions, he took the initiative to confess. I have a woman outside. Chen Jun's words were like a bolt from the blue, and Wang Zuxian instantly froze in place. I don't want to lie to you, so I'll just have to be honest with you. Wang Zuxian's eyes began to moisten and her body began to shake with anger. After a long time, she spoke slowly and asked, do you still love me? Unbroken. And do you love her? Love too. Chen Jun felt like a scumbag himself when he said that, but it had come to this, and there was no turning back for him. Then why did you choose to let me go instead of her? Wang Zuxian's words caused Chen Jun to suddenly be at a loss for words. I don't want to upset you. It wouldn't be fair to you. Chen Jun continued to explain. So I won't be sad and upset if you let me leave you? Besides, why don't you let her leave you? She doesn't care about that, Chen Jun said with a bitter smile. Well, what if I don't care either? Wang Zuxian's attitude confused Chen Jun. In his opinion, Wang Zuxian would never tolerate the appearance of a third party. What if I said I didn't mind? Calm yourself. Don't get carried away. Chen Jun thought that Wang Zuxian had lost her mind, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade her. However, Wang Zuxian replied with firm eyes, I didn't have any intention to do anything. In fact, after I entered the entertainment industry, I understood the truth. That is, successful men will always have countless women around, and it seems to me that you will certainly achieve great things in the future and be surrounded by countless women. So at that point I was asking myself internally if I would mind if another woman did show up around you. After many days of serious thought on my part, I have come to only one conclusion. That is that I can neither accept them, but I can hardly leave you either, as long as you still have me in your heart. Although Wang Zuxian did not express support for Chen Jun concubinage, but the implication is clear enough. You, Chen Jun, can have other women, but I must occupy the most important place in your heart. Chen Jun never thought that Wang Zuxian would be so generous. For a moment the shame came back to him. He is also not a thin-skinned person, so naturally he cannot do anything to abandon Wang Zuxian. After a moment's hesitation, he gathered his courage and took Wang Zuxian into his arms. Don't worry, I'll never let you suffer a little bit anywhere else from now on. Wang Zuxian, who was lying in Chen Jun's arms, just faintly asked, so who exactly is that woman? It's not easy to reveal at the moment, but soon you'll probably know. Chen Jun laughed bitterly. I'll know soon enough? Although Wang Zuxian was puzzled, she didn't want to continue to pursue the matter when she saw that Chen Jun wasn't willing to say it himself. After all, even if Chen Jun said the other party's name, she wouldn't recognize it, and all that's left to do in the future is to get better so that Chen Jun will never be able to get away from him. After pacifying Wang Zuxian's emotions, Chen Jun's hanging heart completely fell. After the matters in the backyard were settled, what Chen Jun was about to face was the challenge from the Su family. Before this, Chen Jun already knew through his memories of his previous life that he Chaoqian's husband-to-be, Su Jin-hum, was the eldest grandson of the Su family. As the eldest grandson, he has been treated as the family heir since he was a child, and he even grew up studying in prestigious schools abroad to receive a Western education. And right now himself, he's barely a security chief. There was a disparity in strength between the two, and if they were to really fight hard, Chen Jun would not have any chance of winning at all. But he had always been someone who wasn't afraid of any challenge. Plus, he still had the system at his disposal, so he might give himself a buggy reward one day. He might not be a match for the Su family by then. Besides, Barefoot is not afraid of people wearing shoes, and he has nothing to lose at the moment, so the Su family may not really dare to rush with him. After thinking clearly about all this, Chen Jun went to the forest store early the next morning and bit the bullet to buy scared a red Lamborghini Countach supercar. The car also cost him 3 million Hong Kong dollars directly. It was also good that his account had the $10 million sent by the system, plus the income from the various venues in Bangkok during this period of time. So 3 million Hong Kong dollars is not too expensive for Chen Jun. After the transfer on the spot, Chen Jun drove this Lamborghini and headed straight to Xiangjiang International Airport. At the same time, He who was on the road made a special call to Chen Yongren. Let the other guy bring 100 minions to the airport to make a statement for himself. June. Want to bring a guy? Bring it my ass. You want to mow down people in front of the airport? Get everyone in a suit and tie. Chapter 40 Kissing He Chaoqiong at the airport. The scene boiled over. Chen Yongren had been hanging out at the bottom for many years and immediately understood Chen Jun's intentions. He hastened to gather a vote of strong and spirited brothers. Have all of these men change into a sharp, brand new suit. Then he immediately called the car rental company and rented more than a dozen high-class cars in one fell swoop. Finally, he took a group of brothers and drove to Xiangjiang International Airport in a sports car. At this time, Chen Jun had already been waiting at the departure gate of the airport for a long time. He glanced at the electronic screen above his head and realized that He Chaoqiong's flight had finally arrived at the airport. And just as he was about to greet the other man at the door, there was a cacophony of voices beside him, only to see a young man wearing sunglasses and looking presentable was walking in surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Meanwhile, at his side were several crew members filming with video cameras. The crowd stopped when they reached Chen Jun's side. At this moment, a woman holding a microphone immediately handed the microphone in her hand before opening her mouth and asking, "May I ask Mr. Su, I heard that this time the king of Gambler's daughter came to Hong Kong to finalize the details of the marriage with you guys. Have your two big families reached an agreement on this matter?" Hearing the contents of the conversation, Chen Jun was secretly shocked. When he looked at the man again, he realized that the other party was actually his enemy Su Jinhum. At this time, although Su Jinhum was also only in his 20s, he looked very mature and capable. He moistened his throat, and then politely replied, "The matter of my marriage remains my personal privacy at this time, and for that I can only say no comment. As for Ms. He Chaoqiong's arrival in Xiangjiang this time, she's actually mainly traveling to Xiangjiang, and I'm just acting as an escort." The two big families had not officially released the news to the public yet, so he, Su Jinhum, naturally did not dare to take it upon himself to publicize the matter in front of the media. "Then how is your relationship with Ms. Ho? Have both parties become lovers?" "I'm very close to Ms. He. As for our relationship, I'm sorry, I still have no comment. In Hong Kong, paparazzi are everywhere, and marriages like the one between the Su and He families are undoubtedly a top priority for media reporters. That's why these reporters were very excited about the meeting between Su Jinhum and He Chaoqiong today." Everyone waited patiently at the exit for He Chaoqiong's arrival. It was only at this moment that Chen Jun vaguely began to feel as if he had been duped. Perhaps he had fallen into He Chaoqiong's trap from the very beginning. The other party knew full well that not only would Su Jinhum come to pick up the airplane, but the media paparazzi would surely arrive at the scene as well. So once you show up and grab someone, it's bound to be on the front page of the next day's headlines. By that time, her reputation, He Chaoqiong, would definitely be seriously affected. Maybe the Su family would unilaterally terminate this marriage of interest in a fit of rage. At that time, He Chaoqiong will be able to regain her freedom, and at the same time, she won't need to worry about being married to another person, and will be able to fall in love freely. Just as Chen Jun was still depressed, the scene suddenly became tumultuous. Reporters grabbed their cameras and started frantically taking pictures of the group of travelers that were walking out. Chen Jun looked up. At a glance, he saw He Chaoqiong in the crowd. Today's He Chaoqiong came completely prepared. Not only was her face made up, but she was wearing a beige floral dress. The temperament is outstanding and very bright in the crowd. Seeing He Chaoqiong, Su Jinhum took out the flowers prepared in advance and took the initiative to walk up. After the two met, Su Jinhum smiled in front of the reporters and said, "Ms. He, this bouquet of flowers is for you." He Chaoqiong nodded politely, but her gaze shifted to Chen Jun next to her. The look was as if he was asking for help from Chen Jun. Although Chen Jun knew that he had been used this time, he was a man after all. In any case, one must do what one has said. What's more, He Chaoqiong had given herself all of her first time, and at the same time, she had also helped herself complete the system quest. So he's doing this as a disguised form of payback. After figuring all this out, Chen Jun quickly stepped forward and immediately opened his mouth to sneer while He Chaoqiong had yet to receive the flowers. What era is this? And there are still people picking up and sending flowers? Su Jinhum didn't expect that there would be people laughing at him at this time. He immediately turned around and looked at Chen Jun with a puzzled gaze. At this time, the bodyguard beside Su Jinhum also had a serious expression as he stared at Chen Jun's every move. The media reporters also felt very confused by Chen Jun's appearance. I thought to myself, where is this passerby from? Why is he so blind? But in the next second, Chen Jun walked through the crowd and straight to He Chaoqiong. A pickup gift should look like this. After saying that, Chen Jun suddenly stretched out his hands to cup He Chaoqiong's face, pressed his mouth to the other man's while he was completely unresponsive. The moment the lips touched, He Chaoqiong's pupils instantly dilated, and an expression of incomparable shock appeared on her face. And everyone at the scene was all dumbfounded at this instant. No matter how much they thought about it, they never expected something so dramatic to happen. Soo Jin-hum's first reaction was that Chen Jun was basically a gangster. He did it all for the sake of making trouble and trying to take advantage of He Chao-cheon. So he immediately shouted towards the bodyguards around him. "Quick! Grab this guy! Who dares to touch our Jun?" Just as these bodyguards were about to make their move, another booming voice came out from behind them. Everyone looked back and realized that hundreds of black men in suits and ties had appeared behind them at some point. This black pressurized crowd gave everyone an inexplicable sense of pressure in terms of their aura. Even the few bodyguards beside Soo Jin-hwan stopped in their tracks, not daring to act rashly. At that moment, Chen Jun let go of He Chao-cheon. "Well, is this gift enough of a surprise?" He Chao-cheon flushed and glared fiercely at Chen Jun before saying in embarrassment, "You're so bad." Once again, her attitude surprised everyone, especially Hyo Jin-hum. At this point, his head was blank. He Chao-cheon's words were clearly telling everyone that not only did Chen Jun know her, but they were also very close. After all, if they weren't lovers, how could He Chao-cheon let the other person kiss her lips in public? Seeing that He Chao-cheon hadn't talked to him about this matter beforehand, resulting in him being punched in the face by Chen Jun right now, this caused Soo Jin-hwan to feel a sudden surge of anger in his heart. Thinking to myself, what is this man's story, that he dares to lay hands on his prospective fiancée? He walked up to the two with a grave expression and asked Chen Jun, "Which one are you, and why haven't I seen you before?" Chapter 41, The Domineering Declaration of War. Madly punching the Soo family's son in the face, Soo Jin-hum didn't know Chen Jun, so he didn't dare to do anything to him at first, and could only let the other party introduce himself first. "My name is Chen Jun. You can call me Jun if you don't mind." "Jun Chen? I've never heard of it. Who is your father?" Soo Jin-hum thought back carefully and realized that the family's surname Chen in the top rich and powerful circle of Shangjiang had not heard of having this name. "My dad died a long time ago and I grew up in an orphanage, so there's no point in guessing." Chen Jun knew what Soo Jin-hum meant, and he also understood that even if he didn't say anything, tomorrow's newspaper headlines would strip him clean of his identity and background. After all, it was impossible to hide the fact that he was living in an orphanage from these powerful people. Also, he had no intention of hiding anything about his birth. In Chen Jun's mind, even children from the orphanage would not feel inferior. After hearing that Chen Jun was actually a civilian from an orphanage, everyone at the scene was even more surprised. Jesus, is that guy a regular citizen? It's unlikely, right? How could an ordinary person know MS? This is a good show. Could it be that Chen Jun is Miss He's adopted gigolo? Don't you see all these people behind you calling him Brother Jun? Maybe he still has some energy, but no matter how you compare it, he doesn't have a higher status than the Soo family, right? While everyone was talking from the sidelines, Soo Jin-hwan was already so angry that his face was turning blue. How could he not expect that He Chao-cheon would actually give him such a big surprise? And judging from the expression on He Chao-cheon's face, this matter must have been known to her beforehand. He then forced down his anger and opened his mouth to ask, "MS, why didn't you tell me when you fell in love and instead asked me to pick you up? Aren't you doing this on purpose to embarrass me?" He Chao-cheon thought, if you don't come, how will the reporters follow you? How can she use this opportunity to make a big deal out of it if the reporters don't show up? But on the surface, He Chao-cheon put on an innocent expression and explained, "I only told you that I would be in Shangjiang at this point in time, but I didn't ask you to pick me up either. Also, you never asked me if I had a boyfriend. I can't possibly have nothing better to do than go around advertising that I'm seeing someone, can I?" He Chao-cheon's words were word for word, zapping Soo Jin-hum with swords. Looking at Soo Jin-hwan, who was already furious, Chen Jun once again added, "Mr. Soo, there are times when money isn't everything. Also, I don't think you're a good match for MS. So I'd advise you to focus your attention on the other family's young ladies. As for MS, she already has a name and a wife." Chen Jun swore his sovereignty to Soo Jin-hum in front of all the media reporters. This also meant that he had officially declared war on the Soo family. A cook challenges the top families in Hong Kong. This is an unparalleled existence in the history of Hong Kong. And Soo Jin-hum, who still doesn't know that Chen Jun is a curmudgeon, can only graciously state, "Oh, my fair lady, gentleman Marty, I didn't know before that mess." He already had her heart in the right place. So this trip today is considered to be a self-indulgence on my part. But don't get cocky too soon, there's still a long way to go. Maybe we'll have to deal with each other somewhere else. Let's hope that won't happen. Chen Jun killed, not intending to give Soo Jin-hum face at all. Soo Jin-hwan knew that he had been completely planted today. Not only did he not get the favor of He Chao-cheon, the people he brought with him were not enough. On the contrary, on Chen Jun's side, he had actually gotten hundreds of people to help him. It completely crushed his side in terms of momentum. That's why Su Jin-hum angrily glanced at Chen Jun and He Chaocheong before turning around and quickly leaving the airport with his bodyguards. At that moment, Chen Jun also held He Chaocheong's hand in front of everyone. This scene caused Chen Yongren's heart to jump for a moment. In his heart, he said, "Chen Jun, you really aren't afraid of death, are you?" Under the constant flash of the limelight, Chen Jun held He Chaocheong's hand and came to the brand new Lamborghini supercar. "Please get in the car." Chen Jun gentlemanly opened the car door for He Chaocheong. He Chaocheong looked at Chen Jun with a puzzled look in her eyes. After all, Chen Jun had brought her just too many surprises today. Not only did he kiss her in front of everyone, but he also brought a bunch of his brothers. There was even a supercar waiting for her when she went out. And at this time, Chen Yongren and the others also got into the sports cars parked on the side of the road. The scene was also captured on camera again by reporters. This Chen Jun is not a small person. So many sports cars to help. Couldn't be a rich kid from somewhere, could he? No wonder it's so powerful. Actually daring to call out to Mr. Su, quickly, report it to the station and have the leaders rush to send someone to investigate Chen Jun's identity. Check this car of his too. See if it's a rental. Get in the car. What are you waiting for? Chen Jun said to He Chaocheong, who was standing still. He Chaocheong came back to her senses and hurriedly got into the car. When the car started, she immediately asked offhand, "Where did you get this car?" "Rented. And the other cars too?" "Yeah, I'm down for this one. A sports car is old expensive." Chen Jun complained bitterly. "Why are you spending this wasted money?" "Nonsense. It's a good thing I drove a sports car here today, or else I'd be laughed out of the room by that Su guy. Besides, the reporters were there, so I'm not going to have to ask you to follow me out in a cab." He Chaocheong felt herself instantly surrounded by a wave of overflowing happiness after listening to Chen Jun's explanation. After all, Chen Jun was doing this solely for her own sake. "And are those men you brought with you your men?" "Well, they're all brothers who watch the field with me, so you guys have a pretty big team." "Huh?" He Chaocheong wondered. "It's not bad. Our team is quite large. There are tens of thousands of people in Xinjiang." "Wow, your security company is so powerful? I'll have to see it sometime then. Or not. Nothing good comes from dealing with our company." Chen Jun refused in a hurry. "Why? You'll find out later. So now where am I taking you?" "How should I know? You came to pick me up. So of course it's your call?" He Chaocheong's words surprised Chen Jun a little. After glancing in the rearview mirror and realizing that no reporters were following him, Chen Jun simply parked the sports car on the side of the road. After parking the car, he twisted his head to look at He Chaocheong, and then inquired very seriously, "Have you been planning to use me to break off this engagement for a long time?" He Chaocheong saw that his ploy had been demolished by Chen Jun, and then said awkwardly, "Sorry, I just don't have any other way." Chapter 42, The Su Family's Anger. Hung Hing's elder appears. "I told you how you were so quick to want to be my buddy in the first place. So you admit you were using me?" "No, let me explain. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. It's because we already had this level of relationship in place. That's why I wanted to settle this matter by the way." He Chaocheong hurriedly explained to Chen Jun. "Okay, there's no point in talking about it now. What I just did was kind of perfect, right? Once the front page headlines come out tomorrow, I'm sure the Su family will immediately break the contract. By then you'll be able to get rid of the Su family's son for good. Let's hope my father can come to terms with that," He Chaocheong said helplessly. After all, it was her own father's attitude that worried her the most. If her father insisted on her marrying, there was nothing else she could do to stop this from happening. "All right, my mission is done. We'll go our separate ways from now on. I don't want to be pulled out as a shield by you again. After all, offending a Su family is already enough for me to drink a pot." Chen Jun is not an honest man either. It was good enough that he had offended a big family for He Chaocheong. If he was used as a gun by He Chaocheong again, his situation would only become more troublesome. He Chaocheong froze when she heard this, then asked with a puzzled face, "Are you going to dump me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't you stay with me just to break off your engagement with Su Jinhum? Now that it's settled, what else do you need from me?" He Chaocheong then realized that Chen Jun had misunderstood her. She righteously raised her right hand and swore, "I, He Chaocheong, am true to you, Chen Jun, or else I wouldn't have let you deal with Su Jinhum." He Chaocheong's attitude startled Chen Jun. Originally, he thought the other party was just playing along, but I didn't realize that He Chaocheong still had feelings for herself. "I'm just a security guard. You won't get anywhere with me." Chen Jun continued to speak. "You can't be a security guard for the rest of your life, right? Besides, with my resources to help you, coupled with your intelligence, you should be able to make a name for yourself in Hong Kong, even if you can't get rich and famous in the future, right?" At this time, He Chaoqiang had already vaguely sensed that Chen Jun was by no means an ordinary person. She hadn't heard of any security guard who could call in hundreds of helpers in one breath. And the average security guard's salary can afford to rent so many luxury cars? As for Chen Jun's current identity, she didn't care. After all, there weren't many people who started from nothing. As long as he made a career in the future, there was no way for others to mock and dislike Chen Jun. You have quite a bit of faith in me, but there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Actually, I have a girlfriend. Chen Jun saw that He Chaoqiang had bared her heart to herself. So naturally he, a scum, couldn't be too scummy. Solely before formalizing their relationship with each other, they told He Chaoqiang about their affair with Wang Zuxian. He Chaoqiang was a bit shocked, but quickly recovered her original expression. I'd like to meet her when I get a chance. What do you want? Chen Jun was alerted. After all, He Chaoqiang is not a good person. In case she wants to target Wang Zuxian, then Wang Zuxian's acting path might have to be terminated. Where were you thinking of? I just want to see what this sister's personality is like, whether she's good or not. And you don't mind? It was Chen Jun's turn to be dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that a woman like He Chaoqiang would never be a third party, but now it seems that He Chaoqiang doesn't seem to care and instead wants to meet Wang Zuxian. I mind, but what can I do? Other than that, after today, everyone in Hong Kong and Macau who knows me will know that I'm with you. If I break up with you now, won't I be the laughingstock of the world? As for you having multiple girlfriends, all I can say is that I was born into that kind of family, and that kind of thing doesn't seem so unacceptable to me. Only then did Chen Jun recall that He Chaoqiang's father had married several wives, and He Chaoqiang was still from the second house. If He Lao had not been in the habit of marrying his youngest wife, then she would not have been there. So for this kind of thing, He Chaoqiang's level of acceptance is much higher than that of ordinary people. I'll let you meet again later if there's a chance, but right now, at this juncture, I don't see the need for you to see each other. Chen Junsheng was afraid that the two women gathering together would cause something big, so he could only avoid letting the two meet for the time being. The more you say that, the more curious I am about that girl. She's actually already a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry, so if you make a point of asking around, you can still find out. Oh, then I really need to do my homework and find out what she's all about. Just as the two of them were chatting, Su Jinhuan, who was sitting in the Bentley sedan, was already furious. Dad, this He Chaoqiang simply treats me like a little cutie. I've lost my face this time. On the phone, Su Shishuan was equally furious. He said in a gloomy tone, Son, calm down. I'll find someone to inquire about this guy's background first, then we'll figure out how to deal with this matter. Good. I'll make him get out of Hong Kong completely, never to set foot in Hong Kong again. Soon, the Su family inquired about Chen Jun. Upon learning that Chen Jun was actually a kook, the entire Su family was in a state of shock. Is this He Chaoqiang out of her mind? How come she's with a punk? Su Jin hummed in disbelief. That's what makes people so smart. It looks like her He family doesn't want to marry us. Su Shishuan was an old fox after all, having seen too many things, so he instantly thought of the stakes. Humph, not getting married is a small matter, but making me lose face is a big matter. This matter won't end that easily. Su Jinhum was still indignant that he had been tricked today, dealing with this kind of no-good bottom feeder. If we take matters into our own hands, it will only make the rest of the circle laugh, and the outside world will think we're out of line. So you mean this is just going to go away? Su Jin hummed reluctantly and asked. Forget it? My Su family has never had an instance of being bullied, let alone a nobody like this. Don't worry about it. Since he's a kook, I'll find a kook who's tougher than him to deal with him. Su Jinhum was delighted at his words. In Hong Kong, even the top tycoons are inextricably linked with the triads. After all, any tycoon will more or less have to deal with the mob in the process of getting started, and Su Shur-sun is no exception. Immediately after calming his son, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. As soon as the phone was connected, he came faintly. B, come to my house. I have something to ask you. Chapter 43, Causeway Bay, Shan Ho Nam. That night, Big B arrived at Su Shisun's house in a hurry. Boss Su, what do you want to see me about? Although Big B, as the boss of Hung Hing Causeway Bay, is usually powerful and mighty, but in front of Su Shishuan, he was as meek as a kitten. After all, Su Shishuan's family was powerful, and Big B had to rely on each other's help a lot of the time. So for a long time, Big B had been privately acting as the Hui family's spokesman in the underworld. There were many things that the Su family was not comfortable stepping in to take care of, and Su Shishuan would leave it to Big B to take care of. And the reason why Su Shishuan called Big B over today was so that he could deal with Chen Jun. There's a guy who recently popped up in your club. Some guy named Chen Jun, right? Yes, that kid has been quite the standout lately. and I don't know where he's gotten hundreds of people to follow him around. So he's pretty well known around Bangkok. By the way, what are you doing mentioning him? Boss Su, do you have some sort of beef with him? Big B knew that Su Shur-sun couldn't have called himself in for no reason just to ask about Chin-jun, so his heart was already foreboding. This guy messed with my son and made a fool of him in public. That Chin-jun, since he's one of your Hung Hing's people and you're the big brother in the society, I'm sure it shouldn't be too difficult to teach him a lesson, right? Su Shur-shun did not know the internal organization structure of Hung Hing, but he knew clearly that Big B was the big brother in Hung Hing and possessed relatively strong power. As for Chin-jun, it seems to be nothing more than a rising star. It shouldn't be a problem to let Big B deal with Chin-jun. But Big B was hard-pressed to explain after hearing this. Boss Su, this is really not a good thing to do. That kid is in the same club as me. It's not like he's under my tutelage. If nothing else, I don't have any way to move him at all. According to the rules of the Hung Hing society, big brothers are not allowed to bully other bosses' men at will. What's more, he had friendships with 13 sisters as well as Han Bin, so if he were to go looking for trouble with Chin-jun for no reason, when the time came, he wouldn't even know how to explain to Zhang Tianxing as well as 13 sisters. Su Shur-shun frowned as he listened. Obviously he wasn't satisfied with that answer. B, you've been following our Su family for some years now, and you've taken a lot of favors from me over the years, right? That's right. Thanks to Boss Su for taking care of us all these years. Big B rushed to answer. So this time, I want you to get rid of Chen-jun no matter what methods you use, or at least make him leave Shangjiang completely and never be allowed to set foot in Shangjiang for half a step. As for the honorarium, the price is whatever you want it to be. In order to avenge his son's death, Su Shur-shun gave a direct message to Big B. This also means that Big B will have to help even if he helps, and he will have to be tough even if he doesn't. Otherwise, the partnership between the two parties would have to come to a complete end. Although Big B didn't want to target Chin-jun, he was even more reluctant to lose the money tree in front of him. Don't you come out on your own so that you can make a lot of money? If we can take this opportunity to have further cooperation with the Su family in business, this is definitely a huge opportunity for Big B. Afterwards, Big B tentatively asked, Boss Su, actually, it doesn't seem like it's impossible to think of a way to get rid of him. It's just that I'll need a bit of time to maneuver this. I don't want the other honorarium. After all, it would be too hurtful to talk about money between you and me. But I've heard that you've recently taken a real estate development project over in the Eastern District. And my brothers have been doing business in the renovation segment lately. So if it's possible, I still hope that Boss Su will give some renovation projects to give my brothers a hot soup. Big B, being a human being, naturally couldn't possibly take a loss. Before coming, he had long inquired about the Su family's recent business movements. When Su Shur-shun made his request, he decisively looked for the right opportunity to strike, forcing Su Shur-shun to nod his head in agreement. Although the renovation was profitable, the face of the family was more important to Su Shur-shun. Alright, since you said so, then I'll leave the decoration of 2 buildings out for you to do then. But remember, things have to be done right, or else don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Su Shur-shun threatened to warn. Big B nodded awkwardly. He was also the boss after all. And it turned out that Su Shur-shun even threatened him like that right in front of him. It's a good thing that there are no minions around him, or else he, the boss, wouldn't have the face to continue to hang around in Causeway Bay. After bidding farewell to Su Shur-shun, Big B immediately returned to his lair, Phoenix nightclub in Causeway Bay. Mainami, Chicken, and Daitenji, you guys come over here. Arriving in the nightclub, Big B immediately gathered his men together. In the past few years, the main reason why Big B steadily controlled the entire Causeway Bay Street was that he had Chen Haonan, a group of brothers, following him around and dying for him. Brother B, what's the order? Chicken asked excitedly as he came to Big B. Humph. This time it's a big thing. Let's see if you have the guts to do it. Chen Haonan ruffled his long hair and spoke in a domineering manner. Just say it, Brother B. There's nothing in this world that I, Chen Haonan, wouldn't dare to do. Good. I appreciate a young man with guts like you. It's not worth me training you for so long. Actually, it's like this. One of my boss's son has messed with one of the big brothers in the society. And now my boss has asked me to teach this guy a lesson. And preferably kick him out of Shangjiang. As for the reward, the other party is willing to give us the renovation work of 2 high-rise residential buildings to do. Conservatively, we can make several million Hong Kong dollars from this project. Upon hearing that they could make so much money, Chen Haonan's eyes glowed. However, at this time, Chen Haonan cautiously pursued the question. Which big brother is who? Chen-jun. That's the guy who just got promoted to Red Stick, who followed Liang Cohen before and then overshifted to 13 Sisters. Upon hearing this name, several people at the scene were shocked. After all, The one who has made the most noise in the Hung Hing society recently is Chan Chun. But now, his own boss was actually going to go after him. This obviously made it very difficult for several people. Brother B, this is not in line with the rules of the Jianghu. Right, if we move him, then how are we going to explain to the society? Daitenji asked in disbelief. Chen Jun is a brother of the same family. Killing each other is one of the 3 major taboos, and the consequences are very serious. Even if a few of them weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't dare to rashly violate the gang rules. So I'm going to need you guys to come up with a plan, preferably one that will make the other side make the first move. Wouldn't that give you the right reason when you strike back at the other side? Big B said slowly. Chapter 44 Threats from the King of Gamblers. After hearing Big B's words, Chen Haonan's few people suddenly came to a realization. And for Chen Haonan, this is undoubtedly a perfect opportunity to get to the top. He believed that if he could just get this thing squared away, then he is definitely the one who will hold the fit in Causeway Bay in the future. Brother B, let us brothers handle this matter. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Chen Haonan replied. Okay, then we'll see what you guys do. Big B patted Chen Haonan's shoulder, then directly left the nightclub. After Big B left, Chen Haonan's brothers immediately sat down to discuss. Brother Nan, what should we do to drive Chen Jun out of Xiangzhang? Daitenji spoke first and inquired. It's not easy to get rid of him. Get a few brothers to tie him up and force him to roll, or else you'll have to take his life. I don't believe he's not scared. The foreskin was not amused. Pao Pai, are you in over your head? Brother B has just said that we should never leave any leverage on people. It's just too risky to kidnap and release them. In case this kid agrees to us on the surface, and behind our backs, he directly informs the society. Then what should the few of us do? Chicken denied. So what do you say? If you ask me, why don't we just do it without a second thought and just do him? Chicken finished making a neck-wiping gesture. The words startled a few others in the room as well. Chicken, this is a non-trivial matter. He is now the red stick of the society and the right-hand man of 13 sisters. In case our hands are not clean and we leave traces, then the few of us will have to run. Daitenji reminded. Chan Chun's position in Hung Hing today is not what it used to be. In addition to being on an equal footing with Chen Haonan, Big Sky 2 and the others all shouted Brother Jun when they saw him. And the punishment for killing a fellow brother within the society is extremely harsh. The lesser case is to have your arms and legs broken, while the more serious case is to be thrown directly into the pond and fed to the fish. That's why no one dares to go out of their way to kill a fellow elder brother in a non-essential situation. Humph. How can I be the boss if I'm not ruthless? Now Nan has never been able to be the holding fit man of the hall, even though he's gone up to become a red stick. If this can be done beautifully, maybe Brother B, once he's happy, will directly propose to Mr. Chang to let Brother Nan become the boss of another hall. Wouldn't that make us a lot of money? Chicken continued. His words spoke to Chen Haonan's heart. In fact, when Brother B finished saying those words, he knew that the best way to solve this matter was to take out Chen Jun. Chicken was right. Only the dead keep secrets forever. That's why I decided to find a chance to do away with Chen Jun. Chen Haonan said with a cold face. Seeing that the boss had spoken, Big Sky 2 couldn't continue to persuade him. He could only ask in a low voice. How should we do it? I heard that guy is now going out with more than a dozen minions. I'm afraid it's not that easy to take him out without knowing what's going on. I've already thought of a countermeasure. As long as everyone works together, theoretically nothing will go wrong. Afterward, Chen Haonan pulled a few people aside and whispered to them about the assassination plan. The next morning, before Chen Haonan and the others could even get started, newspapers and magazines were already frantically publishing news about Chen Jun and He Chaoqiang's romance. On this day, all the gossip weekly magazines in Xiangjiang uniformly published the kissing photo of the two at the airport on the front page of the newspaper. As soon as the news broke, it immediately triggered the upper-class circles in Hong Kong and Macau. Countless rich and powerful people got their hands on the paper and were gushing about it. Superman Lee, the richest man in Hong Kong, oh, the king of gamblers has been disgraced this time. His daughter is actually with a punk. How interesting. Jiang Tianchang, the leader of Hung Hing, Chen Jun. This kid can do it. He actually chased the king of gamblers' daughter. I just don't know how the king of gamblers will react when he finds out. Huang Jiqing, is this He Chaoqiang out of her mind? How dare she come to Shangjiang to fall in love with a short mule? And Wang Zuxian, who was in between filming, saw the news through the newspaper. When it was discovered that the object of Chen Jun's scandal was actually the king of gamblers' young lady, Wang Zuxian was instantly stunned. She had thought of countless possibilities, but she had never thought that her competitor would actually be a woman of this status. A wave of frustration wrapped around his body. Although she was now a small celebrity in the entertainment industry, compared to He Chaoqiang, she was not worth mentioning at all. It could be said that as long as the other family lifted a finger, she wouldn't be able to continue in the entertainment industry for the rest of her life. Chen Jun, will you really still love me? Looking at the newspaper in her hand, Wang Zuxian inwardly asked herself. Macau. In a luxury villa. Learning of this news, gambling king Ho Hungsum was instantly furious. Someone, get me He Chaoqiong on the phone. I want to ask her personally if she still has me as her father in her eyes. Yes, master. The maid hurriedly called He Chaoqiong. He Chaoqiong, who was lying in Chen Jun's arms, immediately came to life when she heard the big brother's voice ringing. It's probably my father, Chen Jun calmly replied back. Take it. Anyway, sooner or later this matter will have to be faced. You can't hide if you want to. He Chaoqiong nodded, then picked up the phone. Dad, it's Chaoqiong. Where are you? Come back to Macau immediately. I have something to ask you face to face. He Hongsun said angrily. You calm down a bit. I'm with Chen Jun. I can't go back yet. What? Are you still with that punk? Do you not want to recognize me as your father? If you can't come back right away, you'll never come back. Ho Hongsun threatened on the spot. When He Chaoqiong saw his father's attitude was so strong, he didn't know how to explain for a while. Just then, Chen Jun but snatched the big brother in her hand. Chen Jun, let me. Chen Jun made a silent gesture before picking up his big brother's cell phone and faintly spoke. Uncle He, this is Chen Jun. You don't deserve to talk to me. Take the phone to He Chaoqiong. When He Hongsun saw that Chen Jun still dared to talk to him, he was even more furious. However, Chen Jun was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he forcefully returned. Uncle He, do you really think that you can cover the sky with just your hands? You are powerful in Macau, but you are merely well-born. If you had grown up in an orphanage like me, would you be where you are today? He Hongsun didn't expect Chen Jun to dare to contradict himself, then directly cursed at the microphone. With your kind of origin, you're already destined to never be worthy of my daughter. You're from two worlds with her. Understand? Chapter 45. Sir, someone wants to assassinate me. That's just what you think. I don't think I'm good enough for He Chaoqiong. And just because I don't have a high social status now, it doesn't mean I can't accomplish something later. He Hongsun was so exasperated by Chen Jun's words that he laughed outright. Ha ha, for the first time in my life, I've actually seen someone who is so unaware of the sky and the earth. Haven't you understood after living for so long? Whether it's Hong Kong or Macau, your origin already determines your future height. Even if someone like you were to climb up the ladder, what position could you climb to? My whole family is the #1 family in Macau. Are you worthy to be compared to me? Humph. In the past you were the first great family, but you may not still be in the future. Chen Jun continued to choke back. Kid, don't be too crazy. Before I even think about moving you, you hurry up and clear your relationship with He Chaoqiong and never contact them again. Otherwise, you won't blame me for being a bully. Ho Hungsum gave a final warning. Do you really think you can say anything in Xianzhong? If you have the power, you can come and trouble me. Chen Jun also completely went out of his way and sprayed at He Hongsun. Well, just you wait. Ho hung up the phone in exasperation when he finished speaking. Jun Chen, have you thought about the consequences of doing this? My father is definitely not the kind of person who would just let it go. At this time, He Chaoqiong said with worry. Chen Jun sneered. Your father has power and influence, but I, Chen Jun, will not be slaughtered. Just as He Chaoqiong wanted to continue saying something, Chen Jun's big brother rang. Which one? Boss, someone is ing with our brothers downstairs in the hotel. The caller was none other than the beast soldier responsible for protecting Chen Jun downstairs in the hotel. What? Who's so bold as to confront me in Mongkok? Chen Jun was shocked and angry. The identity of the other party is still unclear. They fled without a trace after we chased them out. Come back first. Chen Jun knew that this was definitely not an accident. Only what kind of purpose does the other party have? To run off after a small fight with his own minions and not leave his name? After sensing that the matter was not simple, Chen Jun immediately made a call over to brother Xiaoma, telling him to immediately rush downstairs to the hotel. After all, now he not only had to watch out for the Eastern Star and the Union, but also the Su clan as well as the He clan, the two big clans. That's why he intends to make Ponyboy his personal bodyguard and protect his personal safety 24 hours a day. Arjun, you stay in the hotel now. I'll go out and settle some things and then come back for you. Chen Jun didn't know what was going on outside, and if he rashly took He Chaoqiong out, he was afraid that he would put the other party in danger. So it's safest to keep her in the hotel. After all, the hotel was well secured with cameras everywhere. She would be safer staying here. Then be careful and contact me immediately if anything happens. Plus I'll call my father over later and explain it to him and see if it makes sense. Chen Jun knew the temperament of He Hongsun and definitely could not be easily convinced by He Chaoqiong. Otherwise, He Chaoqiong wouldn't have taken the risk of using herself to break her engagement with the Su family. However, on the surface, Chen Jun still affirmed, "Alright, then you strive to give it a try." 20 minutes later, Ponyboy arrived downstairs at the hotel, met up with Chen Jun in the hotel lobby. At this time, the beast soldiers responsible for protecting Chen Jun also returned to the hotel. "Brother Jun, Brother Xiaoma, the men didn't get caught. They all ran away. Get a good look at them? I'm sure I'd recognize them if I met them again. After all, they look like they should be on the road too," the henchman explained. "First go to the Starlight nightclub, then gather the brothers to act together. That's to turn the whole Mongkok upside down. I'm going to find these guys out." Chen Jun understood that only by finding this group of people could he know who was behind it. But just as Chen Jun went out and was about to get into his own Lamborghini, Xiaoma stopped him. "Jun, wait a minute. I feel like something's not quite right." "What do you mean?" Chen Jun knew Xiaoma's strength, and since he had a hunch that something was wrong, 9 times out of 10, he was definitely right. According to the brothers' accounts, the guys came over apparently looking for a fight, then started running out the door after getting into a fight with everyone, and that led to all of our men pouring in after them as well. "Don't you think there's something fishy going on? What is their motive for doing this? Wouldn't it be redundant to purposely startle the snakes, but instead it would also cause us to be wary, thus making us more cautious?" Ponyboy woke up with a bang. Chen Jun reacted quickly. "It's a trap." Ponyboy nodded. "That's right. Something must have gone wrong somewhere, and now we're just waiting for us to jump in." Chen Jun was silent for a moment, then gathered his gaze on his car. At this moment, he suddenly had a flash of insight, then walked right up to the car, then got down and looked over toward the car's undercarriage. Sure enough, there are ghosts. Upon realizing that the car's chassis had actually been fitted with a bomb device at some point, Chen Jun understood everything. The reason why the other party was wrestling with his men was to distract them. As soon as the men had all gone after them, those who had ambushed the surrounding area came forward and installed this bomb device in the chassis of their car. Just wait until you start the car yourself and the bomb device will detonate. At that time one will ascend to heaven along with this car, and in the case of a car wreck, all evidence is completely nullified. Seeing that the other party had actually struck so viciously, the expression on Chen Jun's face gradually grew gloomy. "Jun, should we get to work on finding out who the hell did this?" Ponyboy stepped forward and inquired. "Of course we're going to investigate, but instead of us doing it, we're going to have someone more specialized do it for us." "What do you mean?" Half an hour later, Huang Ziqing arrived downstairs of the hotel with a group of men in a hurry. When he received the report, he thought Chen Jun was joking, but after double-checking, he immediately organized the police force to go out. It quickly arrived at Chen Jun's heels. "Did you guys call the police?" "Officer Huang, it's been a long time. I didn't realize that meeting again would actually be about this kind of thing," Chen Jun said with a smile. "Humph. I didn't think people like you knew how to call the police for help when things go wrong, either." "Damn it," Huang Ziqing sneered. What Officer Huang said. "Haven't you police always publicized that as long as the people encounter problems, then they can call the police for help at the first time? My car is now rigged with a bomb by someone unknown, so of course I'm going to have to call you professionals over to help." Chapter 46, Utilizing Huang Ziqing, Uncovering the Mastermind Behind the Scene. "Humph, so you have a day to be afraid. But don't worry, you are still a legal citizen of Xiangjiang, so our police will definitely protect your personal safety from being violated." "Then thank you so much, Officer Huang. I will definitely be a law-abiding good citizen in the future as well. Never add to the community." Just as the two were making small talk, a police officer approached. "Report, sir. The bomb device has been successfully defused. It's a claymore bomb, which is simple to make and incredibly powerful." Huang Ziqing frowned after hearing this, then turned to look at Chen Jun. "Who did you offend that the other party actually wanted to blow you up?" Chen Jun spread his hands. "I don't know either, so it's up to you guys to figure out how to investigate. You treat us police like cuties, do you? Do you still want us to interfere in your blackmail?" Huang Ziqing said unhappily. At this time, even if he was stupid, he knew what little scheme Chen Jun had in mind. "Officer Huang, you have to remember that this incident happened in your jurisdiction. If you don't find out the real culprit, then how are you going to explain to the top? That's why I'm doing this for your sake." Huang Ziqing was unable to refute Chen Jun's words, and after clenching his teeth, he directly ordered in a fit of rage. "Come on, invite Mr. Chen Jun back to the police station for me. I want to personally record a statement of assistance in the investigation for him." Chen Jun also knew that such a big thing had happened and he was the one who reported the case, so naturally he had to follow the other party back to the police station. Fortunately, Huang Ziqing did not play dirty tricks, recorded a statement and released him directly. "Jun, are you okay?" After learning that Chen Jun was almost blown up and brought back to the police station, Chen Yongren and Feng Yuxiu also rushed over from other places at the first opportunity. Together with Pony Boy, he finally had all three of his right-hand men at his side. Feng Yuxiu, the next thing you need to do is to take your brothers and go and find out the gang of guys who caused trouble today. Focus on the people on the Eastern Star and United side, especially Crow's previous henchmen, but also give me a lineup to confirm them one by one. Of course, other clubs can't be left out. Understood. Feng Yuxiu nodded seriously. Chen Yongren, you've been on the road for so long. You should have connections with some police officers with triad backgrounds, right? So it's up to you to help out with the leads on the police side. I don't think it should be too difficult to find out the real culprit behind this incident with the current strength of the police. Chen Yongren froze slightly for 2 seconds after hearing this. He knew that Chen Jun was actually testing him by doing so. Let's see if he's really reverted or not. It just so happens that I know an officer at that Sim Sha Sui police station, so I'll try to find out more. Chen Yongren also did not directly agree, but only gave an ambiguous answer. With Chen Yongren's words, Chen Jun was relieved. After all, if Chen Yongren couldn't give him a satisfactory answer this time, then he wouldn't mind sending the other party on his way. Those who could not be used for himself, Chen Jun naturally could not keep them with him forever. Brother Xiao Ma, with your skill and ability, I would like you to serve as my bodyguard captain during this time. I wonder what you think. Ponyboy was arrogant by nature, even though he had recognized himself as the boss. But if he were to follow his ass 24 hours a day, he might not want to. However, Chen Jun had still underestimated the terrifying power of the system. Under the control of the system, Ponyboy would not be able to resist at all. Hearing Chen Jun's proposal, he immediately stated, "Please don't worry, boss. Just leave your safety to me." "Okay, you guys split up? I need to get some useful information in 3 days." "Yes, boss." After everyone separated, Chen Yongren couldn't wait to call Huang Jiqing over. "And you knew to contact me? I thought you were dead." After picking up the phone, Huang Jiqing said in a conspiratorial manner. Chen Yongren still needed the other party to provide information at the moment, so he could only say in resignation, "Sir, do you think I'm on vacation? I don't dare to mess around at all during this time for fear of being discovered by the others." "Humph, is that a reason? I asked you to go undercover with Chen Jun, and what did you do as a result?" "Running off to mess with the crows of the Eastern Star and getting caught by them." Chen Yongren thought to himself, not to say this matter lousy still does not want to scold you. And you're still talking about the pot calling the kettle black. At this moment, his inner loathing for Huang Jiqing had also reached its peak. "Okay, if you're not happy with me, just remove me. I happen to not want to be around that guy anymore. You've managed to hook up with him with great difficulty, and he saved your life. So it's all the more important for you to seize this opportunity and gain his trust completely." At that moment, Huang Jiqing hurriedly changed his tone and persuaded. Seeing Huang Jiqing flustered, Chen Yongren took the opportunity to propose. "I'm looking for you today just for this matter." Now Chen Jun has put the word out in the club, stating that whoever finds out who's behind this incident will be able to rise to the top and become the big brother. "I'm just Hung Hing's 49 boy now. If I get credit this time, I might get his favor, and from then on, I'll be on the level and rise to the top as a big brother. You have to remember that your identity is a police officer," Huang Jiqing reminded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How am I supposed to get all the information on him if I don't get to the top? If you don't help me in this matter, then I can't do this undercover work. I almost lost my life last time, and you still have the nerve to lecture me here?" In the face of Chen Yongren's anger, Huang Jiqing also knew that he was at a disadvantage. He then could only open his mouth to pacify. "Alright, I know you've worked hard. As long as you can gather evidence of Chen Jun's guilt this time, I guarantee I can get you back on the team. Also about this bombing, we actually have a lead. Wang Qixing is no cutie pie, who is in charge of the entire Mongkok anti-triad unit, actually received a tip-off at the very first moment. Who did this? It's you Hung Hing insiders who are harboring your own rebellion." "What? Could it be the 13th Sisters people who are working in the dark?" Chen Yongren was surprised. "Oh, it's not 13 Sisters, it's Chan Honam from Causeway Bay. My informant said that his men came across the border to Mongkok today, and this happened not half a day later. So according to our judgment, this incident must have nothing to do with Chen Haonan's minions." After learning this important information, Chen Yongren became emotional. "Look into this matter more carefully, and you'd better give me a definite answer. Are you teaching me things? So do you want to catch Chen Jun or not?" Huang Jiqing couldn't say anything to Chen Yongren, so he could only reply helplessly in the end, "I'll try my best." Chapter 47, Assassination Operation. Pony Boy himself. On the other side, Feng Yuxiu also quickly launched his actions after receiving the order. Soon, one of Chen Haonan's men involved in the operation was captured by him. "Brother Xiu, this kid won't say anything. At the end of an alleyway, a beast soldier opened his mouth to Feng Yishio, who was standing at the side. Feng Yishio glanced at the guy kneeling on the ground, beaten and covered in blood. Then he slowly walked forward and looked at the other party and said indifferently, "I'll give you one more chance. Say who did it and I'll spare your life." The other party was also hardcore, gritting his teeth and disliking him. "I won't say anything. Kill me if you can. As you wish." Then, Feng Yishio took a big step forward and grabbed his opponent's right hand, then fought to turn it around. Ah! A heartbreaking cry quickly spread throughout the alley. This junior brother's arm was twisted hard by Feng Yishio. "If you don't tell me yet, your other hand will be the same end," Feng Yishio said with an expressionless face. I say. This time the other side was completely tense. He knew that if he didn't say anything, Feng Yishio wouldn't let him die right away, but he would be tortured to the point that he would be worse than dead. And once both of his hands were wasted, then he wouldn't be able to continue in the road for the rest of his life. After all, no big brother would take in a disabled man with his hands ruined. "Tell me, who ordered you to do it?" "It's Chun Haonan." Feng Yushio's face changed drastically. "I didn't realize that this matter also involves the big brother of another Hung Hing's hall." Having stayed by Qin Jun's side for a long time, he naturally knew Hung Hing's internal relations like the back of his hand for a long time. Now it's Big B's men who are behind this. The news was too shocking, so he immediately called Qin Jun over at the first opportunity. Over here, Chen Jungang also received a message from Chun Yongren. Originally, he hadn't quite believed the story. After all, Chen Haonan was originally a red stick, and his status in the society was not low. At the same time, he didn't have any disputes of interest with himself, so how could he be desperate enough to take himself out? As for the idea that he was avenging Raven's death, that's even more unlikely. He hadn't dealt with Raven in this timeline, but the news from Feng Yishio's side also pointed directly at Chen Haonan. Now there was no way he could have believed it even if he wanted to. "Alright, I know. I'll see to this." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ma asked, "Boss, since we know the identity of the other party, why don't we leave this matter to me?" Chen Jun glanced at Xiao Ma. "Chen Haonan has the same status as me and has many minions around him. It may not be easy to do away with him. There's also another point. If the outside world learns that our fellow disciples are killing each other, public opinion will be very unfavorable to me." Xiao Ma understood. "Boss, I understand. I'll do this cleanly, and definitely won't let anyone else know. Even if someone does find out, I'll take all the blame on me, and it has nothing to do with you." "Well, since you said so, I'll give you a chance to show off." "You want me to do something?" Jun Chen asked. "Just get me 2 black guns over here." Chen Jun knew that Xiao Ma was a good shot, so he agreed on the spot. Overnight, Chen Jun got 2 black guns for Xiao Ma on the black market. "Whether or not I get a good night's sleep tonight depends on you. Leave everything to me." The pony with a toothpick in his mouth returned calmly. That night, Chun Haonan's few people were gathering in the Phoenix nightclub to discuss strategies. "I told you this wouldn't work, and now it's fine. The people didn't blow up, and Blackie was captured by Qin Jun's people." Dai Tenji grumbled. At this point, they already knew that one of their men had been captured by Feng Yishio, but as for what the other side tortured out, whether the henchman was alive or dead, they weren't quite sure. "Blackie is very righteous. He shouldn't give us up, should he?" Foreskin asked carefully. "What time is it? Do you think Blackie can carry the other side's torture? Once he shakes us out, then all of us brothers will have to run." At this time, however, Chicken spoke to Chen Haonan. "Brother Nan, there's no way back for us now. If we want to turn the tide, we'll have to count on ourselves." Chen Haonan looked at Chicken with a puzzled expression. "What do you want? Strike again and try to finish off Chen Jun directly? You're crazy. Why don't you make a move? If we cause any more trouble, even Brother B won't be able to protect us." Dai Tenji opened his mouth to try and block it. "You think B will help us now? What's he going to tell the club? That we ran off to assassinate Chen Jun in a heat of the moment when we couldn't think straight? Don't be silly. He'll make us run for it." Chicken calmly analyzed. And what he said was exactly what Chen Haonan was most worried about. Although his own boss, Brother B, is righteous, but he is bound to sacrifice himself in such matters that will affect his future. So right now, if they didn't take out Qin Jun, then they would be in trouble. Chicken is right. Take out Chen Jun. We still have a chance of survival. After all, Chen Jun and 13 sisters didn't get along, and if he really died, there wouldn't be any big brothers in the society to stand up for him. Chen Haonan said so. "Brother Nan, you agree with me, so let's give it a go. I'm going to get the guys ready. We'll storm the Mongkok Crown Hotel overnight and do him in." In order to be able to kill Qin Jun, Chicken had completely given up. What he didn't know was that while they were talking, in another corner of the nightclub, an unfamiliar black man was sitting with a toothpick in his mouth, drinking a mulled wine. Handsome, do you want me to keep you company? At this time, a young woman with big wavy hair, plump figure and alluring dress came up and wanted to do business with Xiao Ma. When Ponyboy saw this, he immediately broke into a smile and then wrapped his arms around him. Yeah, I happen to be quite bored alone. That's great. Just let me have a drink with you, the other said with great joy. But I'm in a bit of a pissing frenzy right now. How about you help me to the restroom first? Darn it, you need people's help for this kind of thing. The woman, though not happy about it, smiled and helped Ponyboy to his feet before heading in the direction of where the bathroom was. However, halfway through the walk, just as she was about to pass by Chun Haonan's and the others' card seats, Xiao Ma suddenly pulled her to a stop and then brought her to Chun Haonan's side. Handsome, the bathroom is over there, the woman wondered. At the same time, Chun Haonan's few people also raised their heads and looked at the two Xiao Ma. In the next second, Ponyboy, however, slowly said with a strange smile, no mistake, this is the place. Chapter 48, A Fierce Battle. Daitenji and Chicken were killed in action at the same time. As Ponyboy finished his sentence, he pushed the woman forward with one hand. She stumbled and jumped into Chun Haonan's arms. Chun Haonan could only reach out to hold his opponent in his haste. At the same time, Ponyboy lifted his coat with dominating hands, then unclipped two pistols from his waist. Upon seeing the guy in brother Xiao Ma's hand, Chun Haonan's few people were instantly horrified, but Ponyboy didn't give them any time to react at all. The moment he pulled the gun out, he aimed it at several people sitting on the couch. Bang! Bang! Touch! Several shots rang out in quick succession. The bullets fired from the pistol accurately hit both Daitenji and Chicken. In a very short time, their bodies had been reduced to a hornet's nest of bullets. Poppy was so scared that he quickly fell to the ground and held his head in his hands as he cried out. Seeing this, Chun Haonan, the only one with any fighting ability, immediately pushed the woman in his arms aside, then copied the beer bottle on the table and smashed it towards Xiao Ma. Ponyboy ducked under it easily and then kicked his opponent in the chest. Chun Haonan fell onto the couch after being kicked in the chest. He was about to get up again when Ponyboy's foot was dead center on him. Immediately after that, the gun in Xiao Ma's hand was also directly against his head. Don't move if you don't want to die. Since Xiao Ma had only just joined Chen Jun's team and had never officially shined outside, Chun Haonan did not recognize the other party. Seeing that the other party did not kill himself immediately, Chun Haonan hurriedly vocalized, Brother, where do you mix? What words to discuss? Are you worthy to consult with me? Just then, Chun Haonan's crowd men also flooded into the nightclub. The entire nightclub was in chaos just now while the gunshots rang out. Nan! We're here! Nan! Are you okay? Put the gun down or I'll kill you. Chun Haonan's men were all born and raised after him. Now that they saw their own big brother being assassinated in their own field, everyone was naturally unwilling to let it go. You have quite a few brothers. Ponyboy looked around the scene. It was found that there were dozens of people, to say the least, who had gathered up. At this point, Chun Haonan also had a bottom line. I, Chun Haonan, have come out to make a living based on three things: tough enough, righteous enough, and brothers galore. If you do make a move on me, I'll make sure you don't walk out of here alive. Xiao Ma laughed after hearing this. You're right. I don't have many bullets left in my hand. One thing I'm sure of, though, is that all I have to do is gently pull the trigger and your head will explode. What do you want? Although Chun Haonan was ruthless enough, after seeing the miserable state of Big Sky 2 and Mountain Chicken, he began to feel weak inside. After all, the other party killed without blinking an eye, and if they really intended to go after him, even if he had countless henchmen, it wouldn't make any sense. Get your men to spread out. Then you're coming with me, Ponyboy threatened. Chun Haonan didn't dare to be careless, so he could only speak to his men. Everyone, don't act rashly. But Nan, letting this guy go will be a problem. Yeah, look at Daitenji and Chicken dying at his hands. I don't believe he really dares to keep shooting. Seeing that his little brothers were not listening, Chun Haonan once again became furious. Don't you listen to my words? I told you to put down the guys in your hands and get the hell out of here. Seeing Chun Haonan's tough attitude, the juniors could only make way after glancing at each other. Xiao Ma grabbed Chun Haonan's collar and started walking out. After leaving the door, he directly stuffed Chun Haonan into a van that had been picked up in advance. Once the doors were locked, the van left Causeway Bay quickly. Quick, call an ambulance. Inform Brother B that Brother Nan has been arrested. Seal off the nightclub. No one is allowed to enter at will. Soon enough, Big B, who was still asleep, was notified by his minions. After learning that Chun Haonan had actually been arrested, Big B scrambled out of bed in a panic. What's going on? A man in black with a gun assassinated Nan and the others in the Phoenix nightclub. Big Sky 2 and Chicken were killed on the spot, and Nan was captured by him, and is currently nowhere to be found. Hearing this, Big B knew that this must be the work of Chen Jun. Originally, after learning that Chun Haonan had failed to assassinate Chen Jun, he had a vague feeling that the situation was not good. But before he could think of a countermeasure, Chen Jun started to fight back, and his counterattacks can be deadly. I can't believe I've wasted my left arm in one fell swoop. More importantly, once Chun Haonan confessed and gave himself away, then he won't be able to keep his position as the boss of Causeway Bay. Just as his mind was in turmoil and he didn't know what to do, the phone next to the nightstand suddenly rang again. I'm Big B. Who is it? A gloomy voice came from the phone. This is Chen Yao. Mr. Jiang wants you to come to the main altar immediately. Big B was inwardly alarmed. This big night, Jiang Tiancheng and Chen Yao asked themselves to go to the general altar. Isn't it obvious that this is about Chen Jun? Seeing that things have fallen apart, Big B knows he's in over his head. The only hope today was that Chun Haonan would not betray himself and take all the blame. Only in this way could he hold on to his position as the boss and still shelter Chun Haonan from death. After a brief change of clothes, Big B drove off to the general altar. At this time, the holding fits of the other 11 Hung Hing halls also went from their respective territories to the general altar to gather. Upon arriving at the site, everyone started complaining. Brother Yao, what time is it? I'm about to fall asleep. What's the big deal about calling me here? Upon entering the house, Ki began to whine. Prince sat on the sofa smoking a cigarette and said, Brother K, don't you know yet? Something big has happened in Causeway Bay. What is it? What's the matter? You'll find out later. Han Bin took over. When K saw that everyone at the scene looked grave, especially Chen Yao who didn't say a word, he immediately sensed that something big was going on. Then he dutifully took his seat and made small talk with the dinosaur next to him. It wasn't long before Big B finally arrived. When he first arrived on the scene, all eyes shifted to him. You, what did you want to see me about? Big B said with a pretense of composure. However, in the next second, Chen Yao suddenly ordered, Men, tie up Big B first. A few Hung Hing disciples around him quickly stepped forward and tied Big B up. The image of the scene also made everyone at the scene look dumbfounded. Kay even stood up and asked, You, what do you mean by that? That's what I mean. Just then, a majestic voice came out. Chapter 49, Enforcement of Family Law. Chun Haonan's tragic death. Mr. Jiang. Qi immediately became respectful upon seeing the owner of the voice. Jiang Tiancheng slowly walked into the house and then sat down on the dragon head chair. Big B gulped and asked in a low voice, Mr. Jiang, why did you tie me up? That's what I have to ask you. What has your little brother Chen Haonan done today? You as a big brother wouldn't be unaware of it, right? Big B wondered. What did he do? I really don't know. Since you won't admit it, let Chen Jun bring the people in. Not long after, Chen Jun dragged Chen Haonan, who had been beaten up to the point that his face was bruised and swollen, into the conference room. Upon seeing Chen Haonan's miserable state, several big brothers who were close to him couldn't help themselves. Kay asked in a stern voice, Chen Jun, why did you beat Nan up like that? Sham Shui, a district holding fit person Liang Ma also said angrily, mutilating fellow brothers. Chen Jun, you must give us an explanation today. The 13 sisters, the crown prince, and Han Bin, who already knew the inside story of the news in advance, chose to shut up at this moment. Although they were on good terms with Chen Haonan, but after learning what he did from Chen Jun, even if they were on good terms, they wouldn't dare to hastily plead for each other anymore. Chen Haonan, do you say it yourself or do you want me to say it for you? Chen Jun asked slowly. Chen Haonan, who was lying on the ground, climbed up with difficulty and first glanced at Big B. When he realized that the other party wasn't even looking at him, his heart was half cold. He knew that he had been treated as an outcast. If Big B doesn't save him, he's going to die today. After a long period of silence, Chen Haonan spoke. I'm at fault. I'm the one who sent someone to install a time bomb in the base of Chen Jun's sports car today. What? Minami, you're not making this up, are you? You wanted to kill Jun Chen. Why? People were very puzzled by Chan Ho Nam's behavior. After all, Causeway Bay, where Chan Ho Nam was located, had nothing to do with Mong Kok at all. The two are even less entangled. Chen Haonan, tell me, who actually instructed you to do this in this matter? After all, you can't just run into trouble with Chen Jun for no reason, right? At this time, Chen Yao coldly opened his mouth to question. After obtaining the benefits of Chen Jun naturally have to be on his side at this critical moment. No one ordered me. I was the one who was eyeing Chen Jun, so I thought of killing him off so I'd have less competition in the club. Chen Haonan stated a very ridiculous reason. That's a reason even Big B himself doesn't believe. But at this time, he was much more at peace within himself. As long as Chen Haonan doesn't give him up, nothing will happen to him. Jiang Tianxing's brows furrowed as he looked at Big B while asking seriously, Big B, what do you think about this matter? Mr. Jiang, it's me who didn't control my little brother well. Something like this happened. Punish me if you want to. Seeing this, Chen Jun immediately blocked. Brother B, this isn't quite right. Although you are Chen Haonan's elder brother, it's not like this matter has anything to do with you. If anyone's little brother who does something stupid has to let the boss go and be punished, then what the hell are we big brothers doing? Chen Jun knew Big B's little mind. He is a veteran of the society and the Causeway Bay fit man. If he was allowed to take Chen Haonan's punishment instead, then Chen Haonan would have a chance of survival. And Chen Jun knows Chen Haonan's character. This kind of person is just like a crow. Absolutely cannot be left alive. So today, not only did he want Chen Haonan to die, he also wanted to get a reason why he could kill him. That was why Xiaoma didn't choose to shoot Chen Haonan at the first opportunity after taking out Big Sky 2 and Chicken, but instead sent him here. Everything was designed by Chen Jun in advance. Chen Jun is right. Nan. He did something wrong himself. Why should he let Big B take the blame? Yeah, I also agree with Chen Jun. One person for all. Chen Haonan, you betrayed your fellow brothers. It's simply an unpardonable offense. Seeing that everyone was targeting Chen Haonan, Big B knew that it was useless for him to continue talking. He gave Chen Haonan a guilty look, then sat down with a sigh. Seeing that Big B stopped squeaking, Chen Yao continued to speak. Chen Haonan, since you've confessed to your crime, we'll execute the family law immediately. There are several choices in the family law. You should be aware of them all. Now it's your turn to choose. Chen Haonan glanced at Big B in despair, then slowly said, I choose the water dungeon. Okay, somebody, take him to the bathroom and hold his head under the water for 5 minutes. If he's still breathing in 5 minutes, he's passed. Yes, you. The two men framed Chen Haonan and led him out of the conference room. For the next few minutes, the entire conference room was eerily quiet, so people were waiting for the result of Chen Haonan's execution of the family law. A few minutes passed before a junior walked in. Chen Haonan is dead. After he said that, Big B instantly slumped in his chair. The other big brothers were also talking to each other. I'm sure it didn't last more than 5 minutes. Ordinary people don't stand a chance. I haven't seen anyone last in all the years I've been in the club. AI. It's a pity. I was quite optimistic that this kid would make it to the top. Seeing that Chen Haonan was dead, Chen Jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good job taking out the other guy without incident. Nowadays, the only rival he had left in the club was a Big B. Without the help of Chen Haonan's gang, Big B's strength has been greatly reduced. It's simply not possible to try to pull the trigger on him again. Well, Chen Haonan has been executed by the family law, and his two little brothers were killed by Chen Jun's men. So this matter, I think we should just leave it at that, and no one should mention it again. At that moment, Jiang Tiancheng also spoke up. He said this because he was also worried that Chen Jun would continue to take revenge on Big B. If he really did away with Big B, he, the leader of Hung Hing, would not be able to face up to it, and at the same time, he would be made fun of by other associations. Chen Jun nodded. I agree. After all, there is a head for the grievances and a head for the debts. Chen Haonan is dead, so it's time to bring this matter to a close. But there's no harm in B's discipline. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to let him continue to serve as the Causeway Hold fit man? Big B looked at Chen Jun in surprise. He didn't realize that Chen Jun wasn't going to stop. Killed his own little brother and was going to pull him out of his position as the Causeway Holding fit man. Jiang Tiancheng didn't expect Chen Jun to come up with this trick, and this matter is clear to everyone. Without Big B's authorization, how would Chen Haonan dare to take it upon himself to assassinate Chen Jun? So when Chen Jun spoke, no one in the scene even opened their mouths to help Big B. At this moment, 13th sister spoke up fiercely. I agree with Chen Jun's words. Chapter 50 Chun Chun on the throne. The new Causeway Bay holding the fit man. Big B didn't expect 13th sister to backstab herself. He looked at the other man in dismay and confusion. Seeing 13th sister speak up, Han Bin instantly understood. I also think that B is not too suitable to continue to serve as Causeway Bay's holding fit person at the moment. After all, with this incident with Chen Haonan, you're bound to attract a lot of criticism in the Dao. That's why I think it's better for you to rest for a while and wait for the wind to pass. A chill ran through Big B's insides. Han Bin spoke softly with his mouth. Let him back off first. After a while, who knows if he'll be able to come out again? Let me stand down. But won't the causeway be a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk? Chen Haonan just died, and I don't have anyone in my hands right now who can carry the load. At this point, Big B had to force himself to defend himself a bit. But in the next second, Chen Jun said furtively, Brother B, why don't you let me be the fit person holding the fit in Causeway Bay? Maybe I'll be able to handle it? Big B glared angrily at Chen Jun. He knew that the most fundamental reason why Chen Jun had done so many things was to oust him from power and thus take his place. You're one of Sister 13's men. You've been hanging out in Mongkok in the past, and we're in deep water in Causeway Bay, so I'm afraid you'll easily drown if you come. I think someone said that to me when I was in Bangkok. But people don't come out to mix by moving their lips. They still have to look at hard power. Some people are no longer strong enough, so it's time to step aside. Wouldn't it be late in the game to continue to occupy that position in case something accidentally happens one day? Chen Jun's words were filled with threats. Big B's back went cold and his expression stared up. Chen Yao glanced at Big B and realized that the other party couldn't hold out any longer. So he simply added a sentence as well. I think this proposal is not a bad idea. B, you can take a break for a while, and let Chen Jun manage Causeway Bay for you. That's right. Ah Chun is doing well in Bangkok, and is rumored to have made Bangkok the second Tuen Mun. If he is allowed to take over Causeway Bay, it might become the third Tuen Mun. At this time, Zhang Tiansheng also made an unprecedented move to side with Chen Jun. Seeing that several heavyweights in the society had chosen Chen Jun, the big brothers of the other halls didn't dare to make any more casual remarks. Big B clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage, but after struggling for a few seconds, he but eventually let go of his grip. Fine, do what you want and I can step aside. Don't worry, brother B. I won't lose a penny every month for the share that should be given to you. After all, honoring the old and loving the young is also a traditional virtue of our Hung Hing. Chen Jun continued to add fuel to the fire and said, although Big B was very angry, at this point he was already in a great position, so he could only choose to swallow this breath alone. A day later, the news of Chan Ho Nam's tragic death, Big B's abdication, and Chan Chun's takeover of Causeway Bay quickly spread throughout the whole of Hong Kong. Among them, the one who attracted the most attention was naturally Chen Jun. Not only did he send someone to do away with Chan Ho Nam, he also ousted Big B from the stage. In the eyes of many outsiders, Chen Jun's power nowadays has far exceeded that of the big brothers of other Hung Hing halls. Otherwise, how could the club tolerate his messing around? At the same time, after learning of Big B's failed assassination attempt, Su Shixuan angrily slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground. Dad, what should we do? Big B has been scrapped and that kid has become the boss of Hung Hing Causeway Bay. Can we even touch him now? The son, Su Jin Hum, asked anxiously. He doesn't care if Chan Ho Nam is dead or not, and he doesn't care if Big B abdicates. Right now, what he needed most was to make Chen Jun lose his reputation. Otherwise of him, he'll always be the laughingstock of high society. A rich kid who was bullied by a short mule. Su Shixuan naturally couldn't swallow this breath either. He spoke coldly, "Humph, just a little short mule. Since the black ones can't handle him, I'll let the white ones deal with him. So what if he is the big brother of Causeway Bay? Could he still be bigger than the Hong Kong government?" Su Shixuan's words instantly enlightened Su Jin Hum. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? He must have a lot of criminal facts in his hands, and if we use our police connections, we can put him behind bars when we catch him. Su Shixuan then picked up the phone and dialed a number again. After a long time, the call was then connected. Director Lee, how have you been? On the other end of the phone, a calm voice came out. Boss Su, what are you looking for me for? Nothing really going on. Somewhere to get together? Then wait for my assistant to contact you. After hanging up the phone, Su Jin hummed after him. How is it? Did Director Lee agree? He agreed to meet with me. Great. Li Wenbin is the Deputy Commissioner of Police and is in charge of the Operations Division. If he steps in, there won't be any worries. Su Jin hummed excitedly. Of course, with a status like his, dealing with a minion like Chen Jun is as simple as crushing an ant. And just as Chen Jun was still immersed in the joy of being on top as a big brother, he received a heavy news. What the hell? You're telling me that MS Ho ran off to Wang Zhuxian's set? It's true, boss. This time we're in big trouble. It looks like she's heading for MS Wang, Chen Yongrun hurriedly reported. While Chen Jun was busy dealing with Big B, He Chaoqiang was not idle in the hotel. Although she lived in Macau, it was still very easy for her to inquire about something in Hong Kong. Plus, Wang Zhuxian wasn't an ordinary person, so He Chaoqiang had no trouble inquiring about the other party's identity. When she learned that Chen Jun's original partner was a beautiful actress, He Chaoqiang was immediately interested in Wang Zhuxian. So while Chen Jun was still back, she took the initiative to hitchhike to Wang Zhuxian's set to get acquainted with the other party first. Asterisk. Why are you talking about this now? After learning that He Chaoqiang had already departed and was close to arriving on set, Chen Jun chided. Chen Yongrun wailed back, Boss, I didn't know either. It was only when my men reported it to me that I knew about it. Didn't I tell you as soon as I got the news? Never mind. Let's not talk nonsense. We can only hope that there won't be a fight between them. After Chen Jun finished speaking, he directly drove his Lamborghini and started rushing to the set. After a while, Chen Jun's car drove up to the door of the theater group. Getting out of the car, He rushed into the theater in an arrow stride and went straight to the set. "Where is Wang Zuxian?" On the set, Chen Jun grabbed a crew member and asked, "Ms. Wang is chatting with a friend in her dressing room." Chen Jun's head buzzed. Instantly froze. It's over. It's really over. Chapter 51 Causeway Bay after 12 o'clock. I call the shots, as he gently pushed open the door to the room. Instead, the scene he expected didn't happen in the house. No ripping, no name-calling. In the entire room, there was only Wang Zuxian and He Chaoqiong sitting face-to-face chatting. Seeing Chen Jun arrive, the two looked over in unison. An intriguing smile appeared on his face at the same time. Divine synchronization. Chen Jun swallowed twice, then carefully walked up to the two. "You guys, are you okay? Which way do you mean?" Wang Zuxian asked after blinking her big watery eyes. "No, I mean, are you guys still having a good time talking? Originally, I had wanted to arrange for the two of you to meet each other for a long time. Isn't it true that I've been on official business lately?" Chen Jun explained with a bitter smile. "Alright, stop pretending in front of me. Wang Zuxian has already told me everything about you. Should I call you Big Brother now?" He Chaoqiong quickly added after glancing at Chen Jun. Chen Jun laughed awkwardly. "I didn't mean to deceive you either. It's really because it's convenient for me to expose my identity in that situation. That's okay, I can understand your kind of profession, but I have the same bottom line as Ms. Wang Zuxian, and that is that you can't go and do things that are illegal, criminal, and hurtful. After all, we have a bright future ahead of us, so naturally, we should never be dragged into it because our pillows have done something illegal. That should be clear to you." This kind of thing Wang Zuxian dare not say, but He Chaoqiong is not afraid, although he knew that Chen Jun was a triad boss. But such minor roles clearly didn't carry enough weight in front of her. "You can rest assured of that. I have always been a good citizen who abides by the law. It's not like someone tried to backstab me. I immediately called the police without saying a word. The other Mongkok police station's Wang Sir also straight praised me for cooperating well." Chen Jun began to talk nonsense. Did he always used to like to talk in an exaggerated way? Since the moment I met him, he's been exaggerating all the time. Then he should actually become a comedian like you. Ms. I actually think so too. Seeing the two of them talking more and more vigorously, it was Chen Jun's turn to be puzzled. Shouldn't they be tearing each other apart when they meet? How did you become best friends in the blink of an eye? However, since Wang Zuxian still had to shoot the movie, and the entire crew was working together nowadays, it was not good for Chen Jun to let her leave first. In the end, it was Chen Jun who took He Chaoqiong and left the theater first. On the way back to the hotel, Chen Jun couldn't help himself. "Arjun, what did you say to her?" "Nothing, just making small talk, introducing me to her, and then telling her all about what we've been through in passing." Chen Jun's face instantly darkened into a pig liver color. Even the encounter kind of details she told to Wang Zuxian. According to Chen Jun's understanding of Wang Zuxian, she must have knocked over several jars of vinegar by now. "Are you guys really okay?" Chen Jun continued to ask. He Chaoqiong gave Chen Jun a blank look. "What? You don't think we'll fight over you, do you? You also think too highly of yourself. What kind of status do I, He Chaoqiong, have? How could I possibly fight with another woman for a man? Ha ha, looks like I was overthinking it. So have you two come to an agreement on how to get along next?" I told her that the odds are that you and I won't get married. Except that right now we still love each other. So tell her to put up with it a little more. Also I can't stay in Shangjiang for a long time. Especially on my father's side. I have to go back as soon as possible to appease him. Once he's really pissed off, not only will I suffer, but you won't have a good time either. Chan Chun was unimpressed. Thinking, how far can you, Ho Hung Sum, extend your hand to Causeway Bay? He himself has people around him. He has money. He doesn't wimp out on the other side at all. But after all, He Hongsan was He Chaoqiong's father, and it was convenient for him to humiliate her father in front of the other party. So he could only say, tough luck. It's okay, I told him on the phone about you saving me, and he's slightly less hostile towards you, but there's a long way to go from here, especially if you don't make any shining achievements, then there's no way he's going to let me continue with you, He Chaoqiong said realistically. Chen Jun also understood that a woman with a background like He Chaoqiong could never marry a mediocre person, but he wasn't worried, because the time to belong is just beginning. After mastering Causeway Bay, one of the busiest locations in Hong Kong, he could also finally make his mark in the jungle. Don't worry, it won't be more than a few years before I impress your father. Okay, I'm waiting for this day to come. That night, after settling He Chaoqiong in the hotel, Chen Jun immediately gathered up all his men. At this time, he had an army of 600 full-fledged beast soldiers in his hands, as well as 3 generals, Feng Yuxiu, Xiao Ma and Chen Yongren. And tonight, Chen Jun had gathered so many people for one purpose. That's taking the men and officially moving into Causeway Bay. When Chen Jun appeared on the streets of Causeway Bay in the eye-catching and conspicuous Lamborghini he had bought, the passers-by on both sides of the street cast curious glances. Who is this guy? Why haven't I seen him before in Causeway Bay? I'm not sure, but he's got this beautiful car. It looks like the latest Lamborghini sports car that just came out. He's so handsome. I don't know if he has a girlfriend anymore. If not, maybe I still have a chance. When Chen Jun arrived the car at the Phoenix nightclub, he found that the parking spaces nearby were already full. He simply heard the car directly to the side of the clearing, but just as he turned off the engine, a traffic cop on duty immediately came up. Sir, you can't park here. Please move your car immediately. When he looked at the young traffic police officer wearing a pair of glasses and a scholarly look, Chen Jun couldn't help but be happy. Sir, do you mean you want to post my stripes? If you don't move your car, I can give you a ticket right now? The other party said with a serious expression. Know who I am? Who are you? My name is Chen Jun. Also I have to tell you, from now on, in this Causeway Bay, after 12 o'clock, I call the shots. As soon as Chen Jun's words fell, hundreds of beast soldiers around him quickly surged up and surrounded the traffic policeman to death. Where has this traffic cop ever seen such a big battle? On the spot, he was so scared that he was trembling. What do you want? I'm a police officer. Are you going to assault me? The other man questioned warily. Chen Jun slowly walked up and took out a stack of banknotes and handed it to the other party. Take your time with the ticket. Go back in and find me if you don't have enough money. After patting the other party on the shoulder, Chen Jun dashed into the nightclub. Chapter 52. Pretty Quinn comes to the door, seeking cooperation. June. This way please. Hello June. What can I get you to drink? June. After Chen Jun entered the nightclub, there were non-stop minions coming up to compliment him along the way. Although Big B has been kicked out of Causeway Bay, the studs in his yard are still working and working normally. After all, even if Chen Jun took over Causeway Bay, he couldn't clean out all of Big B's minions and employees at once. Otherwise, it is bound to cause chaos within the society. However, in important positions, Chen Jun would naturally let his beast soldier henchmen do the job. As for Big B's minions, they are responsible for some simple chores. Chen Jun had just sat down and was about to drink a couple of cups when Chen Yongren quickly walked over. Brother Jun, Liang Kuan is here. Chen Jun frowned and glanced at the gate, only to see that Liang Kuan was leading a few minions towards his side. He hadn't contacted his former boss since the last time he had fallen out with the other side. Now that Liang Kuan took the initiative to come to the door, surely nothing good could come out of it. Shall I ask someone to ask them out? Chen Yongren had long since learned of Chen Jun and Liang Kuan's personal grudge from bystanders. Today is the first official day of work in Causeway Bay. As a result, Pretty Quinn came uninvited, so it was inevitable that Chen Yongren would doubt his purpose and motives. Chen Jun waved his hand, signaling him not to be overly nervous. You don't know Liang Kuan too well. This guy won't do anything stupid. Even if he wants to trouble me, he definitely won't do it himself. Hearing Chen Jun's words, Chen Yongren stopped talking and just stood quietly behind Chen Jun. At that moment, Liang Kuan also walked up to Chen Jun. Jun Chen, long time no see. You've been doing quite well lately. Liang Kuan took the initiative to go forward and greet Chen Jun. Since learning that Chen Jun had become a red stick, Liang Kuan's mood had become very bad. After all, Chen Jun was just a 4-9 boy before this. He is the grass shoes of the organization, and his status is one level higher than Chen Jun's. He is the grass shoes of the organization. But now on the contrary, Chen Jun became a big brother. His own status in the society is still lower than the other party. This contrast in status was very upsetting to him, but today he had something important to ask for, so he could only pay compliments to the other party with his mouth. It's not bad. If it wasn't for your brother Quinn's cultivation, how could I have gotten to where I am today? By the way, what are you people waiting for? This is my former boss. Open your mouth and call Quinn. Hello Gon. The beast soldier behind him shouted very politely. When Liang Kuan saw this battle, he had a feeling of being flattered. Chen Jun's attitude directly screwed him up. It's fine. There's no need to be so polite between us brothers. Today I made this trip over, on the one hand, to congratulate you on your rise to the top as the Causeway Bay boss. On the other hand, I actually want you to help me fix something. Oh, there's something you can't handle. Gone? In fact, it is not a big thing. Is my worship brother Ba closed? This has not owed me $20 million has not been paid back? I'm a brother to him, and I've taken a blood oath. So it's really not on my part to force him to pay back the money. I came to see you today, but I mainly want you to do me a favor and make that guy get his money back. That's not appropriate, is it? Ba Shou is Hung Lee's big brother. If I go to collect the number on your behalf, what if we can't get a deal? Chen Jun deliberately tried to ask the other party rhetorically. If you can't negotiate, find a way to make him pay back the money obediently. This little thing, I think it shouldn't be difficult for you, right? You sliced up Flower Buddha's lifeblood, and even more so, you silenced the crows outright. Nowadays your influence in the road is not small. If you personally come out and scare Basho, I think he should immediately return the money. Of course, I won't let you make a trip for nothing on this account. How about if I get all the money back? I'll split $1 million with you as payment? Chen Jun inwardly scolded the beautiful Koana's sentence. This 1 million or lousy ing give you, before not have time to count this account with you. You still have the face to mention? What if he wants to disagree? If you don't agree, cut off his hands and feet. Chen Jun glanced at Liang Kuan. Didn't you say that you were sworn brothers with him? And chopped off a chicken's head and drank the sworn brotherhood wine. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These days brothers count for nothing. If he doesn't pay back the money, I'll even cut his old mother. Of course, if this matter can be resolved peacefully, it will be good for everyone. Liang Kuan spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. Liang Kuan's person he knows very well. The reason why he did not lay hands on Ba Closed. On the one hand, Ba Closed in the Jianghu status is not low, and under the many disciples, he wasn't entirely sure he could take the other guy down, so he preferred to let himself step in and help him out with this. But Chen Jun wasn't interested in that. Right now he had enough enemies and didn't want to mess with another club for $1 million. And just as Chen Jun was about to open his mouth to reply, a text suddenly popped into his mind. Ding! Please kill Liang Kuan and you will be rewarded with 1,000 beast soldiers upon completion of the mission. The system hadn't been responding all this time, and Chen Jun was still wondering inwardly what had happened. Seeing that the system had been activated again today, he had been happy inside. But after seeing the system content, Chen Jun's face instantly changed. Instead of letting him go to Basho to collect his debt and finish him off, this system lets him do away with Liang Kuan. And according to Chen Jun's understanding of the system would not issue a mission for no reason. This also suggests that the system told him to kill Liang Kuan for a reason. Could it be that the system had already predicted in advance that Liang Kuan was setting himself up? Although Chen Jun didn't know what was going on in Liang Kuan's head, but the reward of 1,000 beast soldiers was something he couldn't refuse. Now that he had just taken Causeway Bay himself, there were tons of venues that needed his own people to look after them. And he also pissed off the Hui family, the top local tycoon in Hong Kong, as well as Macau's Ho Hung Sum because of Ho Chao Chiong. Neither of the heads of these two families could be a saving grace. Chen Jun also had to make a watch out for them on weekdays. So right now is when Chen Jun is most short of manpower. Afterward, Chen Jun spoke decisively. I'll think about this matter again, and I'll give you a reply when I've thought it through. Seeing that Chen Jun did not rebuff, nor did he immediately agree, Liang Kuan could not say anything even if he wanted to. He eventually left the nightclub after having 2 beers with Chen Jun. After waiting for the people to leave, Chen Jun called Chen Yongren aside. What's the order? Jun, Ren, what do you think would be the most prudent method for me to use if I plan to kill Liang Kuan? Chen Yongren thought that his ears had misheard him at first. Jun, who are you going to kill? Liang Kuan, just now that pretender. Chapter 53, Bullying the Master? I'm good at this. Jun, he's your ex-brother, and he's also a Hung Hing man. You're going to lay hands on him. This will be a big trouble if the news leaks out. That's why we absolutely can't take this matter into our own hands. We must find someone we trust to handle it. Do you have a suitable candidate on your side? Chen Jun wanted to do away with Liang Kuan. Then he had to use external forces. Neither his own beast soldiers nor his recruited minions were safe. That's why he asked Chen Yongren. He wanted the other party to go and find some people who had nothing to do with him to do this. Chen Yongren looked embarrassed and said, Jun, it's not that I don't want to help. Killing someone is not a trivial matter, and it's still a gang member who was killed. On my side, I just can't find anyone like that. Chen Jun frowned as he listened. He knew that Chen Yongren wouldn't lie to himself, but then he would have to figure it out on his own. At this time, Chen Yongren suddenly thought of something, then hurriedly spoke. Brother Jun, why don't we spend some money and go find someone from another society to handle this matter? Chen Jun shook his head. No, this is too risky. If he is willing to go out of his way to kill Liang Kuan for money, then he will definitely sell me out for money as well. And once the society knows that I killed Liang Kuan, then I will only end up like Chen Haonan. Chen Jun understood in his heart that although he was now in the club as if he was in the sky, but no one can challenge the rules of the society. Especially since Chen Haonan had already been executed by the society for trying to harm himself with the family law. If he had committed the same thing, Big B would have been the first to jump out and get himself killed then, if no one else said anything. So with such a big risk, he couldn't take it at the moment. If only there was someone who would go willingly to work for us and keep the secret for us. Of course, It would be even more appropriate if this person had another involvement with Liang Kuan himself, Chen Yongrun muttered. Hearing Chen Yongrun's words, Chen Jun was instantly enlightened. This person you're talking about, he really does exist. Jun, who is it? That guy, that's the guy that Pretty Gon wanted us to put in our place. Bashful, aren't they sworn brothers? It's not realistic for you to let Basho do away with Pretty Gon, is it? Chen Yongrun asked in disbelief. Humph, these days, for people like them, can righteousness be used for food? Liang Kuan even tried to get me to do the other side for him for $20 million. Likewise, Barkley must be willing to take out Pretty Gon for not paying him back. But before we do that, we've got to get Barkley dead set on doing this for us, and not backtracking on betraying us just yet. Chen Yongrun's eyes lit up. Jun, could it be that you already have a plan? The solution is still being thought of. You should first approach Barkley on my behalf and ask him to return the money as a way to probe him. Okay, I'll find a way to meet him tomorrow. After Chen Yongren left, Chen Jun was quite bored alone, so he simply walked over to the bar and prepared to have a couple of small drinks before going back to Wang Zuxian for a good 300 rounds of fighting. But just as he was sipping his drink, he suddenly smelled a strong perfume. He had just turned his head when he saw a stunningly beautiful face appear in front of him. Handsome, eh? A drink alone? Little stutterer? Upon seeing this woman with long flowing hair, excellent appearance, and hot body, Chen Jun was inwardly shocked. Isn't this little stutterer Chen Haonan's woman? Only the plot hadn't gotten to that point when Chen Haonan got himself screwed, and from the looks of it, little Lumpy should still be hanging out with the Red Stick Fei Hong of the Longleaf Gang and has worshipped the other party as his godbrother. Meanwhile, this little stutterer is usually idle, not only likes to steal famous cars and take them to sell, but also likes to play fairy tale. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to come to him today, Chen Jun instantly understood little stutterer's intentions. Looks like the little stutterer thinks he's a kaiju. What? Is it against the law to drink alone? Chen Jun did not reveal the other party, but asked with a smile. No, I'm also alone. Want to drink together. Drink too. Seeing that the other party still really thought that she was easy to pin down, Chen Jun simply wanted to reveal her identity and drive her away. But just at that moment, the bizarre system prompt surfaced in his mind once again. Ding, please conquer the small stuttering grains, and upon completion of the mission, you will be awarded a small arsenal. The arsenal is here? Chen Jun almost thought that he had misread the content of the reward. After confirming again and again that it was an armory, a smug smile also appeared on Chen Jun's face. Seeing Chen Jun smiling so lewdly, little stammerer inwardly revealed a look of contempt. I'm sure men are no good. On the surface, however, little stammerer still looked at Chen Jun with affection. Fine, since the pretty girl is also alone, let's be companions. Yes. After saying that, Chen Jun asked the front desk waiter to bring 2 glasses of beer to little stutterer. Asterisk. It. After a few beers, both men's faces were flushed. At this time, little stammerer took the initiative to open his mouth and proposed. Handsome. Find a place to rest. Take a rest? The fact that the little stutterer had uttered such strongly suggestive words also showed that she was ready to make a move on herself. And for Chen Jun, this is a great opportunity. Only then would he be able to complete the system mission and get the reward. So without any hesitation, Chen Jun decisively nodded his head and said, yes, come with me. Yes. Little stutterer then followed Chen Jun to the door. When Chen Jun took out the car keys and ticked twice at the Lamborghini parked in front of the door, little stammerer's eyes were about to glow with gold. She also didn't think she'd landed a rich guy today with a random strike. After getting into the car, the little stutterer couldn't help but ask, handsome, how much do you pay for this car? Money? Not much, just a couple million. Chen Jun deliberately spoke in an exaggerated manner in order to lure little stutterer into the trap. Fruity. After hearing Chen Jun actually say that a few $1,000,000 of cars were trivial, little stammerer's smile grew even wider. It was as if the car was hers. Chen Jun then drove the car to a 5-star hotel near Causeway Bay. But Chen Jun just got out of the car. But his afterglow caught a van that had also stopped not far away. Although it was said that Chen Jun now had a body of steel that was impervious to swords and spears. But even if the chopper wasn't afraid, the bullets he still had to dodge. Plus he had already offended the entire Hung Hing Kooks in Causeway Bay after taking out Chan Honam's gang and driving Big B out of Causeway Bay. So he instantly raised his guard and silently watched in secret. Chapter 54, Immortal Jump? Then I'll get real. Seeing that the other party also shifted their eyes over, Chen Jun instantly settled down inwardly. You're really trying to jump me, aren't you? Chen Jun unhurriedly took out his cell phone, sidetracked the little stutterer to buy him a pack of cigarettes for his efforts, and immediately made a call over to Feng Yuxiu. After telling him where he was and giving him a general idea of what was going on, Little Stutterer came back just in time. Go! Chen Jun finished wrapping his arm around Little Lumpy and swaggered into the hotel. After opening the room, Chen Jun brought Little Stutterer into the room. Just after entering the house, Chen Jun was ready to make his move. As soon as he did, he wrapped his arms around Little Lumpy and then pressed his face against it. At this point, Little Stutterer immediately chose to dodge, while quickly breaking free from Chen Jun's embrace. Seeing this, Chen Jun deliberately asked in confusion, "What's wrong? I'm not ready yet. Do you want to take a shower first? That won't be necessary. I'm in perfect shape now." Chen Jun deliberately returned a sentence. "No, I can't. I have a clean fetish." The Little Stutterer insisted again and again, and Chen Jun also saw that it was about time, so he simply went into the bathroom. Only after turning on the shower head, Chen Jun didn't really take a shower. Instead, he quietly stared at every move outside from the bathroom. It was only after about 20 minutes that Chen Jun stepped out of the bathroom. At that moment, Little Stutterer jumped violently upon seeing Chen Jun. Are you better?" Chen Jun smiled faintly, then stepped forward once again and forced Little Stutterer into a corner. "Can we start now? I suddenly don't want to. I've got something. I'll go first." Little Stutterer was about to leave when he finished, but in the next second, she was stopped and wrapped into Chen Jun's arms. What do you want? Humph. Are you waiting for your guy to come up and give me a fairy dinner?" Chen Jun didn't bother to be polite with the Little Stutterer and opened his mouth to expose the other party's scheme. Learning that his plan had been foiled, Little Stutterer cursed on the spot in anger. What did you say? What? Don't admit it? You quickly let go of me, or else, then I'll call out to my godbrother. Brother to kill you. Ha ha, is your godbrother very powerful? Even if he is powerful, can he be better than me? After saying that, Chen Jun pulled Little Stutterer to the door of the room. In front of Little Stutterer, he opened the door to the room. The Little Stutterer originally did not know what Chen Jun was thinking, and thought that the other party was really jealous of his identity and wanted to open the door and directly let him go. But when the door to the room opened, her entire butt was dumbfounded, only to see that outside the room's corridor, there were actually a few men with swollen noses kneeling, and these were people she knew. It was the same person who had just followed her and acted as her punching bag. These people are Fei Hong's little brother, usually with the small knot partner specializing in pits on rich people. Only today, they met Chen Jun. "Boss, what are we going to do with these people?" Feng Yuxiu, who was standing on the sidelines, asked. "Drag them out and break their arms and legs for me. I don't want to see them again in Causeway Bay." "Understood." Feng Yuxiu waved his hand, and the surrounding beast soldiers stepped forward and dragged a few people away. Looking at the few people being dragged away, Little Stutterer's inner fear went to the extreme. She didn't know Chen Jun's identity, but she inwardly understood that the other party was definitely not a character that she could easily mess with. After pulling Little Naughty back into the room once again, Chen Jun threw him onto the bed as soon as he could. "Well, what else do you have to say now? My elder brother is Fei of the Changle Gang. Fei Hong. You, don't mess around. Ha ha, so what about the Changle Gang? Those were all that Fei Hong brothers minions of yours just now, right? If you don't listen, then you will only end up like them. What's going to happen?" Little Stutterer asked warily. "I'll pull out their arms and legs so they'll be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of their lives and be cared for. And it's not really appropriate to skin a woman like you, so I'll sell you to Phoenix House and let you take clients there for the rest of your life." Chen Jun pretended to threaten the Little Stutterer. Little Stutterer did hear it and his hands and feet went weak with fear. She didn't expect Chen Jun to be so ruthless. "I thought I had picked up a treasure today, but it turned out to be a bump in the road." After swallowing his saliva, Little Stutterer finally panicked. "Yes, sorry, big brother, you let me go. I'll never dare again. It's late, and I'm on fire right now, so I'm giving you two choices. Rule number 1, stay here with me all night, and if I enjoy myself and get comfortable, I'll naturally let you go. Number 2, if you don't listen to me, then you'll have to be sold to the Phoenix House on Portland Street." Little Stutterer glanced at Chen Jun, knowing that the other party would definitely do what he said. When she thought about the fact that if she were to be loosed to Phoenix House, she would face all sorts of men of all shapes and sizes every day, goosebumps immediately rose all over her body. Another glance at Chen Jun in front of him. The body looks are passable, even if accompanying him for one night to eat a little loss. Then he also recognized, who made her unlucky to meet such a ruthless character today. After thinking this all through, Little Stutterer didn't speak again, but slowly removed the clothing from his body. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chen Jun's mouth raised in an evil smile, then casually turned off the room lights. and then his entire body directly pounced on it. After a night of fun, early the next morning, Chen Jun woke up. Looking at the little stutterer who was still lying on the bed asleep, Chen Jun numbly got up and lit a cigarette for himself. After exhaling a couple of smoke rings, he suddenly realized there was something different about the bed. When he lifted the corner of the quilt, he was surprised to find a pool of bright red blood on this bedspread. Neither of them had been injured last night, so this was definitely not blood coming from an ordinary wound. And then the agonized look on little Lumpy's face at that moment. Chen Jun came to his senses. Is it her first time? Chen Jun didn't even realize that little Lumpy had actually given his precious first time to himself. At this point in the timeline, Lumpy had indeed just recently left society. At that exact moment, little stutterer also awoke from his slumber. Seeing Chen Jun, the little stutterer immediately said respectfully, "Brother Jun, last night I performed still okay, right? Not bad. The technique is rusty but the expressions match well." Chen Jun gave a pertinent reply. A small flush spread across Lumpy's face, though she already knew there was a day in her future. But when Chen Jun said those words in front of her, she would still feel embarrassed as a girl. "So, then can you let me go?" Little stutterer was hellbent on getting out of here, so he opened his mouth again and begged. This time, Chen Jun didn't have a problem with it, but instead took out a paper ticket from the suit jacket next to him. Then using the pen in the room, he wrote a series of numbers on this check. Chapter 55, Conquering Little Stutterer. Arsenal in hand. Here's $1 million. Take it. 1 million? Little stutterer stared at the check in Chen Jun's hand with wide eyes in disbelief. Regardless, you did have a one-night stand with me after all, and I've never been one to be a negative person. So take this money with a clear conscience. Also, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to Causeway Bay to find me. Just give my name, Chen Jun, in the Phoenix nightclub. Lastly, I want you to stop hanging out in the jungle and go get a normal job. Although he didn't know if his persuasion in check would make little Lumpy come to his senses, Chen Jun was much more solid inside. He couldn't speak fondly of little stutterer. The other person is pretty, but the two of them don't have any emotional foundation after all. Having sex with her was also simply because Chen Jun wanted to get the rewards given by the system. Now that his own team is growing in size, what he needs most is arms and weapons. Only right now the Xinjiang government has very strict control over firearms. Basically the only way to get a gun is to go to the black market and overpay for it. So in order to get the arsenal, Chen Jun could only do away with little Lumpy. Little stutterer had a feeling of being flattered after hearing Chen Jun's words. For the first time in her life, she also felt the feeling of being pampered and loved. Even though the man in front of her took her first time, yet she couldn't hate Chen Jun, and was very glad that his first time was dedicated to such a person. After all, compared to Fei Hong and the other punks, Chen Jun was just too good. Thanks Jun. Stutterer collected the check without lingering, put his clothes back on and quickly left the hotel, because she knew very well in her heart that it was impossible to have a result with Chen Jun with a background like hers. So sensible as she was, she eventually chose to leave obediently. When little stutterer left, Chen Jun immediately opened the system through his mind without saying a word. Last night, when Chen Jun had done away with little Lumpy, he received a prompt given by the system. According to the system prompts, Chen Jun learned that he had actually obtained a virtual space. In this space, a large stockpile of weapons and ammunition is stored. So taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Chen Jun quickly opened this small arsenal. The next moment, countless guns and ammunition appeared in the space. From small pistols and grenades to large submachine guns and machine guns, the entire space was littered with weapons. Only that Chen Jun had also discovered that the number of weapons in this space was fixed, and when all the weapons were taken out, this space would be gone. And there are no weapons of mass destruction in this small arsenal, not to mention nukes. No heavy equipment like tanks or artillery. But these arms were enough for Chen Jun, at least so far. The ones he had to deal with were just the punks with machetes and steel rods from the other clubs. After tidying up a little, Chen Jun got up and went back into the Phoenix nightclub. Since moving to Causeway Bay, Phoenix nightclub had become Chen Jun's base. As soon as he entered the card table and sat down, Chen Yongren found him in a hurry. Have you heard back from barmaid? Seeing Chen Yongren take the initiative to come to himself, Chen Jun knew that it must be that the matter of Ba Shut had come to a head. But I didn't expect Chen Yongren to start spouting off as soon as he sat down. Jun, that Basho is an asshole. He actually looked down on us. What do you mean? Chen Jun narrowed his eyes and asked rhetorically. For S sake. I got in touch with him through a middleman and wanted to ask him out to meet and talk about it. It turned out that people said that we were simply not qualified enough, and that if we wanted to talk, we should also talk to a big brother of Jiang Tianqing's or Chen Yao's level. As soon as Chen Jun heard it, he knew that Basho was deliberately making things difficult for himself. At least he is now the clerk of Causeway Bay and the red stick of the society. In the Jianghu status than the beautiful Kuan, also a higher order. And since Ba Close was willing to call himself a brother with Liang Kuan, he naturally had no reason to look down on himself. Besides, what right does he have to look down on himself as a white powder seller? If you want to put it that way, I think this guy is pretty beat up too. June, why don't we just do it the hard way? Just tie him up and teach him a hard lesson. Chen Jun shook his head. If you beat up Hong Li's big brother rashly, Hong Li's side will definitely come to the door to ask for punishment. At that time, Mr. Jiang and Chen Yao won't know what to do even if they want to help us. Chen Jun knew very well that when he came out to hang out, some of the rules of the Jianghu still had to be followed. Before this, although he dared to abolish Flower Buddha, kill Shiji, and destroy the crows, it was most of all because of his status as a victim up until this point. But now, the fact that he himself beat up a man because Basho didn't pay back the money to Lian Kuan is clearly untenable. At the same time, he was also clear that once things got out of hand, Liang Kuan would definitely take the initiative to jump out and defend himself, and then dump all the pots on himself. So nowadays, Chen Jun could not do whatever he wanted in the Jianghu. Only after the beast soldiers in his hands reached a certain scale would he be able to call the shots of all the society members in the whole of Shangjiang. Beating him up won't solve the problem, and at the same time it will draw the attention of the two major societies as a result. So there's no point in bringing him back. Then what are we going to do? Is it hard to run to him every day and beg him? Chen Yongren asked in disbelief. Chen Jun sneered. Making me beg? I'm not in the habit of doing that. Since he's looking down on us, let's do something about it and let him properly open his eyes to see how strong we are. What do you mean? June, doesn't he sell white flour on the road? Think of a way to find me the warehouse where that kid hides white flour. Then we'll organize our forces and covertly swallow all the goods in his hands in a move of black on black. Then we'll use the goods he's holding to threaten him and force him to work for us. Hearing Chen Jun's plan, Chen Yongren couldn't help but give a thumbs up. June, that was a brilliant move. Don't be too happy. The most crucial thing about this matter is still how to go and find where the other party hid the goods. That's why we need to find a way to find out where the shipment is before we can make a move to intercept it. I'll think of something. Maybe I'll inquire. Chen Yongren agreed with his mouth full. And Chen Jun knew this well enough to know that he must be planning to go to his top boss Huang Jiqing for help. Although Huang Jiqing didn't care about the other areas and didn't share the work of the narcotics division. But in this kind of matter, as long as Chen Yongren opened his mouth, he would definitely not sit idly by. Then this matter is up to you. No problem. Give me 3 days. I will definitely investigate this matter clearly. Chapter 56 Little Stammerer is bullied. Chen Jun is furious. For the next few moments, the whole of Causeway Bay was quiet. The original causeway was fine under Big B's management. Now with Chen Jun and his own legion of beast soldiers, the entire region was actually more peaceful than it had been in the past. Even the police don't need to patrol the streets anymore. On this day, Chen Jun took Feng Yishio to hang out in Causeway Bay. After walking to a gold store, he suddenly became interested and thought of going in to have a look and then picking out a gift for Wang Zuxian. In a few days it would be the day when Wang Zuxian finished filming the movie. And during this time he didn't have time to meet with each other. So simply buy a gold necklace to give to Wang Zuxian. But just after entering the house, Chen Jun violently discovered a familiar figure. Little Stammer? When the little stutterer at the counter saw Chen Jun, he panicked and bent down, hiding under the counter. But since Chen Jun had already seen it, he naturally couldn't turn a blind eye to it. And he had just clearly seen bruises on little stutterer's face. It was clearly not something he had gotten himself into the other night. Chen Jun then walked up to the counter and said sternly, "Stand up and look at me." Little stutterer was afraid of Chen Jun and could only carefully stand up. Upon seeing that little stutterer was wearing a work uniform, Chen Jun instantly understood it all. See, the other side really listened to their own advice into the heart, and immediately put into action. Chen Jun heart very pleased. Only the scars on her face still made Chen Jun curious. Who did this to your face? No, it's nothing. I, myself, didn't accidentally fall. Do you know what I do? That kind of talk can fool me? Chen Jun knew at a glance that he had been beaten, and it was unlikely that a fall injury would be a bruise and a swelling. Seeing that he couldn't hide it from Chen Jun, little stutterer could only tell the truth. Beaten by brother Fei Hong. What? Fei Hong? Chen Jun frowned. Although this Fei Hong was Chang Li's big brother, but after Feng Yishio taught his men a lesson last time, he had not squeaked. So Chen Jun thought that he was afraid, so he did not dare to find himself in trouble. But I didn't realize that Fei Hong didn't look for himself, but instead went to pick on little stutterer. Then, little stutterer explained the whole thing to Chen Jun. You mean he learned that you took my $1 million check and then forced you to give it to him? You wouldn't. So he hit you and then took the check? Little stutterer nodded. I was telling him that I wanted to leave the jungle and no longer have any contact with him, and he disagreed, and then proceeded to start beating me. Chen Jun glared up angrily. At this moment, his eyes were filled with rage. Little Lumpy was, after all, considered one of his women, though the two were not attached or named. But even so, that wasn't something that a happy color like Fei Hong could easily fight. I'll do you justice in this matter. You work here without fear. Chen Jun turned around after saying that. After leaving the door, Chen Jun immediately called Chen Yongren and asked him to send a few juniors over to covertly protect Little Stutterer for a period of time. Afterwards, Chen Jun led Brother Xiao Ma and a group of his minions to a bar in Wanchai district. Just as he entered the room, a waiter from the bar came up. Good morning to you all. We're not open during the day here, so please come by in the evening. Come on you horsewoman, call out your boss. Chen Jun cursed. The beast soldiers behind them also flashed their guys. The waiter hurriedly turned around at the sight and ran back to the office to yell for someone. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried out. After seeing Chen Jun and the others, he looked around and realized that he didn't recognize Chen Jun, and then asked suspiciously, "Brother, which road do you hang out in?" "Hung Hing, Chan Chun." Chen Jun introduced himself. The manager was alarmed. The Wanchai area includes Wanchai, Causeway Bay and Happy Valley. Of these, Causeway Bay is the most famous and prosperous. So even though the manager was not in Causeway Bay, he knew the great name of Chen Jun. Seeing that the other party actually took the initiative to find the door, the manager quickly opened his mouth and said, "Brothers, my store has been watched. According to the rules of the road, I'll give you guys a red packet, and in the future, please don't come to make trouble, okay?" The manager thought that Chen Jun and the others were trying to come over to take down the business of watching the venue, so he explained with a smile. Chen Jun smiled coldly. "Sorry, I'm not really interested in this bar of yours. I came over today to find the man who covers you. You're looking for Brother Fei Hong? This bar is covered by Fei Hong, and the entire Lock Road in Wanchai is also Chang Lok's turf." So when Chen Jun said that, it was clear that he was going to find trouble with Changle. This kind of grudge between associations is not something that he, a small boss, can set right. So after learning of Chen Jun's intentions, he rushed back to his office and picked up his own landline to make a call to Fei Hong. At this time Fei Hong was still rubbing mahjong with someone at the mahjong parlor. The moment he heard this, he immediately jumped. Asterisk 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 in Chen Jun. Still really think I, Fei Hong, am a vegetarian? Men, call up the brothers, let's go to Lock Road to meet Chen Jun for a while. Ever since the last time he was taught a lesson by Chen Jun's little brother, Fei Hong had been trying to find a chance to get his revenge. As a result, he didn't go to Chen Jun, but Chen Jun went to step on his own field instead. In a situation like this, if he didn't show something, then he wouldn't have to continue to mix in the Jianghu in the future. The other bosses on the Lock Road will also look down on themselves and turn the field over to someone else. So today, no matter what, Fei Hong must give Chen Jun a little color. Half an hour later, Lock Road had gathered hundreds of Changle's thugs. Brother Fei Hong, Brother Fei Hong. After seeing Fei Hong come down from a van, the horseman came forward to speak. Tie red bands on all your hands. Don't hurt your own people by mistake when you do it, got it? Due to the premonition that there was going to be a big melee with Chen Jun later, so Fei Hong is very well prepared. Not only did he gather a large number of brothers, but he also had all the guys ready to go. Big brother, it's all ready, but the situation is a bit special. At that moment, a junior brother stepped forward and warned. What's wrong? Are there more people from Honghing? Why don't I ask Brother Piu to transfer 2 more teams over? Fei Hong asked in disbelief. On the contrary, Chen Jun only brought less than 30 people this time. After hearing his little brother's words, Fei Hong had a puzzled expression on his face. However, in the next second, Fei Hong returned with disdain. Humph, this kid really thinks of himself as a big brother? Do you really think that I don't dare to move him in my territory? In his opinion, the only reason why Chen Jun was so confident was because he had taken advantage of the fact that he was a Honghing Red Stick, but at Lock Road in Wanchai, this is his Fei Hong's turf, and no one is good enough to come. Go, follow me up. Chapter 57, Stomping on Lock's Road. Storming Fei Hong. Fei Hong then burst into the bar with his men in force. Just as they entered the house, the two sides faced each other. At that moment, Fei Hong also saw Chen Jun sitting not far away. After seeing that the other party had really only brought such a section of people, Fei Hong's bottom line was also sufficient. Walked with a lot more arrogance. Chen Jun, you kid has a lot of guts. How dare you come to my territory to spread your wildness? Do you really think I, Changle, am afraid of you, Hong Xing? Chen Jun smoked a cigarette and looked up at Fei Hong after calmly exhaling a smoke ring. Did you bring so many people here with the intention of taking me out? I wouldn't dare say this if I wanted you dead. But I can waste you today, just like you did to Flower Buddha. Fei Hong also understands that his boss, Piao Piao, will also be under a lot of pressure if there is ever a fatality. And in the jungle, if you don't move to kill someone, you could easily be done in by the opposite family yourself someday. So with the principle of being a do-gooder and leaving a thread, Fei Hong also did not dare to really kill Chen Jun. Oh, then I'm different from you. You don't dare to kill me, but I dare to kill you. Chen Jun's face stared as he finished speaking. In the next second, the minions around him actually pulled out their pistols at the same time. The image of the scene also dumbfounded Fei Hong. It's a big deal when someone else has a gun in their hand. Chen Jun's bunch of minions are dozens of people, each with a gun. What he didn't know was that before this, Chen Jun had quietly opened his small warehouse and extracted multiple pistols from it to distribute to these beast soldiers. The beast soldiers were people summoned by Chen Jun, and they would not betray themselves under any circumstances. So even if you get into trouble for carrying a gun, things won't be traced back to you. Now, the numerical disadvantage on Chen Jun's side was completely negligible. All of Fei Hong's juniors with machetes were also goaded into taking a few steps back at this moment. After seeing that his little brothers were cowed, Fei Hong also panicked a bit. Chen Jun, do you really want to make a big deal out of this? Weren't you the one who said you were going to waste me just now? Jun Chen, why don't we sit down and talk it out? If we really start a fight here, no one will be better off. With you, you're worthy of negotiating with me? Chen Jun finished copying the bottle and smashed it on Fei Hong's head. Fei Hong was too late to dodge and ate a big move from Chen Jun in place. Bang! A sound of breaking glass rang out. Ah! Fei Hong's head exploded instantly. Blood followed the drink as it dripped down his head. But even after seeing that the boss was injured, the hundreds of juniors standing behind him didn't dare to move a muscle at the moment. After all, everyone could know that Chen Jun was a lord who even dared to kill the Eastern Starcrow, so killing them in this situation was easy as pie. Fei Hong, whose hands were covered in blood, hurriedly shouted, "What do you want? Bring me back that $1 million from Little Lumpy." Seeing that Chen Jun came for Little Stammerer, Fei Hong gritted her teeth and said, "She recognized me as her godsister before, and now that she's leaving, of course she needs to pay something. I took $1 million from her. That's according to the rules of the Jianghu. There's nothing wrong with that." Fei Hong was afraid of death, but he was naturally not happy to be asked to hand over $1 million. After all, he had gone to great lengths to snatch this money from Little Stammerer. "You mean, my words are useless?" Chen Jun raised his right hand and snapped his fingers as he finished speaking. Fei Hong was still confused about the situation, but as a result, Xiao Ma, who was beside Chen Jun, raised his pistol and fired a shot at Fei Hong's shoulder. Boo! After the gunshot, Fei Hong's shoulder was instantly pierced by a large hole from the bullet. Ah! I give. Fei Hong knows that Chen Jun this time is completely with him in the end. If he does not come up with that $1 million, I am afraid that the other side really dare to let him go to see Hades. Fei Hong then instructed his men to bring another $1 million in cash along with the bandages. Half an hour later, the little brother returned to the scene with a black case in his hand. "Here's $1 million. Count it." Chen Jun didn't even look at it, but simply put down, "I don't think you'd dare to play tricks with me, right?" Fei Hong nodded with difficulty. Indeed, where would he dare to play small with Chen Jun now? In case Chen Jun really opened one by one banknote to check, and he happened to make a fake, that is not to push themselves into the fire pit? That's why Fei Hong didn't dare to be sloppy at all and had his men prepare real money. "I'll spare your life today. Besides, I want to make it clear to you that Little Lumpy no longer has anything to do with you. This $1 million is what I'm looking for from you. If you want it back, come to Causeway Bay and find me. At the same time, I want you and your brothers to leave Little Lumpy alone from now on, or else I don't mind leading a bloodbath through the entire Lock Road." Chen Jun's aura was so strong that everyone present was too scared to squeak. Seeing that Fei Hong didn't squeak, Chen Jun then stood up and continued to speak at him. "If you don't want to end up in the same place as the crows, then I welcome you to come to Causeway Bay and make a break for it." After saying that, he waved his hand and left the bar with Ponyboy and the others. After this battle, Chen Jun became famous. Not only did no one in the whole of Wan Chai know about it, even the big brothers of the societies in other parts of Hong Kong had learned about it. And the name Chen Jun also drew countless comments in other clubs. "Mr. Jiang, Chen Jun has been too flamboyant lately. Should we restrain him? Right. If we let him go on like this, we might just offend all the societies in the whole of Xiangjiang." On this day, Big B followed Lai Biao, the big brother of North Point District, to Jiang Tianqing and Shenyao to fan the flames, trying to suppress a wave of Chen Jun's anger. After all, Chen Jun had been too much in the limelight lately. If he is allowed to go on, it will be even more unrealistic for Big B to take back the Causeway Bay venue. Jiang Tianqing looked at Chen Yao and asked, "Ah Yao, what do you think?" Chen Yao lightly hummed, I don't think there's any problem with what Arjun did. Everyone comes out to hang around. And in itself, you have to look at your own hard power. He is now messing with the Changle gang. But for him and Hung Hing, it is not a great opportunity? Brother Yao, you're too biased in favor of Jun Chen, aren't you? He intentionally ran to someone else's turf to find trouble. That in itself is his problem, Bigby said unconvincingly. But you've got to say, he's got that ability to take the field after messing with the other guy. Isn't the reason why Mongkok is clear nowadays, all of which are Hung Hing's turf, precisely because of Chan Chun? If he hadn't gone after the joint and done away with the ravens, where would Mongkok be today? Chen Yao's words disliked Bigby to the point of speechlessness, but Lai Biao was dissatisfied. Then what should we do if people really retaliate? Chapter 58 Brother Yu, do you know how tough my background is? Fatty Lai, why are you so toward Bigby today? At this time, Jiang Tiansheng suddenly soul-tortured Lai Biao. Those words directly gagged Lai Biao's mouth. After all, before this, he had no involvement with Chen Jun at all. The main reason why he had come over with Big B to denounce Chen Jun today was that he had received a small favor fee from Big B, and it was unlikely that he and Chen Jun would have any interest, so naturally he was willing to collect money to fuel Big B's momentum. Mr. Jiang, we're all saying this for the benefit of the society. If Chen Jun continues to be bent on having his way, then our entire society will be in trouble. So I still hope that Mr. Jiang and Brother Yao can seriously think about this matter. After all, Chen Jun is an extremely ambitious fellow. Plus he's now backed by the king of gamblers family. Maybe someday when he gets his wings, he'll even want to take the dragon head baton. Big B's ability to fan the flames is out of this world. 3 or 2 words not only relieved Lai Biao, but also shifted the conflict to Jiang Tiansheng. At this moment, although Jiang Tiansheng did not have any emotional changes on the surface, inside, however, there was already a dark tide. Indeed, Big B's words are not without merit. Chen Jun has been really arrogant lately. Move whoever you want, without any consideration of the consequences. If it were not for the fact that Hong Xing was already powerful, plus Chen Jun still had a slight advantage, Hong Xing really could not tolerate him. After a long period of contemplation, Jiang Tiansheng finally spoke. Chen Yao, go talk to Chen Jun and tell him to curb his sharpness, especially since the cops are watching very closely these days, and it won't be easy for anyone if they get into trouble. Besides, we all come out to get rich, so we don't have to fight over some other trivial matters. Yes, Mr. Chang. Also, I've heard that his minions are now manually armed with a pistol. You secretly investigate for me where this batch of his guns came from. Jiang Tiansheng is afraid of Chen Jun getting bigger and stronger, especially since he still has the hard stuff in his hands. So the most important thing right now is not only to restrain Chen Jun, but also to inquire about the ins and outs of this batch of guns in his hands. Understood. I'm going to take care of this. On the other hand, Chen Yongren also came to the rooftop again to meet Huang Jicheng. What are you guys up to? Why did you run off to mess with the Changle gang again? Upon meeting, Huang Jicheng questioned. Although Chen Yongren has already abandoned the darkness, but some irrelevant information he still had to take the initiative to hand over. Otherwise, with the mind of this old fox, Huang Jicheng, he would definitely be suspicious of himself. So Chen Yongren told Huang Jicheng the whole story one by one, and just relying on these words from Chen Yongren obviously didn't convict Chen Jun, not to mention the fact that the victim, Fei Hong, would not voluntarily report the crime and cooperate with the police, even if the police file a case. In the case of solid evidence, Chen Jun cannot be sentenced to a few months. This kid is kinda weird. Let's not talk about that. Officer Huang, this time I'm looking for you, mainly because I want to inquire about one thing. What is it? I'd like you to inquire where the warehouse where Big Brother Hong Labasho stored the white powder is? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you think I'm an immortal? If I wanted to know the location, I would have told the narcotics squad about it long ago. Huang Jicheng was disgruntled. Seeing that his superior seemed to really not know, Chen Yongren continued undeterred. Then you have to help me investigate who are the underlings of this Bashut. As long as we have the list of people, we can go through our own methods to find him in his warehouse. I can help you guys inquire about this, but what do you guys want to know the location of his warehouse for? Is it hard to believe that you guys want to go dark and then come into the white powder business yourselves? That's where you've got it wrong. We're trying to get Barkley to get the $20 million he owes back. Huang Jicheng sniffed and immediately revealed a cunning gaze. I can ask around for you on this matter, but I have to get something out of it, right? Sir, what favor do you want? Let me know when you found out the location of the warehouse, and when things are settled on your end, I'll step in and join forces with the narcotics squad to wipe out the Basho gang. Although his job is not to deal with drugs, he can get a bit of credit if he can provide clues and assist in solving major cases from the sidelines. Okay, I promise you on this one, I'll whisper the location to you when the time comes. That way even if Basho gets caught, he won't be able to suspect me. Chen Yongran agreed with his mouth full. He is a police officer himself, so he is very disgusted with these drug trafficking big brothers. He was certainly willing to help the police bring Barkley to justice if given the opportunity. Okay, wait for my news. While Chen Yongren was returning to Phoenix nightclub, he happened to meet Chen Yao sitting with Chen Jun to talk about things. He hurriedly snuck up to the two and eavesdropped on their conversation. "Ah, Jun, you've been causing a bit too much trouble lately. Mr. John's intention is for you to curb your sharpness. After all, it's easy to get into trouble if you're too out of the limelight." Chen Jun laughed. "Brother Yao doesn't have to worry. I have a strong army here. I need people and weapons. Whoever is not afraid of death can come and mess with me to try." Chen Jun did not shy away from showing his hard power in front of Chen Yao. Now that he was a Causeway Bay clerk, there was naturally no need to hide it. Chen Yao's expression suddenly became unnatural. I thought to myself, does this Chen Jun really want to be the leader? It's better to be careful in everything. In addition, recently there are rumors in the Jianghu that you have a large number of arms in your hands. Where exactly did you get this from? Brother Yao, there's no need for you to know too much about this, right? After all, it's not like you don't know the rules of the road, right? The rule Chen Jun spoke of was actually an unwritten unspoken rule. In the mob, no one can just go around asking for the source of either the arms or the pill business. This is also to avoid that once the police find evidence later on, some things will not be clear. So by doing so, Chen Jun was actually imploring Chen Yao not to talk too much. If he knew the source and something happened to the line behind him, then he, Chen Yao, would not be able to get away with it. Chen Yao smiled awkwardly, then came to Chen Jun's ear and muttered in a low voice, "Reveal a little more or less, so that I can also explain to the above. After all, you got so many guys at once. The other big brothers are panicking." Chen Jun sniffed and just lightly came up with, "It's not really that big of a deal. Since you have to know, I'll tell you. This batch of my goods is actually smuggled from the Macau side." Hearing the name of the place Macau, Chen Yao instantly came to a realization. Chapter 59 Brother Fatty Corpse. We meet again. Arjun. So you're really connected to that side? Not really. It just so happened that a friend introduced him to an arms dealer and then bought a batch of safe and reliable arms from the other side at a low price. But don't worry, Brother Yao. I'm a person who still has a sense of propriety in what I do, and I definitely won't lay hands on my own people. Chen Jun repeatedly reminded. Okay, then I understand. Chen Yao left the nightclub in a hurry after getting the desired answer. Seeing Chen Yongren return, Chen Jun curiously asked, "Did you inquire about any clues?" "Not yet. It'll have to wait. My friend isn't omniscient. He needs some time," Chen Yongren explained. Chen Jun didn't say anything, just nodded lightly. Then he suddenly thought again, and then continued to Chen Yongren, "Arrange a better job for little Lumpy. Don't let her work as a counter clerk in the gold store." "Understood. I know what to do." For the next 2 days, Chen Jun didn't make any unusual moves. The whole of Causeway Bay is also still in a period of peace. That day, Huang Jiqing finally called. "Ba Close has agents in so many places. We haven't inquired about the one in Causeway Bay for the time being, but over in Mongkok, it's always been East Star's people who are in charge of helping with the sales. So if you want to find clues, then you'll have to look for someone from Eastern Star in Mongkok. Thanks for the help, sir." "Hey, you kid, give me to remember. Got useful news must be the first time to report. Understand? Huang sir, I'm a police officer. Of course I'll notify you." "That's good." After getting the news, Chen Yongren reported to Chen Jun at the first opportunity. Chen Jun frowned as he listened. Although this Ba Close is Hun Lok's elder brother, the white powder business is spread all over the island, doing business with almost all the associations. It's easy to see why he's still a sworn brother to Hung Hing's Liang Quan. And if there was a possibility that he could get someone from Eastern Star to sit down and have a good chat before that happened. But now, he and Eastern Star were already dead enemies. Crow's gang in particular saw themselves as a thorn in their side. So peaceful communication is out of the question. Eastern Star doesn't have much power in Mongkok anymore. How are we going to find the people who went to them and ask them? If only I knew Crow's original minions. I would have just grabbed them and tortured them. Chen Yongrun muttered. As soon as Chen Jun heard it, a name immediately flashed through his mind. Got it. Ren, go gather the brothers and let's go to Mongkok. In the afternoon, a basketball court in a housing estate in Mongkok. A group of young men and women were sitting on long stone benches next to the basketball court drinking coke and chatting. Is he Chun Haonan very Hun? He can fight from here to Causeway Bay as a big brother. Fat Corpse, can do the same. Brother Fat Corpse is mighty. Brother Fat Corpse is awesome. Just as Fat Corpse was bragging after his own group of minions, suddenly a large number of strangers burst into the stadium. The fat corpse was also so startled that the Coke bottle almost didn't hold steady. Soon, these people surrounded Fat Corpse and the others. The Fat Corpse gulped, then asked in a whisper, "What's the matter with you guys?" In the next second, Chen Jun walked out from the crowd. "Brother Fat Corpse, long time no see." The corners of the Fat Corpse's mouth twitched slightly, revealing an awkward smile. "Jun, what is it you're looking for me for? Get in the car and talk." An hour later, on top of a hill, the Fat Corpse knelt in front of Chen Jun and cried bitterly. "Brother Jun, I know I was wrong. Back then, I had eyes but didn't recognize Tai and messed with you. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you to apologize for my mistakes. I hope you'll be generous enough not to talk to this kind of trash." After saying that, the Fat Corpse began to kowtow to Chen Jun. "Humph, come on. I'm not interested in making things difficult for a small character like you. After all, I don't even have your big brother Crow in my sights." As soon as the Fat Corpse heard this, he immediately understood that Chen Jun must have another purpose for this trip to find himself. "Jun, if you have anything to do, just order. What I can do, I won't put it off." Ever since Raven hung up, their group was in a cluster *********. On weekdays, they can only do a little bit of thieving in Mongkok. Now facing Chen Jun, who is in the middle of the day, the Fat Corpse naturally does not dare to offend the other party. It didn't matter that he was a dead ringer for Eastern Star. In short, he would do anything to stay alive. "I hear you've been selling white powder for Barkley lately, right?" The Fat Corpse was instantly stunned. "I didn't expect Chen Jun to actually ask about this aspect. You'd better tell me the truth. After all, I already know that you've been secretly selling coke at 13 Sisters venue all this time. If this matter is known to 13th Sister, I'm afraid you'll have to run away. According to the rules of the Jianghu, people from other societies can't sell goods in other societies' yards. Once caught crossing the border, the consequences are unimaginable." Originally, the Fat Corpse had no one to cover it, and now that he heard Chen Jun's threats, he immediately wimped out. "Brother Jun, I was selling goods at 13 Sisters' yard, but I won't dare to do it again. Please don't tell 13 Sister. It's fine if you don't tell me, so tell me where you got the goods from?" "Jun, you're asking me to betray Basho. Ba Closed power is not small. Once the other party learns that it is he who betrayed himself, Ba Closed naturally cannot easily let him go. Don't worry, no one else will know about this matter, and it will depend on whether or not Barkley gets a chance to take revenge." At this time, Chen Yongren came in coldly. The Fat Corpse's forehead began to sweat. Of course he knew what it meant for Chen Yongren to say this, associated with the fact that Chen Jun was actually planning to lay his hands on Ba Closed. Then if he dared not tell the truth today, I'm afraid that there was no way for him to walk out of the stadium. "Jun, I said can you let me live? That's up to you. If you're not honest then these Coke bottles on your head won't be very comfortable." Chen Jun finished pointing at the glass bottles of Coke in the hands of the Fat Corpse minions. The Fat Corpse gulped, then whispered, "The place where I pick up my goods every time is at XX, but it's not Barkley himself who takes the goods to me. It's all his men who hand them over directly to me. Plus they don't let us contact him privately at all on weekdays for insurance purposes. Will only let us pick it up at certain times, and we can't contact them until we've sold out and sent the money." After listening to the words of the Fat Corpse, Chen Jun judged that the credibility should not be low. After all, he knew the guts of the Fat Corpse very well, and this person definitely did not dare to risk his own life. Chen Jun then said coldly, "Then contact the other party today and tell them that you're sending money over." Chapter 60, Eating Black. Swallowing Basho's pink goods. The Fat Corpse didn't dare to talk nonsense and hurriedly found a place to contact Basho's horseman on a public phone. After finalizing the time and place of the meeting, Chen Jun then asked Shen Yongren to personally watch over the Fat Corpse and not allow him to run around so as not to ventilate the situation, and at the same time, he might also scare the snakes. At night, Yi Jun called on Xiao Ma and a group of beast soldiers armed with pistols to the agreed location. "Jun, that coffin store is where we'll be trading." Fat Corpse opened his mouth to introduce himself after pointing to a store across the street. This guy Basho is quite resourceful, knowing that most people would avoid places like coffin stores, and even the cops wouldn't want to come here to search, so he put the shipping and trading place in here. "Brother Jun, in my opinion, there should be a large amount of white powder hidden in the coffins inside this coffin store." At this time, Chen Yongren also took the initiative to remind him. "What do you need to say? Also Ponyboy, whatever's in there, pull it away for me later, do you hear me? Chen Jun is going to do a big job this time." As for what bar closure would have to lose, he didn't care. "Yes, boss." "Fat Corpse, you go over there first and get the other side to open the door. Then the rest of you get ready. As soon as the other side opens the door, we'll break in and raise our guns on sight. If anyone is going to resist at the first opportunity, just shoot me." At this point, Colt also began to set up the play up. When all was ready, the fat corpse walked out with trepidation. Arriving in front of the coffin store, he glanced around and carefully knocked on the door after realizing that the street was empty. A short while later, the door was opened. Seeing that it was a fat corpse, a man in the house calmly asked, "Did you bring the money?" Bring. Why are you so nervous? Is something wrong?" The other party noticed that the fat corpse's mood was not quite right today, and then he frowned and asked suspiciously. But before he could continue to speak, the fat corpse was kicked right out of the way. Off. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black pistol was pressed against the side of his head. "You? Who are you?" The other man was horrified and panicked on the spot. "Cut the ing crap and shut up if you don't want your head to explode." Unwilling to continue the nonsense, Ponyboy pushed his opponent inside as soon as he could. Immediately behind them, the beast soldiers fishtailed and quickly rushed into the store. The commotion at the door also alerted the others in the house. But when everyone came out ready to find out, they were greeted by a handgun. "Dude, where are you guys from? This is Basho's place. Have you considered the consequences?" Seeing that Xiao Ma and the others had come prepared and were clearly coming for the goods, one of them pulled a cold and threatening face. "Bashful? Sorry, I don't recognize it. Men, search me and see what goodies are in here." At Ponyboy's command, the beast soldiers around him quickly split up. It didn't take long to turn the coffin store upside down. "Ponyboy, we found a large amount of white powder in several coffins." Soon enough, someone found out where the shipment was. "That's right, bring the bags and take all this stuff with you." Seeing that Xiao Ma was about to take away goods worth tens of millions of dollars, this Bashut's little brother also became anxious. One of them tried to step forward ready to stop the other. But in the next second, a bullet cut through the air and instantly shot into his thigh. Boo! Ah! After the gunshot, a puddle of sacrificial blood splattered instantly at the base of the other man's right thigh. He fell to the ground in response, unable to move. "Anyone who dares to stand in the way again will end up like him," Ponyboy said coldly. That did it, and a few of Basho's men at the scene turned docile. After all, the other side was now outnumbered and had guns in their hands. Even if they were no longer afraid of death, they couldn't possibly fight with Xiao Ma at this juncture. Soon all the goods of great value were being taken out of the coffin store by the beast soldiers. Only after cleaning up did Brother Ma speak faintly. "Tell your brother barrister that if you want the goods, come to Causeway Bay and look for us. He should know who we are and our background." After saying that, Xiao Ma turned around in a dashing manner and quickly left the scene with his men. It was only after everyone had left that Basho's men rushed to contact Basho. At this point in time, Barkley was still getting his toenails trimmed in the sauna. Looking at the female technician kneeling in front of him, Barkley colorfully said, "Quick, drag the hood for me. This is not pleasant for me to look at." "I'm sorry, Brother Bashful. I'm not like that," the female technician muttered in a small voice. Your mom. Old man let you take off. Waste what words? Do you know who I am? Do you not want to stay here any longer?" But just as Basho was about to force his way in, a junior ran over in a hurry. "Brother Basho, something happened over at the coffin store," Barkley said in dissatisfaction. "Can't you see that old me is busy? What happened over there to make you so anxious?" "Over there? That shipment over there has been robbed." "What?" This time Barkley was so startled that he quickly got up from the couch. This casket store is one of the most important warehouses he owns. Inside was stored a shipment that had just come from the Golden Triangle. He hadn't even gotten around to distributing the shipment to the middleman below him during this time because the cops were checking so hard. "I didn't realize that the goods had been pried away." "Who did this?" Barkley asked angrily. "They didn't give a name. They just left word that if we wanted the goods back, we'd find them in Causeway Bay. By the way, they also said you must know who they are and their background." As soon as the little brother finished his sentence, a name came to Barkley's mind. Him. It must be that Chan Chun from Hung Hing. Bashful is no cutie pie either, who has been running a white powder for many years, has an IQ that is inherently different from the norm. This secret stronghold of his own has been operating for years without incident. As a result, he was robbed by Causeway Bay's people a few days after he had ignored Chin Jun. And now, the head of Causeway Bay is none other than Chan Chun. So if it's not him, who else could it be? However, after learning that it was Chen Jun who had snatched the goods, Ba closed his heart and was much more at peace. After all, he was also clear that Chen Jun didn't really want to pry away his goods by doing this, just wanted him to go out to the other side in person and sit down and talk about something else. As for what it was, Basho wasn't quite sure yet, except that he probably knew it was something to do with Liang Cohen. "Go, gather the brothers, let's go to Causeway Bay. In addition, notify the public that this matter absolutely cannot be leaked to the outside world." In the meantime, all trading in white powder for this period of time is suspended until after this matter is settled. Chapter 61, Ba closed anxious. Shin-jun borrowed a knife to kill people. Early the next morning, Barkley brought his men to the entrance of the Phoenix nightclub in more than a dozen minivans. The waiters were still cleaning the halls at this time. As a result, Barkley just brought in a hard-charging crowd. Go, call Shin-jun to me, and tell him that I'm looking for him in Barkley. Upon entering the house, Barkley opened his mouth very arrogantly. The waiter seemed to have expected Barkley to come, and without panicking he went to the bar and picked up a landline phone to contact Shin-jun. Still asleep, Shin-jun woke up and got up slowly, enough to keep Barkley waiting for him for over an hour. Upon seeing Shin-jun walk in with a slow-moving look, Ba closed his lungs with anger. Shin-jun, are you playing me? Yo, brother Barkley, what brings you to Causeway Bay today? Shin-jun pretended to be confused. Cut the ing crap. Where did my shipment go? I can tell you, this batch of my goods is worth $70 million. If anything goes wrong, you'll be responsible for all the losses, Barkley said viciously. I don't know what you're talking about. What's $70 million worth of goods? Shin-jun continued to play dumb. You're still playing tricks on me? Last night your minions ran to my venue, pried all the goods out of my hands, and told me to come to Causeway Bay to look for you. There is such a thing? Run. Did any of the brothers run to Basho's field last night to cause trouble? Shin-jun looked at Chen Yongrun and asked, Boss, we've been drinking and singing in the nightclub last night. We haven't gone out, much less run off to rob goods elsewhere. Hear that? My little brother said he stayed here last night. Besides, not that I'm saying you're stupid. Do you think the thugs who hit the house would be stupid enough to announce themselves? If I really did it, how can I still tell you everything when I can't wait for you to guess me? Seeing Shin-jun and his own little brother going at it, Ba Close was both angry and helpless. Indeed, he didn't have any evidence at all in his hands right now to prove that Shin-jun had taken his goods, and it's even less likely that he would run to the police station to report that tens of millions of dollars of his white powder had been stolen. So right now he could only lower his stance if he wanted to get the goods back. After a moment's hesitation, Ba Close changed his attitude and spoke again with a smiling face. Shin-jun, I know you have a wide network of people and a strong background in Causeway Bay. Why don't you help me to check and see who accidentally took my goods? If you're going to say that, then this matter is negotiable. I'm a person who always enjoys making friends with my brothers on the road. Not to mention you, brother Barkley. Don't worry about this. I'll tell my men to pay attention. But when we'll get a clue? That I can't guarantee. Basho laughed awkwardly, then spoke again. By the way, I wonder what you were looking for me for the other day. Shin-jun inwardly sneered, thinking that you are finally on the right track. If you keep on posing, I'm going to get my hands on you. See, Ba Closed has yielded. Shin-jun also no nonsense. Directly showdown. In fact, there is not much to do. Is my previous big brother Liang Kuan initiative to find me to help? Let me collect a sum of money. Barkley giggled inwardly as he listened. Liang Kuan let Shin-jun collect the number, and he happened to owe Liang Kuan $20 million. Doesn't that mean Shin-jun is planning to come to himself to collect his numbers? I'll return that money from Kuan. Only now I'm strapped for cash. The money is all used to go to the Golden Triangle to get the goods, and that shipment has now been hijacked by who knows who. So where do you think I'm going to get $20 million to pay him back? Basho's idea was simple, to put the whole thing on Shin-jun. That way, he'll have to be a good boy and hand over the shipment. But in the next second, Shin-jun suddenly spoke out of turn. In fact, it's not impossible to not pay back the money. It depends on whether you have the guts to do something. No payback? What do you mean? It's simple. Get rid of your debtors so you don't have to pay them back? Shin-jun's words instantly dumbfounded Barkley. How could he not have expected that this could come from Shin-jun's mouth? Although the previous Shin-jun and Liang Kuan because of the matter of overshooting not too pleasant, but in the end or peace break up, and betraying the big brother in the Jianghu was a big taboo, and killing the boss will be even more disgraceful to everyone in the road. That's why Shin-jun's words were so toned down that they left Barkley a bit at a loss for words. How about it, brother Bashful? Do you dare or don't you dare? Shin-jun, you can't be joking with me, right? Kuan is my sworn brother. How could I possibly kill him? I'm just giving you a suggestion. If you don't think it's a good idea, then forget I said it. But I have to warn you, Liang Kuan had said something when he came to me. That means if you don't pay me back, I can force you by any means necessary, including taking you out. Shin-jun's words are not known to be true or false though. Still, Basho couldn't help the anger that bubbled up inside him as he listened. He didn't realize that Liang Kuan had actually sprouted the idea of killing him. When you think about the fact that your $70 million of goods are still in Shin-jun's hands, this back and forth, you will have to lose more than $90 million. The amount was astronomical for him. With his current financial resources, he could not afford it. After clenching his teeth, Barkley finally said with a fierce determination, "What do you want me to do? Finish off Liang Kuan, and I'll be responsible for getting that shipment back for you in its original form. But you have to remember, Liang Kuan must die. If he doesn't, that shipment will never come back." Chen Jun openly and nakedly threatened. Barkley knows that Chen Jun is a man of his word, and also knows that he is cruel in his methods. If he really can't finish off Liang Kuan, he really dares to take that batch of goods for himself. After taking a deep breath, Basho said seriously, "Give me some time. I'll think of a solution first." "No problem. I know Brother Basho is extremely smart and will never let me down." "Run. Send Brother Basho out." Chen Jun gave his expulsion order after he finished speaking, not wanting to continue to say a single more word to Barkley at all. Bashful could only get up resentfully and leave the nightclub with his minions. Once back on his turf, Barkley gathered a few of his inner circle together. "I'm going to ask Liang Kuan to come out today to talk about that sum of money. All you guys have to do is to take advantage of his defenses and finish him off for me. Do you understand? Basho's men are all people who don't want to die. After all, we all followed Basho to sell white powder for many years. This kind of crime is not lighter than murder." So as soon as they heard Barkley put his word in, a few people agreed. In the afternoon, Barkley made a personal call to Pretty Gone. Cohen, I am BA closed. You say you, lack of money with me straight say on the line, but also have to find someone else to notify me. This is not too out of the ordinary?" Chapter 62, The Tragic Death of Pretty Kuan. Thousands of beast soldiers in position. As soon as Liang Kuan heard it, he knew that it must be Chen Jun who had already made contact with Baklos, and listening to Barkley's tone on the phone, it was clear that he was intimidated. "See, the other party intends to pay back the money." Liang Kuan hurriedly explained, "Brother, not I want to rush you. Really I have no money on hand Besides I didn't ask Chen Jun to force you to pay back the money. It's him who felt he couldn't do right by me after passing the file to 13 sisters in the first place, so he wanted to take the initiative to help me get the money back. Of course, if you do have the money on hand, then give it back to me first." Ba Closed secretly scolded the whole family of Liang Kuan, but on the surface is still polite said, "Phone to say these things is not very convenient, or not find a place in the evening. Our brothers drink on 2 cups? Okay, you decide the location." Toward evening, when Lian Gan drove up to the pier in Saigon, he found a cruise ship already docked. When he got out of the car, Barkley's minions quickly walked up. "Brother Quinn, our boss Brother Basho has been waiting on the boat for a long time. Please follow me. This kid is quite good at it." "Actually getting a yacht?" Pretty Gone spat. But inside, I was very happy, because the fact that Barkley is doing this also means that he must have money in his hands. As for the other aspects, Liang Kuan never considered them. After all, he didn't believe that Barkley really dared to go after him. Once on board, there was not only Basho in the cabin, but also several hot, bikini-clad young women. "Barkley, you're really enjoying yourself, and you're having a yacht party? Didn't I have that just for you? Come on, sit down and eat while we talk. You two go over there and keep Quinn company. You must take care of my brother for me. Got it?" "Yes, Brother Bashful." After saying that, the two women sat beside Liang Kuan on the left and right. Liang Kuan was also not polite. He was already fond of this kind of thing, and now there was a woman delivered to his door. How could he refuse? At that moment, he reached out his hands and took both women into his arms together. Meanwhile, the yacht left the dock and swam into the depths. After drinking 2 cups, Liang Kuan couldn't help but open his mouth. "Brother, how do you plan to pay me back for that money?" "Pay back? I didn't say I was going to pay you back now. What do you mean? You didn't come to me today about paying me back?" Liang Kuan frowned as he pursued the question. "Kuan, $20 million is too much. I can't afford to pay it back. Why don't I treat you to this meal and then how about that money is written off?" Barkley offered with a sneer. "You think I'm a cutie? Now, you have to pay this money back even if you don't." Liang Kuan heard shocked anger. "Directly get up and point to Ba Closed," scolded. Seeing that Liang Kuan was not going to act, Ba Close was not going to be polite to the other side. He took a big swing. In the next second, several minions rushed out from under the cabin and pointed their guns at Liang Kuan. It was at this moment that Liang Kuan came to a realization. He himself had fallen into the trap of Bashful. The meal that was eaten was actually the Hongmen banquet. "Ba Closed, everyone knows that I got on your boat. If anything happens to me, how are you going to explain to Hung Hing? When you're out at sea, any accident can happen. So I'll just find a random excuse when the time comes. Let's say you have to go to the bathroom and you end up accidentally paddling and falling and rolling into the ocean. And I was too drunk to notice for a moment. By the time I realized it, you were nowhere to be found. Do you think this is a reasonable explanation for me?" After hearing this, Liang Kuan's head instantly buzzed. He hadn't realized that Bashful was actually planning to go after himself. Basho, we're sworn brothers. Won't your conscience hurt if you do this? Leon Cohen asked sternly in a hoarse voice. Who's ing righteous out there? Besides, you're the one who tried to kill me first, so this is just me returning the favor. Seeing the foul-mouthed Basho actually talking sense. This time, Leon Cohen also completely understand. Ba closed this must be a high person guidance. Only who this person really was, he wasn't sure. Who told you to do that? There's no harm in telling you. It was Jun Chen who told me to finish you off. Jun Chen? Leon Cohen to death did not expect that the person who wanted him dead was actually Chen Jun. Oh, you didn't expect that. I was actually shocked at first. But while I don't know exactly what your deep-seated grudge is against him, his advice is good. As long as I finish you off, I don't have to pay back the $20 million. It's a good deal any way you look at it. Don't you think? For $20 million, you're going to take my life? How about I give you $20 million and you help me get rid of Chen Jun? At this time, Leon Cohen also panicked and quickly opened his mouth to propose. I'm a person who is still honest in what I do. Since I promised Chen Jun, how could I possibly be a double-faced person? Ba Close thought I am not stupid. Chen Jun hands still holding his 70 million goods. What's the point of giving you $20 million? However, he naturally wouldn't tell Leon Cohen explicitly about this kind of thing. So Leon Cohen was very puzzled inside at the moment. What kind of medicine had this Chen Jun given Ba Sha to actually make him turn his head against himself? Ba Shou, you and I are brothers. You don't really want to make a move on me, do you? Afterwards, Pretty Gon asked with a frightened heart. I'm certainly not going to do anything to you. But I'd like you to take the initiative and jump off the boat yourself. No way. You jump yourself. There might be a chance of survival. If I shoot him and then throw him overboard, he will die for sure. Basho's words caused Leon Cohen to take a deep breath. He knew Barkley wasn't kidding himself. So there are just two paths before him today. One was to choose to jump into the sea himself, so that he had a 1 in a million chance of surviving. The other was that the other party would do it himself, so that he would have no chance of surviving. In the end, Leon Cohen's heart was so strong that he simply took a gamble. Basho, if I don't die, you're going to die a horrible death. No problem. If you can't die like this, then I'll admit it. Barkley smirked back. Leon Cohen glared fiercely at Basho, then walked straight out of the cabin and over to the edge of the railing, then jumped down in one smooth motion. The scene was also accurately captured by the ship's cameras. Barkley saw this and quickly rushed out. Quinn, what's wrong with you? Quick, throw the life preserver down. After a few minutes of acting in front of the camera, Barkley saw that there was no more movement on the surface of the sea, and then it was a relief to return to the cabin. I'm exhausted. It's so hard to act. I think I could even win an Oscar for that performance I just gave. Barkley sat down and bragged as he wrapped his arms around the woman in his arms. Chapter 63, the former boss is killed, and Chen Jun steps forward, just as Leon Cohen completely drowned in the sea. Chen Jun, who was far away in Causeway Bay sipping a small drink, also received a system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarding the host with 1,000 beast soldiers. With these 1,000 beast soldiers, Chen Jun's beast soldier army expanded rapidly. Currently he had a few hundred supernumerary mongrels on hand in addition to 1,600 beast soldiers. The vast majority of these punks are the ones Big B left behind. Although Chen Jun didn't trust them, some basic work could still be delegated to them. So currently, the number of people Chen Jun could mobilize in his hands had exceeded 2,000. Not to mention that he had powerful henchmen like Xiao Ma and Feng Yishio by his side. Compared to the big brothers of other halls, Chen Jun was now a strong soldier. The story of Leon Cohen drowning in the sea quickly festered. Early the next morning, all of Hung Hing was notified. Soon, Jiang Tianqing summoned 12 hall clerks to the general altar. Everyone's heard about it, right? Mr. Jiang, of course I've heard about it. This incident must be the work of that bastard Basho. Don't even think about it. Qi took the lead. That's right. In the middle of the night, what good could he have done taking Quinn out to sea? But Simshatsui bearer Prince on the side also chimed in. But now people have sent us the surveillance footage from the yacht. And according to the footage, it was Leon Cohen who accidentally fell into the sea while drunk. And the boss of the Hong Lok Society, where Bashut is located, Brother Piao, also called us personally, saying that he was responsible for the incident and would compensate our society and Ah Cohen's family for a sum of damages. So the current situation is unfavorable to us, wanting to avenge Liang Cohen but not having any reason at all. At this point, Chen Yao opened up for Mr. Chang. The first thing that happened was that Barkley told his boss, Drift, about it. Brother Piao knew the importance of this matter, and if he wasn't careful, he could stir up conflict between the two societies. So right away, he called Jiang Tianqing. This move also made it impossible for Hong Xing to find any reason to blame Hong Lu. After hearing Chen Yao's explanation, the heads of the other halls were speechless. Originally, Liang Kuan's relationship with everyone is average, so whether he dies or not actually has not much to do with the various halls. However, right at this moment, Big B, who had already retired from his position but could still come to the meeting, spoke up. Chen Jun, how can you say that Liang Kuan used to be your boss? Shouldn't you take a stand on this matter? After Big B reminded us, we all remembered that the current Causeway Bay boss, Chan Chun, had started out with Liang Kuan in the first place. Fatty Lai also spoke up when he saw this. Chen Jun, even though you've been overgraded to 13 sisters, you did after all follow Liang Kuan out of the gate back in the day. If it wasn't for Liang Kuan, you wouldn't have been able to sit in the position of Causeway Bay's spokesperson. So in this case, I think you have to take the responsibility to properly deal with Liang Kuan's afterlife. Fatty Lai is right. Jun, you should intervene with Hong Lu in this matter. Toon Mun Boss Dinosaur also suggested. Chen Jun knew what was on Big B's mind. He was just trying to make himself stand up to Hong Lu so he could sit back and watch the tigers fight and enjoy the benefits. And if Chen Jun ignored this would inevitably make the people of Jianghu think that he was thin-skinned and not even care about his former big brother. So no matter what, Chen Jun couldn't refuse the offer. Mr. Jiang, Brother Yao, why don't you leave this matter to me? Seeing Chen Jun take the initiative to carry this matter, Zhang Tianxing nodded in satisfaction. However, in the next second, he opened his mouth to add, although Hong Lu has already stepped forward to apologize, I don't want this to go away easily either. That's why you have to make things look good. And you better teach Barkley a lesson. This will be able to let the outside world know that we, Hung Hing, are not so good at being taken advantage of. Mr. Zhang also know in his heart, Liang Kuan died in vain. There must be a conspiracy behind it. It's just that right now no one has this mind to investigate this. So he simply let Chen Jun take over, and let the other party just think of a way to hammer Hong Lu and the other clubs. Let me take care of this matter. Liang Kuan is my boss. I will definitely seek justice for him in this matter. It's fine with you, but let's be ugly. You don't want to drag the rest of us down with you. At that moment, Lai Biao continued to speak and reminded, if you're going to be scared, then you should hurry up and hide back in the north corner, lest the blood splatters on your face and you piss your pants in fear. Chen Jun was sarcastic on the spot. What did you say? Enough. I asked you guys to come here today to sit down and discuss the matter of Liang Kuan. What kind of infighting are you guys doing? This matter ends here. Chen Jun is responsible for the aftermath. Others should not have any opinions. Adjourn. Mr. Zhang didn't want to let things expand, and stopped the two men on the spot with a stern voice. Seeing that Zhang Tianxing had spoken, Lai Biao could only shut his mouth resentfully. Chen Jun, on the other hand, looked at Lai Biao with a cold face. At the moment, in his eyes, Lai Biao was already a dead man. After leaving the general altar, Chen Jun called Xiaoma to his side. This time you continue to put on a show to do it to Barkley. Understand? The toothpick-chomping ponyboy said in disbelief. Don't worry about it, boss. I'll take care of this. That night, Xiaoma and his men broke into a residential house and found a large amount of white powder under the bed in the house. Then, Chen Jun called to notify Ba Close. Brother Basho, what a coincidence. The shipment you lost earlier has been found by us. Sure enough, it was Causeway Bay's men who did it. But it wasn't my boys. It was Big B's previous henchmen. These guys, they actually went behind my back and robbed your goods. And did so under my banner. This is simply provoking the relationship between us. After hearing Chen Jun's explanation, Ba Close also knew that the other party was giving each other a step down. After all, this way, everyone will still be able to get along in the future. This Big B's henchman is just looking for death. You leave the man to me. I'll take care of it. There's no need to bother you with such trivial matters. I've already thrown them into the sea and fed them to the fish. And I don't even need to videotape when I kill them. I just do it. So it's practically a no-brainer. Seeing that Chen Jun didn't want to make a big deal out of it and didn't want to hand it over, although Ba Close was upset in his heart, he still agreed to Chen Jun's words on the surface. Okay, then I'll be sending someone to get this batch back. No need. I'll just send someone back to your warehouse later. Just give me the address. Ba Close did not think too much, so simply told Chen Jun the address of the coffin store. Just send it there. No problem. Chapter 64, Police-Civilian Cooperation and Backstabbing of Bashiri. Just as he was about to send the shipment back, Chen Yongren suddenly came. Boss, why don't you leave this shipment to me to send back? Chen Jun knew what was going on in Chen Yongren's mind as soon as he heard it. He had inquired about quite a few things from Huang Jiqing during this period of time, and that the other party was probably already aware of where this batch of goods was going. So at this juncture Chen Yongren wanted to personally deliver the goods. so he must have already reached some kind of agreement with Huang Jicheng. In this situation, Chen Jun immediately thought of a wonderful opportunity. Ah Yen, now that the society has asked me to do something to put this matter of Liang Kun to rest, what do you think is the best way? Jun, actually the best way is to do away with Basho. That way, not only will we be able to avenge Liang Kun, and it will also make the people in the Jianghu afraid of us. The only trouble is how we're going to take each other out without leaving any loose ends. After all, everyone is staring at us in Hung right now, so once Basho suddenly dies a violent and tragic death, Honglu will definitely blame us for what happened. Chen Yongren's analysis is very accurate. That was the answer Chen Jun wanted. What he wanted to do now was to borrow Chen Yongren's hand to get rid of Ba Shut. So, what do you think? How do we get rid of Basho without God knowing what's going on? Actually, I do have an idea. I'm afraid you won't agree to it. You tell me. We can actually use the police to get Barkley. Looking for cops? Chen Jun thought to himself, you hang hair. Opening and closing your mouth is the police. Don't you know that we short mules only call out for cops? It was also good that there were no other big brothers around at this time, or else he might have been suspected of being on the wrong side of the law just by that name. And his thoughts. Yeah, we can totally get the police in and take out the Barkley gang. We don't have any business dealings with Basho anyway. And as for this shipment, we know nothing about it. Also, our business in Causeway Bay is clean and we haven't done anything illegal. So even if Honglu knows we did it, what can we do? As long as they don't have substantial evidence, then they're not on us. When Chen Jun heard this, he instantly put on a look of realization. Aaron, this proposal of yours is simply wonderful. Only who would be a good person to leave this matter of calling the police to? No one on my side has much contact with the police, and I don't know how to call the police to make sure it's safe. Chen Jun continued to follow the good advice. Boss, you can leave this to me. I've dealt with some cops over in Sim Sha Sui. In that case, well then, I'll leave this matter in your hands, but I'll give you a heads up. If you mess up this matter and make the black and white suspect me, then you should know what kind of end you'll face. Chen Jun's tone intensified and his expression became serious. He had already planned to let Chen Yongren take the blame for this matter. If he was lucky and managed to pull this off, then naturally everyone would be happy and he would be able to receive a reward from Chen Jun. But if there was even the slightest hitch in this matter, Chen Jun would definitely not let him continue to live in this world. After all, it's the dead that shut up forever. He didn't want to get himself into a whole lot of trouble over a little bah humbug. Don't worry, I know what to do. If I don't get this right, I won't come back to see you. Chen Yongren patted his chest and assured. Fine, then you organize everything. I don't care, I'm going out to get high. After saying that, Chen Jun turned around and exited the door of the nightclub. After receiving Chen Jun's authorization, Chen Yongren immediately ordered his junior to load all the goods onto a truck. Then he went to the bathroom and made a call to Huang Jicheng in the toilet. Learned that Chen Yongren will be a number of tens of millions of dollars worth of white powder business hand to him. Huang Jicheng on the phone very excited. Officer Huang, I can give you this item, but you have to promise me that you'll get those guys from Basho. Otherwise I'll have to run for my life once they come out. Huang Jicheng knew the importance of this matter. After all, Chen Yongren was in charge of the delivery, which resulted in attracting the police. That doesn't make sense anywhere. If Ba Close was fine, he would have come to his door and forced Chen Yongren to take responsibility for this incident. And right now, he still needed Chen Yongren as his eyes deep inside Hungheng. So no matter what, he had to accept Chen Yongren's offer. Don't worry about it, as long as the evidence is solid. I'm just going to lay down my life. I'm going to get bashful. Okay, you must lead the team yourself tonight. I'll fight to lure Barkley out. That's even better. Let's just go straight for the spoils. Then he won't be able to escape from Hong Kong even if he grows wings. Huang Jicheng agreed in one breath. While waiting for Huang Jicheng to go and arrange for manpower to prepare for an ambush near the coffin store, Chen Yongren made another call over to Ba Close. Brother Barkley, I'm getting ready to make a delivery to the coffin store now. How about coming over if you're free? Basho usually doesn't want to go near these places. After all, one mistake could lead to an all-consuming situation, but the value of the goods lost this time was too high, and he was also worried that Chen Jun's side would not play any tricks. In case $10 million or $20 million of goods are deducted from it, how can he ask to get it from the other party afterwards? That's why Barkley immediately agreed as soon as he heard it. Alright, I'll bring someone over right now, but old brother Chen, you have to be more careful for me. Don't let the cops and the other societies keep an eye on you. This lot could condemn us for centuries. In Hong Kong, the death penalty has been completely abolished by this time. The average felon has to spend his whole life in a hard place. It's worse than killing them big brothers. That's why Ba Close reminded Chen Yongren again and again. Ha ha, don't worry about it. I've never failed in my work. Besides, Would I dare to joke with my life? Chen Yongren told Barkley to relax. Barkley also felt that Chen Yongren wouldn't be stupid enough to invite the cops over, so it was still a relief to hang up in the moment. After receiving a short message of ready from Huang Jicheng, Chen Yongren jumped into a car and started to bring his minions to deliver the goods to the coffin store. Let's go! Let's go! With Chen Yongren's order, a small car plus a big truck drove out of a warehouse in Causeway Bay and headed in the direction of the Barclays warehouse. Meanwhile, the police had groped the neighborhood silently in the darkness of the night. Group ready. Unit 2 is ready. Team 3 is ready. Chapter 65, Ba Closed cools down, and the Jianghu storm clouds rise again. After all three combat squads had been assembled, Huang Jicheng sat in a van with a walkie-talkie nervously staring at every move outside. According to what the two had discussed beforehand, when Basho's gang arrived, Chen Yongren would deliver the goods directly to the site. Once everyone had moved the goods into the coffin store, Chen Yongren would find an excuse to leave. This is the time when the police can take immediate action. Not long after, a black Mercedes sedan was the first to appear in front of the coffin store. Then, a big burly man stepped down from the car. The other party had a bald head, and after getting out of the car, he quickly looked around, while not forgetting to put on a hideous and arrogant expression. Gov, it's bah humbug, the men around him warned. Oh, the fish has taken the bait. Now we're just waiting for the goods to arrive. Huang Jicheng also began to get excited. Half an hour passed, and Chen Yongren also finally arrived in front of the coffin store. Getting out of the car, he likewise began to look around. After seeing several suspicious vans, his heart finally fell. It looked like his boss was ready for anything. Afterward, Chen Yongren greeted, "Men, go and move all these goods down to me." The men he brought with him this time were all Big B's old men. These people will basically have to be sacrificed without incident. So by doing so, he was also borrowing Huang Jicheng's hand to help Chen Jun eradicate dissidents. Regarding this matter, Chen Jun completely turned a blind eye and did not mean to block it. Soon, batches of goods were moved in. Chen Yongren entered the house and exchanged a few words with Ba Closed before saying that he went out for a smoke. When he was out of the doorway, he immediately gestured toward the van not far away. The next second, the van door opened. Multiple armed and loaded police officers with submachine guns sprinted in his direction. At the same time, large numbers of police began to rush out of various alleys. Seeing such a big battle, Chen Yongren didn't even light his cigarette, threw it away and started to flee in the opposite direction. Since Huang Jicheng had already given his men a heads up in advance, telling them not to chase anyone at random, but just to catch the people in the house and seize the goods they were holding, coupled with Chen Yongren's quick reaction, he had already slipped into an alleyway before the police got close, so the cops didn't catch up with him the first time. At this time, Huang Jicheng also hurriedly spoke over the intercom. "Don't chase after that little fish. Enter the house and arrest them." "Yes, Wang sir." The three squads rapped back and forth and quickly rushed into the coffin store. Soon there was a heavy gunfire from the house. Seeing that the other party actually dared to resist, Huang Jicheng rushed in with the rest of them wearing a bulletproof vest and holding a pistol. When he entered the house, though, he found several bodies already lying on the floor. One of them was none other than Barkley himself. "Reporting, sir. 3 suspects killed, 4 suspects captured." At that moment, a police officer stepped forward and reported, "Go, bring all the people back to the station. I want to interrogate them one by one." "Yes, sir." After completing the mission, Chen Yongren did not return to Causeway Bay immediately. After all, now that things had just festered, he was afraid that Chen Jun wouldn't be happy if he had to go back. After all, who knows if he's showing his hand or not. So Chen Yongren had the good sense to hide in the fishing village where he and Chen Jun had fled together in the first place, intending to stay there for a while. He'll come out again when the wind dies down and this case is closed. The other side, Chen Jun was also very happy when he got wind of it. With a group of beast soldier minions in tow, he began to walk towards the streets of Causeway Bay. When passing by that gold store again, Chen Jun spotted Little Stutterer again. This forced Chen Jun to stop once again and lead his minions inside. Seeing Chen Jun, Little Stutterer was obviously nervous again. "Don't you know how to welcome a guest even when you see him?" Chen Jun walked up to Little Stutterer and said smilingly, "Cheer, welcome," the Little Stutterer stammered. At that moment, the owner of the gold store also hurried out. After all, nowadays, Chen Jun's reputation in Causeway Bay had been thoroughly established. Bosses like them who run gold stores naturally have to be the first to know who's in charge of the triads in Causeway Bay now. Seeing Chen Jun suddenly come, the gold store owner also got nervous. He walked up to Chen Jun and asked with a smiling face, "Several big brothers, I've always paid the protection fee according to the regulations here. I wonder what you guys are coming over here for today." The first thing he said was that he was a good law-abiding shopkeeper. "You need to watch your language. It's not protection money. It's management money. Chen Jun sneered and flirted. Ah, yes, it's an administrative fee. Well, I didn't come on this trip for anything else, mainly because I have a good friend who works for you as a salesman, and I think with her looks and ability, she should at least be a store manager, right? So I mainly came over today to see who the owner of this store really is, to see if he's really out of his depth. Chen Jun's words surprised everyone at the scene. No one had expected that Chen Jun had actually come for such a trivial matter. After learning about Chen Jun's intentions, the boss instantly relaxed a lot, thinking to myself that as long as I'm not here to rob you, then everything else is trivial. Boss, I wonder which one your friend is. That's her. Chen Jun pointed at the little stutterer next to him. For his part, little stutterer's mouth dropped open in surprise. At the same time, the other tellers looked at her with surprised eyes. She's actually connected to a mobster? It's not like you've ever been adopted before, is it? No matter what, we can't just mess with her from now on. After hearing everyone's whispers, little stutterer was so embarrassed that he was embarrassed to look up at Chen Jun. After all, anyone with eyes could see that Chen Jun was doing this to please little stammerer. Okay, so what? Your name is Fine Grain, right? From now on, you're the store manager of this branch of ours. From now on, the store's sales and other related matters will be under your full responsibility. If there's anything you don't understand, you can just ask me. The owner of this gold store was also very on the ball, knowing that if he arranged for fine grains, he would be able to flatter Chen Jun, and once he had Chen Jun to cover him, then no one would dare to come to his gold store and cause trouble. You can even take this opportunity to open a few more locations in the neighborhood. Behave yourself, little stutterer, and don't let me down. Also, if there's any trouble in Causeway Bay in the future, you can just go to Phoenix nightclub and look for me. If I'm not here, you can call any of my men. When the time comes, you only need to say that you are my Chen Jun's woman. Chapter 66, Want to get to the top? Kill Big Brother first. Little stutterer couldn't speak, but his eyes were moist. A long time passed before she spoke. Thank you Jun. Before leaving, Chen Jun didn't forget to remind. Remember, since you decided to go ashore, don't look back. Chen Jun had just left the house when he received a call from Chun Yao. What's the matter? Chen Jun asked knowingly. Arjun, Barkley was killed by the police and his warehouse was taken out in one fell swoop. Did you have anything to do with this? Brother, you know I never touch drugs, and I have nothing to do with Bashful being arrested by the police. I can't possibly be stupid enough to run to the police and have them arrest him, can I? Chen Jun explained. But how do you explain it now that all the brothers in the road are rumoring that you're behind it? You don't want to think about it. My men were taken by the cops too. That delivery boy, he's even hiding. Even I can't find him. Do you think if I really did it, I could be so stupid as to let the police go and arrest someone overnight? Isn't that pushing yourself into the fire? This time, in order to settle Basho, Chen Jun was desperate. He wants to make sure that the police can catch Basho the first time and that Chen Yongren still escapes safely. A more important point is that the police cannot continue to dig up the roots of the matter and find out Wing Yinshan. Chen Jun's words made perfect sense. For a while, Chen Yao didn't know if what he said was true or not. Since you didn't do it, let's leave this matter alone. But Hong Li's side will never let up during this period of time. You have to be careful. I've always disliked causing trouble. As long as Hong Li's people don't come after me, I certainly won't take the initiative to provoke them. Causeway Bay didn't have Hong Li's power anymore, so Chun Jun wouldn't think of picking on Hong Lu. But while he was on the phone with Chun Yao, Hong Lu had already exploded internally. Hong Li's boss, Brother Piao, directly called the brothers under him to his heels. ******** in hell. Can someone please tell me why Barkley was killed by the cops? Boss, is it possible that he accidentally exposed his whereabouts and that's why the police gave him the slip? At that moment, a henchman spoke up. He's so discreet that he wouldn't normally take delivery of a shipment in person. But today he actually ran over to the casket store and then got ambushed by the police. You call that a coincidence? Brother Piao has been in the jungle for so many years and has met more things than he has eaten salt. So beating him to death, he didn't believe that what happened to Barkley was an accident. Brother Piu, in my opinion, it's those Hung Hing guys who are behind this. They robbed the goods and they sent them back. Who knows if there was a mole among them in the process? A slightly childish voice came out. Puffy turned to look. It was found to be the 4'9" boy flying full sitting in the corner. Fei Quan had been hanging out at Lockhart Road in the Wan Chai area before and knew more about Wan Chai and Causeway Bay than anyone else. That's why he was also the first to get wind of it after Baklosa's goods were snatched by Chen Jun. Only Basho didn't intend to make it known to the public, and didn't think to ask for help from the community. So naturally, he and Pao and the others were not in a position to make any comments on this matter. But things are different now. Bashir was inexplicably killed by the police and tens of millions of dollars worth of goods were seized. A loss of this magnitude is starting to shake Piau's leading throne, so the purpose of Piau's gathering everyone together today was clear to him, and naturally it was to resolve this matter. Seeing Fei Quan open his mouth, Piau narrowed his eyes. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye knows that it must be Hung Hing who is up to no good, but the situation at hand is very complicated. After all, before this, Ba Close also accidentally killed one of Hung Hing's big brothers, Liang Kuan. Although Liang Kuan is not a red stick, his movie industry is doing great and he is also deeply trusted by Jiang Tiansheng, the leader of Hung Hing. That's why at that time, when Liang Kuan was in trouble, he was worried that the other side would launch an all-out attack on Hong Lo. Now people revenge. A life for a life. To do away with Basho, which in the Jianghu also said the past. But Barclay's death was too important for his own good, and he had to get it back this time. Otherwise he'll likely lose his seat at the table. He then continued to ask tentatively, "You mean that Gai Chenjun has crossed the river and broken the bridge?" "That's right. It seems to me that he actually used Basho's hand to take out Lian Kuan, and then did Basho in through the cops. That makes the whole thing a closed loop." "Oh, Fei Quan, I heard that you've been doing well in Lock Road lately, and you've recruited quite a few minions. How about it? Are you interested in being the big brother of Wan Chai?" Brother Piau knew that Fei Quan must have his own ideas when he jumped out to speak at this time, so he probed the other party in front of everyone. It was as he expected. Fei Quan was waiting for that. "Brother Piau, as long as you can give me a chance to get to the top, I will definitely hold on to it." "Very well, I appreciate young men like you, who dare to fight, and have brains. How about this? You do away with Chan Chun for me, and in the future you'll replace Ba Close on the throne as Hung Lok's big brother and take over each other's venues in Wan Chai. How's that?" Puffy threw out the temptation. And now the decision was up to Fly's entire body. This is certainly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Fei Quan. Other than that, even if there was no Barclay's time, if he wanted to continue to develop in Wan Chai, he would have to touch base with Chan Chun in the end. After all, Causeway Bay is one of the busiest parts of Wan Chai. Whoever gets that street will basically control the economic lifeline of the entire Wan Chai. So right now for him, there was no way back. Afterwards, Fei Quan immediately stood up and stated to the society's senators, "Please don't worry, big brothers. I, Fei Quan, will definitely seek justice for Ba Close this time. Of course, it's more important to show our Hongla some face, so as to show the other clubs that we're not so easy to bully." Fei Quan's bravado made Piau very happy. He walked to the other party and patted Fei Quan's shoulder hard. "Kid, I'm optimistic about you. As long as you do away with Chinjun, I'll promote you to Hong Li's Red Stick. But you have to remember one thing. This is something you have to do in secret. Besides, if anything happens to you, the club won't provide any help. Do you understand?" Piau was also worried that Fei Quan would cause himself to draw fire if he messed things up, so he warned again and again. "Don't worry. This time either he, Chen Jun, will die or I, Fei Quan, will forget." Fei Quan returned with confidence. "Good. Then this matter is settled. I'll be waiting for your good news." Chapter 67. The order of the underground world in Causeway Bay is up to me. While Huang Jichen was still closely interrogating the suspects, Chen Jun had already taken Wang Zuxian and started shopping on the streets of Causeway Bay. In the days after Basho was taken out, Hongla surprisingly didn't let on at all that he intended to trouble anyone. Meanwhile, there's no word from the police. For a while, all forces thought that this matter would just go away, but Chen Jun didn't think so. In his opinion, Honglo must be plotting something, but there was no way he was going to stay in hiding over this. He is at least the boss of Causeway Bay. If you hide at home every day, won't you be made a fool of by others? So when Wang Zuxian's new movie had just wrapped up, Chen Jun took Wang Zuxian out shopping. During this time Wang Zuxian has been filming a costume movie in the mountains, so the two of them have been getting together less and less. Now that it was hard for Wang Zuxian to be free, she naturally wanted to stick to Chen Jun. After all, the current Chen Jun no longer belonged to her alone. If she didn't enhance her relationship with the other person, maybe soon Chen Jun would have to fly to Macau. "Chen Jun, I'm really happy shopping with you. Even if I didn't buy anything, I feel it's a sweet happiness." Wang Zuxian pulled Chen Jun's hand and said with a smile, "If you weren't so busy, I'd hate to go shopping with you every day." "Che, come on, when I used to be at home, I didn't see you yelling at me to go shopping every day. Isn't that why I didn't lay any ground before? It's different now. I cover this area. It doesn't matter if you walk across the street here." "Seriously, so I can do anything here?" "Theoretically," Chen Jun said confidently. "So I want to collect protection money from this store. Is that okay?" Following Wang Zuxian's finger, Chen Jun twisted his head to look over. Upon seeing the eye-catching signboard on the store, Chen Jun instantly turned green with an awkward expression. Stop it. How can this place charge protection money? The place that Wang Choim pointed to was exactly a bank in Causeway Bay. In this era of Xiangjiang, no matter how chaotic you are in the triads, the police and the government may not want to clean you up, but once you dare to mess with a bank, it's a big deal. After all, in any place and corner of the world, those who can open a bank have a background that is not normally hard. So looking for a bank to collect protection money is something that Chen Jun can't really do right now. Although I don't have the means to go after them for protection money, they actually still need my help. What does that mean? Wang Zuxian asked curiously. Think about it. While they're not afraid of the kooks going around harassing them, there's something in their business that needs to come to us. For example, in dealing with some customers who want to renege on their debts, do you think it's realistic to ask the guys in suits at their banks to collect the numbers? It's only right to pay what you owe. Even without you guys, they can still seek legal help. Seeing Wang Zuxian being so innocent, Chen Jun laughed and shook his head. You're overthinking things. If you don't believe me, let me give you a test. Chen Jun then took Wang Zuxian to a store next door. After entering the house, Chen Jun opened his mouth and asked the shopkeeper, "Boss, who covers your place?" The shopkeeper gave Chen Jun a puzzled look, then spoke faintly. "It's Hongxing Chen Jun who covers the shop." "Why? Do you want to find trouble?" "Oh, I'm not trying to cause trouble, but I'm just curious to ask why you guys are afraid of them kooks. If they really dare to make trouble, you can just call the police? I'm sure the justice in Hong Kong will be able to bring the bad guys to justice." After hearing Chen Jun's words, the shopkeeper immediately revealed a mocking expression. "Are you guys college students? Asking stupid questions like that? What? Where did I go wrong?" Chen Jun continued to play dumb. "Do you think things are that simple? Even if you're right about everything and we can call the police, so what? They have hundreds of brothers on their hands, so they can just find a penniless little brother to come over and set fire to my store. And then what happens if the police get lucky and arrest the person? When faced with guys who aren't afraid to go to jail, you expect them to be good enough to pay for my damages? And even if I go out on a limb this time and take the loss myself and put the other guy in jail, but people can call another minion right away to continue to disgust me. How do you think I'm going to fight people?" The shopkeeper's words caused Wang Zuxian to be dumbfounded as well. In her simplicity, she hadn't really thought about that aspect. Afterward, she couldn't help but ask in a small voice, "But if you compromise like this, won't you encourage them? If everyone could unite against the black forces, I'm sure they wouldn't be as arrogant as they are now." "Ha ha, then organize it and see who would be willing to step up. Also, you guys shouldn't think that people collecting protection money is necessarily a bad thing for us. Actually, since that Chen Jun kid came, our law and order in Causeway Bay is much better. I used to get robberies and thieves here all the time, but I haven't seen a single one lately. Even if I was working alone at the store in the middle of the night, I wouldn't worry too much. That's why we call it paying for peace of mind. Go somewhere else, you can't pay for it." The shopkeeper actually praised Chen Jun in an invisible way. This made Chen Jun's heart burst with joy. He thought to himself that this guy had made a good point, finally giving himself a long face in front of Wang Zuxian. Although Wang Zuxian had a hard time accepting this theory for a moment, she was too embarrassed to continue arguing with the other party. After exiting the store, Wang Zuxian said somewhat helplessly, "I suddenly feel like this world has become strange, as if I've never known it before. It's normal. Everywhere there's an above-ground order and an underground order. You're an ordinary person who has always obeyed the law, so you only know the order of the above-ground world. But in fact, the order of the underground is also extremely important for a region. Have you ever thought about how chaotic the region would be if there wasn't a complete set of order in the underworld? Probably many stores will fight over customers and law and order will become very bad. That would dissuade many investors and consumers from the instability of this region. So, sometimes having a powerful society running a place may not be a bad thing," Chen Jun patiently explained to Wang Zuxian. At the same time, he hoped that Wang Zuxian would understand who he was and the work he was doing. But just as the two exchanged words, suddenly several vans rushed head-on. Chapter 68, Encountering an Ambush. Brother Mark Strikes. Immediately after the van stopped, a number of men armed with machetes rushed out of the vehicle. Chen Jun immediately realized that someone was trying to finish himself off. He quickly pushed Wang Zuxian into the store behind him and then blocked it out alone. "It's Chen Jun! Cut him!" As one of them shouted, the others picked up their machetes and prepared to pounce on Chen Jun. But before they could get close to Chen Jun, suddenly several shots rang out in the street. Boo! 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 Several of the men who rushed to the front of the line directly fell to the ground at the sound of their voices. The scene startled the others as well. "What's going on? Who fired the shot?" Everyone turned around. A man clad in a black overcoat with a toothpick in his mouth was spotted walking briskly toward them with two pistols in hand. Boo! A few more rounds were fired. A few more people fell in a pool of blood at the scene. This time everyone panicked. Originally, they thought their secrecy plan was foolproof, but I didn't realize that just after getting off the bus, they were ambushed by the other side. And what's worse, there seems to be only one other person on the other side. But even so, these machete wielders didn't dare to continue. After all, the other party was not only an accurate shot, but also reckless in his actions. Even after killing multiple people, they didn't panic at all and still fired wildly in this direction. Run! At that moment, another shout was given and everyone immediately turned around and quickly ducked back into the van. Immediately after that, several vans quickly fled Causeway Bay, and all that was left at the scene were a few corpses and a number of murderers who had suffered gunshot wounds and didn't die. Subsequently, Chen Yongren, who had received the news, immediately took the beast soldiers and rushed to the scene of the crime. In a moment, hundreds of beast soldiers gathered throughout the scene. The streets are all blocked off straight away, so that no one can cross at all. And the image scared the piss out of that owner of the store. Upon learning that the one in front of him was none other than Hung Hing's leader in Causeway Bay, he simply hid in fear straight away, afraid that the other party would come after him because of what he had just said. June, are you okay? Chen Yongren asked hurriedly after rushing to Chen Jun. Humph, I can't die yet, Chen Jun said coldly. He knew that this time the other party definitely wanted him dead. Only right now he didn't know for a moment which force was responsible. Boss, I've killed so many people. The cops will be here soon. Should I hide for a while? At this point, Ponyboy couldn't help but speak up as well. Although he was not afraid of death, but he killed so many people in the street. Once caught by the police, it will certainly be the bottom of the jail. Hearing that there were already sirens blaring not far away, Chen Jun immediately commanded, "You hide first. You'll come back when I've settled things." Understood. Ponyboy finished his sentence and ran into the next alley in a puff of smoke. The beast soldiers then sealed off the alleyway entrance directly, not allowing even a fly to enter. Chen Jun, after being completely safe, Wang Zuxian also finally gathered the courage to walk out. She was so dumbfounded by the bloody scene just now that she sat paralyzed on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. "Are you okay?" Chen Jun asked in a deep voice. Wang Zuxian shook her head, but fear was written in her eyes. Chen Jun knew that Wang Zuxian must have been terrified. After all, there was still a dead man lying on the ground. Then he instructed Chen Yongren to say, "Send Ms. Wang away first. With such a big murder happening here, if she were to get involved, it would definitely affect her career. What about you?" Seeing that Chen Jun was about to send himself away, Wang Zuxian immediately asked with worry, "It's okay with me. I'm the victim. These guys are going to cut me, so you don't have to worry about what the police are going to do to me. Instead, they have to protect me and try to help me find the real culprits behind this." Chen Jun calmly relieved. "But, sister-in-law, there's nothing but, once it's discovered that you were also at the scene, then the media will definitely make a big deal out of it, saying that you're related to the Triad Vendetta case. At that point, do you think any other director would dare to hire you for a movie?" Chen Yongren's words hit the nail on the head. Coupled with the fact that Chen Jun was also already safe, Wang Zuxian had to listen to Chen Jun, get into a small car and quickly leave the scene. When Wang Zuxian left, several police cars arrived at the scene. "Idle people disperse. No gathering here. Someone, seal off the scene for me. And by the way, call for another ambulance to come and save the people." The cops came and immediately set up a perimeter, then prepared to cordon off the scene and collect evidence of the crime. But after a few shouts, they realized that none of the people gathered at the site had moved. Instead, one of them looked at them with a cold gaze. It was then that some people realized that everyone here seemed to be in on it together. Taking another look not too far away, Causeway Bay's boss, Chen Jun, was also among them. Now, these cops immediately realized that this matter was most likely related to Chen Jun. Given that Chen Jun had recently gained popularity in Causeway Bay and his brothers had gathered, one of the commanders at the scene immediately picked up his walkie-talkie and shouted, "There's been a major murder in the streets of Causeway Bay. Please send someone to the scene immediately for support." After the debriefing, the cops all pulled out their pistols, just in case. Soon, multiple cars loaded with heavily armed police officers drove quickly to the scene. After the car door opened, the police officers quickly jumped out of the car with long guns in hand and immediately surrounded Chen Jun and the others. Immediately after, a middle-aged man in a suit walked down from the car and walked straight towards Chen Jun. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, Chen Jun froze for 2 seconds before revealing a wry smile. "I'm Ma Jun, head of the Causeway Bay Criminal Unit. What's your name?" Ma Jun is an inspector in Killjoys, a skilled fighter with a great sense of justice. However, this person has a fiery personality, and later not only arrested Tony's 3 brothers, but also took care of Wang Bao and a host of other black forces. And at this stage, he is still just the leader of the Causeway Bay crime unit. Chen Jun also didn't expect to meet a tough opponent here. After all, there didn't seem to be anyone like him in the Causeway Bay police station at the time of his arrival. Hello, my name is Jun Chen. Oh, you're Chen Jun. I heard you once said here that you talk after 12 o'clock in Causeway Bay? Learning of Chen Jun's identity, Ma Jun narrowed his eyes and asked, Officer Ma, you like gossip too? Then I'd like to ask you too. I remember there was no one like you in Causeway Bay police station before? That's a good question. Let me tell you. I came to Causeway Bay just for you. It says that there's a boss in Causeway Bay who's been very hung up lately, so I was told to come over here to serve. And in the meantime, I'll clean you up straight away. Ma Jun crossed his arms and spoke with great confidence. Chapter 69 Tough Characters. Inspector Ma from Causeway Bay is here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't talk too arrogantly. At that moment, a beast soldier beside Chen Jun immediately yelled. Ma Jun walked directly to the other party and said in a domineering manner, Your boss said he's in charge after 12 o'clock here. But it's daytime now, so I'm in charge. Ma Jun was not only a police officer, but also the head of the criminal unit. And Chen Jun knew that once the beast soldiers moved, the consequences would be unimaginable. He then arrived in front of Ma Jun and sneered, Officer Ma, you may not have understood the situation at the scene. I'm a victim now, and these people are here to protect me. Aren't you taking it a little too far with us? Humph. I know. Isn't it just a dog-eat-dog incident? But you kid is really lucky. So many people didn't finish you off. By the way, where's the shooter you're hiding out with? Can you tell me anything? Ma Jun's mocking words instantly shook the beast soldiers on the scene. Immediately, a number of beast soldiers surrounded them. At this point, the police officers maintaining order at the scene panicked. They raised their pistols and shouted, Keep it all together. Anyone who moves again will be shot. Disperse immediately or you'll all be cuffed back to the station. Chen Jun could not bear to see this scene. When had he ever suffered from this kind of wimpy anger? It's just as well that he was almost backstabbed, but he was actually humiliated by the police in public. Not to mention it's still Causeway Bay. Afterward, Chen Jun grimaced and said word for word to Ma Jun, You're playing with fire. How about I just want to play with fire? Well, I take it you guys don't want to get out of here? As soon as his words fell, hundreds of beast soldiers rushed straight forward to surround the dozens of policemen at the scene in reverse. A policeman was so frightened that he put his gun directly against the chest of one of the beast soldiers and yelled, Get back! Get back! Shoot me if you can! I have hundreds of brothers here. How many can you take out at once? This beast soldier had Chen Jun's will and no longer cared about his own life or death at all. He screamed madly at the cop. Yeah, you guys shoot if you dare. Whoever shoots, brothers do it. Ma Jun also did not expect that each of Chen Jun's men were so bold that they were not even afraid of guns. And seeing that the situation is about to get out of control, he is also worried that in case a murder really occurs, then he will not be able to get away with it. He then frowned and said to Chen Jun, Have your men withdraw. Tell your men to put their guns down. You're negotiating with the police? Do you know what you are? Ma Jun said angrily. I'm telling you, my name is Chan Chun. No one can order me around in Causeway Bay. Chen Jun's domineering demeanor was revealed, and he shocked Ma Jun at once. It was the first time Ma Jun had encountered such a situation after so many years as an officer. But after looking at Chen Jun's minions who were all so unafraid of death, Ma Jun knew that the set of threats would not work. After all, no more could he have ordered his men to shoot the man in front of him. After struggling internally for a while, Ma Jun could only shout at his men, All put down your guns. They won't dare to make a move on you. This last statement was entirely Ma Jun's own way of making a fool of himself. And when Chen Jun saw that the other party had already gone soft, he didn't want to keep expanding the matter. In case Ma Jun called out another group of police officers, the whole Causeway Bay would be in complete chaos. Let's all disperse. After all, people are here to help us find the murderer together. Let's not go against them. With Chen Jun's words, the beast soldiers were then willing to leave. Seeing that things were under control, Ma Jun inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, send all the injured to the hospital to receive treatment. And the identities of the dead are also investigated for me to see what connection they have with each other. Also Mr. Chen Jun, please come back to the police station for our questioning. After all, such a big thing has happened, and we need to get a full picture of your situation. So I hope you'll cooperate. No problem. I for one love working with the police. Of course, I'm counting on you to help me find the murderer this time, and to bring him to justice, hopefully soon. Humph, that depends on whether you're with us or not. Get in the car. Ma Jun then personally took Chen Jun back to Causeway Bay Police Station in a police car. In the questioning room, Ma Jun took the lead with paper and pen. Tell me, who did this to you? Chen Jun glared at the other party and said disgruntledly, Sir, are you kidding me? How am I supposed to know who's trying to kill me? Must you not investigate such things? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who did you mess with out there that you don't know? Ma Jun asked rhetorically. I've messed with a lot of people and a lot of enemies, so how am I supposed to know who's so ungrateful as to try to kill me? Besides, to be true, the police seem keen to get rid of me, don't they? Chen Jun's words were sarcastic. Well, since you don't want to talk, let's wait for us to investigate slowly. Now can you tell us where the gunman is that helped you kill those guys? Also, according to our investigations at the scene through interviews with eyewitnesses, we have learned that there was only one person who fired the shots, so you'd better be honest about his identity and whereabouts. You're not making an international joke, are you? How could I possibly know someone like that? You mean the shooter didn't shoot to save you? I'm not sure about that. Maybe there was a feud between them themselves and they just happened to bump into each other and did it. Or maybe the gunman admired me and was hell-bent on hanging out with me. So he stepped up to the plate and helped me out at this critical moment. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You were kidding me first. The two went toe-to-toe, neither one letting the other take half a step. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of Chen Jun's mouth, Ma Jun didn't want to continue wasting time here. He threw down the paper and pen and said coldly, "All right, you can go now. Just let me go? What if those guys come after me again? Do you still need our police protection? You have so many men. Wouldn't it be fine to have them follow you around every day?" I stand corrected. They are all my brothers, not my men. Chen Jun continued to choke back. Ma Jun couldn't hold back any longer. He warned Chen Jun in a stern voice. Chen Jun, you better not play tricks with me, or I'll make it difficult for you and your minions to move an inch in Causeway Bay. That depends on whether you're that good. Besides, if you police can't find out who did it, then wait for it to be in the papers. I'll let all of Shangjiang know how much of a loser Ma Jun, the head of Causeway Bay's criminal unit, is. Well, we'll see about that. Please leave now. Ma Jun directly gave an expulsion order after saying that. Chapter 70 just broke up and a new woman came to his door. Chen Jun didn't talk nonsense with the other party and got up, leaving the police station directly. By the time Chen Jun exited the gate of the police station, there were already multiple sedans gathered outside, as well as a large number of beast soldiers. Jun, are you okay? Chen Yongren and Feng Yuxiu immediately walked up and asked with concern. Chen Jun glanced at the scene, then faintly said, "Did you find out who did it? I've inquired about it. That group of assassins against you are all Han Lok's men. They've been hanging out at Lot Kak Road in Wanchai for a long time." Chen Yongren replied. Ever since the accident, he had contacted his boss, Huang Jicheng, at the first opportunity. Huang Jicheng was immediately rewarded by his superiors since he solved the drug trafficking case in Basho, which made him very happy. And now that Chen Yongren had something to find him, he of course agreed without saying a word. With Huang Jicheng's help, the suspect lying in the hospital quickly confessed his identity. So after learning that it was Hong Li's people who did this, Chen Yongren and Feng Yuxiu immediately gathered all of Chen Jun's juniors and came to the police station to pick them up. Upon hearing that it was Hong Lu, Chen Jun's face quickly grimaced. Hong Li's gang, they're really not afraid of death. Boss, just give the order. I can immediately lead my men to sweep their field. At that moment, Feng Yuxiu also spoke. Humph, since Hong Li's people are so capable, let's go and meet them for a while. It's just as well to clean up some of the stragglers in Wanchai in the process. Chen Jun has long wanted to unify the whole of Wanchai, and this matter at hand was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Then I'll pass the order down now for the brothers to bring their guys and kill in Lock Road. Chen Yongren was about to prepare to give an explanation after he finished speaking. However, he was stopped by Chen Jun. No way. All the black and white in Shangjiang are watching me today. Can't you see that there are still reporters not far away secretly filming us? Not to mention the fact that the entirety of Honla must be on high alert by now to prevent us from launching an attack. So if we do it at this juncture, not only will we be vulnerable to the other side's trap, but it will also draw attention from the community. When that time comes, even the gods won't be able to save us. Chen Jun understood in his heart why Ma Jun had released himself so quickly. In reality, the other party was hoping that after releasing himself, he could immediately launch a retaliatory action against Hong Lu. As long as he dared to make a move, Ma Jun would be the first to lead a team to snipe him. And as long as there is ironclad evidence, then one is bound to go to jail. Jun, so what you're saying is that we stay put for now? That's right. Not only that, but we have to put the word out so that the outside world doesn't know who did it. That way Hong Lu will definitely let his guard down and the police won't be dead set on us. Understood. I know what to do. By the way, how is Ponyboy doing now? It's been arranged to be in the fishing village where we stayed in the first place, and there are our men covertly staking out the main roads in the neighborhood. As soon as they see suspicious vehicles and people out, they notify the ponies. At that time, Ponyboy will be able to use one of the speedboats parked at the fishing village pier to quickly leave the scene. Seeing that Chen Yongren had thought things through so thoughtfully and had not sold this information to Huang Jicheng, Chen Jun also completely laid down his heart to him. But in the end, he didn't forget to remind the other party, Yen, you have to remember, if anything happens to brother Xiaoma, then no one can escape the blame. Please don't worry, Jun. Chen Yongren once again showed his loyalty. Okay, tell the brothers that everyone is pulling out. With Chen Jun's order, thousands of beast soldiers also left the Causeway Bay police station one after another. Returning home, Wang Zuxian directly jumped into Chen Jun's arms, and then opened her mouth with a hint of crying to complain. You worried me to death. Didn't I come back in one piece? Chen Jun laughed and joked. But Wang Zuxian didn't buy it and still kept on telling. Do you think you are so lucky every time? You know I'm scared to death? When will these days ever end? After listening to Wang Zuxian's words, Chen Jun also knew that this life of fighting and killing was really not suitable for the other party. So Chen Jun was ruthless at that moment, and actually spoke directly. I know I shouldn't involve you in my affairs, and I've come back today to actually tell you something. What is it? Wang Zuxian seemed to anticipate something, but was still unsure. Let's break up. Wang Zuxian's body instantly stiffened, a shocked expression written all over her face. She didn't expect that Chen Jun would really open up to herself. I'm doing this for your own good. Just get completely clear of me. Then you won't have to be scared every day, and you'll be less likely to be implicated by me. Chen Jun's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, making Wang Zuxian's mood unable to calm down for a long time. When she came back to her senses, she went crazy and hugged Chen Jun tightly. But Chen Jun's mind is made up. This time must make a break. Not only in the end will only harm Wang Zuxian. Then Chen Jun's heart crossed, directly leaving aside Wang Zuxian and leaving the room alone. The next moment there were piteous cries from the house. After leaving Wang Zuxian's residence, Chen Jun's mood was also very depressing, and after returning to the Phoenix nightclub, he sat alone in the card seat and drank mulled wine. But just after 2 drinks, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. At first he thought he had looked away. When he rubbed his eyes, he realized that it was really little Lumpy Fine Grain himself who had come to him. Today's little Lumpy, wearing a short floral dress, dressed innocently, completely without the temperament of the little sister in the beginning. What brings you here? I heard you. You were almost assassinated today. The little stutterer muttered in a small voice. It's okay, so what did you want to see me about? I was trying to come and see you for a bit. Sit down and have a drink then? Chen Jun is in an annoyed mood. Chen Yongren has been sent by him to keep an eye on Hong Luo. Feng Yuxiu is not good at talking. There is no way to talk to him. And Xiao Ma is hiding again. So right now in Shangjiang, there seems to be no one else besides Little Stammer who can sit down with him to drink and talk. Seeing that Chen Jun was willing to let himself sit down and accompany him, Little Stammerer was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded his head and replied, yes. After saying that, she sat down and took the initiative to pour Chen Jun a drink. How have you been doing? After drinking 2 glasses of wine, Chen Jun opened his mouth and asked, I'm okay. The boss treats me quite well, and says he's going to raise my job. Humph. It seems that the owner of your store is quite up to date and knows how to behave. Chen Jun said with a light hum. Thanks Jun for taking care of me. Chapter 71. Han the Dragon Head comes to the door to beg for peace. Chen Jun waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm happy that you were able to really listen to my words and to your heart. Jun, I want to ask you something. At that moment, Stutterer suddenly summoned up courage. You name it, as long as I can answer. Do you have you ever had feelings for me? Little Stutterer directly lowered his head when he said this, not daring to look into Chen Jun's eyes at all. And Chen Jun was shocked by the question the other party asked. After all, he hadn't expected the little stutterer to ask such a question. For a moment, Chen Jun, who was a big brother in the jungle with thousands of minions in his hands, didn't know how to answer. Seeing that Chen Jun didn't squeak for a long time, little stutterer hurriedly poured himself a glass of wine to bolster his courage. After drinking a large glass of red wine, a faint blush had begun to appear on little stutterer's face. Looking at little Lumpy's charming face, Chen Jun suddenly felt that he should actually find such a woman to live with. Little Lumpy is used to this kind of fighting and killing, and she is actually very kind at heart. Having this kind of woman following him around instead might not be a bad thing, and Lumpy wouldn't mind his birth, much less his past. Thinking of this, Chen Jun actually directly reached out and wrapped his arms around little stutterer. What if I said I had feelings for you? Little stutterer was already drinking mulled wine in embarrassment, and as a result, his face instantly flushed red when Chen Jun said so. I don't know. You took the initiative to come to me today, So you must be concerned about my well-being? Aha! Little Stutterer replied in a mosquito-thin voice. Hearing this, Chen Jun had completely understood Little Stutterer's intentions. He stood up, took Lumpy's hand and headed out of the nightclub. After arriving at the hotel, Chen Jun and Little Lumpy no longer hid themselves from each other and directly hugged each other. It was a night for both of them to unleash the hormones in their bodies. Early the next morning, Chen Jun was awakened by a long-distance call from as far away as Macau. The caller is none other than Chen Jun's other woman. He Chaoqiang. Arjun, are you okay? After seeing this morning's newspaper, He Chaoqiang immediately called Chen Jun, concerned about the other party's well-being. Is it so easy for something to happen to your man Ho Chaoqiang? Chen Jun laughed and joked. Seeing that Chen Jun still had the heart to joke, He Chaoqiang's hanging heart also fell. She then changed her tone and opened her mouth seriously to persuade. Jun, you have too many enemies over there in Hong Kong. Why don't you simply come to Macau directly to develop? I'll have my dad give you a casino to run when the time comes. The money earned will definitely not be less than in Hong Kong. And you don't need to live a life of fear every day. Chen Jun knows He Chaoqiang's heart. She is not willing to see herself continue to take risks and mix in Xinjiang. But after all, he also has a backbone. How can he escape from Hong Kong at this juncture and run away to eat soft rice? Besides, the old man of the He family hated himself with a passion. So if he went to Macau, he wouldn't be killed by the other side. So no matter what, it was impossible for Chen Jun to agree to He Chaoqiang's proposal. Only in the moment he was also embarrassed to block the words. Just difficult to return a sentence. People in the world. I'm not happy. I'm still smoking not happy. He Chaoqiang also seemed to have guessed Chen Jun's thoughts, and then suddenly asked again. If you look like this, Wang Zuxian's side has no opinion? Chen Jun let out a bitter laugh, thinking that this He Chaoqiang was really mentioning which pot was which. However, he didn't intend to hide it from the other party and directly confessed. I broke up with her. He Chaoqiang was shocked to hear this. She also didn't expect Wang Zuxian to quit at this time. But on second thought, it seems reasonable for the two to break up. After all, one is an actress with a thriving career, while the other is an outlaw triad boss. The two are not destined to come together in their life paths. It's good to split up, so you don't have to wreck people. Yo, so you're not afraid I'm going to wreck you? Chen Jun flirted. What am I? Who dares to plague me? He Chaoqiang returned in a domineering manner. And she does have the credentials to say that. However, at this time, Chen Jun is very hopeful that He Chaoqiang will take the initiative to break up with him. After all, he's not in the same league as Wang Chouxin, and even less so with Ho Chiu Kung. Chen Jun then tentatively asked, do you still need a shield now? He Chaoqiang froze for a moment and immediately understood Chen Jun's thoughts. What? You broke up with Wang Zuxian on one foot, and you're planning to come to an end with me on the next? Ha ha, am I not afraid of worrying about delaying the future of the gambling king's daughter? Chen Jun laughed to himself. Don't be poor with me here. I have no intention of breaking up with you. That's fine. Let me know later when you want to split it with me. Asterisk 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 off. Don't bother talking to you. He Chaoqiang was so exasperated by Chen Jun's words that she directly hung up the phone. Chen Jun could only touch his nose in embarrassment when he heard a busy signal coming from the other end of the phone. Meanwhile, Little Lumpy, who was lying in Chen Jun's arms, was preoccupied. After exiting the front door of the hotel, Chen Jun realized that Chen Yongren had been waiting for a long time with his minions. Ever since the last time he was sneak attacked by Han Li's men, Chen Jun had strengthened his protection. There are people guarding their neighborhoods 24 hours a day in case someone approaches them again. Brother Jun, word from the society side, asking you to come back to the general altar when you wake up. As soon as Chen Jun heard it, he knew that it must be about Hong Lu. Any movement on Han Li's side? Hong Li's leader, Hong Piao, went to find Jiang Tiansheng early in the morning, and it's likely that he's over at the general altar at this time as well. Humph, this old fox. As soon as something happened, he immediately found Jiang Tiansheng. It looks like Hong Lu wants to make peace with himself. So are we still going? Go, why don't you go? Since he took the initiative to come to the door, then I'd like to see what he really wants. Also you inform down. Have all the little brothers gather and follow together to the general altar. Yes, soon. Thousands of beast soldiers departed from Causeway Bay in great numbers and headed for the Honghing general altar. Soon, a large number of Chen Jun's men gathered outside the Honghing general altar. At this time, Jiang Tiansheng and Hong Piao, who were in the conference room, also received the news. Mr. Jiang, Chen Jun brought so many minions over. I'm afraid he wants to expand things? Hong Piao said with some concern. This matter was Hong Li's fault, so he was also very worried that Chen Jun would jump over the wall and do something to him. Jiang Tiansheng, however, said lightly, you're overthinking it, Brother Piao. This matter boils down to your little brother wanting to get to the top as soon as possible. so he secretly laid a hand on Arjun behind your back. And since you've already kicked the other person out of the club in the first place, Arjun surely won't blame you for the whole thing. Chapter 72, New Mission, 5,000 Beast Soldiers. After hearing Jiang Tianxing's words, Hong Piao also completely put down his heart. Not long after, Qin Jun led a group of minions up the stairs. Just outside the elevator door, several strange men surrounded him. What do you want? Chen Yongrun chided. At this time, one of Chen Yao's men hurried over and said, Jun, this is Hong Li's men. They want to search you. Please cooperate. Asterisk Kim Hong Lu. They count for nothing. In our territory and still want to search us? Chen Yongren was not happy when he heard this, although he himself was only a 49 boy within the Red Star. But after all, now that he had followed Chen Jun, not to mention that he had many minions following under him, so naturally, at a moment like this, he didn't take the average punk in his stride. Chen Jun also blared at his opponent with a cold face, expressing his dissatisfaction through his expression. Don't get me wrong. In fact, all those who want to enter the house need to be searched. After all, it's for everyone's protection. Hearing this, Chen Jun was not happy, and returned with a domineering voice on the spot. Who the hell dares to search me and try? He was about to burst into the house when he finished speaking. Now Hong Li's people were anxious and went forward to stop them. But the next second, Chen Yongren even directly pulled out his gun and pointed it at the other party. Do it again and I'll blow your brains out. Seeing someone move a gun, this instantly caused chaos in the general altar. Seeing that the situation was out of control, a Hung Hing Jr. immediately took the opportunity to slip away and ran into the house to inform Chen Yao and the others. Ayo, go out and look. Jiang Tiansheng immediately instructed Chen Yao to take care of the matter. After hearing this, Chen Yao frowned and headed out. When he exited the door, he saw Qin Jun's minions pointing their guns at Hong Li's men. The people on Hung Lok's side also began to accuse Chen Yao upon seeing him. Brother Yao, is this how you treat your guests at Hung Hing? Chen Yao said to Qin Jun. Jun, don't make a big deal out of it. Tell your men to put down their guns. Qin Jun was originally just in a fit of anger, which was why he had given this group of Hong Li's people a bit of a downward spiral. But just as he was about to ask Chen Yongrun to put down his gun, the system that hadn't appeared for a long time unexpectedly descended. Ding! Please kill Fong Hongpio and you will be rewarded with 5,000 beast soldiers for completing the mission. 5,000 beast soldiers. Chen Jun almost didn't jump up. If he really had 5,000 more beast soldiers in his hands, then there would be no need for him to put Hong Lu in his eyes at all. At this moment, Chen Jun made up his mind that he had to take advantage of this opportunity to take out Hong Piao. Afterwards, Chen Jun turned to Chen Yongren and said coldly, tie up all of these guys. If I don't talk to Hong Pei Pei when I go inside later, then I'll throw them all down the stairs. Chen Jun, are you crazy? Seeing that Chen Jun actually threatened the other party, Chen Yao immediately reminded him sternly. However, when Jun Chen was facing the warning of Hung Hing's second-in-command, he said without any panic, Brother Yao, you should leave this matter alone. After all, I almost died in their hands. So whoever dares to intercede for Hong Li's people today, then don't blame me for not giving face. After saying this, Chen Jun directly kicked open the door of the room and swaggered in. There were only Jiang Tiancheng and Hong Piao in the room. Seeing Chen Jun enter the house, Jiang Tiancheng immediately spoke. Jun, you're just in time. Hong Pei has something to talk to you about. Humph. Mr. Jiang, I don't think there's anything to talk about in this matter. Let me handle this guy. As soon as his words fell, Chen Yongren rushed in with his minions. Chen Jun, are you going to rebel? Chen Yao urgently followed into the house and questioned, and Jiang Tianxing's expression gradually turned grim. He was the leader of Hung Hing. Although this time he should be on Chan Chun's side and help the other party to seek justice, but that didn't mean that Chen Jun was free to challenge the authority of his sitters, especially since the other party was actually trying to dispose of the leader of another club right in front of him. So then Jiang Tiancheng spoke coldly. Jun, say what you have to say properly. If you really do something stupid on impulse, then no one can save you. Jiang Tianxing's implication is, if you really dare to mess up, no one else will say anything, but I, Hung Hing, won't be able to spare you. But Chen Jun was determined to finish the mission today, and Hung Lok is nowhere near as strong as Hung Hing. It's just that no one wants to get into trouble on a regular basis and go find a club easily. Mr. Chang, do you know that I almost died in Causeway Bay yesterday? Dozens of people from Hongla rushed at me with machetes, but if I had any luck, you wouldn't be able to see me in person now. Chen Jun began to complain. At this time, Hong Piao hurriedly spoke. Chen Jun, this matter is our Hong Li's fault. I've already kicked all those guys out of the club. As soon as I find out where they are, I will tie them up and bring them to you. Also to express our apologies, We would like to take out a few venues from Wan Chai for your people to take care of. What do you think? These days, the most important thing for everyone out there is to make money. And spectating is one of the major financial sources for the major societies. Now that Hong Piao actually took the initiative to give the field to Chen Jun, it was enough to see his sincerity. But Chen Jun didn't eat that at all. After all, as long as he finished off Hong Piao, he would be able to get 5,000 beast soldiers for himself. These 5,000 beast soldiers were able to destroy all of Hong Li's top and bottom with the move of a finger. At that time, not to mention the entire Wan Chai Hun Lok venue. All the Hun Lok venues in the whole of Hong Kong are under the control of Chen Jun. So Chen Jun shook his head before arrogantly returning. Brother Piao, there are some things that can't be solved by money. So what do you want? Seeing that Chen Jun actually still didn't give himself face, this time Hong Piao also had some anger. It's nothing. Since you, Hong Lu, dared to lay your hands on me openly, then naturally I won't let you off easily either. And you're the leader of the Hong Lok Society, so you must take full responsibility for this matter. Hong Piao was furious after hearing this, gritting his teeth and chiding. Chen Jun, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Arjun, you go down first. Zhang Tianshine was also impatient. Chen Jun was undoubtedly slapping him in the face when he did that. After all, right now he didn't want to completely tear his face off with Hong Lu, but in the next second, Chen Jun pulled out a gun and pointed it directly at Hong Piao. Brother Piao, you really take yourself seriously. Since you're here today, you're not going anywhere. Someone, tie up Brother Piao for me. I'm going to take him out for a ride. Although Chen Jun had already planned to do away with Hung Piao, this was the main altar of Hung Hing. If we do it here, this is bound to affect the image of the whole society. By then, it would not be as simple as Hun Lok not letting himself go. I am afraid that the other big brothers within Hung Hing would also have a problem with him. So in order to avoid infighting between Hung Hing and himself, Chen Jun still decided to play it safe and bring Hung Piao outside to settle the matter. Chapter 73, Killing Hong Le Dragon Head. Reward in hand. Mr. Jiang, this guy is simply lawless. You have to say something. Seeing that Chen Jun was going to come for real, Hong Piao also panicked and hurriedly asked Zhang Tianchang beside him for help. Zhang Tianchang also felt that Chen Jun was too arrogant, and decisively rebuked. Chen Jun, if you really take Hong Piao away today, you alone will bear all the consequences. You guys don't need to worry too much about that. After I clean up this old man, the rest of Hong Li's people will be next. So even if they want to take revenge on Hung Hing, I'm afraid they won't have a chance. Men, take this old thing away from me. Yes, Jun. Several beast soldiers quickly stepped forward and immediately tied up Hong Piao. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tianchang and Chen Yao both revealed shocked expressions. At this moment, they had clearly felt the anger from Chen Jun. But Chen Jun brought thousands of minions on this trip, and some of them had real weapons in their hands. So in the end, Zhang Tianchang could only watch as Chen Jun kidnapped Hong Pei away. After everyone had left, Zhang Tianchang sat down on his chair with his butt and spoke to Chen Yao. Yao, go, call all the people in charge of the other halls. I want to have a meeting immediately. Chen Yao knew that this matter was significant and hurriedly went down to start contacting people. What? Chen Jun kidnapped Hong Piao? And moved under the noses of Mr. Chang and brother Yu? This kid is simply unselfish. If we let him go on like this, will Hung Hing go all the way to him? When the big brothers came into the conference room to find out what had happened, they all started complaining. Even Chen Jun's original bosses, 13 sisters and Han Bin, both of whom were not good enough to put in a good word for him at this moment. After all, Chen Jun had caused too much trouble this time, so the two could only sit in silence on their chairs and let the other big brothers attack Chen Jun. The one who danced the most in this was naturally Big B. Ever since he was kicked out of Causeway Bay by Chan Chun, Big B has been wishing for Chan Chun's death every day. Now that he saw the opportunity coming, Big B naturally wouldn't miss the chance and quickly spoke. Mr. Jiang, Brother Yao, we have to deal with this matter seriously. Even if Chen Jun didn't kill Hong Piao, it's already a clear violation of the society's rules for him to do so. If we still indulge him this time and leave him alone, others will laugh at our club and think that we have lost our rules. And by doing so, he is also challenging the authority of the two of you and the bottom line of the society. As soon as Big B arched his fire, even Chen Yao couldn't help himself. Although he himself had taken quite a few favors from Chen Jun in the past, this time, he had no desire to continue helping the other party. He then spoke in agreement. B is right. This matter of Chen Jun must be dealt with seriously by our club. Otherwise, how can Hung Hing still mix in the road in the future? Zhang Tiancheng agreed with what everyone said. This incident has tarnished his reputation. Plus in a few months there will be a new general election for the leader. If he didn't manage to smooth over Chen Jun in this matter, Then I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the leader by the time the next election came around. Good. Then since everyone's opinion is unanimous, I will now announce that in the name of the society, I will demand that Chinjun immediately return to the society to receive the punishment of the family law. If he disobeys the order, he will be expelled from the society immediately, and at the same time, he will be classified as an enemy of our Hung Hing. Everyone then realized that Jiang Tiancheng was going to come for real. Just as Hung Hing was having an internal meeting, Chen Jun had already dragged Hong Piao to the top of the mountain. After getting out of the car, looking at the abyss of 10,000 feet in front of him, Hong Piao instantly softened his legs and almost sat on the ground. Ha ha, the titular dragon head of Hong Lu was actually so afraid of death? Seeing the other party reveal his timidity, Chen Jun immediately smiled and opened his mouth to sneer. Chen Jun, if you really move me, then Hong Lu up and down will not let you go. Hong Piao gritted his teeth and returned. Although he was very fearful inside at the moment, but his Jianghu status was there. He still had a hint of luck that Chen Jun would not kill him easily. Piu. Sorry about that, but it's you, the faucet, that I'm killing. As long as you're done away with, Hong Lu will face a situation where the group is leaderless. At that time, I will then unite with the big brothers of Hung Hing to launch an attack on your Hung Lok's field. Chen Jun's words instantly rendered Hong Piao speechless. Indeed, Hung Lok's strength would be far inferior to Hung Hing. If something were to happen to him, Hong Li's interior would definitely be thrown into chaos. At this juncture, once Hong Xing launched a full-scale attack, then Hong Lu could not resist at all. Chen Jun, if you let me live, all the turf in Wan Chai will be yours. Also Fei Quan that I will personally finish him off. How about it? At this point, Hong Pao also directly gave up all his minions. Hearing the name Fei Quan, Chen Jun felt a little surprised. I didn't realize that the one who wanted to kill him was still a familiar face. Humph, Fei Quan is it? Thanks for the reminder, brother Piu. Then you can just go on your way now. Are you really going to do this to me? Even now, Hong Piao is still a bit unconvinced. However, Chen Yongren, who was on the side, had already raised his pistol and pointed it at Hong Piao. Jump yourself. If you don't die, then you're lucky to be alive. At the same time, one of the people next to him picked up a DV camcorder and started recording it. They do this for one purpose. That's to fake Hong Piao's suicide by jumping off the cliff. At that time, in case the police really pursued, Chen Jun also had a reason to block the other side's mouth. Then hand over 2 random scapegoats, and then the matter is completely over. As for going and smashing up Hong Lu, things wouldn't be done by his own hand. So Chen Jun didn't need to worry about being caught by the police at all. After seeing that Chen Jundu had thought things through so well, Hong Piao knew that he was in for it. There were just 2 paths before him right now. One jumped from here by himself, and in case he was lucky enough to hang on to a branch he might still be able to stay alive. The other is to resist, which will end up with the other party shooting them straight to death. The second one has a 0% chance of survival, and the first one might have a silver lining. So after thinking about it for a while, Hong Piao decided to let go and take a gamble. He was originally the boss of the society and had seen a lot of big storms, and at this moment he also firmly believed in his heart that he would be able to escape from this calamity. He then turned around and slowly made his way to the edge of the cliff. Come on, jump, hurry up so we can wrap it up and get off the mountain. As Chen Yongren's sneering words exited, Hong Piao's heart crossed and he directly leapt forward. In the next second, his figure disappeared on the top of the mountain. June, the man has jumped off. Out of sight. One of the beast soldiers went up and checked and then returned to report. Go on, send someone down to see if they're not dead, and if they're not, just do it. Yes. Chapter 74. Gather your men and prepare for a duel. It was only when Chen Jun was halfway down the mountain that the system sent a reward alert. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with 5,000 beast soldiers. After obtaining 5,000 beast soldiers, Chen Jun's strength expanded rapidly. A jump from 1,000 to over 6,000. Together with some miscellaneous troops on the periphery, Chen Jun could mobilize at least 7,000 to 8,000 men. With such a large number of henchmen, it was already stronger than even some of the small societies in Hong Kong. And right now the biggest problem in front of Chen Jun is how he should raise this group of minions. Other societies have operations all over the island, while one has only a small Causeway Bay today. Although Causeway Bay is prosperous, in the final analysis, it is just a bigger area. So next, he had to take the beast soldiers and expand his territory outward. As for who he was going to go after, Chen Jun already had a target within his heart as well. Chen Jun had just returned to the Phoenix nightclub, and he had immediately gathered all of his men together, even Pony Boy, who had been quietly called back from his fishing village. The Causeway Bay slashing case has now been basically finalized, and Chan Chun, as the victim, has not been punished in any way. At the same time, Chen Jun has already found a scapegoat to turn himself in at the police station, so that he can voluntarily take responsibility for the murder. While the police don't trust people who voluntarily turn themselves in, they don't know exactly who did it. Ma Jun, in particular, bites out that it must be the work of someone close to Chen Jun. However, the top brass of the police force were very happy to learn that someone had taken the initiative to take on this big case, and immediately asked Ma Jun to close the case. In this way, the police force will not only have an explanation to the Xinjiang government, but will also be able to pacify the people. In the end, under heavy pressure, Ma Jun still decided to temporarily recognize the confession of this surrendered suspect, and submit all evidence to the court, waiting for the court's final trial. So now that Shu Ma is back in Causeway Bay, he basically won't attract any trouble as long as he doesn't appear on the streets in a big way. After all the members had gathered, Chen Jun coldly said, "The fact that Hung Piao was killed by us will surely spread throughout the whole of Shangjiang within a day. At that time, once Hun Lok's people know about it, they're bound to unite internally and quickly organize their forces to launch an attack on Causeway Bay. I've gathered you all together now so that you can settle this." As soon as everyone heard that they were going to fight with Hong Lu, they rubbed their fists together. The only one who was worried was still Chen Yongren. He was afraid that this matter would become too big and end up implicating himself, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade. "June, if we go into full-scale war with the entire Hong Lu, I'm afraid that it will trigger a high level of concern from the police. At that time they will surely cache everything they can to capture us for interrogation." "Humph, I'm afraid of that when I come out. Besides, gangster firefighting is a normal thing in itself. If they can't solve the trouble, we come to solve it for them, and people might even thank us properly." Chen Jun knew inwardly that neither the police nor the government cared about the lives of the crooks. As long as the incident did not affect the lives of the people, did not damage public property, and someone came out to take the blame afterward, that's all that matters. Seeing that Chen Jun's attitude was determined, Chen Yongren was also afraid that he would cause the other party's suspicion if he said any more. He had to take 2 steps back and stop squealing. At this time, Xiao Ma took over. "Boss, we don't have any arms on hand right now, and we don't know how strong the other side is. In case a full-scale war really starts, I'm afraid we'll suffer a big loss." Ponyboy didn't like to use knives and clubs. These cold weapons were just scrap metal in his eyes, so naturally he wanted to get a bunch of arms over to his side. This way, even if he faced 1,000 troops, he would still be able to have a fighting chance. Chen Jun had long been prepared for this. Before that, he'd quietly gotten a bunch of guns and ammo out of the small arsenal given to him by the system. There's a cache of munitions stored in a warehouse upstairs in the nightclub, enough to arm you for 200 men to fight. Upon hearing that Chen Jun had gotten his hands on the arms, Xiao Ma instantly rejoiced. He held up his sunglasses and arrogantly returned, "As long as I have a weapon in my hand, I'll kill as many people as Hong Lu comes." As soon as he spoke, Feng Yuxiu beside him spoke faintly. "Boss, I don't need all that fancy stuff. Just give me a team of daredevils and then leave the most dangerous places to me." Feng Yuxiu himself was a kung fu wizard, so naturally he didn't care to use firearms. Ponyboy frowned and glanced at his opponent, then mocked. "You think your legs can outrun my gun? Want to give it a try?" Feng Yuxiu squinted his gaze at Ponyboy. For a while, the smell of gunpowder on the scene was instantly thick. Chen Yongren, who was caught in the middle, was literally in pain. "2 of my own buddies actually like to compete. He himself couldn't even hide if he wanted to, and these 2 actually grabbed the most dangerous place to guard." Seeing that the 2 were really going to start fighting, Chen Yongren quickly jumped out and persuaded, "Now is not the time for infighting. Hong Lu might be making his move soon. I think we'd better prepare earlier." Chen Jun nodded his head and said, "Ah Ren is right. Who is the best of the 2 of you will be seen on the battlefield. This time, Ah Ren, your mission is to take the minions and go and secretly monitor Hong Lu and the police's every move for me. As soon as there's any windfall, you report back to me immediately. Feng Yuxiu, you take 5,000 minions and split up to sweep all of Hun Lok's venues in Shangjiang for me. Not a single one left. As for Xiao Ma, you take your men and sit on Causeway Bay for me. I have a hunch that the other side will definitely organize a large number of troops to kill in Causeway Bay." Chen Jun quickly set up the tactics. Chen Yongren can't fight, and he still has connections with the police. Chen Jun is afraid that he can't go down and delay the big event instead, so he sends him to be a double undercover agent. Gather intelligence for yourself and stabilize the police at the same time. As for Feng Yuxiu, he fought fiercely and it was most suitable to have him attack the city. It was because of his ferocity that he was able to recover all of Crow's venues in Mongkok overnight in the first place. In the end, Shu Ma was a good shot. He took a group of people with guns in their hands to sit in Causeway Bay. At that time, even if Hun Lot came with more people, he could handle it. "Boss, Why don't you hide for the next 2 days to avoid the wind? After seeing Chen Jun set up his tasks, Chen Yongren took the initiative to open his mouth and proposed. After thinking about it, Chen Jun also felt that Chen Yongren's proposal was good. After all, the next Jianghu will surely set off a storm of bloodshed because of himself. At this juncture, if he threw his head out again, he would easily become a target. Afterward, Chen Jun said indifferently, I'm leaving Shangzheng for 2 days, so I'll leave everything here to you. Chapter 75, The Great Battle Opens. Chen Jun vs. Han Lu. An hour later, Chen Jun arrived at a pier in Wanchai. Here he found the head of the snake that had picked him up. After boarding the fishing boat, the captain immediately walked up respectfully. Hello Jun, miss, he asked me to pick you up and take you to Macau. You go in the cabin first and rest for a while. It won't take more than a few hours to get there. Chen Jun nodded. He was still relieved about He Chaochun's arrangement. After all, the other family was extremely influential in Macau, so it was absolutely impossible for this captain to undermine himself. He then went into the cabin and sat down, and just as the fishing boat left the pier, Hong Li's interior exploded. At this moment, everyone in the Jianghu knew that Hong Li's leader, Piao Piao, had been forcibly captured by Chen Jun, and after a few hours, there was no news, and the whole Hung Hing team was silent about it. This, in anyone's opinion, was Chen Jun openly and nakedly provoking Hong Lu, so right away a meeting was held within Hong Lu. Asterisk. This Chen Jun is eating leopard's gall. Actually dared to tie up Brother Piao? Jiang Tiancheng and Chen Yao also do not know the whereabouts of Brother Piao, and even Chen Jun that does not know where to go. You guys say what to do now? Regardless of whether Brother Piao is dead or alive, we have to teach Chen Jun a lesson. Otherwise, how can we still mix in the Jianghu in the future? Yes, that's right. We must put pressure on Hung Hing. Don't let the other associations look down on us. Then let's all gather our men and kill Causeway Bay together. Good. Before the police side starts moving in, before Hung Hing's side has any preparations, let's catch Chen Jun off guard. I'm calling to shake people now. I'm going too. Hunlock is now without a leader and is sitting on a general election that is just around the corner. Brother Piao was already in a bad way, so whoever could make a splash and make a contribution in this matter would naturally be able to gain an advantage in the next sitting election. That's why quite a few red sticks within Hunlock have already begun to jump at the chance to be the first to kill Causeway Bay. At this moment, Fei Quan, who was hiding in Tun Mun, also got wind of the situation. The big brothers are assembled? Brother Fei Quan. It's true. Everyone has started heading towards Causeway Bay. Fei Quan was also moved at the sound of it. On the one hand, this matter was caused by him after all, and now that Brother Piao's life and death were still uncertain, he could not bear it in his heart. On the other hand, it was just as much an opportunity for him. Ever since he hadn't been able to finish off Chen Jun last time, he had been harboring a grudge inside. Now that he had the entire society to help cover for him, the probability of him taking out Chen Jun increased by a lot. Tell the brothers to grab their guys and come with me. This time, I will definitely chop up Chen Jun. Soon, a number of strange men gathered on the outskirts of Causeway Bay. At this sensitive time, when a large number of strangers suddenly appeared in their own territory, anyone would know what was going on. That's why the men Shen Yongren sent out to spy on the news immediately reported the information to Xiao Ma, who was guarding Causeway Bay, holding a brand new AK-47 submachine gun he had just taken out from the second-floor warehouse in his hand. Brother Xiao Ma smiled contemptuously and said, "Tell them to let their horses come over. And it's best if they all come at once so that I don't have to make a second strike." When he hung up the phone, he gave an order, and the 200 beast soldiers behind him pulled out their give-type pistol weapons, ready to fight. As for Feng Yuxiu, he had also already begun traveling to various parts of Shangjiang with 5,000 beast soldiers to make the final preparations before the sweep. And according to the plan given by Chen Jun, once Han Le took the lead in launching the attack, then Feng Yuxiu would immediately take action, taking advantage of the fact that the other party was focusing all their attention on Causeway Bay to catch the other party off guard. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Hong Lu had assembled. Go, kill in Causeway Bay. Finish off Hung Hing Boy. Charge, kill Chen Jun. With the shouts of the minions, everyone sprinted towards the streets of Causeway Bay with weapons in hand. Such a big show also alarmed everyone in Causeway Bay. The people immediately fled in the first instance to the surrounding area, not daring to remain in the streets at all. At the same time, the phone call quickly reached Feng Yuxiu's side. Learning that Hong Lu had taken action, Feng Yuxiu waved his hand and shouted from the streets of Shihuan, "Give it to me, smash all of Hong Li's venues in Shihuan." Yes, the henchmen poured out, while Feng Yuxiu also held a machete and rushed into a nightclub at a fast pace. Within moments, there were shrill shouts coming from the nightclub. On this side of Causeway Bay, the punks who rushed to the front had not yet killed their way into the entrance of the Phoenix nightclub. and as a result, a clamor came from the second floor. When everyone looked upwards, they were surprised to find a gun barrel pointed right at them at the moment. Crap! It looks like we've been ambushed, someone in the crowd shouted. In the next second, a fire snake shot out from the second floor. Ta-da! 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 Countless rounds of ammunition poured down like raindrops. The gangsters standing at the front were instantly beaten to a sieve. In the face of bullets, even the bravest of short mules are cowed. Not to mention the fact that the other side had already ambushed them in advance, just waiting for them to jump in. So after one round, the Hanlu punks behind them started running back. Where have the Hanlu big brothers who brought the team over seen such a big battle? Seeing that their men had been routed, they were out of ideas for a while. At this point, one of the big brothers had a bright idea and immediately jumped on top of a minivan on the side of the road. Then he shouted to the little brothers who were running away, "Don't be afraid. How many bullets can they have in their hands? Besides, would they dare kill us all?" But before his words could fall, several bullets were fired at him. Ta-da! The big brother never uttered another word, and his whole body fell limply from the car to the ground. Blood instantly flowed out of his body, staining his entire body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There are still people so unafraid of death these days. Everyone else runs. You're the only one who can do it, right? A small pony holding an AK-47 on the second floor in the distance taunted. As soon as this big brother died, all the Hong Lee's gangsters at the scene completely collapsed. The other party killed without any consequences at all, and did it when they said they would, which was not at all the same as their previous fights. So in this case, no one dared to turn around and counterattack again. After leaving a dozen or so corpses behind, Hunlock's men dispersed and fled Causeway Bay. Seeing that the people had all run away, Brother Xiaoma said disdainfully, asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you come to trouble me with this ability? If I had known that, I wouldn't have come back from the fishing village on purpose. However, after he finished pretending, he still took his men to evacuate Phoenix nightclub first, for by now the sound of sirens had been heard not far away. Chapter 76, Fishy Winds and Bloodshed. Great turmoil in the underworld. When the police arrived at the scene, they quickly sealed off the entire Phoenix nightclub, inside and out. Then Ma Jun also drove a police car to the nightclub at the first time. After getting out of the car, one of his men immediately came forward and reported. Reporting to Officer Ma, the scene has been cordoned off and no suspicious persons have been found. What are the casualties at the scene? A total of 16 people have been found dead, and preliminary investigations have revealed that these people should all be gang members. Except we're not sure yet which club's hitter it is. Hearing that more than a dozen people had actually died in their own territory, this time Ma Jun was also anxious. Before he arrived, there was a large murder in Causeway Bay. 7 people were killed on the spot then. Only at that time, the person in question, Chen Jun, was still a victim. And now, more than a dozen people have been killed in front of Chen Jun's nightclub. And according to the tip he received before he came, Chen Jun had gathered a large number of his men here earlier in the day. So this matter must be directly related to Chen Jun. Contact Chen Jun for me and tell him to come to the police station immediately for questioning. If he doesn't come, issue a wanted notice immediately. Yes, sir. But before the other party could leave, Ma Jun received a phone call. What? Commissioner Liu, are you saying that a large number of Chen Jun's henchmen have begun to go on a crime spree in the whole of Xianjiang? I was going to ask you what the hell is going on here. Why didn't you watch his men? Besides, the other side gathered thousands of people to cause trouble. Didn't your police department get wind of it beforehand? What do you do at Causeway Bay Police Station? On the phone, Liu Jiehue, who was the deputy commissioner of police, couldn't help but curse angrily at this beloved general of his. It was Liu Jiehue's intention to transfer Ma Jun in the beginning. However, I did not expect that after the Ma Jun went to Causeway Bay, not only did they fail to control the local situation, but also made things more and more serious. Now that a large number of Chen Jun's men have begun to frantically sweep Hon Lee's venues, this makes Liu Jiehue, who is a senior member of the police department, also feel an unprecedented pressure. After all, once this matter is not handled properly, the police force will not only have no way to explain to the government, but also have no way to give the public a satisfactory reply. At this time, Ma Jun had bitterness in his heart but couldn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring Chen Jun to justice, or that he hadn't gotten wind of it, but Chen Jun's movements were too fast. Thousands of people were gathered in just a few hours. It was too late for him to try to be prepared. After being severely scolded by Liu Jiehue, Ma Jun could only awkwardly open his mouth. Director Liu, I have already issued a wanted notice to Chen Jun. As soon as he dares to show his face, I'll just take him into custody. Catch him? Do you know where he is? He's already gone on vacation to Macau. Liu Jiehue continued to curse. It was Ma Jun's turn to be dumbfounded. At such an important moment, Chen Jun actually bailed out early. My informant told me that he even went to the Hung Hing General Hall in the morning, and seems to have kidnapped the dragon head of Hung Laka. How come they suddenly appeared in Macau now? Could the intelligence be wrong? Oh, you think you're the only one with a cable? Do you think the top brass of our police force are all for? Besides, someone already saw Chen Jun meeting with the king of gamblers' daughter, MS. Ho, in Macau with his own eyes. So this thing, it's absolutely true. Hearing this, Ma Jun realized that Chen Jun wasn't doing something mindlessly at all. In fact, the whole thing had been exquisitely calculated by him. As for why he left Hong Kong at this critical moment, it was simply because he wanted to clear his name. That way, he can shirk whatever happened in Shenzhen, even if he immediately brought the person back. As long as Chen Jun didn't cooperate, then he couldn't do anything about the other party. After a long period of contemplation, Ma Jun said, "Commissioner Liu, don't be anxious, this time the matter is important, and two major societies are also involved. So as long as one of them goes wrong, we can point the finger at Chen Jun. At that time, even if he has an alibi, he won't be able to get away with the charges of allegedly abetting murder and conducting triad activities. That's what I mean. So your immediate priority is not to go and get Chen Jun back, but to collect the evidence and punish him. Once we have evidence of his crimes, even if he is in Macau, we can extradite him back through judicial regulations to be punished by the law." Understood. After hanging up the phone, Ma Jun once again ordered his men to get the person in charge of Phoenix nightclub. At the same time, Feng Yuxiu was completely killing mad in the Western Ring. Saiwan is the home base of Hung Piao and the headquarters of Hung Lak. But in just half an hour, all of Hong Li's venues in the Western District were swept clean by all of the people Feng Yuxiu had brought with him. Sporadic Hung Lak venues in Suanwan, Kuai Tsing, Tongwan, North Point and other places were similarly subjected to frantic attacks by the beast soldiers. For a while, everyone up and down Honlu began to hide, not daring to show their faces at all. Honlu was in a mess internally at the moment. Meanwhile Hongxing was not idle internally either. Zhang Tianchang and Chen Yao sat in the conference room, their faces both unusually ugly. Not only did Chen Jun disobey the command to take out Hong Li's boss, he also took the liberty of launching an all-out attack on Honlu. Now that this incident has become a big deal, but the person concerned has slipped out of Hong Kong, completely putting himself out of the picture. On the contrary, Zhang Tianchang, as the leading boss of Hung Hing, he had received countless phone calls from various forces in the past few hours. The content was nothing more than to ask Zhang Tianchang to give a reasonable explanation, and at the same time, to let him immediately restrain Chen Jun so that he would not continue to act recklessly. But Zhang Tianchang was in pain. Even though he was the boss, he couldn't even get through to Chen Jun's phone. "Have you contacted Chen Jun?" "Not yet." The call prompted a shutdown. "Looks like he's avoiding us on purpose." Chen Yao sighed and said. At this point, several of the parish talkers sitting nearby also got anxious. "Mr. Jiang, we have to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Chen Jun's minions are causing trouble in my North Point. What if this time Hon Lu puts the blame on my head?" North Point District Big Brother Lai Biao Lai Fatty said with dissatisfaction. "Yeah, let's not even talk about you North Point. There are a couple of Hung Lak's venues in my Sham Shuepa that have just been smashed by Chen Jun's men. I heard that they even killed a man on the spot and injured more than 10 others. The police are now searching everywhere in the entire Sham Shuepa district for the killer." Sham Shuepa's spokesperson and Jiang Tianxing's former lover, Ma Huilan, nicknamed Pretty Mum, also chimed in. The two men opened their mouths one after the other, and the wordsmiths of several other halls yelled out. The implication is that the society is expected to take immediate action. Chapter 77 The leader of Hung Hing. It's time to change. Zhang Tianchang glanced at Chen Yao. Chen Yao nodded slightly. He instantly understood, and then spoke faintly. "Call Chen Jun back and have him give the big guys an explanation. Otherwise, then it's family law." Understood. At the moment, Chen Jun, who was far away in Macau, was shopping with He Chaoqiong. With a woman like He Chaoqiong, Chen Jun had an indescribable feeling of comfort within himself. She is not at all the same type of woman as Wang Zuxian and Little Stutterer. He Chaoqiong is not only accustomed to seeing the big world, but also able to see a thing through. With her, Chen Jun instead didn't have too much burden or pressure. Even this time he asked the other party to help him smuggle to Macau. He did not worry about implicating He Chaoqiong. After all, in this bulletproof place of Macau, the position of the Ho family was still untouchable. Even the Macau police force could not easily touch a hair on the head of the He family. "You've made such a big mess in Shangjiang. I don't see the need to go back, do you?" He Chaoqiong, who already roughly knew what happened, took the initiative to speak up at this time. She knew though that she wouldn't have a good outcome with Chen Jun, yet she also wants to enjoy the moment with Chen Jun. So if Chen Jun was willing to stay in Macau, the two would naturally spend more and more time together. Chen Jun laughed and shook his head after hearing this. Then he pointed to a corner not far away. If I'm not mistaken, that's the private investigator your father hired to keep an eye on me in the dark. He Chaoqiang followed Chen Jun's words and looked over. Sure enough, there was a strange man standing in the corner with a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes glancing over in their direction from time to time. Although Yi Chaoqiang didn't know the other party, she also knew that her father was absolutely capable of doing such things, not to mention the fact that Chen Jun's arrival in Macau had long been known to everyone. So even if it was really her father who had sent her to spy on her, this was perfectly normal. But you're here so I can keep you safe. If you're going back to Shangjiang, not only will the triads come after you, the police and the government won't stop either. He Chaoqiang continued to say bitterly. It doesn't really matter where I actually survive as a human being, what matters is how valuable my existence is. If I stayed in Macau to stay alive, not only would your father look down on me, but my thousands of juniors wouldn't look down on me either. Even the entire mafia of Hong Kong and Macau will despise me, thinking that I'm on the verge of running away and slapping my ass when I cause trouble. So you're sure that's the kind of man you want me to be? Chen Jun's soul-torturing question left He Chaoqiang instantly speechless. She certainly didn't want the guy she liked to be a pussy. But for things in the Jianghu, not only did she not understand as a woman, but at the same time, she could not help at all, knowing that she couldn't convince Chen Jun. He Chaoqiang sighed helplessly and then said in a sly voice, "You're my first man. I still want you to live longer." Ha ha, what? Look at me, do you think I look like I'm short? You're still laughing. This time things have gotten so big. I'm sure the Shangjiang side must have blown up a long time ago. When do you plan to go back? Chen Jun smiled, then pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Upon turning on his phone, he was instantly subjected to countless text beeps and missed call notifications. Go back tonight. Ha! That night, Chen Jun took advantage of the night and quietly returned to Shangjiang aboard the original fishing boat. At the pier, the one who picked himself up was no one else but the leader of the Mongkok area. 13 sisters. Ah, Jun, you're really good. Now the whole Shangjiang underworld is in chaos because of you. Upon meeting, 13 sisters flirted. Well, my Causeway Bay turf hasn't been affected, has it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You still have the nerve to ask? Causeway Bay is making the most noise. You took out more than 10 people from Hunlock in one go. Do you think the police can let you off easily? As far as I know, the cops in Causeway Bay have all come out. Not only have they sealed off all your venues, but they've also kicked out some of the loiterers. Chen Jun did not feel surprised by this result. After all, this time he was facing the horse army. This guy is definitely not a savior, much less a sitting duck. This time he had openly provoked the Causeway Bay police, so Ma Jun would definitely try to get him killed. It doesn't matter. It won't be a while before they have to obediently unseal my field anyway. Chen Jun calmly returned. Now the police can block their own venues on the grounds of law and order, but that excuse is unlikely to last long. Once the venue is closed for too long, it will not only affect their own income, but also add a lot of unstable factors to the Causeway Bay area. After all, if gamblers have no place to gamble, whoremongers have no place to vent their spleen, and young people have no place to drink and sing, then the probability of their taking to the streets to cause trouble will be greatly increased. So Chen Jun concluded inwardly that it wouldn't take more than half a month for the Causeway Bay police to withdraw all actions against him. You're not afraid of the cops in Causeway Bay. Are you afraid of Hung Lok and Hung Hing? Now not only does Hon Lu regard you as a mortal enemy, but quite a few big brothers in our society have also expressed their dissatisfaction with you. If it weren't for the fact that you have so many men and are so powerful, someone might have come to finish you off long ago. 13 sisters continued. What? Is Mr. Jiang planning to abandon me? I'm working for the club. Other than that, I've fought for so many territories and helped Hung Hing get rid of a formidable enemy. This club can't even say that without sealing me a double flower red stick. The double flower red stick represents the most capable fighter among the red sticks. And in order to become a double flower red stick, you have to conquer all the red sticks in the club. Right now. Chen Jun's statement like this also made 13 sisters not help but roll her eyes. You're good enough to let the club anoint you as a two-flower red stick? You took away Hung Lok's leader in front of Mr. Chang and brother you. Do you know how bad the repercussions of this incident are? Even the rivers and lakes have begun to spread gossip, saying that you are doing this to make an example of you, telling the whole of Hung Hing that you are the real spokesperson of Hung Hing. So you think Mr. Chang will be happy? Humph. In fact, you should all know very well that Mr. Chang is now bent on running his own white way business, and if it weren't for the fact that Hung Hing is still a bit of a help to his business, he would have kicked Hung Hing out a long time ago. What Chen Jun said was not unreasonable. Zhang Tiancheng has been doing serious business all these years, and has turned a blind eye to many things on the road. leaving Chen Yao to deal with them. Under such circumstances, many people's attitude towards Zhang Tiansheng had also changed subtly. 13 Sisters was immediately on guard after hearing this. What? Do you really want to go for the leader of Honghing? Chapter 78 Killing back to Causeway Bay and going to the police station to surrender. 13th Sister, I won't talk nonsense with you. If you are willing to help me, when I rise to the throne and become a sitting member of Honghing some other day, I will surely spare you the benefits. At this point, Chen Jun also simply showed his cards directly to 13 Sisters. In the entire 12 Honghing halls, he is the only one who has the best relationship with 13th Sister. The two were in the same boat back in the day. It was only later, after Chen Jun left Mongkok, that they didn't have much contact with each other. Now, if Chan Chan wants to take over Honghing in name only, he will have to get the support of the leaders of the various departments of the society. That was why Chen Jun had made his attitude clear to 13 Sisters today, mainly because he also wanted to test the other party's thoughts. Even if 13 Sisters wasn't willing to stand on his side, he believed that the other party would definitely not sell him out. Hearing Chen Jun's words, a look of horror passed over 13th Sister's face. Before this, she hadn't even thought that someone would replace Zhang Tiansheng, much less that the person would be Chen Jun. Seeing that Chen Jun did not look like he was joking with himself, 13th Sister began to feel apprehensive inside. Now that the other party had made his words clear, if he didn't show his support, wouldn't that make Chen Jun feel bad about himself? What's more, it's a secret he'll also be worried about leaking out anytime he wants. At that time, in case he gave himself some tricks in the dark, he would inevitably die without a body. After taking a deep drag on the cigarette, 13 Sisters said with difficulty, "It's not that I don't want to help you. It's really because I'm a Mongkok Ton Ton who says it doesn't count. As long as you open your mouth, Ai Qing's side will definitely be on your side. As for the other 9 halls, as long as I take care of 4 more, won't we have at least 7 votes?" After hearing Chen Jun's words, 13 Sisters also realized that Chen Jun had already decided to start going after the other halls. After associating it with the fact that Chen Jun had suddenly recruited thousands of minions, and that each and every one of these people were not afraid of death, 13 Sisters instantly realized that in the whole of Honghing, perhaps there was no one who could stop Chen Jun from ascending to the throne anymore. In other words, as long as he didn't die, it was only a matter of time before he replaced Zhang Tiansheng. Arjun, if that day does come, I'm willing to stand up for you, but until then, I'm not going to get involved in any of your business. 13 Sisters' attitude was also very clear. I can add to the icing on the cake, but you want me to join you in strategizing and taking risks? No way. Chen Jun nodded his head to show that he understood. Then he explained to 13 Sister, "Don't worry about it. I've been out for so long, and I haven't gotten anyone involved yet. If I really don't have it in me to get to the top, just take my word for it. Okay, then it's a deal. By the way, Mr. Chang asked you to go back to the club. When are you going to go back to see everyone for a trip?" Chen Jun understood that there definitely had to be an explanation for this matter, so going back to see Zhang Tiansheng and the others was something that would happen sooner or later. But there were more important things for him to deal with at the moment, so he just flatly replied back, "Let them wait. I'll find you guys after I make a trip to the police station. Looks like the cops in Causeway Bay have their eyes on you. It's okay to keep an eye on me. It's up to them to see if they can cure me of my sins." After bidding farewell to 13 Sisters, Chan Chan got into a sedan and proceeded to capitalize on the Causeway Bay police station. The Causeway Bay police station is unusually busy today. Even in the middle of the night, the entire police station building was still brightly lit and full of people. Asterisk 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 damn you. Do you take us police as idiots? You're the legal person of Phoenix nightclub. Something so big happened to your venue. You say you don't know about it? In an interrogation room, Ma Jun slammed the table and roared at the suspect in front of him. But at this moment, Chen Yongren, who was sitting on the interrogation chair, smiled faintly. "Sir, which law states that if someone causes trouble in my venue, I must know who did it?" "Oh yes. At the time of the incident, I was in Tsim Sha Sui and met some officers from the Tsim Sha Sui police station who can testify for me." Chen Yongren had gone out from the police force after all, so he knew the doorway all too well. When the incident first happened, he took a group of minions to his original Tsim Sha Sui. He also purposely pulled in Huang Jiqing to be his own eyewitness. Although Huang Jiqing knew afterward that Chen Yongren had set him up, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he had to rely on Chen Yongren to keep him building his career. "Humph, you think you have an alibi on that? I'm telling you, you and your boss, Chen Jun, can't escape. He'll have to obediently return to Xinjiang soon. Otherwise, he'll be a fugitive from justice once our wanted notice is issued." In the face of the threat of the horse army, Chen Yongren didn't care at all. He knew how intelligent this boss of his was. If something might really happen to Chen Jun, he wouldn't have taken such a big risk to do so. Sir, if you want to say that, there's nothing I can do. In a word, I'm a victim too, and my nightclub probably won't be able to open because of this. That's why I am pleading with you, the police, to do me justice, to be met with the suspects at an early date, and then to bring them to justice. That way, I might even be able to apply to the court to get the other side to pay me some damages. Ma Jun instantly became furious when he saw Chen Yongren acting like a dead pig. You think I'm a vegetarian, don't you? If I don't put some tricks on you, you won't know how powerful I am. In this day and age, it is very common for police officers in Shangjiang to take action against suspects, and the top brass of the police force and the government are turning a blind eye to this. After all, they don't care what the process is as long as it solves the case. Ma Jun himself advocated the use of force to solve problems, so when facing a minion like Chen Yongren, he was happy to take matters into his own hands and give the other party a bit of color. Hey, what do you want? If you're going to do it, I'll be able to countercharge you for alleged assault in court someday. It's okay, I'm hung up in the complaints section and I can't even count the number of cases that have been reported to me. Even if you were added to this extra case, it wouldn't matter to me. Ma Jun scared. Asterisk. Your police department is blacker than the triads. I want to see the commissioner of police. Who do you think you are? You can see me if you want to? Ma Jun was ready to do it when he finished, but just then, a henchman walked in. After whispering a couple of words beside him, Ma Jun was flabbergasted. What does this have to do with the Mongkok side? I don't know. Anyway, the officer over there called to say that this matter is none of Chen Yongren's business, and if there's no solid evidence, then let the person go first. The henchman explained carefully. Chapter 79 Calling out the police. Causeway Bay is still in my hands. Ma Jun was very angry, but he really did not have any evidence of Chen Yongren's crime at the moment. Just because the other party was the legal entity of the Phoenix nightclub, he couldn't do anything to the other party at all. In the end, he could only coldly put down a vicious sentence. Kid, you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll definitely let you die a miserable death. Sir, you're nakedly threatening me. But don't worry, I'm a man who doesn't like to cause trouble, so even if you say that, I'm not going to sue you in the complaints division. Humph. Then I thank you. Take him to sign an agreement to post bail. Yes, Chief. The men then took Chen Yongren away. And just as Ma Jun was getting frustrated, there was a commotion outside the police station. As he walked out with his men, it was found that the whole street had been filled with people. Subsequently, the sharp-eyed man actually saw that familiar figure in the crowd at a glance. When Chen Jun saw Ma Jun, he immediately waved his hand. Officer Ma, I'm here. I heard you were looking for me? Ma Jun grinned, then gave an order. Cuff that guy. Ma Jun did not expect Chen Jun to be so obedient, and ran back to the police station that night to turn himself in. And as the instigator of this incident, he simply didn't believe that Chen Jun could escape without guilt. But just as the police stepped forward and prepared to grab Chen Jun, the beast soldiers at his side balked. Everyone rushed forward and surrounded the entire gate of the police station. Who dares to arrest Jun? What gives you the right to arrest people? Don't want us to make a big deal out of this? Then put your cuffs away. Seeing that the situation at the scene was vaguely getting out of control, the Ma Jun couldn't keep calm. He took large strides and walked into the crowd, then coldly said to Chen Jun, what do you want to do by bringing so many people here? Do you believe I'm going to charge you with a mobbing offense? The charge of mobbing doesn't seem to carry a long sentence even if you're convicted. A month? Or 2 months? If you really want to lock me up for a month, go ahead. Chen Jun even took the initiative to put his hands in front of Ma Jun's heel after he finished speaking. At that moment, the minions around him stirred again. I'll see who dares to try to move, dare to make arrests and trample your police station to the ground. Ma Jun forced down his anger. After all, the other party was now outnumbered, and I'm afraid that if he gets serious, he won't be able to bring all the thousands of people at the scene back to the police station for questioning. Doing so will only torture yourself and drag your colleagues down with you. Afterward, Ma Jun forced himself to hold back his anger and asked, Chen Jun, what tricks are you trying to pull by bringing so many people here? Chen Jun said lightly, Officer Ma, I've actually come here to help you out. I heard about the tragedy in Causeway Bay in Macau today, and your police couldn't find the culprit for a while. That's why I rushed back from Macau, in order to be able to help you guys look for the real culprit together. Hearing this, Ma Jun was happy. Oh, you're here to help us? So did you find the killer? Of course, why else would I come to your place on purpose? Well, I can thank you for that. So where's the murderer you're talking about? Ma Jun pursued. Chen Jun smiled faintly, then yelled, who is the murderer of this shooting case? Come forward automatically for me. It's me. It's me. I did it. Come and get me. I'll beat everyone to death by myself. Come and argue if you don't want to. When looking at a rush of people, active surrender. Ma Jun and the scene of all the police were dumbfounded. They had seen punks who flew off in great distress, but they had not seen the short mule who fought to carry off the sin. And that's 16 lives. Once found guilty, it's a lifetime in prison for the rest of your life. Anyone who dares to mess around, all of them will be arrested. At that moment, Ma Jun couldn't help but shout. But no one had any use for his scare tactics in front of Chen Jun's men. As soon as he spoke, everyone shouted harder. Come on, get me. I said I did it, and you guys still won't do it? Really no. Dare to arrest me. If not, I'm leaving. Ma Jun was completely anxious now. He walked forward and asked in a lowered voice. What exactly do you want? You should have known you'd face this when you invited me back. I'm going to give you two choices now. 1. Cancel your questioning of me and let me leave in peace. Number 2. Take me back to the police station for questioning. But then it's hard to tell what happened. Chen Jun's naked threat made Ma Jun feel unprecedented pressure for the first time. Before this, he had faced even outlaws, but there was something to be afraid of. But now, not only is Chen Jun not afraid of anything, he also has a vote of minions who are completely unafraid of death. Looking at this huge crowd in front of him, Ma Jun knew that he would not be able to bring Chen Jun back for questioning today no matter what. Chen Jun, we'll see about this matter. This time you just call out for 100 people to turn themselves in. I won't let you off easily. Chen Jun shrugged his shoulders, unimpressed. I'm a good citizen. I'm afraid that if you have to check on me, you'll only be more disappointed. Also, if there's nothing else, then I'll be off. Okay, you can go now. Ma Jun couldn't wait for Chen Jun to disappear in front of him immediately, so he gritted his teeth and replied at that moment. Okay, then thank you, Officer Ma, for sympathizing with me. Brothers, let's pull out and go back to Causeway Bay for a midnight snack. Yes. When Chen Jun left with his men, Ma Jun was already sweating profusely. If a riot really happened just now, then even Lu Jiehue was afraid that he could not protect him. And the incident of Chen Jun threatening and choking the cops in public at the Causeway Bay police station that night quickly spread throughout the whole of Hong Kong. For a time, Chen Jun's fame rose once again. Originally, everyone thought that Chen Jun would definitely not dare to come back this time. But I didn't expect that night Chen Jun not only returned to Shangjiang in flames, but also went to the Causeway Bay police station to report at the first time. As a result, the parties concerned not only failed to catch the person, but were also severely provoked and slapped in the face. Now, Chen Jun had completely stabilized himself on the road, and by the early morning of the next day, after eating breakfast, Chen Jun directly took a group of men and set off towards the Hung Hing General Altar in style. At this time, the atmosphere of the Hung Hing General Altar was unusually tense. Although Chen Jun was now one of the sub-donors of Hung Hing, everyone had an inexplicable fear of him. Zhang Tiancheng, in particular, ordered Chen Yao to gather hundreds of juniors to guard outside the company, just in case Chen Jun suddenly turned on him if the time came. These people could dog out in time. Chapter 80 in Hung Hing, Who Dares to Touch Me? Chen Jun's car had just driven to the downstairs entrance of the company, and the atmosphere of the entire street instantly became tense. Meanwhile, the police, who had been notified of the incident, also sent a number of bomb-proof police vehicles and a large number of police officers to the scene at the first instance. Hey, what do you want? No trouble here. You hear me? A cop holding a walkie-talkie and looking like the commander of the scene yelled at the surrounding kooks. But at this point, it was clear that no one would take him up on it. Everyone's eyes had gathered on the business nanny car. Soon, the car door was opened from the side by someone from the outside. Immediately afterward, the much-anticipated Chen Jun slowly walked down from the car. No sooner had he landed on his feet than a commotion erupted on the scene. After all, nowadays, Chen Jun had become the most out-and-out big brother in the entire underworld. Jun is awesome. Jun, take me as your little brother? I'm going to follow Jun. Many young people who wanted to join the club were even frantically clamoring from the sidelines. And on the rooftop of the nearby residential building, there are even more paparazzi gossip reporters have set up their cameras, pointing the lens dead on Chen Jun himself. Chen Jun naturally knew that he had been under focused surveillance by various forces. If he were to blatantly say something illegal at this juncture, it wouldn't take long for the police to just come to his door and handcuff him. So in order not to let the outside world to seize any handle, Chen Jun to his admirers' faint smile said, young people should work hard to make money. Do not think of taking some side road. Of course, I, Chen Jun, have always been a law-abiding person as well, and will not recruit so-called juniors under any circumstances, much less organize activities of a black and evil nature. Chen Jun's implication is to tell the media public that he is not a big brother of the Triad Society. Hearing Chen Jun's words, the cops next to him immediately revealed a look of contempt. Others don't know the specifics of Chen Jun, but those of them have been able to recite the other side's case history backwards and forwards in the past 2 days. Chen Jun, don't play tricks. Hurry up and get all these people to disperse. Don't obstruct the traffic order. At that point, the commander continued to speak. Chen Jun glanced at the other party and said coldly, Sir, Xiangjiang is a society that speaks of the law and honors freedom. It is the right of these people of theirs to stay where they wish, and if you have proof that all these people listen only to me and that I asked them to stand here, then please show the so-called proof. Chen Jun choked the other party out with a single sentence, and his face rose to a pig's liver color. You really think I wouldn't dare take you away? Seeing that the other party was still coming on strong, Chen Jun laughed. Then try handcuffing one? After saying that, Chen Jun took the initiative to extend his hands, just as he did last night when he faced Ma Jun. At the moment, he was not the least bit flustered in the face of the police. This is because he knows very well that the police authorities concerned have not yet caught him in any way or obtained evidence of his crimes. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have been nice enough to negotiate with him here, but would have just taken him away. The commander was once again confused. He's never met a cook who wasn't afraid to die. But right now, the other party has thousands of minions guarding them, and once they really move, I'm afraid the whole street will have to riot. What's worse, it doesn't make any sense for him to take Chen Jun away. After all, he didn't have any evidence of the other side's crimes in his hands, so even if you take someone by force, it won't take 48 hours for them to get bail. After hesitating for a moment, the other party had to frown and say, Don't you make things difficult for us? Or it won't be good for everyone. Humph, just know that messing around won't do anyone any good. I'm just returning to the office today to report for duty. I hope you won't stop me. Of course, as long as you guys don't make a move. I'll make sure that everything is peaceful here today and nothing will happen. Chen Jun hadn't come on this trip to make a move. Otherwise he would have made a big fuss and brought so many of his men to the appointment. Hearing Chen Jun's words, the other party instantly let out a huge sigh of relief. As long as Chen Jun doesn't make trouble today, then even if he turns the whole of Xiangjiang upside down next, it doesn't matter what he does. In the next moment, he took the initiative to make a way so that Chen Jun could enter into Hung Hing Company. The other officers saw this and moved out of the way. Seeing that Chen Jun had once again made a name for himself in the confrontation with the police, the surrounding Hung Hing gangsters immediately boiled over. Ha ha, it's still Jun who's great. On this street, Jun is in charge. I'm in charge after 12? I'm still in charge until 12. Chen Jun then slowly walked into the company amidst the cheers and applause of the crowd. At this moment, in the conference room, the face of Kay, who was watching every move below through the window, was unusually ugly. Chen Jun waltzed into the office after provoking the cops. Ayo, have the brothers have to search him and make sure he can't come in with a pistol like last time. Ever since Chen Jun pulled out his gun and took Hong Piao away in the conference room, Zhang Tiancheng had begun to fear the other party. This time, Chen Jun did not come to the general forum for a meeting either, much less to be criticized by himself, so Zhang Tiancheng would naturally be doubly wary of the other party. Chen Yao also knew what was at stake, and he personally stood up and walked to the door. It just so happened that Chen Jun also took the elevator to the floor. We meet again. Chen Jun immediately waved his hand when he saw Chen Yao and greeted him warmly. Chen Yao let out a fake smile, then said seriously, Jun, you'll have to accept our inspection this time, or else you won't be able to enter. Brother are you trying to embarrass me? Other big brothers have to be searched even when they enter this house? You're not like them, so I hope you understand and don't make it hard for me. Seeing Chen Yao's resolute attitude, Chen Jun immediately shrugged his shoulders and put on an indifferent look and said, Alright, since Brother Yao has given the word, of course I have to give you this face. It's not just a body search. I'm going back to the office for a meeting. How can I possibly carry a dick? After saying that, Chen Jun took the initiative to raise his hands. At this time, Chen Yao also walked forward and personally searched Chen Jun up. After searching for a while and not finding Chen Jun carrying any weapons, Chen Yao was relieved. After all, this would indicate that Chen Jun hadn't come over on this trip looking for a fight. Well, why don't you come in with me, and your minions will just wait outside the door. At this time, Feng Yuxiu, who had followed Chen Jun, came faintly. Boss, if anything goes wrong, just shout. No one can stop me here. Once Feng Yuxiu's words fell, the atmosphere of the scene once again became serious. Instead, Chen Jun waved his hand in a gesture. It's fine. I'll see who dares to touch me. Chapter 81. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. Chen Yao's expression became even more awkward after hearing this, but he was, after all, the society's military advisor, with an IQ on the line. So immediately, he laughed and flirted. Chun, are you overthinking? This is Hung Hing's main altar. No big brother has ever had an accident in this place since ancient times. I know, and I'm just telling the brothers so they don't worry too much. After all, they're willing to die for me now, Chen Jun kindly reminded. Let's go then. Everyone's waiting for you in the house. Okay. Afterward, Chen Jun followed Chen Yao into the conference room. Upon entering the house, Chen Jun realized that the other 11 heads of Hung Hing's halls, as well as Big B and other society patriarchs were all looking towards him. Of these, Big B had the most sinister look in his eyes. As for Jiang Tiancheng, he was sitting on the dragon head chair with a calm expression. From the other party's eyes, Chen Jun could not read any thoughts. However, Chen Jun knew very well that Jiang Tiancheng had never been a good person. Otherwise he could not have been in charge of Hung Hing for many years and remain standing. Meanwhile, one can still make a name for oneself in the white world. So one's biggest rival in Hung Hing is still Jiang Tiancheng. Everyone's here. Sorry about the traffic. I'm late. You don't mind, do you? Chen Jun smiled and explained, then walked to his seat and sat down. Just landed in the seat. Sitting opposite Lai Biao opened his mouth. Chen Jun, you are also too arrogant. Your little brother ran to my North Point to make trouble. You have already broken the rules of the road, no? According to the rules of the Jianghu, usually in a society, the boss of another area is not allowed to go to the territory of his fellow brothers without authorization to cause trouble. Even more so, you cannot easily go to the other side's territory to provoke other association forces. After all, Chen Jun was not rooted in North Point, and if he left after the fight, in the end, the other party would likely take this out on his fellow disciples. It was precisely because he was worried that Hong Lu would retaliate against him that Lai Biao wanted to make things clear even at the expense of offending Chen Jun. Lai Biao, it's not that I'm talking about you. Hunlock only has a few venues in North Point. You've been hanging out over there for so many years, and you actually can't even snatch these few venues. In my opinion, you'd better go back to selling your porno magazines properly. You're North Cape. I'll take over from now on. Chen Jun returned with an air of calmness. As soon as his words came out, Lai Biao instantly became furious. He slammed the table, stood up and pointed at Chen Jun and chided. What do you mean? Are you trying to swallow my territory now? Chen Jun looked at Lai Biao and just faintly came. Do you dare me to go to war? Although Lai Biao was arrogant on the surface, he was actually panicking inside, especially after Chen Jun openly provoked him and called for an all-out war with him. His mouth felt like it was tied in a live knot, and for a moment he couldn't utter a complete sentence. This, Mr. Chang, look, see what he means by that? Jiang Tiancheng also felt that Chen Jun had gone too far, completely disregarding him as the leader. So after seeing Lai Biao naming himself, Jiang Tiancheng also came down personally and warned sternly, Chen Jun, don't forget, you are still a member of Hung Hing now. If you don't want to stay in Hung Hing anymore, you bring it up now. How about I agree to your departure on behalf of the club? Jiang Tiancheng's words concealed a murderous intent. As long as Chen Jun dared to agree to his face, someone might immediately pull out a pistol and point it at him. At that point, he was much more passive. After all, no matter how many of his own minions he had, Feng Yashio would not be able to save himself in time. With that, Chen Jun then lightly grunted. Mr. Jiang, it was this punk Lai Biao who was the first to pick a fight. Though it is said that there are rules in the society that fellow brothers can't just go stomping around in other areas, but I did it out of necessity. After all, everyone knows that right now. Hong Lu wants to put me to death. So naturally I have to take this opportunity to launch an all-out attack on Hong Lu. There's only one purpose, and that's to completely defeat Hong Lu and then take over all of the other party's territorial power. You think you're a god? Is a club in Hong Lu so easily defeated by you? At that moment, the big-hearted K couldn't help but speak up. Hong Lu is now in a situation of absolute disadvantage. Their big brothers have all gone into hiding in droves. As for those venues under their umbrella, they've all closed their doors for the time being and don't dare to operate. So if the society is willing to help me out at this juncture, maybe we can even drive Hung Lok out of Hong Kong with a bang. Chen Jun slowly analyzed. No one had expected Chen Jun to make this comment. Even the divine and skillful Chen Yao froze after hearing this. At that moment, 13 sisters grasped the question. Jun, do you mean you want us to help you fix Hong Lu? That's right, that's exactly why I'm here today. Of course, I'll never let anyone go to work for nothing. Whoever does me a favor, the field on whoever's turf that originally belonged to Hong Lu will be his. As for the other areas of Hong Li's field, I'll have it to myself. How about that? Hung Hing has 12 hall masters and Hung Lok has venues in several districts in Hong Kong. Even if Chen Jun had ceded 11 regional fields, he would still be able to receive a large amount of benefits. And there was another layer of purpose for him to do so. That is, he wanted to bind all the big brothers of the halls together through benefits. As long as everyone was willing to work with him, then he could indirectly hollow out Jiang Tiancheng to set the stage for the next Hung Hing internal leader election. How could Jiang Tianqing not know Chen Jun's small mind? He immediately objected. Chen Jun, I don't agree. You took the liberty of finishing off Hong Piao and starting an all-out war with Hong Lo. This is treasonous. If we, Hung Hing, don't stop your behavior and instead get involved to assist you, what will the other societies in the Jianghu think of us? Once the mob order is broken, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chen Jun had long anticipated that Jiang Tianshang would block the way, so he immediately continued to explain without any panic. Isn't the reason we all come out to mix is to seek wealth? Hong Kong is such a big place. How can you continue to develop your power if you don't rob other people's venues? Although Hung Hing is the No.1 association in Hong Kong, it has been floundering all these years, instead letting Tung Sing next door steal the limelight. If we continue to sit on our hands and just hold on to our own acreage, we'll only end up being slowly defeated by East Star and the other societies joining forces. At that point, you just can't get anyone to follow order. After hearing this, 13 Sisters immediately took a stand in solidarity. I think Chen Jun has a point. We are mixed up in the Jianghu. Whoever has a hard fist and whose words are justified. Now is the moment when Hong Lu is most vulnerable. If we don't make a move, if other associations take advantage of the situation because of this, won't it be a cheap shot for nothing? Chapter 82 New Mission. Please take out Jiang Tiansheng. 13 Sisters' comments took everyone by surprise. Even Chen Jun couldn't help but be stunned. After all, in the previous agreement between the two, 13 Sisters had made it clear that she would only strike when she was assured of victory. But right now, when not a single person has stepped up to support him, she's suddenly stepping up to the plate. And as soon as 13th Sister spoke, Han Bin couldn't sit still. I agree with 13th Sister. It's not that I have any intention of favoring Chen Jun. It's just that those short mules of Hong Li's and my Quite Sing are just too abominable. A while back, their talent went to my bar to cause trouble and smashed one of my speakers, losing me tens of thousands of dollars. So this time I think it's better to just do a big job. Kick them all out of Quite Sing and let them go back to the Yuan Long countryside to feed the pigs. Han Bin's words were justified and the implication was that I was not trying to go against Hung Hing. Truly this thing has done me more good than harm. With the support of 13 Sisters and Han Bin, plus the fact that this matter could indeed be of immediate benefit. At that moment, Sim Sha Sui's Prince, Kowloon City's Fine Eyes, and West Ring District's Wulian also spoke up in support of Chen Jun's decision. And among the rest, the dinosaurs of Tun Mun have long since cleared the ground. So this time the matter didn't have anything to do with him, so naturally he wouldn't get involved. The bosses of several districts, including North Point, Kun Tong and Sham Shuepa, are likewise unwilling to wade into this muddy water. After all, they couldn't guarantee that they could exterminate Hong Lu in one go. If he didn't take out the other party, he would definitely cause a lot of trouble afterward. Even the cops will be looking for it. That's why these people are reluctant to listen to Chen Jun's advice. At that moment, everyone gathered their eyes on Jiang Tianqing's body now. After all, in front of important matters, if the following Hall Masters were not able to form a unanimous opinion, then basically the final decision would be in his own hands. Looking at so many people staring at him, Jiang Tiansheng then spoke faintly. I don't agree with Chen Jun's proposal. In the name of the Dragon Head, I order that from now on, everyone must suspend their attacks on the Honla Society, until I talk to the other side's new leader. Anyone who violates the gang rules will be punished by family law. Got it? Chen Jun's face changed slightly after hearing this. Although he expected Jiang Tianqing to trip him up, but he didn't expect him to blatantly go against what 13 Sisters and the others wanted. 13 Sisters and Han Bin's group of people all wore disappointed expressions when they heard this decision. Although it is unlikely that this decision of theirs will affect their position within the community. However, it was obvious that they had already left a bad impression on Jiang Tiansheng by taking the risk of coming out in support of Chen Jun today. There was no guarantee that Jiang Tiansheng wouldn't turn this matter over to settle scores if he had the chance in the future. Chen Jun coldly glanced at Jiang Tiansheng. Seeing that the other party looked like he had a plan, Chen Jun understood that it was impossible to convince Jiang Tiansheng today no matter what. At this time, Chen Yao also hurriedly opened his mouth to round off the conversation. Chen Jun, you guys shouldn't be too hasty. This matter is not trivial after all. And Mr. Jiang has his considerations. After all, he has to look at it from the point of view of the interests of the entire society, and cannot just consider the petty interests at hand. Of course, if Hong Lu really flips out with us completely, then at that time we'll all gather together again to discuss a plan is all. Chen Yao gave a step, but Chen Jun was too lazy to go down. Now that he had a strong army, he didn't need to look at Jiang Tianqing's face at all, especially since 13 Sisters and the others were still supporting themselves. This way he will not be isolated within Hung Hing. Afterwards, he slowly stood up and said after straightening his clothes, since you guys aren't willing to cooperate with me, I'll handle this matter myself. but I'll put my ugly words in front of you. I'll take the life of anyone who stops me from getting rich." After that he was ready to leave. But then, Big B couldn't help himself. He slapped up the table and chided. "Chen Jun, are you openly provoking Mr. Jian? Do you still have Hung Hing in your eyes? Do you have us as big brothers? You're a loser who deserves to express your opinion here? If I remember correctly, this meeting today is a seminar for the various halls to hold fit people, right? So are you the head of any of the congregations now?" In the face of Chen Jun's question, Big B was instantly disliked, and could only turn around and launch himself at Jiang Tiancheng with his eyes. Jiang Tiancheng wasn't a vegetarian either. Seeing Chen Jun's resolute attitude, he immediately spoke up. "Chen Jun, since you're obsessed, then this position of Causeway Bay holding fit person will still be continued by Big B." With one word, Jiang Tiancheng is going to remove Chen Jun from the position of holding fit person. That made Big B very happy. After all, as long as he had the support of the society, it would naturally be just around the corner for him to kill his way back to Causeway Bay. On the other hand, the expressions of 13 sisters and the others were unusually ugly. Once Chan Chun lost his identity as the fit man holding the Causeway Bay, it would be very slim for him to call on people to fight against Hung Lok again. But what everyone didn't expect was that after listening to Jiang Tiancheng's words, Chen Jun stopped, turned his head, and said with a smile on his face, "If you let him come to Causeway Bay to give it a try, I, Chen Jun, will guarantee that he will leave lying down." With that, he was ready to leave the conference room straight away. But when he reached the door of the conference room, two minions stopped him in his tracks. One of them even pulled out a pistol and pointed it at his head. "Don't move, or your head will explode." Just in the nick of time, a tone suddenly popped up in Chen Jun's head. "Ding, please kill Jiang Tiancheng, the dragon head of Hung Hing, and you'll get 10,000 beast soldiers after completing the mission." 10,000 beast soldiers. This was undoubtedly great news for Chen Jun. As long as the mission was accomplished, then relying on his beast soldier legion alone would be able to sweep away any society in Xinjiang. The next step to dominate Hong Kong is naturally just around the corner. Only right now, Chen Jun had no way to finish off Jiang Tiancheng here. After all, not only did he not have a gun in his hand, but his men were stopped at the door. But even so, Chen Jun was still not the least bit flustered, and then turned his head to look at Jiang Tiancheng again and opened his mouth to tease. "What? Are you planning to finish me off here? If you kill me at the general altar of Hung Hing, I'm afraid it will have some effect on your reputation in the Jianghu. Another thing you have to consider is how many of you will be able to get out of here safely after killing me. That's why I advise you to think twice before rushing into anything, and don't get carried away. If you don't have that ability, don't pretend like others." He then looked over at the punk who was pointing a pistol at him, and then just raised his hand and slapped him. Pop! A crisp slap followed in the room. Chapter 83, Escalation of Secret Fights and Mutual Murder Buyers. Blood-red five-finger marks also instantly surfaced on the opponent's face. However, even after being slapped by Chen Jun, the gangster still did not dare to shoot. After all, without Jiang Tiancheng's order, he wouldn't dare to kill Chen Jun at all. Don't learn how to hold a gun if you don't have the guts. You want to kill me and become famous and go straight to the top as a big brother? You're still a little young to know that. After saying that, Chen Jun directly ignored the gun in the other party's hand and pushed the door of the room open before strutting out. Throughout the entire process, no one in the room said a word. Even Jiang Tiancheng could only look at Chen Jun leaving the company with a grim gaze. "Mr. Jiang, what should we do now? That Chen Jun kid is completely out of control." Only after Jun Chen left did Qi dare to speak. Jiang Tiancheng didn't squeak, but said to Qin Yao, "Let's adjourn the meeting first, and when it's over you come to my office." "Yes, Mr. Chang." When the other hall bosses saw that Mr. Jiang didn't even take a stand, they didn't dare to continue the discussion, so they could only get up and leave unhappily. In particular, the few bosses who had just confronted Chen Jun were even more cautious as they walked over to the window. They dared to leave the company only after confirming that Chen Jun's car and his minions had gone far away. Only after everyone had left did Chen Yao arrive in Jiang Tiancheng's office. "Mr. Chang, is there anything you wish to order?" Chen Yao has an overpowering mind as a society white paper fan, and based on his understanding of Jiang Tiancheng, the other party must be looking for him alone to talk about something unseemly. "What do you think of Chen Jun's behavior today? This guy is getting out of sight. It's time to sanction him, but now in the club, he is just like a dominant force. Who would dare to mess with him at this time?" "Mr. Jiang, do you have an idea?" Chen Yao knew that with Jiang Tiancheng's city tactics, he must have thought of a countermeasure a long time ago. Only before doing so, he'd test his opinion in passing, and at this time, he only needed to firmly follow Jiang Tiancheng's steps. "I want someone to him up." "Mr. Jiang, do you really intend to go dark?" Although Chen Jun is not very obedient, he has now become the signature of our club. With him around, we can actually have a lot less trouble, and the other societies won't dare to go against us openly. Chen Yao analyzed and explained. In fact, it was precisely because after Chen Jun had crushed Han Lu in one fell swoop that the entire Jianghu had also quickly set off a wave of shock. All the other societies were beginning to be afraid of Chen Jun and the Hongheng society behind him. In this situation, once Chen Jun was killed, this was bound to seriously affect the momentum of the entire society. That was why Qing Yao tried to advise Zhang Tianqing to think twice. He's challenged my authority 3 times and doesn't take the society seriously. If we don't do something, I'm afraid the big brothers of the other halls will gather around him in droves. Didn't 13th Sister and Han Bin's few people intentionally try to take his side today? Chen Yao also revealed a helpless expression after hearing this. Chen Jun's behavior made them love and hate each other. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Chen Yao still decided to stand on Zhang Tianqing's side. After all, once Zhang Tianqing fell, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good time either. With Chen Jun's character, he didn't even need himself around to assist him. So right now, he and Zhang Tianqing were practically on the same rope. Mr. Zhang, your proposal is not impossible, but right now who can approach Chen Jun and kill him? Humph. I have a candidate who will not only be able to kill Chen Jun, but will also be able to keep the outside world from suspecting us. Who is it? Take a look at this picture before you say anything. Zhang Tianqing pulled a high-resolution photo out of his pocket. After Chen Yao took the photo and glanced at it, he immediately frowned and said, "Isn't this Chen Yongren, the henchman beside Chen Jun? Look at the guy across from him with the sunglasses. Look familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere, but I can't see it well with my sunglasses on, so I'm not too sure. He's the head of the police's anti-triad unit. Not a bad position." What? You mean that Chen Yongren is actually an undercover agent of the police? That's right. I purposely spent a lot of money to hire the top team to secretly investigate Chen Jun and the people around him. Then it was found out about this Chen Yongren's hidden layer of identity. If that's the case, then we can completely use this to blackmail Chen Yongren into working for us. That's right. Go get him for me in private. I want to talk to him face to face. Understood. Meanwhile, Chen Jun returned to the Phoenix nightclub the first time after leaving the Hongheng General Forum. Jun, how did the talk go? Chen Yongren was the first to ask. Zhang Tianqing doesn't agree with my plan and has threatened to execute the family law as the dragon head for anyone who dares to continue to lay hands on Honglu. *******. This guy is also too afraid of death. Really no talent. Hongxing fell in his hands is considered completely ruined. Chen Yongren spat out. At that moment, Chen Jun looked at him with interest. In the eyes, there seemed to be some kind of plotting and scheming hidden in them. After being stared at by Chen Jun, Chen Yongren was inwardly shocked, then cautiously asked, "Brother Jun, I feel my scalp tingling when you look at me with this kind of eyes. Don't you kids usually have a lot of ideas? Now you tell me, what should we do?" Chen Yongren scratched his head. How do I know this? If he is an ordinary person, I might still have a way to solve it, but he is the leader of Hongheng. He is my boss's boss. What do you want me to do? What if I don't want him to be my boss, or I want to be the leading boss of Hongheng? After Chen Jun said these words, Chen Yongren instantly drew in a breath of cool air. Although he had thought about this, he hadn't expected Chen Jun to want to go straight to the top at this juncture. Jun, I'm afraid that's too risky, isn't it? If you really let Zhang Tianqing step down at this time, I'm afraid the others won't agree either. If he's still alive, the people of the other halls naturally wouldn't dare to disobey his orders. But if he were to die suddenly and violently, do you think the other big brothers would change their minds to support me? Although Chen Jun's words were simple and rough, they were the most effective. So although Chen Yongren didn't support this, there was no better way. Jun, what should we do then? I'll leave this matter to you, Feng Yuxiu, and the 3 of you, Xiao Ma, to resolve. Remember, things have to be done cleanly so that no one suspects me. Otherwise if I get into any trouble, then you guys won't have a good time either. Okay? Chen Yongren was startled, but on the surface, he still forced himself to calmly reply. I'll discuss it with them. Chapter 84, In the Face of Profit, Can a Loved One Be Killed? Only before Chen Yongren could make an appointment to meet up with Feng Yuxiu and Xiao Ma, Chen Yao's horseman quietly found him. What? You wants to see me? At this juncture, everyone knew that Chen Jun's relationship with the society's top management was already incompatible, but Chen Yao bypassed Chen Jun to find himself. Chen Yongren is even more stupid to know that the other party must have some intentions, and there was a high probability that he wanted to buy himself and force him to betray Chen Jun. Chen Yongren naturally couldn't do such a thing. Not to mention that betraying his big brother is a big taboo in the Jianghu. Not to mention that Chen Jun has saved his life. If he really betrayed Chen Jun behind his back, when Chen Jun's men came to his door, Even Huang Jiqing could not protect himself. So immediately Chen Yongren politely refused. Please tell Brother Yao that I'm afraid it's not very convenient for me to meet him at this point in time. Brother Yu knows you'll definitely refuse. So he asked me to give you a document so you can read it before making a decision. After saying that, the other party handed a well-sealed document bag to Chen Yongren. Chen Yongren opened it with suspicion. When he saw the photo of himself and Huang Jiqing inside, bean-sized beads of sweat instantly broke out on Chen Yongren's forehead. Wiping his sweat, Chen Yongren's emotions stabilized. He looked at the other party and somewhat helplessly replied, "Tell Brother Yao that I'll personally go find him later." Yes. When the other party left, Chen Yongren took out an ashtray at the first opportunity, and then took out a lighter to light this photo. Only after the photos had completely turned into ashes did Chen Yongren stand up and walk outside. Soon, he arrived at a hotel box. In the house, Chen Yongren met Chen Yao alone. You wanted to see me? Sit down, have a cup of tea, and we'll talk slowly." Chen Yao had already learned from his men that Chen Yongren had seen what was in the document. This also meant that a lot of things would not need to be clarified by him personally. Chen Yongren took a sip of tea with trepidation. "How's it going?" "Not too bad being around Junshin." "Ha?" The tea had just been finished when Chen Yao asked in a peaceful manner. "It's not bad. June is pretty good to everyone." Chen Yongren casually coped. Indeed. Although this guy Chen Jun is ruthless in his actions, he can't say anything about the brothers under his hands, or else there wouldn't be so many brothers willing to follow him. Even some of the hall bosses in the society want to do business with him, but that may not be a good thing for the society. Chen Yao meant to point. Chen Yongren immediately heard the strings. You're not looking for me because you want me to fix June, are you? Oh, you sure are smart. That's right. What Mr. Zhang and I mean is that we want you to take out Chen Jun, so that we won't pursue your identity as an undercover police officer. Brother you may have misunderstood. Although I was a police informant in the beginning, since I followed Brother Jun, I've been dedicated to working for the society and never contacted the cops again. Chen Yongren tried to explain. After all, the other guy only had a picture of himself with the police, which didn't make him an undercover agent sent by the police. These days, there are quite a few society members who eat both ends of the stick, not only providing intelligence to the cops, but also taking intelligence from the cops and reselling it at the same time. And this kind of person is obviously better than an undercover police officer. But Chen Yao didn't give him any chance at all, and directly stated, "You're a second fiddle for one day, and you'll be a second fiddle for the rest of your life. How about this? If you can really up Chen Jun, not only will we not expose your identity, but we can also make you the boss of Causeway Bay," completely replacing Chen Jun's position. After learning that Chen Yao actually gave away his position as the boss of Causeway Bay in order to kill Chen Jun, Chen Yongren was inwardly shocked. He didn't realize that the conflict between the two sides had gotten so deep. So much so that Chen Yao even went to the extreme of plotting with him privately to plan to take out Chen Jun. Does this have to be done? Chen Yongren asked undeterred. It was naturally impossible for him to betray Chen Jun, much less lay a hand on him, but now his own handle had fallen into Chen Yao's hands. The other side must obviously still have the negatives in hand. If Chen Yao published the photos, it would be impossible for him to keep his body intact. Even if Chen Jun did not pursue himself, Hong Xing would not let him off easily. After all, he already knew about Jiang Tiancheng and Chen Yao's plan, so whether he did or didn't do it, he was dead. Chen Yao shook his head after hearing this. There's no way out. He's just too much. If we don't show our attitude, others will only think that we, Hong Hing, are easy to bully. Even the other big brothers will think that Mr. Chang has no prestige and can't continue to preside over the situation. So Chen Jun must die. Seeing that the other party had already made their stance clear, Chen Yongren knew that anything he said would be futile. He gulped and asked cautiously, "Brother Yao, if I have to kill Brother Jun, then I'm afraid I won't be able to live either. When you're in the jungle, betraying your big brother is a big no-no. It will not be tolerated in any association." However, Chen Yao laughed and said, "You didn't betray your big brother by killing Chen Jun, but you did a great deed for the society. Take credit? Don't worry, as long as you kill Chan Chun, Jiang Tiancheng and I will immediately tell the outside world that Chan Chun has been expelled from the society by us, and is no longer a Hung Hing Red Stick, not to mention a Causeway Bay spokesman. And you killed Chen Jun, the society traitor, on our orders. So you will be promoted to Hung Hing's Red Stick and take over all of Jun Chen's venues and men because of your great contribution to the society. Of course, how many of his men are willing to follow you is up to you." Chen Yao thought that Chen Yongren would be moved after he gave such a generous promise. Yet he still didn't know enough about Chen Yongren, much less Chen Jun and his men. Chen Yongren was inwardly depressed after hearing this. Chen Jun was his savior. How could he not do anything to hurt the other party? Also, even if he did finish off Chen Jun, those men of his wouldn't let up. In addition, he was even less convinced of Chen Yao's bull ******. Instead of taking the blame for betraying his big brother and with certain death, he might as well take a gamble and tell the matter to Chen Jun. This might still leave a life in Chen Jun. Thinking of this, Chen Yongren had an idea within himself. Can you let me go back and think about it? It's not a small thing after all. Even if I do agree, I still have to plan how I can kill Chen Jun. Seeing that the other party had changed his name from Brother Jun to Chen Jun, Chen Yao was delighted inwardly. In his opinion, Chen Yongren must have already had his heart moved. After all, even biological parents may not be unable to sell out in front of profit. Okay, I'll give you a little time to think about it. Chapter 85, Throwing himself on the line. Chen Yongren went out on a limb. After leaving the box, Chen Yongren began to be soulful. He knew Chen Jun's methods. The other party was someone who even dared to kill the leader of the Hemlock Society directly without blinking. If he knew he had connections with the police, he'd peel his skin off. But right now, Chen Jun asked him to take out Zhang Tiansheng, and Zhang Tiansheng asked him to take out Chen Jun. It wasn't a good idea to be stuck in the middle all the time by yourself. If you don't make a decision, I'm afraid that both sides will have to find themselves in trouble. At that point, he'll only die a worse death. Associated with this, Chen Yongren made a fierce effort on the spot and took the initiative to call Chen Jun over. Jun, there's something I want to talk to you about in person. What? Plans drawn up? Chen Jun wondered. No, it's something else. Something important. Seeing that Chen Yongren's tone was not quite right, Chen Jun also had a bad feeling, and then he asked Chen Yongren to go directly to him. After arriving at his residence, Chen Yongren met without saying a word and directly knelt in front of Chen Jun. Seeing Chen Yongren suddenly kneel down, Chen Jun immediately thought of something. However, on the surface, he still pretended to be surprised and asked, Ren, what do you mean by that? Jun, I'm sorry, I was actually an informant for the cops for a while before I was with you, and provided the cops with a lot of information, but since I've been with you, I haven't cooperated with the police or revealed anything about you. Chen Jun sneered in his heart. He thought to himself that although this Chen Yongren had confessed, he still hadn't told the truth, but he could understand that, after all, no boss wants to hear that his men are undercover agents sent by the police, and by saying this, Chen Yongren had also given this matter a maneuverable margin. If Chen Yongren really admits he's an undercover police officer, then what would others think of Chen Jun if he forced himself to bail him out? It's unlikely that anyone else in the community would feel comfortable continuing to work with him, but being a police informant is a different story, not to mention it's still following what you did before, so at least the crime isn't mortal. Afterwards, Chen Jun said flatly, actually, I have long guessed that you have connections with the police. Why else would I have arranged for you to make deliveries to barmaid and tipped you off? Hearing this, it was Chen Yongren's turn to be shocked. He didn't realize that his matter had long been detected by Chen Jun. Now that I look back, it's no wonder the other person told him or her to contact the police. And even he predicted that he would never be caught by the police. Now Chen Yongren was even more flustered, and hurriedly explained, Jun, I didn't want to lie to you. It's just that at that time I couldn't help it. So I had to hide something. Alright, since I know about this and have not pursued you, it means that in my opinion, this is not much of a big deal, but since you've confessed, then I'm quite relieved that at least you're still willing to take the initiative to admit this to me. Chen Yongren was very touched inwardly after hearing this, but in the next second, he once again mustered up the courage to say, Jun, actually, Chen Yao approached me today and asked me to privately and quietly finish you off. What? Chen Yao asked you to betray me? Is he out of his mind? Chen Jun asked in great confusion. After all, even the little cutie, all knew that Chen Yongren was his number one horseman. How could Chen Yongren seek his own death to trouble himself when his own army was strong and his reputation was on the rise? He's got pictures of me meeting with the cops, so he's trying to blackmail me over it. Plus he promised to make me the boss of Causeway Bay when it's done. But don't worry, I didn't promise him and I'm not going to do it. Chen Yongren tried to explain just to make Chen Jun believe his words. And Chen Jun was also clear that Chen Yongren absolutely did not dare to fool himself in this matter. Since the other party did not go to Huang Jiqing for help in the first place, it meant that Chen Yongren still wished to stay by his side. Afterward, Chen Jun said indifferently, Alright, I know about this matter. Jun, you really don't blame me? Seeing that Chen Jun had no intention of holding himself accountable, Chen Yongren asked incredulously, What can I say? Is it hard for me to really do you in and tell everyone that my heartthrob is a police informant? Do you think I'd get a glow on my face doing that? And if I really kill you, then Chen Yao and Zhang Tiansheng will think of other ways to kill me as well. So finishing you off won't do me any good. Chen Yongren was instantly thrilled with gratitude and said, Brother Jun, Thank you for not killing me. From now on, my life is yours. Humph. It's also very simple if you want to redeem yourself. That's to do Jiang Tianqing for me. Also, since Chen Yao also knows about this matter, then you should do the same to him by the way. After it's done, I'll snatch the dragon head baton. At that time, I'll join the 13 sisters and the others in pressuring the other big brothers in the society to recognize my status as the leader. Once I succeed in ascending to the throne, naturally, no one will be able to threaten you. But if you don't get things done well enough, not to mention that I will hold you accountable, Jiang Tianqing and the others won't let you off the hook either. After hearing this, Chen Yongren hurriedly nodded his head and agreed. Please rest assured, Brother Jun, I will immediately start working on the preparations to take them out. Good. I'm sure with your intelligence you'll be able to take care of this. After leaving from Chen Jun's house, Chen Yongren no longer hesitated and immediately contacted Feng Yushiu and Xiao Ma. Eventually the three met in the fishing village. When Chen Yongren explained his intentions, Feng Yushiu immediately said, leave this matter to me. I'll make sure none of them survive. But Xiao Ma interjected, this matter should be left to me. Now that the police are already looking for me, I'm not afraid of carrying 2 more lives. This is the time when June is in need of people. If even you are wanted by the police for murder, then he will have no one around him to use. After all, Xiao Ma is still an old man. Unlike Feng Yushiu who overthinks the problem. As far as he was concerned, 1 more human life on his person was as much as 2. So it was only natural that this matter should be given to him. Pony Boy is right. And this must be done cleanly, leaving no one alive. And you and I have definitely both been focused on by Black and White by now. But unlike Pony Boy, almost no one knows where he is. So it'll be much easier for him to sneak up on them. At this time, Chen Yongren also opened his mouth to propose. Seeing that both of them had said so, Feng Yushiu no longer insisted and nodded his head to agree with them. And the next thing that Chen Yongren and Xiao Ma had to consider was how to finish off the other party without showing any traces. Chapter 86 Hung Hing's version of Infernal Affairs begins. In the end, after repeated discussions between Chen Yongren and Xiao Ma, they discussed a foolproof method. That was to ask Chen Yao and Jiang Tianqing out through Chen Yongren. Then during the secret meeting, have the ponies go in the shadows and take people out. And since it was a secret meeting, so with Jiang Tianqing and Chen Yao's character and work habits, they would definitely not divulge half of the news to the public. In this way, as long as things were done cleanly at the scene and not left a single loose end, then the society and the outside world would not suspect the two. Only the most critical point in this matter is how Chen Yongren should lure them into the trap. At that moment, both of them did not think of a perfect way, and the sky was dark again. Chen Yongren was afraid that if he did not go back to Causeway Bay to show his face, I am afraid that it would cause others to be suspicious. So Chen Yongren first asked Xiao Ma to remain in the fishing village and wait for his call, while he followed Feng Yushiu back to Causeway Bay. Just after returning to the Phoenix nightclub, Chen Yongren received a strange phone call. Which one? Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Yongren? I am. Hello, this is the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. I'm calling you to let you know that your car is due for maintenance and repair. Okay, got it. I'll be there when I have time. Chen Yongren hung up the phone impatiently after saying that, but in the next second, he had a sudden flash of insight. A bizarre thought flashed through his mind. Wasn't Chen Yao's car a gift from Brother Jun? I remember when the car was still titled under Jun's name. After associating it with the fact that the Mercedes-Benz that Chen Yao is currently driving was given to the other party by Chen Jun in order to get to the top, Chen Yongren instantly had an idea. He dialed the number of the staff member from earlier again. Wait for me at the store. I'll be there now. 2 hours later, Chen Yao, who was still drinking his afternoon tea, also received a call. I'm Chen Yao. Who is it? Hello, is this Mr. Chen Jun? Upon hearing that the other party was actually calling to find Chen Jun, Chen Yao was instantly displeased. No, you've got the wrong number. After that he was ready to just hang up the phone. But the other party went on to say, but the contact information left by this Mercedes-Benz sedan is indeed your name. A Mercedes? Chen Yao came to a sudden realization. The Mercedes he himself is driving today was given to him by Chen Jun. Since he didn't think Chen Jun would want it back either, he delayed completing the closing with the other party. Later, after Chen Jun and he had a bad relationship, he was even more embarrassed to open his mouth to talk to the other party about this matter. Now that someone had come to the door for this car, it made Chen Yao wary. I thought to myself that this Chen Jun is hardly planning to take this car back in advance. He then asked tentatively, Chen Jun's car is indeed here with me. What are you? Here's the deal. I'm a Mercedes-Benz 4S staff member in the East End, and I'm calling to tell you that your car is due for maintenance. Doing maintenance? So what if you don't? If you don't do it, the performance of the car will suffer and the car will be prone to breaking down the rest of the way. Also, since you have not had any maintenance done on your car since you purchased it, Our store will offer you free service on your first service. It's not until the second service that you have to pay for the appropriate service. Hearing that the maintenance is actually free, Chen Yao also felt that there seems to be no harm in going to maintain the car. After all, even if the car is taken back by Chen Jun later, he has nothing to lose. Okay, I'll take the car over there. After Chen Yao hung up the phone, Chen Yongren took out a stack of bills from his pocket and handed it to the staff member. I don't want a second person to know about this. You do understand what I mean, don't you, boss? Don't worry, I won't say anything nonsense. After looking at the gun Chen Yongren was holding in his other hand, the staff member hurriedly answered, "That's good." Only then was Chen Yongren satisfied with putting the gun away. An hour later, Chen Yao drove the car to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Only at this time, in this store, multiple of Chen Jun's minions had already appeared. Chen Jun had thousands of people under his command, and it was naturally impossible for Chen Yao to recognize each and every one of them. Plus, he didn't expect any accidents to occur here, so he pressed on without any caution. After handing the car over to the store's staff, he went to the next lounge and sat down to flip through a magazine. At that moment, Chen Yongren, who was hiding in the distance watching all this, immediately made a call over. "Do it, plant a bomb on his car." "Yes, Jen." After tossing and turning for more than half an hour, an improvised remote-controlled bomb was finally mounted on the floor of the Mercedes sedan. Only this remote-control bomb has an average performance and simple function, and can only be detonated at a certain distance range through a remote control device, and it's bound to have a huge impact if it explodes in the city. So Chen Yongren didn't dare to detonate the bomb rashly. Instead, he planned to find a suitable moment and then kill him with a single blow. After taking care of Chen Yao's side, the rest was Jiang Tiansheng. But Jiang Tiansheng himself was the leader of the society, so Chen Yongren didn't have any chance to get close to the other party on weekdays. If he rashly went to contact Jiang Tiansheng privately at this time, this would not only arouse the other party's suspicion, but might even startle the snakes as a result. After all, with Chen Yao's intelligence, he would definitely notice that something was wrong. So after Chen Yongren thought for a while, he still decided to lure Jiang Tiansheng out through Chen Yao. That night, Chen Yongren couldn't wait to call Chen Yao over. "Brother, my side is ready." When Chen Yao heard this, he instantly became energized. "How about it? How do you plan to finish off Chen Jun?" Jun has recently gotten mixed up with a teller at a gold store in Causeway Bay, and tonight he's going to spend the night at the other guy's house. When the time comes, I'll deploy at the other party's house in advance, and when he arrives, I'll just grab him and take him away. Chen Jun's affair with Little Lumpy was something that Chen Yao had also heard about, except that all along, he hadn't been a fan of these things, nor had he had any interest in them. Now that he heard Chen Yongren say this, he also felt that it was indeed a good idea. After all, when Chen Jun went to find a woman to spend the night, it was always impossible for him to bring a large number of minions along with him. "Well, I'll be waiting for your good news. I have another request." "What request?" "You say, after I capture Chen Jun, I'd like to have a private and quiet meeting with you and Mr. Jiang." Chen Yongren opened his mouth. Upon hearing that Chen Yongren wanted to see himself and Jiang Tiansheng, Chen Yao immediately asked back in confusion. "Why? Humph, don't blame me for being paranoid. I'm afraid you'll shade me after it's done." Chapter 87, Dragnet, Catching Turtles in a Jar. Chen Yao immediately understood Chen Yongren's thoughts after hearing this. The other party was simply afraid that after the matter was accomplished, he and Jiang Tiansheng would cross the river and tear down the bridge. But this was a big deal after all, and Chen Yongren's worries were not unreasonable. And Chen Yao can't wait for Chen Jun to die. So after hesitating for a while, Chen Yao could only promise, "If you really control Chen Jun, Mr. Jiang and I can meet you. Let's get it all out in person when the time comes." "Good. After I capture Chen Jun, you and Mr. Jiang will come over together, and the three of us will discuss what to do after killing him." Chen Yongren's implication was that he wanted to pull Chen Yao and Jiang Tiansheng down together through this incident. "We'll all be on the same boat by then. If they want to throw themselves overboard, they have to consider the consequences." After talking to Chen Yao, Chen Yongren immediately found Chen Jun in order not to lose time. "Chen Yao's car is loaded with bombs, but Jiang Tiansheng's car is fine. How do you plan to take them out?" After listening to Chen Yongren's plan, Chen Jun did not immediately agree to it and instead asked the other party rhetorically, "I'm going to use you as bait to lure them out, and then set a trap on their way here. Detonate the bomb directly on one side and blow Chen Yao to death. On the other side, Xiao Ma will personally lead the team and ambush Jiang Tiansheng halfway to kill him outright." Chen Yongren put his thoughts into words, but Chen Jun shook his head after hearing this. "Your solution is not good. Originally, Chen Yao's car exploded, so maybe it can still be categorized as an accident. But if at the same time, Jiang Tiansheng also met an untimely death, What do you think the big brothers in the society will think? And what would the police think? Others must think that this must be a conspiracy. And at this stage, who has the deepest grudge against them? So once you make your move, we'll definitely be the first to be suspected by the black and white. Jun Chen analyzed. But brother Jun, right now I can't think of a better way. After all, someone of Jiang Tianqing's level, I can't even see him on a regular basis. And the other party won't want to see me either. So if you want to lure him out, you can only utilize this one opportunity. Chen Yongren said helplessly. Oh, you have no problem using me to lure them out. I also think it's a good idea. But in the meantime, we can think of a way to make Jiang Tianqing obediently sit in Chen Yao's car. Once the two are in the same car, when you set off the bomb, won't they go up together? Chen Jun said indifferently. Ha, how could I possibly let Jiang Tianqing obediently be Chen Yao's car? You don't have a solution. I do. Chen Jun then lowered his voice and told Chen Yongren about the plan he had just come up with. After listening to Chen Jun's proposal, Chen Yongren's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Brother Jun, I think this move is feasible. Humph, even though you've rigged the bomb, we'll have to keep our hand in. If the bomb doesn't go off, or doesn't kill the person on the spot, then you and I will immediately become public enemies of the entire Hung Hing. That's why you still need to pick up Ponyboy and get him ready near the blast site, ready to go up and patch up the guns and kill him at any time. Jun, I've picked up Xiao Ma and am now hiding him in a small hotel in Simsha-sui. Chen Yongren immediately spoke. Well, in that case, we can start teaming up for a play at midnight. Late at night, at 11 o'clock sharp, Chen Yongren made a call to Chen Yao. You, asleep? Not yet. Why, did you get the guy? Seeing Chen Yongren call in the middle of the night, Chen Yao was instantly filled with anticipation. You, listen to what that sound is. He then moved the phone to Chen Jun's mouth, while Chen Jun was very cooperative. He said, Chen Yao, you actually bought my little brother to betray me? If you do kill me, then how will you explain it to the other big brothers in the club? Upon hearing that it was Chen Jun's voice, Chen Yao was happy and at the same time had a trace of doubt. I was afraid that the two might have joined forces to fool themselves. But the next second, Chen Yao heard a wailing sound over the phone. Ah, you're dead in the water. And you're still talking tough? After saying that, Chen Yongren once again went to his hands and ruthlessly gave a punch on Chen Jun's stomach. Bang! After hearing the sound, coupled with the fact that the sound made by Chen Jun did not seem to be faked, Chen Yao's inner misgivings disappeared immediately. He hurriedly spoke. You control him, and I'll immediately call on Mr. Jiang to go over with me. No problem. We are now in a warehouse on the outskirts of Yaomati. I'll send you the detailed address in your cell phone. You guys come over quickly. Okay, wait for us. The other person hung up after that. At this time, Chen Jun stood up and walked over to Chen Yongren's side and hummed softly. Your kid's hands are really hard. You almost beat the bile out of me. Just now. It was he who had asked Chen Yongren to deliver 2 punches to his abdomen as a way to make the scene seem more realistic. And in itself, he had a body of steel. So in reality, Chen Yongren's fists did not do him any harm at all. But on the surface, he still had to put on an angry face to scare Chen Yongren. Sure enough, Chen Yongren immediately admitted his mistake upon hearing this. Brother Jun, why don't you also punch me twice to cool off? Humph, come on, just kidding with you. See how nervous you are. After learning that Chen Jun was joking with himself, Chen Yongren was greatly relieved. Afterwards, Chen Jun then made a quick call out. Jiang Tianqing's car will probably drive out of his villa soon. You guys make sure to do everything you can to wreck his car. Got it? Brother Jun, don't worry, we'll definitely complete the mission. Soon, Jiang Tianqing, who was still under Fang Ting's blanket, received a call from Chen Yao. Originally, Jiang Tianqing didn't want to go out at this time, but this matter, after all, involved Chen Jun, and at the same time, Chen Yao had promised the other party. If he was unwilling to come forward, he was afraid that he would arouse Chen Yongren's suspicion again. So Jiang Tianqing still immediately got up and got dressed and went out the door. And this matter was confidential after all, so Jiang Tianqing didn't tell anyone. It was just a matter of having one of his personal bodyguards and a dedicated driver follow him on the trip. After all, in his opinion, Chen Yongren definitely didn't dare to play tricks. He still had the evidence that the other party was an undercover police officer in his hand, and as long as he exposed this matter himself, even if Chen Jun wanted to bail him out, it would be impossible. So Jiang Tianqing didn't have any defenses and got into his Rolls-Royce and started walking towards Yamati. Meanwhile, Chen Yao on the other side personally drove his Mercedes and set off towards the same destination. Chapter 88, Jiang Tianqing cooled off. Jiang Tianqing's Rolls-Royce was driving down a 3-way street. Suddenly a van leapt out of the side lane. The driver of the Rolls-Royce didn't react in time and collided hard with the other party. Although the driver had tried his hardest to hit the brakes, Jiang Tiancheng, who was sitting in the car, still received a shock. Fortunately, the impact was not particularly serious, so all three people in the car were not seriously hurt. But in this middle of the night actually have a van hit himself, which makes Jiang Tiancheng instantly feel bad. Long Lu, go down and check the situation. He immediately instructed the bodyguard sitting in the passenger seat to get out of the car and check the situation. As a big man in the jungle, having been out for so many years, Jiang Tiancheng's greatest fear was that someone would stop him halfway and ambush him. Yes, Mr. Chang. Ryuk then took out his pistol and got out of the car, but just as he got out of the car, a drunken man stepped out of the other van as well. Do you have eyes? The man pointed at Long Lu and cursed angrily. Long Lu wasn't accustomed to the other party either, and directly pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the other party. Upon seeing the gun in Long Lu's hand, the other party instantly sobered up a large portion of his wine, hurriedly kneeled down and kowtowed to admit his mistake. I'm sorry. This big brother, you spare me. Jiang Tiancheng, who was sitting in the car, breathed a sigh of relief after witnessing this. If the other party was intentionally bumping into themselves, it would be impossible to send just one person. So this is clearly a traffic accident. And this car of his is a Rolls-Royce after all. So naturally he can't just leave after the crash. The driver also then spoke up and asked, Mr. Jiang, is it time to call the police? Report it. Let the police intervene in this matter. It's time to make the other side pay for the damages. Jiang Tiancheng coldly said, but if we call the police, then we won't be able to take this car right away. What are you going to do? The driver's words caused Jiang Tiancheng to fall into silence. If it was anything else, he could have just gotten out of the car and hailed a random cab and hit the road. But this time, he was going to meet Chen Yongren, so he finally decided to let Chen Yao drive to pick himself up just to be on the safe side. Ayo, my car got hit. Come pick me up. I'm at. After making the call, Jiang Tiancheng immediately spoke. Chen Yao, who was driving the car, was frowning after hearing this. I thought to myself, it's the middle of the night, and there's a car accident? Especially at such a sensitive time. It made not without suspicion. Mr. Jiang, I suspect there's something fishy about this. You're worrying too much. I also suspected at first that someone was secretly ambushing me to try to assassinate me, but I just took a look. The driver who hit me was a middle-aged man, and had been drinking, so there's no way he was sent by his enemies to trouble me. Jiang Tiancheng said in disbelief. Over the years, although he had been serving as the leader of Hung Hing, he had nevertheless not crossed paths with too many people in the Jianghu. Plus, his identity was there. No one would want to risk offending the entire Hung Hing society to kill him. When Chen Yao saw that Jiang Tiancheng had put his words to this point, he couldn't afford to continue, and then he agreed to go ahead and pick up Jiang Tiancheng. After Jiang Tiancheng and his bodyguard Long Lu got into the car together, Chen Yao purposely asked, Mr. Jiang, do we need to bring more people over? That Chen Yongren's handle is still in our hands. Hanging him out to dry wouldn't dare to mess around. We'd better hurry up and go, lest the night grows long. Jiang Tiancheng didn't want more people to know about this matter, so he urged Chen Yao to hurry. Well then, we're going over there now. After picking up Jiang Tiancheng, Chen Yao drove towards Yamati, and just after the car left the scene of the crash, Chen Jun received a call from one of the Beast Soldier's men hiding nearby. Boss, the target is already heading towards Yamati. Humph, the fish did take the bait after all. Get Ponyboy ready. Yes, soon. Xiao Ma, who was hiding at a remote intersection in Yamati, also received instructions. At the moment he was hiding in a bungalow with the remote control of an explosive device in his hand. Upon receiving the order, Ponyboy's eyes narrowed into an evil smile. 20 minutes later, the Mercedes drove up to the intersection. This is the place to go to get to the warehouse. So Chen Yao didn't think too much at all and just drove the car normally. But just as the car was about to cross the intersection, there was a sudden boom. Before the three people sitting in the car had time to react, the roaring fire engulfed them along with the car. A loud noise came from the originally quiet street, instantly alarming the residents living in the surrounding area. At this point, Ponyboy couldn't care less about whether or not it would create a secondary explosion, so he directly picked up the pistol and pushed the door out. When he arrived and carefully examined the area around the car and realized that the three were definitely dead, he then left the scene with peace of mind. By the time the ponies had left, local residents were arriving at the scene of the crime. Someone also called the police at the first opportunity. Within moments, the police arrived at the scene and cordoned off the entire surrounding area. Xiao Ma returned to the Phoenix nightclub and immediately reported the scene to Chen Jun. Only what he didn't know was that in fact, the moment the bomb exploded, Chen Jun already knew the outcome. This was because the system in his own head also popped up with a mission completion message. This also shows that Jiang Tiancheng is dead. The size of his own legion of beast soldiers had also increased once again. Right now, the beast soldiers under his command were nearly 20,000 strong. Looking at the whole of Hong Kong, there was no longer any big brother who could compare with himself. You've done a good job on this matter. We'll see how the Jianghu reacts tomorrow next. June. Should we get ready? In case the big brothers within the society decide that we did it, they will definitely join forces to take action against us. Chen Yongrun analyzed. Don't worry about it. Jiang Tiancheng and Chen Yao are both dead. They can't defeat me even if they join forces. At this moment, Chen Yongren did not know that Chen Jun had already gained 10,000 more beast soldier henchmen the moment before. June. If there's nothing else, I'll continue hiding for now. There's no need for you to hide in the countryside. I've arranged for a fishing boat to send you to Macau to hide for a while. At that moment, Chen Jun suddenly opened his mouth to mention it. Want me to go to Macau? Ponyboy froze as well. After all, this matter had never been mentioned to him by Chen Jun. That's right. You were of great concern to the police even before this. Now that Jiang Tiancheng and Chen Yao are dead, the Jianghu will surely be in chaos. When the time comes, the cops are bound to focus their suspicions on us. The search for you will certainly be much more intense as well. That's why it's too risky for you to stay in the fishing village. It's safest to leave Shangjiang for the time being, Chen Jun said calmly. After hearing this, Brother Xiaoma also stopped nagging and immediately stated, "Alright, everything is at your disposal." Chapter 89 Hung Hing's Great Chaos. Chen Jun struggles for the dragon head. In the middle of the night on that day, the heads of all Hung Hing's halls and the big brothers within the society received wind of the news. After learning that Jiang Tiansheng, the leader of the group, and Chen Yao, the white paper fan, had died accidentally, the entire organization was instantly in chaos. At this time, the Tsimshatsui boss prince, who had greater prestige within the society and was powerful, stood out. He contacted and coordinated all the heads of the halls to come to the Hung Hing General Altar for a meeting in the morning. By the time Chen Jun walked into the meeting, everyone was already arguing. Asterisk. Who the hell has eaten leopard's guts to move on our Hung Hing's head? Qi said with righteous indignation. No matter who it is, we must uncover the other party and avenge Mr. Jiang and Brother Yao. Dinosaur chimed in. I think the immediate priority is to elect a new leader immediately. Otherwise, the entire society will fall into a state where the dragons are leaderless. By then other clubs will take advantage of our internal chaos and take our field and territory. At this time, North Point boss Lai Biao, however, changed his words and shifted the focus of everyone's talk to the club election. Fatty Lai has a point. The society can't go a day without a leader. Plus now that Mr. Jiang is confirmed dead, and the day of the general election is coming up. In my opinion, why don't we just elect a new dragon head early? Lai Biao's words were immediately supported by Fine Eyes, the boss of Kowloon City. The crown prince was just about to answer when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Chen Jun who had walked into the room. He coughed lightly twice in a hurry. Cough, cough. When the big guys saw Chen Jun, they immediately quieted down. Jiang Tiancheng and Chen Yao died because of the sudden explosion of their vehicles though. Yet there is still a lot of confusion about this. After all, in the middle of the night, what exactly were Jiang Tiancheng and Chen Yao going to do in Yamatai? Could this incident be directly related to Chen Jun? After all, the two sides were at loggerheads just a few days ago. Even 13 Sisters and Han Bin looked at Chen Jun with question marks in their eyes. Everyone's here. Looks like I'm late again. Sorry. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Chen Jun, however, opened his mouth without turning red in the face or jumping in the heart. Chen Jun, where were you last night? At this point, the pretty mom from Sham Shuepa was the first to speak up and questioned. You guys aren't doubting me, are you? Why can't you be suspected? You have a great motive in this case itself. So you guys called me to a meeting today to try to corner me? Chen Jun's face instantly grimaced as he finished speaking. The whole atmosphere of the scene, too, was much more tense. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate, the prince, who was temporarily presiding over the meeting, knocked on the table. All of you, stop arguing. The police haven't set the tone on this matter yet, so let's not mess up within ourselves. Also, in the absence of conclusive evidence, let's not just open our mouths and question people, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. At this time, the crown prince was actually very suspicious of Chen Jun inside, but Chen Jun was powerful, and did they have any evidence that this matter was related to the other party? So flipping off Chen Jun at this juncture, that wasn't a good thing for the entire society. Since Crown Prince brother has said so, I won't get into it with you, but in the future, you'll have to use your head when you speak, or don't blame me for turning the other cheek, Chen Jun said coldly. After being threatened by Chen Jun, Pretty Mom was furious at the moment. but the crown prince wasn't on her side, and the others had no intention of opening their mouths to help themselves, so eventually she relented. Only after Chenjun sat down did the crown prince speak once again. I've heard clearly what everyone discussed just now. First of all, the cause of Mr. Chang's and Yu's deaths. We must investigate. If this incident was an accident, then we'll give them a glorious burial according to the rules of the society. But if someone is secretly framing them, then I, the prince, swear in front of everyone that even if I give up my life, I will avenge the two. The prince's tough attitude immediately gained him the favor of many bosses. Everyone said they wanted to find the real culprit as soon as possible. Chen Jun, on the other hand, sat silently in his chair, looking at the crowd at the scene with a smile on his face. Alright, Mr. Zhang and Brother Yao, this matter we'll put aside for now. The following discussion is the next Dragon Head's candidate. According to the rules of the society, all 12 halls within Hunghing as well as all the red sticks are eligible to run for Dragon Head, so everyone can grossly recommend themselves to be the leader, as well as recommending others for the position. Here's what I want to hear from the big guys. When Prince finished his sentence, Kay spoke up. Personally, I think that if you want to be the leader of Hunghing, not only do you have to be righteous enough, but you also have to be overpowered. And the Crown Prince's Tsim Sha Sui has always been well taken care of, and he himself is capable and has prestige in the Jianghu. That's why I recommend making the Crown Prince the next Dragon Head. Seeing that Kay suddenly expressed his support, although the Crown Prince's face expression didn't change much, he was very happy inside. After all, when you come out, who doesn't want to be the sitting boss? This is a good proposal from Brother K. Prince friendship meaning, Kung Fu is great. It seems really suitable for him to be the next Dragon Head. I think the prince is good too. But just then, Chen Jun opened his mouth. Is Tsim Sha Sui very strong? If Prince is really strong, why hasn't Tsim Sha Sui cleared out so far? Instead there are still people from East Star hanging out over there? Jun Chen, what do you mean by that? Kay immediately opened his mouth to ask after seeing Chen Jun open his mouth to taunt the Crown Prince. It doesn't mean much. If it's just based on how well a person hangs out in their own turf, then the dinosaur's Toon Mun would have been clear by now. And Hunghing has always been able to walk sideways in Toon Mun. So dinosaurs aren't more qualified to be in charge? While mocking the Crown Prince, Chen Jun did not forget to pull the dinosaurs down. Kay immediately revealed an embarrassed expression after hearing Chen Jun's words. Indeed, although Dinosaur's personal strength was not as strong as Prince's, his influence in Toon Mun was extremely strong, and other societies had never been able to plant their flags and do business in Toon Mun. Plus, he was on good terms with Dinosaur, so if he refuted Chen Jun's words at this time, wouldn't he be implying to everyone that he didn't think Dinosaur was qualified to be the leader? The Dinosaur was not trying to fight for the boss either, but he was also the one who wanted to save face. So at this moment, his expression was serious. Seeing this scene, Kay was even more afraid to just open his mouth and make a statement. At this time, it was Prince who came out to make a roundup. Chan Chun, since you don't approve of Brother K's words, who do you think is suitable to be the leader of Hunghing? That person, of course, is me. Chen Jun replied confidently without thinking. Chapter 90, Internal Fighting Turns White Hot. Chen Jun's strength overwhelms the groups. Everyone actually knew that Chen Jun wanted to be the leader. No one was surprised that he was revealing his true intentions at this moment. It was only that the vast majority of the people present had no interest in Chen Jun, coupled with the fact that he acted in a domineering manner. There were quite a few big brothers who didn't support Chen Jun's rise to the top at first inwardly. Pretty Mom was the first one to jump out and said contemptuously, Chan Chun, how long have you joined Hunghing? In terms of seniority, you're not qualified to run for Dragon Head, or you might as well wait until the next session. Since when does a club have to discuss seniority when choosing a leader? Isn't it whoever has the ability? If the prince is qualified to be this boss, am I not? Chen Jun choked back. Jun Chen, who are you to compete with Prince for boss? How much have you contributed to the club? At that moment, West Ring boss Wulian also questioned. Humph. It seems to me that whoever can bring in revenue to the club and make money for the brothers is qualified to be the boss. And when I came to the society, I helped the society to stake out a lot of territory in Mongkok and Causeway Bay. Am I not contributing to the society? For the benefit of your big brothers? One more thing. The entire Honlu has now been beaten by me to the point where there is only one breath left. If I am allowed to take the throne at this time, I can assure everyone that I will definitely take the lead in driving Hunlok out of Hong Kong completely. At that time, won't all of Hunlok's territories in the various regions of Shangjiang belong to you? Chen Jun continued. At this time, when 13th sister saw that the time was ripe, she also hurriedly voiced out, I agree with Chen Jun's statement. Prince, it's not that I'm targeting you. You may be strong in your own right, but after all, this is about choosing the leader, not the one who can fight the most. and to lead the whole club forward, you need not only to be strong, but also to have a strong mind. Now our master of arms, Chen Yao, is also dead, so the new dragon head must be full of wisdom to lead the entire body Hung Hing without the help of the white paper fan. And Jun Chen's achievements since he joined the club don't need me to tell you. It's obvious to everyone. Not to mention Causeway Bay, take me Mongkok. He immediately took back all of his opponent's turf after sweeping the fields of Eastern Star and Union, and then after he managed them for a while, all these venues started making money for me in a steady stream. That's why I think that Chen Jun is not only powerful, but also has an overpowering mind. I, 13th sister, have absolutely no problem with him being the next leader of the society. Yes, I also support Sister 13's opinion. Han Bin saw that his woman had spoken, and he followed suit. Everyone saw that two of the bosses had already openly sided with Chen Jun, plus the promise that Chen Jun had just made. For a while there were quite a few big brothers in the entire conference room whose hearts began to waver as well. This includes Di Wu and Kun Tong. Although Di Wu is Hung Hing's holding fit man in Kun Tong, the vast majority of venues in the entire Kun Tong district are actually occupied by Hung Lok's men. His own strength was relatively weak and he was simply powerless to fight against Han Lu. But now, if Chen Jun was willing to help him out to snatch back all of Han Li's territory, this is naturally a heavenly good thing for him. Also the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne wouldn't do himself any favors, so with a clench of his teeth, he actually chimed in. I'll support Chen Jun as well. As long as he can really lead us to snatch Han Li's territory, then I'll vote for Chen Jun too. Jane Wang, the fit man holding the Chai Wan district, took over. In one fell swoop, 4 hall bosses stood out in solidarity with Chen Jun, which instantly raised Chen Jun's voice. On the other hand, on the prince's side, no one was able to come forward to counterattack at that moment. After all, Chen Jun's promise was too tempting, and the crown prince couldn't do that anyway, so he was at a disadvantage in relative comparison. Seeing that Chan Chun was about to succeed in the throne, Lai Biao had to speak up again. Who doesn't know how to talk big? If you want me to be the leader of Hung Hing, I can still lead the society to fight out of Hong Kong and take over the whole world. Why don't we just let you take the club to the moon? Chen Jun heard the irony. Chen Jun, Fatty Lai's words aren't unreasonable, although it seems like you have the advantage in your fight with Han Lu right now, but as far as I know, Han Lu still has at least 10,000 to 20,000 people entrenched all over the place. To really snatch back all the other people's venues, that can't be done with a few simple words. At that moment, Qi also spoke up and said a fair word. Since you guys don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? From this instant, Hung Hing will be temporarily managed by me. If I can't drive out all of Han Li's people and collect all of his territory within a month, then after a month, I will automatically step down. When the time comes, if you are willing to let the crown prince take the throne, let him be the leader. If you don't want to, you can sit down again and discuss a new candidate, and I will absolutely stop interfering. Chen Jun's words showed his domineering demeanor. No one expected Chen Jun to dare to boast in front of the big guys. The crown prince's expression changed at this time. He naturally did not want Chen Jun to be the boss from the bottom of his heart. But right now, he didn't have any reason to oppose Chen Jun's proposal. In the end, he still made a concession and seriously returned. Chen Jun, I can agree to you being the society's leader for the time being, but I, Sim Shatsui, won't listen to your orders in the meantime. If you really want to convince us big guys, you'll take Han Li's territory on your own. I wouldn't dare to say about other places. If you really take away all the Han Lok venues in our Sim Shatsui, I will definitely not reach out to ask for any favors from you. Also, I will vote for you in the election. Chen Jun also expected that the crown prince would not easily give in. He did this just because he wanted everyone to follow his lead and not support himself in launching another massive attack on Han Lu. And although Han Lu had been shaded by Chen Jun, the thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. Even though the other side was without a dragon head, their overall strength was still not to be underestimated. So in the crown prince's opinion, as long as everyone did not contribute to help Chen Jun, with the strength of him and the 13 sisters, it was clearly impossible to accomplish this matter. What's more, 13 sisters and Han Bin and the others might not dare to risk their lives to follow Chen Jun. The prince has a point. I share his thoughts. Chen Jun, if you're capable, you'll get rid of Han Lu yourself. If we use the entire power of the society and still do whatever it takes, then anyone can be this leader and lead Hung Hing to destroy Hung Lok. Don't you think so? Seeing that everyone had gotten to this point, Chen Jun finally revealed a smile. What he wanted was finally achieved. Only Chen Jun slowly stood up and spoke to everyone. Alright, I'll handle this matter myself, so you guys just wait and see the results. Chapter 91, the venue is blocked, and the 4 sides are in danger. With Chen Jun's harsh words, this matter came to an end for the time being, and once the meeting was over, 13 Sisters and Han Bin took the initiative to find Chen Jun. Arjun, are you really sure you can gobble up all of Han Li's territory all by yourself? Han Bin pursued. Give it a try. After all, it's riding on the back of a tiger now. Chen Jun laughed and joked. How about this? 13th sister and I will each contribute a team of men for you to dispatch. Chen Jun froze. He didn't think that Han Bin would actually plan to bet his entire fortune on himself at this point in time. Are you really not afraid that I'll lose this bet? If I really lose, not only will I not be able to make it in Hung Hing, I'm afraid the entire Hong Kong underworld won't be able to tolerate me. Chen Jun knew that he had too many enemies. United and Eastern Star in the front and Hung Lok in the back. If he himself could not rise to the top and become the leader, then Hung Hing would also oust him. So the pressure Chen Jun was facing at the moment was unprecedented. Since I've chosen you, I'll have to fight to the end. Yeah, Han Bin and I figured. Big deal. We'll just lose some of our men. As for Hung Hing's side, no matter what, the prince won't put shoes on us, right? The two men spoke one after the other. Chen Jun also knew that the crown prince was not a small-minded person. He had a cordial relationship with both 13th sister and Han Bin, and even if he knew that the two were secretly helping him, he wouldn't lay a hand on them. What's more, Han Bin's strength couldn't be underestimated, and if he wanted to move him and 13 sisters, he would have to weigh whether he was good enough or not. Alright, since you all said so, then when the time comes, you'll each transfer a team of men over to me to command. Right now, although Chen Jun had an army of beast soldiers in his hands, he was not sure how much family money Han Lo actually had, so the situation where he could get more helpers, he naturally wouldn't reject the other party's good intentions. Then you'll have to give us more favors when it's done. At this point, 13 sisters didn't forget to flirt. Ha ha, do I look like a cheapskate? It's true that it doesn't look like it, that's why we chose you. Oh, you guys turn around and wait for my news. Saying goodbye to the two, Chen Jun immediately returned to the Phoenix nightclub, but no sooner had he entered the house than he realized that a group of uninvited guests had already appeared in the house. One of them was quite familiar to him. Yo, Jun is finally back. I thought you ran off to Macau again. After seeing Chen Jun, Ma Jun slowly stood up from the sofa and said in a conspiratorial manner, Officer Ma, what brings you here today? You guys don't want to drink and sing in the middle of the day, do you? Chen Jun smiled faintly, then said calmly, I'm not that lucky. I don't even have time to do anything else but go to work every day. We came here early this morning, mainly to see if you have any clues here about that bombing last night. At this time, the lobby manager of the nightclub also rushed forward and whispered beside Chen Jun. Just now, the cops came and turned our entire nightclub upside down, and also forcibly took away our CCTV image data. Seeing that Ma Jun engaged in a surprise attack and conducted a search of his nightclub, that's when Chen Jun realized that the other party had already locked the suspect on himself in the first place. But even though he was highly suspected by the other party, Chen Jun still asked without panic, what bombing case? You're not talking about the one where Mr. Jiang and Chen Yao were blown up, are you? Could it be that your police have already investigated the clues and know the real culprit? Chen Jun, you're not beating yourself up, are you? Our police haven't even released the results of their investigation to the public yet. How do you know for sure that the murderer is someone else? Ma Jun immediately pursued. Chen Jun coldly snorted. In the middle of the night two people sneak out, and the two people sitting in a high-grade Mercedes-Benz sedan. How can this kind of car explode for no reason? So as long as it's not a cutie, all know that there must be another conspiracy in this case. Just so you know, according to our preliminary investigation, the base of the Mercedes has indeed been rigged with an improvised homemade bomb. Also we got wind that you and your men were gathering here last night, seemingly plotting something. As soon as Chen Jun heard it, he knew that Ma Jun hadn't gotten any hard evidence. At that moment his bottom dropped out. Then he slowly spoke. Officer Ma, this is my venue. Isn't it quite normal for me to seek pleasure here? Is there a law in Shangri-La that says a boss can't play in his own venue? Cut the crap with me. My men saw one of your men named Mark coming to the nightclub yesterday right after the explosion. Where is he now? I don't know who you're looking for. I was in the box drinking all last night and everyone here can vouch for me. As for that Mark guy you mentioned, I don't know who the hell that is. Chen Jun's explanation caused Ma Jun to instantly become irritated. He had never been teased by a cook in his life, but Chen Jun had let him down 3 times. Today, he came uninvited and took advantage of the fact that Chen Jun and the others hadn't reacted to the situation to preemptively lead a raid on this nightclub. The goal is to find a little clue. But to his dismay, the hotel's CCTV was switched off after 12 p.m. last night. According to the hotel manager's exact words, there was a malfunction with the surveillance last night, so it was off for a while. This made the plans of the horse army fall completely flat. And right now, if you want to do Chen Jun, the best way is to arrest Mark. The suspect in the shooting case in front of the nightclub last time. That's why Ma Jun opened his mouth and pressed for the whereabouts of Chen Junmark. Seeing Chen Jun's look of a dead pig, Ma Jun said sternly, "Do you really think I can't do anything about you? I've applied for permission from above, and with immediate effect, all your venues in Causeway Bay will have to be closed down for reorganization. The reason is that I suspect that these venues may pose a certain threat to the citizens of Causeway Bay. Your venue will not open for business again until we have completely removed all hidden dangers. Here are the relevant documents. See for yourself." After saying that, Ma Jun handed a document to Chen Jun. Chen Jun didn't even look at it and directly threw it aside. "It doesn't matter. As long as Officer Ma has asked, of course we'll do our best to cooperate. As I've said before, I for one love dealing with the police. Also you're doing this for us and the local people of Causeway Bay, so I understand this very well." Chen Jun's heart was blossoming with joy at the moment. He was originally worried that after he launched an all-out attack on Honlu, the other party would come and sneak into his field. But now it's good that the police have come forward to watch his back, so he won't have any worries. Chapter 92 Driven to Extinction. Honlu suffered a serious injury. Seeing that Chen Jun didn't care at all about whether or not his field was blocked, this left Ma Jun with no way out. The biggest killer has been made. Nowadays, if you want to sanction the other side, you may have to start with the people around him as well. Good. Since you're so cooperative, then from now on, your venues will be closed together. No problem. During this period please also ask Officer Ma to keep a good eye on my field. Don't let anything go wrong. Humph. I don't need you to teach me. Close the line. After not getting any useful information, Ma Jun was not willing to stay here. Taking his men with him, he brought all the information he had searched for back to the police station with him, intending to take his time and study it away. And Chen Jun did not stop, but even took the initiative to send Ma Jun and the others out of the nightclub. When Ma Jun left, Chen Jun's expression instantly turned grim. Then, he called Chen Yongren and Feng Yuxiu together. "Ah Ren, next you are responsible for finding out the whereabouts of Han Li's big brothers for me. Feng Yuxiu, you'll be in charge of taking care of those guys. Remember, you must get rid of all of Han Li's executives in the shortest time possible. Only then will they not be able to effectively organize an effective force to take revenge on us." Chen Jun ordered at the two men. Chen Yongren and Feng Yuxiu both looked at each other. At the moment they all knew the importance of the matter. Chen Jun ended up waging war on the entire Honlu. As for why Chen Jun had created tens of thousands of additional minions, they were all very confused within themselves, but both were human enough to know not to ask about some things that shouldn't be asked. Otherwise, once they angered Chen Jun, they would all be unable to eat. And for Chen Yongren, this was another good opportunity to get credit. This time if he really helped Chen Jun to solve the trouble of Hunlock, and at the same time helped him to smoothly ascend to become the boss of Hung Hing, then one's position in the society and the jungle would naturally rise. As for the matter of asking for information, he could still turn to Huang Jiqing for help. One only needs to provide the other party with some information on the road and betray a little bit of the other associations. After receiving the order, the two men split up. Chen Yongren took his men around with heavy money to ask for information, while Feng Yuxiu was hiding in the shadows with a group of people, just waiting for Chen Yongren to send the message over. Soon, Feng Yuxiu's first target appeared. Chen Yongren telephoned Feng Yuxiu and said, "Your target this time is Hunlock's Red Stick Mass Morning in Yuanlong. He is currently resting in a farmhouse in Yuanlong. As for how many henchmen are around, I'm not too sure about that one specifically, but the farmhouse is guarded by dozens of his minions at the very least." After hearing this, Feng Yuxiu just faintly returned a sentence, "Got it." Hanging up the phone, Feng Yuxiu waved his hand. The men quickly moved out, got into the van, which already had false license plates, and started off towards Yuanlong. Meanwhile, Chen Yongren was not idle. After inquiring about Hong Li's other big brother, Fei Quan, who was also Chen Jun's nemesis, he immediately decided to take matters into his own hands and capture Fei Quan back at Chen Jun's disposal. "Brothers, follow me." Fei Quan, at this time, was hiding in a housing estate on TSZ Wanshan. Since the incident, he ran and hid on Mount Siyun. TSZ Wanshan, with its many housing estates, complicated environment and the prevalence of kooks, is a relatively undetectable place to hide. Only Fei Quan still underestimated Chen Yongren's energy too much. With the help of Huang Jicheng, Chen Yongren quickly locked down Fei Quan's residence. Late that night, Chen Yongren led hundreds of his men straight to Siyun Mountain. After arriving underneath the housing estate, Chen Yongren said to his men, "Seal all the exits of this building for me. No one is allowed in or out until Fei Quan is captured." "Yes, Jen." Ever since Chen Yongren took out Zhang Tiancheng and Chen Yao, his reputation in Chen Jun's team had also reached its peak. After sealing the entrances and exits, Chen Yongren personally took out a pistol and charged up with the beast soldiers. Arriving in front of a house, Chen Yongren signaled one of his men to go up and knock on the door. Knock! Knock! A short while later, an impatient voice came from the house. Who the hell is knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Hello? I'm the tenant living next door. Today I went out in too much of a hurry. I forgot my keys at home, and now I'm waiting for the master to unlock the door. Can you lend me a bathroom to use? He had just finished his sentence when the wooden door to the house opened, and the person who opened the door was none other than Fei Quan. Fei Quan was naked, holding a cigarette and looking at the strange man standing in the doorway. Seeing that the other party looked harmless, he didn't think too much about it. Opened the outer iron door directly. Come in. Fei Quan had just moved here not long ago, plus there were many households on the first floor of this estate, so naturally he didn't recognize each other. It's just that we're all neighbors, and he doesn't want to appear too petty. After all, he might have something he might need from the other side in the future. But as he opened the door and turned to enter the house, a gun was placed directly against his head. At this moment, he was stumped. The cigarette he was holding in his mouth also fell to the ground. In the next second, a voice came out. Brother Fei Quan, how are you? Fei Quan slowly turned around and instantly recognized Chen Yongren, the number one horseman beside Chen Jun. After seeing the other party, Fei Quan's heart went cold. He gulped and whispered, what do you want? What do you think the old man wants? You almost dead Jun last time, and then tried to kill Causeway Bay with his minions. Luckily, Jun's life is strong, or else he might have fallen into your hands. After saying that, Chen Yongren stepped forward towards Fei Quan's abdomen and kicked him. Fei Quan was kicked directly back into the house. The whole person kneeled on the ground covering his stomach in pain and said, have the guts to shoot me. Fei Quan is, after all, a tough cookie. Plus, he knew that his vendetta against Chen Jun was already unresolvable, so simply might as well let the other guy give himself a hard time. But it was clear that Chen Yongren had no intention of just sending him on his way. He grabbed the other party's hair and said viciously, that depends on whether my boss Jun will cheapen you for nothing. Men, gag him and take him away. Yes, Jen. Several people then stepped forward to quickly tie up Fei Quan and carry him downstairs, stuffed into the van and headed straight for the Phoenix nightclub, as the nightclub has been ordered to close by the police. So at this time in the nightclub, there were only a few scattered people guarding Chen Jun's side. When Chen Yongren brought Fei Quan to him, a grim smile then appeared on Chen Jun's face. Fei Quan, I didn't expect you to be so bold as not to flee from Xiangjiang. Fei Quan, on the other hand, said with a disdainful look on his face, humph, kill me if you have the guts. Chapter 93, a family should go on the road together. You think I wouldn't dare? After Chen Jun finished speaking, he directly picked up the pistol on the table and shot Fei Quan in the chest. Boo! Gunshots rang out, and the bullets instantly penetrated Fei Quan's body, blood splattering out. A heartbreaking voice then cried out from Fei Quan's mouth. Let me ask you, who is the current leader of your club? Fei Quan gritted his teeth and returned. I'm the boss of Honglu now. Just you. Who are you? Chen Jun naturally didn't believe Fei Quan's bull *******. He himself has no foundation in the society, and relies solely on winning the appreciation of Brother Piao to get to the top as a big brother. Then after failing to assassinate himself he was directly marginalized by the society. Now without Hong Piao, Fei Quan is a dog in Honglu, so no matter what, there was no way he could be the temporary leader of Honglu. Ha ha, there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Fei Quan scoffed through the pain. Chen Jun wasn't used to him either, and stepped forward and stomped on the wound on his chest. Ah, it hurts. Get your foot loose. Fei Quan was not someone who would betray his brother though, but the physical pain took his breath away. Chen Jun didn't let go of his foot after hearing this. Instead he continued to increase his strength. This caused Fei Quan to almost pass out from the pain. It was only after enduring the intense pain that Chen Jun slowly loosened his foot. After getting a chance to catch his breath, Fei Quan hurriedly gasped up, though a cold sweat had broken out on his forehead. But for him, it wasn't enough for him to betray the society. I've never been afraid of death when I've been out in the world. Even if you torture me to death today, I won't reveal half a word to you. Seeing Fei Quan with such a backbone, Chen Jun secretly felt pity. If the system had allowed him to come under his command in the first place, he probably would have been a fierce general. It's just a shame there are no ifs. Today, Fei Quan must die by his own hand. But before that, he had to get some useful information out of his opponent. With that, Chen Jun took out a cell phone and dialed a number. Fei Quan looked at Chen Jun with a sinister gaze, wondering what tricks the other party was playing. But the next second, his face changed drastically, because on the phone, after all, his own mother's voice came out. Is it flying full? The voice on the other side was very urgent. And say your name as soon as you open your mouth. It was obvious that his family, at the moment, had been controlled by Chen Jun. Chen Jun, you actually made a move on my family. Fei Quan also did not expect the famous Chen Jun to be so shameless as to run off and kidnap unarmed people. Yeah, there's a rule in the Jianghu that woe is not as good as family. I almost forgot about it. Chen Jun woke up with a slap on the head, but immediately afterward, he changed his mind. But it's better for the family to be neat and tidy, so that you'll have a companion on your way to the Yellow Springs. At that moment, the voice of his own mother, crying and pleading, also came over the phone. But then Chen Jun simply hung up the phone, not giving Fei Quan's mother another chance to make a sound. Chen Jun, let my family go, or I won't let you go even as a ghost. I'm a man who's afraid of everything but ghosts. If you really become a stern ghost, you're welcome to come to me for revenge. But until then, you'd better pray you turn into a ghost. After seeing that Chen Jun was simply fearless of his threats, this time Fei Quan really panicked. He was righteous, but he was even more filial. If his own mother died because of him, then he would really die in peace. As for being reincarnated as a ghost, he himself did not believe in such words. Coupled with the fact that the wound was becoming more and more painful, and after the blood was flowing all over the place, Fei Quan knew that he definitely couldn't carry it for long. Anyway, he was going to die anyway, even if he betrayed his brother. There was no way for the people in the society to settle the score with him. In the end, Fei Quan finally chose the latter between righteousness and filial piety. Jun Chen, I can tell you where those big brothers of Honlu are hiding. Also I can reveal to you about the temporary leader of our club. Chen Jun smiled slightly after hearing this. That's right, you are willing to cooperate. I naturally don't want to do things that go against the morals of the Jianghu. After all, I'm going to be in the Jianghu in the future, so it's not like I'm taking things too far. After saying that, Chen Jun picked up his cell phone and dialed the number he had just dialed again. You guys let the people go and leave. Remember not to hurt a hair on the other side anymore. By the way, let's leave another $100,000 for the old man as Fei Quan's settlement fee. Chen Jun ends up not forgetting to sweetly give Fei Quan's mother a sum of money as a way to move the other party. The trick worked. After seeing Chen Jun release his mother so quickly and give an extra amount of money, Fei Quan's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Immediately after, he told Chen Jun all about Hong Li's current internal organizational structure while he still had breath. By the time he finished his sentence, he was very weak. Looking at Fei Quan, who was lying dying on the sofa, Chen Jun simply said indifferently, "Ah Yen, send him on his way." Understood. Without any nonsense, Chen Yongren directly took out a piece of cloth and covered Fei Quan's face. Then he took out a silent pistol and shot Fei Quan in the head. Fei Quan's body shook momentarily, then died on the spot. Jun, what about the body? Send it to be cremated and give the ashes to his mother. This guy is quite a man, only he stood against me, so he must die. In this world, whoever stands against me will end up like him. A piercing chill seemed to emanate from Chen Jun's body as he uttered these words. Chen Yongren couldn't help but win a cold war, and his body shivered along with him. Of course he knew who Chen Jun was talking to with these words. He then said cautiously, "Then, Jun, I'll order it down and have Feng Yuxiu do it one by one. Tell him I want wind of their deaths by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Understood. This time, Fei Quan revealed a total of 6 Hon Le Red Sticks. 2 of them are also big brothers of the uncles of the society and have high prestige in the gang. At the same time, he also learned that it was Uncle Tak, a genin of the uncle's generation, who was currently in control of Honglok. And as long as we can get rid of Uncle Tak and a few other big brothers together tonight, then Honglu would not want to go against himself in the future. He would also be able to take the opportunity to have the beast soldiers pour in and take back all of the other side's fields and territory. An hour later, in one of the nightclubs in the East End, Uncle Tak was hugging 2 women and singing in a KTV box. "Here, give me a kiss." Just as Uncle Tak was about to make his move. Instead, the compartment door was kicked open from the outside. Uncle Tay was startled, then cursed, "Who kicked the door? Don't you want to live?" But the next moment, from outside, there walked in someone who made him raise the hairs on his back. Chapter 94, The Police Force is Furious. SDU debuts on the scene. Soon, several gunshots were heard from the box. Outside the hall, everyone held their breath. The beast soldiers around them had guns in their hands, pointing them at the crowd at the scene. Anyone who dares to make any noise at this time, they will not hesitate to shoot. Then, Feng Yuxiu walked out, glancing at the people around him. He just coldly left a sentence. "This guy shot himself. Anyone who dares to say more and miss a word, then let your families wait to clean up after you." After saying this, Feng Yuxiu turned around and left, leading the beast soldiers to quickly leave the scene. 20 minutes later, the police arrived late. The officer leading the group called the owner of the nightclub over. "Any idea who this guy is?" "I know. Uncle Tak of Hunglok." The owner gulped back. Just no. Who did it? Tell us straight. The other man pulled out a book when he finished, ready to record it. But the next second, the boss responded awkwardly. Sorry sir, I'm not sure. That's when I heard 2 gunshots go off out of nowhere. And then I broke in after the waiter to see what was going on. And by the time I got into the house, Uncle Tay was already dead. After hearing this, the officer immediately frowned and asked rhetorically, You mean you don't know who the murderer is? Yes. We didn't even see anyone enter Uncle Tack's box. You treat me like a cutie. And, is that what you're trying to tell me? That this guy came here for a good time, and in a moment of confusion, he took out a pistol and killed himself? The officer was impatient by this time. He knew the other man must have seen the murderer. Even this murderer he probably knew. It's just that people in the Jianghu, especially those who do gray business, usually don't dare to easily offend their brothers who hang out on the road. Not to mention the kind of person who dares to kill a society's big brother so easily. Sir, don't give me a hard time. I just want to run the nightclub properly. I really don't know anything else. The owner put on a difficult face and said, It's a crime not to know. Do you believe I'll take you back to the station right now? The other guy got impatient too. Hearing this, the boss sighed helplessly and then showed his cards. Sir, if you can spare me by arresting me and locking me up for a few days, then you can arrest me. The boss is not stupid. As long as he didn't do it, the police can't do anything about it. The alleged lack of knowledge is only the police's side of the story. After all, they weren't there at the time, so who knows if they saw the murderer with their own eyes or not. It was for this reason that the officer, after giving the nightclub owner a hard stare, eventually gave up and took him away after handcuffing him. After another round of questioning at the scene yielded no clues, he had no choice but to order the scene to be cordoned off and have the nightclub closed for the time being. And after Uncle Tack was assassinated, the next few big brothers of Han Lok were also assassinated one after another. Some of them were still whoring around in the hotel when they were suddenly shot and killed by people breaking into their houses. Some were snorting powder, only to be caught and forcibly injected with large quantities of white powder and dye. Overnight, Hong Li's bosses died and fled. The whole club, up and down, couldn't contact a big brother for a while. As soon as the day dawned, the news went out and there was an immediate uproar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did you hear? Hong Li's big brothers were ambushed last night. Uncle Tack was killed in a nightclub. Man was assassinated in a hotel. And Snake Boy, not to mention, sucked himself to death. Who in the world has so much energy to do such a thing? No matter who it is. In short, Honglu was completely finished this time. After being hit hard, the whole of Hongla was on edge, with the group of dragons without a leader. That night, Chen Jun directly commanded remotely by remote control, allowing tens of thousands of beast soldiers to pour out and forcefully seize all of Han Li's venues. Late at night, the entire Jianghu was unusually lively. There was a lot of vandalism everywhere, and the top brass of the police, on being notified of the incident, were the first to send out various types of police units to go around and arrest those involved in the atrocities. Chen Jun was originally lying down in his own villa when the door to his room downstairs was suddenly smashed open. By the time he got up and walked out the door, he found several men wearing black hoods and body armor and armed with submachine guns had surrounded him. However, in the face of these people, Chen Jun did not panic in the slightest, because he had already anticipated that the police would make a move against him. What he did not expect was that this time the police had actually deployed the SDU to arrest him. Crouch down immediately and put your hands on your head, one of the SDU members shouted. But Chen Jun sneered, on what grounds? What have I committed? Cut the ing crap. If you don't do what's asked of you, we'll consider you resisting arrest. In that case, we have the authority to shoot you directly. The other man continued to threaten, but Chen Jun wasn't intimidated either. He walked right up to the other man and lifted his hand to move the muzzle of the gun away from his face. Did your boss, Nando, give you orders to shoot me? If you still want to do your duty properly, then don't ask for trouble. I'll come back to the station with you, but until you get any evidence of my crimes, you'll have to go easy on me. Remember, I'm going back with you to assist in the investigation, not a suspect on trial. Chen Jun choked back coldly. After being disliked by Chen Jun, this SDU member instantly wimped out, although he really could have shot Chen Jun, but as Chen Jun said, he would get into a lot of trouble after doing that. First of all, Chen Jun hadn't been convicted yet. It was just that the police force's top brass had sent an elite unit to personally arrest Chen Jun just in case he would resist. But I did not expect Chen Jun not only did not resist, but also directly expressed willingness to cooperate with the police action. This gave him even less reason to go after Chen Jun. Plus, Chen Jun's influence was enormous, with tens of thousands of men under his command. If we really want to get rid of him, then the future of those involved in this operation won't be too easy for them. After all, the police force can't protect them for the rest of their lives. Not to mention that he has family members living in Xinjiang. So after weighing the pros and cons, this SDU could only grit his teeth and concede. Then please cooperate and come back to the police station with us. No problem. Lead the way ahead. Also taken away by the police that night were Chen Yongren and a group of Chen Jun's men, including Feng Yuxiu. Even a few big brothers within Hung Hing were brought back to the police station for questioning. Chan Chun, on the other hand, was taken directly to the Causeway Bay police station by the SDU. When he saw Ma Jun again, the corners of Chen Jun's mouth inadvertently rose up, followed by an imperceptible smile. Chapter 95, Big B is killed. Clear all obstacles. Just as Ma Jun was interrogating Chen Jun, a noise came from outside the house. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jun Chen, did you let your men come and mess up again? I'm telling you, if you don't give an honest account today of the vicious series of events that took place last night, you're not getting out of this gate. This time the police hierarchy was completely outraged. In particular, Deputy Director Lu Jiehue gave Ma Jun a deadly order. Let him teach Chen Jun a lesson no matter what. If there is conclusive evidence of the other party's guilt, he is arrested immediately and no one may plead for his release on bail. So with the imperial sword, the Ma Jun spoke much harder. Officer Ma, I'm innocent. What do I have to do with those people vandalizing? I can't be blamed for everything that happens in this land of Xinjiang, can I? Cut the crap. Those are your men. Can you not know? When did I ever take on these henchmen? Why don't I know? Did they tell you this themselves? Chen Jun asked rhetorically. Ma Jun wanted to say something else, but the door to the room was pushed right open. Seeing his men barging in, Ma Jun was very unhappy and said, "Can't you see I'm interrogating a suspect? Chief, it's bad." A group of people broke right into the police station. Are all of you on a diet? Whoever dares to drive recklessly, you shoot me. Ma Jun rebuked furiously. Unlike others, he's never been soft on suspects. Even if he shot a few kooks, he didn't care at all. But the henchmen cried back, "Boss, they came to turn themselves in." What? Ma Jun was completely baffled now, and the next remarks of his men were beyond his comprehension. You mean that all these vicious cases have been claimed voluntarily? Yeah, those people have stated that they did all these things and had nothing to do with anyone else. As soon as Ma Jun heard it, he knew that these people's intention was to free Chen Jun. Although there were a number of nasty incidents yesterday night, but every single thing isn't a big deal. The most you can do with vandalism is to damage someone's property, basically pay for it, and maybe deal with it on probation. If you injure someone, after paying the medical bills, the most you can do is a few months in jail and you're done. In this way, people are naturally willing to come forward and take all the blame. And the good thing about them doing that is that the police wouldn't have the ability to pin everything all on one person, or one force. Arrest all those who are going to turn themselves in and give me a good interrogation. If anyone is found to be deliberately disrupting the public and making false confessions, lock them all up together and let the prosecutor's office prosecute them. Yes, Chief. When the other party left, Ma Jun immediately came to Chen Jun's face. You kid can do it. Where did you find such a group of minions who aren't afraid of death? I don't know what you're talking about, but you guys should feel grateful. Wouldn't this save your police a lot of work since someone took the initiative to report it? Of course, the most important thing is to give justice to innocent people, like me. Chen Jun returned with a thick smile. Ma Jun couldn't wait to put a bullet directly into Chen Jun's head. Still, reason told him not to be impulsive. Otherwise one's future would be completely ruined. And after killing a Chen Jun, his men will be out of control. It will only make society more unstable in time. So in the end, Ma Jun could only agree to Chen Jun's lawyer coming over to process his bail pending trial. After leaving the police station, Chen Jun called Prince at the first opportunity. Crown Prince, it's time to convene the Hung Hing Assembly, isn't it? The prince had gotten wind of it a long time ago. At this moment, he no longer had any courage at all to compete with Chen Jun for the word. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is no one who can stop Chan Chun from rising to the top in Hung Hing society right now. I'm going to contact the others. Let's get all the red sticks of the society to attend the meeting together, so we don't have to notify them one by one later. Jun Chen offered. Okay. When he hung up, the prince began to call one by one. And Chen Jun also got into his own car and started to rush towards the Hung Hing General Hall. At that time, Big B, who was drinking daddy's tea near Happy Valley in Wanchai, received a call from Prince but said disdainfully, "I'll go if he asks me to. Wait until he becomes the leader." Big B became even more annoyed after learning that Chen Jun was safe and sound. He knew very well that no one could stop Chen Jun right now. Not only would he not get his causeway back, he would not be able to do anything in the society himself in the future. So since he had nothing left, there was no need for him to look at Chen Jun's face anymore. Anyway, Now that he had no one and no power, the other party couldn't do anything about it. But just as he hung up the phone, a man sitting behind him suddenly stood up, then quickly pulled a pistol from his pocket. The next second, the pistol was directly against Big B's head. "Who is it?" Big B didn't turn around but immediately understood what was going on. "Big B, my boss told me to tell you, when you're out in the world, you have to admit your mistakes and stand up straight when you're beaten." After saying that, without waiting for Big B to reply, the other party directly pulled the trigger. Boo! After the gunshot, the whole cafeteria was instantly quiet. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with a look of horror. It was only after the shooter left that some people reacted. "Quick! Call an ambulance! Call the police! Hurry up and call the police!" By the time police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene, the murderer had long since fled. Soon, the heads of Hung Hing's various halls, and already a group of red sticks who were famous in the Jianghu were all present. That Chen Jun is really ruthless. I heard that some of the somewhat influential big brothers over at Hunlock have started to run away and leave Hong Kong. Isn't that right? Chen Jun is simply trying to kill everyone this time, leaving no one alive. Yesterday, his men smashed all of Hong Li's venues in the Western District, and injured a number of Hong Li's members. And now there's no Hong Li's forces present in the entire Western District anymore. Just as everyone was talking, Chen Jun slowly walked into the venue. When everyone saw Chen Jun, they immediately obediently shut their mouths. Even the Crown Prince, of his own accord, gave up the dragon head chair. Chen Jun didn't swell either, and still sat in the chair that belonged to him as a rule. "Good morning everyone, are we all here?" Chen Jun asked calmly to the crowd as he sat down. "Looks like Big B didn't show up." Noticing that Big B wasn't there, Qi then opened his mouth to remind him. "Why don't we call around and see where he is? There's no need to ask, he'll never make it. Let's get straight to the meeting." At that moment, Chen Jun suddenly spoke out of turn. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air when those words came out. Everyone knew in their hearts that Big B was certainly in no better shape at the moment. Chapter 96 on the top. Hung Hing Dragon Head Chan Chun. Since everyone is here, let's get started. At this point, Han Bin hurriedly took the initiative to pick up the conversation. After seeing that everyone didn't have any objections, the Crown Prince, who was the temporary society sitter, also began to preside over the meeting. "I've gathered you all here today for one purpose only, and that is to elect the next speaker of our club. As we all know, we are currently in a bad situation in Hung Hing. Mr. Chang and brother, you were killed one after another, and the society is in chaos internally. So I hope this matter will be finalized as soon as possible so that a new leader can be elected as soon as possible. Alright, anyone below who wants to run for leader, or has someone they want to recommend, can put it forward. As long as the other party is from our Hung Hing and has become a red stick, then they meet the requirements to run for the election." The prince finished his sentence, but the scene was unusually quiet. If it was before this, there would have been a lot of big brothers who would have jumped at the chance. But now, everyone knows it inside out. This leading throne belongs to Chen Jun alone. At that exact moment, Prince's cell phone rang. He didn't want to answer the phone, but when he saw the caller ID display, he put the call through in front of everyone. "I am the prince." "Okay, I got it." After a few brief words, the other person hung up the phone. "Prince, is something wrong?" Qi, who was closest to him, asked curiously. "The police called to inform us that Big B was assassinated by an unknown person at a tea store and asked if we knew who actually did this." The Crown Prince purposely glanced at Chen Jun as he finished speaking. Chen Jun, on the other hand, was sitting very calmly in his seat, looking at everyone with a big smile on his face. Hearing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat at this moment, especially Lai Biao, who was sitting across from Chen Jun and always liked to go against Chen Jun on weekdays, didn't even dare to breathe. His power in North Point was itself the weakest of the 12 halls, so once Chen Jun became the boss of the society, then want to punish him up is as easy as a slap in the face. Okay, enough about B for now. Let's get the club leader elected in a hurry. Anyone want to gross out? Why don't I do it? At that moment, Chen Jun finally spoke. Good. Jun Chen has stated his willingness to run. Does anyone else want to compete? The prince's words were nonsense, but it was time to go through the motions. In this way, Chan Chun will be able to take the throne in name only and become the next legitimate sitter of Hung Hing. The prince looked around and after realizing that no one was seeking their own death, he couldn't wait to announce. Well, since no one else is running for the election, then I will announce here that with immediate effect, Jun Chen will be the new leader of our Hung Hing. As the Crown Prince's words fell, the scene erupted in applause. Chen Jun slowly stood up and gave a slight nod of greeting to everyone. Then he moved to the chair that symbolized the dragon's head and sat down. At that moment, the Crown Prince also handed a dark and translucent wooden stick to Chen Jun. Jun Chen, This is our dragon head baton of Hung Hing. Please keep it safe. Chen Jun nodded, then held the stick in his hand. Immediately after that, another ceremony was organized for Chen Jun within the society. After burning incense and worshipping the 5 ancestors, Chen Jun finally became the leader of the society. When Chen Jun sat on the dragon head chair again, the bosses on both sides around him had completely obeyed his command. Well, let me briefly mention a few things. First, regarding the deaths of Mr. Jiang, Chen Yao, and Big B, we must work together with the police to investigate to the bottom. If it wasn't an accident or a suicide, then we have to try to catch the murderer early and bring him to justice. The expressions of the people on the scene suddenly became intriguing. After all, who knows within themselves who else could have done this? But everyone is not a cutie pie, so everyone chose to remain silent at first to show their acceptance of the matter. Seeing that no one had any objections, Chen Jun continued, 13th sister, you will be responsible for handling the aftermath of the 3 of them next. Mr. Zhang's funeral will be held according to the society's highest specifications, and Chen Yao and Big B will go one notch lower. Although Chen Jun hated these people to the bone, the surface work still had to be done, especially Jiang Tiansheng, who carried an extremely heavy weight in the jungle. If a grand funeral is not held for him, not only will there be gossip within the society, but also outside. So not only does Chen Jun have to organize a funeral for the 3, he has to do it in style. Let the world know that not only did he not lay a hand on these guys, but that he respected them in his heart. Yes, Jun. 13 sisters addressed respectfully. Ever since Chen Jun took the throne, 13 sisters no longer dared to call Chen Jun by his first name. Okay, let me say the second thing. As you all know, Honglu is now out of gas. The vast majority of their field was swept clean by me as well. The next thing you have to do is bring your own people and take back all the fields that belong to your territory. If anyone feels they don't have the strength to do it at the moment, then contact me directly and I will unconditionally send in troops to help you out. But if you guys are going to act too unhelpful, then I might have to consider replacing some of the useless ones. Chen Jun didn't forget to knock the big brother's present when he was handing out sweet dates. Tell them, I can help you, but only if you fight for yourselves. Everyone nodded as they listened. After all, the field was theirs to snatch back, which was beneficial to everyone. So naturally they were all willing to do this. The third thing is that I'm going to choose one person within the club to come out and be the white paper fan of the club. We all know very well that it was because of Chen Yao's presence in the first place that the society was able to function properly. And now that the position of white paper fan is vacant, it will inevitably have an impact on Hung Hing in the long run. So I'd like to hear from you guys and see if everyone has the right candidate. If there is no good candidate, then I will have to go down and choose myself. Although Chen Jun was very polite to let everyone give their opinions, but all the people present were people who had been in the business for many years. When they heard that last part, everyone understood that Chen Jun must have already had a candidate in mind. It is only that he is not in a position to say it outright, but intends to go through the motions, thus creating a democratic atmosphere. Jun, we really don't know who can hold such an important position. Why don't you decide it yourself? At this point, Qi was very uptight and said, alright, since none of you have a suitable candidate in mind, I'll pick. I'm going to let my man Chen Yongren be the white paper fan of the society. Do you have any comments? Chapter 97 Gambling King's Shock. An invitation from his future old uncle. The people at the scene, including Chen Yongren, were all dumbfounded. After all, before this, Chen Yongren was still just a 49 boy in the society. As a rule, he wasn't even qualified to ascend to become a white paper fan. And Chen Yongren's heart was racing at the moment. He didn't expect that not only did Chen Jun not care about his previous status, but instead gave him such an important position. Before this, Chan Wingyan had some cards in Causeway Bay, but in Hung Hing or even the entire Jianghu, he did not have any influence or prestige. So if he could become a white paper fan, his own status in the underworld would skyrocket. Thinking of this, Chen Yongren's body also began to tremble slightly. His expression thrilled. I agree. Ren has been following Jun for so long in life and death. He surely has Jun's trust. Plus the fact that Causeway Bay is being governed so brilliantly shows side by side how good his management skills are. At this point, Qi immediately slapped a rainbow fart. We all know that this matter Chen Jun has already had an idea. Who say something back again is asking for trouble. So next the big brothers of the other halls clapped their hands. Some people even took the initiative to congratulate Chen Yongren and make good relations with the other party in advance. Chen Yongren was immediately flattered and very moved. When the meeting was adjourned, he came to Chen Jun and spoke solemnly to him. Brother Jun, don't worry, as long as I'm around for a day, I'll do my best to sell my life for you and the society. ********. Even if you put your life on the line for the club, The main purpose of me making you a white paper fan is that I need you to monitor the entire club instead of me. From now on, you secretly find me a group of smart-minded and cautious guys and have them keep an eye on those big brothers for me the whole 24 hours. As soon as you find out that they have plans to rebel or eat behind the back of the society, you will immediately report it to me. The reason why Chen Jun strongly supports Chen Yongren's rise to the top is that on the one hand, he is one of his own people and it would be more comfortable to use him. On the other hand, Chen Jun also intended to completely bring Chen Yongren down. The only way to keep him in as deep as he can is to keep him from the idea of betraying himself and the society. And Chen Yongren had long since given up on the path of returning to the police force at this moment. You can have whatever you want when you become a white paper fan of the society yourself. The faith he had in the beginning had long since been thrown away and fed to the dogs. As for Huang Jiqing's side, he also planned to change the way of cooperation with the other party. By channeling some irrelevant information to the other side, you can get the other side's support behind the scenes. Brother Jun, don't worry, I'll be sure to closely monitor everyone's every move. Chen Yongren then solemnly replied. The news of Chen Jun's rise to power has unsurprisingly spread quickly throughout the streets of Xiangjiang. Before the black and white people could react, the 12 Hunghing halls came out in force and launched a thunderous attack on all Hunlok's venues across the island. In itself, Hunghing had an absolute advantage in terms of strength and numbers, not to mention that nowadays, Hunlok had long since become a lost dog, so just 2 days down the line, Hunlok society had a total rout, and all the venues were taken away by Hunghing. And the vast majority of the Hunlok society either took the opportunity to quit the jungle and go about their normal lives. Either that, or they choose to defect to another society and change their faces to continue to hang out on the road. As for the matter of taking revenge on Chen Jun and Hunghing, no one dared to mention it at all within the Hunlok society. After all, they also knew that the situation at hand was good enough to stay alive. A few days later, in less than a week after Chen Jun had assumed the position of Hunghing's leader, the Hunlok society completely disappeared from the Jianghu. And Hunghing's sphere of influence has almost exactly doubled. The various halls also took the opportunity to recruit and expand their forces. The matter of Chan Chun becoming the leader of Hunghing has not only aroused discussions in various sectors, even the king of gamblers, Mr. Ho, who was far away in Macau, had also gotten wind of it. After looking at all the news about Chen Jun reported in the newspapers and magazines, He Hongsen's expression became bizarre. Daughter, this boyfriend of yours, he really seems to have some ability. He Chaoqiong, who was accompanying the king of gamblers on the side, did not know what the other party meant by what he said when he heard it, and could only calmly return, what he does not have much to do with me. Humph, are you just having fun with him and don't plan on being with him forever? Upon hearing this, He Chaoqiong helplessly returned. Do you think it is possible for me and him to be together? How do you know if you don't try? The king of gamblers smiled and looked at He Chaoqiong. His father's unusual attitude startled He Chaoqiong. Before this, the name Chen Jun was an absolute taboo in the family. No one is allowed to mention the name in front of the king of gamblers and all news about him. But now, the father seems to have changed his attitude. Father, do you mean that you intend to agree to my affair with Chen Jun? He Chaoqiong hadn't thought about marrying Chen Jun yet though, but if her father relented and agreed to let them fall in love, she wouldn't mind having a good, open and honest love affair with Chen Jun. As for how it turned out, she didn't care. Born into a wealthy imperial family, she had long since seen through a paper marriage. Even if she never married for the rest of her life and had no children, she didn't care. I'll give the boy a chance, but he'll have to run some errands for me. If it's done beautifully, then I can think about what's going on between you two. Ho Hongsen said loosely. What is it? I can't reveal too much about this to you in advance, so pass a message to him for me. If he really wants to be with you, and wants my approval too, then let him come to Macau. Although He Chaoqiong was very puzzled inwardly, and also a bit suspicious of whether his father was setting up a trap for Chen Jun to drill, but she eventually planned to tell Chen Jun about it. As for whether or not the other party was willing to come, and whether or not they would agree to his father's conditions after coming, it was up to Chen Jun. He Chaoqiong then made a call to Chen Jun. Yo, the sun came out of the west? Your dad didn't set up a home and banquet in Macau for me to break into, did he? I don't know. If you're worried then you shouldn't have come. He Chaoqiong was not sure. After all, in case the king of gamblers really started a fight in Macau, she could not save Chen Jun. Ha ha, there's nothing in this world that I wouldn't dare to do. You tell He Hongsen that when I'm done with this bout of work, I'll personally go over to pay my respects to his old man, Chen Jun said in disbelief. Although he knew that this trip wouldn't be easy, he also believed that with He Hongsen's character and present-day status, there was absolutely no way that he would resort to trickery against himself. Seeing that Chen Jun was really willing to come to Macau in a desperate attempt for himself, He Chaoqiong was very touched inwardly. In this moment, Her love for Chen Jun grew much stronger. Okay, I'll be over here. Chapter 98, Fong Ting in trouble? I must support my sister-in-law. With the overthrow of Hung Lok, Hung Hing's strength quickly skyrocketed after he strongly took over all the other side's territories and venues. It directly stabilized the top position of the Hong Kong society. And Chen Jun's fame also soared, and his influence in the Jianghu increased day by day. But just as he had finished with this matter and was about to leave for Macau to meet what might be his future old man, a familiar person comes to the door out of nowhere. Seeing the haggard Fong Ting, Chen Jun recalled that the two had a relationship. Only Fontaine, at this time, didn't seem to be having a good time. After all, when she was able to become popular in the movie and television industry, it was mainly due to Jiang Tianqing's support. But now that Jiang Tianqing was dead, she naturally wasn't living as well. Fontaine, what do you want to see me about? The two themselves were underground, so when they met, Chen Jun still opened his mouth in a serious manner and asked, but Fontaine sobbed on the spot. Arjun, you're going to have to help me this time. Take it easy, sit down and take your time. What's happened to you? Fong Ting had sort of helped Chen Jun a lot back then, plus he had slept with her after all, so no matter what, he would definitely help the other party to set things right. Ever since Mr. Jiang left, my situation has become very difficult. The two movies that were originally finalized with me as the female lead are now temporarily removing me for various reasons. Also, some people on the road have taken the opportunity to blackmail me into doing things I don't want to do. I'm really desperate. That's why I thought of coming to you. Fontaine complained. Chen Jun's face instantly grimaced at his words. Although Jiang Tianqing was dead, anyone in the outside world knew that Fong Ting was the woman of the former Hung Hing leader. It's normal for a movie to change roles. After all, the main investor withdrew, and there's no excuse for the director's side to find someone else. But when he learned that there were other people from other clubs who wanted to hit on Fong Ting, he couldn't help it at all. Who's got the nerve? It's Lei Yao Yang from Eastern Star. Hearing this name, Chen Jun sneered. No wonder he dared to beat your thoughts. So he's Dongqing's big brother. Ever since Crow died in the first place, the relationship between Tung Sing and Hung Hing has become strained. It was only during his reign that Jiang Tianqing tried his best to maintain the stability of the society and was willing to make concessions to the Camel of the Eastern Star on many issues, so the two societies in general did not have much of a dispute except for some minor friction. But now that Jiang Tianqing was dead, he didn't take the initiative to contact Camelot himself. That's why the Eastern Star side didn't put Fong Ting in their eyes, and Louis Yuyun was honored as one of the 5 tigers of the Eastern Star, and had a pivotal position in the Eastern Star Society. He looked at Shang Ting and tried to coerce the other to work for him, and naturally, Locke wouldn't say anything. What am I supposed to do now? He had to make me sign up for his movie company and force me to star in a third-grade movie, and I'm going to be asked to drink and room with some of the investors' bosses. Fontaine continued to complain. As a weak woman, at this time she knew very well that no one in the whole of Shenzhen could help her anymore except for Chen Jun. I'll fix things on the East Star side. In addition, which movie replaced you? You give me the other director's contact information. I'll personally go and talk to them. Ah, really? When Fong Ting heard this, an expression of joy immediately appeared on her face. When have I ever lied to you? Chen Jun faintly said. Well, thank you very much then. By the way, do you need me to say anything else for you? I certainly won't say no to anything I can do. After saying that, Fong Ting even purposely threw Chen Jun a wink. Of course Chen Jun knew what Fong Ting was hinting at. For her, Chan Chun is young and talented and the new leader of Hung Hing. The two were already so close again before. At this time, as long as Chen Jun was willing, she would inevitably throw herself directly into Chen Jun's arms and become his true woman. However, Chen Jun had no intention of messing around anymore. Rolling in bed with her before was mainly for the sake of completing system tasks. Plus, Fong Ting was after all the woman of the former faucet. If she came together with herself now, this would inevitably make the outside world start to suspect. Did he team up with Fong Ting to victimize Jiang Tianqing? What's more, according to the rules of the club, Jiang Tianqing was also considered half of Chen Jun's boss. Once you do something like hooking your sister-in-law, you are bound to be disgraced by the people in the Jianghu. Therefore, Chen Jun decisively declined. Fong Ting, you also know that I am now the new faucet. So if the two of us were to get together, a lot of gossip would surely arise. That won't do you or me any good. After hearing Chen Jun's words, Fong Ting's expression darkened. She knew Chen Jun's concerns, so her mood was much lower. However, Chen Jun then added, but don't worry about it, even if you no longer have anything to do with me, I will do you a favor. After all, you were once my woman too. Just by virtue of Chen Jun's words, the haze in front of Fong Ting's eyes was instantly swept away. She knew that Chen Jun was a very sentimental person, so as long as one is really in trouble, The other party will definitely not stand by and do nothing. Fong Ting then gave Chen Jun the names and contact information of the producers and directors of his 2 movies. Chen Jun took a look, and one of these people was quite famous. It's an absolute authority in Hong Kong's third-grade movie market. Okay, then we'll take you first. In the afternoon of that moment, Chen Jun brought along Feng Yashio and a bunch of other beast soldiers and headed directly to director Wang Sanri's movie production company's office. After arriving at the other company's building, Chen Jun wore sunglasses and walked straight in. Gentlemen, may I ask who you are looking for? At that moment, a receptionist woman at the front desk immediately came forward and asked, Is your boss, Wang Sanil, here? A beast soldier junior asked coldly. Our boss is on the set filming a movie. May I ask what you are looking for him for? Chen Jun took off his sunglasses and said indifferently, Tell him that if he doesn't make it back within half an hour, I'll smash his company. The receptionist was instantly scared out of her wits after hearing that. She hadn't seen a battle like this in all the time she'd been working here. After all, the reason why Wang Sanri was able to start a movie and television company and prepare for the production of a third-grade movie. Naturally, he also had a strong social background. So before this, she hadn't even met a ruthless person like Chen Jun. Seeing that Chen Jun and the others didn't look like they were joking, the receptionist didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly picked up the phone, trying to contact Wang Sanri. On the other hand, Wang Sanri, who was still on the set instructing new actors on how to make their bed scenes more realistic, also received a call from his staff. Who is so ungrateful as to go into my territory and cause trouble? And what's his name? Chapter 99, Is there any law? Is there any law? The receptionist tremblingly walked up to Chen Jun and asked in a low voice, Our boss asked for your first name. She herself was an ordinary laborer who received a meager salary. So naturally she didn't dare to offend someone with a social background like Chen Jun. So speak with great politeness and humility. Tell him my name is Chen Jun. After saying that, Chen Jun led his minions directly into the company. Boss, he said his name is Chen Jun. The receptionist hurriedly reported over the phone. Wang Sanri froze for a few seconds, then hung up the phone in seconds. Assistant director, you guys watch the scene. I'll go back to the company. 20 minutes later, Wang Sanri rushed back into the company with his obese stomach. By the time he entered the house, he was sweating and panting. Where are the people? Boss, he's in your office. Wang Sanri's heart thumped, thinking that the other party must be coming from a bad place this time. His heart hung in his throat as he watched the house already filled with strangers. After gently opening the door to his office room, Wang Sanri found 2 people sitting in the room. One of them was none other than Chen Jun himself. Although he hadn't dealt with Chen Jun had really made too much of a splash during this time. So much so that his picture and exploits can often be seen in newspapers and magazines. Hello Mr. Chen. I'm Wang Sanri. I heard you were looking for me for something? Wang Sanri immediately stepped forward upon seeing Chen Jun and said with a smile and a pander, Director Wang, right? I've heard a lot about you. Where? I'm just a person who makes movies. Nothing famous. I can't compare to you. You're being modest. There's really nothing wrong with me coming this time. Mainly because I have a sister-in-law who would love to be in a movie you're directing. Originally, you had all talked about cooperation and signed the contract, but now you have unilaterally broken the contract. So I have come here to inquire about what is going on. Wang Sanri instantly understood Chen Jun's intentions after hearing it. He came over today, obviously to help Fong Ting seek justice. Mr. Chen, truth be told, the female lead of this film in the first place was indeed non-Miss Fong Ting. But then, as you know, after Mr. Chang passed away, some things were out of my hands. Humph. Although Mr. Chang is gone, I, Hung Hing, am still around. Now I'm the new leader of Hung Hing, so my words don't carry any less weight than Mr. Chang's, right? Chen Jun questioned in a cold voice. Of course. Since Mr. Chen Jun has said so, then I can discuss with the team to see if we should invite Miss Fong Ting back again. Wang Sanri is also a human being. He did not immediately agree to Chen Jun, but also did not tell Chen Jun the real truth. And based on Chen Jun's knowledge of the entertainment industry, there must be another powerful force behind Wang Sanri's newly appointed female lead. However, right now, he was too lazy to care about what the other party's identity was. Only Chen Jun stood up and said calmly to Wang Sanri, No matter what difficulties you have, you can ask me directly. Also you give me a message to tell certain people that I'm guaranteed the #1 girl in this movie. Whoever doesn't let Fong Ting play the female lead, then this movie won't be released properly. Chen Jun's arrogant attitude made Wang Sanri not dare to take a breath. Wearing glasses, he was sweating profusely by now. Okay, I'll definitely try to coordinate this. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Chen Jun directly got up and left after saying that. After Chen Jun's people had walked away, Wang Sanri wiped the sweat from his forehead, then immediately called the movie's gold owner. Wang Sanri's side hadn't heard anything for a while, but the director of the other movie could be as courageous as he was. When Chen Jun made his intentions known, the other party called Fong Ting right in front of him and directly invited the other party to come back and continue her role as the female number one. Seeing this director so on board, Chen Jun was deeply gratified. Before leaving, he also did not forget to tell the other party his contact information, and said that if there is any need to contact him. After all, he was well aware that the world was a humane society. You don't make friends or get far by playing hard to get, so he preferred to become friends with the other party, so that we could mutually benefit and help each other in the future. That would be a good thing for Fontaine, too. After taking care of these two directors, the next thing Chen Jun was looking for was naturally East Star's Camelot. At present, he himself is the leader of Hung Hing, and if he wants to negotiate and communicate with other societies, naturally he has to look for the boss of the other side as well. So Chen Jun took the initiative and made a call to Camel. Although Camelot and Dongxing hated Chen Jun, but right now, Chen Jun not only controlled the entire Hung Hing, but also showed great strength in his fight with Hung Lok. Lok's attitude was also very pleasant and friendly when he received Chen Jun's phone call. "Ah, Jun, congratulations. You've risen to the top at a young age and become a club sitter." He, boss Camel, you're joking. I'm a latecomer. I still have to look up to you more in this regard. We're an older generation, and soon we won't be able to keep up with the times. I don't know if one day, I'll somehow die too, and then be usurped as the boss by the minions below me, Camel said with a grin. Chen Jun also heard the other party's strings, but right now he had no intention of bothering Lok. After all, he had just swallowed Honglu, and his newly acquired territory was lacking manpower to manage it. Nowadays, if we have to go up against other associations again, the pressure will be much higher. What's more, he had to take some time to go to Macau and meet the king of gamblers, but immediately, he still made it a point to remind Camel so that the other party wouldn't be too reckless. Boss Camel, don't worry about it, as long as you're not senile and don't do anything stupid. No one should bother to touch you. I'll just have to walk on thin ice then. Ha. By the way, what did you want to see me about today? Camel knew that Chen Jun couldn't possibly find himself for no reason, so he simply opened the door directly and asked. It's not really a big deal. It's just that my sister-in-law, Ms. Fontaine, has recently been harassed by one of the big brothers in your club. It's also rumored that he forced Ms. Fong to forcibly join his film company. You say this is the age, and Xiangjiang has always been about the rule of law. How can this still be a forced purchase? Is there any law? Is there any law? Chen Jun had just finished his sentence, and the shrewd and old-fashioned Camel immediately knew what was going on. After all, this matter had already been given to him by Lei Yaoyang before, but what he didn't expect was that Chen Jun was really willing to step in for Jiang Tianqing's horse. Older brother Chen Jun, you really are a sentient person. You're willing to take care of this matter? Of course, even if Mr. Chang is gone. I, Hung Hing, can't let anyone bully me. Chapter 100, Old Brother Camel. Do you want to start a full-scale war? Chen Jun's words were already obvious. That is, although Jiang Tianqing is gone, he, Hung Hing, still stands at the top of the Hong Kong society. If you, Tung Sing, want to bully Hung Hing's people, you have to weigh your own weight. Lok also knew that Chen Jun was a tough guy. There was no way he was going to fall out with the other side directly. That doesn't do either side any favors. In the end, Camel still made a concession. How about this? I'll help you ask Lei Yaoyang out, and we'll all sit down and talk about this matter. What do you think? For S sake, Lok actually wants both sides to sit down at a table and talk. As soon as Chen Jun heard it, he knew that Lok was trying to harbor Lei Yaoyang. I guess that won't be necessary, will it? For such a trivial matter, we still have to make both of our leaders sit down and talk. Isn't this a joke to the outside world? Chen Jun didn't want to talk to the other side. After all, Lei Yaoyang was nothing. The current him was not qualified to negotiate with himself. But the Camel thought otherwise. He said in a firm tone, Jun, many things in the Jianghu are talked about sitting at the negotiation table. Even the world wars, don't they end up going back to a table to talk? Chen Jun thought to himself, World War that is the pre-period has already been a real fight. That is why both sides are willing to sit down and negotiate. Now that he and Louis Yuyang haven't gotten into a fight yet, what can they talk about at the negotiation table? However, given Camel's resolute attitude, Chen Jun couldn't refuse. Otherwise the other party would have a reason to continue harassing Fontaine. Alright, you're my senior. Since you said so, let's do what you guys want. Okay, I'll call you personally when I've arranged a time and place. Only one day passed before Chen Jun received a call from Camelot. The two sides agreed to meet at the Phuc Lam restaurant in the Western District. Not only does this area of Saiwan have the power of Hung Hing, Tung Sing is also doing well over here. So naturally, it was most appropriate to choose the meeting place here. Time's up. Both sides gathered outside the Fulin restaurant at the same time. On this side of Hung Hing, it was led by Chan Chun himself, with Chan Wingyan, 13 sisters, Han Bin and West Ring holding fit man Sang Han Liang in attendance. At the same time, Chen Jun did not forget to bring Fong Ting, the party involved, along with him in this negotiation. On this side of the Eastern Star, led by Camel Lok Bing Run, other big brothers in attendance were Louis Yu Young, one of the 5 Tiger Generals, and the Society's white paper fan, Ing Chi Wai, and both sides, in order to avoid unforeseen circumstances, had yarded a large number of their men to both sides of the street outside the restaurant. In a moment, a large number of short mules gathered throughout the street. It also puts the police in the West Loop on the spot. Several police vehicles were quickly mobilized and hundreds of police officers had already arrived at the scene to maintain order. Regarding the matter of the two societies meeting, not only were the police quite concerned, but even the triads had a lot of people keeping an eye on this negotiation at all times. After all, ever since Jiang Tiansheng passed away, the relationship between Hung Hing and Tung Sing has become very delicate. Meanwhile, both major societies have too many conflicts of interest everywhere. It was only a matter of time before the fight started. So the outcome of this negotiation will probably affect the entire mob landscape. The big brothers of Eastern Star were the first to arrive. When Camel got out of the car, the cooks in the rows of the road chanted and shouted in favor of their own club. Immediately after that, Hung Hing's convoy followed and arrived at the scene. After Chen Jun and the others got off the bus, the Hung Hing gangsters in the other row immediately cheered. The whole scene was extremely tense with gunpowder. But for Chen Jun and these big brothers, today was definitely not a good day to make a move. After all, the police are watching downstairs. If both sides really fight here, I'm afraid that they, the big brothers, will have to go in and squat for a few months in a hard kiln. So both sides were very polite when they met. Chen Jun, I didn't expect you to rise to the top and become the leader of Hung Hing so soon. It's true that the younger generation is fearful. When they first met, Camel smiled and complimented Chen Jun. Chen Jun immediately responded, my lifelong goal is to be like elder brother Camel, who after decades of controlling the society, is still standing and stable in the Jianghu. Don't mention it. It's all about the young people in the community honoring the old. It's also proper to respect the elderly and love the young. And the society has to have rules and regulations. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? That's right. Let's sit down and take our time. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, everyone began to take their seats. Just as he sat down, Locke took the lead in getting to the point and said, the main reason we're all meeting today is to solve a problem. That would be some entanglement between MS Fontaine and Louis Yu Yang. Let's let Lei Yao Yang from our side make a statement first. Lei Yao Yang, who had slanted bangs and a killer look, lightly lit a cigar, then slowly said, actually, this matter is not much of a big deal. It's just that at first Miss Fontaine had promised to make a movie for me. I'm just asking the other side to honor their promises now. 2. Your bull ting me. I didn't promise. It was you who had your men force me with knives and, also, took some indecent photos of me as a way to blackmail me into submission. At this point, Fong Ting also completely went out on a limb and directly exposed herself to the scandal at the dinner table. When these words came out, 13th sister and Han Bin's group couldn't help but frown. They didn't have much to do with Fong Ting, and if it wasn't for Chen Jun shouting at them, they wouldn't have been able to get involved in this matter. But now it was different. Fong Ting was after all the woman of the former head of the society. If this matter spreads out, the whole Hung Hing will be disgraced. Therefore, Han Bin stopped on the spot, pointing at Lei Yao Yang and cursing. Lei Yao Yang, you actually used this kind of underhanded means to deal with Fong Ting. Do you still have our Hung Hing in your eyes? At this time, East Star's military advisor, Wu Shiwei, also jumped out and said slowly, you can't say that. Who knows if Fong Ting is telling lies? She said it was Lei Yao Yang who took nude photos of her and then forced her to act in the movie. I can also say that after Jiang Tianqing died, Fong Ting has no one to cover her in the entertainment industry. So she's thinking of finding a new backer? After all, Jiang Tianqing is the leader of your society. She wouldn't dare to find a new big brother in your society as a backer no matter what. Your mom. What did you say? Wu Shiwei, Hung Hing's Western District boss, Sang Han Liang, immediately choked back. The reason why he dared to dislike Wu Shiwei directly out of his mouth, mainly because the other guy happens to be a dead ringer for him. Both have their spheres of influence in the Western Circle. That's why the henchmen down there create a little friction every now and then during the week. Only both sides were more restrained, and there hadn't been too many large-scale conflicts erupting in the Western Ring all this time. Zhang Hanliang, What? Are you planning to stir up trouble in the Western Ring? Wu Jiwei indifferently asked back after glaring at the other party. Wu Jiwei, do you want a full-scale war? At that moment, a gloomy voice slowly came out. Chapter 101 Camel Compromises. Lei Yaoyang's murderous intentions. Everyone was startled when they saw that it was Chen Jun who had opened his mouth. After all, according to the unspoken rules of the road, usually when both sides negotiate, it doesn't matter how much their respective minions scream, but once the boss of one side opens his mouth, this thing just got serious. If the other boss does not respond to the battle, it means that he or she has conceded in advance. If the war is answered, the Great War will have to start at once, and neither side will have a good time next. So for a moment, all the pressure shifted to the camel. Locke also did not expect that before he even started talking. Chen Jun directly put down harsh words. Now, nothing he could say would be right. Jun, I'm just playing smart with Zhang Hanliang. There's no need to get on the bandwagon, right? Wu Shiwei, as the society's military advisor, has an extremely high IQ. After noticing that his boss, Camel, was not in a position to speak up, he took the initiative to step forward and carry the whole thing. Chen Jun, however, had no intention of giving the other party face. When he was still just a junior, he killed the crows of the 5 tigers of the Eastern Star when he said so, not to mention who and what they are now. He then returned with great impatience. Food can be eaten indiscriminately. Words had better not be spoken indiscriminately. Otherwise you won't be able to afford it if you cause any trouble. Camel sniffed and spoke up as well. Arjun, it's a small matter. There's no need for everyone to make such a sword fight. If we really fight, it won't do you or me any good. Also Louis Yu Young, don't you have a contract? Why don't you quickly take it out and show it to the big brothers of Hunghing? At Camel's urging, Lei Yaoyan then unhurriedly pulled out a contract document. Chen Yongren took a look, then lowered his voice and said to Chen Jun, Jun, this contract has Fong Ting's signature and a red handprint. As for the content of the contract, it is indeed for Fong Ting to make a third-grade movie. Chen Jun, listen to my explanation. I was completely forced at that time. If I don't sign the papers, they're going to force me. Fong Ting continued with her tearful accusation. Wu Jiwei smiled grimly. Brother Jun, Xiangjiang is a society with the rule of law. There is black and white writing here, which is enough to show that this matter is completely legal and compliant. You don't want to jeopardize the relationship between our two clubs just by listening to this woman's side of the story. Seeing Wu Jiwei still arching his fire, Chen Jun finally exploded. He was seen taking the papers and then lighting a cigarette first. When the cigarette caught fire, he obediently placed this document on the sparking end of the cigarette. In the next second, this document was instantly set ablaze by sparks from the cigarette. The flames quickly engulfed the entire document. Before long, there was nothing but a pile of ashes on the floor. Seeing Chen Jun burn the contract at the drop of a hat, everyone at the scene was shocked. Even Chen Yongren hadn't expected Chen Jun to be so decisive. After all, it was clear to everyone that the contract must have been backed up, so Chen Jun burned it for nothing. Arjun, are you determined to have your way with us? Luo Bingrun seriously questioned. Who is it that is holding on to this little matter? Chen Jun asked rhetorically. If that's your attitude, it's going to be hard for us to keep talking. Can't talk about it? Then I'll see to it that we don't talk about it. Chen Jun finished standing up. A hand grabbed the back of the dining table and violently lifted it. The dining room table was tipped right over on the floor. Both sides stood up at the same time. Hold it all. Camel saw that everyone was about to clash and yelled. On the other side, Chen Yongren also hurriedly waved his hand to signal Han Bin and Zhang Hanliang to put down the chairs in their hands. As soon as Chen Jun lifted the table just now, the two Han Bin were the first to grab the chairs they were sitting on, ready to strike at Dongxing. It was also good that people on both sides were the first to call a halt, so the conflict didn't escalate. Chen Jun, you've gone too far. You didn't even put me as your big brother in your eyes. Calling you big brother? You really take yourself seriously? In terms of seniority, you are my senior though, but in terms of Jianghu status, my Hunghing Dragonhead is no worse than your Eastern Star Dragonhead, so don't you lean on me. In this matter today, you have to agree or not. Otherwise, you Eastern Star will wait to meet the wrath of Hunghing. Chen Jun completely went out on a limb this time. He had nearly 20,000 legions of beast soldiers under his own command and had been undefeated for a long time. So even if it was an all-out war with Eastern Star, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Chen Jun's tough attitude directly caused Camel to wimp out. Originally, he relied on Louis Yu Young to have a contract and mistakenly thought that Chan Chan and Hung Hing would definitely have to recognize it. But I didn't expect Chen Jun to directly play a scoundrel. Now, there was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, at this time, Lei Yaoyang, whose IQ was also equally online, immediately came out to relieve Camel. Since you, Hong Xing, are adamant about doing this, I can take a step back in this matter. That contract I signed with Fengting is null and void, and we should not have any more conflicts with each other. Seeing Lei Yaoyan loose his tongue, big brothers on both sides breathed an inward sigh of relief. After all, if we really got into a fight, wouldn't it be a mess out there? By then the police will surely force their way up and take all of them back to the police station. This way, they're going to be on tomorrow's hot news and make a fool of themselves in front of the entire island population. Wouldn't it have been better to have had this attitude? Originally, we were all on good terms with the brothers of Eastern Star, so there's no need for us to create a divide over this matter. Don't you think so? Old brother Camel. After the matter was settled, Chen Jun's address to Camel also changed back once again. Camel smiled awkwardly. Chen Jun, old brother is right. There will be many more opportunities for both sides to cooperate in the future. Don't hurt the peace over this small matter. It's not necessary. Well then, since things are settled, we'll be leaving. The food here is too good for a country bumpkin like me to get used to. I'd better go back to Causeway Bay and just have some rough food. Chen Jun didn't give face to Dongxing either, and after saying that, he left the box with his men. Only after Chen Jun left did Wu Jiwei dare to spit out. This guy is so arrogant, he doesn't even put our Eastern Star in his eyes. Camel, on the other hand, looked coldly at Lei Yaoyang and reprimanded. It's all you're doing, making me and the club lose face along with you. Lei Yaoyang, however, sneered, boss, don't worry about it. I'm here today just to deliberately provoke him, to let everyone know that I'm completely at loggerheads with Chen Jun. Lei Yaoyang, what's the purpose of doing this? Wu Jiwei asked in disbelief after hearing this. After all, in everyone's opinion, there was no benefit at all in angering Chen Jun and Hung Hing at this juncture. Humph, only then will I be able to unite some people together to deal with him. Don't worry guys, it won't be long before I'll let him know how powerful I, Lei Yaoyang, and Eastern Star are. Chapter 102, A Dog That Bites Doesn't Bark. After taking care of this big event, Chen Jun also booked his ticket to Macau. This time is different from the past. There is no need to smuggle people. You can leave openly. So naturally, it is more comfortable to go there by airplane. Chen Jun had just finished booking the tickets on the front foot, and Chen Yongren came to the door on the back foot. Jun, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? A few big brothers in the society told me that since you've become a society sitter, the position of Causeway Bay Hall Master should be given up. So what they're saying is for you to have a meeting and elect a new Causeway Talker as soon as possible. Who mentioned it? Though it is true that a society leader would not hold the position of head of a subdivision at the same time, but Chan Chan has only been in office for a few days, and someone is already thinking about his own venue in Causeway Bay. This made him get a little upset. It's the Tumblr boss Dinosaur who mentioned it. Humph. No wonder. This guy has reached a bottleneck in his development in Toon-Mun. It looks like he's planning to take this opportunity to hold up his own little brother to the top. Toon-Mun has always been about dinosaurs. So in the long run, the dinosaur's heart naturally got itchy. You guessed correctly, June. According to the rumors I received, the dinosaurs have privately contacted all the other big brothers of the hall. He wants the others to support his number one horseman, Sangfan, to take the throne and become the boss of Causeway Bay. What do you think? Chen Jun asked rhetorically. In fact, he had an answer within him. That is, no matter what, we can't let the strawborn Sengpang get to the top. This kid Sengfan fights pretty hard, only he seems to be out of his mind. If we let him come to Causeway Bay, he'll be played to death by the Ma army in less than 2 days. Chen Yongren knew how powerful the horse army was. Although Chen Jun had made his opponent fall on his face 3 times, it did not show that the horse army was weak. In reality, it was precisely because Chen Jun was ridiculously strong that this overshadowed the other party. But once you transfer Sangfan over, it's a different result. When the Ma army set up a trap, the Shangfan had to rush to get into it. Good. You think like me. I'm not a fan of Raw Fan, but if we reject the dinosaurs, who are we going to put up next? Chen Jun continued to ask. I've become the master at arms, and according to the rules of the society I can't hold any position on the side either. And although Feng Yuxiu he is extremely capable, in all fairness, he has a great deal of flaws in his management and maintenance of relationships. As for Xiao Ma, he's still hiding out in Macau to avoid the storm these days, and won't be able to come back for a while. So we'll likely have to pick new recruits from the club's slew of red sticks who haven't become big brothers in the hall. Chen Yongrun analyzed. In order to become a society hall master, one must at the very least be a society registered red stick. And even if you become a red stick, that's not a chance for everyone to rise to the top and be the boss. So practically throughout the entire society, there are still quite a few red stick big brothers who have not been able to dominate at the moment. They have to live at a snail's pace in a small patch of territory in an area to make a living. Go ahead and report the list of all the red sticks in the club to me. Since there is no way to get someone close to him to the top, Chen Jun decides to pick one of the other red sticks to replace Shang Fan. Okay, I'm on it. Before long, Chen Yongren brought a booklet. This is the roster of the society's dignified big brothers. Please have a look at it. Jun. Chen Yongren respectfully handed the manual over. Chen Jun took it and started flipping through it. The vast majority of the names on it he didn't actually recognize, so naturally he didn't know the other party's bottom line. But when his eyes swept over a name, he stopped abruptly. Daffy? Upon hearing this, Chen Yongren immediately introduced Chen Jun. Brother Jun. This Daffy is currently hanging out in the southern district, with quite a lot of henchmen, and he is brash and righteous. A good choice. Chen Jun looked at Chen Yongren. How do you know so much, boss? Since I've become the white paper fan of the club, of course I have to understand the personality and temperament of all the big brothers of the club and their style of doing things. Otherwise one day people come to my door to talk about things and I don't even know the other party's details. How passive would that be? Chen Yongren explained with a smile. Hearing these words, Chen Jun finally felt relieved. He was worried at first that Chen Yongren wouldn't be able to handle the position of white paper fan. After all, it was entirely on the basis that the other party was his own beloved and trustworthy that he was able to force his way to the top. And from what I've seen so far, Chen Yongren has done a good job. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why didn't you kid just tell me since you already knew about them? Jun. I don't know what you're thinking, so I definitely need to hear what you have to say before I say it, so I can advise you. Chen Yongren took the initiative to explain. Humph. Count on your kid's resourcefulness. So besides him, who else do you think would be more suitable? The others are either not strong enough, have a bad reputation, or don't have a big brother behind them. So for this Causeway Bay boss position, I think it's between the two of Daffy and Singfan. Chen Yongren gave his analytical conclusions. Chen Jun also nodded. Although he didn't like Ikeban, Ikeban had the dinosaurs behind him after all. It was already dictatorial for himself to allow Chen Yongren to take the throne. If there is no democracy this time, I'm afraid that these big brothers under their own hands will have even less pain in their hearts. Before I go to Macau, why don't you organize a meeting and then get some of the red sticks on the list who have a bit of clout and are also interested in running for boss of Causeway Bay to come along to the meeting? Let's see how many people want to compete then, and then we'll discuss and finalize it at the meeting. Okay, I'll call it down. 2 days later, on the morning that Chen Jun was about to leave for Macau, Chen Jun held a new general meeting of the club. This time, in addition to the remaining 11 Hung Hing Hall bosses, there were more than a dozen Hung Hing red sticks from all over Hong Kong. Everyone already knew the purpose of this meeting in advance, so quite a few big brothers simply brought a large group of their own little brothers over directly. Show some hard power in front of everyone in the club. This practice is often referred to as horse tanning by people on the road. When Chen Jun's car arrived at the company's main entrance, he realized that several hundred people had gathered downstairs. He didn't recognize any of these people, which naturally indicated that they weren't members of his own Beast Soldier Legion. What's going on here? Why are so many people gathered here? Chen Jun asked to Chen Yongren who was beside him. They're all brought by a few of the red sticks who came to the conference this time, as if to show us what they're made of. Humph. If you're really powerful, you wouldn't have brought so many people to support the scene. After all, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Chapter 103, Ikeban vs. Daffy. New Generation Red Stick debut. Once inside the conference room, the scene was instantly quiet. Next, hello Jun. Jun. Some of the red sticks shouted vigorously, fearing that Chen Jun hadn't noticed them. Some other hallmasters, the shouting was more casual. After all, they had already dealt with Chen Jun many times and had nothing to gain from them this time, so they naturally did not need to be too enthusiastic. Chen Jun nodded slightly at everyone, then walked over to his chair and sat down. Just to make a long story short, I'm in a bit of a hurry because I have to make a trip to Macau. I've called you all here today for one purpose only, and that's to elect the Causeway's holding fit man. Everyone knows that I took down Causeway Bay and have also now realized that the whole area is clear and no other association forces are planting their flags over there. That's why the future maintenance and development of this site is extremely important to all of us in the community. Next, I'd like to listen and see if anyone has any thoughts or comments on this. Chen Jun had just finished his sentence when the dinosaurs pressed on. He lazily raised his right hand and spoke to the group. I have ideas. It's not that I'm a dinosaur blowing. In the whole of Hung Hing, only I, Toon Mun and Causeway Bay, can clear the air. And it's not just because I'm ruthless enough to have a brain that I've been able to dominate the Toon Mun for years and keep all the society forces out, and because I have a right-hand man. He's my little brother. Sung Fan. Come, Sang Fan, say hello to your uncle and big brothers. Shang Fan, who had dyed a handful of small blonde hairs and had a ferocious look on his face, immediately stood up from the back seat when he heard this, and bent down respectfully to address everyone. Hello big brothers, Hello June. Good. And I've heard your men are brave. But does anyone else have another opinion? June. I want to try too. June. And me. At this point, several red sticks raised their hands, looking like they were ready to try. Seeing so many people competing with his own men, Dinosaur sat back a bit. He tapped the table to make everyone quiet and then coldly said, "Do you know the rules of the club? If you want to become a hall master, then you must have the recommendation of another hall master. What's the use of just shouting from your own mouths? Does anyone support you?" Although we were all red sticks, Dinosaur had an extremely high status in the society and was the head of the hall. So after he opened his mouth and choked, the other few red sticks instantly didn't dare to squeak. Run. Is there a rule for that? At that moment, Chen Jun asked. June. The club has long had that, but it's not in black and white in the gang rules. Since this is a tradition of our Hung Hing, it's not good for me to make an exception. For those of you who want to run for Causeway Bay's word, are there any hall masters behind you who are willing to stand up and support you? Several red sticks looked at each other after hearing this, and then they turned their heads to look at the other hall masters at the table. But at this time, the average hall master is simply not willing to open his mouth easily. After all, they hadn't received any favors from the other side before this, so naturally they wouldn't speak up for anyone. When the dinosaur saw this scene, a smug smile spread across his face as well. But just when he thought he was winning, a voice came out. I think Daffy is quite suitable too. The person who opened her mouth was none other than 13 sisters. As soon as Chen Jun heard this, he immediately turned his eyes towards Chen Yongren. Chen Yongren gave Chen Jun a look, implying that he had arranged it in advance. Chen Jun's heart was stunned, not expecting Chen Yongren to be so meticulous. Even the aspects have been thought of in advance. When 13th sister finished her sentence, Daffy, who had long hair and was buttoning his nose, immediately stood up. Thanks for your support, Sister 13. In fact, I personally think I'm quite suitable to be the Causeway Bay boss. Hanbin also voiced along. Daffy isn't bad. He's got a big Pegasus Sutra going on, and he's got a lot of henchmen. It's not impossible to let him take over Causeway Bay. Seeing that two of the hall masters were on Daffy's side, Dinosaur was also a bit anxious. He said in a conspiratorial manner, Daffy, it's not that I'm a dinosaur targeting you. You've been pressured by East Star's people over in the Southern District. I'm afraid that you'll be in charge of Causeway Bay in the future and it'll be easy for Tung Sing to come in and plant his flag. When that happens, not only will it ruin Hung Hing's reputation, it will also embarrass June. After all, everyone knows that Causeway Bay was fought over by June. Daffy also lost his temper when he heard that. Dinosaur, it's fine if you want others to fight with me, but you're letting a Shangfan fight with me? How long has it been since Shangfan became a big brother? He didn't even have hair yet when I came out. Besides, I have contacts all over Hong Kong. Can Shangfan find his way out of Tunmun? Everyone in the community knows each other inside out. Not to mention the fact that it's Shangfan, the #1 slugger. That's why Daffy nailed his opponent's main point at once. Asterisk. Daffy, what are you talking about you? Have the guts to let's go out and fight one-on-one? Shangfan immediately stood up and pointed at Daffy and cursed angrily. Asterisk. What era is it? Still playing one-on-one? Why don't we find a place to make an appointment for a fight? Whoever loses the fight, whoever gets gray and rolls back to his own territory. Don't come out to show your face in the future, okay? Enough, this is no place for you to argue. Shangfan was about to return the favor when Chen Yongren immediately snapped to stop him. Both sides didn't dare to offend Chen Yongren, so they kept their mouths shut. At that moment, everyone turned their gazes towards Chen Jun. After all, he's the club leader. The final decision on this matter rests with him. Well, the situation is clear now. 2. According to everyone's opinion, Ikeban and Daffy are the best people for the job so far. How about this? Let's have a fair fight. What do you mean, June? Dinosaur asked curiously. I'm splitting the Causeway Bay territory in 2 and giving it to the 2 of you to take care of. I'll be back in a month, and then we'll see which one of you manages better, and whoever gets to step up and be the boss. How's that? Shan follows the same formula as in the Goonies movie and has the 2 compete individually for the job. He also did it to test the 2 to see who would manage the field without getting screwed over by the horsemen. No problem. Whatever you say, brother June. Anyway, when you come back from Macau at that time, I will definitely report my achievements immediately. Daffy ruffled his hair arrogantly. Shangfan was not shy to say, June, don't worry, I will work hard for the club. Good, then this matter is settled. Also during the time I'm not in Shangjiang, I'll leave all matters to Chen Yongren to take care of. Chapter 104, Going to Macau to meet the King of Gamblers. After the meeting was adjourned, the 2 of them, Chen Yongren and Feng Yuxiu, personally escorted Chen Jun to the airport to board the plane. June, Why don't you let Feng Yushuo accompany you over there? After all, that's someone else's territory over there. And I'm worried that the king of gamblers will be unfavorable to you, Chen Yongren said with great concern at the airport. Now he has just become the acting leader of Hung Hing, a position that carries a lot of weight in both the black and white. But he also knew that everything he had today was brought to him by Chen Jun. So naturally, he very much hoped inwardly that Chen Jun's trip to Macau would be peaceful. There's no need. The king of gamblers' status is there. If he lays a hand on me, this will definitely affect his reputation. Besides, isn't there a little Marco on the Macau side? With him protecting me, I think it will be difficult for ordinary people to get close to me. As for your side, although Hung Hing is sort of stabilized now, once I'm gone, it's not guaranteed that someone will just sit down. That's why I asked Feng Yushuo to stay behind, so that the two of you, one civil and one military, can hold up the situation together and then wait for me to come back safely. After hearing Chen Jun's explanation, Chen Yongren no longer insisted. Indeed, he alone can't really suppress those big brothers down there. Plus the police led by Huang Jicheng also needed his distraction to socialize. So having Feng Yushuo by his side was a good helper. After leaving Feng Yushuo by Chen Yongren's side, Chen Jun traveled alone with several beast soldier bodyguards to his flight to Macau. Macau and Hong Kong were not far from each other, and Chen Jun had just gotten on the plane not even a moment before it landed smoothly. And according to the prior agreement, He Chaoqian will personally come to the airport to pick up the plane. So after getting off the plane, Chen Jun started walking towards the lobby with a few people. Just as he stepped out of the hall, he saw a young woman with a valiant figure, wearing a pair of sunglasses, very stylish, walking towards him with a bouquet of flowers in her hands. Although the other party was wearing sunglasses, the two had rolled in bed after all, so Chen Jun still recognized the other party at first glance. After the meeting, Chen Jun was the first to laugh and tease. No way. It's so tacky. The daughter of the king of gamblers would also buy flowers for her man? He Chaoqian took off her sunglasses and rolled her eyes back. Love or not? Don't want me to throw it in the trash. Don't. Your bouquet is worth $1,000. How can I throw it in the trash? Give it to me. Chen Jun took the initiative to take the flowers after he finished speaking. That's more like it. She then glanced behind Chen Jun and realized that Chen Jun had actually brought only a few people over. Wait a minute. Don't tell me you brought a couple of people over to see my father on this trip? Chen Jun revealed a puzzled expression. Why? I came over this trip to pay my respects to my old husband, and I'm not planning to fight with him, so why did I bring so many people? If I wasn't the leader of the club now, I wouldn't even need to bring anyone over to back me up. My father likes to do things out of the ordinary. Like this time he had you come over to meet with him without warning. Honestly, even I don't know what the hell he was thinking. He Chaoqian confessed. Although she was happy that Chen Jun was willing to come over, she was nonetheless also very worried that this would not be a trap set by her father. You're not worried that master he will silence me, are you? It's possible, because you're getting more and more powerful now, and if he senses that you're really a threat to him, he'd really dare to take advantage of the situation and take your life now. He Chaoqian's concern is not unreasonable, and Chen Jun has also had thoughts in this regard. But since the other party took the initiative to ask him to come over, if he didn't even have that much guts, then he wouldn't need to hang around in Shangzheng, and don't even think about continuing to walk with He Chaoqian. In terms of personal feelings, he still had deep feelings for He Chaoqian. From a profit perspective, Ho Chiu-king's status as the daughter of the king of gamblers can also be of help. So in the sense of reason, this Hongmen banquet he must personally come to a trip. Chen Jun then touched He Chaoqian's face and said back very easily, don't worry about it, since I dared to come. Of course I have full certainty. Of course, if your father really wants me dead, then I won't be stupid enough to tie my hands. After hearing Chen Jun's words, He Chaoqian was also slightly relieved. The two of them walked outside the airport, at which point Chen Jun's afterimage quickly caught sight of a man leaning against the sidewalk railing next to him. The other side of the look is always the same. Brown cape coat, black sunglasses, and a toothpick in his mouth. Upon seeing Chen Jun come out, Xiaomai immediately spat out his toothpick before quickly walking over to him. Jun, what are you doing with a toothpick in your mouth every day? Chen Jun asked with a smile. It's a habit. After all, smoking is bad for your health, so I switched to holding toothpicks. Ponyboy replied with a shrug. Oh, it looks like you've had a pretty good time in Macau this time. Everything is also thanks to MS. She takes care of me quite well, so I'm practically clothed and fed here. When Xiaoma went to Macau to avoid the wind, he asked He Chaoqian to take care of the other party. As for He Chaoqian, although she didn't know what Xiaoma had done, but since it was Chen Jun who had greeted her, so naturally, she had to do her duty as a landlord and take good care of Chen Jun's little brother. Chen Jun also knew that He Chaoqian had horrible energy in Macau. With her personally out of the way, of course Ponyboy wouldn't be in any danger. Your good days are coming to an end. The Xiangjiang police side has recently started working on closing the case. Someone has come forward to take the blame for all those shootings you were involved in. As soon as the court trial is over, these cases are considered a complete turnaround, and then you won't have to hide with the identity of a suspect, Chen Jun explained. During this period of time, Chen Jun has been moving non-stop in both the black and white worlds through his influence. The purpose is to be able to get Xiaoma back to Xiangjiang as soon as possible. That's a good thing. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting tired of being here. I still like to go back to Xiangjiang and live that thrilling life. Hearing this, He Chaoqiong couldn't help but ask, so brother Xiaoma, just how many lives have you carried on your back? Haven't counted them, but I'm sure I can't count them on two hands, Ponyboy said calmly. He Chaoqiong sucked in a breath of cool air, then looked at Chen Jun in surprise. He single-handedly took out a group of murderers who ambushed me to protect me in the first place. So that's who the shooter was? No wonder you specifically asked me to take care of him. It seems like he really is somewhat capable. It was then that He Chaoqiong came to a realization. Only then did he realize that the man in front of him was so uncomplicated. Chapter 105, Kill with a Knife? The King of Gamblers' Schemes. Afterwards, Chen Jun and He Chaoqiong got into a bulletproof Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, while Xiaoma and the beast soldiers sat in an SUV at the back. The two cars began to move towards the He family's villa. Has anything happened to your father lately? Along the way, Chen Jun took advantage of this gap to ask about He Chaoqiong, trying to search for clues from the information the other side has. No, my father never told us sons and daughters anything, so I never knew what was going on in his head. He Chaoqiong shook his head and said, well, that's interesting. It looks like your father definitely won't let me off the hook easily. Chen Jun knew in his heart that there were only two possibilities for He Hongsen to call him here. One is to take him out for good, the other is to use him to run errands. But even He Hongsen cannot do things. This can be imagined how difficult it is. So whichever possibility it was a heavenly test for Chen Jun. Upon arriving at the villa residence, the bodyguards watching the door immediately stopped the car. He Chaoqiong rolled down the window and questioned the bodyguard. Can't you see it's my car? Quickly open the door. Master, he ordered that Mr. Chen Jun be asked to get out of the car to be searched by us. Otherwise, there's no way we can release him. Upon hearing that the other party actually wanted to search Chen Jun, He Chaoqiong's face changed drastically. What do you mean? Can't it be that he thinks that Chen Jun will harm him? We're not sure about this. Please don't make things difficult for us. Miss and Mr. Chen Jun. The bodyguard's tone was strong, with no room for compromise. He Chaoqiong glanced at Chen Jun. Chen Jun nodded slightly, signaling her not to be nervous. Then he stepped out of the car and slowly raised his hands, allowing them to be inspected. After checking that there were no errors, he returned to the car again. But the ponies and others in the back of the car weren't treated so well. They were stopped right at the door, not letting them take a step inside no matter what. Chen Jun knew that He Hongsen was doing this just to be more cautious, so he asked Xiaoma and the others to wait for him outside, and he then followed He Chaoqiong in to meet the other party. Jun, don't worry about going in. If you really have any trouble in there, Xiaoma, promise that I will bloody everyone in this villa. Ponyboy let loose on the spot. Ha ha, don't talk nonsense. What is Elder He's status? How could he lay his hands on us juniors? You guys just wait here for me, I'll be fine. After Chen Jun pacified his men, he followed He Chaoqiong into the villa. Just as he got off the bus, a butler immediately greeted him. Master has been waiting in the parlor for a long time. He Chaoqiong nodded, then took the initiative to take Chen Jun's hand and walked into the villa. Upon entering the house, the two of them instantly saw He Hongsen sitting on the single sofa in the living room. Serving at his side was none other than his fourth aunt. Only nowadays, the fourth aunt has no children, so she doesn't have a high status in the family. After seeing He Chaoqiong and Chen Jun, He Hongsen put down the newspaper in his hands and slowly spoke. Sit down, Dad. This is Jun Chen. After sitting down, He Chaoqiong took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello Mr. He, I'm Jun Chen, a latecomer. Humph, your list is not small. I had already warned you in the beginning, but I didn't think you would still not listen to me, and now you even have the nerve to come to Macau to see me? Did you really think I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you? He Hongsen's gaze condensed, and his eyes were murderous as he said. This sudden shift startled He Chaoqiong. She hurriedly grabbed Chen Jun's hand and carefully said, Dad, you're not serious, are you? But Chen Jun was not flustered, and even sneered before slowly saying, Master He, how do I remember that it was you who invited me to Macau? Besides, since I dared to come, I'm not afraid of you making a move on me. After all, although your influence in Macau is great, those brothers of mine in Hong Kong are no slouches. If they knew that their boss had met an untimely end in Macau, do you think they would come running to avenge me? He Hongsen narrowed his eyes and grimaced back. Just your little minions who fight around with machetes want to fight me? You see us, Hung Hing, as too simple, don't you? Although my minions may not be able to kill you, it shouldn't be too hard to go to those casinos or entertainment venues in your name and make some noise. Chen Jun choked back. You think that's enough to threaten me? If I'm intimidated by this lousy trick of yours, my name isn't Ho Hung Sum. He Hongsen continued to threaten. Why don't we give it a try and see who's afraid of who? I'm a lousy person anyway, so if I die, I die. But you're different. Your family is big and you've got multiple casino businesses running in your hands. If the casino business can't be run for a while because of this incident, I'm sure the losses won't be too small, and the loss of money is still a small matter. If during this period of time other competitors will be strong all the customers, then the invisible loss is incalculable. Chen Jun spoke in a breezy tone and analyzed for He Hongsen. Fruity. After hearing this, He Hongsen immediately stopped squeaking. How could he not know the pros and cons of this? Although he didn't put Hung Hing in his eyes, he had to be afraid that the other party would come to his territory to cause trouble. Once someone in their own casino caused trouble, this would inevitably affect their reputation. It also sends a bad and negative message to the outside world, which can cause gamblers to be afraid to come to their casinos to have fun. And one of Chen Jun's lives is obviously not worth as much as his casino business. Subsequently, He Hongsen's face changed once again, and he laughed out loud on the spot. It's true that heroes come out of youths. My daughter didn't look away. You are indeed a talent. After seeing that he couldn't scare Chen Jun, He Hongsen took the initiative to give himself a step down. Chen Jun was no cutie pie either. Since He Hongsen had said so, he couldn't possibly continue to choke with the other party. It is now imperative to figure out the real purpose of the other side. Elder He, since you've already tested me and are quite satisfied with my performance, so why don't we just get right to the point and talk about specifics now? After He Chaoqiang saw the two of them suddenly make up again, a heart hanging in the air finally fell. He Hongsen nodded, then slowly said, this trip I made to find you here. There is indeed something I need you to do. It's just that this matter is quite difficult. I just don't know if you have the guts to do it. Chapter 106, Extremely Difficult Mission. 100% shares in a large arms company. Tell me, are you going to make me go to the sword or to the fire? Not on the knife or in the fire. There's a guy I want you to take out for me this time. After saying that, the king of gamblers took out a long-prepared color photo from his pocket and threw it on the table. Chen Jun picked up the photo and took a closer look. Only on the photo, what appeared was actually an old man with a full head of white hair. Upon seeing the other party for the first time, Chen Jun immediately recognized his identity. Isn't that Lei Gong, the boss of one of the clubs over on Treasure Island? Louis Kong is the leader of the most powerful society on Treasure Island, the San Luan Gang. San Luan Gang has tens of thousands of juniors in Treasure Island. The scale and strength of the association is not inferior to Hung Hing, so Chen Jun naturally recognized this person. That's right, that's the guy I told you to take out. Father, are you crazy? Letting Chen Jun go kill someone, or go to Treasure Island to kill a triad boss? Aren't you letting him go to his death for nothing? At this point, He Chaoqiang, who was on the sidelines, couldn't stay on the sidelines at all. She stood up and turned on her father, although she was very scornful of He Hongsen on weekdays. But this fact is so outrageous that anyone with eyes knows that it is absolutely impossible to accomplish. After all, it would be like letting a stranger come running to Macau to kill his father. I'm afraid the other side can't even get close to He Hongsen if he has 9 lives. Not to mention that Chen Jun doesn't have 9 lives. Humph. If you want to be my king of gamblers' son-in-law, how can you do it without some real skills? Besides, your boyfriend has killed a lot of people in Shangjiang. It's just that the person to be killed this time is rather special. He Hongsen said in disbelief. Chen Jun's face changed slightly. This Lei Gong is really something else. It was absolutely impossible to kill it without paying a certain price. And right now he clearly doesn't want to go to bat for the son-in-law of the king of gamblers. Then Chen Jun asked tentatively. He Lao, I take the liberty of asking, what involvement does this mob from Treasure Island have with you? And why did you have to buy the murder to kill that Lei Gong? To tell you the truth, my people found out that this Lei Gong has been in frequent contact with a gangster in Macau recently, and it seems that he intends to join hands with the local gangsters to enter the gaming industry in Macau. And if I let the San Luan Gang come into Macau, this is bound to have a great impact on my business. And of course, more importantly, the local gangs in Macau will be out of my control. He Hongsen knew that it was impossible to hide this matter from Chen Jun, so he simply put the pros and cons very painfully. Chen Jun secretly cursed the other party after hearing this, thinking to myself, you old fox, you actually came up with such an evil idea to make yourself kill such a dangerous person. After all, If you're not careful you're likely to die on Treasure Island yourself, and if he succeeded in killing Lei Gong, it would be the same as helping him get rid of a big problem in his heart. If he died so that his daughter wouldn't have to think about him every day. This deal is the best deal for Ho Hung-sum any way you look at it. Just as Chin Jun was about to open his mouth to reject Hee Hong-sun and continue to pull some strings with the other party, the system voice, however, descended unexpectedly. Ding! Please kill Ho Hung-sum with your own hands, and you will receive 100% of the shares of a large arms company for completing the boon. P.S. The task is extremely difficult, so please proceed with caution. Host, I have to say the system is pretty sweet. This time, while releasing the mission, he did not forget to thoughtfully give Chun Jun a reminder. But what surprised Chin Jun was that the mission reward was so enticing. Realize that you're running low on ammo in the mini arsenal you got in the first place. And now, the system had simply given itself all the shares of a large arms company directly. This also means that once he completes his mission, he will own a huge arms manufacturing business. When the time comes, you can build and produce whatever weapon you want. It was indeed a reward for him that was hard to refuse. Except the key core problem with this mission is that the system has to let him take out the other guy himself. This put Chin Jun in a bit of a bind. Arjun, don't promise him. I don't need anyone to interfere in my relationship matters. Seeing that Chin Jun didn't squeak, Hee Chao-cheong hurriedly opened her mouth, trying to dispel any thoughts he might have. But Hee Hong-sun said coldly, in my Hee family, all my children's marriages have to go through me. Unless you don't intend to stay in the Hee family anymore. Hee Chao-cheong, if you want to continue to be with Chin Jun, then you should leave the Hee family and sever the father-daughter relationship with me. At this point, Ho Hung-sum also made a killer move. He knew that Hee Chao-cheong would never dare to disobey himself. Indeed, after hearing his father's threatening words, Hee Chao-cheong instantly conceded. After all, she was only a girl in her 20s now, before her wings had grown hard. Once she was out of the shelter of the Hee family, there was absolutely no way for her to continue to survive in Macau. Even if I break up with Chen Jun, I won't agree to let him take such a big risk. Hee Chao-cheong then made his attitude clear. The implication is that she is telling Ho Hong-sun that it is a big deal for her to break up with Chen Jun. But Chen Jun had already thought the whole thing through during the conversation between the father and daughter. This system mission, he had to complete it. Only by getting the arsenal could he continue to expand his power. As for killing Lei Gong, the system didn't say that he should single-handedly go after the other party. It was only a matter of waiting for his men to catch him in front of him, and then he'd add one last shot and be done with it. In this way, the risk to yourself can be much lower. Afterward, Chen Jun waved his hand and interrupted Hee Chao-cheong. Your father is right. If you want to be your man, you must have superior skills. This mission, Chen Jun, take it. Hearing that Chen Jun really wanted to go to Treasure Island to kill people, Hee Chao-cheong was completely dumbfounded. You're not kidding, are you? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Chen Jun asked rhetorically with a smile. Chen Jun, don't try to be brave. The Sanlian gang is powerful in Treasure Island and has a lot of connections in the White Way. If you go there and in case you give away your whereabouts, you might die over there without even seeing Lei Gong's face. When the time comes, you don't want my Hee family to come and collect your corpse for you. Ho Hung-sum's attitude is also clear. That is, no matter what the outcome of this matter is, it has nothing to do with his Hee family. Chen Jun hummed contemptuously. You also take yourself too seriously. When did I, Chen Jun, ever need help from others to do anything? Besides, if you were really capable, you wouldn't have gotten me here on purpose. Chen Jun understood that Ho Hung-sum was only looking for him because he was a member of the Xiangjiang society. When things went wrong, he had every excuse to be able to clear his name and put all the blame on Hung Hing's head. When Hee Hong-sun was disliked by Chen Jun, the corners of his mouth twitched twice, and he said in a cold tone, okay, I'll wait for your good news. Chapter 107, all laced up and ready to go to Treasure Island. After leaving the Hee family villa, Hee Chao-cheong's temper exploded. She said angrily to Chen Jun, you don't want to die? What kind of person is that Lei Gong that you can just move? Chen Jun looked at the furious Hee Chao-cheong and suddenly asked calmly, so you don't want me to risk my life? Hee Chao-cheong froze slightly for a moment, then returned in a bad mood. If you want to go to your death for yourself, it's out of my hands, but you're doing it for me now, so this has to go through me. So do you want us to stay together? Or do you want us to just split up and never want to see each other again? Chen Jun continued to ask. These words directly put Hee Chao-cheong on the spot. Ever since she had just learned that Chen Jun was going to go to war for her, she was instantly incredibly moved inside. After all, Chen Jun now had a considerable amount of achievements, and there was no shortage of beautiful big stars around him, so there was absolutely no need for him to risk so much for himself. So in her opinion, Chen Jun was deeply in love with herself. After a moment's hesitation, a few words popped out of Hee Chao-cheong's mouth, but I don't want anything to happen to you. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure I won't be easy. Besides, don't you forget I've got such fierce people around me. Chen Jun walked up to Ponyboy and teased with a smile. Ponyboy didn't know what Chen Jun had run into in the house. Seeing Chen Jun's smiling face, he didn't think too much about it, but just subconsciously assumed that Chen Jun had a pretty good talk with He Hongsen. He Chaoqiong wanted to continue saying something, but when it came to confronting Ponyboy and the others, she ended up choosing to remain silent. At this moment, she could only hope inwardly that Chen Jun could miraculously complete his mission and then return safely to Macau. Since he had to proceed to Treasure Island, Chen Jun didn't have time to catch up with He Chaoqiong, and after saying goodbye to her, Chen Jun took Xiaoma and the others to a secluded place. Upon learning that Chen Jun wanted to go to Treasure Island personally, and that he wanted to take out a society boss, Xiaoma broke out in a cold sweat, though he knew he was brave and could fight. However, when he learned that he was facing a club with tens of thousands of gang members, Ponyboy still felt a little scared inside. Jun, is it worth it? Ponyboy asked in disbelief. Chen Jun laughed. What? Scared? If you're really scared, then this is something you should stay out of. I don't want to bring people who are afraid of death over there on an errand and drag me down when the time comes. Chen Jun's provocative move had worked. When he learned that Chen Jun was also going to personally lead the team, Xiaoma naturally had no reason or excuse to excuse himself. Brother Jun, as long as you say the word, even if I give up my life, I will do nothing. Okay, that's enough with you. In addition, this trip is very dangerous. Not only do I have to bring you along, but I also have to call out to Feng Yuxiu, so I have to make a trip back to Shangjiang to get ready before we meet back here. Xiaoma was still in a state of being wanted by the Shangjiang police, so Chen Jun still decided to leave Xiaoma behind and return after he went back to get everything ready. No problem, I'll wait for you, Ponyboy replied crisply. Chen Jun then boarded a flight back to Shangjiang on the same day. Late at night, when Chen Yongren and Feng Yuxiu received Chen Jun, both of them were very curious. Why had his boss actually rushed back from Macau overnight? Boss, did you have a bad talk with the king of gamblers and got shut out? Chen Yongren asked tentatively. Asterisk. Would that king of gamblers dare to do that to my old man? Is the Hung Hing Dragon Head status that bad? So why are you back so early? I thought you were going to be over there for a few more days. Chen Yongren muttered. Is your kid trying to take advantage of my absence in Shangjiang to get over being the leader himself? Now that you see that I'm back, you realize that you weren't even the boss for a day, so you're upset? Chen Jun flirted. Chen Yongren hurriedly explained. Boss, of course it's good that you're back. I'm literally walking on thin ice this day. Not only are I worried about what might go wrong in the club, but at the same time I'm even more worried that the White Way will come after me. Humph. Now you know it's hard to be the boss, don't you? Got it. So Jun, how exactly did you talk to that gambling king this time when you went to Macau? Chen Yongren knew that something must have happened for Chen Jun to come back in such a hurry. So at the moment, he was actually more concerned about what Chen Jun planned to do next. That old fox asked me to help him take out a guy. That's it? Who? Let me go. At this time, Feng Yuxiu took the initiative to pick up the conversation. Feng Yuxiu, you really need to follow me this time. Of course, Mark is also waiting for us over in Macau, so we'll meet up together then sneak off to Treasure Island. Treasure Island? The two were surprised in unison when they heard the name of the place. That's right, the one the king of gamblers asked me to take out was none other than the Sanlian gang leader of Treasure Island. Lei Gong. Lei Gong is not a small reputation in the road. Even he has a significant weight in the black and white of Treasure Island. Is this He Hongsen crazy? Actually letting us go and take out the other side? Wait a minute. I don't think it's him who's crazy. It's you who's crazy. You're agreeing to this whole thing? Chen Yongren said in great confusion. As far as he was concerned, he had to balk at such a thing without even thinking about it. But Chen Jun shook his head. Something has to be done. I'm not just doing this for He Chaoqiong, but for me, for the entire society. What do you mean? As long as I get this done, then in the future, the He family and I will be completely bound together. The Ho family not only has a strong influence in Macau's political circles, but they are also able to indirectly influence Hong Kong. And although we have become the largest society in Hong Kong, we are ultimately a triad organization and can't make it to the top. As you said, even after becoming a big brother with tens of thousands of minions, you still have to live in fear every day, fearing that one day the police will find evidence of our crimes and thus just come to our door and take us to jail. So, only by hooking up with the He family will we be able to clear our existing identities. Chen Jun explained seriously. After hearing Chen Jun's words, Chen Yongren was unable to refute them for a moment. So do you want me to tag along on this trip? There's no need. You'd better continue to be your Hung Hing Dragon Head. Also, if something happens to me, you have to promise me one thing, Chen Jun suddenly said in a grave tone. What is it? Take care of Wang Zuxian and Little Lumpy for me. Both of them are also my women after all. I won't allow anyone to bully them. Chen Yongren took a deep breath, then solemnly said, Don't worry, June. As long as I'm around for a day, no one will be able to touch a hair on their heads. Chapter 108 Arrival at Treasure Island. Election approaching. Before leaving, Chen Jun found Little Stutterer. Upon learning that Chen Jun was going to leave Shangjiang for a period of time, although Little Stammerer showed his concern, he did not open his mouth to dissuade him. She knew that her man was meant for great things, so she was only inwardly hoping that Chen Jun would return safely. As for Wang Zuxian, Chen Jun hadn't taken the initiative to contact each other for quite some time. On the contrary, Wang Zuxian did not contact Chen Jun either. The two people who were once most familiar with each other had now become strangers in general. Chen Jun knew in his heart that he knew that Wang Zuxian was resenting himself inside, so naturally he would not think of contacting him, and he doesn't want to continue to put Wang Zuxian in the middle of public opinion. If the outside world knew that she, a popular actress, had a close relationship with the Triad boss, this would definitely disappoint her fans and followers. In the end, it will probably lead to the end of her acting career. So for the sake of Wang Zuxian's career, as well as her safety, Chen Jun didn't want to disturb the other party's life at this juncture. It was just a matter of asking Chen Yongren to privately send a few more resourceful juniors to secretly protect the other party to avoid her being bullied in the entertainment industry. After everything was arranged in Shangjiang, Chen Jun smuggled himself to Macau with Feng Yishio and more than 10 hand-picked beast soldiers, as well as a batch of weapons and ammunitions that he had taken out of the mini arsenal. This trip, since it was about killing people, naturally could not be made to Macau through legal means, so here they are, on a stowaway boat found by the king of gamblers to take them to the other side. The night before her departure, He Chaoqiang lies in Chen Jun's arms, feeling the last warm moments. She knew that early tomorrow morning, Chen Jun would be leaving for Treasure Island on business. This trip can be considered dangerous, and can almost be said to be 9 deaths. So at this moment, she had a lot of things inside her that she wanted to say to Chen Jun, but after a long silence, she wasn't able to speak. Instead, it was Chen Jun who took the initiative to say, Chaoqiang, regardless of the outcome of this matter and whether or not I can come back safely, I hope that you won't be angry with your father. Also, not to mention, don't even think about getting revenge for me, okay? Chen Jun knew that He Chaoqiang was a strong woman. If she really died accidentally on Treasure Island, she would feel very guilty inside, and would probably even do something stupid because of it. You'll be fine. Back when I knew you as a nobody. Now that you've become the leader of the biggest society in Shangjiang, it shows that you have extraordinary luck. Besides, you don't want to be in a hurry if something happens on this trip over. If we really can't do it, then we can just come back immediately. As for my father's side, I'll find a way to convince him slowly. He Chaoqiang returned seriously. Chen Jun thought to himself that He Chaoqiang was still a little too tender. After all, neither side is a cutie. If Chen Jun hadn't been able to finish off Lei Gong this time, then he would have definitely spooked the snakes as well. Once the other party learns that he and the king of gamblers are trying to assassinate him, he will definitely take revenge on Hung Hing and the Ho family immediately, and the king of gamblers would immediately clear the air with himself, and would probably even buy a murderer to come after him for the purpose of killing him. So either this trip to Lei Gong dies, or you're done for. However, on the surface, Chen Jun still opened his mouth and comforted. I'll listen to you. I won't go out easily unless I have full certainty. With Chen Jun's reply, He Chaoqiang then put her heart down. The next morning, when He Chaoqiang woke up from her natural sleep, she realized that the person on her pillow was nowhere to be found. It didn't take much thought to realize that Chen Jun had already sneaked away earlier in the day while she was asleep. At this moment, He Chaoqiang was once again worried. Chen Jun, you must come back safely. On the other hand, Chen Jun with Feng Yishio, Xiaoma and 15 beast soldiers arrived at a secluded harbor on Treasure Island in the evening after a long journey. After coming ashore, Chen Jun told the beast soldiers to take their forged ID cards and bring their weapons to hide quickly. Instead, the three of them, he and Feng Yishio and Xiaoma, went to the city first to find out the news. Look at what that old man Lei Gong has been up to all this time. The next morning, the three of them went straight to the headquarters of the Viper Gang, but when they just arrived outside the Viper Gang's headquarters, the three of them were dumbfounded, only to see that thousands of people had actually gathered outside the Viper Gang's company building, and at that moment, these people were holding flags with Lei Gong's head printed on them and shouting wildly there, "Go Lei Gong! Support Thunder Kung Fu! Boss, why are so many citizens shouting at the Viper Gang's territory?" At this time, Feng Yishio touched his head curiously and asked, and Chen Jun saw it at a glance. This treasure island is different from other places in that the political environment here is rather special. Members of parliament and officials at all levels of government are voted in by the people in local elections. The role of parliamentarians is particularly important in this context. According to local laws and regulations, once anyone is elected as a member of parliament, then on a legal level, all the wrongs he has committed before can be forgiven. So that's why many people with mob backgrounds want to break their heads trying to run as legislators. The purpose is to whitewash your identity and make yourself upper class. And Lei Gong controls the biggest association on Treasure Island, the Viper Gang. Naturally, he also wanted to use his influence to get elected as a legislator. Today, it seems to be the very day that Lei Gong went out to canvass for votes. That's why so many of his supportive public showed up to cheer him on. This Lei Gong has probably been campaigning to run for Congress lately. This is actually a great opportunity for us. Chen Jun then briefly explained the political ecology of Treasure Island to the two men, and also analyzed Lei Gong's next dynamic with them. Upon learning that Lei Gong, as a gangster, also wants to go into politics, both Feng Yushuo and Xiao Ma feel incredulous. Jun, that's going to be a problem then. If he was killed as a gangster, maybe it wouldn't have caused too much of a relationship. If he was killed as a member of Congress, that's a big deal. Ponyboy analyzed. Chan Jun nodded. That's right, but luckily he's only one of the candidates now. If we take him out at this juncture, we might even be able to dump the blame on his rivals as a result, thereby blurring the focus so that the outside world won't be able to suspect us for the time being. Jun Chen analyzed. Brother Jun, why don't you give me 2 guns and I'll just do it while he's out on the street for publicity and beat him to death. At that moment, Ponyboy also spoke up, but his plan was immediately dismissed by Chen Jun. If you do it in a crowded place, then even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape the scene. By then you'll either be captured and interrogated by them, or you'll have to kill yourself. Chapter 109, The Charming Ding Yao is online. Xiao Ma immediately thought that Chen Jun was worried that he would give him up if he was caught. He hurriedly stated, Brother Jun, don't worry, even if I don't escape, I'll take all the blame. Feng Yushuo, who was on the side, also spoke up, why don't you let me go? I'm sure I can get out in one piece. Chen Jun looked at the 2 people in front of him and shook his head with a bitter smile. Don't think too much. I am not worried that you will betray me. I am not wanting you to put your lives on the line because of this. After all, in the future, I still need to rely on you guys to return to Shenzhen to unify the entire triad. Both of them were given to Chen Jun by the system. So naturally, he could not possibly worry about the 2 betraying him. Only to have one of them get killed just to kill Lei Gong was not a good deal. Plus he wouldn't make the move of letting his brothers die for him for nothing. So the 2's proposal was then immediately rejected by Chen Jun. And when they heard that Chen Jun was unwilling to let the 2 of them take the risk, Feng Yushuo and Xiao Ma glanced at each other. From the way both of them looked at each other, both of them realized that the other was incredibly moved inside at the moment. Obviously, Chen Jun's words had completely subdued their hearts. Just then, Lei Gong slowly walked out surrounded by a group of people. It only seemed that it was also to prevent any accidents from happening to him. So there were multiple black-clad bodyguards protecting him at all times. And these people are not ordinary triad members. Like they've gone through special training. Just went out the door and started looking around. Especially high-rise buildings, where it is easy to ambush. Not a corner is left untouched. Only after checking that there was no danger whatsoever did Lei Gong smile as he walked up to the populace and greeted them with a warm handshake. That guy must be wearing body armor. So if you want to kill him, you'll still have to blow his head off. Ponyboy, who had been in many battles, could tell at a glance that Lei Gong was wearing a bulletproof vest. There are too many people. It's not easy to get close enough to kill him. And it's crowded here. Those of us from out of town will easily arouse the suspicion of the Viper Gang. It's better to withdraw first. Seeing that there was no way to make a move today, Chen Jun then made an immediate decision and said, in his opinion, as long as Lei Gong continues to be involved in the campaign during this period of time, then he will make frequent appearances. That way they won't have to worry about getting their hands dirty. After returning to the hotel where they were staying, the 3 of them also began to think about countermeasures. Only after discussing it all day, they couldn't come up with anything. Just then, the TV set actually happened to show a campaign advertisement placed by Lei Gong. This Lei Gong is a handful of years old, but he actually found such a young and beautiful wife. The pony with a toothpick in his mouth looked at a beautiful woman accompanying Lei Gong at the event on the TV set and said jealously, the speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Chen Jun immediately raised his head and looked at the television. Sure enough, the woman accompanying Lei Gong was none other than the woman with the heart of a snake, Ding Yao. As Lei Gong's woman, Ding Yao had actually been thinking of killing the other party and then using this to rise to the top and become the true Viper Gang leader. And right now, if they could contact each other, wouldn't there be a way to get close to Lei Gong? Thinking of this, Chen Jun also had a bold plan. I have an idea. Have the brothers keep a sneaky eye on this woman for a few days. Feng Yuxiu said in disbelief. Brother Jun, you don't think you have your eyes on this woman, do you? Where are you thinking? She's Lei Gong's woman. If we can get in touch with her, we might be able to use her to get at Lei Gong. Boss, isn't this too risky? In case this woman sells us out straight away, won't we be very passive? At this point, Ponyboy reminded. Humph, as you just said, what charm does Lei Gong, an old thing who is almost in the ground, still have to attract that woman? So it seems to me that this woman beside him must be with him with some purpose in mind, and as long as she has material needs, that's all that matters. Hearing Chen Jun's words, Xiaoma instantly came to a realization. I'll take my brothers and go on a stakeout myself. Remember, don't reveal your identity, or else you should know what to do. Don't worry, if I'm really exposed, I'll take care of myself and definitely won't give them a chance to catch me. Ponyboy replied calmly. In their line of work, the most taboo thing is to be caught alive. So Ponyboy also told Chen Jun to relax. He knew what to do. Okay, then you guys be careful. Ponyboy then got up and left the hotel and started to go meet up with his brothers who had come along. In the next few days, Chen Jun was not idle and took Feng Yuxiu with him as he began to wander around the entire city. He did this not to experience the local customs, but to find out as much as possible about the local road traffic. Assassinations are more likely to succeed only if you're familiar with the city's terrain. Even when running away, you won't be disoriented because you're lost. After Chen Jun figured out the city's transportation topography, Xiaoma also finally brought good news. Boss, after our observations over the past few days, this Ding Yao really isn't a light that can't be saved. She goes out every night to take a dip in a nearby sauna. Looks like she's tired of serving that old thing dirty, too. Chen Jun sneered. It's just that every time she goes there's a single room, and there are Lei Gong's men protecting the door, so there's no way I can get in. Why don't I just go up there and take out all the guards silently? Feng Yuxiu suggested. No, once something happens to Lei Gong's little brother, the entire Viper gang will definitely notice. That's why we have to outsmart them. What are you going to do? Boss, I have my own way. Chen Jun narrowed his eyes and said slowly. That night, Ding Yao came to the Three Warmth Clubhouse as usual. Is my bath water soaking? After entering the house, Ding Yao coldly asked. Ms. Ding Yao, the water temperature has been adjusted. You can go into the water now. A waiter said carefully. Okay, you guys stand guard outside the door. Yes, ma'am. Two men in black suits took it upon themselves to stand on either side of the doorway. Ding Yao, on the other hand, entered the house alone. After entering the house, Ding Yao didn't think too much about it and smoothly stripped herself naked. Then he quickly got into the pool and began to soak. But the next second, from the screen opposite her, a figure stepped out. Ding Yao was so scared that she lost her color and was ready to shout out right away. But when she saw a pistol pointed right at her head, her open mouth ended up making no sound. Chapter 110, Molesting Ding Yao. Chen Jun's original expression was still very serious, but when he saw Ding Yao's perfect body, he instantly froze as well. For a moment, they actually stared at each other with straight eyes. Seeing that Chen Jun actually looked at himself with a lustful look, Ding Yao was completely enraged. Her beautiful eyes blinked, her eyes revealing a chill. Then in an icy tone, he questioned, Who are you? Don't you know what I am and actually dare to ambush me here? Ding Yao's words pulled Chen Jun back to reality. He gulped, then grinned. Miss Ding Yao, of course I know what you are. Why else would I have taken such a risk sneaking into your room? Seeing that the other party knows his identity, this time Ding Yao also started to panic. After all, she had just fantasized that the other party might not know her identity yet, so she could still use her identity as Lei Gong's woman to scare the other party. But now it seemed that the other party was simply coming for himself. What do you want? A man and a woman in a room together. What do you think I want? Chen Jun said with a bad smile on his face. Originally, he planned to go straight to the point and showdown with Ding Yao. But now, he had a hint of wanting to catch the other man. After all, he did want to teach the high and mighty woman in front of him a small lesson. As expected, after hearing such suggestive words from Chen Jun, a look of panic flashed through Ding Yao's eyes. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, you won't be able to walk out of here alive either. Ding Yao threatened angrily. With those two bodyguards standing at the door, you think they can keep me? In other words, if I wasn't absolutely sure, I'd be here waiting for you? Chen Jun teased. His words once again made Ding Yao highly nervous. Indeed, since the other party had the ability to sneak in here and ambush in advance, it was obvious that they had already made all the preparations. The two bodyguards who had followed themselves looked tall, but in reality, they didn't have much of a deterrent effect at all. Thinking about this, Ding Yao knew that she was in trouble today. She bit her red lips tightly and said fiercely, You just want to get my body? In Ding Yao's opinion, Chen Jun must have seen the color, or else he could not have ambushed her here. Yeah, you're so pretty, what man wouldn't be tempted to look at you? Besides, is that old bastard Lei Gong still capable of satisfying you? Why don't you just come with me? I'll treat you right. Chen Jun continued to molest. Although he was well known in Hong Kong, he was naturally unknown in Treasure Island. That's why Ding Yao hadn't recognized his identity so far, and just thought he was a punk who came out of nowhere. Just by you? I'm now the woman of the Triad Gang leader. Who the hell are you? Yo, the San Luan Gang is so awesome. So what? Now I'm going to have a little fun with the Triad leader's woman. And Jesus can't stop me. After saying that, Chen Jun walked straight towards Ding Yao. Ding Yao was terrified. She knew that if she resisted, her opponent would not hesitate to shoot her, so she could only nervously wait in place for Chen Jun. Chen Jun walked up to her, one hand holding the gun to her head, and one hand gently holding up her chin. Seeing Ding Yao's red lips so tantalizing, Chen Jun was not polite and directly nibbled on them. After violently and forcefully kissing Ding Yao, he wiped the saliva on his mouth and then revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad. No wonder Lei Gong took a liking to you. Although Ding Yao was very angry after being offended, he dared not say anything. One could only look at Chen Jun with a grim gaze. What are you looking at? Now I'm going to make you come out of the water and serve me properly or I'll make your head explode. Chen Jun threatened. Ding Yao was unmoved. Chen Jun was furious and put his hand against the trigger. All I have to do is pull the trigger and your head will explode. This time, Ding Yao finally moved. She slowly emerged from the water, revealing her perfect keto body. Then he walked over to Chen Jun's side with no expression on his face. Unnatural expression. I'm not excited when you do that. Ding Yao clenched her fists, but still forced a fake smile on her surface. Seeing that Ding Yao had done this, Chen Jun also stopped continuing to tease the other party. Then he turned his words around and said in a light tone, I'm suddenly not in the mood again today. Let's talk about it some other time. Ding Yao was nearly driven mad by Chen Jun. This is going to be another day? Is he really not afraid to die? Put your clothes on. Ding Yao didn't nag after hearing this and immediately got dressed. What the hell do you want to do? At this time, Ding Yao also understood after calming down that the man in front of her must have other plans for finding herself. You guess? You want to kidnap me and get a fortune from Lei Gong? Ding Yao tried to guess. Oh, do you think you're worth it? In other words, how much do you think Lei Gong is willing to pay to redeem you? These words were a direct question to Ding Yao, because in her opinion, she was nothing more than a dispensable ornament for Lei Gong. Once he was kidnapped himself, Lei Gong would definitely be furious. Only the reason for his anger wasn't that his life would be in danger if he was kidnapped. Rather, this incident affected his reputation and challenged his authority, so he definitely wouldn't hesitate to have his men take himself out along with the other guy. With that, Ding Yao coldly returned. I don't know. You can try. You and I both know that kidnapping won't do anyone any good. After all, I'm sure Lei Gong won't immediately take out the money. Don't you think so? Seeing that the other party had even guessed this, Ding Yao's doubts deepened. What the hell do you want? I want Lei Gong's life. What? Ding Yao was taken aback. She didn't realize that there were people who wanted Lei Gong dead more than she did these days. You should also be very eager for Lei Gong to die in your heart. In that case, you'll have the chance to control the entire Sanlian gang. Chen Jun hit the nail on the head and spoke directly to Ding Yao's heart. Ding Yao's face was cloudy. For a moment she couldn't tell if the man in front of her was scamming her, if he was sent by Lei Gong or other hall masters of the San Luan gang to test himself. So now if he confessed easily, wouldn't he be asking for death? Therefore, Ding Yao seriously replied right away, of course I don't want Lei Gong to die. He is my man. Why would I expect him to die? Quite defensive. Not bad. You are indeed the perfect person to work with? Alright, I'm not going to bull you. My name is Chen Jun. I'm the leader of the Hung Hing Society in Hong Kong. Chen Jun knew that Ding Yao didn't trust himself, so he immediately introduced himself. At first Ding Yao was unmoved, but when she heard that Chen Jun was actually the leader of a well-known association in Shangjiang, she was once again shocked. Chapter 111, Convincing Ding Yao. Joining hands to make a scam. Although she had never met Chen Jun, she had heard of the name Hung Hing. However, in the next second, she once again revealed a skeptical expression and asked, a titular society leader actually risked his life to come to Treasure Island to assassinate the leader of the Triad Gang? In her opinion, if Chen Jun was really the leader of the society, there was absolutely no way he would quietly run here and risk meeting himself. If anything goes wrong, he won't be able to return to Hong Kong alive even if he is the leader of the society. Just because this matter is extremely risky, that's why I'm personally involved. I can't really trust ordinary people. Of course, I know that this matter is difficult for you to accept, so I've brought a copy of the evidence here on purpose. After saying that, Chen Jun flung a copy of a newspaper about himself that had been published earlier in a well-known newspaper in Xiangjiang in front of Ding Yao. When Ding Yao took a look at the photo on the newspaper, which really showed Chen Jun's appearance, and the headline and the content of the article were also related to Hung Hing, she then reluctantly believed in Chen Jun's real identity. Even if you are really the leader of Hung Hing, so what? Aren't you afraid that I will give you up? You won't, because we have a common enemy. Besides, inside you want to let Lei Gong die more than I do at this moment. After all, do you really want to serve an old man who's going to be in the ground every day? Chen Jun's soul torture completely gagged Ding Yao's mouth. She was indeed very eager for the thunder function to return to heaven, but she didn't dare take any risks without being absolutely sure. It won't be that easy for you to kill Lei Gong. Even if you can kill him, there's no way for you to escape Treasure Island in one piece. If I act hastily, then naturally there's no way to be foolproof. But with your help from the shadows, there might even be a chance of survival. Chen Jun said slowly. Are you really not afraid I'll sell you out? You're a smart woman. I'm sure you'll make a wise choice. Ding Yao saw Chen Jun's confident look and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. There was a long silence before she spoke again. What do you want? It's simple. You help me find a suitable opportunity for my men to get close to Lei Gong. As for the rest, you don't need to worry about it. Chen Jun returned. If I help you kill Lei Gong, what benefits will I get? At this time, Ding Yao asked a rhetorical question. This issue was very important to her. Of course she wanted Lei Gong to die, but she preferred to maximize her own benefits after Lei Gong's death. With Lei Gong dead, are you still in charge of the Sanlian gang? Ding Yao gave Chen Jun a blank look. There are several other hall masters in the Sanlian gang besides Lei Gong, so even if Lei Gong dies, they'll still jump out and fight for the right to speak, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get much out of a weak woman. With your means, you're still afraid of this? I'm not entirely sure, so this whole thing is just a little too risky for me. Seeing that Ding Yao was not too happy, Chen Jun knew that the other party must be thinking something small. He didn't bother with the other party, and directly showed his cards. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? It's best if you can help me get rid of one or two of the hall masters in the meantime, so that I'll have much less resistance within the Sanlian gang. Chen Jun narrowed both of his eyes, his gaze looking straight at Ding Yao. You woman, you really are vicious enough. Ding Yao was unimpressed. Didn't you already know what I'm like? Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked your life to see me, would you? Chen Jun laughed after hearing this. That's true. Alright, as long as you can lure the other hall masters here by then, I'll go and help you get rid of them as much as I can. For Chen Jun, killing one person was killing, and killing a group was also killing. Anyway, once the other party knew his identity, this beam would definitely be formed, so it wouldn't hurt to kill even one or two more hall masters. Ding Yao was not quite at ease and asked, how am I supposed to trust you? You can only choose to believe me. Otherwise, with your own ability and intelligence, you'll never have a chance to turn your life around. Although Ding Yao was a bit dissatisfied, there wasn't much he could do. In the end, she nodded her head and agreed to Chen Jun's proposal. Alright, wait for my news. I'll let you know when there's a good opportunity. How long? Chen Jun was worried about a long night, so he wanted to do it as soon as possible. During this period of time, Lei Gong and the hall masters would often gather together to discuss election matters, so naturally the opportunities would not be too few. But I have to ask around or I won't be able to get away with it if something happens to you. Ding Yao was well aware of the importance of this matter. It looked like Chen Jun was taking a risk, but in reality, her risk was not low. After all, no one could guarantee that once something happened to Chen Jun, he and his men wouldn't give themselves up. Ms. Ting, it's good that you know, so I'll wait to hear from you. Here's my contact info. Keep it safe. When Chen Jun finished speaking, he wrote down the number of a cell phone he had just bought in Treasure Island on the newspaper. Got it. By the way, I'd like to ask you one more thing. By what means did you sneak in here? Is it hard to threaten the waitresses here with a gun? Chen Jun's words made Ding Yao shut her mouth once again. Okay, go ahead and take a bath. I'm not watching. After talking about this matter, Chen Jun suddenly came up with this sentence out of the cold. That's not going to make Ding Yao a whole lot better. You want to watch me take a bath? Then why don't I go out now? Ding Yao was very speechless. There were two bodyguards standing at the door. If he's going out at this hour, won't it be a big deal? Then I won't wash either. You can't wash it. They'll definitely get suspicious if you don't. After all, you've been here for so long, so it's better to put on an act. Chen Jun continued to tease Ding Yao. Ding Yao also felt that Chen Jun's words were somewhat reasonable. Then spoke. Then turn your head and don't look at me. It's okay. You can't get pregnant by looking at it. Seeing Chen Jun's playful appearance, Ding Yao almost went crazy, but she really couldn't do anything about Chen Jun. In the end she could only quickly undress and jump into the pool. Seeing that Ding Yao had already entered the water, there was no point in continuing to molest her. So Chen Jun simply slipped back behind the screen. You hurry up and wash up and leave. I don't want to stay here too long. Ding Yao froze for a moment, and when she saw that Chen Jun was acting like a gentleman again at this time, her expression began to become intriguing. This guy, what the hell is going on in his head? Still, Ding Yao took a quick shower before getting up and leaving the room. After all, one more second here was one more risk for her. Chapter 112 Ambush. Assassination of Lei Gong. For the next few days, Chen Jun and Ding Yao were secretly keeping a deadly eye on each other. Chen Jun was worried that Ding Yao would sell herself in a moment of desperation. That's why he purposely asked Pony to follow every move of the San Luan gang. But whenever he noticed that strangers began to stalk him near the hotel where he was staying, he immediately fled Treasure Island at the first opportunity. And Ding Yao was frantically collecting news about Chen Jun. After a few days of testing each other, Ding Yao finally couldn't help but call Chen Jun over. Chen Jun, I'm Ding Yao. After hearing the familiar voice, Chen Jun smiled faintly. You finally called me. I thought you had forgotten about me. Humph, how could I forget you, pervert? It's okay, I just looked at you twice. Oh yeah, and a kiss. I have to say, the flavor is really good, so I'm going to see if I can get a chance to taste it again. Get out. Ha ha. Miss Ding Yao didn't purposely seek me out today to catch up on old times. Ha, could it be something else then? Chen Jun played dumb. Ding Yao rolled her eyes, then coldly said, I've got the information you wanted for you. Tonight, Lei Gong will take a San Luan gang leader to meet with an official from Treasure Island privately and quietly. They were going to discuss some of the next election campaign matters, and because it was a private meeting and the officer didn't want the outside world to know that he was associated with the triad, the matter was highly classified and no one else in the gang knew about it. Ding Yao's words caused Chen Jun to immediately become serious. It does sound like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For this kind of meeting, neither side will bring too many people. Coupled with the presence of officials, Lei Gong would not have expected anyone to dare come to the scene and cause trouble. So he certainly doesn't carry too many bodyguards around. Reliable intelligence? Are you questioning my abilities? When he saw that Ding Yao's tone was firm and did not look like she was fooling herself, Chen Jun made a snap decision and decided to utilize this one opportunity to directly take out Lei Gong. Send me the time and place and I'll do it myself tonight. Wait a minute, isn't that too risky for you? When Ding Yao learned that Chen Jun actually wanted to do it himself, she hurriedly opened her mouth to dissuade him. After all, if nothing happened to Chen Jun, then the odds were that she wouldn't be at much risk either. But in the event that Chen Jun is captured or killed, she will likely be exposed as a result. I must kill him myself. Think about it, the big deal is death. Don't worry, I won't give you up. After all, I'm still a man, so it's not like I'd pull a woman's back. Chen Jun gave Ding Yao a peace of mind. This put Ding Yao in a better mood. At the same time, there was a big shift in his attitude towards Chen Jun. At the moment, Chen Jun didn't seem so bad in her eyes. Okay, then be safe, and I'll leave the rest to you. By the way, I'll leave Treasure Island immediately after it's done, so I'll rely on you to clean up the mess here. Remember, never let anyone in your gang suspect me, but shift the target of suspicion as far as possible to his political enemies. Chen Jun reminded. Don't worry, I'm not a cutie. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to take it. Ding Yao knew that the two of them were now grasshoppers on the same line, and if Chen Jun was targeted, she wouldn't end up well either. Then you'll be waiting for my good news tonight. After hanging up the phone, Ding Yao sent a short message not long after. It detailed what time Lei Gong was going to go where for his appointment tonight. After grasping this information, Chen Jun immediately gathered Feng Yushiu and Xiao Ma. Upon learning that Chen Jun was going to go to the site himself, the two were again opposed on the spot. Jun, why don't you leave this to us? Yeah boss, you won't be much help if you go. No, Lei Gong must die in my hands. None of you can kill him, Chen Jun seriously warned. He was also suffering inwardly at the moment. Of course he knew there wasn't much use in going himself. But nay, the system mission was to let him personally take care of Lei Gong. If Xiao Ma accidentally shot someone in the head, then his trip would have been in vain. On the other hand, Xiao Ma and Feng Yushiu were suddenly very moved after listening to Chen Jun's words. In their vision, Chen Jun was not only a heavy-hearted person, but he was also willing to risk his life and lead the charge. As for why he was so obsessed with killing Lei Gong, he must have wanted to take all the blame and not let them take too many risks. Little Ma even directly stated, Boss, with your words, I will definitely kill them tonight. Remember, Lei Gong and that hall master can die, but the officer should not move. After all, the other party is at least an official of Treasure Island, and once he dies, the government is bound to not let this matter rest, and it's not too hard to figure out who we are. So kill him and we'll be in even more trouble. Chen Jun opened his mouth and reminded. Understood. We know what to do. At night, Chen Jun, Feng Yuxiu, Xiao Ma, and more than 10 of his men ambushed the neighborhood of a farmhouse in advance, in order not to draw attention to the outside world. So Lei Gong did not ask the farmhouse to clear the site. So at this time there were still quite a few guests dining in this farmhouse. Chen Jun and the others, on the other hand, had early bagged both sides of the box that Lei Gong and the others were in. At this point, as long as they waited for Lei Gong to arrive, they could just do it. Not long after, 2 high-end limousines slowly drove into the farmhouse. One of the beast soldiers staking out the door immediately entered the room after seeing the license plate and reported, "Boss, it's Lei Gong's license plate. It looks like the men have arrived. Tell the brothers to prepare to strike." Yes, sure enough, Lei Gong soon stepped out of the limo. Accompanying him out of the car was a fat, middle-aged man. According to Ding Yao's description, this person was another hall master of the Sanlian gang. Then a man in a suit stepped out of another car. The other party was identified as none other than a top local official. The group of 3 then walked into the box, laughing and talking, and outside the house stood several black-clad bodyguards. There were 9 people, including the driver, 5 guarding the door and 4 staking out the car. Feng Yuxiu returned to the house after scouting and continued to report. Feng Yuxiu, the few people by the car, you take a few brothers to take care of. Remember to fight quickly. The people in the box, leave it to me and Pony Boy. Yeah, no problem. Since everyone is ready, let's go. Chapter 113. Lei Gong was killed. Sanluan gang was in chaos. With Chen Jun's order, everyone put on their black hoods and then quickly split up into groups. Pony Boy led the way, pushing open the door to the box before raising 2 pistols and firing several shots at several of the bodyguards at the door. Shoo, shoo, silenced gunshots rang out, and several bodyguards didn't even have a chance to react, falling to the ground on the spot. At the same time, Feng Yuxiu killed the 2 cars. Before a few of the bodyguards could react, they drew their short knives and stabbed them. After several of the bodyguards at the door fell to the ground, one of the beast soldiers fought to kick open the door to the compartment room. Then everyone fishtailed and rushed into the box. At this moment in the box, the 3 Lei Gong people were still talking and laughing. After suddenly seeing several masked black-clothed men barging into the box, all 3 of them were instantly stunned. "Who are you guys?" "I'm Lei Gong from the Sanluan gang." Lei Gong hurriedly introduced himself, but Chen Jun, who then entered the box, sneered, "It's you I'm looking for." After saying that, he raised his pistol and shot at Lei Gong. Boo! Several rounds all hit Lei Gong's body. He was an old man himself, and he had been shot several times in the body, and was accounted for on the spot. The hallmaster next to him saw this and pulled his legs out to flee in the direction of the window, but just as he stood up, Pony Boy had pulled the trigger. 2 shots hit him squarely in the back. After his chest was pierced, this hallmaster directly fell into a pool of blood. At this point, the only remaining officer completely pissed himself. He raised his hands and looked at Chen Jun and the others with a horrified expression. "Eat your food. You have no business here. Also, I advise you not to think about investigating our identities. It won't do you any good. Is that clear?" The other party hurriedly nodded desperately, fearing that Chen Jun would regret it. That's when Pony Boy even went up to check on the condition of the 2 fallen men himself, just in case. After making sure there was no breath left, he got up and walked over to Chen Jun. "It's all dead already. Go!" Chen Jun immediately gave the order and started fleeing out with his men. By this time, it was a mess outside. Although Feng Yuxiu and the others had already killed several other bodyguards, but the fierce battle still alarmed the guests inside the farmhouse. Only when everyone learned that there was a gunfight, they all hid at the first opportunity, and no one dared to come forward to stop them at all. Chen Jun and the others then smoothly jumped into the condominium van and then drove frantically to the nearby pier. Upon arriving at the dock, one of his men set the 2 vans directly on fire and jumped on the fishing boat that had picked them up. The ship was sent by Ho Hongsen, so Chen Jun was still relatively relieved. Once aboard, the captain didn't dare to slow down. After all, there were already sirens coming out not far away. So he hurriedly increased his horsepower and drove the ship away from the dock. When the ship entered the waters of Macau, everyone on board breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing the marine police over on Treasure Island didn't spot us, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Pony Boy said, "Humph, it's not easy to find a fishing boat on the sea in this vast darkness. Besides, we killed a gangster, not a high government official. There's no way the marine police would work so hard to catch us," Chen Jun said in disbelief. He predicted the outcome before he did it. As long as you don't move the government people yourself, then you won't be in too much trouble. I wonder if the Sanluan gang side of Treasure Island has blown up by now. Ha ha, if I'm not mistaken, the entire Sanlian gang has gathered together now. Chen Jun guessed calmly. Everything was just as he expected too. After learning of Lei Gong's death, the entire San Luan gang acted. The people in charge of each region had brought their minions to search up and down for Chen Jun and the others, and after a fruitless search, a group of bigwigs gathered at Lei Gong's villa again. Damn! Who the hell killed the gang leader? Needless to say, it's definitely the work of rival societies, and gangs like the Tian Dao Gang and the Four Seas Alliance are highly suspect. Then call out your brothers and fight them. While everyone was filled with righteous indignation, Ding Yao slowly made her appearance in a long black dress. Everyone's expressions changed slightly when they saw Ding Yao. Although she was only a woman, she was after all a woman beside Lei Gong. Now that Lei Gong has died tragically, her status in the gang has changed subtly. After all the forces were thinking about how to pull her into their ranks at the moment. That way they would have a better chance of replacing Lei Gong and becoming the next leader of the San Luan gang. Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law! Ding Yao looked at the crowd and said with a dejected expression, Lei Gong was killed. What? Sister-in-law, do you know something hidden? Sister-in-law, just tell me what you know. It's okay. Seeing that Ding Yao seemed to know the inside story, everyone hurriedly opened their mouths to inquire. Ding Yao continued to show a pained expression, then said indignantly word by word, actually, some time ago, Lei Gong had been complaining to me. He said another council candidate, Jiang Jian, has been fighting him at every turn lately and is reportedly preparing to buy a murderer on the black market to kill him, but he suffered from a lack of evidence. Plus he didn't think anyone really dared to kill him, so he didn't take too many precautions, but now it seems he was still too careless. Ding Yao's words immediately caused the scene to boil over. Jiang Jian, this grandson, can't be that he has already colluded with Secretary General Wang in private. That's why Secretary General Wang told the other party about the itinerary of tonight's secret meeting with the gangmaster? At this point, someone immediately analyzed it. I told you that the gang leader's trip tonight can be discovered even if it's so secretive. It looks like there's really a mole. That's right. Projecting like this, it must be Jiang Jian who has joined forces with Secretary General Wang, or else this matter doesn't make any sense at all. Seeing that everyone immediately aimed their cannons at Lei Gong's former political enemy, Ding Yao couldn't be happier inside at the moment. However, just as everyone proposed to avenge Lei Gong's death, Ding Yao suddenly spoke out of turn. Gentlemen, can you listen to me for a moment? Right now, I think that the most pressing task for the Sanlian gang is not to avenge the death of the gang leader, but rather, to elect an acting gang leader as soon as possible to get through this critical period. Otherwise, if the San Luan gang will remain in a state of being leaderless, it won't do anyone any good. So who do you guys think would be better to serve as acting gang leader? Ding Yao's words made sense. If a huge gang does not have a leading gang leader, the management is bound to be paralyzed. But right now, everyone was thinking of fighting for the position of gang leader. So naturally, none of them were willing to open their mouths to do the grafting for the others. At the same time, no one has the good sense to be furtive at this juncture. For a while, the entire villa fell into silence. Chapter 114, Controlling San Luan Gang. Ding Yao on the throne. Seeing that the crowd at the scene did not squeak, Ding Yao knew that the opportunity had come. She moistened her throat, then softly and slowly proposed, how about this? Let me take my husband Lei Gong's place temporarily first. I'll step aside when you guys choose a suitable new gang leader sometime. What do you think? Those present are all people who have been in the business for many years. Hearing Ding Yao's words at this moment, they naturally all knew what she was playing inside. But again, this is a perfect fit for everyone. After all, instead of letting other powerful contenders to be the acting gang leader, it would be better to let a woman who was easily manipulated and didn't have too much power of her own to be a puppet gang leader. This way everyone has a chance to control Ding Yao in private and make her work for them. I think sister-in-law's proposal is good. I support it. I also agree. She herself has been accompanying Mr. Lei Gong for a long time. She must know many things that we don't know. So letting her be the transitional gang leader for the time being is indeed a good choice. Alright, Ding Yao. You'll work a little harder and temporarily act as the Sanlian gang's gang leader. Seeing that everyone agreed with her proposal, Ding Yao slightly bowed to the crowd. Then, next, I'll ask everyone present to join me in working for the triad. The story about Lei Gong's murder spread throughout Treasure Island overnight. And naturally, Ho Hong Sum, who was far away in Macau, got wind of it at the first opportunity. Upon learning that Chen Jun had actually killed Lei Gong, Hongsen was also quite shocked. Originally, he had hoped that Chen Jun would stay on Treasure Island forever while taking out Lei Gong, but I didn't expect Chen Jun to escape back to Macau on the same night on the fishing boat he was sent on, and he didn't dare to take the risk of tampering with the fishing boat. In case the matter was exposed and Hong Xing knew that he had crossed the river, the other party would definitely find himself in trouble. So to be on the safe side, he still let Chen Jun return safely to Macau. Early in the morning, Chen Jun arrived at He Hongsen's villa in a very dashing manner. This meeting was completely different from the previous one. Chen Jun was finally able to straighten his back and strut into the villa gate. Even the bodyguard standing at the door didn't dare to stop him for a body search. After all, a person who could even assassinate the boss of the San Lin gang, they naturally didn't dare to mess with him easily. What's more, He Hongsen hadn't specifically given them a death order to find trouble with Chen Jun this time. When Chen Jun walked into the villa, He Hongsen had already been waiting at the table in the living room for a long time. Accompanying him, apart from his fourth aunt, was Ho Chiu Kiang herself. Seeing Chen Jun, He Hongsen took the initiative to stand up and greeted him with a smile. Chen Jun, you're here, please have a seat. He Chaoqiong also walked up to Chen Jun with a smile on her face, took his arm with both hands, and pulled him to the dining table like a little birdie. Mr. He, how about it? Did I do a good enough job on this one? Not bad. It's true that the younger generation is fearful. Lei Gong is dead, and his next plan of trying to enter Macau will be a complete failure, He Hongsen said with a smile. Do you need me to take care of the local gangs over here for you all together? At this time, Chen Jun suddenly took the initiative to propose. Although Macau's local gangs were powerful, in front of Chen Jun, these were just small caramels. After all, he had an army of tens of thousands of beast soldiers and tens of thousands of Hung Hing disciples. It's still no problem to deal with a local Macau gang. But when he heard this, He Hongsen's face suddenly changed. Then he quickly waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. The local gangs here are no longer able to become a climate. I think after this incident, they won't dare to go against me easily. After all, there is no one who can provide them with enough financial support today. Ho Hung Sum is not a cutie pie either. He knows that once he lets Chan Chun's Hung Hing cross the river, the consequences will be unimaginable. Although he could help himself to the other gangster forces in Macau, but at the same time, Chan Chun would completely establish himself in Macau in the process. Eventually it will even take over and become the biggest gangster organization in Macau. At that point, it wouldn't be so easy for him to get rid of Chen Jun. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would not easily allow Chen Jun to get involved in the land of Macau. Chen Jun thought to himself that this old fox is quite guarded. This time his plan will be a complete failure. He wasn't discouraged though. After all, there was a long day ahead. As long as he became the son-in-law of his He family, and He Chaoqiong joined forces, Macau would definitely be his world in the future. That's fine. You can talk to me again if there's anything. Anyway, Xiangjiang is quite close to Macau. Arjun, what exactly did you go through on this trip? Can you tell us about it? At this time, He Chaoqiong was curious. Since learning that Chen Juanjin had killed Lei Gong, He Chaoqiong was both worried and excited. Worried that the matter would implicate Chen Jun himself. Excited that he had actually accomplished the task his father had given him. In this way, his father, Ho Hung Sum, no longer has any reason to stop them from being together. Chen Jun wasn't a little cutie either. There was no way he could tell the truth about his collusion with Ding Yao in front of Ho Hongsen and fourth aunt. At the moment, it was just a light recounting of some of the details of their ambush on the other side at the farmhouse. Good. I see that you are indeed a talented person. I won't stand in the way of you and He Chaoqiong's romance. But if you really want to be my son-in-law, you'll still have to do some work. Chen Jun knew what Ho Hongsen intended to do. Although at the moment he promised himself to go out with He Chaoqiong, he was unwilling to easily nod his head and agree to their marriage. So if you want to marry the king of gamblers' daughter, you may still have a long way to go in the future. Then thank you Mr. He. There's another thing I'd like to ask Mr. He for a small favor. Chen Jun took the opportunity to propose. He helped He Hongsen to lift a big trouble, now looking for the other side to point out the benefits of natural and the reasonable. He Hongsen was also quick to agree directly. Go ahead, as long as He can do it. It's not really that difficult. It's just that one of my men seems to be secretly wanted by the police in Xiangjiang at the moment. This trip he followed me to Treasure Island to assassinate Lei Gong, and he has made a great achievement. So I want to take him back to Xiangjiang. He Hongsen immediately understood what Chen Jun meant. I see. You want me to use my high-level connections to get the police in Xiangjiang to stop wanting him. But while I have some connections and influence, I can't go too far. That henchman of yours, is there any hard evidence in the hands of the police or not? I don't think so. If there was, it would have been officially announced long ago. As far as I know, the police are just secretly looking for his whereabouts. If that's the case, things will be much better. Wait for my news. Chapter 115 King Gambler compromises and takes down the world's top arms company. Over the next few days, Lei Gong's death continued to fester. Although all the gangs on Treasure Island have come forward to say that this matter has nothing to do with them, but with Ding Yao's help, it was amazing that no one suspected this matter to others outside the island. And Chen Jun had always been little known in Padao, so it was even less likely that anyone would associate him with this matter. Chan Chun himself spent several days in Macau having fun with He Chaoqiong, taking the opportunity to completely relax. That day, he suddenly received a call from a distant ocean. There was no electric fraud in this era, so even if it was a call from abroad, Chen Jun didn't have any hesitation and picked it up. "I'm Chen Jun. Which one are you looking for?" In the next second, a standard English came from the phone. "Hello, Mr. Chen Jun. I'm George, the CEO of Reading Corporation, and I'm making this call to tell you that the procedures for the change in equity have been completed, and you now own all of Reading's equity." Chen Jun had passed the 6th grade in English in his previous life after all. The moment he heard this, he was instantly delighted. At that time, when he finished off Lei Gong, he was still wondering why the system's rewards hadn't been handed out in the first place, and he was also very curious about which top arms company it was. Now the answer is revealed. This Reading Corporation is one of the largest arms production and research and development companies in the beautiful country. Now, Chen Jun has taken full control of this arms giant. This also means that he has been able to decide whether this company lives or dies. Meanwhile, the pretty country's system isn't the same as China's. In the pretty country, arms dealers have a pivotal position. It could even sway the outcome of the general election to some extent. So not to say that the government would interfere with arms companies, but rather that arms companies can somehow have an influence on the political scene in pretty countries. Martin's current CEO called today, partly to tell Chen Jun the news, and partly to test his new boss. Chen Jun then pretended to be calm and returned. "Humph. I know about this matter. Then may I ask when Mr. Chen Jun will be free to make a trip to the company to meet with our current top management? You're asking me to meet you guys? Ah, sorry, my mistake. When are you free? I'll bring the company executives to meet you." Chen Jun's rhetorical words caused George to break out in a cold sweat. He was genuinely worried that the new boss would fire him at the drop of a hat. "In a couple days, you guys come to Shangjiang and then contact me again." "Yeah, no problem." George didn't dare to talk nonsense and answered down immediately. After hanging up the phone, He Chaoqiong, who was on the side, revealed a puzzled expression. She comes from a family and naturally knows English. So just now, she had heard one or two of the contents of the conversation between Chen Jun and the other party clearly. "Arjun, did I hear you right just now? You were talking to the head of a foreign company? I acquired a foreign military industry." Chen Jun replied unapologetically. After all, there was no hiding the fact that he had become the sole shareholder of Martin's company. In the pretty country, even for private companies, the company's legal person and actual controlling person must be publicized. With He Chaoqiong's status, it wasn't difficult to investigate how many under-the-table properties he had in his name. So Chen Jun simply admitted the matter directly and cheerfully. He Chaoqiong was also startled when she learned that Chen Jun had actually reached out to pretty country. After all, even her father was afraid to venture into the business world of the pretty country. But Chen Jun, a triad leader, actually acquired the military industrialization enterprises over there. It's a good thing that He Chaoqiong didn't know how powerful the Reading Company was, and only mistook it for a small and probably bankrupt OEM factory. What do you acquire a company like that for? Producing arms, of course, and then selling them to the world. You want to be in the arms business? That's not for ordinary people. So do I look like an average person to you? Chen Jun said in disbelief. This statement stumped He Chaoqiong. If before this, she definitely didn't think that Chen Jun could still do global arms trade. But now, she really wasn't sure. After all, one thing Chen Jun did was more outrageous than another. "So what can I do for you?" "Of course I do. I'm going into the arms business. So naturally I'll need transportation. You should own your own shipping company in Macau, right? We did take a stake in a maritime trade and transportation company, but we're not the biggest shareholder." He Chaoqiong replied after thinking for a while. "Then you'll have your father buy out this maritime trade and transportation company, and then you'll be the chairman of the board." "Ha?" Chen Jun's words caused He Chaoqiong to be a bit confused. "At your age, surely your father would be willing to leave some of the estate in your care. So take advantage of this opportunity to enter the field of trade and transportation, and work with me to take the arms business all over the world." Chen Jun knew how profitable the arms trade was, and he was under the impression that countries were at war all over the world all the time. There was not much fighting, but small localized battles broke out frequently, and where there is war, there is naturally a demand for arms, weapons and ammunition. So Chen Jun's next intention was to open up the situation through the arms trade, so that he could appear on the world stage. At this moment, he had long since lost sight of this small part of Xinjiang. "It's a matter of great importance. I can't answer you myself. I'll have to go back and discuss it with my father before I can decide." He Chaoqiong didn't dare to talk nonsense and could only explain awkwardly. After all, acquiring a large wrong-sea trade transportation company is definitely not a simple matter. It may not even be possible to do it even with money. so she could only attempt to go back and talk to her father. Ho hung sum. Chen Jun also knew that this matter could not be rushed, and then he commanded, "Turn around and tell your father that if he completely grasps the sea transportation, it will be beneficial to his business to a certain extent as well." "I know. By the way, when will you return to Shangjiang?" "Let's go back tomorrow. I'm almost at the end of a week here, and there's a lot of things I need to take care of over in Shangjiang. Also Xiao Ma's wanted has been revoked, so I can take him back to Shangjiang." Chen Jun replied after thinking for a moment. When she learns that Chen Jun is leaving, He Chaoqiang is very upset. Inside, she longed very much for Chen Jun to stay in Macau forever. After all, with the current strength and heritage of the He family, it could definitely give him a better future. But she also knew Chen Jun's character and temperament, so she could only tell Chen Jun to go back and take care of his health, and then go over to him when she had time. Chapter 116, Hung Hing in Turmoil, and when Shang stirs up trouble. The next day in the afternoon, Chen Jun quietly returned to Shangjiang with Xiaoma and Feng Yixio. In these many days, although Chen Jun had not shown his face, the outside world did not know his whereabouts. This is a good thing for both him and Hung Hing. After all, this will also be able to ensure that the Treasure Island side will be even less likely to suspect their own heads. But when he had just returned to the Hung Hing General Altar, Chen Yongren found him with a gloomy face. "Jun, something's happened to the club." Chen Jun was originally in a good mood. When he heard this, he instantly frowned. "What happened?" "Stepped over the line with Lian Shang. They took advantage of the time you were away from Hong Kong and directly occupied all of our territory in Kwai Sing. And Han Bin was beaten and fled to Mongkok." "What? Why wasn't this reported to me in the first place?" Chen Jun sniffed and stormed into a rage. This and Lianshang are the #1 associations in the new territories of Hong Kong, and there are 9 districts in the whole new territories, among which the only Hung Hing with a sub-district is Kwai Sing. Nowadays, Lianshang suddenly made an attack, which was obviously premeditated long ago. The aim is naturally to unify the entire new territories. You were on a big errand, so I didn't dare disturb you. Besides, even though the turf was taken, those fields are still there and can be recaptured anytime you want them back, Chen Yongren explained. "Humph, you think it's that easy? Besides, do you know that this kind of thing affects Hung Hing's morale? And I have no face." Chen Jun was disgruntled. However, Chen Yongren continued helplessly. "Brother Jun, it's not that I don't want to fight back. It's really because we're in a lot of internal conflict right now." "What the hell? What other contradictions? When you left Hong Kong last time, didn't you split the Causeway Bay territory into 2 and give it to Daffy and Shang Fan to take care of? Now the 2 of them are making a mess in Causeway Bay, and their handlers are fighting all day long, causing the whole Causeway Bay to be in a mess. What's worse, other Hung Hing Hall masters seem to be interested in getting a piece of Causeway Bay. So the big brothers backing both sides have also come down to haunt the acreage of Causeway Bay. Nowadays, the whole Causeway Bay is considered the liveliest place in Hong Kong." Chen Jun did not expect that he had only left Shangjiang for half a month, and as a result, the society was in such a mess. At the same time, he also realized that Chen Yongren's wrist was still too soft, and could not shake these Hung Hing veterans at all. But this couldn't be blamed on Chen Yongren. He was, after all, halfway through joining the club and had no record to show for it. It's not unusual for the heads of the other halls to treat him in a masculine manner. What parishioners are involved? Sang Fan's supporters consist of Dinosaur from Tuen Mun, Lai Piao from North Point, and Tang Dayu from Koon Tong. Daffy's supporters are Aki from Hung Kong Island, 13 Sisters of Mongkok and Hanbin from Kwai Sing. Humph, 3 against 3. It looks like they're all indistinguishable from each other, Chen Jun coldly said. And because of that, there's big trouble. Originally Hanbin was quite strong in Kwai Sing and it wasn't easy for Wuzing to try to fight their way in. But during this period of time, since the friction between the 2 sides in Causeway Bay was increasing, Hanbin simply pulled 2 teams of people to Causeway Bay to support Daffy. Turns out the causeway didn't set things right, and there was a fire in my own backyard. Several forces with Lian Shang struck at the same time, and thousands of fighters poured out from the 3 districts of North District, Shatin and Tai Pa, and soon swept away all of Hung Hing's venues in Kwai Sing. And when Hanbin learned of this, he was just about to join forces with 13 Sisters and Daffy to prepare a counterattack, only to have the Kwai Sing police jump out and take full control of the situation in Kwai Sing. This way, Hanbin's people are being watched by the police and can't move at all. After listening to the report, Chen Jun immediately realized that this matter was not as simple as he had imagined. Everyone knew how powerful his Chen Jun's reputation and strength was now, but at this juncture, will Lian Sheng even dare to launch an attack on himself? This shows that the other party has not only been fully prepared for a long time, but also secretly pulled together more powerful forces to help them. Who's in charge of the Wuzing side now? On the surface it's the talker who blows chickens, but in reality it's the talker of Tsuanwan. Big D. Who leads the club into Quite Sing? So it's him, June. This Big D not only has a powerful influence in Lianshang, it also has a significant position in the Jianghu. His business is all over the black and white. Although not as good as Zhang Tiansheng, he's still a number one on the road. And I've heard that he's very likely to be the new talker for the next term of Wuzing. Chen Yongren was afraid that Chen Jun would not recognize Big D, so he hurriedly introduced himself. He must not be chosen, because he'll be dead before he's chosen. Jun, are you planning to launch an all-out attack on Wulansang? Chen Yongren knew Chen Jun's temperament. Since he had dared to destroy the other associations in the first place, he was not afraid to go against Wusing today. Summon all the hall masters for me immediately. I will personally preside over the meeting. Yes, Jun. On that night, all 11 Hunghing Hall masters in Shangfan as well as Taifei, the 2 Causeway Bay candidates, were present. After learning that Chen Jun had suddenly returned to Shangjiang, everyone felt very surprised. After all, the society had been in so much chaos during this time, but Chen Jun had not been heard from. Even Chen Yongren didn't reveal half the information. This also made everyone start to wonder within themselves if something had happened to Chen Jun. But now that the crowd had seen Chen Jun return unharmed, the doubts in everyone's hearts had completely disappeared. Only it's not a good thing for some people. At this moment, Han Bin's face was unusually ugly, although he is also still a branch head of Hunghing, but the home turf has been taken. It may not have much of an impact yet in the short term, but if it goes on for a long time, his men will surely make trouble because they have no money to get. So he was worried that Chen Jun would take away his position as the head of the hall because of this and leave it to Daffy or Shangfan instead. And equally nervous were Ikeban and Daffy. The two had been messing around in Causeway Bay for many days without a fight. Now that Chen Jun had learned about this, he didn't know what kind of attitude he would have. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire conference room became heavier and heavier. No one dares to speak easily. In the end, Chen Jun took the lead after taking a sip of tea and inquired, Shangfan and Daffy, how are the two of you running Causeway Bay? And how much money have you both earned respectively during this period of time? Chen Jun directly stumped both of them with this torture. After all, we all know in our hearts that this half month they have each posted a lot of money into it, not to mention making money. So when Chen Jun asked the question, both of them didn't dare to answer it directly. Chapter 117, Seek Out the Mole, Target was Sing. Seeing that both of them were silent, Chen Jun guessed the outcome. He picked up the teacup in his hand and smashed it directly in the direction where the two were. Pop! The cup shattered when it hit the table in front of the two men, and the tea splashed on them. Everyone was very flustered in the face of Chen Jun's sudden outburst of anger. Shangfan and Daffy even hurriedly stood up and respectfully stood aside. I told you guys to run Causeway Bay properly, and you ended up making a bunch of trouble for me in Causeway Bay? I take it you guys don't want to continue in the club? Chen Jun then scolded in a stern voice. Boss, I know I'm wrong. Boss, I know it's wrong too. The two men hastened to apologize, but Chen Jun continued to say viciously, and you hall masters? You've got nothing better to do than to pile into Causeway Bay and make trouble, right? If you're capable, you guys should go find trouble with Wu Liansheng and take back Aoiqing's territory. Everyone knew that Chen Jun was taking it out on the crowd, so the few hall masters who were involved in this matter lowered their heads. After a while, when Chen Jun's anger subsided a bit, he immediately ordered, Daffy and Shangfan, I'll give the two of you another chance. Within 3 days, whoever can take out any one of the red sticks of Wusing, this position of Causeway Bay's bearer will be his. If anyone kills the red stick, it's a race to see who kills more. Chen Jun's words startled the crowd. This decision of his was in effect a direct declaration of war on Wuzing. Both Shangfan and Daffy instantly felt an invisible pressure. Although they were all red sticks as well, they usually didn't dare to easily kill each other with their hands. After all, in this period of time in Hong Kong, ordinary people really didn't dare to kill people easily. But now Chen Jun not only asked them to kill, but also to kill the big brother of the rival society. Once they really killed someone influential, both the black and white would inevitably come after them at that time. What? Scared? Chen Jun asked coldly as he looked at the silent two. Shangfan's heart crossed and he directly stated, Boss, don't worry, Shangfan, will definitely give Hung Hing an explanation. Seeing this, Daffy was also not willing to show weakness and said, Daffy, have never known how to write the word fear. This time I will have to kill all of Wu Liansheng's people. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Also Hanbin, you tell your men not to act rashly during this time. After all, the cops are on to you. If you act rashly at this juncture, you will only leave the police with leverage and evidence. Hanbin had after all supported himself in the beginning, so at this time Chen Jun naturally would not choose to fall on his sword. Meanwhile, once Quite Sing really fails, then Hung Hing will not have any foothold in the new territories. It will also become extremely difficult to fight against Wasing in the future. Seeing that Chen Jun was willing to help himself, Han Bin was very touched inwardly and hurriedly replied, "Yes, Brother Jun." After the meeting was adjourned, Sang Fan left the general altar in a hurry and went to a secluded park. There, he met a man he greatly admired. "Brother Yao Yang, our boss Jun is back, and he even said that he's going to let Daffy and I go and take out Wasing's men. Whoever kills more people will be the boss of Causeway Bay." Lei Yaoyang listened but narrowed his eyes. His brain began to think fast. Ever since the last time he was put on the spot by Chen Jun, he immediately contacted Shang Fan privately, and he secretly advises Shang Fan to help him fight against Defei while stirring up Hung Hing. At the same time, he secretly contacted Big D, with whom he had business dealings, convinced the other party to take advantage of Chen Jun's absence and the fact that Han Bin's backyard was empty to strike decisively. This is what led to the victory of Will Wenluan led by Big D over Hung Hing and directly snatched all the territories of Hung Hing and Quite Sing. Now after learning that Chen Jun had returned and handed Shang Fan such an important task, Lei Yaoyang immediately had a bold thought in his mind. "Ikeban, this is a great opportunity for you. As long as something happens to Daffy, you'll be firmly in charge of Causeway Bay." Shang Fan touched his head after hearing this and asked in confusion, "Brother Yao Yang, right now shouldn't we be looking for trouble with Lian Shang? Humph. Is it so easy to deal with the big brothers of Wuzhen? Other than that, if you really make a move against the people of Lian Shang, at that time, even if you succeed in killing someone, your own side will also suffer heavy losses. So instead of going to fight someone to the death, we're going to let our competitors die." Shang Fan immediately felt that Lei Yaoyang's words made sense, and hurriedly asked after him, "Brother Yao Yang, then how should we make Dafei go and die obediently now?" "It's simple. You're all fellow disciples, so I'm sure it shouldn't be too hard to inquire about a bit of information about him. All we need to know next is his next move and we'll have a way to set up a way to take him out." "That's no problem. My boss, Dinosaur, will definitely help me." Hearing this, Lei Yaoyang seriously reminded, "I can't tell anyone about my cooperation with you, including your boss, Dinosaur." "Okay." Iken nodded. He also knew that his collusion with outside forces was a big no-no for the society. Once the society knew about it, one would have to be skinned without dying. "Don't worry about it, Brother Yao Yang. I definitely won't say anything." Looking at the frothing cutie in front of him, Lei Yaoyang sneered inwardly. "Dirtbag, when it's done, your time to die will come." On the other hand, Daffy also gathered his minions immediately after the meeting broke up. He already ran a big Pegasus Sutra, so he kept a group of journalists. These reporters had many channels to inquire about anyone, so the first thing he ordered was for these people to go and help him to privately inquire about the recent movements of those big brothers with Lian Shang. Chen Jun, on the other hand, did not take any action at this time, but instead stayed at home very calmly, without any intention to make a move against Lian Shang at all. Such unusual behavior also made Chen Yongren and the others very puzzled. "Jun, are we just counting on Ikeban and Daffy to bring Wasing down? Oh, them two cuties. How could they possibly topple Wasing?" Chen Jun said in disbelief. "So you're still letting them go after Wuzhen? I let them out to make things more confusing, and I'm going to take advantage of this period of confusion to get a good look at who's really up to no good." "You mean there's a hidden agenda in the matter of striking with Unicorn?" "That's right. I don't think it's that simple, and I even suspect that there are already people in our society who are secretly colluding with outside forces." Jun Chen analyzed. Chapter 118 Daffy Zine. The mole shows up. Chen Yongren was startled. He didn't expect Chen Jun to actually think of this level. "Jun, if it's as you say, then this mole will definitely do something this time." "That's right. So order your men to keep a closer eye on the big brothers in the club. Especially the ones involved in the fight over the Causeway Bay turf should be the most suspicious." Chen Jun continued to command. "Understood. By the way, has there been any movement on the cops' end lately? Chan Chan is willing to take on Sang Fan and Tai Fei for the Horse Guards Association in Causeway Bay, but now it seems that neither of them seems to be affected at all. That Ma Jun in Causeway Bay is pretty interesting too. It's not that he doesn't do anything, he waits until the end of the firefight between Shang Fan and Dafei's minions every time before coming out to clean up the mess. There was even one time when he arrived on the scene. Instead of making the first arrest, he held a gun on both sides of the room to those who couldn't escape in time and told them to keep fighting. When the fight is over, he'll bring back all the people involved in the brawl. Humph, this Ma Jun is a bit interesting, Chen Jun faintly said after listening. Chen Yongrun continued to remind, "This guy is not a light. I always feel that he won't let us off easily." "I know. In fact, he's only doing this because he wants to find an opportunity and then wipe out all of Hung Hing's forces in Causeway Bay. So what do we do? When the matter with Lian Shang is resolved, I will personally come out and let him die without a burial place." Seeing that Chen Jun still wanted to kill the cop, Chen Yongren was instantly too scared to speak, but right now he couldn't afford to think too much, because the next thing the society would have to face was a powerful Wu Lianshang. For the next 2 days, the rivers and lakes were peaceful and there was no movement. Both Sang Fan and Daffy's men did not make any moves, so much so that a number of Hung Hing's big brothers were looking forward to seeing who would get the opening. That day, Ikeban finally learns a top secret from the dinosaurs. He reported to Louis Yu Young in the first instance, informing the other party that Daffy was preparing to make a move tonight, heading to Taipa district to find trouble with Taipa Black. Taipa Black is a veteran of Wasing, and the Dongguan boys under his command have even made a name for themselves over the years. Even the previous battle of Kuaiqing, he had a part to play in it, and the benefit is, naturally, being able to continue to sell their shakedown pills in Big D's territory. So Daffy's choice of Taipa He was actually an intentional attempt to help Han Bin avenge his death. Only what Daffy didn't know was that this had been made known to Big D in advance. When Big D learns that someone is trying to assassinate Taipa He, the first thing he does is to tell the other party about it. Brother Big D, that Hung Hing's what's his name Daffy he wants to assassinate my old man? What should I do? Big D on the phone crossed his legs and smoked a cigar and said contemptuously, "Humph, since those punks from Hung Hing aren't afraid to die, let them die through and through this time. I'll have my man Shaggy come over with a group of minions to give you a hand. Once Hung Hing's people kill Taipa, we'll be able to catch a turtle in a jar." Having received Big D's help, Taipa He was overjoyed and immediately put his heart down. "Dongguan-chan, you order it down right away. There's going to be a tough fight tonight." "Yes, boss." Dongguan Zai explained this and immediately organized a team of hundreds of people. As for Daffy's side, in order to make sure that tonight is foolproof, he personally led the team and recruited 200 people to sneak and kill in Taipa, coming to a karaoke where Taipa He would usually stay. At this time, in the karaoke, the hall was a cheerful atmosphere, and the guests were eating and drinking. But what everyone doesn't know is that all the boxes in this karaoke are now hiding multiple thugs armed with clubs and machetes. Sitting in the center of the hall, the bait Taipa Black is now singing along with his little brother Dongguan Chai in long hair, who came all the way here. Soon, Daffy made his move. When he barged into the karaoke hall with his men, the whole hall instantly panicked into chaos. "Keep an eye on the door for me. Don't let their people slip away while they're at it," Daffy shouted at his men. But just then, Taipa He took the initiative to stand up and shouted at Daffy. "Hello, Daffy." Daffy was instantly startled upon seeing his opponent's appearance. He wasn't shocked that Taipa Black would be here. Rather, he was shocked that the other party not only recognized him at once, but also greeted himself very calmly. Daffy is not like Sengfan. He's not a cutie. At this moment, he immediately realized that the situation was not right. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Something's wrong. Pull back. Daffy had just finished shouting out his words, but from the multiple boxes next to him, a number of fighters directly rushed out. Meanwhile, a large number of Wasing's ponies had gathered outside the karaoke. "Boss, the entrance is blocked by the people outside. We can't get out." At this time the junior brother who was playing the lead position hurriedly reported. Now Daffy completely realized that he had fallen into a Lianshang's trap, facing an enemy several times his size. Daffy's eyes were filled with rage. At that moment, Dongguan Zai, holding a machete, came to Daffy's front with his men. The two sides faced off in the lobby of the nightclub. Although Wasing was outnumbered, they were in no hurry to take the lead. "Daffy, if you leave your two hands behind, I can spare your life." Both Taipa Black and Longhair knew deep down that killing a Daffy wouldn't solve anything, and a big fight here will also affect your own business. That's why he ordered Dongguan Zai to force Daffy to cut off his own arms. This will not only force Hung Hing back, but also make a name for himself in the jungle. Daffy snapped his boogers before breaking out in a curse. "Who the hell are you to talk here?" Dongguan Zai suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Do you think you can escape today? Old me fell into your hands today. I admit it, but if you want me to surrender obediently, no way. Do the brothers say yes?" Daffy yelled. The minions behind him had followed him for many years, and Daffy usually treated them just fine. So at this juncture, none of the 200 minions even intended to defect. The next moment, deafening shouts followed, "Yes." Seeing this scene, Dongguan Zai clenched the machete in his hand. He knew that this battle was inevitable, and for him and Daffy, this one was an opportunity for each other. Whoever wins this battle will make a name for themselves. So Daffy similarly stared at Dongguan Zai's every move with a grim gaze of death. After a few seconds of confrontation, Wu Xing's side was the first to move. "Brothers, cut them down for me," Dongguan Boy shouted with a big wave of his hand, pointing his sword at Daffy. "Kill!" Daffy growled after him. Chapter 119. Ma Jun takes the initiative to leak secrets. Chen Junren is stupid. Half an hour later, Chen Jun received a phone call. The caller was none other than the Kuai Xing talker. Han Bin. June. It's a big deal. Daffy's in the resuscitation room. Chen Jun's face stared as he listened. What happened to him? He went to look for trouble with Wu Lianshang and got screwed over. The other side cut him into the hospital and his men were killed and injured. Han Bin explained. Hearing this news, Chen Jun wasn't too shocked. After all, it's normal to come out these days, even if you're hacked to death. Only right now. For him, finding out the club's mole was the most crucial. Daffy has always been cautious. How could he make such a big mistake? I don't know about this, but it's certain that someone has already leaked the secret in advance and told it to Wu Lianshang. Han Bin said. Let's go visit Daffy in the hospital first. Daffy was, after all, the red stick of the club. And this time he was in the hospital again for the club's sake. At this juncture, as the leader of Hung Hing himself, he naturally has to do all the face-saving to the outside world. Soon, Chen Jun's car arrived at the hospital. Only even though it was a private hospital, a large number of police forces had already gathered outside the main gate at that moment. Meanwhile, Daffy, Han Bin, and 13 Sisters minions had gathered nearby. Seeing Chen Jun arrive, the scene instantly became tense. June. As Chen Jun walked towards the main entrance, the surroundings actively made way, while many of his juniors along the way also opened their mouths. And as he walked to the entrance of the hospital, he was stopped by several plainclothes policemen. What are you guys doing here? One of the sheriffs at the head of the group questioned in a cold voice. Something's happened to my friend and I want to go in and visit, Chen Jun said indifferently. And the strips on the site are no cuties. They also recognized Chen Jun's identity. So the other party continued to speak. Please show your ID information. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what do you mean? Are you trying to pick a fight? At that moment, Chen Yongren, who was beside him, shouted angrily. After all, Chan Chan is representing Hung Hing today. If he was stopped by a small plainclothes man, wouldn't he be laughed at by the outside world? But this sheriff is no slouch. He came over to stand guard today with a purpose. So he said contemptuously, if you want to go in, hand over your ID information to register, or else you'll be asked to leave immediately. Chen Jun glanced at the work permit on the other person's chest. Tam Weigwa, right? It's me. How? The other party remained aloof. Officer Tan. Everyone else gets by on duty. Why are you so brave on duty? Duty calls. Tan Weigwa righteously choked back. If you don't think of yourself, you should think of your family's future, right? Do you hope your future will be gray? When Chen Jun said this, Tan Weigwa and the few plainclothesmen behind him were instantly startled. Tan Weigwa forced himself to be calm and questioned. Chen Jun, are you threatening police officers? Believe it or not, I can cuff you and take you away immediately just because you say that? I see you still know my name, so you should know what I've done, right? Also, did you just try to get me arrested? Chen Jun's words caused cold sweat to break out on Tan Weigwa's forehead. He was actually just bluffing just now. If we really take Chen Jun away at this juncture, then I'm afraid the punks on the scene would drown him with a mouthful of spit. It was also at this time that Ma Jun arrived at the scene with his men. Since this was a hospital in Causeway Bay, it didn't feel like a surprise that Ma Jun showed up. Hey, why are you all gathered here? Looking for death? The horse's army chortled along the road, and the Hung Hing crowd didn't dare to offend the cops as easily as Chan Chan, so no one dared to speak out against them. Soon, Ma Jun brought his men down to Chen Jun. Jun Chen, we meet again? Ma Jun said smilingly. Officer Ma, I'm sorry to trouble you to come all the way here at this late hour. If you short mules didn't make trouble, naturally I wouldn't be in trouble. I'm not sure if other people made a scene or not, but now I'm trying to get into the hospital and your coworkers are blocking me out. Isn't that inappropriate? They're doing their duty too, so just cooperate. Ma Jun obviously wanted to use this opportunity to embarrass Chen Jun as well. While Chen Jun clearly had no such intention, he asked indifferently, what if I don't hand it over? If you don't pay, then you're not going in. Tan Weigwa interjected. Chen Jun quickly glared over. Tan Weigwa was startled by Chen Jun's sharp eyes and his body trembled slightly. Officer Ma, are you really going to make a big deal out of this? I just want to go in and meet my friend. Chen Jun knew that the one in charge here was still Ma Jun, so he directly turned his head to look at the other party and asked. Ma Jun also knew that if he caused another incident in the hospital, then even Lu Jiehui could not protect himself. So he waved his hand and said to Tan Weigwa, I'll take him in and bring him out later. How dare Tan Weigwa say anything? Anyway, if something goes wrong, there is Ma Jun to carry the front. He then followed a couple of plainclothesmen to make way for the entrance. Chen Jun also knew that Ma Jun had already made the biggest concession, so he didn't talk nonsense and instructed Chen Yongren and the others to stand guard outside the door as he followed Ma Jun in. The two stood side by side as they entered the hospital elevator, but the moment the elevator doors closed, Ma Jun suddenly spoke. I know who betrayed Daffy. Chen Jun glanced at Ma Jun suspiciously. In his eyes, he was filled with incredulity. After all, the words actually came from the mouth of a cop. It did take him by surprise. What did you say? Daffy was sold out by Ikeban. Who told Kazunori about it? That's why the other side is laying out in advance waiting for Daffy to jump in, Ma Jun said unapologetically. Chen Jun's eyes widened once again. Then he tentatively asked, how do you know so clearly? There's an informant of mine inside Wuzheng. It was then that Chen Jun came to his senses. It turns out that Ma Jun got the information from the other side. Why are you telling me all this? Chen Jun didn't think that Ma Jun was so kind as to make a special trip to tell himself about this important matter. Nothing, just want you to do me a favor and solve this big problem of Ikeban. Did I hear you right? You're asking me to help you with Sangban? Chen Jun almost thought he had heard wrong. To tell you the truth, I don't agree with Sangfan taking over Causeway Bay. This man has no brains and is reckless. He is extremely harmful to the people in the Causeway Bay area. Ma Jun's words completely made Chen Jun won't. If he didn't know the identity of the other party, he would even think that Ma Jun was an undercover agent sent by Hung Hing. Chapter 120, the first ever cooperation with the police. Officer Ma, are you playing an international joke on me? Do you realize what you're saying right now? Is it hard to believe that you still want to meddle in the affairs of our Hung Hing company and make me your puppet? In Chen Jun's opinion, Ma Jun did this only because he wanted to use him to indirectly control the entire Hung Hing. And that was undoubtedly impossible for Chen Jun. Not to mention a small Ma Jun. Even the commissioner of police came in person. There was no negotiation. But Ma Jun waved his hand and explained, I'm not doing this for your sake, but for my sake. For the sake of the entire citizens of Causeway Bay. To be honest, I've had many dealings with you short mules over the years, and I've come to a realization in the process. That is that there is no way to change the way of the world just by relying on me personally. Many societies exist in Hong Kong at present, and the short mules are even more numerous. Even if I capture and bring to justice both Ikpan and Daffy, Yu Hung Hing will still send new people over to take over these venues. So instead of continuing the struggle, it would be better for both sides to sit down and have a good talk, and return a good living environment to the citizens of Causeway Bay under the maximum extent possible. Ma Jun said a series of words under his breath. Chen Jun immediately understood what he meant when he heard it. Ma Jun is nothing more than having been completely disappointed with the Hong Kong government and the police force, knowing that in the short term, there still can't be any change in this world. So instead of selling his life to go against the short mules, it would be better for Chan Chun to choose a big brother to take over Causeway Bay who doesn't make any trouble and just likes to sulk and make a lot of money. This saves everyone a lot of work. You're still quite good at this line of thinking. If the Shangjiang police force all fought like you, the world would be a much more peaceful place. Chen Jun flirted. Humph. Not anywhere else. This Causeway Bay is now in your family's hands. That's why I came up with this. Also let me remind you that I'm not doing this as a sign of weakness to you short mules. I just don't want more innocent citizens to be on edge all day because of this crap. Realize that during the time you were infighting in Causeway Bay, the local people were simply suffering. So you, the talker, had better think a little more clearly as well, and obediently cooperate with us, so that everyone can be spared some unnecessary trouble. Ma Jun's words were very sensible. In fact, Causeway Bay is now clear. As long as the external associations do not come in to plant their flags, then Hung Hing will be able to enjoy all the resources exclusively. And once a good relationship can be established with the police, so that Hung Hing's entire Causeway Bay black and white will no longer have any trouble. I don't need you to teach me about this, but thank you for providing me with such favorable information. I'm not providing you with information for nothing. You owe me a favor on this one, Ma Jun said with a light grunt. What? You want to exchange information with me? That's against the rules, isn't it? If your police functionaries find out that you're secretly colluding with triad bosses, you'll be in trouble. You admit you're the club leader? Ma Jun narrowed both eyes slightly. Chen Jun instantly realized that he had almost said the wrong thing just now. In Hong Kong, once someone claims to be a triad, they may get into trouble. Especially for a public figure like Chen Jun. He couldn't freely admit his identity. I'm just making an analogy, after all. Isn't that the kind of role I play in your eyes? Come on. There's no need to talk about all this nonsense with me. I'll give you a minute to get in there and see your little brother. Then you're out with me, Ma Junti said. Chen Jun also knew that Ma Jun had let himself in under no small amount of pressure. And in fact, he had come to visit Daffy because he was worried that someone might take advantage of this opportunity to lay a hand on him. Once Daffy is dead, someone else will have to be chosen to run Causeway Bay. I'm afraid this will inevitably lead to another fight within the club. So in order to avoid something similar from happening again, Chen Jun naturally had to be careful with this matter. Arriving at the intensive care unit, Chen Jun gently pushed the door in. At the moment, lying on a bed in the ward was none other than Daffy himself. He was wearing a breathing mask, but his eyes were open. Seeing someone at the door, he looked over with difficulty. Upon realizing that it was Chen Jun, he immediately became emotional, tried to speak, but couldn't make a sound at all. Chen Jun hurriedly stepped forward, signaling him not to move. Don't be anxious, I've heard everything clearly. It's not your fault that you were ambushed this time. It's because we have a 250 within us. Daffy actually guessed that there was a mole, only he didn't know who it was. Immediately, he looked at Chen Jun with a deadly gaze, as if he wanted to know the answer from Chen Jun's mouth. Actually, that guy isn't too hard to guess. He's your rival Ikeban. Hearing the name Ikeban didn't surprise Daffy, only he still subconsciously clenched his right fist. The doctor said your life is not in danger for the time being, but you'll have to stay in the hospital for a while longer before you're discharged to slowly recover your health. Daffy nodded solemnly as he listened. Also, you're the one who's in charge of Causeway Bay, so you can rest easy in the hospital. As for Ikeban's side, I'll settle him and give you and the club an explanation. Chen Jun continued. Daffy sniffed and instantly wept. He didn't expect Chen Jun not only didn't blame him for causing the society to lose a lot of money, but instead carried everything. He even said directly that he would let him be the Causeway Bay bearer, although he didn't know how it would turn out either. Just based on Chen Jun's words, he was instantly overwhelmed inwardly. Daffy gently opened his mouth. Thank you. Well, you rest, I'll leave you alone. After saying that, Chen Jun walked out of the hospital room. Talked about? There's nothing to talk about. I'm mostly afraid of an ambush to assassinate him. Chen Jun voiced his concerns. Ma Jun sneered. You're also underestimating me, Ma Jun. With our police protection, even a fly can't get in. Okay, then I'll trust you for once, and I'll leave you guys with this. Don't worry about it. You'd better hurry up with the causeway. If you cause another big mess, you won't blame me for not showing mercy, Ma Jun warned. Chen Jun also stopped talking nonsense and directly left the hospital. Jun, where are we going to go? To Tunmun. Tunmun? What's the point of going there? Chen Yongren didn't know at this moment that Shang Fan was a traitor, so he asked curiously. Make an appointment for me with Dinosaur. I need to meet with him privately to discuss what to do about his little brother Sang Fan. Hearing these words, Chen Yongren instantly understood something. Chapter 121 Dinosaur's Anger. Little Brother's Suffering. The car quickly weaved through the streets and then arrived at a bar in Tunmun. Immediately after getting out of the car, a junior walked up. Jun, Jen, Dinosaur's in there. Go! Several people then entered the bar. The bar was blasting powerful DJ music at the moment. Young men and women danced their hearts out. The atmosphere of the whole bar hall scene is also high to the extreme. But at the moment no one was in the mood to enjoy the moment. Led by the little brother, Chen Jun and Chen Yongren went to the second floor, the private box of the dinosaur. Upon entering the house, the dinosaur immediately stood up to greet the two. Although he is the boss of Tunmun, both Chan Chun and Chan Wingyan have a higher status than him in the society. And at this juncture when two big shots suddenly visited Tunmun, he knew even if he was stupid that something must have happened. And then associating it with what happened in Causeway Bay during this period of time. So the dinosaur subconsciously assumed that Chen Jun had come over to talk to him about the matter of Sang Fan's rise to power. After all, Daffy had been hacked to pieces, and it was still a matter of whether or not he would survive. Even if he had survived, his men had lost a lot in the battle. It's definitely not going to be possible to fight against Sangban in the short term. Now that Sang Fan is the only one left in Causeway Bay, Chan Chun can't even think of not promoting him. Jun, Jen, what is it that you guys came to see me about this late at night? Did you hear about Daffy? I've heard about it. This guy is just too aggressive. He actually single-handedly went to stomp on Wasing's field. Chen Jun looked at the dinosaur's expression. He was also guessing at the moment whether this dinosaur knew anything about Sang Fan or not. However, based on his understanding of dinosaur, it was unlikely that the other party would do anything to betray Hung Hing. After all, he's not like Sang Fan. He's already the leader of Tunmun. There's no need for him to risk betraying the club for the sake of his little brother. At this time, Chen Yongrun took the initiative to speak. I came over today to talk to you about the issue of the Causeway Bay boss candidate. I think this matter is clear enough. Except for Sang Fan. No one in Hung Hing should be qualified to sit in that position. The dinosaur didn't mince words in taking a stand. But I don't intend to let Sang Fan take the throne. Instead I'm going to expel him from Hung Hing. Chen Jun suddenly spoke out of turn. It confused the dinosaurs. Jun, did I hear you right? According to the information I have, Ikeban is actually behind this incident. He contacted someone from Eastern Star, and then Eastern Star's side colluded with Wasing. Even the Aoi Green thing had something to do with Sang Fan. Chen Jun's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, instantly leaving the dinosaur dumbfounded in place. He just couldn't imagine it. How could his own stupid Sang Fan, who did not even go out to Tunmun on weekdays, have the guts to collude with an outside organization to become a rebel? June, are you guys mistaken? How could Sang Fan have the guts to do this? Besides, I'm not afraid of your jokes. He just doesn't have the guts or the IQ. Dinosaur still knows his little brother better than that. Even if he borrowed 100 of Sang Fan's guts, he wouldn't have the brains to do such a thing. Just because he doesn't have it, he's being led by the nose, Chen Yongran added. The dinosaur still didn't believe the words of the two men, and then asked rhetorically, do you have any evidence? Don't listen to the slanderous words of some people and believe them. It was my informant within the police who provided the information. The dinosaur smiled awkwardly. In his opinion, Chen Jun's words were simply bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The only reason he said that was to leave himself speechless. After all, he couldn't possibly ask Chen Jun to have a police informant come over to confront him face to face. And even if Chen Jun did find someone to come over, no one could guarantee if his words were true. Seeing the dinosaur's look of disbelief, Chen Jun then continued to speak. In addition to Sang Fan in this matter, his men must have been involved as well. You'll tie up his little brother now and torture him to make him confess. Let's see if the other side will tell the truth. Chen Jun knew that Sang Fan's minions were all greedy and fearful of death. Plus, if the dinosaurs were to come out in person, I'm sure they wouldn't dare to hide it. The dinosaur also felt that there was only one good way to prove the matter at the moment. In order to be able to make Chen Jun put down his suspicions and fully support Sang Fan to the top, Dinosaur immediately decided to bring Sang Fan's younger brother, Ikuno, over. You guys, go get Ikuno and tell him I have something for him. Yes, boss. Half an hour later, Ikuno came into the bar. At this point, he had a spring in his step. This was because he had already learned in advance from the people who had picked him up that Dragon Head Chen Jun and White Paper Fan Chen Yongren had also arrived. This also meant that the matter of his elder brother Sang Fan's ascension to the throne was on the cards, and the dinosaurs had called themselves out to him, probably to get him to take over Ikeban's position. So with a smile on his face he stepped into the box, but when he entered the house, he realized that the atmosphere was a bit off. Seeing that everyone was staring at them with a fierce look on their faces, Ikuno instantly giggled inwardly. After swallowing a mouthful of water, he then carefully greeted everyone. Hello Jun, Run, and Dinosaur. Ikuno, I'm going to ask you something, and you have to give me an honest explanation, or else you won't be able to walk out of this box alive today. As soon as he opened his mouth, the dinosaur threatened Ikuno harshly. Those words scared Ikuno. He looked at Dinosaur in panic and said, Brother Dinosaur, you said, has your big brother Sang Fan been hanging out with people from the Eastern Star lately? Hearing this, Ikuno was shocked. Fear was suddenly written all over his expression. The unusual look also made the dinosaur's face instantly harden. Based on his years of experience in the jungle, it seemed that his own little brother was really involved with Eastern Star. Speak up, or I'll chop you up right now. When the dinosaur finished speaking he drew a machete and put it directly on Ikuno's neck. Shang Yi himself is timid, usually rely on his big brother Shang Fan and Toon Mon get away with it. Now after seeing the dinosaur trying to kill him, he couldn't hold it together any longer. Directly kneeled on the ground, trembling open mouth explained up. Several bosses. This matter with me has nothing to do with are my big brother Shang Fan privately do the Lord. I do not dare not listen to So, Ikeban really colluded with the Eastern Star? Chen Yongren pursued. Ikuo hesitated for 2 seconds, but finally answered again. Yes, brother Ikuo Fan has recently gotten quite close to Lei Yao Yang of East Star, but what exactly they plotted? I'm not sure exactly. Ikuno wants to completely brush aside his responsibility so as not to draw fire, but at that moment, the dinosaur burst into a rage. Chapter 122, When you come out, you can betray even your own brothers. Asterisk 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 you. Dinosaur snarled, then kicked at Ikuno. At that moment, the minions guarding the door also quickly rushed in. Shang Yi endured the pain and climbed up, and kept begging, Brother Dinosaur, I know I'm wrong, you can give me another chance, I won't dare to do it again. He knew that his big brother, Shang Fan, was on the ropes this time, and that if he didn't clear the air, he might not end up any better off. But Dinosaur was determined to kill Ikuno, and he ordered on the spot, Men, throw him into the pond and feed him to the fish. Brother Dinosaur, don't kill me. Ikuno immediately cried out after hearing that. At that moment, Chen Jun spoke up. Wait. Seeing that Chen Jun had something to say, Dinosaur immediately signaled his little brother not to make a move. Everyone turned in unison to look at Chen Jun. Only Chen Jun slowly stood up and walked over to Ikuno. Kid, are you afraid to die? Ikuno nodded. At the moment he didn't even have to make any statement. Everyone was able to see the fear in his expression. Now I'm going to give you a chance to redeem yourself. Once it's done, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. Chen Jun is the society leader. When he opened his mouth, It was as if Ikuno instantly saw hope for survival. And although the dinosaur behind him didn't know what Shinjun wanted to do, but after all, he had spoken in person, and one could not go against him. Ikuno then looked cautiously at the dinosaur. Dinosaur snapped back. What are you doing? Jun is going to give you a way out. Why don't you kowtow and thank him? Thank you, Jun. Thank you, dinosaur. And thank you, Jen. Terrified, Ikuno made a point of thanking all the big brothers in the booth. You go and do something for me now. And when it's done, not only will I not penalize you, I'll reward you heavily. Please tell me, Jun, as long as I, Ikuno, can do it, I will never excuse myself. Ikuno hastened to take a stand. It's not really that big of a deal. It's just that we want you to betray your big brother Shangfan and help us get solid evidence that he's colluding with outsiders. Now though it has been learned from Ikuno that Ikuben betrayed the club and nearly got Daffy killed. But that's just Ikuno's side of the story, after all. At the same time, this matter also involved the Eastern Star Society. So if he couldn't come up with conclusive evidence to prove this matter, then Shinjun wouldn't have too much sufficient backbone to find trouble with the Eastern Star. So he plans to use Ikuno's identity to lay a trap for Ikuben to fall into. Ah, Jun. Sangfan is my own big brother. Although Ikuno was afraid of death, he didn't want to have anything to do with Ikuben, but he had to betray his own brother with his own hands. He still found it hard to accept for a moment. He's a traitor to the society. He'll die sooner or later. Don't you want to follow him on the road? Chen Jun directly threatened. Ikuno was once again shocked to hear that. He also knew that Sangfan was so guilty this time that even his boss, Dinosaur, was planning to take his life. So even if he didn't make a move himself, his big brother couldn't escape with his wings. Since Shangfan was going to die either way, it would simply be better to keep this bargain for himself. After quickly thinking about this matter, Ikuno gulped and said with firm eyes, Please, Jun, tell me what to do. Seeing that Ikuno had compromised, the corners of Chen Jun's mouth rose. Then he said lightly, You'll speak to him next according to the words I provided, and then put this one recorder in your pocket to record the conversation between the two of you. Hand over the recorder to me when it's done. And you don't have to worry about anything else. Ikuno knew Chen Jun's intentions as soon as he heard them, but now he had no way back. Even if he reversed himself now he couldn't change the fate of Sangfan. Even he was sure he wouldn't be able to get out of this box. So Ikuno didn't say anything, and directly got up and picked up the recorder that Chen Jun had given him and quickly left the box. Toshi, will he tip off Sangban about this? Chen Yongren said with some concern. I know these two brothers of theirs very well. Even if I gave Ikuno 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to set us up, Chen Jun said in disbelief. And after hearing Chen Jun's accurate description of Shang Yi, the dinosaurs on the side were secretly shocked. He didn't expect Chen Jun to know so much about even his own little brother's little brother, plus the fact that Sangfan had done so much behind his back, and he, as the boss, was actually oblivious to it. Instead, it was Chen Jun who took the initiative to run and tell him all this. Otherwise he would have been kept in the dark until now. So at this moment, the dinosaurs looked at Chen Jun with more respect in their eyes, and at the same time, there was more fear deep down. He knew that he couldn't mess with Chen Jun in the future no matter what. Ikuno quickly returned to Ikuben's side. At this moment, Shangfan was still having a late-night snack with a group of his men at a late-night snack stall in Causeway Bay. As far as he was concerned, once tonight was over, he was the man to beat in Causeway Bay. After you all finish your snacks, I'll take you to get a massage and relax, Sangfan bragged as he drank a bottle of beer. Boss is mighty. Brother Sangfan is bossy. The minions cheered and bragged. This also made Shangfan's self-confidence burst. What's this? After I take complete control of Causeway Bay, I'll make sure that you guys will be able to eat and drink every day. Thank you, Brother Ikuben. Boss, I'll drink to you. While everyone was happily chatting and drinking, Ikuno approached Ikuben looking flustered. Ikuno, what does Brother Dinosaur want with you? Ikuben knew that Ikuno had gone to see Dinosaur, and at the time he was a little puzzled, wondering why his boss would skip him to see his brother. But the simple-minded man couldn't figure it out for a while, so he simply planned to ask Ikuno himself when he returned. Ikuno glanced around at his brothers, then leaned over to Ikufan's ear and lowered his voice to say a few words. Ikuben was overjoyed to hear this, and then immediately led Ikuno to the next alley. Brother Dinosaur really said that? Ikuno nodded. This matter was agreed upon by Dragon Head Jun, Warlord Ren, and our boss, Dinosaur. Together, they've said that Daffy is no longer a factor. So they've decided to put you on the throne as Causeway boss, and I took over your position in the process, following Brother Dinosaur in charge of Toon-Mun. Ikuben was very happy to learn that both he and his brother had been rehired by the society. In the future, our brothers will be considered number one in the Jianghu. You have to mix well. Don't disgrace my old man, no? Ikuben reminded. But at that moment, Ikuno said with a hint of fear on his face. Big brother, but I'm worried that our collusion with Eastern Star will be discovered. If the people in the club do find out, then we're dead. Chapter 123 Ring Around the Rosie. Targeting Eastern Star Lei Yaoyang. Ikeban immediately looked around. He breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that no one had noticed this way. Then he sternly reminded with a stern face, only a few people know about this besides me and you. So no matter what, you must keep your mouth shut about this matter, and absolutely not reveal half a word to the public. But if you really become the Causeway Bay boss, Louis Young's side will surely come after you for favors and will probably use this matter to blackmail you. At that point, we'll be passive. Humph, you think I haven't thought about this? Shang Fan listened but snorted back. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of Louis Yang at all, because if this matter comes out in the East, if I'm not okay, then he can't protect himself either. Don't think he's so powerful just because he's one of the 5 tigers of the Eastern Star. You should know that our dragon head took out the crow of the Eastern Star back in the day, so it's impossible for Lei Yaoyang not to worry about his own safety. As for when it's done, of course I'll give him a favor. Anyway, once I've taken Causeway Bay, then our brothers won't be scraping together food and drink in the future, so it's not impossible to give him some favors. In Sang Fan's opinion, Louis Yang was doing this for no other reason than to seek wealth. After all, Causeway Bay is a piece of fat meat that is more or less on everyone's mind. Hearing Ikeban's words, Ikuno inwardly breathed a huge sigh of relief. It was a good thing that he had induced the other man to say these important words, otherwise he would have been really killed by his own brother this time. Alright, since you've said so, big brother, I'm relieved. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You are afraid of a hare. Out to mix the guts to be bigger. No, I see. I'll go first then. Where are you going? I'm meeting a friend for karaoke. Ikuno made a random excuse, while Ikufan didn't think too much of it and gave a wad of money to his brother before continuing back to the late-night snack stand and following his brothers to drink. And when Chen Jun got the recorder and confirmed the contents, he ordered directly to the dinosaurs. Have the dinosaurs send someone to bring back Sing Ban. Dinosaur had long been unable to resist, and on the spot, he personally led a team to Causeway Bay to find Sang Fan, who had just finished a late-night snack and was about to go to a lady. Seeing the boss suddenly step out of the van, Ikeban thought the dinosaur had come over to congratulate him personally. On the spot, he said with a smile on his face, "Boss, thanks to you this time." The dinosaur sneered, then said, "Don't thank me, I thank you. Get in." "Where to?" "You'll see when we get in the car." Sang Fan didn't think too much of it, thinking that the dinosaurs were going to take him somewhere nice, so he instructed his minions to just go get high on their own. Then he jumped into the van with a flourish, but just as the car door closed, a machete was on his neck. Upon seeing the knife held up to him, Ikeban was shocked. He quickly looked at Dinosaur and asked, "Boss, what's going on?" Dinosaur threw over a slap on the spot. Pop. Straight up. Ikeban hit him in both eyes. The right side of his face also had an additional bright red palm print. Asterisk 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 You have the nerve to say that? Tell me honestly, when did you start colluding with Lei Yaoyang of Eastern Star? Sang Fan's brain went blank. He didn't think the dinosaurs actually knew about it. For a moment, he had no idea how to react. After a few moments, slowing down, he also knew he couldn't admit to this in any way, so he immediately explained, "Boss, you've misunderstood me. I didn't collude with the people of Eastern Star at all." "No collusion? Looks like you still won't tell the truth." The dinosaur grimaced and said coldly, "I swear, boss, I really didn't collude with outsiders. Also Lei Yaoyang from Eastern Star did approach me before, wanting to cooperate with me, saying he wanted to help me take the Causeway Bay boss position, but I didn't agree. After all, I'm hanging out with you. No matter what, I can't possibly eat my words and collude with outsiders." Sang Fan denied it vigorously, but the next second, he couldn't speak, because Dinosaur took out that recorder straight away and then played that recording of him and Ikuno in front of Ikufan. It was at this moment that it dawned on him. He never expected that his own brother Ikuno would betray him. Thinking about it, Shang Fan had the heart to die. He knew that he was going to die today. Immediately afterward, the tall, muscular, fierce-looking Shang Fan cried out on the spot, "Boss, I know I'm wrong. Humph, you and your brother are really born from the same mother. They're all the same. When you see June later, tell him yourself and see if he'll spare you." The dinosaurs obviously had no intention of saving their lives, and even if he had the intention to leave the other party alive, Chen Jun would not agree. At this juncture, he didn't dare to offend Chen Jun. Otherwise, once Chen Jun is questioned, he as a big brother will also have to bear the joint responsibility. Shang Fan's face instantly turned ashen after hearing this. Soon, Shang Fan was brought before Chen Jun. At that moment, he also saw Ikuno standing beside Chen Jun. Seeing his big brother, Ikuno hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. And although Ikeban wanted to dismantle his own brother, right now he was tied up so tightly that he couldn't move at all. He then knelt on both knees and said to Chenjun, "Brother Jun, I know I'm wrong, spare me." Same opening line, same tone. Chenjun, however, waved his hand, "Don't talk such nonsense to me, pick a way to die." Upon hearing that Chenjun wanted his life, Shang Fan's desire for survival immediately came up. "Brother Jun, you give me another chance. I'll go and kill Lei Yaoyang as a way of redeeming myself. Is that okay?" Chenjun narrowed his eyes as he heard this. He didn't realize that he hadn't even made a move yet, and that Shang Fan had taken the initiative to jump into the middle of the trap he had planned. In fact, he didn't even have to go through the extra trouble of having the dinosaurs bring Sangban to him. With Shang Fan's status in the society, he wasn't even qualified to die in front of Chenjun, and the main reason why Chenjun had summoned him over was because he wanted to go through and to get rid of Lei Yaoyang, the culprit. He knew that with Shang Fan's brain, there was absolutely no way he would think of joining forces with Eastern Star, so all this must be a setup by Louis Youyang. The purpose is to disgust himself and at the same time put Hung Hing in the middle of infighting. Afterward, Chenjun opened his mouth and asked rhetorically, "With just you, can you finish off Lei Yaoyang?" Sang Fan immediately patted his chest and assured, "Brother Jun, brother dinosaur, don't worry, Lei Yaoyang trusts me completely now, so I can ask him out and set up an ambush to take him out." At this time, the IQ of Shang Fan suddenly online, and even took the initiative to share their own battle plan. Chapter 124, Using a Knife to Kill a Man. Returning the favor of the horseman. Jun, don't trust this guy. If he can betray our club once, he might betray it a second time. At this time, Chen Yongrun also came down to act up with Chen Jun. This made Ikeban even more nervous. He quickly took a stand and said, "Everything I have is from Hung Hing. Without Hung Hing, I, Sang Fan, am nothing at all. So if the several bosses are willing to give me a chance to take the blame for my crimes, I will definitely not fail you and kill Lei Yaoyang." Chen Jun knew it was almost time, since Sang Fan dared to say that. With his no-brainer personality, he surely dared to do the same. As for what the consequences would be, he certainly wouldn't think twice about it. "Alright, then I'll believe you for once. You call Louis Youyang right now and ask him to Causeway Bay. Then finish him off," Chen Jun ordered on the spot. He knew that Lei Yaoyang must not have gone to sleep that early tonight. "I'm probably waiting for the good news of the birth of a baby." Ikeban knew there was no turning back. Now if he didn't finish off Lei Yaoyang, the one who would die would only be himself. At the same time, after associating his own brother who betrayed him and gained a chance to live, Shang Fan instantly also felt that once he really did away with Lei Yaoyang, maybe the association would really let him off the hook. Even if he is not given the role of Causeway Bay boss, he will be allowed to remain in Toonmun to make a living. After all, one still has some influence and popularity in Toonmun. Afterwards, Sang Fan immediately pulled out his big brother and made a call to Lei Yaoyang. "Brother Yaoyang, I'm Sang Fan." When the phone was connected, Sang Fan opened his mouth in a pretense of excitement. "How's it going? Have the top brass of Hung Hing made a decision? My boss has already privately revealed a bit of news to me, saying that he will soon appoint me as the Causeway Bay talker." "Humph, I told you, short mules out there must use their brains. If you didn't use your brain to cut people like Daffy, you'd be the one lying in the hospital right now," Lei Yaoyang said contemptuously. At the moment, it was as if he was the victor. Sang Fan, however, cursed Lei Yaoyang's ancestors in his heart. After all, if he hadn't gotten into Lei Yaoyang's way in the first place, he wouldn't be right to end up in this situation today. Sang Fan then continued to speak. "I'm a bit nervous right now. I don't know what to do. Why don't you come over to Causeway Bay and we'll meet? What do you have to be afraid of? Daffy's forces have been exterminated. Who dares to go against you in Causeway Bay now? But I'm still a bit worried that there will be changes. Brother Yaoyang, you're wise and brave. I need your help very much right now, so you might as well come down to Causeway Bay and help me plan what's next for me here." As stupid as Ikeban was, he knew to kiss the other man's ass. Only then would Louis Youyang be willing to come to Causeway Bay to meet him. It was as he expected. After hearing Shang Fan's rainbow fart, although Lei Yaoyang showed his disdain, he was still very happy inside. On the one hand, he finally got Hung Hing to eat his words, while at the same time controlling the puppet that is Sang Fan. It would be much easier for him to do something in Causeway Bay in the future. "Okay, then I'll go over and meet them. But this must be kept secret. No one must know of my whereabouts." Although Sang Fan had now taken complete control of Causeway Bay, Louis Youyang had told the other side to be more vigilant just to be on the safe side. "Don't worry about it. I'm more afraid of things falling apart than you are. After all, once something goes wrong, I'm sure I'll die for sure." "Humph, just so you know, Sangfan then made an appointment with Lei Yaoyang for a location before hanging up the phone. I'm doing okay, right? Sangfan opened his mouth beautifully. He thought he was doing very well, so he wanted to be recognized by his bosses as well. Don't be too happy. Your mission will only be complete if you really finish off Lui Yuyang. Got it? Chen Jun faintly reminded. Understood. Please don't worry, brother Jun. As soon as Lei Yaoyang arrives later, I will definitely stab him into a hornet's nest. Sangfan returned with a grim and vicious face. Iken then followed Ikuno to Causeway Bay. Instead, Chen Jun asked Chen Yongren and Dinosaur to go ahead and supervise the battle. Jun, are you going somewhere? Chen Yongren asked curiously. After all, this big game tonight was all played by Chen Jun. Now that he was about to turn the other side's army, Chen Jun suddenly wanted to leave. I'll leave this little matter in your hands. I have things to do. Chen Jun mysteriously returned. Chen Yongren and the dinosaurs didn't dare to talk too much, so they immediately agreed. While waiting for the crowd to leave, Chen Jun quietly pulled out his cell phone and made a call to the Causeway Bay police station. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're looking for death. Actually taking the initiative to call my landline? Ma Jun, who was sitting in the duty room, was also startled when he received Chen Jun's call. If others knew that Chen Jun had taken the initiative to call, maybe he'll have to go back to headquarters to be questioned by security. After all, the head of the police station in a district even has private contacts with the local gangster. This is something that would never be allowed in the police force. Unacceptable. At least on the surface. Officer Ma, I was planning to return a great gift to you. You wouldn't want it, would you? Chen Jun said slowly. When this was said, Ma Jun's curiosity was immediately trolled. What do you mean? You did me a big favor by enabling me to quickly eradicate the mole in the society. So this time, I'll return the favor. How are you going to pay it back? I've received information that there will be a murder in Suite 301 of the XX Hotel in Causeway Bay later. If you lead a team to the scene at this time, you might even be able to catch them on the spot. Chen Jun's words caused Ma Jun to instantly frown. He didn't know what Chen Jun wanted. Still, he was immediately on guard when he heard that a murder had been committed. Who's going to take out who? One of my company's outstanding employees, Sangfan, is going to kill a triad leader. Seems to be the big brother of the Eastern Star Society, Lui Yuyang. Right. What? The Ma Jun could be more stupid and know what's going on here. He hadn't expected that after only being separated from Chen Jun for less than 2 hours, the other party had already set things right in his own backyard. He was even able to instruct Sangfan to do away with his partner. Chen Jun, you're too crazy. If Sangfan takes out Lui Yuyang, won't Causeway Bay be in chaos? Ma Jun's immediate concern was that in case Siphon killed East Star's people in Causeway Bay, then would East Star counterattack? He'll be under even more pressure by then. Oh, don't worry. I'll naturally take care of this matter. When the time comes, I'll not only let Lei Yaoyang die, but I'll also make East Star's camel personally come to my door to apologize and admit his mistake, Chen Jun said in a domineering manner. Chapter 125, Lui Yuyang's tragic death in Causeway Bay. Tung Sing's great defeat. With Chen Jun's words, Ma Jun was also much more relieved. Plus if there was a real murder, he just wouldn't be able to go out to the police. So right away, Ma Jun made the decision to personally lead a team to the scene to find out what was going on. Only with Chen Jun's reminder, this time he planned to go out in plain clothes. After all, in the event that a police car was deployed, this was bound to spook and attract the attention of Ikeban and the others. When he arrived in the hotel with his men, the group went straight to the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, in room 302, Dinosaur and Chen Yongren, as well as a group of minions, were waiting for the signal from the next room. According to Ikeban's plan, once he gets his hands on it, he will immediately come knocking on the door. If something strange happens, he pounds on the wall to alert the people in the next room to come over for support. Only what they didn't know was that a large number of plainclothes police officers had already gathered throughout the walkway in the hotel at the moment. Chief, when do we do it? Wait a minute. If Ikeban really did it, he's definitely gonna walk out. When the time comes, we'll swarm and capture it. Yes. The men stopped talking and each pulled out their pistols and stood at attention. And in room 301, Lui Yuyang was bragging to Sangfan very proudly. As long as you listen to me obediently from now on, I guarantee that you will be able to make a good living in Causeway Bay. It's not impossible to even become the leader of Hung Hing in the future. Sangfan thought to himself, I'm going to send you on your way tonight, and you're still drawing a blank with me? However, he also knew that Lei Yaoyang had excellent hands, so he had to take advantage of his opponent's unpreparedness and then come up with a sneak attack in the dark. Then I'll look up to brother Yaoyang from now on. After saying that, Sangfan handed a cup of tea to him of his own accord. Humph, good to know. Lei Yaoyang picked up the teacup and put it in his mouth to drink. And just as he was focusing all his attention on the teacups, Ikeban, who was standing in front of him, suddenly thrust his hands into his waist. By the time Lei Yaoyang reacted, a pistol was already pressed against his head. Looking at the pistol with the silencer installed, Lei Yaoyang was instantly startled. He knew that Sengfan was definitely prepared for this. However, Lei Yaoyang, who had been walking in the Jianghu for many years and was used to seeing big storms and waves, and whose IQ was online, still calmed down at the first time. Ikeban, what do you mean by that? Asterisk 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 damn you. You've led me into a ditch. My boss already knows about us. Hearing this news, Lei Yaoyang was also slightly surprised, but he quickly reacted. This is definitely good news for him. Ikeban, in that case, all the more reason you shouldn't kill me. Why? Ikeban was a little confused. Think about it, if Qinjun and the others found out about you and me, they would definitely put you to death. In that case, why don't you just come and hang out with me straight away? I can make sure you don't die. Lei Yaoyang tried his best to persuade. Even though he was having trouble defending himself at the moment, he was still counting on Sengfan, a stupid guy, to fall for the trick. As long as he could be given the chance to live, he would never let himself get into such a dangerous situation again. Although Kaisenpan was foolish, at this juncture, he didn't dare to have any delusions at all. After all, there was his own boss squatting next door. If he didn't finish Lei Yaoyang off today, he might not even be able to walk out of this hotel himself. So at that moment, Shengfan's finger pressed down on the trigger and coldly said, "You have no chance to live. Today you must die." After saying that without waiting for Lei Yaoyang to say anything, he directly pulled the trigger. The bullet quickly shot into Lei Yaoyang's head at close range. Lei Yaoyang didn't have any chance to resist and collapsed on the bed on the spot. Blood instantly stained the white sheets. After confirming that Lei Yaoyang was dead through, Shengfan hurriedly put away his pistol, then opened the door and prepared to leave the scene. But just as he pushed the door open and was about to go next door and knock, instead, plainclothesmen ambushed at a nearby stairway swarmed over him and got a jump on him. "Don't move! Police! Put your hands up! Come on!" The scene stunned Sengfan silly. As he watched the large number of police officers gather around him, he was dumbfounded and staggered on the spot, allowing the police to take him under control. And the crowd hiding in room 302 was startled by the clamor outside. Ikuno witnessed the whole thing through the cat's eye. "It's no good. There are cops out there. Brother Shengfan has been arrested." Dinosaur was instantly frightened and at a loss for words after hearing this, and hurriedly opened his mouth to Chen Yongren and asked, "Brother Run, what should we do now?" Chen Yongren panicked for 2 seconds before quickly calming down. Immediately afterward, he suddenly figured something out. "Humph, everyone keep quiet and let the cops take the man." He knew very well within himself that this should actually be Qinjun's ploy. After all, the police couldn't have stood guard in advance if no one had broken the news. And the only person who knew about it besides these people in the room was Qinjun. It just so happened that Qinjun himself wasn't here, and that was enough to show that he must have secretly gone to contact the police privately just now. As for the purpose of his doing so, naturally, he wanted to kill people through the police by using a knife. The result of this is that Lei Yaoyang dies at the hands of Ikeban, and Ikeban, who is a murderer, will be arrested by the police. If nothing else, he'll have to serve the rest of his life squatting in the kiln of bitterness. Thinking about this, Chen Yongren worshipped Qinjun more and more. Since Sengfan didn't even try to give up Dinosaur and the others, he was taken straight away by the Ma Jun on the spot. Only after the cop left did Chen Yongren and the others hurry out of the room. On the other side, after receiving the scene situation informed by Chen Yongren, a smug smile appeared on his face in a whirlwind. He knew very well that next, East Star would definitely not dare to go against him again in the short term, and he himself can lead Hung Hing to seek justice from Wasing without any worries. Early the next morning, news about Daffy being hacked into the hospital, Louis Yuyung's tragic death in Causeway Bay, and Sengfan's arrest by the police spread rapidly. Camel, who was the first to get the news, was instantly shaken. The first thing he did was to make a call to Qinjun. "Qinjun, what do you guys mean? Actually laying your hands on our club members? Lei Yaoyang this matter. You have to give us an explanation for East Star. Otherwise, don't blame me, Camel, for not being polite." Qinjun listened but said in a breezy manner, "Camel, now it is you who should apologize to me and Hung Hing. Understand? What do you mean?" Qinjun then didn't talk nonsense and told Camel all the ins and outs over the phone. After learning that Lei Yaoyang had done such a risky thing behind his back and had left a handle in Qinjun's hands, Locke instantly slumped in his chair. He knew that this time, East Star was completely planted in Lei Yaoyang's hands. Chapter 126, Century of Reconciliation. Camel bows down and admits wrongdoing. 2 days later, Century Restaurant. Camelot opened 10 tables and invited all the big shots of Hung Hing, including Chan Chun, to come and dine. The The purpose is naturally to be able to reconcile with Hung Hing and help Lui Young wipe his ass. Although the other party was dead, he was after all Dongxing's big brother in life. So in this case, Camel himself had to take care of the aftermath. When Chen Jun arrived with the other big brothers of the hall, Locke personally went forward to greet them. He held Chen Jun's hands and said with an awkward smile, "Older brother Chen Jun, it is my older brother who has wronged you in this matter. If I hadn't educated my men poorly, you Hung Hing wouldn't have encountered this mess. Camel me. I'm here today to make amends to you all." At this moment, Camel's posture was placed extremely low, completely failing to talk to him and Chen Jun as if they were people of the same class status. Chen Jun knew it inwardly. With Camel's style of behavior over the years in the jungle, he might admit mistakes, but he would never be so humble. And the reason why he did so today was simply because East Star's entire society had suffered a great deal of vitality due to the loss of two major generals in a row. Plus Hung Hing is gaining momentum now. If you really go against Hung Hing, not only are they not making sense, but at the same time they have no ability to fight back at all. This is clear in everyone's mind. Even before coming here, some big brothers within Hung Hing had indicated that they would simply go ahead and destroy the Eastern Star in one go. Only this bold and radical proposal was flatly rejected by Chen Jun. The most crucial thing at the moment is not the Tung Sing Society, but the Wulian Shang in the new territories. Especially after the Daffy thing, they're kind of done with Wasing. So much so that Kwai Sing now has a large number of muckrakers from Wasing stationed at various venues. The purpose is to prevent Hung Hing from striking back. So the main reason why Chen Jun had discussed it today was because he wanted to stabilize Dongxing so that he could free up his hands to focus on dealing with Wulian Shang. Camel, I know you're not that kind of person. This is all the work of Lei Yaoyang that is done. It has nothing to do with you, but you also know that we come out to mix. The society has something. When the big brother has to give an account to the people below, how else would the men respect and trust us, don't you think? What Chen Jun means is that I don't want to make things difficult for you Camelot and Eastern Star, but after this mess, you guys naturally have to give us an explanation. Camel immediately nodded. You're right. Don't worry. I've already discussed it with the big guys. This time I will not only severely punish those within East Star who are involved in this matter, but I will also give you a little compensation accordingly. After all, Defei has suffered a heavy loss this time, and we, Eastern Star, have some responsibility too. Chen Jun knew that there was an injustice. Actually, Daffy's loss has to be covered by Lei Yaoyang. Only he was dead, and he couldn't go to the ground and ask for money himself. So the score is going to be on the camel's back. And Camelot is not an ingrate. This matter is not directly related to him, so he simply do a look. Give some money Hong Xing mean a little bit and finished. Neither side could see the small amount of money, but this was the best outcome for each other. Therefore, Chen Jun was not polite and directly stated, with your words, Camel, we, Hung Hing and Eastern Star, will remain a fraternal society. Good, then let's sit down and have a couple drinks before we do. Camel could bend and pull Chen Jun right into the main seat, and since both faucets have talked things out, it is natural that the people under the hand will not think of continuing the drama. Especially since we're all out and about and see each other all the time even though we're not in the same club. So the big brothers of the two societies sat down to chat and drink. After eating and drinking, Chen Jun and Camel even made a pact, asking their respective men not to express any further views on this matter, not to mention not to go to the other side to seek revenge. Only after everything was done did Chen Jun arrive at the hospital. After a few days of treatment, Daffy was out of danger. The breathing mask is off him now. Seeing Chen Jun, Daffy was immediately agitated. Boss, don't you get up, just lie down. Okay, boss, how's it going out there? In fact, Daffy had long since gotten wind that Chen Jun had made peace with East Star. The result didn't surprise him. After all, there was no way the society was going to go to war with the Eastern Star for themselves. Daffy, Lei Yaoyang is dead and Shang Fan has been arrested. It's time to turn the page on this matter for now. I want you to go out there and stay out of trouble with Eastern Star. Okay? Daffy sighed. Boss, I've been out for so many years. I've long since put life and death aside. Now that I've picked up this life, I think I've earned enough. As for Sangfan and Dongxing, since they've both been punished, it's only natural that I can't think of seeking revenge. Okay, it's good that you have that attitude. When you're healed, I'll make you officially the boss of Hung Hing and Causeway Bay. June, but I don't have many people left on my hands. Eastern Star will pay out a sum of money, and when the time comes, you'll take that money and still be afraid that you won't be able to find a little brother? Daffy was in a much better mood after hearing Chen Jun's words. Thanks boss. Alright, rest in peace. Yes. Leaving the hospital, Chen Jun went straight to the Causeway Bay police station again. On the way to the police station, Chen Jun asked Chen Yongren, who was beside him, have you contacted Ikeban? Chen Yongren nodded. Contacted. I've already had someone bring him a message. According to what you said, if he were to dare to give you up, his family and brother would have to die. If he carries it all on his shoulders, his brother can be a big brother and his family can get a settlement. Yes. Ever since Ikin was arrested, Chen Jun immediately asked Shen Yongren to go and meet Ikin privately and quietly through his connections in the police department. The goal, naturally, was to shut Singfan up completely. Everything was just as he expected. Sangfan immediately conceded after being intimidated by Chen Jun. On the spot, he said he would never betray the society again. Later, in the police station, he met Ma Jun in person. At this point, Ma Jun had dark eyes and a listless look. Officer Ma, what's wrong with you? You haven't slept well in the past few days? Ma Jun blared at Chen Jun. You kids still have the nerve to say that? I contacted to interrogate him for 2 days and 2 nights for the case of Ikeban. Oh, so there's a situation? Of course there is. Not only is there a situation, there is a major discovery. Then I really congratulate Officer Ma. It looks like you're going to be promoted soon, Chen Jun said with a smirk. He knew that Ma Jun must be scaring himself. And actually, Ma Jun was really fooling Chen Jun. Seeing that he didn't fool Chen Jun, Ma Jun turned his head and laughed bitterly. You really are a tough opponent. Chapter 127 Secret Talks with Arms Giants. And after Chen Jun heard those words, his heart completely relaxed. For he knew very well that the horse's army had certainly not been able to learn anything about himself from the mouth of Singfan. Otherwise now he would not have run to the police station of his own accord, but would have been brought back in handcuffs by the other side. After indirectly learning about Shangfan's attitude, Chen Jun didn't chat with Ma Jun anymore and directly got up and left. After all, even if they were friends, he couldn't stay in the other's office all the time. Not to mention the fact that the two sides have different positions and can never be true friends. After leaving the police station, Chen Jun spoke to Chen Yongren by his side. What did George's side say? I've already talked to George himself on the phone yesterday, and he said that the executives from Reading will be coming to Xiangjiang on tonight's flight. It is expected that they will be able to arrive at the Xiangjiang International Airport by tomorrow afternoon. George of Reading is the CEO of the very same arms company that Chen Jun owns. This time the other party brought the team executives with the main purpose of meeting the new head of Reading. They must be received with the highest standard. Don't disgrace our Hung Hing, Chen Jun reminded. He knew that George and these people were not idle, so naturally he had to do his best when it came to hospitality. After all, in case the person really planned to jump ship and leave, there was no way for him to travel to the pretty country in the short term to find a new team to take over the huge arms manufacturing company. Don't worry, boss, I will arrange it properly and nothing will go wrong. That's good. By the afternoon of the next day, George and his group finally arrived in Xiangjiang after a long-distance flight of more than 10 hours. Soon, they were transported to the 5-star hotel where they were staying by the people sent by Chen Yongren. That night, Chen Jun did not summon them, but told them to get some rest. It was only early the next morning that Chen Jun met George and his party in a conference room of this 5-star wine hotel. Although everyone had been prepared for this and knew that their new chairman was a young guy. However, when everyone saw Chen Jun for the first time with their own eyes, they could not help but be shocked by his age and appearance. Jesus, this guy doesn't look as big as my son. I'm afraid we're about to have a big event at Reading. I wonder what kind of amazing moves this new chairman of ours will make. It's so exciting. These people speak English that Chen Jun understands. He then spoke directly in a fluent English tone. Everyone sit down first. The crowd was shocked to see that Chen Jun could still speak English. Some even directly covered their mouths, revealing a hint of surprise. George, on the other hand, hurriedly offered his courtesy and said, Mr. Chen Jun, today I came all the way here with all the top management of the Reading Company just to meet you. If there's anything you need to order, just ask, and we'll do our best to fulfill it. George deserved to be the CEO. The moment he opened his mouth, he lowered his posture and listened to Chen Jun's heart a burst of comfort. I'm also simply meeting with you guys today. I don't intend to make any demands, so don't be nervous. With Chen Jun's words, the atmosphere in the conference room was obviously much more active, especially since geezers are supposed to love jokes. So for a while, the house was filled with laughter. However, soon, Chen Jun began to step into the main topic and asked, what are the popular products produced and developed by Reading now? Also, who are these products being sold to? George immediately introduced himself. Actually, our biggest employer is the military of the pretty country. In reality, we are all about producing and developing a range of products based on the military's requirements. Then the military will step in and sell our products to some foreign countries that need them. After George finished speaking, Chen Jun instantly frowned. It was just as he had expected. This Reading Company is still practically limited by the pretty country's government. The sale of arms, in particular, has been severely restricted by the other side. Otherwise, in case Reading sells some of its most advanced weaponry to a country that is against pretty country. Wouldn't that be like lifting a rock and stoning yourself? Didn't you contact the buyer privately, and had to let the military be the middleman? George explained with an embarrassed look on his face. On the one hand, this kind of transaction is very sensitive, and ordinary companies simply can't do it. On the other hand, we need government approvals to export our weaponry abroad, and the government has a lot of restrictions on the export of our products. Basically, some of the popular weaponry is explicitly banned from being sold to the public. So many buyers lose interest once they hear that they can't buy any of the good stuff, only some outdated crap. Chen Jun was instantly caught in the middle of silence. If according to the current relevant regulations of the pretty country, he could only continue to let Reading Company listen to the words of the military of the pretty country, and it would be unrealistic to try to produce and transport the weaponry to other places overseas yourself. Such an outcome was naturally not what Chen Jun wanted. After all, he doesn't care about the little money the arms company makes. What he wants is the world's finest weaponry. George, I'm going to cut you some slack. Do you have any ideas on how the company can not only produce top-of-the-line arms equipment, but also ship weapons to every corner of the world? George was an old fox. As soon as he heard Chen Jun speak, he knew that the other party was thinking of something. Mr. Chen Jun, Xinjiang doesn't have a good relationship with pretty country, so I'm afraid it's not very realistic to try to ship the weapons and equipment over. If you and your team don't have a solution to this, then I'm going to have to find someone who can set this right to run Reading for me. Upon hearing this, George and the others were in a hurry, especially George, who doesn't want to lose the CEO's throne. After contemplating for a moment, George proposed a bold idea. Mr. Chen Jun, I actually have a plan, but I just don't know how difficult it will be to execute. You say, we can set up our production lines in neutral countries overseas, then buy the raw materials needed to produce weaponry from all over the world and send them into this country. At that time, we will not only be able to mass produce any weapon in this place through the production line that we have established, but at the same time, we don't need to worry about the import and export of weapons. It's just that every part of this is very difficult, especially the establishment of the production line and the purchase of some sensitive and special raw materials. There are even some technical talents in important fields who may be restricted from entering and leaving the pretty country. Chapter 128, Fighter? I have everything you want. George's words directly opened a whole new world to Chen Jun. A brilliant plan came to him at once. According to George, one of the most critical aspects of free trade in arms is how they are exported. And usually many arms and weapons are not small enough to be transported by illegal smuggling or modification. And if customs catches them, that's the end of the whole Reading Company. Not to mention being an outsider himself. The pretty country government would never allow him to sell weapons privately. However, if you move the production line abroad yourself and send all the technical talents for research and development abroad as well, that way, even if it was pretty country, he couldn't do anything to himself. As for sanctions, Chen Jun wasn't afraid at all. It's not like he had much to do with pretty country. Nothing more than a Reading Company. If the beautiful country really dare to seal the Reading Company, then it is just Chen Jun can be justified move. At the same time, he believed that as long as he could make top-notch arms, then he didn't need to worry about no country or organization coming to buy them. George, now that you have that thought, let's go with the plan you said. From now on, you don't have to do anything else but ask me nicely which countries and regions have this unique advantage. You'll let me know when you've chosen an address, and then we'll figure out together how to gain the authorization and trust of the local authorities. Mr. Chen Jun, this plan is just my personal idea. As for whether or not I can find such a country and region, I actually don't have a clue inside. But don't worry, since we've already put our word on it, it's only natural that George and I, along with the team executives, will give it our best shot. Chen Jun was very satisfied with George's attitude. However, he then changed his tone and reminded in a serious tone, don't let the outside world know about this matter. Even the company's middle-level leaders should not disclose half of the news. After all, this kind of thing is very sensitive, and if the pretty country's government is aware of it, then we're all doomed. Chen Junqing is afraid that after the news leaks, pretty Congress will take action in advance, directly forcibly seize the industry of the Reading Company, while taking over all the technical backbone employees in the company. Don't worry, Mr. Chen Jun. We've been in this industry for so many years. Of course we know the pros and cons involved. Chen Jun saw that this George also knows how to say pros and cons, and immediately realized that this guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Good, then I look forward to your good news. As for the current stage, Reading will operate as usual, and whatever the military wants us to do, we'll just do it. Mr. Chen Jun, in addition, I would like to report one more thing to you. It's that since you have become the sole shareholder of Reading, we have also received a letter of inquiry from the local authorities. The general idea is for our company to issue a document proving that although reading has changed ownership, it still has to follow the orders and arrangements of the government and the military as usual. George's words didn't surprise Chen Jun too much. After all, he also knew that being Chinese was a very sensitive identity in the pretty country itself, not to mention that he had somehow taken over reading himself. So it's only natural that the pretty country's government is wary of itself. Then just show a document and send it in with the normal official seal. Okay, I got it. After receiving Chen Jun's authorization, George also put his heart down. Next, Chen Jun learned about the current scale and production capacity of reading. Reading is able to produce weapons as large as fighter jets and as small as AK-47s. Only the production of fighter jets is extremely demanding and requires many high-end technicians and precision equipment. And with conventional weapons like AK-47s and M4A1s, they'll be able to just mass-produce them. It shouldn't be too hard to smuggle weapons like AKs out of the country, should it? Chen Jun narrowed his eyes as he listened. George's heartbeat quickened, and he asked cautiously and tentatively, Mr. Chen Jun, you wouldn't be thinking? Chen Jun nodded slightly. That's right. I want you to get a batch of arms over to me immediately. Send it to Shannon? George knows that Hong Kong is a place where the rule of law prevails, and Chen Jun actually wanted to make himself send a large amount of arms here. This clearly shows that he wants to make a big deal out of this place. That's right. As long as you send the stuff over, I naturally have a way to receive it. Also, other things are not your concern and have nothing to do with you. Chen Jun's implication was that this batch of arms had to be produced secretly, so that no one could know that it was Redding that had gotten it out. George understood this and immediately stated, Please rest assured, Mr. Chen Jun, I will take care of this matter. Just as the meeting was about to be adjourned, Chen Jun, however, swept his gaze over everyone at the scene. Then in a serious tone, he reminded, I don't want anyone who isn't present to know about our conversation today. If anyone leaks out the information, even if I pour out my family's fortune, I will take his life. The moment Chen Jun's threatening words came out, the atmosphere of the scene instantly became tense. After all, before coming to Shangjiang, George and the others already knew what the identity of the head of their company really was. This was the CEO of the largest association in Hong Kong and seemed to be inextricably linked to the king of gamblers in Macau. Although Shangjiang and Macau are 100,000 miles away from the pretty country, but if Chen Jun is really willing to pay blood money, then in the beautiful country where there is no ban on guns, hiring a few gunmen to commit murder is obviously a simple matter. So everyone nodded their heads frantically, showing their attitudes and positions through practical actions. After quietly sending George and the others away, the next thing Chen Jun had to do was deal with Wu Lianshang. A week later, Daffy was released from prison. He himself was able to move around normally, although his body was still bandaged. Everyone also flirted with Daffy when they saw him. Daffy, can you still go hacking in this condition? I think you just can't even go to the clubhouse and get a hard on, right? Ha ha, that's hard to say. Who knows if that place was injured at the time? Daffy glared at a few talking heads and disliked them feebly. You can bring your gun to battle anytime. As for cutting people down, that's really going to take some time to recuperate. Then we'll wait for you to heal. No problem. When I, Daffy, recover my health, I will definitely open at 100 or 80 tables in Causeway Bay and invite all of you over as guests. The reason why Daffy said that was also a disguised way of telling everyone that Causeway Bay was now his territory. And none of the other talking heads had any problem with that. After all, Daffy is even dying for the talker. Whoever dares to jump out and oppose at this time, he might even dare to directly fight for his life. Chapter 129 Who is in favor and who is against? When I finished speaking, just as everyone was chatting, Chen Jun slowly walked into the conference room with Chen Yongren. At this point in his life, his status and reputation in the society had reached its peak, so as soon as he entered the room, the other talkers stood up and respectfully shouted, Brother Jun, Brother Ren. Chen Jun walked ahead with an expressionless face while Chen Yongren said to everyone, Sit down, all of you. Only after Chen Jun sat down did the crowd follow suit with great understanding. Chen Jun glanced at Daffy, and then he directly announced, there were originally two people competing in Causeway Bay, but as we all know, the one from Shangfan ate and colluded with the people from Eastern Star, so now he's been imprisoned, and it's estimated that he won't be able to get out in this lifetime, and the rest of the Daffys ended up doing things for the club. So according to the company's reward and punishment system, I've decided to appoint Daffy as the Causeway boss. When I'm done talking, who's in favor and who's against? No comment. I'm okay with that. All listened to Jun. Seeing that no one objected, Chen Yongren also spoke up. Well then, from now on, Daffy, you are the head of the Causeway Bay Tong. Thank you Jun. Thank you Jen. I hope you all can take care of little brother me in the future. Daffy hurriedly replied. Well, with this matter out of the way, all that's left is to discuss how to deal with Wasing. As you all know, Lian Shang has now occupied our venue in Quite Sing, and has also driven out all of us from Hung Hing. That's why Quite Sing's territory. We have to get it back, and at the same time, we have to teach Lian Shang a heavy lesson. Otherwise, where will our face of Hung Hing be placed? Chen Jun set the tone for this matter as soon as he opened his mouth. That is, no matter what, one must go all out against Wu Xing. All the people present knew the truth that lips are not as cold as teeth, coupled with the fact that Chen Jun had already released harsh words. Whoever dared to disobey the command, then I am afraid that the end might not be any better than Shang Fan. It might even follow in Big B's footsteps. Tell me, Jun, what do you intend for us to do? Qi was the first to speak seriously. This is a simple matter, and I ask that you mobilize your men within the next 2 days. Then unify and wait for my command to start the retaliatory action. Jun Chen said. Jun, are we going to kill our way back to Quite Sing? 13 sisters couldn't help but ask. I'll tell you the exact plan when the time comes. Right now all you have to do is prepare your manpower. I'll keep an eye on all of you sitting here when the time comes. And if anyone doesn't contribute in this matter, then don't blame me for not being polite. When Chen Jun said this, everyone tensed up once again. Some of the people who originally wanted to fish in troubled waters didn't dare to take risks at this moment. After the meeting was adjourned, Chen Jun pulled Daffy into Zheng Tianqing's original office. Today, the owner of this office has become him as well. After sitting down, Daffy asked curiously, Jun, what do you want to see me about? Daffy knew that Chen Jun alone to find his small stove must have important things to discuss. Of course there's something for you to take care of. Ikeban has been sentenced. You know that, right? I know. He pleaded guilty in court, so the judge sentenced him to life imprisonment on the spot, and he'll have to stay in a bitter kiln for the rest of his life. Daffy was very clear about the Sangfan. After all, this 250 almost got him killed. What do you think about this? I can only say count on his life. Otherwise, even if he lived to come out at 70 years old, I would have just finished him off, Daffy said in exasperation. Instead, Chen Jun shook his head. Can't wait that long. I want him dead now. What? Daffy sniffed in surprise. And Yang Ren Chen, who was on the side, also revealed a look of surprise. This guy is harboring too many of our secrets. If we let him continue to live in this world, I worry that sooner or later there will come a point where he will sell us out. So the best thing to do is to shut him up for good. Chen Jun woke up the dreamer with a word. Dai Fei instantly comprehended Chen Jun's intentions. Jun, leave this to me. I have a bunch of brothers in prison. When the time comes, I'll just have them do it in the cell, and he'll die for sure. Shang Fan. No, it can't be one of our Hung Hing men who kills Shang Fan, much less one of your men. This is something you'll have to let an outsider do, no matter what it takes. Daffy thought for a while and then replied seriously. That's fine. There are plenty of those Big Brother's men in the bitter kiln. So it's not hard to just find 1 or 2 lifers to get their hands dirty in there. Good, then I'll be waiting for your good news. Also the compensation from Eastern Star is in place. I'll have Ayen withdraw the money and give it to you later. Then you can take it and do your job. Thanks Jun, Daffy said with great gratitude. After getting the money, Daffy immediately contacted some of the Big Brother's contacts on the outside that Sangfan had imprisoned in North Point Prison. In the end, he picks a relatively righteous and money-minded Big Brother. Silly Bill. Silly Bill has a bunch of brothers who follow him around in North Point Prison, and according to Daffy's understanding, he was addicted to gambling even though he was mixing it up in prison. So even when he squatted in a bitter kiln, he was in debt to the other bosses in there. Then after passing the word, Daffy and Silly Bill came to an agreement, by Daffy giving $100,000 for 1 life of Sangfan. Once the money was in hand, Silly Bill also immediately went into action. Early that morning, Ikeban woke up and followed everyone to the bathroom with his toothbrush and mouth cup to get ready to wash up. At that moment, one of Silly Bill's minions quietly took out a sharp toothbrush from under his pillow. The end of the toothbrush has been sharpened. With a hard hand, you can basically achieve the same effect as a knife and fork. He crept up behind Ikeban. Sangfan was still there humming a little tune and brushing his teeth. At that moment, Silly Bill's little brother suddenly shouted, Shang Fan! Ikeban turned around in confusion. In the next second, the toothbrush in the other's hand stabbed right into Shang Fan's abdomen. Ah! Sangfan yelled out in pain before trying to push his opponent away. But the other man fired again and continued to stab inward with the toothbrush in hand. The intense pain caused Sangfan to grit his teeth and sweat coldly as his limbs completely lost their strength. At this point, the bathroom was also a mess. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old ghost, you damn dare to touch our Hung Hing people? A Hung Hing inmate immediately stood out and chided. Don't mind your own business. Brother Silly Bill gave the order. It has nothing to do with you Hung Hing. The rest of Silly Bill's minions jumped in and shouted, Once Hung Hing's people heard that this matter was ordered by Silly Bill, they instantly stopped squeaking. After all, they can't afford to mess with big brothers like Silly Bill in prison. Not to mention the fact that the club didn't specifically tell them to take care of Ikeban, so it's not that big of a deal if Ikeban dies. Chapter 130, Offense, Targets, and UNCG Big D. Ikeban's death came out of North Point Prison in an instant. After learning that Sangfan had been silenced, Ma Jun slumped in his chair. He knew that the only card he had in his hand that could possibly turn the tide was gone, and Daffy is also completely stabilized as the boss of Causeway Bay because of his success in taking out Shangfan. As for his younger brother, Ikuno, the night after Ikoban's death, he fell from the roof of his house to the ground and died on the spot. The next night, Chen Jun sat in the office of Hung Hing's main office. Accompanying him were the three capable generals, Chen Yongren, Xiao Ma, and Feng Yuxiu. Brother Jun, all the other Tone's wordsmiths are ready. Is it time to start attacking Quite Sing? Earlier in the day, Chen Jun had purposely asked Chen Yongren to relay a message to the other talkers, telling them to get ready tonight and march out together to kill their way back to Quai Ching. At this time, although Quite Sing had gathered a lot of people who were with Lian Shang, but tonight, it is 12 halls acting together, so in everyone's opinion, this Quite Sing will definitely return to Hung Hing's hands tonight. Chen Jun shook his head. I don't want to attack Quai Ching now. What? What do you mean? Jun, guess how many people in Quite Sing are with Unison right now? I don't know. A couple hundred at most? Chen Yongren replied casually. Humph. There are no impermeable walls in this world, let alone an operation of this magnitude. So I'm guessing that the fact that we're attacking Quite Sing tonight leaked out a long time ago. Aoi Green at this time of year must have gathered a large number of short mules with Unison. Jun Chen analyzed. Xiao Ma nodded. Jun's thinking is correct. I purposely made a quiet trip to Aoi Ching before coming here. In addition to the fact that most of the venues have a number of Wasing's ponies, a large number of unidentified young men have gathered on some of the main streets. Hearing this, Chen Yongren suddenly came to a realization. It turns out that this is simply a setup set up by Chen Jun. He had, tonight, no intention of recovering Quite Sing at all. So Jun, what are we gathering all these people for? Of course it's for a land grab. Only, what I want to rob this time is the location of the headquarters of Wasing, Suanwan. Suanwan is the most important territory of Wasing, and this place is currently controlled by Big D, the most powerful red stick in Wasing. Big D not only has a strong army, but also participated in chopping up Daffy and seizing Hung Hing's territory in Quite Sing. So Chen Jun thought of using this opportunity to crush Big D's forces in Suanwan in one fell swoop. Jun, isn't this a bit too risky? Chen Yongren was a little worried. Humph, just wait and see. By the time we've taken Suanwan, and Lian Shang's men haven't even had time to get back from Quite Sing. Now pass my order down immediately that all men turn their guns at once and attack toward Suanwan. Also tell them that when they go to Suanwan, cut me down if they meet anyone from Wasing. I will reward anyone who can take out Lian Shang's big brother. Chen Jun immediately ordered. Chen Yongren didn't dare to be careless and immediately ran to call and contact the other hall bosses. After learning of Chen Jun's purpose, all the big brothers of the halls were startled. Some of the bosses were very reluctant in their hearts about having to attack Suanwan. After all, Quite Sing is its own territory, so there shouldn't be much of a problem snatching it back. However, Suanwan is the most important territory of Wasing. If we start a conflict with the other side over there, the people of Wasing will definitely make a frantic counterattack. Originally this whole thing didn't do much good for anyone, so in the event of a large-scale conflict, they will naturally incur corresponding losses. But military orders are like mountains. Chen Jun, since he has already put the word out, whoever does not go at this juncture, then there is a possibility that the other side will be settling scores. At that point, they will be equally unable to eat. So after Chen Yongren made the call, the bosses of the 12 halls all notified their respective men at the first opportunity. And in order to get back his revenge, Han Bin even took part in the battle himself, leading a large number of Hung Hing disciples to flood into Suanwan at the fastest speed. In less than half an hour, a number of large-scale armed fights broke out in various streets in Suanwan. For a while, the bustling Suanwan instantly turned into hell on earth. Just as the Suanwan police station received the news, police stations in other districts likewise got wind of it. Wang Qixing, who was squatting in Suanwan with a large number of his men, was instantly furious when he was notified. He picked up his cell phone and made a direct call to Chen Yongren. Chen Yongren, what do you mean by this? Why didn't you inform me when you changed your plans? Change what plans? Chen Yongren only felt puzzled. During this time, he deliberately kept a certain distance from Huang Jicheng, but I didn't expect the other side to come to my door. Only just after answering the phone, Huang Jicheng came to rise to the occasion. You are obviously going to attack Suanwan. Why are you putting out false news to the public? Boss, I only just found out about this, Chen Yongrun helplessly returned. Then you'll have to tell me in the first place, too, and don't you forget what you are. Huang Jiqing scolded sternly. During this period of time, Chen Yongrun not only smoothly rose to power in Hunghing, but also accumulated a certain prestige in the Jianghu. During this time, Huang Jiqing had been watching, because in his opinion, the higher Chen Yongrun rose, the more favorable it would be for himself. Maybe he might even get all the criminal evidence of the Hunghing society directly and hand it over to himself. But I did not expect that after the promotion, Chen Yongrun seems to intentionally avoid their own. Every time he contacted the other person, he was able to come up with many reasons to muddle through. And the information provided to myself was all about very ordinary and minor cases. That's why Huang Jiqing's patience with Chen Yongrun had reached the extreme. On the other hand, Chen Yongrun had also long wanted to turn the tables on Huang Jiqing. He then coldly replied back, Officer Huang, I don't know what you're talking about. My identity is an employee of Hunghing Company, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Huang Jiqing was flabbergasted for a moment, then questioned, Chen Yongrun, are you thinking of betraying the police force? The police force? I've never been a cop. Chen Yongrun continued to play dumb. At this point, Huang Jiqing also realized that Chen Yongrun is ready to defect. Chen Yongrun, you'd better think clearly about the consequences of doing so. Once you let Chan Chan and the other big brothers of Hunghing know that you used to be a police officer and served as an undercover agent for a while, guess what they will think? Ha ha, then you'll have to show proof that I'm undercover. Too. Ha, I have no proof? Don't you forget. Your personnel file is in my archives. Yeah, are you sure? Chen Yongrun asked rhetorically. In the face of Huang Jiqing's threat, he didn't panic at all, because before this, he had already deleted his file directly from the police force archive through the help of He Chaoqiong. Chapter 131 The Wulian Society in Great Disorder and the Fall of Suanwan. Huang Jiqing never expected that this former undercover agent would dare to openly call him out. At the same time, he had a vague bad feeling inside. He knew very well that Chen Yongrun was the guy who crawled out from the dead. He couldn't have just flipped out on himself if he wasn't in full control. Therefore, it was very likely that Chen Yongrun had already done many things behind his back. Then without waiting for Huang Jiqing to continue speaking, Chen Yongrun continued, Officer Huang, in the future, if there's nothing going on, you shouldn't call me. It wouldn't be a good thing for you if people knew you were contacting me privately. Huang Jiqing's face changed drastically. Are you really going to go all the way? It's thanks to you. Otherwise I would have died by now. After saying that, Chen Yongrun hung up the phone decisively. Once again, when he returned to the office, he happened to bump into Feng Yishio and Xiaoma walking out. Where are you going? Take Quite Sing, Ponyboy said lightly with a toothpick in his mouth. What? Chen Yongrun was dumbfounded. Didn't you just say you didn't want Quite Sing? Why the sudden change of heart now? He then went into the house and found Chen Jun. Jun, why did you suddenly let Feng Yishio and the others go to Quite Sing again? Oh, according to my judgment, the Quite Sings and the Luanxing gangsters should all be on their way to Suanwan right now. So this is a great time for us to take over Suanwan. Only at this moment did Chen Yongrun completely understand Chen Jun's intentions. In fact, at first he wanted to attack Quite Sing. After all, Quite Sing itself is Hunghing's territory. If Han Bin can't get his field back, then this battle doesn't mean much. It was only too clear to him that the people with Unison were ready to go. If we fight with each other head-on, both sides will only lose, and it is the police who will ultimately pick up the advantage. So he simply made a sound bite. Sneak attacked Suanwan first and make Wei Sing a mess. Then they would suddenly attack Quite Sing and kill them by surprise. As for why Chen Jun hid it from himself, Chen Yongrun knew this only too well. After all, one's past identity was there, plus the matter needed to be kept highly confidential, so it was normal for Chen Jun not to tell himself. After figuring this out, Chen Yongrun also relaxed his heart and sat down to follow Chen Jun as he waited for the final outcome. At the moment, in Suanwan, numerous youths armed with machetes and clubs are frantically chasing a group of people through the streets. Those being hunted down are naturally the members of Wei Sing. Since Hunghing's big attack, Big D's venues in Suanwan were immediately devastated. With the number of people far exceeding that of the other side by several times, Hunghing's whole team was united, and they entered Suanwan like a crackerjack, coupled with the lure of Chen Jun's heavy reward. So the crowd saw and Lian Shang's people immediately started to fight, not giving the other side a chance to shake people. That's when Big D, who was sitting in a meeting with his uncles, was the first to get the message. What? You say Hunghing's men have killed their weight at Suanwan? Big D's words took everyone in the audience by surprise. In particular, the society patriarch, and the de facto speaker of the United Victory, Deng Bo, looked at each other in dismay. Immediately after that, The other big brothers were also notified. Uncle Tang, Hung Hing's full-scale attack is not on Kwai Tsing, but are at Suwon. According to the information provided by my men, most of our venues in Suwon have now been occupied by Hung Hing, and the only small number of venues left have been vandalized with heavy losses. While everyone was talking and talking, Big D's insides were dripping blood. He did not expect, in any case, that Hung Hing would actually bypass Kwai Tsing to sneak into his territory, and throughout the whole of Wasing, only he has the largest territory and the strongest influence in Suwon. But tonight, his own men and horses were so overwhelmed by the onslaught of Hung Hing. According to Long Hair's judgment, it won't take 20 minutes for Suwon to completely fall into Hung Hing's hands. Quick, go and transfer all the men guarding in Kwai Tsing back to Suwon for me. In addition, you also immediately notify down. Say that I, Big D, am warning everyone, whoever dares to run away from the battlefield at this juncture, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yes, brother Big D. Shaggy hung up the phone and sprang into action, and at the scene, Big D also urgently negotiated with Uncle Tang. Uncle Tang, now all the 12 Hung Hing clans are launching an attack towards my Suwon. You can't just sit back and do nothing in this matter. Uncle Dang looked at the group with a grave face after hearing this. What do you think? Skewer Explosion took the lead and said, this matter concerns the safety and security of our society. If we just give up on Suwon, then how can we still come out and mix in the future? That's right. I also support Big D's proposal. Let's all gather our men to kill the Hung Hing guys back. Tai Pahei echoed. Good. Since you all don't have any opinions, then immediately give an explanation and have all of your respective men close in towards Suwon. Remember, no matter what it takes tonight, we must hold Suwon. Just as Uncle Tang had finished his sentence, junior brother Master Su hurriedly ran up. Big deal. They're going to kill us. The place where the congregation was meeting at this time was none other than the general altar of Wulwensang, a place belonging to Suwon. So as soon as Master Su spoke, everyone immediately realized what was going on. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and retreat first. Don't get stuck here and can't get out. That would be a joke. Ryukin and Blow Chicken and the others immediately opened their mouths to propose. Uncle Dang also felt that it was not safe to stay here at this time. I'm afraid, if they were really found by Hung Hing's people, at their age, they would be seriously injured if not killed. Let's all simply pack up and evacuate Suwon first. Afterwards, Uncle Tang and the others quickly left Suwon, escorted by a group of minions, and just as they were on their way to escape from Suwon, Shuma and Feng Yusao had also led their men to Kwai Tsing. At this point, Qing was almost invisible to Wasing. That's why the two took most of the field that originally belonged to Hanbin without encountering almost any obstacles. The other fields and Liansheng gangsters didn't dare to continue to stay after receiving the wind. They all chose to flee Kwai Tsing to avoid the wind. And at the same time as the two major societies were engaged in a bloodbath, various police forces arrived in Suwon from all directions. As the scale of this armed fight was really huge, the officer in charge of the Suwon police station sought help from the senior management of the police force at the first instance. The deputy commissioner of police, Mr. Lau Kid Fai, made an immediate decision and directly ordered the police in various places to send manpower to Suwon for support. At the same time, Hong Kong's special forces, the Flying Tigers, also launched operations at the same time. Suwon, in no time at all, became the center of attention of all forces. Chapter 132, A Great Victory. Chen Jun's fame. Brother Jun and Lian Shang's men are heading towards Suwon. My men have already fronted up with them on the street. Do we need to transfer more men over to help now? And try to take them down in one fell swoop? Soon after, K's call came through. After hearing this, Chen Jun, however, went against the norm and directly ordered, notify the others to withdraw from Suwon immediately. What? You're not kidding, Jun? We've spent so much manpower and resources to just kill our way into Suwon and drive them away. And now you're telling us to just retreat? Ki was a little confused by what he heard. However, Chen Jun continued, the strategic purpose has been achieved, and now the police have gathered over. People are just waiting for you guys to fight to the end and then come in a jar. Also Suwon is surrounded by Lian Shang's territory, so it's not difficult for the other side to counterattack. On the contrary, if we intend to hold Suwon for a long time, it will inevitably cost us more. So for the time being, pulling out of Suwon for the time being is the smartest thing to do. K was a big old man, but he didn't dare to disobey Chen Jun's orders at this juncture, especially once all the big brothers from the other halls have evacuated and his people are the only ones not leaving. Wouldn't that end up being rounded up with Unison and the police? Got it, Jun. After hanging up the phone, K immediately ordered his minions to leave. At the same time, Chen Yongren also notified the big brothers of the other halls. Soon, the people of Wasing realized that Hung Hing's fighters had actually thrown away their armor and fled. Ha ha, the punks of Hung Hing are nothing more than that. You want to take over Tsuanwan with just this much strength? It's a fool's errand. A bunch of losers. When I see you again some other day, I'll chop you up. The men with Lian Shang, armed with machetes and clubs, stood on the street and watched the fleeing Hung Hing gangsters as they kept shouting. Just when their morale was high and emotions were running high, policemen also killed the scene. No good. There's a cop. Run. Mud. We're surrounded. We can't run away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Notify the boss so he can do something about it. Soon after, SDU, PTU mobile unit officers quickly jumped down from the police car. Freeze. Drop your weapons and crouch to the ground with your hands on your head. Who dares to run and I'll just shoot. Pop. SDU fired a shot in the thigh of a Wasing member who was about to run away. The opponent was instantly shot in the thigh, and his entire body directly fell to the ground. The others who were preparing to escape instantly didn't dare to breathe a breath when they saw this, and immediately obediently squatted down and gave up their resistance. It wasn't long before the hiding and the United Winning Senators got the message. What? Hung Hing's men have retreated, but some of our men were even captured by the cops? Asterisk 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 your mom. Why was Kwai Sing snatched back by Hung Hing? Are you guys rice buckets? Dang. Uncle dang. It seems like we've fallen into Hung Hing's trap. When Master Su said these words, Tang Bo's face had become extremely ugly. He knew very well that all of Wasing had been teased by Hung Hing's leading man, Chan Chun. Tonight, he struck Tsuanwan with a swift and sudden attack. Not only did he cause great damage to Tsuanwan in a short period of time, but he also escaped from Tsuanwan, a place of wrongdoing, in one piece again before the arrival of his own large group of men and the police. At the same time, the other side launched another fierce attack on Kwai Sing and recovered all the territories of Hung Hing and Kwai Sing in one go. On the other hand, on our side, not only did we lose the Kwai Sing we just got, but the territory of Tsuanwan was already in a mess. Now that the police have taken over all entertainment venues in Tsuanwan, these venues will not be able to open in the short term. Even those of them who are uncles and big brothers with Unison are likely to be invited to tea by the police. Not to mention the fact that they have a bunch of minions who have been arrested by the police. So tonight, Wuzing can be considered a plant. The angriest of them all, naturally, was Big D. After Big D heard the report from his henchman Long Hair, he immediately slammed the big brother in his hand to the ground and angrily roared, Chen Jun, Big D, will not share the same fate as you. On the other hand, Hung Hing was a big winner this time. The big brothers of the various halls also completely understood Chen Jun's good intentions after learning that Kwai Ching had been taken down. Only some of the talking heads are quite vocal about it. People started complaining when they met with Chen Jun. Among them, Nine Dragons City's Thin Eyes was the first to speak. Brother Jun, this time Han Bin has picked up a big bargain, but our brothers from Nine Dragons City have suffered heavy losses. My minions alone, more than a dozen were injured, and 2 more are lying in the hospital's intensive care unit for rescue. Yeah, I've injured 7 or 8 minions on my side too. One of my vans was all smashed up and 2 of my boys got busted by the cops. The other big brothers spoke up one after another. Chen Jun, however, waved his hand, signaling everyone to be at ease. Don't be anxious. I'm a person who has always distinguished between reward and punishment. I know in my heart how much everyone has contributed to this matter. I hereby announce that everyone's losses tonight will be borne by Han Bin alone, and everyone can go to him for reimbursement of all expenses. When these words came out, Han Bin, who was still in the midst of his joy, was instantly dumbfounded. Jun, you're not kidding, are you? Han Bin asked with a sobbing face. Humph, everyone else can complain, but not you. If you didn't have to get involved in Causeway Bay, would your turf have been taken by Wasing so easily? Now that everyone has contributed to help you get your field back, you mustn't thank everyone? Chen Jun reminded. I know, I still understand that point, only I don't have that kind of money in my hand right now. Han Bin was also very grateful to the big guy though inside, but all of a sudden, he was asked to pay out of his own pocket to compensate for the losses of the other big brothers of the halls, and he really couldn't do anything about it. If you really don't have the money, give a little first, then make an IOU for the rest and pay it back slowly. Also 13 sister, you and Daffy help out a bit. Okay. 13 sisters had an unusual relationship with Han Bin, and as for Daffy, it was because Han Bin helped him fight for the Causeway Bay talker that he ended up in such a situation. So when he opened his mouth, both 13 sisters and Daffy had no problem agreeing decisively. Daffy, in particular, had stated that all the proceeds from the Causeway Bay venues in the next period of time would be used to help Han Bin pay off his debts, and when the other big brothers of the hall saw that there was money to be taken, they naturally stopped whining and complaining. After all, don't we all come out to fight and kill in the jungle for fame and fortune? In this battle, not only did Hung Hing's reputation in the Jianghu soar, but the various halls also gained a lot of benefits. Chen Jun's prestige within the club also reached its peak at this moment. Chapter 133, New Quest Reward. An island. Just as Hung Hing's men and women were celebrating their victory joyfully, Chen Yongren was preoccupied. Ever since he had flipped off Huang Jicheng, his heart had begun to fret. After all, although the file has been deleted, who knows if Huang Jicheng still has a backhand? At this moment, Huang Jicheng was ranting at the technicians in his office. What is your communications security department doing? Why would a hacker invade my computer and delete all my important information? Officer Huang, according to our preliminary analysis, the hacker may be from pretty country. The computer technology over there is so advanced that even the system we use was developed by them. So we are really incapable of doing anything about it. Hearing this, Huang Jicheng knew that this must have been Chen Yongren secretly finding someone to purposely delete his file. But even so, he couldn't do anything about Chen Yongren. After all, after the file ceased to exist, was it hard for him to go around spreading himself like a shrew, accusing Chen Yongren of betraying the police force? In addition, even he suspected that in fact, Chen Jun had already known Chen Yongren's identity, so even a showdown wouldn't do you half as much good. After letting out a deep sigh, Huang Jicheng sat down on a chair and after thinking for a moment, he dialed a phone. Han Shen, are you free? I'm looking for you to talk about something. And while the police focused all their attention on Suan Wan, Chen Jun also took the opportunity to send someone to receive a shipment of arms and weapons smuggled from the Reading Company in the pretty country. The clean AK submachine guns and Desert Eagle pistols immediately gave their army of beast soldiers a boost in strength. Just as Chen Jun was getting excited, the system voice, however, descended unexpectedly. Ding, please destroy Wuzing, and upon completion of the mission, you will be granted autonomy over the Gibug Islands. When he first read the mission requirements in front of him, Chen Jun was startled. After all, Wuzing is a behemoth, and it's not easy to completely eliminate it. But after seeing the quest reward, he instantly lit up. This Gibug archipelago, which he had heard of before, was actually an inland island of Djibouti, a neutral country, and that autonomy apparently meant that once he could complete the mission, he could become the master of the Gibug Islands. Wouldn't that give Reading a new corporate address? Thinking about this, Chen Jun became more and more excited. With that, he immediately called a meeting with a few of his inner circle of men. Jun, the cops are watching us too closely now. We can't launch another large-scale attack. Chen Yongren was shocked to learn that Chen Jun wanted to completely eliminate Wu Liansheng and quickly spoke up to discourage him. Humph, just because the cops are watching everyone, those big brothers from Wuzing will fall off the wagon because of it. This is a great time for us to get down and dirty, Chen Jun coldly said. Jun, are you trying to assassinate their boss? At this point, Feng Yuxiu heard Chen Jun's true inner thoughts. Chen Jun nodded. That's exactly what I meant. It's not too easy, is it? Chen Yongren continued. You're underestimating Feng Yuxiu and Xiao Ma. I'm sure they're capable of taking care of anyone one-on-one. Don't worry, Jun. The hardest tasks can be left to me. Feng Yuxiu immediately took a stand. No problem on my end either. Ponyboy wasn't impressed either. Seeing that both of them nodded their heads in agreement, Chen Yongren was not in a position to continue persuading them, but asked cautiously, but even so, we don't have enough manpower. So, I want you to go find someone for me. Who? Number Gang Red Stick. Takeshi. Takeshi? Chen Yongren hadn't heard of this number of people, so he was a bit puzzled when he heard the name. This guy is very skilled and specializes in a number of killings. For enough money, he'll do anything for you, so you go to him and give him a sum of money, and then he will naturally obey us. Chen Jun knew Takeshi very well, which was why he intended to use the other party to do things for him. Okay, I'll contact the other side right away. 2 days later, Takeshi did follow Chen Yongren to Chen Jun's office. With him came Feng Yuxiu and Xiao Ma. Seeing that someone was trying to steal business from him, a look of disdain appeared on Al Wu's face. Press didn't even put Feng Yuxiu and Xiao Ma in his eyes. Before Chen Jun arrived, he nagged, Chen Yongren, are these two doing the same thing as me? Yes, they're Jun's right-hand men too. Originally, Takeshi was a newcomer and was not quite bold enough to clamor in Hung Hing's territory. But when he saw that Feng Yuxiu was actually a cripple, he couldn't hold back any longer. Why did you guys find a cripple to come and help? Hearing this, the atmosphere instantly tensed up. Feng Yuxiu immediately swept his gaze over, his eyes glaring fiercely at Wu, and Ponyboy watched the two with interest from the sidelines. At that moment, Chen Yongren, who was caught in the middle, instantly felt that something big was wrong. Other people didn't know Feng Yuxiu's strength, but he knew exactly. Wu, don't talk nonsense. Feng Yuxiu is very strong, Not an ordinary person. Humph. How strong can a cripple be? Stronger than my old man's sword? Just tell June to stop looking for him, give me his share of the job, and pay me double the price. Takeshi continued to scream, but just as he finished his words, before Chen Yongren could say anything, a figure flashed in front of him. Takeshi was startled and was about to back away, but Feng Yushio's limping leg swept directly onto his waist. Ah! Takeshi fell to the ground on the spot, his mouth groaning in pain. Feng Yushio, stop fighting, we're all on our own. Chen Yongren knew that once the matter became a big deal, then Chen Jun's plan would completely go down the drain. That's why he stepped forward at the first opportunity and stopped Feng Yushio with one hand. Feng Yushio also knew that now was not the time to lay down a deadly hand, so he just stood expressionless and coldly looked at Wu. Wu was naturally unwilling to eat this dumb loss. He thought that he had suffered a big loss because Feng Yushio had sneaked up on him and he hadn't defended himself in advance. So he gritted his teeth and hated it at that moment and was ready to counterattack. But just then, Chen Jun walked in. Okay, opening warm-ups are over, so stop it all. Seeing that Chen Jun had spoken, Feng Yushio immediately stood aside respectfully, and seeing that the Golden Master's father had come, although Wu was dissatisfied in his heart, he didn't dare to continue to express it, and could only stand in place, staring at Feng Yushio with great displeasure. Jun, everyone has arrived. What do you plan to do next? Chen Yongrun asked. It's simple. There are a few old guys within Wasing right now that you need to take out personally. Here is their profile information. The three of you draw one each. Chapter 134, Assassinations. Big D dies. The three of them received a piece of information from Chen Jun one after another. Feng Yushio said after glancing at the name on it. Big D. Ponyboy then shook the information he was holding. This is dumble for me. For his part, Wu said contemptuously. I know this Alak. A limp-wrist shrimp who doesn't have many capable fighters around him. These three are currently the most prestigious big brothers within Wuzing, in which Uncle Deng controls the entire society's affairs, big and small, while Alak and Big D are strong candidates in the race to be the next Wasing talker. So as long as we get rid of all three of them, the rest of the unicorns will be a scattered mess. As for what you use to deal with it, that's up to you. I only have one request, and that is to leave no loose ends, and that all three of you still act at the same time. Otherwise, once we startle the snakes, it won't be so easy to take out the others at that time. Jun Chen said. All three nodded at the words. They are also well aware that this matter appears to be simple, but it can be difficult to operate. These bosses would definitely have many followers around them on a regular basis, and it wasn't easy to approach each other silently. The other three had to do it at the same time, which meant that some of them definitely couldn't wait until the best time to strike. At this time, Feng Yushio took the lead to speak up and state. You two set a time and then inform me. It doesn't matter to me. This Uncle Tang is old and his legs aren't good. I shouldn't have much of a problem solving him. Takeshi listened but didn't dare to play along. After all, he had heard of Wu Lianshang Lishao's great name. If one didn't go through a precise deployment, one really didn't dare to guarantee that one could easily take out the other party. Then, Takeshi spoke. You guys wait for my news. After 3 consecutive days of Takeshi stalking Locke, a perfect plan was finally formulated. On this day, he informed Xiaoma and Feng Yushio separately and agreed on a time to do it. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In front of an aristocratic elementary school in the North District, there were 2 parked vans with sets of license plates. On the passenger side of one of the cars sat none other than Takeshi himself. When Lishao's car carried his son out of the school entrance, Wu immediately ordered through the intercom. The target has appeared. Do it. The 2 vans started immediately and then followed quietly. Takeshi and the assassins of the number gang had also put on their hoods and gloves at the moment, as well as holding their machetes in their hands. As Lishao's car passed an intersection, Takeshi quickly shouted, "Crash it!" The driver's boy beside him slammed on the gas. The van accelerated and rammed its ass into the bumper of Lishao's car. Bang! Lishao subconsciously stepped on the brakes and stopped the car directly in the middle of the road, not waiting for him to get out of the car to check the situation, but the side suddenly jumped out of a van, cut off the waist straight into the door of his car. Bang! After Lishao's body shook violently, he immediately realized what was going on. Son, get out of the passenger side and run away. Lishao hurriedly ordered his son in a loud voice, but at this point his son had long since lost his mind in fear after the successive collisions, and sat dumbfounded in his chair on the spot. By this time, Takeshi and the others had jumped out of the van. Cut him down, he barked out a command, then rushed at Locke in the driver's seat with his open blade in hand. Ale was alarmed and thought about starting the car again, but by now the car had long since been hit so hard that it wouldn't start properly. After jerking the car key a few times and seeing no response, he was cold inside. Pop! The machete in Takeshi's hand smashed the driver's side car glass as soon as he could. Then a stab went up. Although Locke wanted to dodge, he was unable to do so in such a small space. After a few consecutive cuts, Locke was covered in blood. His entire body also collapsed right into the driver's seat, motionless. After confirming that Locke is dead, Takashi gives a big wave and orders his men to flee the scene immediately. The two vans had also gotten away before police arrived. Meanwhile, Uncle Deng, who was in his yard, was originally walking his dog on a leash. But the next second, a bullet shot from the rooftop of a distant residential building hit him squarely in the center of his eyebrow. Boo! Gunshots rang out. Dang Bo let go of the dog leash, and his whole body leaned back and fell straight into a pool of blood. After confirming that he had hit his target, Xiao Ma, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately put away the sniper rifle that he had taken from Chen Jun, and then quickly left the rooftop of the residential building. On the other side, Feng Yuxiu also started to move. He wasn't meticulously planned like Takashi or had amazing assassination skills like Ponyboy. His main focus is one of simple violence. After finding Big D's company, he walked calmly through the other side's office doors, wearing sunglasses. Sir, may I ask who you are looking for? The receptionist politely rose to inquire. May I ask if Brother Big D is in there? Uncle Tang asked me to find him for something. Brother Big D is in his office, but please also register your identification information in advance, and then wait for me to call and inform you before you can go in. Okay, thanks. After saying this, Feng Yuxiu made a hand chop and smashed directly into the opponent's head. In the next second, the receptionist fainted on the spot due to the heavy blow to his brain. After taking care of the other party, Feng Yuxiu pulled out two short knives from his backpack, then rushed straight into the office. The Liansheng ponies inside immediately rushed up when they saw that someone had come to cause trouble, and surrounded Feng Yuxiu. But before long, there was a murderous cry throughout the office. It also alarmed Big D, who was in the office. He opened the door to his room and cursed, "Who the doesn't want to live? What's all the yelling about in here?" But when he finished his words, his entire body was directly stumped in place, only to see multiple of his own minions already lying on the floor throughout the office area. At this time, Long Hair, who was still fighting, hurriedly shouted, "Brother Big D, Hung Hing's men are coming to look for trouble. Run away." As soon as he spoke, one of his own hands was cut off by Feng Yuxiu. Ah! Long Hair wailed in pain, and his entire body fell to the ground on the spot. Seeing this, Big D no longer dared to talk nonsense, pulling his leg and turning around to escape. But he had just run 2 steps out of the way when Feng Yuxiu caught up with him. Feng Yuxiu slashed at Big D's back. Big D stumbled and flopped to the ground in severe pain. "No! Don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want." Quickly turning around, Big D hurriedly opened his mouth to plead, but Feng Yuxiu didn't give him a chance to continue his nonsense and slashed across the blade. Blood shot out in all directions. A bloodstain quickly appeared on Big D's neck. Then he lay completely on the ground, out of breath. Chapter 135, Dong Guanzai, have to be the talker. The news of the assassination of several bigwigs in Wasing quickly shocked the entire mob, especially with the uncles within unison. They have been hiding in the first place. In particular, Skewer Bomb, who yelled every day that he would lead the club to fight on the moon, killed directly into the police station as a way to seek police protection. And even Dong Guanzai, who is usually so glamorous, immediately packed his bags and hid in a Yuanlong village in the countryside, not daring to show his face. On the contrary, on Hung Hing's side, after taking out the 3 Deng boss in a strong manner, their morale soared once again. Han Bin even openly strutted down the streets of Tsuanwan with his minions. At this moment, Tsuanwan appears to be calm on the surface, but secretly, a dark tide has already risen. Since Big D was killed, the whole of Tsuanwan is left with his wife struggling to survive, and with less help from Long Hair and other powerful men. The kingdom that Big D had fought for back then had begun to falter. It's only a matter of time before they are occupied by Hung Hing. At this point, Chen Jun did not ride the victory, but instructed his men that no one should continue to make trouble at this juncture, so as not to be targeted by the police at their own peril. As for Liansheng, he knew that the downfall of this huge association was already an inevitable event at the moment. After a few days had passed, when the Jianghu had once again entered a period of calm, Skewer Burst and the others gathered once again. Only this time, they chose a secluded ramshackle house in the countryside of Yuanlong. Entering the house, Skewer Burst began to complain, "This Chen Jun, it's simply lawless. This time we have to give them some color." After holding his eyes to the side, Master Su muttered in a low voice, People are all dead. What are we going to fight with people? People? What do you mean by that? Does the earth not spin without Uncle Deng and the others?" Skewer Blast was disgruntled. After all, ever since Uncle Tang had died, he had become, in a practical sense, the patriarch with the highest seniority in the society. It was he who called this meeting. 2. The main purpose is to be able to successfully rise to the top and replace Uncle Tang as the leader of the society. But the next moment, a few uncles of the society were not happy. Long Guan, who had a strained relationship with Skewer Explosion, sneered. Skewer Explosion, do you think that without Uncle Deng, you can be the one to talk to a Lian Shang? Save your breath, you don't have the ability. Ryukin, what do you mean? What I mean is simple. Whoever is able to set Chen Jun straight can be the new talker of Lian Shang. Otherwise, then there's nothing to talk about. Ryukin's words resounded throughout the house. Everyone heard it loud and clear. Skewerblast also fell silent at the other's remark. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Chen Jun. It was really that he really didn't have the ability to do so anymore. Originally, with Uncle Tang around, they, the long-retired patriarchs, still had a mouthful of food to eat, and the people below the association had great respect for them. But now, everything has changed completely. Within today's Hutchinson, whoever has the hardest fist can stand up and speak loudly. Which one of you has this idea to be the leader of Wuzing? After seeing Skewer burst not squeak, Ryukin turned his head and looked at the group of young people in the club and opened his mouth. At this moment, in this room, there were not only Dong Guanzai, who had long been hiding here, but also Big Head, Master Su, Jimmy, and the 5 big heads. Among them, Dong Guanzai was the strongest and more famous than the others. After he heard Long Gon say that, he immediately turned his gaze to his boss, Depu Hey. Naturally, Taipa Black also wants to promote his own little brother to the top. After all, once Dongguan becomes the next head of the organization, he will be the emperor. I don't think there's any problem with Ryujin's words. Now that both Big D and Locke are dead, the next talker position has been vacated. So naturally everyone in Wusing is qualified to compete. So let me make a statement here. I, Taipa Black, will fully support Dongguan Boy to be the talker. Let's say we can kill Chen Jun. A voice suddenly came out from the corner. The person who spoke was none other than Lung Can's apprentice grandson, Officer Sam's little brother Jimmy. Jimmy has made a lot of money over the years selling pirated pornographic CDs and pimping. It's just that he's always done these things that don't make it to the top, and his own boss, Officer Sam, doesn't have much influence in the club. So much so that he's never been able to go and expand his business territory. And now a great opportunity lay before him. As long as he was able to kill Chen Jun himself, then he would naturally be able to gain the support of Patriarch Dragonroot. By the time he rose to the top and became the spokesperson of the society, he would have huge resources in his hands to develop his business. So when Taipa Black spoke, Jimmy jumped in and expressed his thoughts on competing for the talk. When Stringburst saw that both patriarchs were planning to send out their minions, he immediately turned his head to look at his minion. Fish Head Tag. Fish Head Label was just a small character selling white powder. In this situation, he didn't dare to squeak easily at all. After all, even if he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to go to the trouble of Hung Hing Dragon Head. Just as Fish Head Marker was embarrassed and didn't know what to do, the airplane that stood beside him and didn't say a word suddenly spoke up. Boss, I want to give it a try too. Skewerblast gave the airplane a puzzled look. Who are you and why haven't I seen you before? Fish Head Label hurriedly explained. This is my little brother, nicknamed Airplane. His hands are very good. It's just that he doesn't have much of a reputation in the jungle yet. Skewerblast was a little upset that the plane had taken it upon itself to step forward, but the other party was, after all, Fish Head Label's little brother. If he didn't support Jimmy at this juncture like Lonigan did, wouldn't that send a chill down the spine of the rest of his own men? So he could only say stiffly, it's good to have no fame. Don't a lot of people do something great from a time of obscurity, and then rise to the top without any problems? In addition, you are now in a low status, and it will not be easy for Hung Hing to notice if you want to make a move. String Bomb's words also indicate his decision to support the airplane to compete for the word. Big Head's boss, Gao Lao, and Shifu Su's boss, Fire Ox, also turned their gazes to their little brothers. But Master Su and Big Head also know how much they weigh. So at that moment they have lowered their heads and did not dare to squeak. After seeing that no one on the scene had already taken a stand, the current Lian Shang talker, Blow Chicken, also spoke up. Then let's do what we've discussed. And whoever is able to kill Chen Jun, the dragon head baton in my hand will be his. When these words came out, the Dongguan boys all brightened up. The dragon head baton symbolizes supreme power in the society. Even if a person became a sitter, if he could not get the dragon head baton, he would not be able to gain the respect and support of the rest of the gang. At that moment, Dongguan Zai immediately clenched his fists. Jimmy and the airplane, too, their eyes sizzled. Chapter 136 Sneak Attack failed. Dongguan Boy cools off. After the meeting was adjourned, Dong Guanzai followed his boss right back to Dapu. Boss, Let me bring a group of men to kill directly to the Hunghing General Hall and just take out Chen Jun. Dong Guanzai took the initiative to propose. Chen Jun's strength is unfathomable, and the men around him are all fierce. Can you do it, boss? This is the only chance I have to get ahead. And you don't want me to spend my life as a minor player in the club, do you? Dung Guanchan's words touched a nerve in Tai Po Black. Indeed, more than anyone else, he hopes that Tung Manchai can rise to the top. After careful consideration, he finally agreed to what Dung Guan Boy had done. I'll give you my utmost support, but you also have to remember that once you slip up, then we're all going to end up playing together. Dung Guanchan immediately nodded his head. He knew that once he failed to finish off Chen Jun, then not only would he not be able to become the leader of Wasing, but he would be hunted down by Hung Hing instead. And once he took out Chen Jun, then Lian Shang would be in his hands. It would not be easy for Hung Hing to move him at that time. So this time, he's kind of completely out of his mind. 2 days later, Dung Guanzai, with dozens of his men, took a bus and drove quickly to the Hung Hing General Headquarters. Just as the car arrived at the gate, Dung Guanzai immediately jumped out of the car, followed by a classic hurdle pose, directly jumping over the sidewalk guardrail. The other henchman also crossed the railing and rushed into the Hung Hing General altar after him. When he entered the house, without waiting for Hung Hing's people to come forward and ask questions, he directly lifted up his shirt and drew out a sharp machete from his waist. Cut me! As Dung Guanzai gave the order, his men immediately moved their hands. Hung Hing's side was caught off guard. Several people fell to the ground on the spot. At this time, Chen Yongren, who was upstairs, was the first to notice the difference. After he quickly checked everything out, he rushed to Chen Jun's house. Jun, it's bad. Run away quickly. Lian Shang's coming for us. Chen Jun was originally sitting in his office checking the information. When he heard this, he immediately frowned. Don't be nervous. How many of them are there? Less than 30. At that moment, a slashing sound came from outside the house at the same time. At this moment, Chen Yongren was inwardly anxious. After all, although he was also good at fighting, he had become the second in command of Hung Hing after all. You don't even have nail clippers on a regular basis, let alone carry a gun for defense. At the moment the suit was dressed for the occasion and he had no idea what to do. Instead, Chen Jun continued calmly. What weapons did they bring? Didn't look closely. Looks like a machete. Jun, why don't you jump out of the window? This is the 3rd floor. You shouldn't die. Chen Yongren immediately proposed. But when he heard this, Chen Jun laughed contemptuously. Oh, a few broken machetes scared your guts away? I see you're getting more and more scared of death the more you hang around. Jun, there are too many of them. And Feng Yuxiu and the others aren't with us right now. You know how to use a gun, don't you? Ha? A little bit. Chen Yongren was from the police force. In the police academy he had long been familiar with all types of firearms and weapons. Only in front of Chen Jun, he couldn't show that he knew too much. Otherwise, it is also easy to arouse some unnecessary suspicion. Wait for me. I'll get something from my storage locker. Chen Jun then got up and walked to his locker. Only at this point, the locker was nothing but papers. But Chen Jun didn't panic in the slightest. He only saw him quietly open the small arsenal that the system had given him, and then took out 2 AK submachine guns from it. When he appeared in front of Chen Yongren again, Chen Yongren was dumbfounded. Jun, is this what you keep in your locker? Aren't you afraid something will happen someday? Xiangjiang was already strict on gun control, not to mention this kind of submachine gun, and Chen Jun actually put the weapons in his locker himself. Apparently he hadn't expected Chen Jun to be so bold either. As the leader of the society, this sense of crisis should still be there, but there aren't many bullets, only 30 rounds in total. Just save them and scare the other side. Chen Jun didn't dare to take out too many bullets, fearing that Chen Yongren would sweep a piece of it to death if he wasn't careful. That would be a very troubling situation. I know. Chen Yongren thought to himself, I don't dare to kill anyone, but it should not be a problem to scare the punks of Lian Shang. Just as he had taken the gun, Wu Xing's swordsman had crashed through the door and rushed in. As they rushed into the house, they immediately realized that there were 2 submachine guns pointed at them. Several of the short mules were instantly dumbfounded. No one expected to come across such a thing here. At that moment someone turned to flee. He bumped right into the Dongguan boy who was holding a machete and rushing over aggressively. Seeing that his little brother even turned to run away, Dongguanzai instantly became furious. What are you running for? Do you want to die? Boss, don't go in. It's dangerous. Dangerous my ass. Even the reincarnation of Master Guan Air can't stop me today. I say. After saying that, Dongguanzai pushed aside his little brother and rushed in on his hind feet. When he entered the house, his entire body went numb on the spot. Only a few of his minions were seen kneeling respectfully on the ground. So it's you I thought who was so bold to come to my territory to cause trouble. Upon seeing Dongguanzai, Chen Jun sneered. And at that moment, Dong Guanzai couldn't laugh at all. At that moment he could not wait to give himself two big mouths. After all, his own little brother had just stopped him dead in his tracks from entering the house. Chen Jun, I don't believe you dare to shoot. In other words, your gun might just be a toy to scare people. Dong Guanboy didn't want to lose his prestige in front of his juniors. Plus he had a hint of a fluke inside. I thought that Chen Jun was in such a position that he should not dare to shoot himself. But he didn't expect that just as he finished his sentence, Chen Jun took a shot towards his thigh. Boo! After feeling the real pain coming from his thighs, Dong Guanzai completely knew that he was wrong. He turned and was about to run away. But immediately afterward, the shots rang out again. This time it was Chen Yongren who fired the shot. At such close range, he also hit his opponent's other thigh with precision. Now Dong Guanzai immediately couldn't move, and could only lie on the ground and moan in pain. And Chen Jun then aimed his gun at the other members kneeling on the ground. Go, kill Dong Guanboy for me. Ha! Several Wasing members all showed a difficult look on their faces after hearing this. They didn't want to die, but they were equally afraid to kill their boss. Don't dare? Then you will only end up like them. After saying that, Chen Jun fired another shot towards the ground. This directly scared a few people out of their wits. At that moment, someone was ruthless and raised his machete to walk towards Dong Guanzai. No, don't mess around. Dong Guanzai cried out in despair. Chapter 137, Beliefs Collapse. Who's black and who's white? Ah! Pig-killing cries came out from the mouths of the Dongguan boys. When the others saw that someone had already made a move, they were afraid that a slow step would displease Chen Jun, and they all stood up and pounced on Dong Guanzai. Several knife fighters surrounded Dong Guanzai in a frenzy of chopping and slashing. In a short while, Dong Guanzai lost his breath. He's dead. Can we go now? Someone asked cautiously. Chen Jun nodded. Of course, you guys can go. A few people were overjoyed at the news and began to flee outside. Jun, just let them go? Chen Yongren asked in disbelief. Originally, he had thought that Chen Jun was going to drive this group of people to extinction. But I didn't think he'd let these people get away safely. Humph. It's not hard to find out who came here today. We'll just settle the score with them later. As for right now, the most crucial thing is to drag this guy in front of us away. Chen Jun knew very well inwardly that once the corpses of Hung Hing's general altar were strewn all over the place, it was bound to cause an uproar. By then not only would the cops come after him, but probably the rest of the club would find it ominous as well. After all, no one wants a bloodbath to ever happen where they work, especially those who are in the jungle and live a life of blood on the edge of a knife. That's why the kooks believe in Master Quan, not only because Mr. Quan was righteous enough, but more importantly, he was a strong martial artist. Don't worry, Jun, I'll immediately have someone drag this guy away. Go before the police come. Chen Jun faintly replied back, then returned to his office and sat down. He knew that even if he left now, the police would not relent. Solely wait here for the cops to come to the door. Within moments, the police arrived on the scene, and upon meeting the officer leading the group, both Chen Jun and Chen Yongren froze slightly for 2 seconds. Only the officer who appeared with his work permit hanging and wearing a suit was none other than Huang Jicheng. I'm Huang Jicheng. We received a report that you've encountered an assailant committing murder here. Is there such a thing? Before the police arrived, Chen Yongren had asked his men to send away the injured people and the Dongguan boys. Only the general altar was still in a mess at the moment, and there were even quite a few bloodstains on the ground that hadn't been dealt with in time. But even so, Chen Yongren opened his eyes and spoke blindly. Sir, there is no such thing. Huang Jicheng glared fiercely at Chen Yongren. At this moment, he couldn't wait to directly bring Chen Yongren back to the police station for private and individual questioning. But for now, he managed to suppress his anger and said, a citizen saw you dragging a number of people away. Which citizen? Can you get him to come out and testify? Chen Jun, who was sitting on the sofa, asked with an air of calmness. He knew that someone must have seen Dong Guanzai and the others. But seeing is seeing. If they really let them come out to testify, I am afraid that not many people have the guts to accuse themselves. After all, these days, citizens value their lives. No one wants to offend the triads for no reason. Huang Jicheng knew this in his heart, so he could only continue. After all, someone called the police. Plus, according to my initial judgment, this place must have gone through a vicious fight just now. So just to be safe, I'm going to ask you two to come with me. Wait a minute, how come you're in charge of what we do here? At this time, Chen Yongren couldn't help but ask a question. Humph, I forgot to tell you. I'm now the head of the criminal division of the Kowloon Peninsula. Chen Yongren was startled. He didn't expect Huang Jicheng to have risen 2 levels in such a short period of time, become a hand of the criminal group in one of the 3 major regions of Shangjiang. And what made him even more nervous was that the words Huang Jicheng had just said clearly had a hidden meaning. Although he had confessed something to Chen Jun, But in the end, he didn't have the courage to tell the other man that he had been a policeman. So he was very worried at the moment that Chen Jun would become suspicious because of this. After all, it was too easy for Chen Jun's current energy to want to investigate his background. Just one word from his woman, He Chaoqiong, and his own identity would be immediately exposed. After swallowing his saliva, Chen Yongren still obediently closed his mouth. Chen Jun didn't have any problem with it. He knew that he would have to be investigated sooner or later. After all, he couldn't hide even if he wanted to after this incident at the general altar. Since we're being invited back, there's no need for hoods and handcuffs, is there? Chen Jun asked with a light humming smile. That's not necessary. I just don't know if you'll be able to come out safely after going in. Sir, don't scare me. I'm a good citizen. Oh, that's what every suspect I've ever met says. Please, don't waste your time. At Huang Jiqing's urging, Chen Jun and Chen Yongren got into the police car together. Together with them, a number of members of Hung Hing were also taken away. When they arrived at the police station, Huang Jiqing took the lead in interrogating Chen Yongren. You're a good kid. You actually got an outside hacker to break into my computer and delete your file, Huang Jiqing said viciously. In the face of Huang Jiqing this kind of attitude, Chen Yongren is very comfortable. After all, this also meant that Huang Jiqing definitely didn't have his own handle on him. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to talk to himself with such gnashing of teeth. Idle. It's you who chose it. You gave me up in the first place, causing me to almost die under the crow's men. And now you still have the nerve to come over here to ask for punishment? In the face of Chen Yongren's questioning, Huang Jiqing did not retort, but coldly said, as an undercover agent, you have to be ready to die for your country at all times. Am I to go out of my way to save you because of your greed for life? Hearing this, Chen Yongren was even more completely disheartened. Thank you for allowing me to completely recognize your face, and at the same time, it also strengthens my conviction to continue following Chen Jun in the future. Humph. You'll harm yourself sooner or later if you follow this guy. Let me tell you, once I have found evidence of your involvement in Hung Hing's crimes, I will not hesitate to bring you to justice. Of course, you still have a chance to make up for your mistake now, and that is to immediately turn back and turn as a tainted witness to accuse Chen Jun. That way I can vouch for you in front of the brass and get you back on the force, as well as give you a promotion and a raise. I don't see the need for that, and if you do find evidence of my crimes in the future, you're always welcome to come after me. Seeing that Chen Yongren was determined to get rid of the relationship with himself, Huang Jiqing couldn't do anything about the other party for a while. After all, this time Chen Yongren is back to assist in the investigation of the case, plus they are still the identity of the victim. So Huang Jiqing couldn't get the upper hand on him either. In the end, he could only leave the room in anger. Went to the next door where Chen Jun's house, ready to talk to each other. Chapter 138 Sim Sha Sui, Sam Han. Seeing Chen Jun, Huang Jiqing smiled faintly. Chen Jun, you've been quite famous in the Jianghu lately, so much so that even the Macau side has heard from you. It's not so bad, got a girlfriend from Macau. Chen Jun also knows that Huang Jiqing is very clear about his own bottom line, so he also does not hide it, and explicitly told the other party that He Chaoqiong is his own woman. Huang Jiqing wasn't surprised, but continued, don't think that just because you found a woman with a background, you can do whatever you want in Xinjiang. This is a legal society. Once I get hold of evidence of your crime, even the governor of Hong Kong can't save you. A lot of people have said that to me, and you're not the first or the last. Okay, I'm not going to bull you. Are you going to report this incident that happened in your company today? If you want to seek the help of our police, then please cooperate and tell us the whole story. Also tell us who you suspect as well, so we can do a quick investigation. Chen Jun shook his head. There's no need to bother you guys. There are some small things we can solve on our own. As expected, I knew you wouldn't cooperate obediently, but my main purpose in coming over to talk to you today is to try to persuade you not to go down one road. You're not like the other short mules. You've got a strong background. Why not use it to do some legitimate business? If we continue to hang around like this, sooner or later something will happen. Chen Jun also did not expect Huang Jiqing to actually come to the painstakingly persuade himself to go ashore. Ha ha, Officer Huang, I've always done legitimate business. Do you think it's illegal to run a nightclub? To valet park cars for customers and that kind of business? You know what I'm referring to. Don't get slick with me. I'm not afraid to tell you that the police have you in their sights now. In the face of Huang Jiqing's threat, Chen Jun said in disbelief, that depends on whether or not you have the ability to bring me down. Well, then we'll see. Seeing that he could not persuade Chen Jun, Huang Jiqing also made up his mind. After taking a statement from Chen Jun and Chen Yongren respectively, he let them go. When the people had gone away, he immediately took out his personal cell phone and called Han Chen over. Han Chen, this time it's up to you. After this is accomplished, I guarantee you smooth sailing in Sim Sha Sui in the future. After Chen Jun came out of the police station, 13 sisters and the others had been waiting at the door for a long time. After learning that Chen Jun and Chen Yongrun were nearly killed at the general altar, Hung Hing was in chaos. The spokespersons of the various chambers were even more nervous and showed up at the entrance of the police station. After seeing Chen Jun unharmed, the crowd's hanging hearts fell. Jun, Jen, are you guys okay? It's okay, why are you all here? We rushed over as soon as we heard that you guys were in danger. But it's just a shame that we still let those guys from Lianxing escape. Hanbin said as much. These guys are definitely hiding now, but they're not the key. The most important thing is what's going on inside Wuzing right now. Chen Jun was more concerned about what those big brothers with Lianxing thought. As for this batch of small fishes and shrimps who were looking for a fight today, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. There hasn't been much news from Wuzing's side for the time being, but from what we can tell, they're afraid they'll strike again. Jun, we've already decided to send more minions to protect around you and Jen to ensure your safety. Humph, no need. You guys do what you need to do. Don't worry about my well-being, Chen Jun said in disbelief. Jun, this can't be right. If anything happens to you, we're screwed, Daffy said with concern. Am I that accident-prone? Besides, if we're in a tight formation, how can that enemy show a crack? Also next I'll explain one thing to you guys. You just need to get it done. What is it? 13 sisters and the others asked curiously. Go get me the territory of Dongguanchai. I want the flag of Hung Hing to be planted in the center of Taipa district in the new territories. Flagging is a Jianghu term meaning occupation, so Chen Jun's implication was that he wanted the other Hung Hing clans to work together to snatch Dapu. I'll take care of this matter. Now that Dong Guanzai is dead, and his minions are injured and fleeing, I'm sure that Liansheng doesn't have many men left in Dapa district now. Daffy immediately agreed. He himself had planted a big one on Dongguan Boy before this. Now that he saw a chance for revenge, he naturally would not let it go easily, despite heavy losses in previous battles. But with the help of Chen Jun and the society, he quickly recovered. Even more so, they recruited a whole lot of fresh blood with the compensation money from Eastern Star. Plus, there was just too much oil in Causeway Bay, so it made Daffy's strength skyrocket in a short period of time. Good, then I'll leave this matter to you. After all, even though you've become the Causeway Bay boss, you haven't really done much for the society yet. We'll all be watching you this time. Chen Jun returned. Wrap it up. That night, Daffy joined forces with Hanbin and killed his way into the Dapu district with a large number of his men. At this point, the Dapa district has long been on edge, especially Aura Black. Since his subordinate Dong Guanchai was beheaded, he was very worried that Hung Hing would put the blame on him. As for and within the United Win, no one is willing to come out and stand up for him at all. It's more about seeing when he falls on hard times so he can carve up his Aura territory. Under such circumstances, when he heard that Hung Hing's men had killed their way into his turf, his first thought was not to resist, but to quickly flee with the cash in the safe. The minions under his command naturally had no desire to fight when they saw that their big brother had run away. After just a few small-scale armed fights, Hung Hing managed to drive out all the forces within the Dapa district and Lianshang, thus successfully occupying all the territories. This incident has given a huge shock to Wuzing, especially String Burst and the others. They were temporarily hiding, not daring to show their faces at all. Wenxing venues in other parts of the new territories have also upgraded their security levels in case Hung Hing launches a sudden attack. And just as Lianshang is thrown into chaos, Chen Jun learns from the Crown Prince that there is someone who wants to see him. Prince, do you mean to say that there's a big brother's family in Yurtsum Shatsui who wants to see me? That's right. His name is Han Sam. Would you like to see him? Hearing this name, Chen Jun fell into a deep thought. Chapter 139, The Big Deal. 2 days later, in his office, Chen Jun met a short, fat, middle-aged man. When the other party saw Chen Jun, he immediately took the initiative to enthusiastically go forward and greeted him. Hello brother Jun. I'm Han Chen. At this time, Han Chen was still the weakest among the 5 gangs in Sim Sha Sui. Therefore, when he met the leader of Hung Hing, Han Chen still behaved very humbly and did not dare to expect to be on an equal footing with Chen Jun. I heard the Crown Prince say that you want to do business with me. I just don't know what type of business you want to do with me. Chen Jun actually knew what kind of business Han Chen was in. It was only that he wasn't sure why at this juncture Han Chen would suddenly come running to find himself. Jun, you now control a lot of turf and venues, and these venues are frequented by many young men and women for recreation every day. And although some money can be made from this, ultimately there is no way for you to become rich quickly and become a true tycoon. Han Chen was very smart. He didn't immediately make his intentions known, but first asked Chen Jun a rhetorical question. Chen Jun knew what the old fox Han Chen wanted. The other side is nothing more than trying to sell coke and ecstasy in their own venues. Only for these things, Chin-jun never dabbled. As for what others do, that's their business. You don't want to put your white powder business in my yard, do you? Ha ha, it's still June who understands me. He. The Crown Prince should be well aware that I have always refrained from doing business in this area. After all, as you know, it's a major offense to sell this stuff in Xinjiang. One slip and you'll be in the middle of everything. Not to mention the fact that it's extremely harmful, and I'm trying to save my children and grandchildren a bit of a blessing. Chen-jun's darkly sarcastic words didn't upset Han Chen. Instead, he once again revealed a smile and said, I also guess that June doesn't see this kind of thing. After all, the risk of selling these things in your venue is indeed a bit higher. But we can actually work together in a different way. I know, you have some connections over in Macau, right? When Chen-jun saw that Han Chen was actually hitting on He Chaoqiang, he immediately frowned. What? June? Actually, it's like this. All my goods have to come by sea from the Echidna side. And during this time the marine police are very strict in their checks, searching even ordinary small fishing boats. That's why it's hard to safely transport my goods to Hong Kong to sell them now. But with the help of MS Ho's family, I'm sure things would be much simpler. After all, if you ship merchandise to Hong Kong under the He family's banner, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Han Sum finally got his innermost thoughts out. And Chen-jun also understood Han Chen's intentions at this moment. The other party was not actually thinking of selling the goods on their own yard at all. After all, he wanted to cooperate with its big brother, could go directly to the other side to talk. There was no need to beat around the bush to find himself. So, he just wanted to cooperate with himself to smuggle goods to Hong Kong in the first place. Do you think MS Ho will look at this amount of money? Chen-jun asked rhetorically. Of course her family can't see it. But for June, a collaboration that can yield tens of millions of dollars in profit, such a deal should still be able to make your heart flutter, right? Chen-jun inwardly scoffed at this. But what he was actually more puzzled about was why Han Chen would suddenly come running to find himself. Could there be another purpose to this? Just then, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Wang Qixing. This Han Chen and Huang Jiqing originally knew each other and were on good terms. 1 foot. Huang Jiqing put down harsh words to himself, and the next foot, Han Chen came to his door. Is this too much of a coincidence? Han Sum, is that the only purpose you've sought me out for? Why do I remember? Your boss is Ni Kuan. He should have more specialized people on his side to handle these things, right? Ha ha, June really is a great man. Even a small person like me has investigated everything. I'm not afraid to tell you that there are 5 forces in Tsim Sha Sui that are in the white powder business. All 5 of our gangs follow the Ni family, so everyone wants help from the Ni family. But the Ni family doesn't do us favors for nothing. They take the lion's share in every partnership. So by working with the Ni family, I'll make a lot less. And it's just as risky. Han Chen's explanation made sense. And it really wasn't anything for Chen-jun to be suspicious of. There's nothing I can do to help you in this matter. Although he knew that this kind of business was lucrative, Chen-jun still did not agree to the other party. Brother Jun, if you think the profit is too low, we can still continue to discuss and discuss, Han Chen said undeterred. No need. I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. At this time, the prince on the side couldn't help himself, and even took the initiative to speak. Jun, why don't you just help me out, okay? Chen-jun looked at the crown prince in confusion. What's wrong with you? Jun, I'll tell you the truth. I lost nearly $10 million gambling on boxing matches some time ago, and now the loan sharks have been looking for me. If I don't pay them back, they're going to spill the beans on this. As you know, I am Tsim Sha Sui's big brother after all. If the outside world learns that I owe money and don't pay it back, then how can I still mix in the Jianghu in the future? Meanwhile, other bosses are afraid to do business with me easily. Only then did Chen-jun realize that things really weren't as simple as he thought. This prince was obsessed with boxing matches, he knew. After all, he had opened a boxing gym right in Tsim Sha Sui and had raised a group of boxers as well. This time, I guess it was his own boxer who was not competitive and lost the match, and thus dragged him down with him. For a Hung Hing Hall master, tens or even millions of dollars is not a big sum of money, but if it's tens of millions of dollars in usury, that's astronomical. It won't take half a month for the $10 million in usury to roll over in interest and double right back up. That was why the crown prince was in such a hurry to bring Han Chen to himself. And Prince is one of the strongest bosses of Hung Hing. His Tsim Sha Sui is also very important to the society, coupled with the fact that he was also very affectionate and righteous. So Chen-jun also had the intention to help him out. We'll talk about your lack of money. I'll be there to help you as much as I can. Don't worry. When the crown prince saw that Chen-jun was unwilling to cooperate, his mood instantly dropped to the bottom. Still, he tried to hold on to his smile and said, "Thanks, Jun. I'll think of something else." He then followed Han Chen out of the office. But just as Chen Jun found the prince again and was about to talk to him about that loan shark, instead, he learns from the other party that the other party has already worked with Han Chen. This time, the prince's men were going to personally take the waterways and ship a shipment worth tens of millions of dollars to Xiangjiang. Chapter 140 Trap. From Huang Sir's means. After learning the details of the cooperation between the Crown Prince and Han Chen, Chen Jun was speechless. Crown Prince, what do you want me to say about you? This kind of cooperation is simply a fire pit for you. He's only responsible for getting the goods to the port, and then you're responsible for getting them transported over to dock, and transporting them safely to the designated location for storage. And in the event of an accident with the shipment, you'll also be responsible for 50% of it. Do you think you're an ingrate? The Crown Prince explained helplessly. June, I also know that I'm definitely at a disadvantage in this matter, but there's nothing else I can do at the moment. Once I do this one, I'll be able to pay off my loan sharks in one go. When the time comes, even if he gives me more money, I won't continue this kind of deal with him. Didn't I say I'd help you with your debt? Chen Jun asked rhetorically. But I still want to pay off my debt through my own efforts. And even if you gave me the money, wouldn't I still have to pay you back this money? The Crown Prince did not want to owe Chen Jun a favor, nor did he want this matter to be known by outsiders who would gossip about him. That's why he finally made up his mind to follow Han Chen in his endeavors. Do you know why the profits of this white powder are so amazing? It's because it's not only harmful, but has an extremely high risk factor. Customs and marine police crackdowns are so strong these days, or he wouldn't have taken the liberty of coming over to us for cooperation. But now you're betting your whole life on it. Have you thought about what you're going to do if something goes wrong? Big deal. It's an extra loss. Humph. Just a matter of losing some money? Guess if the police will follow the trail to find you? After Chen Jun had done some scaring, the Crown Prince was indeed a bit scared. Things like betting on boxing are at best gambling in nature, and the offense is not punishable by death. But if you get caught smuggling drugs, you're going to be in jail for the rest of your life. June, then what should I do now? I've already promised Han Chen, and that my ship and people are almost at the harbor of Viet Mang. The Crown Prince had gotten scared after all, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to seek Chen Jun's help. And Chen Jun didn't want to watch the Crown Prince take such a big risk. After all, once something happened to the Crown Prince, the situation in Sim Sha Sui would become complicated. At present, within the whole Hung Hing, only the prince, who is called the God of War, is able to suppress the bullies and snakes over there. He himself is currently going to make every effort to deal with the remnants of the Wulian Shang forces. So naturally, he does not want to see any discrepancies within the society at this juncture. Immediately, Chen Jun analyzed in a deep voice. Although your people have already passed, as long as they didn't receive the goods, then this matter has nothing to do with us. You call your minions right now and tell them not to pick up the shipment and return the same way immediately. The Crown Prince sniffed awkwardly and asked, but wouldn't that make us put Han Chen on the spot? Since when do we have to look at him to do our jobs? In other words, what the hell is he? Han Chen? Even the Ni family I don't care about, let alone a mere Han Chen? Chen Jun was disgruntled. He didn't actually give a damn about the other guy. It was just that bread had to be eaten one bite at a time. And as long as he cleaned up Wulian Shang at the moment, he could take his time dealing with the other associations and forces. Okay then, I'll do as you say. I'll call my boys over there right now. But I don't know if it's because the long distance signal is bad, or the other party is floating on the sea. The phone on the other side has not been able to get through. Crap, no one's answering the phone. It's not a big problem. They haven't received the shipment yet. It's unlikely they'll be caught by the police. We'll see about that later. Okay, then I'll talk to you if anything happens. But only 2 hours later, the prince came back to the door. This time, his expression became even more ugly. How's it going? It's no good. My boys didn't get my call at the time, so they just got to the dock and Han Chen's contact in Viet Mang put the goods directly on our ship. Now that the other guy's gone, we just can't even think about unloading. Also Han Sum just handed me the cargo and started frantically urging me to hurry up and set sail, then demanded to report the location of my ship at all times. After Chen Jun heard this, he immediately had a sense of foreboding. Why is this Han Chen in such a hurry to have the Crown Prince deliver over? Coupled with Huang Jiqing's targeting during this period of time, this caused some uneasiness to rise within him. Hold on, let me think of something. There, what's the solution? Jun, you tell your men to get a shipment of flour over here locally, and then ship that shipment back to Xiangjiang. If nothing happens along the way, then when you get to Xiangjiang, you can also say that the other side is giving these things. If you're really unlucky enough to meet the marine police, then smuggling a few loads of flour isn't such a big deal. Chen Jun was determined not to send this shipment back this time, so he simply nauseated Han Chen directly, and at the same time, he could test the other party's true purpose. So what are we going to do with this shipment? Have your minions spill right into the ocean as soon as they get the boat out on the open sea. June. That's worth tens of millions of dollars? It's $100 million. And you do it my way. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it won't be you alone. Do you hear me? At this point, Chen Jun took out the majesty of the society's leader. Now the prince didn't dare to show off, so he reluctantly agreed to Chen Jun's outrageous proposal. After explaining everything to his minions, the crown prince then reluctantly hung up the phone. And just after he informed Han Chen that his own fleet had departed for the harbor, Han Chen called Huang Jiqing at the first opportunity. Officer Huang, Prince has been tricked. He's returning to Hong Kong from Vietnam with the goods I gave him. Now you can contact the Marine Police side to send out police forces to intercept them at sea. But I'll say this in advance. This batch of goods is worth a lot of money. You'll have to find a way to compensate me at that time. Han Chen didn't forget to remind in the end. This time, in order to be able to work with Huang Jiqing, Han Chen had put his blood on the line. Your shipment is claimed to be worth $10 million, but at best it costs $1 million. Don't worry about it. When it's done, I'll help you set the NI family straight. I'm not afraid to tell you right now that my undercover agents in the NI family will soon be able to gather evidence of their crimes. Once the NI family collapses by then, and with my help, won't you succeed in replacing NI Kun as the leader of the 5 gangs in Sim Sha Sui? Huang Jiqing faintly returned. I hope so, and I also hope that you can bring down Shen Jun through the Crown Prince. Chapter 141 Let you smuggle drugs, you go transport flour? According to Huang Jiqing's plan, as long as he could find the Crown Prince's handle this time, he would be able to use it to threaten the other party into working for him. Although Chen Jun has not been in charge of Hung Hing for a long time, many big events have happened one after another since he took office. So as long as the prince is willing to turn as a tainted witness, then Chen Jun abetting others to commit crimes, and organizing the triad this kind of crime is certainly not escape. As for how many years he could get, that was out of his mind. After all, as long as he could bring Chen Jun to justice, then he would be able to continue to rise high and get more power in his hands while continuing to fight the triads. This is definitely a 2-for-1 deal for Huang Jiqing, and Han Chen is nothing more than a pawn in his eyes. He knew that once the NI family fell, Sim Sha Sui was bound to be in chaos. At this time, he then supported Han Chen to the throne. Not only can stabilize the local situation, and also can make the other party more willing to work for him, so as to provide him with more intelligence information. Just as Huang Jiqing's calculations were extremely loud, the Crown Prince's ship had already sailed onto the high seas. Boss, are we really going to throw this shipment into the sea? It's worth tens of millions of dollars? Don't dawdle, whatever brother Prince says. By then, if he realizes that we didn't do as we were told, then no one will be able to survive. The minions were afraid of the prince, so even in the face of the huge amount of temptation, they threw the bags of white powder into the sea. In its place was a batch of flour purchased cheaply from the market. After a day and a night's rush, their ship finally arrived within the coastal range of Xiangjiang. But before they could report their safety to the Crown Prince via satellite phone, several warships suddenly appeared in the distance around them. Boss, it seems to be a vessel of the Xiangjiang Marine Police. Crap, this is trouble. We've been spotted. Turn around and run, the captain exclaimed back. But the next second, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Wait, what are we running for? Yeah, we're all out of cargo on the ship. What's there to be afraid of? The little brother came back to his senses as well. At the moment there are just a few bags of flour on board, and there is no law on the fragrant river that says you can't store flour on a fishing boat. So a few people immediately put their heads down and sat peacefully on the boat waiting for the Marine Police to pull up. Listen up, people on board. We are the Marine Police of Xiangjiang. Please turn off the fire and stop the ship immediately, and wait for us to go up and inspect it before you can move on. The horns of the Marine Police vessels made a piercing sound. Instead, the crowd on the boat leaned against the railing at the bow and smoked leisurely. For s sake, it's still the prince brother who's so wise, or else we'd have lost a lot this time. Yeah, tens of millions of white powder, enough to sentence us to life imprisonment. People have lamented. By this time, the Marine Police had also boarded the fishing boat. They then immediately launched a carpet search of the entire ship. Eventually, in the cabin, multiple bags of white powdery items were found. What are these things? One of the officers in the lead questioned the captain. Sir, this stuff is the famous flour of Viet Mang. It's in Vietnamese. You can get someone to translate it. The captain explained airily. You traveled all the way to Echidna and then came back with these bags of flour? The other party naturally didn't believe him. But just now, his men reported a shocking news to himself. That is, these white powdery items that don't seem to be white powder. As for the exact nature of the stuff, We still have to bring it back and wait for the test department to examine it before we can get the results. We just love the flour over there. Why don't you sir take 2 bags back and try them? Cut the crap. We now suspect you of smuggling contraband from outside the country to enter illegally. Now please come back with us. As for these unidentified items on your ship, wait until we return to identify them. No problem. The captain agreed with a quick bite. In this way, the entire fishing vessel was escorted back to Hong Kong by the Marine Police. And when the ship docked, the Crown Prince's men hiding near the pier immediately reported the situation to the Crown Prince. Upon learning the news, the Crown Prince gasped for air. It's too dangerous. Almost planted this time. Originally, he still thought inwardly that this matter was Chen Jun making a big deal out of it. After all, where is the bad luck to get caught by the police the first time you smuggle goods? But now it seems that this matter is really not as simple as he thought. And when he told this news to Chen Jun laughed out loud. Looks like my hunch was right. This is simply a trap. What do you mean, Jun? Humph. The purpose of this Han Shen looking for you is not at all to want to get rich with you, but to harm you. The prince was taken aback. He hadn't even thought about it in that way. Now that he heard Chen Jun say this, he was still a bit skeptical. Jun, my little brother told me at the time that Han Shen's men did indeed take a large batch of goods and handed it over to them. If you put it that way, wouldn't he have lost tens of millions of dollars in goods for nothing? The cost of setting us up is a little too high, isn't it? Besides, what's he after by doing this? It's a complicated matter, and I can't explain it to you in a moment. It's now imperative to find Han Shen the out. Chen Jun didn't want to explain too much to the prince, since he had already confirmed that Han Shen had a problem. All he had to do was to bring out the other party, and then force the other party to admit to the matter through various means. It's best to make Han Shen obediently confess to the mastermind behind this. If it is really Huang Jicheng, then this is not Huang Jicheng grabbing his handle, but he is deadlocked on Huang Jicheng's lifeblood. From now on, Huang Jicheng will have to obediently listen to him. So do I just take someone and tie the guy up now? Don't spook him. You call right away and act like you're in a hurry. Then ask him to meet you at a secret place. As soon as he shows up, we'll just control him and take him away. Chen Jun is worried that Han Shen will hide for a while, so he has the Crown Prince put on a show in front of the other side. Jun is really wise. I'll go call him right now. Not long after, the Crown Prince walked back excitedly. Brother Jun, it's been contacted. He agreed to meet me in a pool hall in Causeway Bay. That's my field, and when the time comes, I'll clear it early and be there for his arrival. Okay, remember, make sure to tie up the person quietly. Don't ever alert the police, especially the police. Got it? Chen Jun reminded again and again. Understood. Chapter 142 Counter Threat. Han Shen rebels against Bones. At the appointed time in the evening, Han Shen arrived at the billiard hall with a big smile on his face. At this time, the Crown Prince had already been waiting for a long time. When he saw the other party, he immediately stepped forward and said in an icy tone, Han Shen, the goods have been taken away by the police, and my people have been locked up for investigation. So what do you think we should do? Han Shen calmly replied back, Big brother, everything you do these days is risky, let alone something this highly profitable. Just follow our previous agreement. We'll split this loss in half, and you'll just compensate me $5 million. I'll go to hell. My guy gets arrested and I have to pay you $5 million? The prince was furious. At this time, Han Shen's face also changed. Hey, brother prince, you are at least the spokesman of Hung Hing in Causeway Bay. You won't be dishonest in doing business, right? If this matter spreads out, I'm afraid it will also have a certain impact on your reputation. That's why I think it's better for you not to be in too much of a hurry, much less do something stupid. Although Han Shen knew that he couldn't fight the Crown Prince, he now had Huang Jicheng to back him up, so he wouldn't be afraid of the Crown Prince at all. Not to mention that soon the Crown Prince would fall into the hands of Huang Jicheng. He'll have to listen to himself when the time comes. By the look on your face, there really is something fishy about this. But you're rejoicing a little too soon, because I've been saving my hand for a long time. Men, tie up brother Han Shen and take him away. Prince, what do you want? Han Shen was shocked. The few men behind him wanted to make a move, but they were directly surrounded by the Crown Prince's men. Seeing that his ponies had been controlled by the prince, plus the fact that this was the other party's venue, so Han Shen could only collapse his face and ask grimly, Brother Prince, what do you want? Don't want to do anything. I want to take you to someone. Who? Go and you'll see. 20 minutes later, Han Shen once again arrived at the Hung Hing General Hall, in Chen Jun's office. Only this time, he was threatened by the prince. After meeting again, Han Shen's expression was already very ugly. Brother Jun, is this how you Hung Hing do business with others? I originally trusted you guys so much that I even gave tens of millions of dollars worth of goods to your minions. But now your people have lost my goods and tied me up. You guys are not doing this in accordance with the rules of the Jianghu. Han Chen just entered the room and said towards Chen Jun accusation. But Chen Jun sneered. Han Chen, you did this, didn't you? What is it? You're the one who leaked the information to the police that there were drugs on Prince's boat, and then asked the marine police to go and seize the boat, right? What nonsense are you talking about? What good would it do me to do that? Just so you guys are clear, I'm literally losing $10 million. Han Chen was righteously indignant and sophomoric. After all, in a normal person's mind, there was no way that Han Chen would be foolish enough to do such a stupid thing. However, Chen Jun spoke next. It's impossible for you to do it, but Huang Jicheng will ask you to do it. When he heard the name Huang Jicheng from Chen Jun's mouth, Han Chen instantly flinched numbly in place. How could he not expect that this bit of secret between himself and Huang Jicheng had actually been learned by Chen Jun? You? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Although Han Chen was still denying it, the tone of his voice was already very weak. Now that he was looking at Han Chen's face again, it was obvious that he already had a look of weakness. You can have the right to remain silent, but from now on, your life is in the hands of our Hung Hing. Chen Jun continued to threaten. I don't believe you dare to kill me. I don't dare? I can't wait to break you into pieces right now. The Crown Prince was furious and stepped forward, ready to make a move on Han Chen. Crown Prince, don't be impulsive. Make a move here. When he really dies, Huang Jicheng will definitely come after us for this. But then, if he died in Macau, or on the high seas, then by then, even if the police had the intention to look for him, I guess there would be no way to salvage his body. So that from now on, the name Han Chen will vaporize and completely disappear from this world. After hearing Chen Jun's extermination plan, Han Chen was so scared that he was paralyzed on the sofa. Brother Jun, Brother Prince, I know I'm wrong, don't kill me, okay? I promise I won't give you guys up on this one, so just let me live. At this point, Han Chen didn't dare to keep holding on. After all, few people knew about his acquaintance with Huang Jicheng, but Chen Jun said the other person's name at once. This obviously must have been most of the inside information already known. Coupled with his powerful connections in Macau, to really kill himself, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. As for Huang Jicheng, he didn't trust the other man to do anything impulsive for a lousy guy like himself. So now, his own little life was completely in Chen Jun's hands. When the Crown Prince saw that Han Chen had recanted, he immediately stepped forward and gave Han Chen 2 hard punches. Han Chen's obese body looked like it wasn't usually working out seriously. So after being clicked and punched twice by the prince, he spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. His mouth still begged, "Don't hit me, Brother Prince. I know I'm wrong." Humph. Han Chen, I'll tell you the truth. I've known for a long time that you've colluded with Huang Jicheng. That's why I purposely had the prince's men dump your shipment and replace it with flour up there. By now I'm sure Huang Jicheng is jumping up and down in a hurry. When he heard these words from Chen Jun, Han Chen was even more bitter inside. He also thought that as long as he was soft, then once Huang Jicheng investigated the Crown Prince's head next, he would still have a chance to fight back alive. But now it seemed that both himself and Huang Jicheng had been severely teased by Chen Jun and the Crown Prince. Now, he didn't have any chance of flipping. Han Chen, I'm asking you, do you want to live or not? I want to. Of course I do, Han Sum said, covering his face. That's good. As long as you provide evidence that you and Huang Jicheng colluded together to try to harm me, then I won't pursue this matter any further. Han Chen's face instantly turned white. One is willing for still dodging a bullet. But he didn't realize that Chen Jun was planning to make him jump into another fire pit. By doing this, the other party was obviously forcing him to betray Huang Jicheng. Jun, aren't you trying to put me on the path to extinction? If I really betrayed Officer Huang, I wouldn't have the life to live. Chen Jun, however, was unimpressed and said, "Oh, if you provide me with evidence, then not only will Huang Jicheng not chastise you in the next step, but instead, he will have to obediently listen to us and become our undercover agent on the police side." Han Chen instantly glared when he heard it. He never thought that Chen Jun would want to use himself to blackmail Huang Jicheng to work for him. Chapter 143 Huang Jicheng begs for forgiveness. Police Force Infernal Affairs Online. After Chen Jun's persuasion, Han Chen unreservedly with Huang Jicheng's communication records, and a tape recorder to Chen Jun. Humph. I didn't expect you to actually keep a hand in it as well. After listening to the contents inside the recorder, Chen Jun coldly snorted. I can't help it. I definitely have to keep an extra eye out when dealing with cops. Otherwise, in case they cross the river and tear down the bridge after it's done, won't I die in peace? Han Chen carefully returned. It's good that you know. Alright, leave these things with me. You can go now. With Huang Jicheng's handle, Chen Jun also expected that Han Chen couldn't make any waves, so naturally he didn't need to keep imprisoning the other side. And when Handsome left Hung Hing, he turned it on at the first opportunity. The cell phone had just been turned on when Huang Jiqing's call hit. Han Chen, what are you up to? Why don't you turn on your phone for half a day? Where the hell have you been? Han Chen thought to himself that the old man was just really going to die. It's just a good thing I didn't die. Officer Huang, what do you want to see me about? What's up? I was going to ask you what the hell you're up to with that airplane? Your men actually gave a shipment of flour to the prince's men. And the other side is honest enough to actually ship back these flowers bought from the Echo Man market. Now the head of the Marine Police Department has been asking me about what the hell is going on. So explain yourself. Huang Jicheng questioned as he suppressed his anger. Officer Huang, I really did give him the real thing. But how was I supposed to know that he actually switched the item halfway through? You're killing me. Make or break guy. Seeing that Han Shen hadn't gotten things done, but had gotten himself involved instead, Huang Jicheng scolded nonchalantly over the phone. This brought out Han Sum's temper. Just now, he had already been angry at Chen Jun. Plus, they had now reached a sense of cooperation. So naturally, they didn't put Huang Jicheng in their eyes internally. Officer Huang, speak politely. Now you and I are on the same boat. I'm in the same boat as you? Are you worthy? Ha ha, I've known for a long time that people like you can't be relied on. So I've already recorded all of our previous chats. What? Huang Jicheng was shocked to hear it. Also, I just gave all the recordings to Jun Chen. So I'm sure he'll contact you soon. Now Huang Jicheng was completely unable to sit still. He didn't expect Han Chen to swing back at him. You're out of your mind. What good would that do you? If anything happens to me, you're just as much to blame. So like I said, we're on the same boat now. And you'd better show me some respect. Otherwise, I don't mind a fish out of water. Faced with Han Chen's threat, Huang Jicheng instantly lost his temper. Indeed, right now, Han Chen just had the attitude of a dead pig. And he's just been promoted and is the future star of the force. If this matter comes to light, not only will he be expelled from the police force, he may even be prosecuted. When the time comes, he'll be the one in jail. Thinking of this, Huang Jicheng eased his tone and said, no matter what, you can't work with Chen Jun? You hurry up and find a way to go and get those recorded contents back from Chen Jun's hands, and I'll make sure you get to be the boss of Causeway Bay. Officer Huang, do you think I still believe your bull asterisk? Besides, you don't even have the power to put me on the throne. But Jun Chen does. So I'm done with him now. Sorry. Han Sum showed his cards straight away. Anyway, this matter was known to Huang Jicheng sooner or later, so he might as well tell the other party now to make him jealous of himself. As expected, Huang Jicheng was now completely hexed. You'd better think of how to deal with Chen Jun next. I can give you a heads up in advance. That guy's no slouch. You're on your own. After saying that, Han Chen hung up the phone. As for what they were going to talk about next, that was none of their business. I lost a lot of money this time, but at least I saved my own ass. In addition to being able to make friends with Chen Jun as a big backer, this was simply a blessing in disguise for him. Afterward, Han Chen returned to his Sim Sha Sui in high spirits, and Huang Jicheng was on pins and needles. Finally, under the continued influence of mental stress, Huang Jicheng, who hadn't rested for 2 days, called Chen Jun's phone in a weak tone. Jun Chen, I'm Huang Jicheng. Are you free to meet? Ha ha, so it's Officer Huang. Of course I'm free. When he arrived at the appointed place, Huang Jicheng had long since lost his old style. At this point, his eyes were bloodshot. The mental state is even worse. From a distance, it looked like a shell of a walking corpse. Officer Huang, why does your face look so ugly? Do you want to see a doctor? Chen Jun asked knowingly. Jun Chen, stop flirting with me and tell me, what do you want me to do? Yo, looks like you already know something. Ha? Chen Jun was not surprised by Han Chen's leak, but instead asked with interest. Humph. I didn't expect that I was really put on the spot by you guys. This time count me as negligent and careless. I'll admit whatever punishment I want to be given. I hope you'll give me a hard time. Don't say that. Officer Huang, how dare I punish you? You're the head of the Nine Dragons criminal unit. What the hell do you want? At this point, Huang Jicheng could no longer stay calm and asked directly to his face. Seeing Huang Jicheng in a hurry, Chen Jun also nonsense, decisively replied. It's nothing, just want to make friends with Officer Huang. Humph, you want me to work with you for the tiger? Don't say that. I'm a serious businessman. No way. Huang Jicheng balked. Chen Jun also lost his temper and directly put down harsh words. Do you really think that I'm a vegetarian? Believe it or not, I'll turn that recorder over to the authorities tomorrow. When the time comes, once you take off this police uniform, I can have you dead in no time. Huang Jicheng's heartbeat quickened as he listened. He also knew that it was from Hung Hing that Sang Fan died in prison in the first place, so if you go to jail yourself, it must be worse than death. And even if he hadn't been caught, without the status of a police officer, there would have been no way for him to stay in Hong Kong. Afterward, Huang Jiqing could only grit his teeth and reply, "How do you want me to help you? It's very simple. We, Hung Hing, should not interfere in all our activities in Kowloon. Of course, I won't treat you poorly, and I won't lose a single cent of the benefits I should give you. Even if you want to take another step forward in the police force, that's not out of the question. After all, my background connections and financial power are beyond your phenomenon." Chapter 144, Leave No One Alive. All die for me. Chen Jun's words completely caused Huang Jiqing to open up a whole new mode of thinking. Until then, he'd thought that if he could just catch more criminals, he'd get a promotion and a raise. But now, he didn't see it that way. After all, having been a police officer for many years, he had become acutely aware of a problem. That's what the short mules can't catch. After one Jiang Tiansheng has gone, here comes one Chen Jun. Even if one brought Chen Jun to justice, there would still be more Chen Jun coming forward. And many of the big shots in the business world today, is not it also from the time of the unknown juniors through a variety of means to achieve today's achievements? Once they have cleared their names, there will be no one left to hold them accountable for anything they have done in the past. Therefore, if Chen Jun can marry the He family, it is impossible for him to be a society leader in the future. In this way, his cooperation with the other party would not be considered a violation. After self-soothing, Huang Jiqing's mood was slightly better. With that, he directly stated, "I can promise to become friends with you, but I also have principles in doing things. That means I won't help you do something hurtful or illegal." Chen Jun also knew that Huang Jiqing still had a bottom line. There's no way he's going to help himself to something illegal for the sake of his future and his faith. "Ha ha, Officer Huang, you're overthinking it. I won't force you to do anything. It's just that sometimes I'm going to need you to help me with some people like you used to. Past the same? What do you mean?" Huang Jiqing asked in disbelief. "It's like when you helped me wipe out the barmaid gang." Huang Jiqing woke up like a dream. It turned out that he had already known that Chen Yongrun was an undercover agent following him, and he was completely in love with that plan. There's even a good chance this was all orchestrated by him. Huang Jiqing sucked in a breath. He didn't expect that Chen Jun not only didn't kill anyone after learning about Chen Yongrun's identity, but as a result, he also entrusted him with heavy use. "Chen Jun, your pattern is really big enough. Average. But there's a limit to my patience as a person. I can forget about you when you send someone to approach me as an undercover agent around me in the first place. Now that you've gotten another big brother to pretend to work with me as a way to undermine me, I'm not going to bother with you, but as the saying goes, if you persist in trying to target me again, I, Chen Jun, guarantee that I will make you die in the streets, and at the same time your whole family will be buried with you in one piece." This time, Chen Jun faced Huang Jiqing directly put down the naked cruel words. Huang Jiqing's expression was a bit embarrassed. After all, this was the first time since he became a chief that a cook had dared to threaten his family in front of him. If it were any other big brother, he would have gone up and grabbed the other guy and beat him up and brought him back to the police station. But now, there was only fear and helplessness within him. In the end, Huang Jiqing still didn't dare to refute Chen Jun. "By the way, I'll completely overthrow the entire Wu Liansheng during this next period of time, and you'll have to help me through the power of the police at that time. How can I help you? Of course I'm the one providing the information and you're the one deploying the troops to capture them. But most of Wu Xing's territory is in the new territories," Huang Jiqing explained. "Humph. Since when do you police handle cases with such discipline?" Hearing this, Huang Jiqing stopped squeaking. After all, he had crossed the line when he first grabbed Barkley. And things like crossing the border to handle cases are not uncommon in the Hong Kong police force. Even if the above accountability, he can find an excuse, saying that this clue is from his jurisdiction area, and only eventually follow the trail to other areas to arrest people. As long as the mission is accomplished and the criminals are caught, the leaders above are unlikely to blame them. So, what matters most is whether or not it will serve its purpose. "Well, it's getting late, so just wait for my call," Chen Jun said and got up and left, leaving Huang Jiqing alone to sit stupidly in the box, not saying a word. Not a day had passed since he had just talked to Chen Jun, and Chen Yongrun called. "What do you want with me?" "Brother Jun asked me to explain one thing to you. Please ask Officer Huang to go and help investigate who within Wu Xing is still thinking of targeting Brother Jun and Hung Hing at the moment," Chen Yongrun said in an icy tone. The tone was as if he was giving orders. This made Huang Jiqing instantly furious. "Chen Yongrun, pay attention to your status. Is this how you speak to an officer?" "Oh, sorry, I'm not one of your men. I'm from Hung Hing. I'm calling you to convey Jun's message. You can either not listen or listen and not do it, but as to what the consequences will be, that I don't know." Facing Chen Yongrun's sneering words, Huang Zhiqing was both angry and helpless. Until then, there would be no way for him to manipulate Chen Yongren, not to mention that even he was now being pulled down by Chen Jun. Eventually, he could only hang up the phone in exasperation. After sitting in his office chair for a few moments of contemplation, he called his men over. Boss, why are we investigating with Singh? They've always been in the new territories. They have nothing to do with us. Are you questioning me? How come I can't investigate the new territories? That's not true. Except would this cross the line? The henchman muttered in a low voice. Crossing what boundary? Now that we've made so much trouble with Lun Sing and Kowloon and are struggling with Hung Hing, can't we find out about their current situation? Huang Zhiqing reprimanded. After being scolded by his top boss, the subordinate didn't dare to squeak and could only nod his head and agree. As soon as possible, find out what they are trying to do, especially which other internal forces are still not afraid of death to think of dealing with Hung Hing. Yes, sir. Only a few days later, Chen Jun received a secret document, opened it and found that it was actually in Lian Shang's internal information, though the name signed by the sender was not one he recognized. However, Chen Jun knew very well inwardly that this definitely came from Huang Zhiqing's hand. After all, among the people he knew, only Huang Zhiqing had this kind of ability. Jun, so there are so many other people with Lian Shang who want you dead? Chen Yongren, who had come over to the side to watch together, exclaimed. Most of the list on here are just minions, all thinking that they can become famous in one battle after taking me down. So what do we do now? What to do? Since they want to lay hands on me, won't it be over if I jump ahead of them and make an early move on them before they can react? You pass on my message to Xiao Ma and the others. Tell them to follow the list on here and not leave a single one alive. Kill them all for me. Chapter 145, Becoming an Islander and Traveling to the New World. 2 days later, the house where the plane was staying exploded. He was blown up instantly in his house. After a preliminary determination by the police, the airplane's cause of death was due to the explosion of a gas canister in the house. The whole thing ruled out homicide and the police closed the case quickly. A day later, the Sha Tin district in the New Territories. Jimmy is eating breakfast at a roadside stand. As he finished eating and was about to get up, a man sitting at a table behind him suddenly received a phone call. In the next second, he immediately got up, holding a dagger and stabbed it directly into Jimmy's abdomen. Jimmy was staggered for 2 seconds, and then fell headlong into the stall. By the time the police arrived at the scene, the murderer had long since escaped. 2 days later, the police discovered through mapping and investigation that the suspect had actually left Hong Kong through regular channels and traveled to Treasure Island. As there is no extradition treaty between Hong Kong and Treasure Island and there is no cooperation between the police, so in the end, the police in Hong Kong could only issue a global wanted notice for the suspect, and then waited for the other party to have a brain fart and turn himself in one day in Hong Kong. The tragic deaths of people within Wasing one after another had cast a shadow over the heads of everyone in the entire society. When the congregation returned to the Yuan Long Ragged House for another meeting, the scene has cooled down a lot. The ones who gave the tough words last time are all dead. No one is going to deal with Chen Jun. Stringburst took the lead with a sigh. He was referring, naturally, to Dongguan Zai, Jimmy and the airplane. Big head. Master Su, what are your thoughts? The gaffer asked. Looking at the two men, Big Head shook his head frantically. I don't have the ability, and you all know it. Master Su was even more pissed off. Me? I can't either. Ha! Now that no one in the society can stand up anymore, it's impossible to go against Chen Jun and Hung Hing anymore. Lonergan said bluntly. What are we people going to do then? Is it hard to go back to the countryside and retire? I don't even dare to go out on the street now. How long is this hiding going to last? Blow Chicken, who is still the talker with Unison, is also disgruntled. He, as the man in the clear, immediately went into hiding after learning of the many unexplained deaths, fearing that Chen Jun would come to his door because of his special status. As in, if there's no way out, then why don't we just break up? At that moment, Master Su trembled and proposed. The moment his words came out, everyone on the scene immediately turned their gazes to him. Master Su, what do you mean? Do you want us to disband with Union Shang? Orokuro questioned. I didn't mean it like that either. Only if this keeps up, we're all going to be screwed. What Master Su said was hard to hear, but very reasonable. Right now the only ones left in the club are old and sick guys, and in recent times, while Lian Shang has not only lost many venues in the New Territories, but also a number of members have chosen to break away from the club. Originally, leaving the club was subject to the approval of one's boss, but nowadays many of the big brothers are dead. So these little brothers just overshoot to other gangs without even having to say hello to the society. And Blow Chicken and the others simply didn't care to pursue this crap. Right now for them, the most important thing was how to stay alive. I don't agree. We're not really at the point of breaking up with Unison right now. As long as we are united, I don't believe that he, Hung Hing, can really kill us all. At this point, Skewer Bomb, who still harbors the illusion that he can be the one in actual control, is disgruntled, and the other big brothers are reluctant to just leave inside. So in the end a new decision was made at this meeting. That is, all the people close together, around the string explosion to fight against Hung Hing to the end. But this meeting is only a day old. Skewerblast then left this world because of a bizarre traffic accident. When the crowd learned that the string of explosions was actually crushed by a big Dongfeng truck, everyone was shocked and overwhelmed. Blow Chicken, as the talker, immediately, without saying a word, brought along the dragon head stick he had saved, and quietly found Chen Jun in private. So this is the symbolic object of your society? Chen Jun held the dragon head stick in his hand and scrutinized it. That's right, Jun. This is the leading stick of Wu Lianshang. Blow Chicken explained carefully. Oh, it's pretty, but what are you doing with this for me? Just for me to admire? Jun. I came to give you this stick especially. Chicken Blow. You're not kidding me, are you? I'm not one of your Wu Lianshang. So what's the point of giving this to me? Is it hard to think that you want me to keep it for you? Chen Jun joked. You're joking, Jun. How dare I ask you to hold it for me? I've actually figured out that the current Wojinsen is a scattered mess and will never be the same again. So, I'm going to give the dragon head baton to you, so you can call the shots and unite the victories up and down. Hearing these words, Chen Jun's eyes pierced through a glint of essence. His purpose, at last, had been achieved. And at this very moment, the system beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and rewarding the autonomy of the Gibbous Archipelago. After learning that the mission had been completed, Chen Jun finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. I didn't realize how easy it was to judge the original system. As long as he got the symbol of Wu Xing's supreme power, he would be able to completely destroy this association. As for the follow-up in Lianshang, how many people are willing to be his integration? And how many people intend to continue to resist to the end? It is no longer important to Chen Jun. After all, the current He Lianshang was just an ant in his eyes, and could not pose any threat anymore. After learning that Blow Chicken had quietly sold the society, an individual big brother within immediately took his minions out of the organization and defected to another society to continue to make a living. Most of them, on the other hand, obediently stayed where they were, waiting for Chen Jun to take them in. For this kind of troublesome matter, Chen Jun was too lazy to deal with it personally, and directly sent it to the military division Chen Yongrun to deal with it. It was also good that the people in Wu Xing were very afraid of Chen Jun and Hung Hing, so the integration of the two societies did not encounter too many obstacles. Within a few days, the two societies merged into a new organization, the New Hung Hing Society. The leader, still Chen Jun, the number of halls, only, had increased to as many as 18. Hung Hing also completely sat at the head of the Hong Kong Society and became the well-deserved emperor of the Triads. As for Chen Jun, he didn't have the heart to care about these internal gang matters, for by this time he had arrived, by airplane, over the Gibug Islands. Chapter 146. The airplane landed on a deserted island. A rented private plane eventually landed on a sketchy airport after a bumpy ride. When he got off the plane, George, who had come with him, was weak in the knees. Mr. Chen Jun, how did you find such a strange place? He was also shocked when he was notified by Chen Jun a few days ago. After learning that the other party had actually taken an archipelago, his first reaction was that Chen Jun was joking. But when he followed the other man on the plane to the G-Bug Islands, he was completely confused, since Chen Jun had contacted the local affairs department beforehand and identified himself. So when Chen Jun arrived at the Gibbous Archipelago, several foreigners immediately came forward to greet him. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Chen Jun and his party? The other party said in fluent English. For a long time before that, the Gibbous Islands had been colonized by the Anglosphere. So naturally, the local population adopted English as their mother tongue, which is then passed down to this day. I'm Jun Chen, and you are? We're the officers of the Gibbous Archipelago, specifically responsible for some of the administrative tops on this island. We have received your notice prior to this, so we have come to the site today to personally greet you all. Chen Jun has learned that the island was previously owned by a non-governmental organization, and the other side will hire a group of locals on the Gibug Islands to help run the place. Now that the owner of the island has changed hands, it's only natural that these employees have to come forward to please the new owner. Otherwise, once Chen Jun was unhappy, he had the power to directly remove these people from their positions and make them jobless. Jun, these guys look quite amiable, quite communicative. Chen Yongren, who followed along at the side, muttered in a low voice. Oh, don't let the appearance of these people fool you. Wait a little while and you'll know their true colors. Chen Jun snorted coldly, and then followed the crowd onto an ordinary bus. As the car drove into the center of town, everyone realized how backward the Gibbous Islands really were. There isn't a single building over 6 stories in the entire city, and the vast majority of them are small, low-rise, flat-story buildings, and there are hardly a few concrete roads in the area, with more residents navigating the streets by riding bicycles. June, we're just going to set up a factory here? That's not quite right, is it? It's places like this that make it easy for us to make our mark. Plus you don't think just because this place is backward that it's not a good place to build factories and businesses. On the contrary, many large-scale enterprises today, especially in manufacturing industries that require the use of a large number of workers, basically go to countries that have high population density and are relatively underdeveloped to build factories. The aim is to be able to access generous local subsidies for policy resources, while also recruiting large numbers of cheap workers. So, I'm not only going to build a reading here, but I'm going to build countless manufacturing companies. Hearing this, Chen Yongren swallowed his saliva, and an adoring gaze appeared on his face. It was only when everyone arrived at the affairs center that Chen Yongren understood the meaning of what Chen Jun had just said. According to the local clerks, only a few tens of thousands of inhabitants currently live in these Gibbous Islands, and due to the backward production conditions in the area, there are hardly any decent large-scale enterprises, so this aspect of government taxation is almost negligible. When he saw the annual financial statement submitted by the other party, Chen Jun couldn't help but be startled. Millions of dollars a year in all expenses alone. A money loser indeed. Chen Jun laughed bitterly. Jun, where did you get such an island? Isn't this equivalent to us spending nearly $10 million a year to rent the right to use this island? Chen Jun had gotten the autonomy of the Gibbous archipelago through the system though, but for the island to function and the residents to live their daily lives, then he would have to shell out nearly $1 million in cash every month to feed a large group of people. That's okay, when my business is built, it will yield more than $1 million a month. It's just that I'm afraid that many people with research skills won't want to come over to this side of the office, and that's a big problem. After landing, one of Chen Jun's biggest worries is actually that this place is so barren that those authoritative experts are willing to come over. If he couldn't pull in highly skilled people, it wouldn't make any sense for him to make this place a palace. That's true. It has to be thousands of kilometers from the nearest landlocked country, and no one really wants to live here for a long period of time unless they have a private jet to transport them. Chen Yongren's casual remark directly woke up Chen Jun. By the way, you've got a great idea. We could get a dedicated plane that specializes in transporting people to and from the Gibbous Islands. Holy, Jun, you're still going to buy a private jet? Add to that the building of factories and roads in the area, and I'm afraid this is already astronomical. Chen Yongren reminded. After all, they are a triad organization, and what Chen Jun is trying to do now seems to be to create a modern city. This is way beyond their capabilities. Chen Jun is also well aware of this. Reading has some money on its books, but this money must be invested in building production lines and hiring senior technicians. As for building concrete roads in the area, buying private jets, or even building offices and production plants, I'm afraid I'll have to find another source of funding. We'll discuss this matter slowly when we get back. There's no rush. Afterward, the affairs officer introduced Chen Jun and his entourage to some of the local human customs. After fully understanding the situation of the Gibbous Islands, Chen Jun also spelled out his own conception. Upon learning that Chen Jun wanted to build several large-scale factories here, the affairs officer was overjoyed. Mr. Chen Jun, we lack everything here but land. Except we're an island, so there's no way to build tall buildings, only low-rise buildings of a few stories. Enough, it wouldn't have taken much building to produce tanks and airplanes. At this point, George, who had stepped aside, interjected. Well then, get me some land and plan a road. I want the airport to go right through there. As for the paperwork piece, you guys should be able to handle that, right? The other party immediately smiled and replied back. You are already the owner of this island, and you're not mainly doing anything to destroy the island, so naturally there won't be any hindrance. After all, it's an honor for all of us citizens of the G-Bug Islands to have you invest in the G-Bug Islands. The affairs officer naturally hoped that Chen Jun would bring them more wealth. Therefore, when facing Chen Jun, the Golden Father, everyone seemed very polite. Chapter 147, Talking Cooperation with the King of Gamblers. Future father-in-law is not easy to cheat. After staying in the Gibbous Islands for a day and a night, Chen Jun had a rough plan for the place in his mind. After returning to Shangjiang, he immediately called on George for a brief meeting. George, what are your thoughts on building a new company on that site? Mr. Chen Jun, with all due respect, there's more than just the need to build a road and a production plant in the Gibbous Islands. Not only do employees need to be home more often, but some of the local medical and recreational facilities have to be well established. Otherwise, I don't think anyone would want to run to that hellhole for an office. Chen Jun nodded at this, but then spoke again. But once our new company is able to produce weapons and sell them, you should also be aware of how big the profits will be. Of course, the profits of the arms business are tens or hundreds of times over, especially some high-end weapons, which are simply priced out of the market. The last thing the little oil countries over in the Middle East have in their hands is money. So as long as we can produce our products, we won't worry about finding buyers. When the time comes, not to mention one road, it will be a piece of cake to build concrete roads all over the G-Bug Islands, George said bluntly. With these words from the other party, Chen Jun was also more determined within himself to develop this part of the Gibraltar Islands. How much do you predict it will probably cost? In dollars? At the very least, hundreds of millions of dollars. After all, the production equipment requirements are not low. Plus no one would want to go over to that place if you don't offer several times the salary. Chen Jun also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard so much money. Getting $10 or $20 million full of yourself is the limit. Now he is going to be asked to invest $100 million and not see a return in the short term. It really stretched him a bit. How much money is currently available to reading? At most we can move $50 million out. After all, we also have many orders in cooperation with the military, and pre-production needs to advance a lot of money to buy raw materials and pay workers. And the closing cycle on the government side is very slow, so we have to keep some money on our books for all sorts of sudden events. In that case, I'll just have to get $50 million. In theory, but what it will be like in practice is anyone's guess. George still hoped in his heart that Chen Jun would know what to do. However, Chen Jun's mind was made up. After all, he had the system in his hands, so he might be able to reward himself with as many benefits as he wanted at that time. Plus he wanted to create a refuge for himself. Although he is now living quite comfortably in Hong Kong, his hands are still stained with a lot of blood. If in case the Shanghai government gets impatient one day and directly arrests him without saying a word, and then force some charges on him, then his life will be over. So Chen Jun said on the spot, prepare on your side. Leave the rest of the money matters to me. Let's start the project as soon as possible. Okay, George reluctantly agreed. After all, if he did move the company there, he could double his salary several times over, and he might even make a killing as CEO during the construction process. As for what will happen to reading later on, and whether they can actually produce airplane cannons, that's also for later. After sending George off, Chen Jun hoofed it to Macau by plane. After all, if you want to raise money at the moment, the best way is to go to your own woman. He Chao Chiang, the king of gamblers today, is ostensibly worth tens of billions of dollars and has a strong cash flow from opening casinos themselves, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem to get a loan from the other side. Upon landing, He Chao Chiang also showed up at the airport to receive herself. As the saying goes, a little goodbye is goodbye. So the two met and went straight to the hotel, dry humping for a bit before going to find Ho Hong Sum together. At this time, although Ho Hong Sum did not nod his head to agree to let Chen Jun marry He Chao Chiang, he inwardly marveled at the power of Chen Jun's ability. Upon learning that Chen Jun had come over on this trip specifically to borrow money from him, he however frowned and asked, "What do you need that much money for to go to a nameless island?" In Ho Hong San's opinion, it didn't make any sense at all for Chen Jun to buy a small island. At best, it's an expression of a thug. Even Chen Jun wanted to create a modern city in that place. This seemed like a pipe dream to Ho Hong Sum. "Uncle I'll tell you the truth. I plan to start an arms business." Chen Jun then told Ho Hong San about his idea. After hearing this, He Hong San's eyes brightened up a lot. A look of horror also appeared on his face. He hadn't realized that a young man in his 20s had not only gotten control of a major arms company in a pretty country, and to find such an island in the middle of a vast ocean. So it seems that Gibbous archipelago is really a treasure. Not only that, I've also thought of something for Uncle He. When the time comes, I'll build a large casino in that place. As soon as he heard about the casino, He Hong San immediately became excited. "That's quite a good idea you have. Going to that place to gamble should feel more exciting. Macau and Las Vegas are, after all, places of governmental jurisdiction. But the Gibraltar Islands are actually a private territory. So naturally the dignitaries prefer to fly for a few hours to have a good time. Oh, as long as the casino is established, it will be able to boost the local economy at the same time. Then we'll build some large-scale entertainment facility projects to form a one-stop tourism service. Of course, we at the Gibbous Islands only receive VIP guests who come to the casino. With this one special service, I think Uncle Ho can even call the casinos in Las Vegas directly." The more Chen Jun said, the more excited He Hong San became. At the end of the day, he simply made a direct statement. "I'll invest in this project. How much do you want? Name your price." at least $50 million. But of course it's not impossible if you can give more. $50 million isn't much of a sum. I can get it right away if I want to. Only, I still have one condition. As soon as Chin Jun heard it, he knew that this old fox wanted to milk himself a bit, but for that he didn't care. After all, the other party is a businessman and surely wants to make more money out of it. Uncle, he please speak. I don't want to lend you money. I want to get in and work with you. Chen Jun did not show a surprised expression, but squinted his eyes and said slowly, it's not impossible to join the stock. After all, we might be a family in the future. But I also have a request. Chapter 148, Becoming a Father? Just say what you have to say. Ho Hongsun also knew that Chen Jun was not an oil lamp. It's not that easy to work well together. You can take an equity stake, but everything still has to be decided by me. This is Chen Jun's bottom line. Even if he married He Chaoqiang in the future, there was no way he would let the other party make the decisions. There are things we can discuss together. I think it's better to have 50% shares each. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll give you 20% at the most. This is something you do if you do it. If you don't, I'm sure there will still be quite a few plans over in Shangjiang that will be interested. Chen Jun didn't nag at the other party either. This is something that anyone could make a fortune on. So he didn't even put He Hongsen in his eyes either. As soon as the other party was not willing to cooperate, he immediately turned around and left. There was a somewhat unhappy expression on Ho Hongsen's face. After all, Chen Jun was a junior and his daughter's boyfriend, but he dared to threaten himself. He Chaoqiang, who was on the side, was so nervous that she didn't dare to take a breath. A conversation between two men in which she, as a woman, had no say, so one could only sit docilely and watch the two. While inwardly expecting a perfect ending to this matter, He Hongsen stared at Chen Jun for a few seconds, and finally loosened his tongue. Alright, this matter will be done as you say, but building casinos, building roads, and other such infrastructure will have to be contracted by my construction company. By doing so, Ho Hongsun was simply fertilizing the water. This project was handed over to him, and the profit earned could naturally go into his pocket alone. No problem. It's the right thing to do. Good. Then I'll order some preparations now and gather a group of workers to head to the Gibbous Islands. After discussing the general direction with He Hongsen, Chen Jun and He Chaoqiang left the Yi mansion. After all, showing love in front of the old man's eyes, Chen Jun still felt uncomfortable. He Chaoqiang naturally didn't want to live under her father's hand every day, so the two held hands and headed out the door. By the way, how is Wang Zuxian doing these days? After finding a place to eat, He Chaoqiang was the first to ask. I don't know. I haven't had time to contact her in a while. Plus you know that what I'm doing now is risky and the enemies are growing. So distancing yourself from her is a good thing for her, Chen Jun said frankly. He wasn't afraid that He Chaoqiang would be jealous. After all, the other party was a woman who did great things and definitely wouldn't care about such trivial matters. It was just that he really didn't have time to pay attention to Wang Zuxian during this period of time. Even little stutterer is rarely together. Ha? You haven't watched the news yet, have you? He Chaoqiang asked in surprise. What's the news? Chen Jun also tensed up at the sound of it. After all, he hadn't really noticed anything in the papers lately. Breathless you are. I thought you knew about that one. It's not really much of a big deal. It's just that a paparazzi reporter caught Wang Zuxian single and quietly going to a famous private maternity hospital in Shangjiang. Is she sick? Is it serious? Chen Jun's first reaction was that Wang Zuxian was unwell somewhere. But the next second, He Chaoqiang spoke out of turn. What's sick? The reporter reported is suspecting that she is already pregnant. This time she went to the hospital for a maternity checkup. That's why she was secretly photographed in a gossip magazine. Chen Jun's head was buzzing, and his entire body was instantly dumbfounded. No, I really didn't know there was such a thing. How long have you been separated from her? It's been a little couple months, isn't that right? I saw the picture in the newspaper, and her belly is already slightly bulging, so it looks like she should be several months pregnant. He Chaoqiang bristled, though the face acted like it was full of it, but the tone still had an element of sourness to it. Now Chen Jun couldn't sit still. He couldn't care that He Chaoqiang was sitting across from him. He directly took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Wang Zuxian, who was far away in Shangjiang. Hey! Within moments, the once very familiar voice came over the phone. You, how have you been? I'm okay, how about you? Wang Zuxian whispered back. Hearing the other party's reply, Chen Jun was also slightly relieved. This surely also meant that Wang Zuxian's body must not be in any serious trouble for the time being. I called you today mainly to ask one thing. Are you still single? Chen Jun said this with a less than confident tone. After all, he and Wang Zuxian had officially broken up. With this look on the other side, he would definitely be madly pursued by many powerful people in the entertainment industry. People also don't know that she used to be their woman. so naturally they don't have any qualms in pursuing her. In case Wang Zuxian already has a boyfriend at this time, then the child in her belly is probably not her own. Not yet. I'm still single. Chen Jun slowed down and then continued to ask in a low voice. Is what happened in the newspaper true? You mean the story about me going to the OBGYN? Wang Zuxian asked rhetorically. Chen Jun felt a little embarrassed, but still answered. Yes. It's been a month and you're just asking me? Did you not see it in the first place? Or did you see it and not take it to heart? Wang Zuxian's soul-crushing questioning makes Chen Jun blush with embarrassment. If she was really carrying his child in her belly, how incompetent he would have to be as the father of the child. I'm sorry, I really didn't notice this news before. I see. I thought you'd completely forgotten about me. Since you had the heart to call and ask me today, I'll tell you, the baby in your belly, it's yours. Only, I don't intend to let him recognize a gangster as his father. So in the future, we don't have to have contact, do we? After saying that, Wang Zuxian directly hung up the phone. Chen Jun, on the other hand, did not dial back again, but just sat dumbly in place without saying a word. On this day's date, Chen Jun didn't have any heart at all, and He Chaoqiang was very understanding and didn't get angry at Chen Jun's attitude. Instead, she was very happy inside, because Wang Zuxian's attitude clearly shows that she has begun to dislike Chen Jun's status. But one does not think so. She had been born in a large family since she was a child, so she naturally knew that the accumulation of capital required certain means. As for the child in Wang Zuxian's belly, that wasn't a problem at all. She had so many half-siblings herself, so it wouldn't be much of a stretch to have some of these siblings for your own and Chen Jun's future children. Chen Jun, are you in a better mood now? At night, lying in bed, He Chaoqiang once again asked with concern. Chapter 149, Selecting the New Dragon Head of Hungheng. Chen Jun gently shook his head, then revealed a helpless smile. Sorry, my head is really a bit messed up today. It's okay, I respect all your decisions. He Chaoqiang was very shrewd and immediately made his generous thoughts clear. Oh, I don't know what decision to make right now. Take one step at a time. So for the next 2 days, can you forget your troubles and spend time with me? Chen Jun nodded as he listened. It then turned off the bedside lamp next to it. For the next 2 days, Chen Jun stayed by He Chaoqiang's side. At the same time he did not contact Wang Zuxian by phone again. But when Chen Jun returned to Shangjiang, the first thing he did was to call Xiao Ma to his office. Mark, now I'm going to give you a special assignment that is long-term and potentially tedious. So be prepared. Xiao Ma was unimpressed. No problem. Just ask. Jun, I want you to protect someone. A woman who is very famous and very important to me. After saying that, Chen Jun handed Xiao Ma the photo he had prepared long ago in his hand. Xiao Ma had followed Chen Jun for so long that he naturally knew some of the things around Chen Jun. So after receiving the photo, he immediately wondered. What? Someone is going to lay hands on Miss Wang Zuxian? Chen Jun shook his head. Not yet, but there's no guarantee that someone won't try to harm her in the future. Plus more importantly, now she's pregnant, so just in case, you still have to protect her with all your heart and make sure nothing goes wrong. After hearing this, Xiao Ma also knew that the matter was important. If he didn't protect the other party and cause the fetus in his stomach to have problems, then his responsibility would be great. Please don't worry Jun, leave this matter to me. Yes. After Xiao Ma left, Chen Jun thought about it and then still brought Han Bin over. Jun, what did you want to see me about? Seeing Chen Jun, Han Bin was practically in a state of spring. Since taking over the territory of Wasing in the new territories, Han Bin has become the boss of Hungheng in the new territories. The status in the Jianghu, naturally, has been raised a lot. There's something I'd like to arrange for you to do, but this is not a simple matter, with a high coefficient of difficulty and a long cycle. What's more, one must also be able to endure loneliness, and one's heart must never be in turmoil. Han Bin was dumbfounded to hear it. I thought to myself, why does this description feel like it's going to make him go through fire? But on second thought, this also showed that Chen Jun was looking up to himself. It's going to be a big responsibility for him. Han Bin then excitedly replied back. Don't worry, brother Jun, if there's anything you want to do, just order me to do it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not excuse myself, even if I have to go through fire. Well, I appreciate a determined man like you, so I decided to send you on a trip to the Gibbous Islands. What the hell? The Gibbous Islands? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Han Bin frowned. But when Chen Jun described the construction plan of the entire project to him in detail, Han Bin could no longer smile. Jun, I can't do this kind of thing, can I? I don't know anything. Han Bin returned awkwardly. Having him go to a hole for a year and a half is obviously going to drive him crazy. After all, he either goes to a bar or a sauna every day and quite sing. But listening to Chen Jun's description, That place didn't even have a decent hotel. Not to mention the fact that there will be places like San Juan and Fenglu. What? You don't want to do this? I was thinking of training you up a bit so that you can take over Honghing in the future, but now it does seem that you don't have the heart for it. Chen Jun said slowly with a light hum. What? Let me take over Honghing? You're stepping down. Jun, Hanbin was taken aback. After all, now that Honghing was flourishing under the leadership of Chan Chun, everyone was making a lot of money. But from Chen Jun's words, it seems that he doesn't want to stay in Honghing anymore. Oh, I'm not interested in the affairs of the society. So sooner or later I'll have to step aside. And you have the most brains among the 18 Hall Masters, and have seen more of the world than any of the others, and are a piece of business material. That's why I want you to go to the Gibbous Islands for some experience. When the project is finished, you can come back and take over my position in name only. Hanbin looked at Chen Jun incredulously. How could he not have expected that happiness would come so suddenly? If someone else had said this, he would have been skeptical. But Chen Jun has never been able to brag and lie. And even more so, he will not easily draw big cakes for others. Jun, since you said so, it wouldn't be appropriate if I refused again. Don't worry, as long as I can help you, even if I'm asked to stay in the Gibbous Islands for the rest of my life, I'm willing to do it. Chen Jun thought to himself, you kid changed your face faster than turning over a book. And the main reason why he was willing to give up the Honghing Dragon Head was so that he could get rid of his identity as a triad boss once and for all. He was well aware that in the early stages of personal development, one could use the power of the mob to go about accumulating wealth quickly. But if you want to go one step further and gain more fame and fortune, then naturally you can't use this kind of status that can't be used on the stage. Plus the words that Wang Zuxian had said to him on the phone a few days ago had also given him a complete epiphany. So nowadays, he has to change his face and clean himself up to become a businessman like Samson Ho or Li Kaxing. And looking at the whole Honghing, the most suitable person to be the boss is still Han Bin. On the one hand, he was already capable, plus he had been in the underworld for a long time, so he naturally had an advantage over others. On the other hand, he is on good terms with many of his big brothers in the club. By allowing him to take the throne, it would be hard for others to gossip, and even less likely that anyone would dare to jump out and challenge him. So handing over Honghing to him, this is also conducive to the stability of the whole society. Fine, then pack up and get ready, and fly straight over to the Gibbous Islands in a few days. Yes. Not 2 days later, He Chaoqiang called. Jun Chen, my father has already taken actual control of a shipping company and has also appointed me as the CEO of this company. So leave the next transportation by sea to me. Chen Jun was very happy to hear that. After all, if he wanted to build the Gibbous archipelago, then he would have to rely on a large number of cargo ships to transport batches of raw materials to the area. At the same time, he also knew very well that He Hongsen was doing this only because he wanted to make more profit from himself. After all, it was a long-term thing when building the Gibraltar Islands, so Chen Jun would still have use for this company in the future. Chapter 150, The Birthday of the Heavenly Empress. Great events in the Jianghu. When the first shipment of workers and raw materials arrived in the Gibbous Islands, the whole island instantly came alive. At the same time, this also meant that Chen Jun was going to have to start pumping money over in a steady stream so that he could create a whole new ecosystem in the Gibbous Islands as soon as possible. Just got things settled down over at the Gibbug Islands. Chen Jun received a special notice. What the hell? I have to represent the Honghing Society to attend the birthday of Tin Hao? Yes. In Xiangjiang and several coastal cities inland, many people believe in one god, Ma Zhu. Ama is also known as Tin Hao, and her birthday is naturally Tin Hao's birthday, Chen Yongren explained. When Chen Jun heard this, he immediately recalled it. In fact, Ma Zhu is the goddess of every fisherman. Legend has it that the Queen of Heaven is so powerful that she can manipulate seawater. That's why fishermen usually honor it as the guardian of the sea. And as Xiangjiang is surrounded by the sea, there are many people who even make a living from the fishing industry. So there are countless temples about her. The day after tomorrow will be the big day of Tin Hao's birthday. I know about this Ma Zhu, but why do we jugglers worship her? Is it hard to bless us with smooth smuggling and not get swallowed up by the sea? Chen Jun asked in disbelief. Jun, you don't know. Who actually comes out to believe in Ma Zhu? People are merely using the occasion to build up the momentum of the societies behind them. That's why almost every year, on the day of the diva's birth, the dignified big brothers of all the societies gather together to drink and blow awesome. The pretense is that they are coming together to celebrate the birth anniversary of the Queen of Heaven, but in reality, they are showing their strength to the outside world in disguise. But this year's diva's birthday is a little different from the past, because this past year's time, the Xiangjiang mob has gone through so many things. Therefore, some big brothers have been letting the wind out in private, stating that they intend to propose the integration of the entire Hong Kong underworld at this birthday banquet. so that all the societies will be closely united and stop fighting amongst themselves. After listening to Chen Yongren's introduction, Chen Jun instantly narrowed his eyes. He knew that the main reason why Chen Yongren was keen on having him attend this banquet was because this diva's birthday was completely different from the past. In the past, people were just trying to save face, and Chen Jun's reputation was already loud enough that if it was for a show of strength, there was no need for him to personally come out. But if he wanted to take this opportunity to control the entire mob and bring other societies under his door, it would require him to show up. Run. I don't think this is going to be that easy, is it? Though nowadays and the United Winners have fallen, and the old associations such as Changle and East Star are not working either. But if we, Hung Hing, want to be a monopoly, I'm afraid no one else will agree. After all, you have to realize that there are still the behemoths of Chengxinyi and 14K in Hong Kong, especially the 14K, which was founded back then by a party lieutenant general, and also the only organization to break into Macau as a Shangjiang society. Aren't some of the most popular big brothers in Macau today the 14K plum character pile? Since Chen Jun had once dealt with the king of gamblers back in the day, he had made it a point to pay attention to Macau's community organizations. He still had some knowledge of 14K's strength. Chen Yongren shook his head. 14K's current center of gravity has been placed in Macau, and in Hong Kong, they no longer have much influence. As for Tatashinyi, this society is a troublesome existence. They mainly control the central and western, eastern and southern districts of Shangjiang Island, which are extremely high in oil and water, and are their main turf. And loyal faithful's old Dalian How Long is valiant and a good fighter, and his gang of men are all capable fighters, so ordinary societies simply can't plant their flags in these places. So, we actually privately suspect that it's not this Lian Haolong who was letting the wind out of his sails, wanting to unify the entire Hong Kong mafia through this diva's birthday. Chen Yongren's analysis is not unreasonable. Inside, Chen Jun had intended to find an opportunity to integrate all the societies in Shangjiang. After all, as long as the mob can't be unified, then everyone will still have to live with their heads tied to the waistband of their pants. In this way, he would always worry that Wang Zuxian and Little Lumpy would be in danger because of him. At the same time, he hoped to take this opportunity to completely clear his name. Ah Yen, are you trying to get me to step in and then unify the Shangjiang mob world? I think now is a great opportunity for us. You see, the camels of the Eastern Star are already in a state of semi-recession. After what happened last time, they simply don't have the courage to keep calling our bluff. As for the other societies, other than loyal faithfulness, I don't think any of them have the ability to fight against us. So now, our only enemy is Lian Haolong of Zhongxine. Chen Jun thought about it for a while and also felt that there was a probability that this matter could come to fruition, especially since he knew his group of men very well. Now the whole Hung Hing is very swollen, and it is only a matter of time before they enter several big districts of the Hong Kong island. So the struggle between Hung Hing and Chengxinyi has become inevitable. And this time if he didn't step forward on behalf of Hong Xing, then in case Zhongxine convinced other forces, this would be even more unfavorable to Hong Xing. Where is this diva's birthday being held? In Saigon. After hearing this, Chen Jun stated on the spot, pass me the word to go down and have Daffy, K, and Dinosaur come over with me. Daffy had been dead to himself for a long time after what he had experienced earlier, and Key has high prestige within the club and is not one of the wallflowers. Now that Han Bin is gone, he also intends to support K so that the other party can control Kwai Tsing instead of Han Bin. As for the dinosaurs, Chen Jun was completely focused on his individual abilities. Despite the loss of one of the Sang Pangs, he still had a group of fierce Indians under his command who were not afraid to die. So if we do fight Chengxinyi, Dinosaur's Tun Mun troops will have to carry the weight. Okay, I'll call it down. Soon, the fact that Chen Jun was going to attend the Saigon Diva's birthday quickly spread throughout the mob. The big brothers of the societies have also been discussing it in private. And within loyalty and faithfulness, dressed in a suit and a red tie, Lian Haolong was sitting in a luxurious office listening to his wife Su Su analyzing the current situation. Ah Long, Chen Jun has already let out the word that he'll bring his minions to this banquet when the time comes. This is clearly aimed at us. Lian Haolong frowned and asked rhetorically, can it be that he still wants to arm wrestle with us? He doesn't think he's going to try to get tough with us with the small number of people he has in his club. Does he? Chapter 151, Saigon's big dumb brother on the line. Su Su laughed and shook her head. Ah Lung, you don't know yet, do you? The current Hung Hing claims to have 50,000 gang members, which is 20,000 more than us. Zhongxine, 50,000 my ass, how many can fight? Besides, it's not the number of people we have out there that counts, it's what guys we have on hand. I'll go into battle with a submachine gun, and one man can single-handedly take on 100 short mules armed with machetes. Lian Haolong said disdainfully. Although Chen Jun had made a big mess of Shangjiang during this time, especially in the Yakuza world, there were many powerful societies that had fallen into his hands. However, Hung Hing has never had any dealings with Chung Shunyi, especially in those areas controlled by Chung Shunyi. There is no presence of any Hung Hing forces, so the two sides have been at peace with each other. So didn't think so, as she continued to analyze. Lung, you're overthinking things. I won't mention anything else. Do you know how close Chen Jun is to the king of gamblers now? If he's got the backing of the king of gamblers, then they won't be short of money on their hands. Lian Haolong also fell silent when he heard this. Indeed, it costs money to fight between associations these days. If you don't have money, the kooks under you won't be able to go to bat for you. Aren't our goods selling well? We shouldn't be short of funds for a while, right? The cops are catching on these days, and we can't make much money just selling at those fixed yards. The reason why Soso wants Lian Haolong to unify the triads is that she wants to expand her white powder business. After all, if we had been relying on these few areas of the Huang Kong Island to sell white powder, it would have been difficult to support the huge Chung Shunyi. Lian Haolong also felt that it was such a reason. Then he spoke again and asked, "What are you going to do?" My opinion is that before the diva's birthday is held, we can privately contact the other societies and get them all on our side. After all, even if he, Hong Xing, is powerful, he doesn't have the means to deal with everyone. Other clubs will listen to us? Lian Haolong expressed out. Susu laughed out loud. Long, you should know me. I never do anything I'm not sure of. I'll tell you the truth. I've asked Luo Dingfa and Lu Guowei and the others to privately contact a few of the society's leaders. The societies that are now clearly willing to cooperate with us are Camelot of the Eastern Star, and Wenlong of the 14K. Are they trustworthy? Lian Haolong remained skeptical that these two societies were willing to cooperate with him. After all, Zhang Xingyi has always been East Star and 14K have not much to do with each other, and there are no interests between them. East Star's camel is now very worried that Chen Jun's next target will be him. After all, they've had previous beefs and that today's East Star is no longer as strong as it was back then. So after learning that we intend to bring the other side into the fold, Camel agreed to do so without even thinking about it. As for why 14K is willing to wade through this mess, it's actually directly related to Chen Jun. 14K has a problem with Chen Jun too? That's not true, but Chen Jun is now very close to King of Gamblers and it's rumored that Chen Jun once smoothed out a major event for the other party. This incident not only involves the gangs on the Padao side, but also has a big impact on the 14K in Macau. So as soon as the 14K side heard that they were going to join forces against Chen Jun, they immediately expressed their willingness to cooperate. As for how much effort these two associations of theirs can put forth when the time comes, it depends on how much leverage we give. If we can give them enough benefits, I'm sure they'll be happy to stand with us. After listening to Su's analysis, Lian Haolong also finally put his heart down. Well, since you've paved the way, this matter is settled. The day after tomorrow, have Dong, Luo Dingfa, Lu Guowei, and Luo Tianhong follow me. So I'm not going? You go too. Of course you have to show up for this kind of occasion. After all, you still have to help contact East Star and 14K. Hearing these words from Lian Haolong, Su then revealed a smile with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Liao Zhizong, the head of the anti-triad unit of the Saigon police station, was very speechless. It turns out that in the past, the diva's birthday wouldn't have been much of a big deal. But now, all of Saigon is the center of mob attention, especially after learning that Hung Hing was also going to join in the fun. He knew that things must not be simple. Come on people, pass my words down. All colleagues in the anti-black team are not allowed to take leave on the day after tomorrow, and those who are on vacation must also return to the team for me on that day. Yes, sir. 2 days later, Saigon, which was originally cold and quiet, also became extremely lively. Saigon's red stick dummy was very happy on this day. Taking a few of his minions with him, he went to the Tin Hao Temple in Saigon at the first opportunity. As this Tin Hao festival was hosted by a civic organization, so when they arrived at the scene, hundreds of tables had been set up outside the entire Tin Hao Temple. According to local custom, the more people who come to eat at the banquet, the more powerful the incense of Ama is. This would naturally make the Queen of Heaven more willing to shelter the people of this region. Brother Big Stupid, can we be a bit arrogant today? At that moment, a junior asked excitedly. Asterisk, what is this nonsense? Haven't we always been arrogant in Saigon? Big Dummy cursed as he gave his little brother a blank look. But this time I heard that so many clubs are coming over. As soon as he heard this, the big fool was also a bit scared inside. After all, he did not belong to any organization, and in Saigon, he could only be a self-employed person, so his strength was naturally no match for that of other organizations. However, Big Fool didn't want to lose face in front of his own little brother. and then he patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry about all of you. In this place in Saigon, anyone who comes will have to give my big fool brother a few points. Otherwise, I'll make sure that he gets his ass handed to him." As soon as Big Fool's words fell, several high-grade business cars slowly drove up to them. A few of the Daleks turned to look over. Only several figures stepped out of the car. "Brother Big Fool, they are from Hung Hing." One of the minions instantly recognized the likes of Key and Dinosaur. Big Fool snorted coldly, "Come with me, go up and meet these Hung Hing guys." Big Dummy thought he still had some name in Saigon. Plus the whole road knew he was selling cars, so the people of Hung Hing had to give him some face more or less. When he walked up to Jun Chen and the others with a few minions, the Hung Hing crowd immediately stopped and looked over with puzzled faces. "You guys are from Hung Hing, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Saigon Big Dummy. I cover this area. Feel free to eat and drink here today, and I'll take care of anything that comes up." After saying that, Big Dummy took the initiative to extend his hand and tried to shake everyone's hand. Chapter 152 Successive Humiliations. Big Silly Brother Stupid. Dinosaur has always been arrogant. Seeing a silent and nameless little character also want to come up to get close, he immediately directly shrugged off the other party's hand and said disdainfully, "What kind of thing are you? Get out of the way. Don't get in our way." Big Dummy didn't expect the people from Hung Hing to be so faceless. He blushed suddenly, and the little brother behind him, he was shocked. After all, no one had expected that their boss would actually be openly shaken by someone else. This put the big fool directly into an extremely awkward situation. If he slipped away in disgrace at this time, then he would not only lose face in front of his own little brother, but would also be laughed at by the people of the Jianghu. More importantly, it would be difficult for him to continue to hang out in Saigon in the future. With his current strength, he was not qualified to go and call the shots of the behemoth that was Hung Hing. The other side could just send a random team over and crush themselves. Thinking about this, Big Dummy had a momentary dilemma. That's when Chun Jun saw the building's dilemma. He also knew that the Big Dummy wasn't much good at anything. Just a little bit of fame from selling black cars in Saigon. There's not much point in bothering with such a minor character. Meanwhile, this is Saigon, and there may be a use for the other side in the future. So Chen Jun then took the initiative to open his mouth. "Dinosaur, don't be so rude. Since Big Dummy is also out to be a gangster, then we are all brothers in the jungle." Chen Jun's words were clearly helping Biggie out, and the dinosaur saw that his own boss had taken a stand. Plus he didn't take the big fool seriously, so they copped a nod and stopped roughing up the big fool. The big fool sniffed and immediately nodded gratefully. Chen Jun had undoubtedly given him face by saying that. It also made him breathe a huge sigh of relief in secret. At the same time, he was able to turn around and explain to his minions, "Oh, Jun is right. We are all brothers when we come out. Since you're here in Saigon today, have a good time here. We're rich in aquatic resources." After saying this, he also deliberately greeted Chen Jun several people to sit down. Just like posing a host posture, Chen Jun's few people didn't see eye to eye with the big fool, so they let him pretend to be a bully in front of outsiders. Subsequently, many more Jianghu forces arrived at the scene. Not a moment passed before Daffy came over to Chen Jun's side and reminded him, "Brother Jun, East Star's people are coming." Chen Jun turned around, only to see that a middle-aged man with a short stature and a somewhat peckish back was arriving at the scene with a group of henchmen. The two met and immediately greeted each other. "Brother Camel, elder brother Chen Jun." This time, the ones who followed Camel over were one of the 5 tigers of the Eastern Star, the golden hairy tiger Sandhopper, and Wu Jiwei, who was also one of the 5 tigers, and who also doubled up as the Society's White Paper Fan's military advisor. The two are now just like Camel's right-hand man. "Brother Camel, how have you been lately? I haven't heard from you in a long time. I even almost mistakenly thought that you had retired from the world." Chen Jun flirted. "Ha ha, I want to retire too, but there's really a mess of things laying there, so I can't even if I want to." Since you want to retreat, wouldn't it be better to leave everything to the minions below? The problem is that they don't compete and cause me trouble for 3 days. The minions have their own destinies, and if they're just too hard to handle, that's their destiny. What old brother Chen Jun has said is absolutely right. Just as the two were being polite to each other, not far away there was a commotion. In the next second, hundreds of mongrels leaped down from the 2 buses and came directly to the door of the Tin Hao Temple. Seeing such a big battle, the big fool sitting in the corner immediately stood up. "Big brother, what's going on?" the sidekick asked. At this time, the big fool, in order to get back in front of his minions, without saying anything, greeted his men to go up to find out what happened. "Hey, this brother, where do you guys hang out? Today is a great day for our Saigon Diva's birthday. Do so many of you come here wanting to drink and eat at the banquet, or do you have other plans?" Big Dummy asked as he walked to the center of the pile to one of the men. The other party glanced contemptuously at Biggie, And after realizing that he didn't recognize the other party, he coldly said, "None of your business? Yo, what do you mean by that? Do you know who I am? Who are you? I'm a big Saigon fool. I didn't go to the scene to vote in the last chief executive election, and I ended up on TV." Big Fool declared himself, but the other party didn't buy it at all and continued to taunt. "Cool off on the side. Our boss will be here later. Don't get in the way. Who's your boss?" Just as Big Fool was pursuing his question, a deafening shout suddenly came from the surroundings. "Brother Dragon!" Only a middle-aged man with an obese figure was slowly walking to the pile of banquet tables at the Tinhao Temple with a few of his men. Big Fool looked at the familiar man in front of him, and he subconsciously gulped. Although he didn't have any interactions with Lian Haolong, he knew how terrifying the other party's power was. After seeing that it was Zhong Xinyi's men, Big Fool didn't dare to squeak out, but just said to the men around him, "This is Lian Haolong, a bit famous in the Jianghu. All of them are his own people." "Boss, you're friends with him too?" one of the minions asked suspiciously. "Not bad, just a nodding acquaintance. After all, we don't do much business with them." "No way. Why haven't I heard you talk about this before, boss?" Seeing that his little brother had put his words to this point, plus the fact that the dinosaurs had almost made him lose face just now. So this time, Big Fool immediately summoned up his courage, intending to earn back his face in front of Lian Haolong. "Follow me." He then once again brought a few minions to Lian Haolong's several people. When he saw Lian Haolong, Big Dummy piled up a smile on his face and took the initiative to introduce himself. "I'm Saigon Big Dummy. This is all my turf, so you're all welcome to come over and have a seat." Lian Haolong frowned at Susu by his side, as if he wanted to ask her what this guy in front of him was, and Su looked at the Big Fool with the same confusion. After all, she hadn't heard of such a figure in the jungle. Instead, Luo Dingfa, who was beside the two men, stood out and said in dissatisfaction, "Isn't it just a punk who sells black cars? Cool off on one side and get out of our way." The Big Fool also didn't expect someone who couldn't help but recognize him and had absolutely no intention of giving him face. After hearing the other party's humiliating words, Big Fool's face also instantly rose to a pig's liver color. The men behind him also felt that this boss of theirs was really too embarrassing, and at that moment they even wanted to simply turn around and leave the scene directly. But just as Big Fool was in a dilemma, not knowing what to do, a teasing voice came from behind him. "You have a big mouth." Chapter 153, Zhong Xine, Lian Haolong appeared. Luo Dingfa and the others followed the sound and looked over, and Big Dumb and the others turned around, only to see that the person who spoke was none other than Chen Jun, who was sitting in the center of the pile of banquet tables. Although Luo Dingfa had never dealt with Chen Jun, he recognized the other party. Plus the ones sitting around him are also from Hungheng. That's why the expression on Luo Dingfa's face changed a bit at that moment. Only after a 2-second hesitation did he open his mouth again and holler, "What? Am I not allowed to speak here anymore?" Although he didn't dare to openly contradict Chen Jun, he didn't want to lose face in front of the crowd either, especially before he came. He had learned from Susu that their main opponent today was Hungheng, so even if there was a conflict with the other side, then he didn't have to worry about the society being accountable. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of a thing are you to talk to our boss like that? The dinosaurs themselves were a riot. Right now, seeing that Zhong Xine's red stick had dared to tell Chen Jun what to do, he immediately stood up and angrily rebuked him after slapping the table. "Dinosaur, what do you want?" Lian Haolong questioned in a stern voice, and as his words fell, the hundreds of Zhong Xine's juniors around him also stepped forward and surrounded Chen Jun's table directly. This diva's birthday was a public party event for all the people, so Chen Jun's few people didn't even think about any large-scale conflicts here, and naturally they didn't bring many minions over. Now that they saw that Zhong Xine's people seemed to want to make a move here, Kei and Dafei's men couldn't sit still. Kei asked in a low voice, "Jun, what should we do now? Should we just kill our way out and escort you away?" In his opinion, this battle was inevitable, and Daffy was there cursing and grinning. "If I'd known we were going to have a fight, I would have brought all my brothers with me." Chen Jun listened but waved his hand, signaling everyone not to be nervous. He then gently tilted his chair back and then piggybacked both legs on the wine table, speaking to Lian Haolong. "It's not your turn to educate my people, Chen Jun, right? It looks like you really are a late bloomer, but this seems to have started with you guys, so it's only right that I should be the one to say this, right?" Lian Haolong coldly grunted. At this point in time, whether or not one's men are at fault, the one who is the big brother must take sides unconditionally. Otherwise, who would be willing to work for him in the future? What does that mean? Humph. What else is there to say? Everyone saw it. It was your henchmen dinosaurs who taunted our people first. Have you lost your memory? Lian Haolong continued to speak. However, Chen Jun laughed out loud. How do I remember that it was your men who blatantly humiliated Big Fool? So the dinosaurs didn't like what they saw before they spoke out and choked back? Why? Is that big fool one of yours? Luo Dingfa pursued with dissatisfaction. He's not my guy, but he's my friend. Right. Big dummy? Big dummy originally stood in the original places really like a little cute. Like a little cutie, not daring to say a word. Now that he heard Chen Jun say this, he immediately brightened up. Then associated with just now he actually was Luo Dingfa so humiliated. Angry has actually nodded back, that's right. I Saigon big fool always with Hung Hing relations are very good. Especially the Hung Hing leader Jun, to me is even more care. When he said that, he was undoubtedly deliberately trying to tie himself up with Hung Hing. That way, everyone would mistakenly think that he was close to Chen Jun. The several junior brothers behind him immediately revealed shocked expressions when they heard this. When did big silly brother get involved with Hung Hing? Yeah, I didn't hear that he knew Chen Jun before. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now we're awesome. We're actually hanging out with Hung Hing. Big Fool also revealed a smug expression after listening to the murmurs of his own minions. However, his remarks made the people of Chengxinyi furious. Especially Lian Haolong. His face was even more gloomy. Jun Chen, today is the birthday of the Heavenly Empress. You don't really want to find trouble here, do you? Who the hell are you planning to find trouble with when you bring so many people here? Chen Jun asked rhetorically. At this time, Lian Haolong's woman, Su Su, came out coldly. We, Zhang Xinyi, just want to make trouble. What do you want? When she said that, she was just trying to put pressure on Chan Chun and Hung Hing. After all, right now there were hundreds of men on his side, plus Luo Tianhong and the others. Even if they really fought, Zhang Xinyi would definitely not fall into a disadvantage. Chen Jun glared at Su Su, then shifted his eyes to Lian Haolong. It looks like you guys really don't care about me, Hong Xing? So what if you don't put it in perspective? So continued. Well then, I'd like to see how capable you Zhong Xini really are today. Whoever has the guts will stand before us and try. Chen Jun put out harsh words on the spot. It also startled a few people around them. The dinosaurs, in particular, had even put their clenched fists together and were ready to plunge into a bench fight. On the other hand, Zhong Xinyi and the others standing around were looking at each other at the moment. They were just small minions who didn't dare to act rashly. Without Lian Haolong's instructions, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to rush forward and make a move on Chen Jun. Now, the pressure was all shifted to Lian Haolong's body. What should we do now, brother dummy? Big Dummy was also in a difficult position. After all, the rivalry between the two major societies was not something he could interfere with. But just now, Hong Xing obviously ended up in this situation for his sake, so he could not retreat from the battlefield no matter what. Otherwise, what are the jungle people going to think of themselves? Even Hung Hing would probably blame him for this in the end. So he simply crossed his heart and instantly let out his words as well. Whoever makes a move against Jun in Saigon today is messing with me. Big fool. With these words, he was considered to have completely sided with Hung Hing. Lian Haolong's face became more and more ugly. Although he didn't even take Big Fool's words into consideration, he couldn't ignore Chen Jun's presence. Now that Chen Jun had openly provoked him, he was obviously certain that he would not dare to make a move here. Just when he didn't know how to resolve the matter, a discordant voice came over. Bosses, why don't you sit down since you're here? How tiring must it be to stand and chat? Luo Dingfa looked at the several unfamiliar men who approached him and immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Where are you hanging out again? Where do I hang out, you ask? I should be mixing with the Saigon Police Department. My name is Liao Zhizong. You can also call me Liao Sir or Officer Liao will do." At the same time Liao Zhizong finished speaking, he also took out a police officer's license from his pocket and hung it on his chest shirt. Once he heard that the other party was actually a police officer, Luo Dingfa instantly did not dare to choke. But in the end, he still came with a stiff upper lip. So he's a cop. No wonder he's so arrogant. Chapter 154, This is my territory. Behave yourself. Why? Aren't we police welcome on such a major holiday? Liao Zhizong asked with a smile. Oh, that's not true. We've always been law-abiding citizens and are more than willing to deal with the police. At this point, Su immediately came over and rounded up the crowd. Although they were powerful, they did not dare to act out in front of the police. After all, in this day and age, you probably wouldn't get in much trouble for killing someone. But if you want to go after the police, then the police will never give in easily. Liao Zhizong nodded. That's good. I was worried that someone would cause trouble here today. Since everyone is so cooperative, I'm relieved. By the way, Big Dummy, why are you here to join in the fun? Big Dummy is a Saigon veteran, and Liao Zhizong naturally recognizes him. And in some cases, when the police need to find some stolen cars, Liao Zhizong will also summon the other party to be investigated. Dummy's back straightened up immediately when he saw a cop coming. At least today, On this occasion, his life would not be in danger. Officer Liao, look at what you're saying. Today is the birthday of the Heavenly Empress. It's only natural for us Jianghu people to come over and pay our respects. I've only just finished 3 incense sticks, and I've come out ready to sit down and eat the banquet. Why don't you sit down and drink a couple cups together? 2. Officer Liao? Liao Zhizong waved his hand. Drinking a couple of cups is not necessary. I received an order from the top today that something big might happen here. That's why I came over here in a hurry, to see what was going on at the scene. Upon hearing this, Dazhu immediately said in a domineering manner, "Don't worry about it, Sir Liao. All these people coming here are all brothers, and we are definitely not going to cause any trouble at this juncture. After all, even if you have the guts, you can't make trouble on this important day, don't you think?" Others around them nodded. Though people don't take the big dummy seriously, but after all, the cops were on the scene, and no one can say they want to cause trouble in front of the police. Liao Zhizong was still a bit uneasy, then turned to look at Lian Haolong. "You are Lian Haolong, right?" "I am," Lian Haolong returned with an icy tone. Although Liao Zhizong was a police officer, he wouldn't put ordinary minor characters in his eyes, not to mention worrying that the other party would find himself in trouble. "What were you planning on doing by bringing so many people here?" "Sir, which law says we can't bring so many people with us when we come out to eat?" Luo Dingfa stood out and choked in order to regain face. "Alright, since that's the case, then you guys shouldn't blame me for not giving face. I've received a report of a suspected illegal gathering and organized crime activity here, so I have reason to believe that all of you know each other and have some social connections. How about you guys get out of here right now and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, then please be good enough to come back with me to take a statement." Liao Zhizong put pressure on Zhong Sini on the spot. This made Lian Haolong's mood even worse. Just now, he was also threatened by Chen Jun. Now the cops have hit themselves hard in the face too. However, things had already come to a head, and it was impossible for him to openly oppose the other party. Otherwise it would only get worse once his own men were in the bureau. He then compromised. "Since so many people are not welcome in Saigon, I'll let my brothers go first." So also understood Lian Haolong's meaning when she heard that, and immediately ordered, "Everyone go back from wherever they came from. Don't gather around here and get in the way. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Su-san." Hundreds of loyal faithfulness minions then left the scene one after another. As soon as these people left, the tension in the scene instantly dissipated. During this process, Camelot and the Eastern Star crowd did not say a word. All of them were sitting on the sidelines like watching a play, looking at the two sides fighting openly and secretly. Then, Liao Zhizong spoke again. "This is my territory, so all behave yourself today or don't blame me for not being polite." After putting down his harsh words, he then led his men to leave the scene for the time being. As soon as Liao Zhizong left, Big Fool hurriedly opened his mouth to greet everyone and said, "It's alright, everyone feel free to sit down." At this time, however, Camel suddenly spoke up. "Since everyone has come here to attend the Heavenly Empress' birthday, why don't we just sit down and have a meal together? How about that?" Chen Jun's eyes stared. He wondered what the hell Locke was thinking, knowing full well that he and Lian Haolong are now incompatible. Yet he still took it upon himself to try to get himself seated at the same table as the other man. And Lian Haolong agreed without even thinking. "No problem. Since you, Camel, have given the word, of course I, Lian Haolong, will give this face." Once these words came out, Chen Jun was completely without any reason to refuse. If he rejected it out of hand, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of Camelot? Plus it would also give the outside world the wrong impression that he, Hung Hing, was afraid of the other side. So Chen Jun stood up and stretched his back before coming faintly. "Alright, just give brother Camel face." Everyone changed seats. The three powers then sat down at a round table. On Hung Hing's side are Chan Chun, Chan Wingyan, Tai Fei, K and Dinosaur. On the Eastern Star's side are Camel, Wu Shiwei and Sandhopper. As for Zhong Xinyi, they are Lian Haolong, Su Su, Luo Dingfei and Luo Tianhong. Seeing that the seats were already filled, and even 2 chairs had been added, this made it difficult for the Big Fool. After a few moments of silence, the Big Fool plucked up the courage to speak up and asked, "Can everyone move over and let me have a seat?" After all, he very much wished now that he could sit at this table as well. Once he was able to take his seat as well, then that meant that the people of all 3 societies recognized his identity and status. This would increase his influence in Saigon dramatically, as well as make a big face in front of his own minions. But apparently everyone wasn't planning on letting the big dummy stick his nose in. Dinosaur is even more dissatisfied, yelling, "You go and sit at a table with the kids, don't be here to join in the fun." This time, Chen Jun didn't intend to speak up for Big Dummy and just sat in his seat without saying a word. When Dazhou saw that Chen Jun wasn't even helping himself, He understood in his heart that there was no way he could sit with this group of Jianghu bigwigs today. He then had to resentfully go to a nearby table and sit down. "Boss, why aren't you sitting with them?" An unsuspecting junior asked a curious question. Big Fool was getting angry, and when he heard this, he immediately raised his head and angrily slapped the back of the other's head. "What am I, that I need to sit at a table with them?" After being hit by Big Fool, this little brother immediately became honest. And when the other few people saw this, they didn't dare to talk too much to mess with the Big Fool. Meanwhile, at that main table, the atmosphere became eerie. The three parties, wide-eyed, looked at each other. Chapter 155 14K makes an appearance and elects the chief dragon head of Shangjiang. As lunchtime approached, one by one, big brothers from other clubs also arrived with their little brothers. The crowd was shocked to see the lineup at the table. They have found corners to sit in that are farther away from this table, afraid that something will happen over here later and it will affect them. Only one of these societies has a different leader than the others. When 14K's boss, Wen Long, arrived on the scene with a group of minions, he was the first to walk up to this table. "Yo, this is all filled up already. Looks like Wen Long, can only sit on the side and watch you big brothers eat." Wen Long is rugged and acts in a very brawny style. In the beginning, he had once challenged a small club in Shangjiang with 10 red sticks totaling 11 people. In the end he almost single-handedly brought down a society of hundreds of people. After that battle, Wen Long became famous in the jungle. Eventually, he managed to rise to the top last year and became the new talker of 14K in Hong Kong. "Wen Long, look at what you're saying. As long as you're willing to come over, you're always welcome on our side." Luo Tianhong, get up and give Wen Long a seat. Luo Tianhong didn't care about this. After all, he wasn't thinking about making a splash. After hearing Su's words, without saying a word, he immediately stood up and obediently stood behind Lian Haolong. Wen Long was not polite when he heard this and sat down on his butt. "A few big brothers? Then I'm sorry, little brother, I'll join in the fun and have a good meal with you." After saying that, Wen Long even made a point of glancing at Chen Jun. And at the moment, Chen Jun was just looking at Wen Long with a smile on his face. With the arrival of the hour, the celebration ceremony for the birthday of Tin Hao officially began. Firecrackers and gongs were heard and the whole scene was very lively. As the meal was served, Wu Jiwei finally couldn't hold back and took the lead to speak. "Bosses, since it's a rare occasion for all of us to get together today, shall we take this opportunity to discuss matters about running for the leading role in the Hong Kong underworld?" When they heard these words from Wu Jiwei, all the people on the Hung Hing side were shocked. Chen Jun, in particular, immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Eastern Star doesn't have any chance at all to compete for this position as the overall leader of the jungle at the moment, so it's unlikely at this juncture that they'd have nothing better to do than to take the initiative to mention this. But Wu Shiwei, who was the East Star's military advisor, actually took the initiative to mention it in front of the big guys, which meant that he must be carrying some sort of purpose. Just after Wu Jiwei finished his sentence, Camel immediately took over. "Wu Jiwei's proposal is good. Over the years, our various associations have been infighting from time to time. Not only did they make the whole of Hong Kong a mess, but at the same time, we all didn't get half the benefits. So as I see it, it's either that or elect a chief leader to run the show. In this way, if there are any conflicts among the major associations, it will be convenient for everyone to sit down and make peace, and there's no need to dance with swords and guns every day, which also tends to attract the attention of the police." Camel's words make sense. Lian Haolong, have no problem with that. Lian Haolong made a smooth statement. "I, 14K, am the weakest of the several clubs here, so I'll support whatever you guys say." Wen Long also spoke next. By this time, even the most foolish person would know that East Star and 14K must have privately joined hands with Chung Shin-yi. Such an outcome was something that neither Chen Jun nor Chen Yongren had expected. Especially Chen Yongren. At this moment, he was very regretful that he hadn't investigated this news beforehand. But right now there is no medicine for regrets. Facing the three major associations, at this time Hong Xing must make a choice. He looked towards Chen Jun, who at this time, however, still had a very calm expression and could not see a single ripple. "Elder brother Chen Jun, what do you think?" Seeing that Chen Jun was hesitant to state his position, Camel turned around and directly pressed the issue. "The matter of choosing a chief leader seems to have set a precedent, so I don't know exactly how this chief leader should run for office. So I'd like to ask old brother Camel for guidance." "Oh, in my opinion, why don't we organize a vote among the talkers? There are at least a dozen large and small associations in Hong Kong now, and each of these associations has a vote for their leader. At that time, we can gather all the talkers together and vote for a chief leader together. What do you think?" So immediately picked up after hearing this. "This is like the people of the Jianghu coming together to elect a martial arts ally. I think this is a good proposal. In addition to being elected by everyone together to be the chief dragon head, that is bound to be recognized by the vast majority of the people, so it can also be somewhat persuasive. Chen Jun knew it looked like Zhong Xine was already completely prepared, although there are still quite a few associations in Xinjiang. But if these three major societies in front of them were already united, then the other smaller societies probably wouldn't choose to go against them. At this time, Chen Yongren spoke up somewhat anxiously. I don't think that's necessary, right? We're gangsters, and I don't think it's much fun to have an election. Chen Yongren was not happy with his mouth, but he could not give a reason. Now, Su immediately countered back. I think this proposal is the fairest. Are you Hung Hing opposing it because you think you're bound to lose? Saying, I only believe in one truth when I'm out here, and that's whoever has the hardest fist can stand up and talk. What's the point of voting? Can it be a meal? The dinosaurs also showed solidarity with Chen Yongren. Hey, what's the age? Still talking with your fists every day. Your fists are hard, you go fight the cops and try it? Let's see if it's your fist that's hard or someone else's bullet, Luo Dingfa said sarcastically. Seeing this, Wenlong immediately shook his hands, signaling everyone not to argue. Let me Wenlong say a few words. Actually voting on this thing is the best solution. This will also show that we Yakuza also respect public opinion. As for if there are associations that don't want to get involved, then there's no need for us to force the issue. When the time comes, we'll just notify down the road. And if anyone doesn't want to come to the meeting, that means the other club will just abstain of their own accord. Wenlong word for word, the implication is that if you, Hung Hing, are against it, then don't get involved. And once the other societies in Hong Kong come together to create a new alliance, then Hung Hing's days will be numbered. At that time, all the associations might join together to target Hung Hing, which was obviously the last situation that Chan Chun would like to see. At least at this stage, he wasn't able to take down all the societies in Hong Kong at once. After thinking for a moment, Chen Jun spoke. Actually, this proposal is not impossible. It's just that I think the meeting to vote thing needs to be slowed down and not rushed. After all, everyone has to give the people who want to run a little time to prepare for their preparations. Chapter 156, Mission Reward. Top Black Technology Drawing. And just as Chen Jun uttered those words, the system that had existed in his body for so long was unexpectedly reactivated. Ding! Please become the chief leader of the Xinjiang Association Union and complete the task to be rewarded with the 6th generation stealth fighter drawing. When he heard the content of the reward enacted by the system, Chen Jun was startled, though he had gotten many system rewards, which even included surprises such as the Reading Corporation. However, when he learned that the system would be gifting him with an unprecedented amount of top-notch technology, he still felt overwhelmingly shocked. The most advanced within the field of fighter jets is naturally the 5th generation stealth fighters of pretty countries, according to the public data currently available on the market. As far as the country of China is concerned, the 4th generation fighters are not yet in the picture, so once one is able to build and produce a true 6th generation fighter, then his international standing in will speak for itself. By then, not only China, but all the countries in the world would have found ways to come to themselves for cooperation, and as a result, he himself would be able to have some say in the international arena, and thus would also be able to get rid of his triad identity completely. After all, being an arms dealer is a much better title than being a mob boss, and the people present did not expect Chen Jun to agree so readily. Originally, Susu and the others were prepared to join forces to force Chen Jun to withdraw from the race. In this way, Lian Halong's ascension to become the chief dragon head of Xinjiang was all but guaranteed, but now Chen Jun was very cooperative, and also gave a very reasonable reason. The crowd could not find an excuse to refuse, and ultimately could only agree to this proposal of Chen Jun. This particular diva's birthday rally eventually came to a conclusion. Have you heard? In a month's time, the 13 societies in Xinjiang are going to unite and elect a new chief leader. I've known for a long time. This was negotiated at the birthday of the diva in Saigon. You're out of date. Humph. I think there are only those few who are qualified to run for chief dragon head, besides Chen Jun and Lian Halong. The remaining camel and Wenlong, these hopes are not expected to be too great. Regardless of who gets to be the chief dragon head, the Jianghu will surely stir up a storm of bloodshed as a result. Yes, these days, which boss is willing to be stepped on? The territory and status still have to be fought out with both hands. As rumors spread in the jungle, the big brothers of the associations could not sit still. They have been active on the road, building momentum for themselves and the societies behind them. Among them, the two major associations, Hung Hing and Chung Shanyi, attracted the most attention, especially loyalty and faithfulness. After clearly stating that the head of the society, Lian Halong, would personally come down to run for the chief dragon, The camel of the Eastern Star made an unprecedented stand and stated that he was willing to support the other party to the throne. As for 14K's Wenlong, he has also let it out to the public through his minions that he intends to support Zhong Xine. Now, Hung Hing was in a very passive position. At a meeting of various internal halls, Dinosaur proposed very aggressively, "Brother Chun, why don't you just give the order, and I'll directly lead my Tun Mun brothers to kill the Eastern District and chop up Lian Haolong." But the next second, 13 sisters poured a pot of cold water. "Dinosaur, what era is this? Do you still think the knife in your hand is invincible? I've heard that the Zhong Xine guys aren't vegetarians. They've been importing white powder for sale from abroad for years, so they have close ties with some foreign warlords and local forces. Maybe people have not only pistols on hand now, but maybe even rocket launchers. You go into a fight with someone with a knife. Is that going to win?" Ever since Han Bin went abroad to help Chen Jun with his aid project, 13 Sisters has taken on the burden of the Mongkok and Kwai Tsing districts. She also has more resourceful relationships on her hands as a result. When she learned that Hung Hing was about to go to war with Zhong Xine, she had sent her men to inquire about the other side at the first opportunity. But the dinosaur was disdainful when he heard 13th Sister's words. "13th Sister, are you well informed or not? Damn it, I've been out for so long. I've never seen anyone carry a rocket launcher out to chop up a fight. Are you bluffing us? Tun Mun, where the dinosaurs are located, doesn't even have shootings on weekdays, let alone the so-called rocket wars. Dinosaur, do you think I don't have a brain? The information I get must be accurate. After all, in bed, many men always get carried away and then they reveal all their secrets to the women around them." When Dinosaur heard these words, he immediately understood through what channel 13 Sisters had gotten this information. In the whole of Hung Hing, only 13 Sisters has a vote of overrepresented ladies, so if the other party really utilized the beauty trick, then it would be simply easy to inquire about the news. Even if they have rocket launchers, so what? Can they blow up our entire Hung Hing altogether? At this moment, the Nine Dragon City's spokesperson, Fine Eyes, followed suit and yelled. 13 Sisters was just about to continue speaking, but she was stopped by Qin Yongren, who was the military advisor. Immediately, he slowly explained, "Naturally, they can't kill us all, but if we rashly engage in a firefight with Zhong Xinyi, this will inevitably give the other societies a chance to take advantage of the situation. Don't you forget that nowadays Eastern Star and 14K seem to have joined forces with Lian Haolong. Also, if I'm not mistaken, the condition that Cheng Shunyi promised them is that once Lian Haolong is able to rise to the top and become the chief dragon head of Hong Kong, then he will help to deal with us, Hung Hing, together. At that time, once our Hung Hing collapses, they will be able to divide up our territory naturally." Chen Yongren's words made sense, and this was the point that everyone was most worried about. So when he opened his mouth, Fine Eyes and Dinosaur immediately shut up. After all, they weren't sure they could handle the combined attacks of all three societies at once. The meeting went silent. At that moment, everyone unanimously turned their gazes towards Chen Jun. In everyone's mind, Chan Chun was like a myth, able to lead Hung Hing to create one miracle after another. Especially Chen Yongren, when he saw Chen Jun agreeing to that matter in one breath, he knew that the other party must already have a bottom in his heart. "Jun, do you have anything to say?" Qi inquired in a whisper. "I've just listened to your arguments, and it looks like everyone wants me to take this overall leader. In that case, we can take them on and see who's the real talker in Shangzheng." As soon as they heard this, everyone immediately felt something was up. After all, Chen Jun hadn't missed a shot yet. Even Kazunari Katsu, who was even more powerful than Tadanobayoshi, fell at his hands, so the district Tadanobayoshi had even less to worry about. "Jun, just do whatever you want. What are you going to make us do?" Daffy asked as he excitedly opened his mouth. Chapter 157, Joining Forces Again to Deal with Macau 14K. According to the results discussed, there are currently 13 club leaders eligible to vote. That leaves 9 club sittings that haven't taken a stand yet. Besides us, Loyal Faithful, Eastern Star, and the 14K. So, if we can convince these people to support us, then do we still need to be afraid of whether or not they will join forces with each other when the time comes? Chen Jun immediately spoke his thoughts. "Jun, as good as your proposal is, we don't have much of a friendship with those other clubs, plus they all know in their hearts that voting for anyone is still voting, so people may not be willing to offend the other 3 societies." Qi muttered in a small voice. "It's up to you guys, whoever can convince any of the club sitters to support us. I'll give 5 million cash each as a reward." In this day and age, $5 million is undoubtedly a huge fortune in Hong Kong. Even though all of the people here were dignified bosses, they all revealed shocked expressions when they heard this figure. "Brother Jun, you're really giving $5 million? Qi instantly perked up as if he'd been pumped up. All of his worries just now had completely dissipated at this moment. When have I, Chen Jun, ever lied to everyone? But I can't just give this money away. I have to have the other person actually vote for me before I can settle the bill. Chen Jun wasn't a cutie pie either. Before the results of the vote were out, there was no way he would drop heavy money to bring in people from other clubs. The group didn't have any opinions on this proposal from Chen Jun. After all, even if the money was collected in advance, if others did not vote for Chen Jun, then they would not dare to take the money and keep it all to themselves. Don't worry, Jun. I'm just going to hold a knife to their necks. I'm going to force them to vote for your sacred vote. Okay, Ki, you can take care of one of the clubs first. Someone flirted. I'll go to Hongtai's crown prince to discuss this matter once the meeting is adjourned. I have a pretty good relationship with him. I'm sure his father will listen to him. Hongtai also has the right to vote. If you can really convince Hongtai's boss official, that would be really good for us. Anyway, I'll take care of this, so you guys just watch. At this time, Da Fei, who was on the side, also spoke up. Brother Jun, I also have an okay relationship with Washingha's snakeman, so as long as I can give him some favors, maybe things can still be negotiated. Then I'll go find Brother Wu of the Number Gang. Last time I worked with him it was pretty good, and he's a money-minded person, so I'm sure that as long as he takes the money, he'll surely find a way to come and help us get this done. With that, Chen Yongren also took a stand and said, good, since you all have a goal, let's let go of this matter. Also I have another task for you, and that is to go and find out for me which clubs are willing to support us, and which clubs have already stood against us. I need a solid piece of intel before the convention. Got it? Yes, June. Everyone replied down in unison. Immediately after the meeting was adjourned, everyone split up. Chen Jun, on the other hand, didn't plan to strike immediately, but took a flight the next day and flew to Macau. Meeting again after a long time, Chen Jun and He Chaoqiong again lingered in the hotel for the whole day. Only after he was exhausted did Chen Jun slowly speak. Ah Qiong, this time I came to Macau to discuss something important with your father. Oh, is there a problem with the program over at the Gibug Islands? During this recent period of time since several construction sites in the Gibus Islands had officially begun, the He family had also shipped a large batch of raw materials and skilled workers over. That's why He Chaoqiong subconsciously thought that something had gone wrong at the construction site over there. It's fine over there in Gibug. I'm the absolute ruler there. What could go wrong? Chen Jun shook his head and said, that's Shangjiang? That's right. There's no peace in the Shangjiang underworld lately. We're going to choose the chief dragon head. Chen Jun then told the whole story. But when Ho Chaoqiong heard that Chan Shan wanted to use the hand of the king of gamblers to unite the 14K in Macau, and then let the people on this side to persuade the 14K sitter Wenlong in Hong Kong, Ho Chaoqiong showed a difficult face. What's wrong? Is it hard to believe that you guys aren't on good terms with the 14K over here either? To tell you the truth, 14K has guessed that the last time they scrapped this thing with the Triad was our doing. That's why there's a lot of tension between our two sides right now, and my father has invested quite a bit of money in the 14K sworn enemies. And the anarchy. Nowadays, Wanlok is fighting the 14K and there is bloodshed almost every day. Hearing this, Chen Jun realized that this matter was not simple, but since he had come, it was natural for him to pay his respects to his old husband. Subsequently, under the arrangement of He Chaoqiong, Chen Jun met with He Hongsan, and before the meeting, He Chaoqiong had also informed her father of Chen Jun's purpose for this trip. That's why when they met, the first thing Ho said was actually, Chan Chun, if you can help me out against Macau's 14K, then I can guarantee to help you solve the problem in Hong Kong. Uncle Ho, at this juncture if I help you deal with Macau's 14K, then Man Lung in Hong Kong will definitely not support me. If you really want to destroy the 14K forces in Macau, either wait until I'm done choosing the chief leader. Chen Jun, you're also underestimating me. He Hongsun, although I can't make the 14K in Hong Kong listen to me, I can make another big society fall over and come to your camp. You mean? Camelot of the Eastern Star has recently purchased a number of properties in Macau, and I've heard that he also intends to retire and settle down over here in his old age. Do you think he'd be willing to take me up on my offer if I threw him an olive branch? Chen Jun instantly brightened up after hearing this. Turns out Locke wasn't just talking when he said he was retiring. This old fox is really already looking for a way back for himself. Oh, it's actually quite normal for him to do so. Many big brothers who mix with the triads in Shangjiang choose to leave their hometowns in their later years. After all, who doesn't have some enemies after all these years out here? If you continue to stay in Hong Kong, you may be hacked to death one day when you go out. So most of the big brothers with a little bit of assets either went abroad to retire or came to live in Macau. Hearing this, Chen Jun had an idea in his heart. He knew that, in the end, the affairs of the society were less important to Locke than his own future. So as long as Ho Hungsum tried to draw him in, he would never refuse. Chen Jun then clenched his teeth and agreed on the spot. Alright, I'll help you deal with Macau's 14K, and you help me deal with Eastern Star so that they'll support me. Chapter 158, Smuggling Arms. Doing a big job. After negotiating the terms with Ho Hung Sum, Chan Chan also had a preliminary understanding of the 14K forces in Macau. For now, the 14K boss in Macau is naturally Yun Kok Ju. He has two guardians under him, namely Wei and Young. Among them, Wei Zai sits in the North District and has a large amount of territory and henchmen in Qingzhou and the Black Sand Ring. Yang Zai, on the other hand, is entrenched in the lobby area, and has several large enterprises under his control, with extremely powerful financial strength. After hearing He Hongsen's introduction, Chen Jun began to calculate in his mind how to solve this big trouble. Nowadays, although the two major societies, 14K and He and Lo, are fighting each other, Chen Jun knows in his heart that this is nothing more than some small fights. In the midst of his analysis, Honleia's sitter Lai was by no means a cutie. He must have known that Ho Hung Sum enabling himself was trying to use him as a gun. Once he really fights with the 14K, the end result will only be a lose-lose situation. At that time, Ho will have the chance to come down personally and kick the two out of Macau together. So the existence of 14K is not actually a bad thing yet for an Anon. Right now he just needs to make a little noise every 3 days to do to He Hongsen, and then use this as an excuse to find each other to get money. And Ho Hung Sum didn't dare not to give it. After all, he had already completely offended a 14K. If he flipped with Wao on lock again, then he would have no partner in the mob in Macau. The mob wouldn't dare do anything to him, but he had several large casinos on his hands after all. These casinos have to be covered by people with triad backgrounds for their business to sustain. Otherwise just a few punks running to make trouble. This is enough He Hongsen headache. So that's a big reason why He Hongsen would be so desperate for his own help. However, since he had taken on this job, Chen Jun naturally had to get rid of this Macau 14K within a month. Of these, Willie's threat was the greatest for himself. The other party had someone in his hand and was extremely high in the jungle, so it wasn't easy to ambush him. On the contrary, Yang Chan is much more manageable. In Chen Jun's opinion, this Yang Zai was like the 14K's military advisor. The same as Wu Jiwei's presence in East Star was a functional one. All it takes to move him is a little trickery. And as long as he succeeds in his attack on these two people and kills them off directly, this will be equivalent to cutting off Yin Guju's left arm and right arm. At that time, even if he didn't make a move to kill him, he was afraid that he would choose to flee Macau. After all, besides himself, He Anil couldn't let him off easily. After quickly thinking of a coping strategy, Chen Jun once again spoke. Uncle He, I've already planned it out. Except that there's still a little something I need to consult you about. Go ahead. First of all, there's bound to be bloodshed in a fight between gangs. And who's going to take care of the settlement piece if something happens to my men? Oh, I can still afford this small amount of money, as long as you can get things done. Money is not a problem. Several casinos under Ho Hung Sum are currently raking in money, so a little bit of settlement money is nothing to him. Cool enough. So if I come to Macau with a large number of my men to cause trouble, will that attract the attention of the Macau police? After all, those of us who belong to the outsiders, the police want to intervene in the investigation, and they will soon be able to get to our heads. Don't worry about that. There are quite a few officers in the higher echelons of the Macau Police Department who are quite close to me. If I tell them that someone is going to help them out to the big trouble that is 14K, I'm sure they'll be quick to agree. And of course, you can't offend them. If your fight with the 14K seriously affects the well-being of the local population and leads to destabilization, then the Macau government is bound to not sit back and do nothing. The implication of Ho Hung Sum was that it was fine for you to make a small fuss, but not to stir up the whole of Macau. Otherwise, I can't help you. Chen Jun also understands this, and this is practically the same attitude as that of the Hong Kong government. I don't care if you go dark, but you can't disturb the people. It doesn't matter how many people will die in the mob community. After all, even if they all died, no one would come out to do them justice. Okay, that's enough with you. Wait a minute, Jun Chen. There's something I need to make clear to you in advance. What is it? Gun control in this Macau is nowhere near as strong as in Hong Kong, and as far as I know, the fights between gangsters over there are basically with knives and sticks. But in Macau, at least the 14K side has not only guns in their hands, but also quite a few heavy weapons. Last month, the 14Ks swept up a 5-star hotel under the name of Wonal with an assault rifle. It even killed a security guard standing on duty at the gate on the spot. He Hongsen's intention was to remind Chen Jun that the people here were all ruthless, but I didn't expect Chen Jun to not only not be afraid after hearing this, but to become more excited. So, you can enjoy the big guy here? What? You want to use it too? He Hongsen asked with a frown. Have you already forgotten that I happen to have an arms company on my hands? Hearing this, He Hongsen suddenly came to a realization. You want to supply you with weapons and ammunition through reading? Chan Jun nodded. If we spend money in Macau to buy weapons from the black market, we might risk exposing us. So I've already figured out that I'll just sneak in a shipment of arms from overseas for our people to use. Then you should be more careful and not cause any serious trouble. Also, if it's not necessary, you shouldn't personally go down to the field to command. Just let your minions handle it. He Hongsen was afraid that Chen Jun made things happen. And then once the trouble was caused to himself, even if others are fine, but also will certainly cause a fishy. Especially now that the Macau government has just awarded itself the title of Sir. If it is exposed by the media that he is related to the Triad firefight, this will undoubtedly affect his image and social status. Chen Jun thought to himself, you old fox. The old man has not yet made a move, and you already want to set aside all relations. But Ho's idea itself coincided with Chen Jun's. This kind of small matter naturally didn't need him to do it himself. However, he still had to make a trip back to Hong Kong to pick out a few powerful hall masters in the society and have them come over to help him deal with the 14K. Thinking of this, Chen Jun decisively replied, don't worry about this. Even if I don't consider your image, I will still think about my own situation. Chapter 159, 3,000 Beast Soldiers. Landing in Macau. After bidding farewell to Ho Hung-sum, Chan Chun did not remain in Macau, but flew directly back to Hong Kong. Just after landing, Chen Yongran immediately greeted him. Well, nothing went wrong in the club in the last 2 days, did it? Ever since he completely flipped with Zhong Xine, the entire Jianghu immediately became unsettled. Nothing has gone wrong. On the contrary, we have made progress in negotiations with all the other society sitters. Oh, how did it go? On the number gang side, I've already made a deal with Takeshi. He promised to hook me up to talk things over with his boss. According to the information he gave me back, the entire number gang is now a scattered mess. Even the sitters are thinking of how to leave Hong Kong after making a fortune. So at this juncture, there's no reason why the other party would refuse to cooperate with us. So I guess we're bound to win this vote for the number gang. Chen Yongren said confidently. Even so, we still need to be careful. What you can buy with your money is just as good on the side of Zhong Xine. As for Takeshi, it's even more important not to trust too much. After all, this person dares to kill even his parents as long as you dare to make a bid. Chen Jun is very clear about Awu's behavior, and also knows that for people who are ruthless, anything can be done. So in this matter, he was worried that Chen Yongren was in the gutter. So he reminded him again and again. Don't worry about it, Jun. I've been out for so many years. If I can't even get this done, I don't deserve to be this warlord. Since you're sure, let it go. By the way, any word from the others? Yes, and Daffy's side has gotten back to me. He's made a deal with the sitting Seraphim of Wahingwa. Wahingwa voted for you in the election in exchange for the renovation project works for 2 buildings in the Wingfun Garden subdivision in Causeway Bay. Humph, Daffy seems to be losing money by doing this. If I remember correctly, in the Yongfeng Garden neighborhood, one building has 16 floors and 64 households in total. That's 128 rooms in both buildings combined. On average, if a home's renovation makes a profit of $30,000 to $50,000, that adds up to several $1,000,000. Chen Jun hummed lightly. Daffy is probably also trying to find a chance to repay your favor. After all, if it wasn't for you in the first place, he might have died a long time ago. Now that he's the boss of Causeway Bay, it's not wrong for him to make some sacrifices for you and the club. Chen Jun nodded, sort of agreeing with Chen Yongren. There's also K's side. According to his words, he's been in contact with the Crown Prince of Hung Tai. The other side likewise offered to help him go and talk to his old man. But at the moment, there's no reply from Hung Tai's side. And I don't know what's in the mind of the sitting official. Take your time. It's only just after 2 days. Even if we've negotiated with all the other society's sitters, it doesn't make any sense. After all, if people want to change their minds at the critical moment, none of us can stop them. That's why the most important thing to do right away is how to bind these societies closely to us, to make them have a huge stake in us, so that if they just want to betray us, they won't have the guts and courage to do so. Chen Jun reminded. What Jun said is very true. I'll tell them. Leave this matter alone for now. After my trip to Macau this time, I've already made a deal with this old fox, Ho Hong Sen. Next, I'm going to transfer 2 hallmasters and 3,000 men from Shangjiang to make a trip to Macau. After learning that Chen Jun had promised Ho Hung-sum to deal with the 14K, Chen Yongran immediately showed a surprised expression. Jun, you're playing with fire. If you don't enter the tiger's den, as long as you can get the support of the Eastern Star, then the other associations will definitely not be afraid of loyal faithfulness anymore. Chen Jun knew that the attitude of the Eastern Star Camel was the key to the whole thing. As long as he chose to stand on his side, it didn't matter if the 14K in Shangjiang supported Zhong Xine. And who do you want to pick to go to Macau to do this? Hanbin has gone to Jibig, and he definitely won't be able to come back for a while. As for the 13th sister, she certainly can't handle such a big job for a woman. And Daffy and Kay and these still have to help me with the voting election in Xinjiang. So this time, I'm going to have the prince and dinosaur make a trip over there. Chen Jun already had a candidate in mind on the plane back. This trip over there is basically going to be hardcore. After all, if you can't win on the battlefield, then no amount of talking at the negotiating table will get you anywhere. That was why Chen Jun planned to ship a batch of arms over through the reading company, and then have the two strongest big brothers in the society currently lead the charge with their little brothers. The aim is to bring down 14K completely in the shortest possible time. Good. Then I'll go inform the two of them so they can get ready. Tell them to keep this quiet from the public, and in addition tell them to bring only a few capable cronies. I'll provide the manpower and weapons, so they don't have to worry about it. Understood. Soon, both the Crown Prince and the dinosaurs received a notification from Chen Yongren. Both were very excited to learn that they were going to Macau for a dry run. After all, this was a great opportunity to make a name for himself and get credit in front of Chen Jun. In addition, both the princes Sim Sha Sui and the dinosaurs Tun Mun are now in a completely one-color situation. Without any interference from external enemies, the two had no worries. The two then agreed without saying a word. On the other hand, Chen Jun also dialed the phone of George, who was far away across the ocean. Only cold sweat broke out on George's forehead when he learned that his boss was getting another shipment of arms. After hanging up the phone, George muttered to himself, "Why does this boss of mine feel less like an arms dealer and more like a warmonger?" But he didn't dare to disobey his boss's order, and immediately ordered his staff to smuggle a batch of arms disguised as cargo to Macau. While the ships loaded with arms sailed to Macau, the shipping company controlled by He Chaochong was not idle. According to Chen Jun's request, He Chaochong sent 5 freighters to Shangjiang in one breath and transported 3,000 loyal beast soldiers to Macau. Since they were traveling the freight lanes, the group of beast soldiers were all disguised as crew members. That is why it did not attract the attention of the government and the local police when it entered Macau's territory. As for an Anoli and 14K, that's even more impossible to know. And Dinosaur and the Prince, too, took a private fishing boat and quietly boarded the land of Macau while the night was still young. In just 5 days, Chen Jun has placed a strong combat unit in Macau. Chapter 160 Bloodshed 14K. Shocking Macau. June. The Prince and Dinosaur's men are ready. Should we do it immediately? Sitting in the office of the chairman of Hung Hing, Chen Jun received a notice from Chen Yongren. With a cigar in his mouth, he said faintly, "Do it." Half an hour later, a loud noise came from the lobby on the first floor of the Macau Portuguese West Hotel. A time bomb was set off under a couch. Several 14K members were blown up on the spot, which also included Young, who had just come down from upstairs to take a break. A smile then appeared on the face of the prince, who was sitting in a van on the opposite side of the street outside the hotel. When he saw this scene, tell the brothers to immediately take action against several companies under this guy's name. Yes, brother Prince. In the next moment, the beast soldiers hiding near the several companies under Yang Zai's name poured out, splitting up and rushing into these companies. Hey, what do you guys do? This is 14K Yang's territory. Who the hell dares to mess around? A 14K junior standing in front of a lending institution snapped when he saw the raging group, but before he could finish his sentence, one of the oncoming orc soldiers had pulled out a pistol and finished shooting at him. A gunshot passed. The little brother fell directly into a pool of blood. The rest of the beast soldiers then stepped over his body and forced their way into the company. For a while, the entire financial company was in disarray internally. Slashing and shouting resounded throughout the building. On the other hand, Willie, who was still playing mahjong with his men, received a phone call. "I'm Will. Who is it? What time is it and you're still playing?" On the phone, Yin Guiju's angry curses were heard. Upon hearing that it was the boss's call, Wei Zai hurriedly put down the mahjong tiles in his hands and respectfully asked, "Boss, did something happen?" Yang Chai was killed by a bomb, and several of his companies were also attacked by several groups of unknown people. "It looks like the losses should be very heavy," Yun Gukju said angrily. "What? Who's got the guts? Could it be the guys from Wakanohaku? It shouldn't be them. These people don't seem to be Macanese at all. It doesn't matter now. You take your men and head to the lobby area right away. Don't let those guys continue to run amok over there. Also, it's best to catch a few alive. I want to ask who on earth has eaten the leopard's guts and dares to move the earth on the head of the Teiyuyu. Don't worry, boss. I'll greet my brothers and go over to help." Willie also knows that the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Once the situation got out of hand on Yang Zai's side, then the enemy's next target would be himself. Though I don't know who the opponents really are and how powerful their backgrounds are. But right now there's no way back for Willie. He copied a machete that he usually hid under the mahjong table, then shouted to the brothers around him, "All of you, copy me, go to the lobby area. Someone is looking for our trouble. Yes, boss. But as soon as the men's words left their mouths, a large truck crashed through the glass door of the mahjong parlor, rushed straight in, and finally came to a stop in the mahjong parlor. Seeing that there was actually a truck rushing in at this juncture, Wei Chai, who had been out for many years, instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Watch out, there's something wrong with this truck, though he had predicted what might be coming. But before their men could react, several strange men armed with AKs had jumped down from the back of the truck. Run. Even though he's been in many battles and has never been afraid of death, but when confronted with so many pitch-black gun barrels, he knew that if he didn't run away, he'd probably be shot to pieces. A series of gunshots rang out. Several of the gangsters standing at the front were swept down by bullets on the spot. Willie took advantage of the confusion and escaped to the back door. But just as he opened the back door, dozens of strangers stood outside. The leader of the group was looking at him with a teasing expression. Yo, you really let your kid escape? The dinosaur flirted. Wei Chai swallowed his saliva, and after realizing that the other party didn't seem to be on the Macau road, he asked stiffly, brothers, where do you guys hang out? Is the purpose of looking for me seeking wealth or revenge? Though that said, I knew my trip was definitely going to be a bad one, but he also wanted to find out the purpose and identity of the other party before he died. If these guys were looking for money, or had some other agenda, then maybe he had a way out. Naturally, the dinosaur knew the other's inner machinations. He didn't talk nonsense with the other party, and directly took a submachine gun handed over by his junior. You can blame your 14K for messing with the wrong man. Today I've come to personally send you on your way, so you won't hate me too much in the ninth fountain. After all, you have to be prepared to get killed at any time when you come out these days. After saying that, the dinosaur pulled the trigger directly. Ta-da-da. The bullets pierced Willie's body, leaving multiple bullet holes in his body. Then he fell limply backward. Alright, this side is also wrapped up. Tell the brothers, whenever you see anyone from 14K in the North District, cut them down. As for those venues this guy is watching, it's time to blow them up. There's no point in keeping them. For Hung Hing, this time they did not need to consider too many consequences at all. After all, even if they were to snatch all their venues, they wouldn't be able to plant their flag and do business in Macau for the time being. The commotion made this time was too great, and they definitely had to retreat at the first opportunity after getting the job done. Or else once the Macau police reacted, then everyone would not be able to escape. So even if we blow up all 14K's venues, there will be no loss for Hung Hing. Brother Dinosaur, we'll account for it. On that day, the whole of Macau was thrown into unprecedented turmoil. Many citizens have taken refuge in their homes, not daring to take a step out. The police have also been out in full force, with large numbers of uniformed officers searching for suspicious persons in all streets and alleys. Only before that, the prince and dinosaur had already retreated with most of the beast soldiers to hide on a few freighters. Before the police could search the place, He Chaoqiong had already ordered the loaded ships to leave the pier. The whole plan was seamless and caught the 14K and Macau police directly off guard. And after learning that his two main protectors had both died one after another, Ingguoju felt fear for the first time. He hid at the first opportunity, not even daring to show his face. And although Wan Lok had nothing to do with the incident, the police took action on the spot and brought all of Wan Lok's several leaders into the police station for questioning. Sitting in his villa and watching the real-time news broadcast by reporters on TV, a long-lost smile also appeared on Yi Hongsen's face. Chen Jun, I really underestimated you back then. Chapter 161 General Election is approaching. Ganging up. Although Hung Hing stirred up Macau and vandalized several buildings, but luckily no people were hurt, and all the dead were 14Ks. And according to the rules of the jungle, the families of the dead won't call the police. Plus there is the king of gamblers, Samson Ho, helping out from there. Therefore, the Macau Division Police had only casually issued a few wanted notices for a list of beast soldiers that Chen Jun had turned in, and then the whole matter was left unsettled. Though things have calmed down, and for the time being the whole jungle is quiet, but Ingguoju knows very well inside that he can't stay in this place. Not only was it because the king of gamblers wanted him dead, but more importantly, Wan Lo would definitely take this opportunity to fall on himself as well. So on a deserted night, Yun Kwokju sneaks out of Macau with his own family on a fishing boat and prepares to go to Treasure Island to join the San Lun gang. But just as the fishing boat left Macau and sailed near the open sea, the captain in charge of driving the ship, however, came to Yun Gukju's side. In a grim tone, he said to him, Ju, Mr. Ho asked me to give you a message. He doesn't want you to leave Macau. He wants you to stay here forever. Ingguoju was shocked to hear this. This trip was made to cover his tracks, so he didn't bring any of his men with him at all. Right now there is no one else around but his wife and children. I treated you well back then, and you actually secretly colluded with that old thing Ho Hong Sen to betray me? The captain sneered. I'm sorry, the price, mister, he gave is too high. Besides, I have to stay and hang out in Macau for the rest of my life, so I don't dare offend him. Hearing this, Yin Guoju also knew that he was in trouble today. He hesitated for a moment and finally spoke up. My wife and children have nothing to do with this matter, and there's $5 million in cash in this box. If you'll let them go, you can have all this money. The captain laughed after hearing this. Ju, are you out of your mind? Even if you don't agree, I can still take this money if I kill you. Besides, a family has to be neat and tidy wherever they go, so not only do I have to send you on your way, but I have to send my sister-in-law and your son along with you. When he finished speaking, he simply pulled the trigger. Several piercing gunshots were heard over the dark, uninhabited waters that surrounded them. Immediately afterward, several bodies were thrown overboard in turn. After learning the news of Yin Guiju's death, Chen Jun, who was far away in Shangjiang, knew that his side's mission was considered completely accomplished. The rest is up to Ho Hung Sum, and indeed, Ho has not gone back on his word. Right away, he contacted the Eastern Star-sitting camel through an intermediary. Camel's attitude towards Hung Hing and Shan Shan had a 180-degree turnaround after he learned that he was able to climb up to Ho Hung Sum and the other party had promised to buy him a piece of land in Macau to build a villa. Jun Chen, old brother, what you did in Macau was so beautiful, even I admire you. When they met again, Locke wasted no time in launching into a brag about Chen Jun. Chen Jun smiled faintly. This matter can't have anything to do with me, even though the outside world is rumoring that the overthrow of 14K has something to do with me. Hung Hing, but I'm a person who's been staying in Hong Kong all this time. I haven't even gone out of the door, so how could I possibly run off to Macau to kill someone? Then maybe some people are catching wind of it. We're not going to talk about it today. Actually, I made this trip to find you privately, mainly because I wanted to make a statement to you. Before that, I've already talked to Sir Ho Hung Sum and decided to support you to become the overall leader of the underground mafia in Hong Kong. So in the future, if there's anything you need to use my Eastern Star for, just ask. Then thank you so much, Brother Camel. From now on, Hung Hing and Eastern Star are family. Yeah, it's all family now. Locke could be said to be in a springtime mood as he walked out of the Hung Hing General Hall. After all, not only did he get himself a big shot, he allowed himself to live in peace. Meanwhile in Hong Kong, he has also made a smooth alliance with Hung Hing. As long as Chen Jun took the status of Chief Dragon Head, then he, Camel, would be just as able to walk sideways in Shangjiang. As for Lian Haolong's side, he no longer cared at all. Go tell Lian Haolong that I'm not feeling well lately, so tell him not to call for me anymore. After instructing Wu Jiwei, Locke left in the commercial car alone. Wu could only call back Lian Haolong's number and politely conveyed Locke's thoughts. On the other end, after Lian Haolong heard Wu Jiwei's explanation, he was so angry on the spot that he threw his big brother on the ground. Asterisk. This Locke Brian run, he actually set me up at a critical moment. According to that Wu Jiwei's tone, he, East Star, is not going to continue working with us. So, who was beside him, frowned and analyzed after hearing this. It looks like Chen Jun has successfully bribed the other party. I just don't know what kind of price he gave. Regardless of him, since Eastern Star won't cooperate with me, from now on, they are my Lian Haolong's enemies. Order it down. If you see any East Star punks walking around our territory during this time, give me a direct hit. Don't show any mercy. Aaron, don't be so angry. Now is not the time to get mad. Although Eastern Star has fallen on Hung Hing's side, we still have the support of 14K and several other societies. The situation is still very much in our favor at the moment. How many votes do we have in hand now? With ourselves, that makes 8 votes. That much? Lian Haolong asked incredulously. Hung Hing has long caused a lot of grievances in the Jianghu over the years because of its dominance, coupled with the fact that during this period of time, Chen Jun has been causing trouble everywhere and killing people at every turn. So the other small societies in Hong Kong have long been upset with Hung Hing. We casually throw out an olive branch nowadays, and they naturally climb right up the pole. So which clubs are the other 5 votes? Lian Haolong pursued. Apart from Hung Hing and Eastern Star, it seems that the number gang side has also reached an agreement with Hung Hing. Also, according to the information I got, Daffy from Hung Hing has completed a deal with Snakeman from Wuxinghe. Although I don't know the content of the deal, Wuxing and have now refused to contact us. So they must have decided which side of Hung Hing they're on. As for the one remaining club, it's Hong Tai. Only this Hong Tai sitter, Officer Lai, though willing to keep in touch with us, is unwilling to make any verbal promises. So what he really thinks on the inside, I'm not sure. Sue explained. Since they don't know what's good for them, let them die along with Hung Hing when the time comes. Chapter 162 Club Leader Disobedient? Then go to the means. There are 7 days left until the Talking Points Conference. On that day, Chen Jun called a meeting with all the hall masters of Hunghing. At the meeting, Daffy, Kay, and Shan Wingyan all said that they had taken care of Wahinghua, Hung Tai, and the Number Gang respectively, but the rest of the crowd came up empty. At this juncture, once the sitters of other societies could not be contacted, it meant that the other party had definitely chosen to stand against them. If we go to the polls as things stand, we're bound to lose. That's why you've been called here today for one purpose only, and that's to discuss what we should do next. Chen Jun spoke faintly. Jun, if we really lose, let's simply disown it. Anyway, these days, the so-called chief leader doesn't mean anything at all. Whoever has the hardest fist can talk. Yeah, just cheat if you lose. We're all out there anyway. We've never seen anyone use their name to scare people. Several hall masters on the scene took a stand. To them, the chief tap is more just symbolic. Even if Lian Haolong or someone else got to the top, it was impossible for them to take orders from these people. However, Chen Jun shook his head. Playing tricks like this will affect the prestige of our society. Plus this matter was promised by me personally. If we can't afford to lose and choose to withdraw, won't this become the laughingstock of the Jianghu people? Hearing Chen Jun's words, the rest of the people at the scene were in a difficult situation. At this time, the dinosaur who had just returned victorious and was very arrogant directly put down harsh words. Jun, why don't we just fight Zhong Xine directly, just like in Macau, and give them a fatal blow after a secret ambush? Ever since the big kill in Macau and nothing happened at all afterward, Dinosaur has been completely bloated, especially when he returned to Shangjiang. He was walking sideways in the jungle, and the others were more or less aware of what the dinosaur had done in Macau, so internally they were more or less wary of him. But the dinosaur's offer was still rejected by Chen Jun. Macau is different from Shangjiang. We don't plan to develop our power over there, so we can just choose to escape after the fight. But it's different over here. Not to mention the fact that Tatsuyushi is far stronger than the 14K in Macau. Even if we succeed in defeating Chung Shunyi, the Hong Kong police will definitely not sit back and do nothing. Chen Jun knows very well the reason why they are in Macau like nobody's business. The biggest factor is that there is He Hongsun. Ho Hongsun's influence in Macau is unprecedented, coupled with his incredible financial strength and the fact that Macau had yet to return at this point in time. The Portuguese did not care about these things, which is why there was the drama of Hunghing being able to retreat in one piece. But in Hong Kong, this kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to exist. What should we do then? We can't just hold those club bosses at knife point and ask them to vote for us, can we? At this point, Qi couldn't help but spit out a comment. Chen Jun immediately narrowed his eyes when he heard this. This proposal of yours, Qi, seems very good. Ha, Jun. I'm just saying, you don't really want to do this, do you? Qi was also taken aback by Chen Jun's reaction. After all, he had really whined casually just now. But I didn't expect Chen Jun to take it seriously. Why can't we try it? I'm sure these sitters aren't cuties either. When it comes to threatening lives, they should make the right choice. Chen Jun sneered. But if they still don't want to be on our side, what should we do? Chen Yongran added a question. If not, then we'll help their club to get to the top with someone who's willing to listen to us. Hearing this, everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cool air. It was at this moment that everyone realized that this time, Chen Jun had completely gone out of his way. We must take this position of chief leader even if we have to make enemies of all the associations. Jun, leave that sort of thing to me. I'll go and talk to those club sitters myself. The prince immediately took a stand. He himself was loyal to the society. Plus he had an inexplicable admiration for Chen Jun. So when the society was faced with such a tricky matter, he was still willing to step forward and do something for Hunghing. The dinosaur sitting opposite also got energized upon hearing this. Crown Prince, it looks like the two of us brothers are going to join forces once again to renew the myth of Macau. You two are free to do as you please. Just don't make things unbearable. Understood. Although the explanation went on, the prince and the dinosaurs joined hands to no avail. As we all know that the entire Jianghu is facing a huge change nowadays. That's why many of the big brothers of the society have already sneaked into hiding in the first place. It doesn't even give the prince or the dinosaurs a chance to find them. June. 5 days have passed and there's no progress on either the prince's or the dinosaur side. Do we have to take countermeasures? On this day, Chen Yongren entered the room and reported. Chen Jun smiled faintly, then said to Xiao Ma at his side. Mark, show Yin the information you've compiled in the past few days. After Xiao Ma heard this, he immediately handed Chen Yongren a document in his hand. Chen Yongren took a closer look and instantly frowned. Isn't this the profile of the Wagamama Society's sitting prince, as well as the Katsuwa Society's sitting volcano? June, are you planning to go after the two of them? That's right, I've had Mark gather information on the other 6 club sittings over the past few days. Aside from the 4 societies that have had problems with us, as well as the 4 societies that have close ties with loyalty and faithfulness, these 2 remaining societies have the best hope of turning against us. That's why I asked Mark to compile the details of these 2 society talkers for our reference. Brother June, these 2 societies don't have too many interactions with us on weekdays, and the volcano of the Shanghe Society has been hanging out in Kowloon City, and at that time, I had once asked Fine Eyes, the subdirector of the Kowloon City branch of Hung Hing, to go and negotiate with him, but he didn't buy us at all and said he would never support us. That's because he, Sung Ho, has been having a white powder business with Chung Shin-yi, and I don't touch the stuff, so I'm sure that Zhong Xinyi's side must have given him favors, and that's why he chose which side of the other side to stand on. And what do you mean, June? If he persists, then I don't mind directly Katsuwa giving out. I picked him out because Katsuwa is the weakest and easiest to eliminate out of these 13 clubs. After listening to Chen Jun's words, Chen Yongren also knew that this time the problem could not be solved without using force. And is the Wakatsukusha going to be dealt with in the same way? That's not necessary. Can't you see that the prince is still dragging his family along? Chen Jun smiled coldly, revealing a sinister expression. Chapter 163, When you come out, you have to be ruthless. Chen Yongren knew Chen Jun's temperament. While he might do things like kidnap someone's wife and child, he would never actually frame them. Therefore, Chen Yongren didn't have any opinions about Chen Jun's approach. On the contrary, he thought it was more like a mob boss for Chen Jun to do so. After all, these days out to mix, if not ruthless, and how to command the community. What's more, what Chen Jun wants to do is the entire underground leader of Xiangjiang. Jun, leave this matter to me. I know what to do. You go with Mark on this. Remember not to hurt anyone. I'm not aiming to kill anyone. Chen Jun reminded. Understood. Please don't worry, Jun. We can't do anything to bully a woman either. By the way, why don't we leave the volcano of that Katsuwa club to the Fine Eyes? Chen Jun waved his hand. There's no need. I'll go and meet him personally first. Jun, wouldn't this be a little too risky? How do you get a tiger's son without entering a tiger's den? And a mere Katsuwa can't make any waves. When the time comes, I'll bring Feng Yuxiu with me, and I guess the entire Shang and Red Stick combined won't be his opponent. That'll do. Hearing Chen Jun say this, coupled with the presence of Feng Yuxiu, Chen Yongren then put his heart down. That night, Chen Jun took Feng Yuxiu, as well as several beast soldiers, to a bar within Kowloon City. Jun, ask around. This is Xinghe's turf. The volcano often spends time here on weekdays. Also, according to reliable sources, a deal will be made here tonight. Feng Yuxiu, who was beside him, opened his mouth to explain. Then stir up this business. Understood. A short while later, Volcano strutted into the bar wearing a pair of sunglasses and followed by a group of henchmen. Quite a few Shang and Junior brothers in the room hurriedly nodded their heads and bent down respectfully and opened their mouths. Brother Volcano. Volcano nodded, then pulled a cigarette out of his pocket. Immediately, the men around him picked up their lighters and brought them to him. After lighting a cigarette, Volcano said very dominantly, "Where is everyone? Brother Volcano. They've been waiting upstairs for a long time." "Then let's go." Volcano then waved his hand and led his men to the second floor. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuxiu with a few beast soldiers also quickly followed. Chen Jun, on the other hand, sat leisurely in the bar lobby drinking red wine and watching the young girls dancing hotly in the center of the dance floor. Not a moment later, a beast soldier hurried down. "Jun, the scene is under control." Chen Jun didn't say a word as he sniffed, got up and headed for the second floor. By the time he arrived in a room on the second floor, Feng Yuxiu as well as the beast soldiers had everyone upstairs under control. On the table at the moment, there was a box of bills, and a box of ecstasy. Volcano was shocked to see Chen Jun. Although he hadn't dealt with Chen Jun, the matter of the two of them, Chen Jun and Lian Haolong, competing for the chief dragon head had been all over the city for a while, and he had already promised to support the other party. So naturally, he knew that Chen Jun wanted to pull him in. Only he didn't expect Chen Jun to meet him in such an extreme way, bearing in mind that this was his territory, plus the fact that he was the boss of Xinghe after all. Chen Jun had a request at the moment. That's why Volcano stood up on the spot and pointed at Chen Jun and said in dissatisfaction, "Chen Jun, what do you mean by this? Making trouble in my territory. Are you really not taking me? Katsuwa. Seriously?" Chen Jun sneered and quickly stepped forward with a kick. That kick landed directly in Volcano's stomach. He fell to the ground on the spot. Volcano covered his stomach and cursed angrily. What the do you want? Nothing, just wanted to come over and talk business with you. I'm not going to support you. So if you have the guts to finish me off? Volcano didn't want to lose face in front of his little brother, so he called out on the spot. Seeing that the other party was so ungrateful, Chen Jun was also not polite, pulling out a pistol from his pocket and shooting at the volcano's right leg. Boo! The shot rang out and volcano was shot straight through the right leg. Ah! Don't shoot again. Have a conversation. At this time, the volcano did not have the temper of a moment ago, and immediately opened his mouth to plead. I don't have time to bull asterisk with you. In a word, if you don't vote for me, you and your Shenhe will completely disappear in Xiangjiang. Are you talking to me about cooperation? Although it was very difficult for Volcano, he was also very dissatisfied with what Chen Jun had done, so he continued to launch into a rant. Chen Jun also knew that these days, if you don't give the other party a little favor, how could the other party be willing to give themselves a life? So he came right away with, if you vote for me, I'll let you sell your medicine in Zongxinyi's field in the future. Volcano was completely baffled by what he heard. After a moment's hesitation, he asked rhetorically, what nonsense are you talking about? What gives you the right to make me sell drugs in that field over there? Because soon, that bastard island of Lian Haolong is going to disappear completely in Xiangjiang. And, of course, his faithful will be buried with him. Chen Jun said word for word. That comment directly stunned Volcano, who had seen the world. He gulped, his brain thinking quickly about the possibilities of this. If this had come from someone else, he might have possibly doubted the veracity of the matter. But he was aware of Chen Jun's strength. The other side not only exterminated Wu Lianshang in Xiangjiang, and also took out the 14K, a powerful society, in Macau. So even if he couldn't do away with Lian Haolong, it was still more than enough to destroy his own Xinghe. What about the fact that you broke my leg? It's just a lesson for you. After all, you were too arrogant just now. Also, since you're crippled in the leg, if you don't find a strong backer, I'm afraid those big brothers below you will start looking for a chance to replace you on the throne. The words scared the volcano. It was true that although he was honored as a Katsuwa sitter, he had not actually been on the throne for half a year, and his own position in the community was not strong. Now that he was crippled in his own leg, it was simply not too easy for others to take him out. So his only hope right now seems to rest on the culprit in front of him. How am I to take you at your word? Go ask around. When have I, Chen Jun, ever gone back on my word? Hearing this, Volcano also made up his mind. Okay, I'll believe you once. Then I'll trouble you to cut ties with Lian Haolong immediately. After saying that, Chen Jun snapped his fingers and a beast soldier behind him immediately brought over a box. Here's $1 million as compensation for you. After saying that, Chen Jun dashingly got up and directly left the bar. And he had just walked out of the front door of the bar when he received a call from Chun Yongren. Brother Jun, the man has been successfully kidnapped. Chapter 164 9 Dragons Ice Chamber. 9-Lined Dragon. Half an hour later, in a hidden warehouse, Chen Jun met the emperor's woman, Ma Jiaohong. Ma Jiaohong is also a ruthless character, sitting on the sofa smoking a woman's thin cigarette, and does not seem to feel a little fear. Upon seeing Chen Jun, Ma Jiaohong slightly froze for a moment, then still took the initiative to speak. Chen Jun, what do you Hung Hing mean? I remember we have always been well water between us. You let your minions kidnap me a woman today. If this matter spreads out, I'm afraid it will be a disgrace to your Hung Hing, right? Worthy of being the emperor's woman, she really is a woman of honor. To be able to stay calm in such a situation and remind me in a revitalized manner. You're really something. Chen Jun clapped his hands and praised. Don't bull asterisk me? What do you guys want? Ma Jiaohong knew that Chen Jun and all these people from Hung Hing could not be a saving grace. They would never purposely carry out a kidnapping because of their beauty or family fortune. So the other party must need her help with something. Chen Jun also knew that Ma Jiaohong was a smart woman. So he didn't talk nonsense with her and directly showed his cards. You and the Imperial Prince should both know what day is in 2 days, right? Ma Jiaohong trembled slightly, then slowly spoke. I know, 2 days from now will be the land birthday, when the bosses of all the major societies in the Jianghu will gather in Tunman. That day was also the day of the election of the chief dragon head of the Jianghu. According to the previous agreement between Chen Jun and Lian Haolong, both parties decided to gather the Jianghu people on the land birthday 1 month later. And on this day, naturally, it's going to be a vote to elect the chief leader of the Xiangjiang mob. Since you know everything, you shouldn't need me to teach you what you should do next. Should you? Humph. Jun Chen, are you begging us or threatening us? Do I look like I'm begging to you? Chen Jun teasingly asked back. Susu of loyalty and faithfulness has given us a shipment that is worth millions less. What can you Hung Hing give us? Ma Jiaohong mistakenly thought that Chen Jun wanted to pull himself in with favors, so he simply quoted the price given by Zhongxinyi. But in the next second, Chen Jun laughed out loud. I can't give you anything, but I can take your lives. When Ma Jiaohong heard this, his face immediately grimaced. She spat out a smoke ring, then said unhappily, "Chen Jun, I don't believe that you dare to kill over this matter. If the outside world knows that you're doing this, then even if you do elect the chief dragon head, no one in the Jianghu will really admire you. Also your position is absolutely untenable. Ma Jiaohong is worthy of being a veteran." And she hit the vital parts with a single sentence. Indeed, Chen Jun really wouldn't kill her over this matter. However, Chen Jun was no cutie pie either. Since he chose to have someone tie up Ma Jiaohong, he naturally could not easily admit defeat. Afterwards, Chen Jun turned his words around and said slowly, "Ma Jiaohong, your man has returned from prison abroad, don't you know?" Ma Jiaohong's face changed drastically when he heard this. Then he looked at Chen Jun with a face of horror. "What do you mean? Oh, you should know who I'm talking about." "No way. How could you possibly know him?" Ma Jiaohong replied incredulously. "Nine-striped dragon. Although this name has disappeared from the rivers and lakes for a long time, I, Chen Jun, really do recognize him." After hearing this familiar name from Chen Jun, Ma Jiaohong was no longer calm. "How do you know he's back? Where is he?" "He's in Kowloon City, working as a waiter in an ice room. By the way, he has been crippled in the leg, caused by a backstabbing abroad." Learning that his man not only crippled legs, but also in a tea restaurant as a waiter, Ma Jiaohong emotions instantly out of control, sobbing on the spot. "I know you still have hopes for him, and besides you don't like royals, so I'm giving you a chance to be with him now." Ma Jiaohong raised her head, her eyes moist and said, "I don't need your help with him, I'll help you take care of the emperor. Otherwise the emperor will never tolerate another man cuckolding him, especially if you're going back to your child's real father." "Do you think the emperor can stand it as a boss?" Hearing Chen Jun's words, Ma Jiaohong finally moved a little. She also knew that everything she had now was from the emperor. If she were to give up everything and run off to be with the nine-line dragon now, then the emperor would definitely use all his power to suppress them, or even drive them to extinction. Thinking about this, Ma Jiaohong hesitated. At this time, Chen Jun continued to speak. "Actually, this matter is also easy to do, as long as you go and blow a pillow for the emperor, so that he will vote for me, Chen Jun. As for favors, as much as Zhong Xine gives you, I, Hong Xing, will give you the same amount." After a fierce internal struggle for a while, Ma Jiaohong finally compromised. "Chen Jun, I promise you, but I'll have to make a trip to the ice room myself tomorrow to see if you're telling the truth or not. If you lied to me, then don't blame me for turning the other cheek on this matter." "No problem. The place where he is called the Nine Dragons Ice Chamber. You can go over to him anytime." "Okay, so can I go now?" "No problem. I never intended to imprison you. I had my men bring you here. In fact, to tell you this great secret," Chen Jun explained with a smile. Ma Jiaohong sneered and did not reply. After all, she also knew that this was Chen Jun looking for a step down for himself. If the outside world knew that Chen Jun had gone and kidnapped an elder brother's woman in order to ascend to the position of chief dragon head, this would inevitably be laughed at by the Jianghu people, and other associations that support him may choose to side with Hung Hing's opponents as a result. So Chen Jun skillfully avoided this possible trouble with just one sentence. After Ma Jiaohong left, Chen Yongren, who was on the side, asked in a low voice, "Brother Jun, can her words be trusted? What if she sets us up then?" Other societies are just as likely to go back on their word, but not Ma Jiaohong. Why? Because she knows that I can change her fate and that of her beloved man. Hearing this, Chen Yongren inwardly let out a deep breath. Shocked, he didn't forget to ask, "Jun, there's still one thing I don't understand, and that's how did you know about her man, the nine-tattooed dragon?" Chen Jun wanted to tell Chen Yongren that I knew it from watching the movie in the first place. However, on the surface, Chen Jun just lightly came to say, "Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. There are some things you know less about that won't do you any harm." Chapter 165 Election Meeting. Tun Mun Land Birthday. The next afternoon, Chen Jun received a call from Ma Jiaohong. "Ma Jiaohong, how's it going? Did you get in touch with your lover?" The phone had just been connected, and Chen Jun was grimacing, but Ma Jiaohong didn't mind in the slightest, but honestly replied, "I did meet with Nine-Line Dragon, but he wasn't willing to come out and wave the flag immediately." "Then it's none of my business. What's it to me if he doesn't want to hang out?" "I know. That's why I want your people to protect us. After all, if I ever leave the emperor's side, he's bound to come after us." Ma Jiaohong knew that he was weak, so he had to get Hung Hing's support. If there was Hung Hing backing her up, that emperor wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her and Nine Dragons even if he was angry. "It's okay, I'll take care of this. I'll shut the emperor up," Chen Jun said confidently. With Chen Jun's assurance, Ma Jiaohong also replied affirmatively. "Alright, it's decided. I'll go and convince the emperor to vote for you." At this time, Chen Jun came in coldly. Ma Jiaohong, you have to remember that if the emperor's vote doesn't go to me, then both you and your 9-tattooed dragon will disappear from 9 Dragon City. Ma Jiaohong also felt the pressure from Chen Jun. She tried to calm down her emotions before speaking. Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Good. Then I'll look forward to the performance of the Imperial Prince at the land's birthday tomorrow. After taking care of Ma Jiaohong, Chen Jun came to the general altar and called for a meeting with all the Hung Hing Hall masters. The big brothers on the floor were very happy when they learned that Chen Jun had already gotten most of the tickets. For S sake, we Hung Hing will finally unify the entire Hong Kong underworld this time, Qi said excitedly. 13th sister immediately reminded, Brother K, this is just the beginning. Even if our brother Jun becomes the chief dragon head, there is still a long way to go in the future. 13th sister is right. If you want more territory and benefits, then you have to speak with your fists. Also Arun, come and tell the big guys about the flow of tomorrow's event, so that we can all be mentally prepared. According to Chen Jun's plan, all the hall masters should follow along to Tuen Mun tomorrow. After all, this was a heavenly event, so it was natural to take this opportunity to show the outside world the hard power of Hung Hing. Chen Yongrun nodded, and then he opened his mouth to introduce. Tomorrow is the day of the land's birth anniversary, and on this day, according to the usual custom, there will be a snatching of the Ding Kai cannon. The Ding Kai cannon, as its name suggests, is capable of making people rich, so this cannon grabbing session has always been highly publicized. And tomorrow, before the gun grab, the 13 society talkers in Xiangjiang who are eligible to vote will gather together for the vote for the overall leader. Whichever club's faucet ends up winning, then that club can logically snatch the Ding Kai cannon in the following cannon snatching session. And according to the agreement between all of us, whoever snatches the Ding Kai cannon will be the true overall leader of the Xiangjiang underworld. After listening to Chen Yongrun's explanation, Dai Fei, who was picking his nose, immediately added a sentence, isn't this equivalent to the society's dragon head baton? Tomorrow no matter what we will get it not finished? At this time, 13 sisters raised a question. If we follow this logic, what if Zhong Xine loses, but they still send people out to rob the cannons? Chen Yongrun didn't know how to answer, and could only awkwardly turn his gaze to Chen Jun. Indeed, in case the other party played foul, then there was nothing he could do. If they dare to openly rob the guns, they are nakedly provoking us. When the time comes, you guys just give me a straight shot and just leave the gun grabbers at the scene forever, Chen Jun said coldly, word by word. At the same time, the top brass of the Hong Kong police force were holding a special meeting. The host of this meeting was none other than the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Mr. Lau Kid Fai. Colleagues, we've received information that there will be a mob convention in Tuen Mun tomorrow. On the spot, the big brothers of the society's Jianghu gathered to vote for a new boss. And according to the intelligence we have so far, the ones most likely to rise to the top are Chan Chun of Hung Hing, and Lian Haolong of Zhong Xine. But no matter who takes the throne, we can't let them get too cocky, especially at this juncture. We need to keep the initiative in the hands of the police force. So tomorrow, I'm going to ask you to get me there early to control the situation and, if necessary, frisk the gangsters who come to the banquet. If you find anyone with a suspicious identity, just pull them into a police car and take them away. Yes, Lu sir, the high officials seated under their hands answered down. When the meeting was adjourned, Lu Jiehui suddenly called his right-hand man Su Yongji to his heels. Lu sir, what are you looking for me for? Tomorrow you'll come with me to Tuen Mun. It's not befitting of you to go over there in person, is it? Learning that Lu Jiehui wanted to act personally, Su Yongji immediately reminded. After all, the other party was the Deputy Commissioner of Police, who could be regarded as one person under 10,000 people in the entire Hong Kong police force. Tomorrow the whole of Hong Kong will be concerned about this matter. If I don't show up, what if something goes wrong? But if the scene gets out of hand, won't that be more of a problem? Humph. I believe that even if I give Chen Jun and Lian Haolong 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble in front of me. Well then, I'll have the SDU prepare and follow along tomorrow to protect your safety. Su Yongji was in charge of the SDU's scheduling, so he proposed on the spot. Lu Jiehui also knows that he cannot have any blunders, and in the melee, the SDU is a special forces, combat ability is naturally first class, so he didn't reject this, but just let Su Yongji look after it. The next day, outside the Tuen Mun Grand Theater, the whole street had long been surrounded. The ceremony for the celebration of the birth of the land will be held here, and the police were on the scene at the first opportunity, holding the entire street under firm control. But since this is a folk custom, it attracts a lot of tourists passers-by to gather around and celebrate, even though they know that a Yakuza is going to meet here. As the lion dance team waved their lion heads and gongs and firecrackers sounded in the streets, The leaders of each club arrived at the scene one after another with their minions. Only just as they arrived on the scene they were given a rude awakening by the police. The big brothers who were present at the scene were asked by the police to search their bodies. And although these big brothers are very reluctant in their hearts, they do not dare to disobey the orders of the police. So a bunch of big brothers just had to stand obediently in a row and let the police search them one by one. Chapter 166, Today, Toon Mun. I'm in charge. The crowd of onlookers at the scene dared to speak out, but they still applauded when the police searched them, to express their inner dissatisfaction. After all, no one wants gang members involved in such a grand festival. However, it is a pity that at this moment, the Xiangjiang societies are spread all over the island, and the number of gang members is even more numerous, especially this kind of major holidays. The Hong Kong government legally allows the gathering of the day. The major gangs are naturally not possible to let go of this great opportunity to come out to Sunhorse. The crowd of mob bosses didn't care about the people's discontent. The most important thing for them today is still to participate in the voting. Every club speaker who could come to the polls had already found a partner. So no matter what the outcome is today, they will be able to make a serious profit. As for what the chief tap is good for, they don't care. Whether it was Lian Haolong taking the throne or Chen Jun ascending to the top, it was all the same to them anyway, no matter who it was. It was unlikely that they would be at each other's beck and call just because of a so-called chief leader title. So this chief leader is more like a title of honor. In this regard, Chen Jun, who was sitting in the car, was well aware of this. Jun, there's a large number of cops at the scene looking for trouble. It looks like they knew about our actions today in advance. Chen Yongren, who was sitting on the side, reminded. In fact, before he left, he had already learned some inside information about the police force from Huang Jicheng. And upon learning that even Huang Jicheng was not qualified to come to the scene to command, Chen Jun instantly frowned. Not really, it's just a gang election. It's not like it's going to have a substantial impact on Hong Kong. And the deputy commissioner of police made a special trip to Toon Mun? At this time, Daffy, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the commercial vehicle, couldn't help but launch a whine. It doesn't matter. We're not there to make trouble today anyway. If Deputy Commissioner of Police Lu Jiehue really went, it would be a good thing for everyone. That way, no matter what the final outcome of the vote is, no one else will dare to do anything rash. Chen Jun said in disbelief. I'm just afraid that that cop will give us Hung Hing a hard time. At that time, do you guys think I should them or give up resistance? What kind of bull **** are you talking about? Not to mention the Deputy Commissioner of Police. Even Ma Jun of the anti-triad squad in Causeway Bay is enough for you to drink a pot of water. Daffy, remember, never think of laying a hand on a cop here unless you're absolutely sure you won't get caught by anyone. Otherwise, get ready to run. Chen Yongrun reminded. After all, he was from the police force, so he knew that once someone in the police force was in trouble, then the top brass would definitely consider it a naked provocation of the authority of the Royal Hong Kong Police. No matter how hard the background of the other party is, an explanation must be given to the police force under such circumstances. Defei scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother Rin is educating me. I've been a bit bloated lately. That's why I said such nonsense. Chen Jun, on the other hand, asked curiously, have you ever dealt with the Ma Jun? Of course I've fought. He's been coming after me for 3 days, but it's not much. Only once in a while it just grosses me out and then warns me not to mess around. That's good. This guy's a bit of a powerhouse and takes everything quite literally, so don't mess with him unless you have to. Don't worry about it. I'm no cutie pie either, Daffy. I've been getting hot and heavy with my Daffy Sutra lately, and I'm not going to bother getting angry with the cops. By the way, June, this time I've pressed my entire fortune on you to win, so you should be sure, right? At this point, Daffy suddenly changed the topic to gambling. Before this, Chen Jun also learned from other people that some powerful bosses privately teamed up to secretly sit in the dealer. As for the betting contest, naturally, it's all about who can win the day without any problems. Humph. Now what are the odds for Lian Haolong and I respectively? Your odds are slightly higher at 10 to 13. Lian Haolong's is a bit lower at 10 to 6. And as for the other big brothers, the odds are all over 10 to 100. It looks like most people in the Jianghu don't think I can win. Chen Jun smiled and said, it's not your fault. It's really because this Lian Haolong has been making too much of a splash lately. I've heard that he and his woman haven't done anything for a month now, and that every day is spent trying to find ways to negotiate with the people who talk to the other societies. As for how many people they ended up pulling over, that I don't know. But don't worry, June. I'm crushing you anyway. I can't guarantee I'll win, and you'd better leave some money for the road, or you won't be able to get home later. Chen Jun joked. June, don't scare me. I really took out my wife's book. Daffy immediately cried out after hearing this. Come on, June is joking with you. You've known June for so long. Which time have you seen him miss? Chen Yongren, who was on the side, couldn't help but say. That's true, but Daffy had just put his heart down when Chen Jun added. I'm not really sure this time. After all, I don't know what's in the hearts of those big brothers. Of course, even if I lose the title of chief leader, I have a way to get it back. Ah, Daffy sniffed and barely fainted. Just then, the car stopped on the side of the road. What's going on? Daffy asked curiously. Boss, there are cops up ahead setting up a blockade. It looks like we'll have to walk through. The driver explained. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you these cops would come after us for sure. At this time, the cars of the other hall masters of Hung Hing were also stopped one after another. June, what should we do now? Get out of the car. After all, we can't just punch the truck. No one can afford that offense. Chen Jun knew that the police were trying to establish authority, so as long as the scene passed, he didn't care. Afterward, Chen Jun slowly stepped out of the car. He had just gotten out of the car when several plainclothes men came up. You're Jun Chen? One of the plainclothes officers asked seriously. It's me. What do you want? Nothing much. There's a rule from the top that all the big brothers who come to the site today have to be searched. After all, today is an important day for Tun Mun. Absolutely nothing can go wrong. I hope you Hung Hing can cooperate with us. This sheriff also knew how much weight Chen Jun carried in the Jianghu. But right now, so many people around him and his superiors were staring at him. In this situation, he could only put on a dignified air to order Chen Jun and the others. At the same time, inwardly, I hope that the other party will cooperate obediently like the other associations, so that everything will be fine. But the next second, Chen Jun coldly came. What if I don't cooperate? Chapter 167, Police Department. Lu Jiahui appeared. Although Chen Jun's voice was not loud, it still instantly reached the ears of the surrounding populace. Holy, this big brother is bossy enough to dislike the police. I recognize the people behind him. They're from Hung Hing. No wonder he's so arrogant. That one must be the leader of Hung Hing. Chen Jun, and the other club talkers who were already there all looked over with sidelong glances. This is not only the officials of Hong Tai, but also has been limping, is sitting in a wheelchair Shang and sitting in the pavilion volcano up. This guy, he's really bold. This is going to be a good show. If the cops don't dare to search Chen Jun, it'll even the odds for us. The other triad members didn't have any dealings with Chen Jun, but after being humiliated by the police just now, they also hoped that someone would be able to retrieve a little bit of revenge. And right now everyone naturally placed their hopes on Chen Jun. This sheriff didn't expect Chen Jun to really be unwilling to cooperate. He immediately collapsed his face and lowered his voice to remind. Don't you make things difficult for us? Or the trouble will only be for you. What do you mean you? What police station are you from? Talking so arrogantly? The dinosaur looked disgruntled. After all, this was his home turf. I'm from the Yamatai Anti-Triad unit. What do you want? The other party immediately reprimanded the dinosaur when he saw it jump out. No wonder they're so arrogant. So they're all transferred from a different place to enforce the law. Chen Jun muttered inwardly. At the same time, he realized that the police had come prepared today. At this point, it was Chen Yongren who came forward, knowing full well that the police were only doing this to save face. So they had to give each other a leg up so that there wouldn't be too much conflict for everyone. Only Chen Yongren stepped forward and spoke softly. Sir, how about this? The rest of us search. My big brother is exempt. As soon as the other party heard this, he was also in a tangle on the spot. Chen Jun did not object to Chen Yongren's proposal. After all, if it is really a stalemate, the police can directly bring him back for questioning. In that case, wouldn't this chief dragon head fall into Lian Haolong's hands for nothing? So he then chimed in. Is getting that 18,000 a month paycheck worth all the fun you're having? Plus, do you know why your boss didn't come over himself and give you this chance to make a name for yourself? That's because he knows that the more he makes a splash, the faster he dies. You don't want to completely offend us, Hung Hing, because of this small matter, do you? After all, even though my brothers wouldn't dare make a move on you, you should have family here, right? Chen Jun's soulful questioning instantly made the other party concede. Indeed, it just didn't make sense to put a minor character like him out in charge of something like this. At that moment he had some inner dissatisfaction. Plus, Chen Jun is a direct threat to his family, so he couldn't be any more stupid than he was to get tough with his opponent. After all, even if you make a splash on the scene, you won't get a promotion or a raise. He then nodded and said, then search the others. All of you cooperate and don't make it difficult for us. At this point, his posture had been lowered. Chen Yongren and the others stopped nagging and let the police search them. This cop really doesn't dare to search Chen Jun. Ha! Chen Jun really isn't simple. I just don't know what the situation will be when Lian Haolong comes later. Just as the Hung Hing crowd had just finished being searched and were about to go inside the Tun Mun Grand Theater, Lian Haolong led a large troop of Chung Shunyi to the scene. Just after getting out of the car, the minions around Lian Haolong started yelling, "We are loyal and faithful. All of you step aside. Can't you see our big brother Lian Haolong? Get out of the way." The crowd quickly made way. Dressed in a suit and tie, Lian Haolong, accompanied by his wife Su Su, walked up to the sheriff just now. "Sir, what do you mean by this? There's no point. If you want to get in, search first." After being threatened by Qin Jun just now, this sheriff naturally could not let Lian Haolong intimidate him anymore. That's why the tone of voice, too, was much more aggravated. Lian Haolong frowned when he heard it. At that moment, Su softly spoke up and asked, "Sir, is everyone else being searched as well? Anyone who wants to go in has to be searched. But I remember this Tunmun Grand Theater has been chartered today. It's a private space. Why do we need to search? Don't ask so many questions. This is the meaning of our police force above. If you want to go in, cooperate. If you don't want to go in, you can turn around and go." Hearing this attitude from the other party, Su Su also showed a hint of difficulty. She turned to look at Lian Haolong. Lian Haolong was well aware of the importance of this day, so he waved his hand to signal. "Since the police are asking for our cooperation, let's all cooperate. We're all good citizens anyway. They can't search for anything." Seeing that Lian Haolong agreed to cooperate, this sheriff let out a huge sigh of relief. After all, if he was humiliated by two big brothers of the society in a row, then he shouldn't be the captain anymore. But just as Lian Haolong and the others were being searched, there were some idle words around them. It's also the leader of Hung Hing who is so powerful that he doesn't give a damn about the police. Zhong Xine is still a little bit worse after all. Look at the dragon head being searched. What a comical gesture of slumping against the wall. Lian Haolong burst into a rage after hearing this. He didn't expect Qin Jun to be so tough, and he didn't expect that he would be intimidated by the police officer in front of him. "What do you mean? Why don't you search Jun Chen?" He pointed his nose at the other man on the spot and cursed. "Do I need to report to you who I search?" Being scolded by Lian Haolong, this sheriff instantly lost his temper. "What? You want to make a scene? Do you really think I, Zhong Xine, am easy to bully?" Lian Haolong said with great anger. But in the next second, a cold voice came out from behind the other party. "You Zhong Xine is very powerful? Believe it or not, I will personally lead the team tomorrow to sweep all your venues, so that you close down and drink the northwest wind for a month?" Lian Haolong was startled when he saw the visitor. The other party was none other than the second-in-command of the Hong Kong Police Force, Deputy Commissioner of Police Lu Jiehui. Seeing this, Su Su hurriedly and quietly pulled Lian Haolong's hand, signaling him not to act rashly. Lu Jiehui followed by a group of SDU members, each armed with a loaded gun. Very imposing. With Lu Jiehui and the SDU entering the scene, the police officers maintaining order at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with this big Buddha of the police force around, surely nothing can go wrong today. "Hey, were you just screaming at us? Do you not want to hang out anymore?" At this time, Su Yongji, who was beside Lu Jiehui, pointed at Lian Haolong and questioned. Lian Haolong was cursed speechless on the spot, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Chapter 168 Voting begins, and the smell of gunpowder is extremely strong. Right at this juncture, Su Su still stepped forward and whispered with an apologetic voice. "Everyone's misunderstood. We don't mean anything else. It's just that we heard that Hung Hing's Chan Chun didn't have to be searched. That's why we're a bit unbalanced in our hearts. Of course, if Qin Jun is a special being in your eyes, then we have nothing to say. I just wonder what your criteria for judging someone special or not are again." So, true to form, turned the tables on the police force as soon as he opened his mouth. Lu Jiehui frowned at the sheriff beside him. The sheriff instantly stammered. He said he didn't have anything on him, and the others assured me, so I didn't search him. After hearing his subordinate's explanation, Lu Jiehui immediately understood something. Only although he knew that his men were at fault, it was impossible for him to blame the other party in public. Wouldn't that chill the brothers around him who were working for him? Lu Jiehui then said sternly after a pause. "Our police force never needs to explain its work to you triad members. Also, I have to tell you, whether it's Tunmun, or any other corner of Hong Kong, it's under the control of our police force. So if you want to make a living on our watch, then be honest. Otherwise, I'll break your jobs. You hear me?" The more Lu Jiehui spoke, the louder his voice became, and in the end it was almost a growl. Now everyone in the whole street had heard him. Lian Haolong was already red in the face, but he also knew that he absolutely could not offend the other party. Eventually he took the initiative to show weakness and said, "Sir, we've already searched. Can we go in now?" "Go on in. And remember, I'm going to make whichever club any of you people try to pull a stunt today look good." Lian Haolong was simply suffering inside at the moment. Originally this was a matter for 13 societies, but in the end he himself bore the brunt of it and was caught by the police and scolded for nothing, and still humiliated in front of everyone's eyes. This made him feel like he had lost face all of a sudden. However, Sue was consoling. Don't worry, as long as we win the vote later, you'll be able to earn back all the face you lost just now. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw the Hung Hing members standing at the entrance of the theater. Ha ha, that dead fat guy looked so funny when he was searched just now. He's a big brother when others are big brothers, but he's a lousy big brother, that's for sure. You think anyone can compete with June? The sneering words of Daffy and a few of the dinosaurs reached the ears of Tadashi Shinya and the others. Luo Tianhong was about to walk forward ready to strike after hearing this. At that moment, the Crown Prince also stepped forward. What do you want? Luo Tianhong didn't say anything and was about to make a move. But just in the nick of time, Lian Haolong still forced his anger to speak. Tianhong, don't make any trouble today. Don't let the police catch us. He knew that Hung Hing was using agitation to make them make their own mistakes. As soon as they make the first move, the police will immediately come in and take the people away. When Tianhong heard this, she could only clench her fists helplessly. At this time, Chen Jun but once again added, if you don't have the guts, don't follow others' example. It's not your turn to speak here. Chen Jun, don't go too far. Lian Haolong chided. What? You want to do it too? How about a fight in this theater? You. Alright, let's all stop arguing. Let's take care of business first. As for getting into a fight, there'll be plenty of opportunities after today. Sue jumped in to persuade. In her opinion, Hong Xing did this only because he knew he was going to lose, so he deliberately provoked them. As long as the disruption is successful, then there's no way to properly vote for the chief tap today. And Lian Haolong also knew this, so he just coldly grunted and said ironically, when I become the chief dragon head, I'll slowly clean up you bunch of losers. Oh, I thought you were already in charge, so let's wait until you win. The whole scene was full of fireworks before the voting even started. At this time, the East Star leading camel stood out. We are all on the road. Today this day I think there is no need to start a conflict. It's better to hurry up and vote. If it drags on later, in case the cops come in and intervene, it's going to be a problem. Camel doesn't care who's in charge. He cares about his pact with Ho Hung Sum. As long as he voted for the other side today in front of Chen Jun, then he Hongsen would be able to guarantee his safety for the rest of his life. Let's go upstairs then. Go! Others spoke up. Once all the club talkers were in place, everyone moved to a box on the second floor of the theater. There were 15 people sitting at the round table. In addition to the 13 talkers, there were also Chen Yongren and Susu. As for the others, they all stood guard outside the box. After sitting down, Su took the lead and said, since everyone is here, let's get down to business. As you all know, today is a very important day for our mob in Shangjiang. Next in this box, one of the most prestigious big brothers in the underworld will be born. So anyone who feels they could be honored with this distinction can come forward and make a statement. Of course, others can also recommend their favorite candidates. Su grabbed the lead and took direct control of the whole situation. Just like a hostess, I recommend my boss, Chen Jun. Just as she finished her sentence, Chen Yongren spoke. Not bad. Although Chen Jun has just started his career not long ago, he is famous in Hong Kong, so it makes sense that he would be recommended. Then I'll recommend my husband, Lian Haolong. After all, he has been in the Jianghu for some years, and in terms of seniority and strength, being competent as the chief dragon head should be something more than enough. Of course, if others still have ideas, they can present them now and discuss them together. Su was polite, but the people on the scene knew it by heart. So for a while, no one in the entire box was going to open their mouths to make a statement either. Since no one has any ideas, let's start voting. As for the candidates, they are naturally Lian Haolong and Chen Jun. They represent Zhong Xine and Hung Hing respectively. The other 11 big brothers will raise their hands and vote for their preferred candidate later. After a few seconds, Su spoke again. Alright, then we'll officially begin. Those who voted for Lian Haolong please raise your hands. Several big brothers of the society, including Lian Haolong, raised their hands, and true to form, Camel did not raise his hand, as Lian Haolong had expected, but the next moment he saw a man sitting similarly pressed, with no intention of raising his hand to vote. Chapter 169 Unexpectedly, the underground emperor of Hong Kong is born. That's when Su also noticed a hint of what was going on. She frowned in confusion and asked, Your Majesty, aren't you going to support us? After hearing this, the emperor of Wahopetsu only returned a faint. I have my own plans. Hearing this, Lian Haolong and Su glanced at each other, and both of them felt bad inside. When he looked at Chen Jun again, at this moment, he was looking like he was winning. 1, 2, 3, Together with yourselves that's a total of 6 votes. It's our turn next for Hung Hing, isn't it? Raise your hand if you support Chen Jun. Chen Yongren didn't give Susu a chance to continue speaking and immediately took the initiative back into his own hands. Before Lian Haolong and Susu could react, the few remaining people left on the scene raised their hands. This naturally included the 5 people who had originally promised Chen Jun. Together with Chen Jun, they have also gotten a total of 6 votes so far. At that moment, everyone's eyes gathered on the Imperial Prince. The prince glanced at the crowd and took a deep breath before slowly raising his right hand anyway. Prince, are you tricking me? Lian Haolong slammed the table in a rage. After all, he had already made a deal with the other party before, but he didn't expect his opponent to backstab him at this critical moment. Lian Haolong, if you can afford the price, can't we, Hung Hing, afford it? Also, I'd like to remind you that you're at least a big brother, so don't do something stupid like not recognizing a debt when you lose. In that case, you loyal faithfulness will lose face. Chen Yongrun reminded. Recognize your mother. I won't. What do you want? You're denying it. So isn't this treating us like cuties? Playing with us? Right. You were the ones who proposed to choose this thing in the first place. And you're the ones who are backtracking now. Do you Zhong Xian really think you can cover the sky with just your hands in Xianzhong? At that moment, several talking heads who supported Chen Jun fired off consecutive curses. The few people who supported Lian Haolong's side also had very ugly expressions at the moment. After all, not only did Lian Haolong lose, but he even made a humiliating statement. Even if they also support each other's ideas in their hearts, it's not good to say it explicitly on the spot. 14K's Man Lung couldn't sit still this time, and Shan Shan just swept the 14K's branch hall in Macau. The club is now counting on today to earn its breath back. But I didn't expect to actually let Chen Jun succeed on the throne. When Long immediately choked out, Chen Jun, you can take this kind of false name if you want, but I, 14K, won't buy it anyway. It doesn't matter, and I don't need a punk like you working after me. Camel also raised an eyebrow at the sight. If you all won't admit it, then why are we still sitting here? Besides, we all agreed before the vote that this chief leader is more of a symbol and does not have the power to directly command the world. Of course, as the chief dragon head, the rest of us should naturally show some respect, and at the same time, if there are any conflicts between the clubs, we can also ask Chen Jun to come out and coordinate. That would be our ultimate goal for this vote. Hung Tai's boss officer also snapped. Camel is right. Now that all of Hong Kong knows that we're doing this, no matter what, we can't let the outside world look at us as a joke. If the cops outside the door knew we were so disunited, wouldn't we be slapping ourselves in the face in front of each other? With 2 heavyweights speaking, and the other side standing up for reason. Now Wen Long, who was a big old man, instantly had nothing to say. Lian Haolong also sat down very helplessly. He knew that today, no matter what, he had no hope of turning the tables. Well, since the voting results are out, let's congratulate Chen Jun for becoming the first chief mob leader of Shangjiang. After saying that Chen Yongrun took the initiative to lead the applause, the other club bosses were reluctant, but they did all the work on the surface. The whole house burst into applause. There are results in there. I wonder who was elected. It must be our Hung Hing. Hong your mom. It's us. Zhong Xine. *******, you guys itchy again? Outside the door the 2 major societies faced off once again. But just then, the door to the room was opened. The one who walked out first was none other than Chen Jun. Seeing this scene, the people on Hung Hing's side were overjoyed. After all, whoever comes out first means whoever is the real boss. On the contrary, everyone at Chengxin showed a look of surprise. After all, before this, they never thought Lian Haolong would lose. How is that possible? Luo Dingfa muttered in a small voice, and then saw Lian Haolong who then walked out. Brother Lung, Sister Susu, go back and talk. Su lowered her voice in warning. That's when Tadashini all but shut his mouth. All the while, Daffy and the others next to him were picking their noses while sneering. But when Chen Jun and the others exited the theater, Su Yongji walked up. Elected? Who is it? What do you want? Defei was in a good mood at this time, and when he saw someone trying to cause trouble, he immediately stepped forward and asked, Humph, it looks like you guys won. Then please ask your Hung Hing's leader to come with me. Commissioner Liu wants to talk to him alone. What if we don't agree? Chen Yongrun asked. No? Then you send your hands a pair of handcuffs. On what grounds? What law have we broken? We don't know what laws you've broken yet. We'll have to wait for our investigation. But we have the power to detain you for 48 hours, depending on what you think. Su Yongji was in a high position of power. Naturally he would not be easily intimidated by the gangsters. So he opened his mouth and put down harsh words. Now, the Hung Hing crowd did not know what to do. On the side, Lian Haolong and the others were also looking at Chen Jun as if they were watching. At this moment, everyone's eyes gathered on Chen Jun's body. Chen Jun then but haha laugh. Do not think that said. Since the commissioner all want to invite me to drink tea, I have to not go as not to not give face to the police force? Besides, I, Chen Jun, am a good citizen, and I'm going to run for the Outstanding Youth of Hong Kong this year. I still hope you guys can support me a bit when the time comes too, so we can help each other out. Chen Jun immediately raised his status a notch with one sentence. In this way, Su Yongji is not forcibly arresting people, but inviting them. Although Su Yongji was very upset inwardly when he heard this, it was impossible for him to arrest Chen Jun face to face. After all, just as Chen Jun said, he didn't commit a crime, and the police can't arrest people indiscriminately in front of the public. At that time, once they failed to give an explanation to the outside world, the consequences would be difficult for them to bear. Cut the crap and come with me. In addition, other idle people will disperse if they are fine. If they gather here again to affect the stability of the city, then don't blame us for resorting to tactics. Chapter 170, The Eve of the Club Showdown. With Su Yongji's threat, everyone else at the scene naturally didn't dare to mess around. Plus, there was a large police force around to maintain order, so people from other clubs left one by one. Jun, do you want us to accompany you there? Chen Yongren was worried about Chen Jun's safety, so he opened his mouth to propose. Ha ha, are you afraid that the Royal Shangjiang police can't protect me? I was afraid they'd play a trick. In terms of schemes, you think they're better than me? Chen Jun asked rhetorically. Chen Yongren was momentarily speechless. Alright, all of you go back. I'm sure Officer Lu and Officer Su just want to have a chat with me to improve their mutual feelings. With Chen Jun's words, the others no longer insisted. Only after the crowd had dispersed did Chen Jun arrive in one of Lu Jiehui's bulletproof Mercedes-Benz seats. Following Lu Jiehui into the back of the car, Chen Jun immediately flirted. Commissioner Lu, is this thing of yours legal or not? Could it be that the salaries of the police officers in Shangjiang are now so high that they can buy luxury cars? Humph. If you think I have problems with integrity, you can always report me to the ICAC. Of course, I can still give you a brief explanation about the car on the spot. This car was assigned to me by the police force, and the owner's information was filled in as public, so I only have the right to ride, not the right to dominate. One day when I am not the deputy commissioner of police, this car will naturally be repossessed by the police force. Chen Jun was happy to hear that. Then why don't you just quit your job and join us at Hungheng, and I'll give you a senior advisor. And then out of my own pocket, I'll buy you an identical car. Am I to take it that this is a blatant attempt to bribe a senior police officer? Lu Jiehui turned around and asked with a smile. Ha ha, that's why I said I'd wait until you quit your job to deliver it, so you wouldn't get in trouble. Okay, don't you dare make these boring jokes with me here. I didn't ask you to come over here just to pull this kind of nonsense with you. I heard that you've become the overall leader of all the societies in Shangjiang now. Do you still need to hear about this kind of thing? Didn't you see it at the scene today? Chen Jun asked rhetorically. Well then, let me get this straight. I don't care who becomes this so-called chief leader. What my police force wants is social stability. So now that you've taken the position, you're going to have to behave yourself and not give us a hard time. Chen Jun sneered after hearing this. Officer Lu, are you threatening me or educating me on my work? I'm doing this for your own good. If you want to continue to hang around in Shangjiang, then you have to follow the rules of this game. In this land, no triad elements are qualified to provoke our Royal Hong Kong Police. Otherwise, don't blame me for arresting you all for severe punishment. Lu Jiehui made his attitude clear, not intending to show Chen Jun any mercy at all. Chen Jun wasn't used to the other party anymore, and directly choked back. There are countless societies in Shangjiang, and the gang members are as high as hundreds of thousands. How many people do you have on staff in the Shannon Police? Even if you arrest us all, can the prison hold that many prisoners? If you can't catch them all, you'll have to suffer some consequences. Lu Jiehui narrowed his eyes and asked word for word. What? Do you mean you still want to threaten me? I'd like to see which one of you society big brothers dares to come to trouble me. Those Jianghu big brothers aren't little cuties either. Naturally, they can't lay their hands on a high-ranking police officer like you, but they can still do things like create a bit of chaos in the community and cause the population to panic and complain. Also, you have to remember one thing. A dog will jump over the wall when it's anxious. And once a person is in a hurry, once he's on top, then he's likely to do anything. How dare you threaten me? Believe it or not, I'll arrest you right now. Lu Jiehui gradually lost control of his emotions and spoke in a much heavier tone. I'm getting out of the car right now, and if you have the balls to let your men arrest me. Chen Jun was not at all accustomed to the other party, and after saying that, he directly pushed open the car door and walked down. At this time, Su Yongji, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately asked, Lu sir, why don't I just let the SDU arrest him? Our men are all here. Even if they have more men in Hung Hing, it's useless. Lu Jiehui thought about it and finally shook his head. Forget it, there's no point in taking him back. After all, with those few words, we can't cure him of anything. Don't get to the point where, like he said, after he's arrested him, his minions go around causing trouble. This way, the government and the people will again accuse us of being incompetent and incapable of doing our jobs. Lu Jiehui thought about the big picture and eventually swallowed his breath. But Su Yongji was dissatisfied. Then we're just going to watch Chen Jun continue to be arrogant? Humph. That's definitely not going to happen. Keep an eye on Hongxing for me during this time. As soon as there's any evidence pointing to Chen Jun, we'll take action and bring the person back for questioning. Understood. Although Lu Jiehui hadn't laid a hand on himself, Chen Jun knew that it was only a matter of time before he tore his face off with the police force. Because one is bound to unify the whole of Hong Kong at some point in the future. When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Once one's own association took control of the entire Hilnyi Cook triad, that would inevitably lead to more conflicts and contradictions with the police. By then, Lu Jiehui would naturally see him as the biggest thorn in his side. But for the moment he didn't care too much. The most important thing today is to solve the big trouble of Zhong Xine. After all, this voting election today has already doomed the two major societies to a vicious battle in the future. When he returned to his quarters, Little Stutterer immediately greeted him. Toshi, did we win? Little Stutterer asked curiously. During this time, Chen Jun had been busy with the construction of the society and the island of Jibig. Even the little private time that was left was almost entirely given to Ho Chiu-kiang, who was far away in Macau. So it was as if Little Stutterer had been knocked into the cold palace by Chen Jun, and he barely received any attention from Chen Jun. Now that Chen Jun had returned with great difficulty, Little Stammerer naturally wanted to take this opportunity to have a good heart-to-heart talk with Chen Jun. Chen Jun glanced at Little Lumpy, then suddenly spoke out of the blue. Little Lumpy, why don't you take a temporary trip away from Xiangjiang first? What? Let me. Where am I going? Little Stutterer asked in surprise. It's no problem to go to Macau, or the mainland, or even to Treasure Island. Why? Because during this next period of time, there is likely to be a bloody storm in Xiangjiang, and the whole lane knows you're my woman. So I'm worried something bad might happen to you. Chen Jun voiced his concerns. Chapter 171, the 6th generation stealth fighter drawings arrived. Little Stutterer, after all, had been in the jungle back in the day, and once he heard Chen Jun's words, he understood the meaning. I have to go. No, there's no way I can protect you at all times, and even my own life would be in danger. Hearing that the other party had said so, Little Stutterer also knew that he would definitely cause trouble for Chen Jun if he stayed here. But the thought of going to Macau made the Little Stutterer cringe a little. Jun, I don't want to go to Macau. I'm scared. What she is afraid of is naturally Chen Jun's other woman, He Chaoqiang. And Chen Jun doesn't think it's appropriate to ask He Chaoqiang to help take care of his other woman. Although He Chaoqiang had always appeared to be very generous on the surface, he also understood that on top of relationships, there was no such thing as a woman who wasn't careful, unless the other party didn't love them at all. So after thinking about it for a while, Chen Jun proposed, then go to Treasure Island. You're in Treasure Island as well as connected? Little Stutterer wondered. I have friends all over the world. That's fine. I've never been to Treasure Island before. This time it's just as if I'm traveling. Okay, I'll make the arrangements for this, and I'll have someone personally send you away when the time comes. After convincing the Little Stutterer, Chen Jun immediately made a call to Ding Yao, the acting leader of the Sanlian gang on the Treasure Island side. Miss Ding Yao, how have you been lately? Ding Yao was also a bit surprised to receive Chen Jun's phone call. Then she was puzzled. Chen Jun, what are you looking for me for? I miss you. Chen Jun continued to flirt up a storm, just like when they first met. Ding Yao snorted lightly. You're only good at being clever. Yo, you really think I don't dare? I even dare to kill your man, but I still don't dare to pick you up? Come on then, I want to see if you really have the guts. Chen Jun was defeated on the spot. After all, he really didn't have this idea. Alright, you win. MS. Ding Yao, I'm looking for you today mainly because there's something I want you to do me a small favor. What is it? You tell me. Chen Jun had Ding Yao's handle in his hands, so it was naturally impossible for her to refuse a request from the other party. At the same time, she even hoped that Chen Jun could help her out so that she could completely take charge of the entire Sanlian gang. I have a woman I want you to take care of for me. You've got a lot of guts to think of hiding a girl in a golden house. Aren't you afraid that the king of gamblers' daughter will be angry? Although Ding Yao was far away from Treasure Island, She still paid close attention to Chen Jun's news. And now that the matter between Chen Jun and He Chaoqiang is known to the whole world, so she dares to make this joke in front of Chen Jun. It's not quite what you think, but I don't mind if you have to think that. Chen Jun was powerless to refute. After all, this matter was not clear at all. Oh, so you're also a man who values his feelings. I thought you were like everyone else. You only think of women when you're in need. Ding Yao's words had something in them, and Chen Jun didn't pay attention to them. He didn't need to explain too much to the other person, much less get their approval. Anyway, you take care of her for me for a while, and I'll pick her up when my side of things is done. That's fine, but if I'm helping you hide people, shouldn't you give me some favors? What favor do you want? I want your people. Ding Yao said teasingly. It was her turn to tease Chen Jun in turn. Chen Jun froze slightly for 2 seconds, then smiled badly. Yes, when I have the chance to go over there, I will definitely satisfy you properly. Nasty. No more nonsense with you. I'll just arrange for someone to take care of her when she comes over. After saying that, Ding Yao hung up the phone. Chen Jun smiled and didn't think much more about it. After arranging where little stammerer would go, Chen Jun quietly met with Wang Zuxian again in private. Looking at the other party's slightly bulging stomach, Chen Jun felt more and more that he had to unify the Xiangjiang underworld as soon as possible. Only this time he didn't say anything to the other person in this meeting either, let alone tell them what he was doing right now. After leaving Wang Zuxian's residence, Chen Jun immediately ordered Xiaoma to bring a group of beast soldiers to properly protect Wang Zuxian's safety. When everything was ready, Chen Jun immediately held a club meeting. After learning that Chen Jun had already planned to lay his hands on Zhong Xine, many of the hall bosses at the scene were startled. Brother Jun, if we were to make a move at this juncture, I'm afraid it would cause unrest in the Jianghu. Yeah, the cops have been watching us pretty closely lately. I don't even dare to sell my goods. And now that we're being asked to cut people down, I'm afraid it's going to be even more difficult. June, can we hold off on this matter for a while? Everyone opened their mouths, and the implication was naturally that they hoped to stop this disaster for the time being. Chen Jun turned to look at Chen Yongren. Chen Yongren could only lower his voice and come over to explain. Brother Jun, during this period of time the cops are like they don't care about their lives. They are staring frantically at our Hunhing's territory. As soon as Chen Jun heard it, he knew that this must be Lu Jiehui's trick. But the other party didn't seem to want to make a big deal out of it, so they just had their men keep an eye on their field, check their license plates, and conduct a raid. It looks like you'll have to go through the police if you want to make a move, Chen Jun said to himself. Jun, you're not kidding, right? If the cops know we're going to fight, they'll definitely arrest us. He spat. Humph, that's not necessarily true. Maybe they'll even find a way to support us. Hearing this, everyone was at a loss. Even Chen Yongren was confused. Alright. You don't need to worry about this matter. Next you just need to adjust your troops and then wait for my order. Seeing that Chen Jun had already made up his mind, no one dared to rashly open their mouths again to oppose at this juncture. At this time, Chen Yongren, who was on the side, seemed to have thought of it and suddenly handed over a stick engraved with a black dragon pattern from the side. What the hell is this? Chen Jun asked in disbelief. This is the leading stick of the League of Societies, built before the election. At that time it was in the custody of Camelot of the Eastern Star. And whoever becomes the chief dragon head will have this stick handed over to him. Now that you have become the chief dragon head, so naturally this stick will have to be given to you. Humph, that's quite a mess. Chen Jun took the leading stick and flirted, and the moment he received the stick, the system voice suddenly descended. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The 6th generation stealth fighter drawings have been automatically deposited into your mini-arms warehouse space. Chen Jun was overjoyed to hear that. Originally, he wondered why he had already managed to get to the top, but it turned out that the system was slow to respond. Turns out you have to go through the ritual process yourself. Only after getting this dragon head baton would he be the true sense of the chief dragon head talker. Chapter 172, Embarking on Research and Development. A black tech warplane that shocked the world. After getting the drawings, Chen Jun didn't move to make a call to George. As soon as the phone was connected, George complained, Mr. Chen Jun, our reading company is getting more and more difficult now. If this continues, we'll have to close down sooner or later. What happened? During this period of time, since Chen Jun had been busy with matters in Shangjiang, he had hardly paid any attention to the reading company, which was far away in a beautiful country. Now that he saw the other party complaining, a sense of foreboding vaguely rose in Chen Jun's heart. Hey, it's not as if the FBI intelligence got wind of our plans to relocate the production line and the skilled employees ahead of time. People are now launching a full-scale investigation up and down our reading company. Then why wasn't I even notified? Chen Jun said in disbelief. After all, he is the direct controlling owner of reading and the corporate body. If the officials did open a judicial investigation into reading, then he should have been notified of it. You're not from the pretty country and haven't even shown up on our side of the fence before this. So when I was asked by one of the officers at the time, I said you were just an agent. Plus the fact that nothing has been officially investigated yet. So you might just not be notified for a while. So why are you telling me about this now? Chen Jun continued to pursue the question. It didn't seem normal that the other side was only talking now about something so big. My phone has been tapped by the police before, and I've just gotten a hacker to help me block the tapping signal. George's explanation left Chen Jun a little puzzled, but right now he didn't bother to think about that. The most important thing for reading right now is to continue to operate normally until the infrastructure in the Gibug Islands is complete. It's the only way to completely disarm the FBI. Do whatever you need to do in the meantime, and make sure you do whatever you can to keep the other side from continuing their deeper investigation into us. Chen Jun knew inwardly that with the current strength of the pretty country, as long as the handful of FBI wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, then their project in Gibug would inevitably be exposed. At that time, in case the other party strikes ahead of the other side and sends warships and cannons to be stationed in the neighborhood, their plan will be completely ruined. After all, while the island is yours, the surrounding waters are public. And according to the current international maritime regulations, as long as it falls within the high seas, then all countries' warships or cargo ships are able to pass freely. Mr. Chen Jun, those guys aren't good. I don't have much of a friendship with them. Humph, you don't have any friendship with them, but you should have a great relationship with the military of the pretty country, right? You have cooperated with the other party on behalf of Reading Company for so many business deals over the years. You should have helped each other out a long time ago and raked in a lot of favors, right? George mistakenly thought that Chen Jun was suspecting him of being an outsider, and then hurriedly explained, Mr. Chen Jun, you've misunderstood. I've always acted in accordance with the company's rules and regulations, and have never colluded with outsiders. Take it easy, I don't mean to scold you. I just want you to go through the military to put pressure on FBI intelligence. As for favors, we can give a little too. I'm sure the military bigwigs in the pretty country would be more than willing to do us this little favor. Upon hearing this, George instantly understood Chen Jun's intentions. Mr. Chen Jun, I know what you mean. I'm going to contact my old acquaintance in the military department and see if the other party can help a little. But just as you said, I'm afraid there's going to be a lot of favors to give if this is going to work out. Here, it's okay, isn't there still cash on the books? If it doesn't work, the next time we work with the other side, let the military take the lion's share and we'll just take a small profit. Mr. Chen Jun, what is the meaning of a fly in the ointment? George, who did not understand Chinese idioms, was instantly baffled when he heard this group of words. Oh, it's just that we only take a little bit of the favor. Oh, so that's it. I know what to do. By the way, I have something else to ask you. Do we have a stealth fighter in development at Reading? Of course, we are involved in the development and production of the 4th and 5th generation stealth fighters in pretty countries, except that there are tons of spare parts for a fighter jet, so we're only responsible for some of them. The rest of it the military gave to other military industries. So if I had a drawing of a brand new fighter in my hands, could you develop and produce it on your own? George immediately laughed and replied back, that's impossible. No company can produce all the spare parts inside a fighter jet alone. Not to mention the fact that the fighter you are talking about is still the latest model that hasn't appeared on the market. This will inevitably lead to many new processes requiring other companies to work together in concert. But with enough money and talent, it's not impossible for this to happen. Hearing this, Chen Jun also understood. There is certainly no way to complete the production of a 6th generation stealth fighter in the short term by relying on just one Reading company. After his brain thought quickly, Chen Jun immediately came up with an idea. George, how about this? I'll send some drawings of spare parts over now, and if Reading doesn't have the means to produce them, you'll go and find other companies that are capable of producing them to do it for us. But you mustn't reveal that we're working on a new generation of fighter jets, or once the FBI knows about it, the consequences will be unimaginable. George was also startled when he heard that Chen Jun really did have the drawings of the new fighter jet in his hands. Mr. Chen Jun, where did you get this drawing from? Is it reliable? You're questioning me? Chen Jun asked rhetorically. That's not what I meant. But the development of a fighter jet requires the use of a large research team, and even support at the government level. But for you to say all of a sudden that you have a copy of the latest fighter drawings is incredible. George explains the whole thing and comes close to telling Junchen that you've been lied to. Oh, you have nothing to worry about in that matter. Also, if I really have a problem with this drawing, then there's no way the technicians at Reading, or any other company that helps us with OEM production, can't see it. So even if this drawing is fake, it won't do much damage to us. George also felt that Chen Jun had a point after hearing this. Besides, since his own boss wasn't afraid to spend money, what did he, an employee, have to worry about? One can even make a hard buck on these deals themselves. Thinking of this, George also stopped nagging and immediately agreed. Good. Then please send over the drawings, and then I'll organize the technical experts to study the research together. Chapter 173, Recognition Site, Ni Koan of the Ni family. After arranging everything, Chen Jun decided to start making his move on Lian Haolong. Only he wasn't going to take out the other guy by his own hand. After all, everyone knows now that Hung Hing and Chung Shunyi have a conflict. If he made a move against Lian Haolong at this juncture, this was bound to fall on deaf ears. So Chen Jun called Chen Yongren to his side. Run, do you know what you were born into? Chen Yongren froze slightly after hearing this. Of course he already knew his origins, though he used to be a police officer. But in fact his last name is not Chen, but Ni. His own father is the man behind that Sim Sha Sui drug cartel, Ni Koan. It was only that Chen Yongren was unwilling to recognize this fact, so this matter had not been announced to the public. Now that he saw Chen Yongren suddenly bring up this matter, Chen Yongren could only honestly say, I know, then ask your father out and we'll meet. June, what do you want to do? Learning that Chen Yongren suddenly wanted to meet his real father, Chen Yongren immediately became nervous. After all, he hadn't even recognized any of the Ni family members before this. There's something I want to talk to him about. Besides, you're father and son after all. You can't go through life without seeing each other, can you? Chen Jun said with a smile. But I don't know what the Ni family thinks. Maybe the other side doesn't care about me. Chen Yongren raised his concerns, but Chen Jun shook his head. Don't worry about it. Ni Koan will definitely come, as long as you personally show up. As to whether Ni Koan was willing to recognize Chen Yongren, Chen Jun was very confident within himself. After hearing Chen Jun's words, Chen Yongren also began to waver inwardly. He has no family in the world since his mother passed away, and the main reason why he hadn't recognized the Ni family before was because of the conflict between the other party and his own identity. Since ancient times, good and evil are not two sides, but now I am also on the evil side. In this way, he didn't seem to have too much of a problem identifying with Ni Koan. June, why don't I ask Han Shen to notify the other party and see the attitude on their side before we talk? Good. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Remember, whether or not we can take down the entire Shangjiang underworld depends on this talk meeting. Chen Yongren instantly felt a surge of pressure after hearing this. He didn't know what Chen Jun was calculating inside, but since Chen Jun had said so, he naturally had his certain reasoning. Thinking of this, Chen Yongren immediately made up his mind. No matter what, he had to call Ni Koan out to meet with Chen Jun, and Han Chen on the phone was very shocked when he learned about it. Your kid is actually Uncle Koan's own son? Humph, you didn't expect that, did you? I did not think of that, but why do you want to see Uncle Quinn? His old man doesn't get involved in matters between clubs, Han Chen said suspiciously. Although Naiquan and Han Sum and others have been making a living in Sim Sha Sui, their business does not conflict with Prince, the spokesman of Hung Hing Sim Sha Sui, so everyone has always been at peace with each other. Also Han Sum and the others have always felt that they are the bosses and are not in the same world as the usual kooks. This led them to despise Prince from the bottom of their bones. These short mules of Hung Hing. Don't ask so many questions. It's June's idea. I can give you a message. As for whether Uncle Koan is willing to meet, that's out of my control. Han Shen was also very sensible and agreed to the matter immediately. After all, he couldn't afford to offend either side, so he might as well help each other connect and maybe even make a good name out of it. Just tell Ni Koan that I want to see him. Okay, wait for my call. Everything was just as Chen Jun had expected. After learning that Chen Yongren wanted to see him, Ni Koan instantly stood up from the sofa in excitement. CEO, notify the others. I'm going to meet with Ian right now. Ni Yongxiao, the second son on the side, immediately stepped forward to help him up. Father, don't be anxious. I'll have someone make arrangements. Takashi, you don't understand how I feel. If Chen Yongren is willing to come back, then united amongst your brothers, the future is bound to be promising. Now your brother is doing very well in the jungle, not even inferior to you. So after recognizing each other, you guys need to get in touch with each other more often. Ni Koan said in a serious tone. In fact, for so many years, Ni Koan had been secretly following Chen Yongren's every move. After learning that his son actually entered the police academy, Ni Koan was both happy and sad. Happy that my own son is finally a success. The sad thing is that due to their status, they probably won't have a chance to recognize each other in their lives, so the secret stayed hidden inside him. But then Chen Yongren suddenly transformed himself into Hung Hing's white paper fan. Although Ni Koan was very incomprehensible, he was also very happy. And now the other party suddenly came to the door. No matter from what purpose, Ni Kuan feel that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for each other, so he asked Ni Yongxiao to personally handle the meeting between the two sides. That night, in the box of an upscale restaurant in Simsha Sui, a table sat at the table and ate. Chen Yongren also met his real father for the first time up close and personal, as well as several brothers and sisters. Ah Yin, I know you are doing well in Hung Hing on the line, Ni Kuan said happily after learning about Chen Yongren's recent situation. Oh, don't worry Uncle Kuan, Ah Ren is now my right-hand man, I won't treat him badly. After all, Ni Kuan is his elder and Chen Yongren's own father, so Chen Jun didn't need to hide anything when he spoke to the other party, and just said what he had to say. Good, Chen Jun, you really are a fearful descendant. It took less than a year to become the leader of one of the major clubs. That's not something an ordinary person can do. That goes without saying? Who doesn't know Jun's great name in the Jianghu now? At that moment, the prince who accompanied the meal together at the side immediately bragged. The main reason why Chen Jun purposely shouted the crown prince on today was because he and Ni Kuan and the others were all hanging out in the same place. Take this opportunity to get to know each other now, and there may be times in the future when you need each other's help. Young people do a good job. The future of Xiangjiang is your world, Ni Kuan said approvingly. Jun, I heard that you guys were looking for my dad to discuss something important, so I wonder what exactly. Ni Yongxiao took over and asked. Chen Jun drank a glass of wine, then slowly said, I want to use your power to help me take down Lian Haolong. What? Are you talking about Lian Haolong, the man of the word of loyalty and faith? Ni Kuan asked after hearing the shock. Chapter 174, Cooperate with the Ni family and take out the archenemy. Ni Yongxiao, who was on the side, immediately couldn't sit still when he heard this. After all, they had always had no conflict of interest with the Hong Kong community before this, and the Zhang Xinyi behind Lian Haolong was a behemoth of an existence. There were many disciples under his command, and he was powerful, so he definitely could not be easily messed with. He then held up his glasses before saying with a straight face, Mr. Chen Jun, I think Ray is mistaken. My father doesn't do this kind of business of killing people to silence them. We only sell our goods. We don't care about anything in the Jianghu. Ni Yongxiao wanted to set the tone for this matter, completely blocking Chen Jun's words so that he had no way to continue. However, Chen Jun didn't care about Ni Yongxiao's remarks and instead looked at Ni Kuan. Uncle Kuan, you've been operating in Simsha Sui for many years. Don't you want to go out and see the outside world? After all, Simsha Sui is not the only prosperous place in the whole of Hong Kong. Ni Kuan is not a little cutie. Naturally, he heard Chen Jun's strings at once. He glared at Ni Yongxiao, signaling the other party to shut up, before slowly saying, Chen Jun, do you mean that you want me to help you take down Lian Haolong, so that you, Hung Hing, can help me out of Simsha Sui? If Master Ni is willing, I can not only get you out of Simsha Sui, I can get you out of the whole of Hong Kong. You may not know, but I'm not only somewhat capable in Hong Kong, I have some connections in Macau and even over on Treasure Island. That's a bit confusing to me. Since you, Chen Jun and Hong Xing are so capable, why do you need to lend me a hand to finish off Lian Haolong? Ni Kuan didn't understand that Chen Jun had such a powerful ability nowadays, so why didn't he just go ahead and do it, instead of letting him, an outsider, do it? This not only pushes him into the fire, but it also complicates things. Hong Xing and I absolutely can't do anything, or we'll only fall into the wrong hands. You guys don't know. My grudge against Lian Haolong is already known to the world. If Lian Haolong meets an untimely end at this juncture, then the outside world will inevitably suspect me for it. Therefore, it's best to find a power that has no connection with me, Hung Hing, to handle this kind of thing. Chen Jun said bluntly. Humph. Then why did you come to me and for what reason? The reason is that you have a direct conflict of interest with Zhong Xine, so that even if you take him out, others will find it reasonable. We don't have any conflict with Lian Haolong, Ni Yongxiao retorted. It wasn't there before, now it can be. What do you mean? Both you and Zhong Xine make money from selling white powder, so you tried to go to the other side's territory to sell your goods, only to be sent by Lian Haolong to beat you up, and then your Ni family held a grudge, so they bought a murderer to kill them. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Chen Jun, everything is the result of your struggle for interests. Chen Jun told the whole of his plan in one breath. Both Ni Kuan and Ni Yongxiao were shocked, and even Chen Yongren couldn't help but let out two big breaths. After all, this proposal of Chen Jun's was just too bold. After thinking for a moment, Ni Kuan said, this matter is too risky. I'm afraid I can't do it. It's not that Ni Kuan doesn't want to hit Simsha Sui, but the cost of this thing is just too costly. One slip-up could also set fire to the entire Ni family, plunging them into a place of no return. Uncle Quan, you may not have understood the situation clearly. Now we, Hung Hing and Chung Shunyi, are already on a collision course. If you don't help, I'll have to have your own son, Chen Yongren, carry it out. At this moment, Chen Jun directly pushed Chen Yongren to the front of the stage. This was something Chen Yongren hadn't expected. He looked at Chen Jun for the first time though, but Chen Jun didn't look at him squarely. Chen Yongren was shocked, thinking that he had become one of Chen Jun's pawns, and Ni Kuan, who was sitting across from him, immediately became emotional. He had so easily just recognized his own son. Now Chen Jun actually wanted his son to die for nothing. Jun Chen, are you planning to threaten me with Arun? It's not a threat, it's a compulsion. You have to understand. Actually, this matter is not as complicated as you think. There are several bosses below you and Ikuan. When the time comes, we'll just draw a life and death lottery and let one of the bosses carry out that decision and be done with it. That's not much of a risk for you or me, Chen Jun said with a slight smile. But in the end, Tatsuyushi will still settle the score on me, and Ikuan said unhappily. If you want to do great things when you come out, you naturally have to pay some sacrifices. This truth is not unknown to Master Ni, right? Hearing this, Ni Kuan knew that today he was already out of his depth. Chen Jun understood his weakness too well. The guilt he had felt towards Chen Yongren for many years made him simply unwilling to see Chen Yongren do such a dangerous thing. But then he had to think of the entire Ni family. And at this time, Chen Yongren didn't dare to easily open his mouth to speak, although he didn't understand why Chen Jun did it. But as the other party's henchman and a part of the society, he had no other choice at this moment. After all, there are times when people really can't help themselves. After a long period of silence, Ni Kuan spoke again. How do I know that if the matter comes to fruition, you will not cross the river and completely set aside our relationship? When Ni Kuan said that, it was obvious that he was not assured of Chen Jun's character. He was worried that after he killed Lian Haolong, Chen Jun would immediately turn his back on him. In that case, the entire Ni family would have to face the wrath of Zhong Xine alone. This is something they absolutely cannot afford. Uncle Koan, Chen Yongren is my military advisor and you are his father. Even if I don't help you, would Chen Yongren still see death? Plus, you can go out and ask around. When have I, Chen Jun, ever failed to honor a promise I've said? Chen Jun slowly explained. Father, don't be too quick to jump to conclusions on this matter. Ni Yongxiao sensed that his father seemed to have faltered, so he hurried to persuade him. But after he so persuaded but completely let Ni Kuan made up his mind, in order to be able to help their son Ni Kuan immediately decided to say, this matter I think of ways to deal with. We all come out and talk about the word, especially for a boss like Ni Kuan. Words spoken are like water thrown out, and usually won't change. After these words were said, Ni Yongxiao's insides were half-cooled. When he looked at Chen Jun again, his eyes were filled with anger. Chen Jun, on the other hand, was unimpressed and continued to smile. Well then, let's celebrate our smooth cooperation this time in advance. Come on, everybody stand up and drink. Chapter 175 Ni Yongxiao strikes. All parties compromise. After the banquet dispersed, on the way back to the company, Chen Yongren couldn't help but ask after him. Jun, why are you doing this? Obviously, he was still a little depressed about Chen Jun. The other party did this today, obviously using him to kidnap the entire Ni family. And although he and Ni Kuan had not yet recognized each other, the fact that they were father and son to each other was an ironclad fact. And he also sensed that Ni Kuan agreed mainly because of him. After all, just now, Chen Jun had made it clear that he intended for Chen Yongren to jump into this fire pit. And how can a man who was an old man want to see his own son go to his death? So in the end, the other party only reluctantly agreed to this. In response, Chen Yongren's heart was filled with complaints. Only in front of Chen Jun, he didn't dare to snap. One can only speak with caution. Chen Jun squinted at Chen Yongren. What? You know me on the first day? That's not true, except that the other guy is my father after all, Chen Yongren hurriedly explained. But in the next second, Chen Jun suddenly pulled out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Chen Yongren. Jun, what are you doing? Chen Yongren asked in panic. If it wasn't for me, you'd have died 100 times over. Don't think I don't know that you were selected to become an undercover agent when you were in the police academy before. And then you approached me, presumably on orders from your superiors? But I let you become the second in command of Hung Hing regardless of my past grudges. I'm not being kind enough to you by doing this? Chen Jun took the opportunity to tell all about this secret that was hidden in his heart. Obviously want to tell Chen Yongren. Your identity background lousy knows everything. I didn't turn it over before because I didn't want to make you look bad. Chen Yongren only felt a buzzing in his head. He didn't expect Chen Jun to know everything. What puzzled him even more was that the other party was actually willing to use him after learning that he was simply an undercover agent sent by the police. It was really beyond his comprehension. Jun, why are you so nice to me? Because I believe in you as a guy who knows what he's doing. But this time, I have to have Ni Cohen himself come down and help me get rid of this big trouble of Lian Haolong. Also you can put your mind at ease, as long as Lian Haolong is dead. I, Hong Xing, will definitely step in to keep the Ni family safe. At that point, it's just going to have to be you as the lead to come on stage and sing. It was at this moment that Chen Yongren realized Chen Jun's intentions. He planned to have Ni Cohen do away with Lian Haolong in the name of peer competition. If Song Xingyi uses this to make trouble against the Ni family, then Chen Yongren, who is a member of the Ni family, naturally can't just sit back and do nothing. It is also reasonable for Hung Hing's military counselor to gather all the chambers to snipe at loyalty and faithfulness. In this way, the jungle people have nothing to say about this. Even less would run to blame Chen Jun. But I'm worried that Ni Cohen won't be able to do this. He's been selling white flour in Sim Sha Sui for so many years. Do you really think he's a vegetarian? I'll tell you the truth. The Ni family's influence is not smaller than these societies in Hong Kong. People take the upper class route and make friends with powerful people. There are even some aristocrats from the capital of mainland China in this group. So it's only fitting that he be the one to fix it. After listening to Chen Jun's analysis, Chen Yongren was also finally able to feel slightly more at ease. For the next few days, Chen Jun and the entire Hung Hing kept their troops still. On the other hand, the Ni family was ready to strike. Ni Yongxiao personally found a few Sim Sha Sui bosses. The group sat down at a famous hot pot restaurant and ate hot pot. CEO, this is against the rules of the Jianghu. We, the Liao family, and the society have always stayed out of each other's way. Is it not a deliberate attempt to find trouble to make us, the Salvers, go against the society now? Bald-headed Gandhi took the lead. Gandhi's right. I'm doing quite well in Sim Sha Sui, and have no desire to offend that Chung Xinyi. Besides, even if we take someone out, it won't do us any good. Spit it out too. As for Kwakwa and Mancheng, not to mention, they have likewise expressed their dissatisfaction. Ni Yongxiao also understood that if he wanted to force the several bosses here to agree and draw the life and death sign today, he would definitely have to put down some blood money. He then turned to look at Han Chen. Brother Chen, do you support my father's decision? Han Chen said with a big smile. Of course I'm for it, but my attitude alone doesn't seem to make much sense. There's 5 of them here. You've got to take care of 3 at the very least, right? You count 1. So that means of the 4 remaining bosses, I can just convince 2 of them, right? Ni Yongxiao continued in front of everyone. At that moment, the expressions of the other few bosses immediately turned cold. Their gazes were fixed dead center on Ni Yongxiao, wanting to see what this well-mannered, gentle young man actually wanted to do. CEO, don't bother. Negro, will never agree to this. I know. Of course you wouldn't agree. After all, you're doing so well in business now. By the way, I just happened to pass by a place in the past few days and realized that place seems to be your new warehouse. So see if this is the right address. After saying this, Ni Yongxiao handwrote an address on a piece of white paper and handed it to the S face changed instantly when he saw the contents. He then quietly glanced at Gandhi with his afterglow. At this point Gandhi was still drinking his beer and didn't even notice the strange gaze. My men are near the warehouse right now, so if there's anything I can do for you, just ask. At that moment, Ni Yongxiao continued, and the back is cold at the moment, because he didn't actually buy the goods in this warehouse. The shipment, to be precise, was bought by him and Gandhi together, and then he had his minions pose as robbers, and directed themselves to get the shipment back. Gandhi, who was kept in the dark, was still unaware of the situation and had to admit it, and they got a great bargain, buying a whole shipment for half price. Now that Ni Yongxiao was able to accurately name the location of this warehouse, he obviously already knew the whole story. Hey, where's that warehouse of yours and what's so weird about it? Guo Hua, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask a question. Nothing, I just rented this warehouse and haven't used it yet. With that, they put the note in his pocket. How about it? Nega, interested in working together yet? The Negro awkwardly glanced at a few other bosses, then could only say helplessly, I just thought about it. Since Uncle Cohen, his old man, has said so, I'd better listen to him for once. In this matter, the Negro, agree. Chapter 176, Lian Haolong's tragic death. Huge changes in the Jianghu. Several of the bosses were shocked by the sudden change of attitude. Nega, are you in over your head? Kakuo wondered. Brother Guohua, don't worry, I sent you an MMS. Check the content. Guohua was a bit disgruntled, but still nodded faintly. But when he took out his cell phone and just glanced at the screen, he immediately turned it off. What the hell? I didn't even look closely. Gandhi, who had come alongside to try and take a look, immediately grumbled, and Guohua's sweaty hairs stood straight up. He looked at Ni Yongxiao in front of him in dismay. Ni Yongxiao, however, smiled at him with interest. How about it? Do you still like this gift I gave you? Sweat began to pour down Guowa's face from his forehead. It also made both Gandhi and Man look dumbfounded. You're sweating in this weather. Kakua, what's wrong with you? Guowa had no way to open his mouth to explain, because at the moment he was panicking inside. Who would have thought that Ni Yongxiao would have taken pictures of him and Gandhi's wife exercising in bed? And the photo is so clear that there's no chance of denying it. Brother Guowa, Brother Negro has already agreed, so I'm sure you won't refuse, right? At that moment, Ni Yongxiao used the same tone again and said again, Guowa, don't tell me you're going to say yes too? Gandhi warned. But at this point, Guowa did not dare to say no. After all, once the photos get out, Gandhi will have to fight with him for his life. Actually, I also think Thea is right. Uncle Cohen has been so good to us. I can say that my life is all from his old man. Now that people are asking for our help with something, can we just sit back and do nothing? CEO, don't worry. I will fully support you in this matter. If I'm really drawn, then I'll make sure that Lian Haolong dies without a burial place. Looking at Guowa, who had a righteous look on his face, Gandhi and Man were stunned. Are you two really crazy? Or have you taken the wrong medication? The uninformed Gandhi continued to spew, but Ni Yongxiao had already turned his head to look at Wen Zhang. Wen Zhang, you're the youngest of the 5 bosses. Now it's your turn to take a stand. Wen Zhang looked at the others with a bitter smile, then said helplessly, you also said that I am the smallest here. The minority obeys the majority. I can't even if I don't agree. After Man took a stand, this left only Gandhi out of the 5 to disagree. And Gandhi knew that once he had angered the Ni family, the other side would inevitably do everything they could to deal with him when the time came. After taking a hard drag on his cigar, he had to shake his head and said loosely, alright, since you all have said so, I, Gandhi, am not someone who is afraid of death. So this matter is settled. Let's draw lots. Han Chen, who had witnessed the entire passage, was secretly very shocked even though he had a smile on his face. He didn't expect Ni Yongxiao to actually take this victory without bloodshed. However, it was good that he had already gotten through to Ni Yongxiao in advance of the lottery session. Did a little tinkering with the box to make sure he didn't get the word dead in the lottery. Alright, there are 5 slips of paper in this box, one of which says death and the remaining 4 all say life. Whoever draws death will go on this mission and finish off Lian Haolong. Ni Yongxiao took out the pre-prepared cardboard box and opened his mouth. I'll go first then, since he had already cheated. Hansum couldn't wait to be the first to go, because they had gone ahead and gently glued a raw note to the top corner of the cardboard box, so as long as Han Chen felt his way along the perimeter, he would immediately find the note. And everything really worked out as planned. He found the note right away. It's raw. I'm really sorry, gentlemen. Han Chen laughed with a smug expression, but now a few of the others were nervous. Soon, everyone drew a slip of paper one after the other. When Gandhi saw death on the note, he almost exploded. Gandhi, this one's up to you. My father also said that as long as you finish off Lian Haolong, our Ni family will definitely not treat you badly. Ni Yongxiao spoke faintly. Humph. So damn bad luck. I didn't go out today to pay my respects, and I ended up with such bad luck. Got it. I'll see to this. You guys wait for my news. With that, Gandhi got up impatiently and left the scene. Well, then, everyone is adjourned. Seeing that the matter was settled, Ni Yongxiao also stood up. Han Chen's few people also hurriedly got up to see them off. By the time they sent Ni Yongxiao away, everyone had broken out in a sweat. This Ni Yongxiao, why does it feel more ruthless than Uncle Cohen? When dealing with him, you really have to be on your guard from now on. Han Chen looked at Ni Yongxiao's back and fell into deep thought. 2 days later, the jungle broke a big news. Lian Haolong, a superstar in the Jianghu Lake and the leader of Zhong Xine, who is known as the Red Stick with 2 flowers, died tragically in front of a convenience store. According to information provided by the police, that evening, Lian Haolong drove to a convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes to smoke, but I didn't expect him to encounter a number of machete-wielding thugs as soon as he got out of the car. A few people could not help but slash Lian Haolong to death when they saw him. Lian Haolong's hands were hard to beat, and he collapsed in a pool of blood after a few minutes. By the time the police arrived at the scene and took him to the hospital, he had already died. When this news came out, it immediately triggered the entire mob world. Thousands of loyalties minions came out and started looking for the murderer all over the streets, and the police are on high alert, with patrol police cars skirting back and forth around the eastern and central districts to make sure that there are no more nasty incidents. Chen Jun, who was at home, also received a call from Chun Yongren at this time. June, the people have been taken out. I already know. The news has been showing images of Lian Haolong being chopped up. What's the arrangement with the cutthroats? It's already on a freighter, and it's sailing all night tonight toward Gibug Island. Chen Yongren replied. This is the most crucial step in the whole program. As long as the murderer was able to leave Shangzheng, Then neither the police nor the triads would have any evidence to suspect that Shinjun was behind it. Good. Have Han Bin keep an eye on them at that time, and if you find anyone trying to contact the family, give me a direct kill. If they stay over there peacefully, just let Han Bin treat them well. In a nutshell, don't put me in a passive position. Understand? Understood. I'll account for it. Chen Yongrun immediately returned. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yongrun looked at the picture on the television and smiled coldly, revealing a gloomy expression. Chapter 177, The Beginning of Civil Unrest in Zhongxinyi. All shut the up and be quiet. In one of the hospital's intensive care units, Su yelled at the noisy crowd. Soon the whole ward was quiet. Then Susu looked at Lian Haolong, who was lying on the bed and had lost his breath, and she clenched her fists fiercely. Chen Jun, I know it was you who did this. Since you're so shameless, don't force me to launch my revenge on you. Ah, fat. Inform down. I want to call a meeting to discuss how to solve the matter of Hung Hing. Yes, Su-san. Soon after, a meeting of the top brass of loyalists was held. Present were not only Susu herself, but also a group of big brothers from the club. They include Lian Haolong's younger brother, Lian Haodong, his personal bodyguard, Luo Tianhong, the head of external business, Luo Dingfa, and red sticks such as Guo Zihang and Lu Guowei. Well, since everyone's here, we're going to have a meeting. The boss is dead. Do you guys have anything to say? Susu, who was presiding over the meeting, spoke faintly. Originally, she thought that everyone would definitely be filled with righteous indignation and immediately step in to help Lian Haolong take revenge. But I didn't expect Lian Haodong, who was the first to speak up, to say, Sister-in-law, I think that since the elder brother is dead, the most important thing for us, Zhongxinyi, right now is to elect a new dragon head. That way the club won't continue to be a mess, don't you think? Susu looked at Lian Haodong in surprise. He didn't realize that Lian Haolong would still be in the ground and his brother would have to jump out and fight for the right to speak. And it was obvious that Lian Haodong was doing this to himself. Soso responded by forcing down her anger. Dong, are you eager to sit in this position? Or do you think I'm not qualified to run the company in place of your big brother? Lian Haodong inwardly sneered. You whore also have the nerve to think of being the spokesperson of the society? Plus, Susu didn't give birth to Lian Haolong. So in his opinion, these two were nothing more than a halfway decent couple. So naturally he couldn't let his family's industry fall into the hands of a woman who had nothing to do with him. Sister Susu, you can't say that. Although you have been managing the company's finances in the past, some of the external matters still have to be done by us men appropriately. Besides, where are the women in charge in the major societies in Hong Kong? If you really become the boss of loyal faithfulness, then where will we people lose face? Who says women can't be in charge, as long as we all have money to earn? Isn't that all right? Besides, you think it's fun to be the talker? Black and white are watching every day. This is worse than jail, Su hypocritically explained. Cut it out. In that case, step aside, Lian Haodong said unwillingly. It looks like you're really determined to get rid of me? I didn't. But you will never replace my big brother. Seeing that the two were getting more and more heated in their argument, the others hurriedly stood out and opened their mouths to persuade them. Ah Dong, Sister Su, let's not mess up ourselves now. Yes, the matter of choosing a dragon head is something I think we should either put off for a while. The most important thing is to take care of Dragon's business. Dong, don't worry about it. No one can replace the boss with a word. According to the rules of the club, the selection of a new talker must be voted on. Seeing that the big guys had maintained a neutral attitude, Lian Haodong and Susu knew that with the current situation alone, there was no way for either of them to convince the majority of the society. So the matter of choosing a new leader can only be put aside for the time being. Okay, so what do you guys think we should do now? Should we lead the team to kill Hung Hing directly and seek revenge on Shinjun? Or wait for the other party to come to our door? Lian Haodong sulked. Is there any direct evidence now that this incident was directed by Shinjun? If there's proof, then of course we can have a division. But what do we do if he didn't do it? After all, it's no small thing to take on a club leader. Luo Dingfa couldn't help but open his mouth to remind up. Although Lian Haolong was dead, it did not actually affect most of the people present. But once there is a full-scale war with Hung Hing, then everyone will have their hands full. Some even had to pay a steep price. Knowing this well, Lo Ting Fat naturally did not want to turn his back on Hung Hing. Who else but Hung Hing? Su was disgruntled. That's not necessarily true. I have information within the police force. I heard that a few punks did go missing in Sim Sha Sui in the past 2 days for no reason. And these punks were all following a drug lord in Sim Sha Sui before. They really don't seem to have anything to do with Hung Hing. At this time, Lian Haolong suddenly spoke. He had a mole in the police force. Something Su didn't know about yet, so he kept his mouth shut. Hearing this, Susu looked at Lian Haodong suspiciously. You mean Sim Sha Sui's people did it? There isn't an accurate conclusion within the police force, only that it's highly probable. After all, it's only a few minions that got lost, which doesn't directly indicate that things are related to the drug dealers in Sim Sha Sui. Lien Haodong continued to speak. He's not saying this to help Su, but to show the others that he's still capable of doing things. Also at this juncture, he really didn't want to easily mess with Chen Jun. Only when he sat on the leading throne of Zhong Xine would he think about how to solve the big trouble of Hung Hing. After hearing Lien Haodong's words, Su was also in a tangle. Everyone obviously didn't want to mess with Chen Jun at this time. Plus there wasn't any evidence. If she rashly asked for everyone's help, she was afraid that not only would she not get everyone's consent, but her own position in the club would be lost. Azuma, so what do you mean? Why don't we sneakily investigate that drug dealer in Sim Sha Sui first and then make plans? Susu finally nodded her head in agreement as she sniffed. In our line of work I more or less know where they get their goods from. You give me the other guy's name, and I'll have someone investigate him privately. If we have to, I think we can bring him in and have him tell us the truth to our faces. Chung Shunyi originally started out as a drug trafficker, only that it has never ventured into the Sim Sha Sui business. However, Hong Kong is such a small place. Everyone is just through the Golden Triangle region of Southeast Asia, the few generals into the goods to sell. And the person in charge of contacting the Golden Triangle region at Chengshini is none other than Susu herself. So it makes sense that she would say that. And more importantly, that she wanted to find out who killed Lien Haolong one step ahead of Lien Haodong. This could add a lot of weight to one's case in the upcoming general election for the new faucet. Seeing that Su wanted to grab the credit, although Lien Haodong was very upset, there was nothing he could do but reluctantly agree. Chapter 178, Rebelling Luo Dingfa, disintegrating Zhong Xinyi's plan. But that night, Luo Dingfa returned home to open the lights, but found that the sofa is sitting on a figure. He subconsciously pulled his pistol from his waist, but two men had sprung up beside him, pointing their guns inside his head. After sensing that he had been ambushed, Luo Dingfa was instantly too frightened to speak. It was then that the man sitting on the sofa slowly spoke. Luo Dingfa, you don't recognize me? Luo Dingfa took a closer look and realized that the one sitting on the sofa was no one else but Hung Hing's leading man, Chen Jun. Seeing Chen Jun suddenly come to the door, Luo Dingfa's heart was in his throat. So it's you. What are you doing here looking for me? Of course I want you dead. Since your boss is dead, you think you can still escape? Chen Jun threatened. Now Luo Dingfa panicked again. After all, Chen Jun saying this was already a disguised admission that he had something to do with Lien Haolong's death, and since the other guy dared to take out his own boss, then his life as a minion was even less of a concern. After swallowing his saliva, Luo Dingfa cautiously asked, there's no need for you to personally appear if you want to kill me, right? And it wouldn't do you any good to take me out in my house. The implication of Luo Dingfa's words is that there are cameras all over the outside of this room, and with so many of you coming to my place, it's inevitable that you'll reveal yourselves. That's why I came over here today, not really wanting to kill anyone in particular. If you can cooperate, it's not impossible for me to let you live. Seeing that he still had a chance of survival, Luo Dingfa brightened up. What do you want me to do? Who is in charge of loyalty and faith now? The two of them, Susu and Lien Haodong, are fighting for the position of leader, and no one has won yet. This kind of thing wasn't a secret, and as long as Chen Jun wanted to inquire about it, he could always do so. So it would be better if he just said it straight and crisp, instead of giving the other side a good impression. Maybe Chen Jun would just let himself off the hook once he was happy. Oh, just as I expected. So which side are you going to be on? Chen Jun continued to ask. I'll take the side of whoever gives me favors. After all, whoever is the leader has no effect on me. Luo Dingfa said bluntly. He himself mixes societies to make money. As for any righteousness or loyalty, it doesn't exist. Chen Jun narrowed his eyes as he listened. Clearly, the man in front of him was the partner he was looking for. Okay, I already know what you think. Now listen carefully to what I want to tell you. I'm going to help you get to the top and let you take over the whole of Loyal Faith. Will you do it? Hearing this, Luo Dingfa was shocked. In the past, he had never dreamed that he could become the leader of Zhong Xine. After all, he was not Lien Haolong's relative, and there was Lien Haolong's own brother and wife in front of him, so it wasn't his turn for that position anyway. How are you going to help me take over Loyal Faith? It's simple. I've already investigated. If Lien Haodong and Susu die, you'll have the most prominent status and position in the society's hierarchy next. At that point, if you want to get to the top, will anyone else jump in and stop you? Luo Dingfa was getting more and more excited as he listened. It was as if that leading throne was already his own. You mean you want me to make a move and take out both Lien Haodong and Susu? That's not very difficult. Although Luo Dingfa was very moved, he also understood that this was not a small matter. Not to mention killing 2 people. Even one of them was enough for him to drink a pot of water. If it's just you, then of course you don't have the power to take out one of them. But if I, Hung Hing, am there to help in the dark, I'm sure this matter is not impossible to accomplish. Chen Jun followed the advice. This time Luo Dingfa was completely heartened. If I'm willing to cooperate, you won't cross the river and break the bridge, right? You can go out and ask around. When did I, Chen Jun, ever change my mind about what I promised? Luo Dingfa seemed to be so when he thought about it carefully. Although Chen Jun is ruthless, his reputation is not bad. At least he hadn't heard rumors that the other man didn't keep his word. Luo Dingfa, I know that you are close to Su Su and have evidence of her massive drug trafficking. Leave the accounts to me and I'll take care of Soso for you. As for the remaining Lian Haodong, a gambler, that's better to deal with. Chen Jun had already gotten to the bottom of the people within Zhong Xine before this, so as long as someone is willing to work inside and outside, then the dismantling of Zhong Xinyi is just around the corner. Seeing that Chen Jun had already arranged things to this point, Luo Dingfa instantly grew in confidence. I could go and steal the secret ledger from Soso's office and give it to you, but there's a record of me on there too, so if this shakes out, I won't get away with it. Luo Dingfa reminded. Don't worry about it. I'm a person who will know how to return favors. You helped me. Of course I won't harm you. With Chen Jun's words, it was as if Luo Dingfa had taken a peace of mind. The next morning, while Susu was away, he snuck into the other man's office and took out one of the trading accounts that Susu had locked in the safe. When it was handed over to Jun Chen, he didn't forget to remind, Jun Chen, you must be careful. If this account book is exposed, my little life will be lost. Don't worry about it. Su was about to be finished. That night, Su was dragging her tired body home, but the car was halfway down the road when a van suddenly crossed out blocking her path. After immediately feeling bad, Su hurriedly put it in gear, intending to back up and turn around, but immediately afterward, a small car rushed up behind her, directly blocking her retreat. Soso was completely flustered and grabbed her cell phone, ready to call for help, but the next second, a man had stepped in front of her and hammered through the car's side window glass. What do you want? Su exclaimed. Our boss, Jun, wants to meet you. See your mom's ass. I'm not going. You guys can finish me off right here if you can. Soso roared on the grounds that this was a rowdy place and concluded that Chen Jun's men wouldn't dare to shoot easily. But the other party suddenly sneered and said, your company's account book is already in Jun's hands. If you don't go now, I'm afraid you'll have to report to the police in the morning. So do you want to meet our Jun or do you want to go to the police station to meet the cops? The other man's words brought Su out in a cold sweat. She looked at the other woman in dismay, an incredulous expression on her face. How is that possible? Please also get out of the car and come with us immediately. Continuing to stand here in a stalemate will only complicate things further. Chapter 179, Susu disappeared. Strong enemy -1. Susumu got into the other car in a daze, full of thoughts about what the other person had just said. After waiting in an unfamiliar place, Su finally meets Chen Jun. Chen Jun, you still use such despicable means to deal with a woman. Are you really not afraid of being laughed at by the outside world? Sister Susu, in my eyes, you're not just any woman. You're the woman behind Big Brother. So dealing with you up, I'm really going to have to put in some work. Chen Jun was unmoved and spoke slowly. After experiencing so many things, it was no longer possible for him to be enraged by someone's 3 or 2 words. So even though Su said so, he didn't waver in his resolve at all. Today, there had to be an outcome between him and Susu. Soso exhaled deeply and then spoke. What was the purpose of calling me here? May I remind you that not only will there be countless witnesses at the scene when you blatantly take me off the street, but there will also be security cameras on the street. So if anything really happens to me, Yu Honghing will definitely not be able to get away with it. Chen Jun laughed. That's why I didn't plan to finish you off here. To be precise, I have no intention of taking this matter into my own hands. Humph. So who do you want to handle me? Su asked back with a cold grunt. Before you do, does this look familiar? Chen Jun took out a pamphlet as he finished speaking. Upon seeing the cover, Su was shocked. Sure enough, the ledger he had hidden in the safe had really been gotten to by Chen Jun. Who did you tell to steal it? Susumu doesn't know why his safe can't actually be protected from thieves. And if there's then that mole is not only high-ranking, but knows a lot about himself. Thinking about this, Su already had a sense of foreboding. There's no way I can reveal the person to you, but this ledger is almost entirely about your crimes. Where do you think you'll end up if I give this account to the police? Since Soso is the de facto handler of the company's business, she basically signs off on everything and nods her head in agreement. Once this ledger is handed over to the police, then she will surely die. At the very least, they have to go to the kiln of torture for 20 or 30 years. This was certainly the end of the line for her, who was already in the middle of people. You want to use the ledger to threaten me? No? Your tactics are really underhanded. But what if I'm not willing to cooperate? Then you'll be waiting for the police to come to your door. Men, take Miss Susu away and bring her back from whence she came. After saying that, Chen Jun got up and prepared to leave. Now Su was completely tense. She was already worried about her future. And now her life could be said to be completely in Chen Jun's hands. If the other side really goes out of their way to hand over the ledger to the police, then she wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Wait, Jun Chen, why? Is there anything else Susan wants to say to me? Or you might as well save that for the judge. Chen Jun continued to sneer. What do you want me to do? It's simple. I'll arrange for someone to help you leave Shangjiang. As for where to go, you choose yourself. But I only have one request, and that is to never come back. Chen Jun also knew that it was obviously unrealistic to try to force Susu to die with the ledger. The other woman herself is an extremely self-centered woman, so just need to give the other party a ray of hope. I think she will definitely not refuse. Fruity. When Chen Jun proposed this option, Susu didn't hesitate and agreed on the spot. I'll leave Xiangjiang, and you'll return the account book to me. Oh, there's no need to give it back to you. This ledger is all about you and Lian Haolong, and Lian Haolong is dead, so as long as you're far away, then it won't mean anything to you. Will it? Chen Jun's implication is that as long as you don't come back, there is no harm in handing over this account book to the police. That way you don't have to take the ledger back. Soso was speechless, and eventually could only nod her head in agreement. But just before she left, Susu asked, can you tell me who actually stole my ledger? It's someone very close to you. Sure enough, no one trusts me after all. Su laughed to herself and eventually left the scene dark and lifeless. When Susu left, Chen Jun called Chen Yongrun over. Ren, go arrange for this woman to get on the boat to Treasure Island. Should we do away with her while we're at it? To put an end to it? Chen Yongrun pursued. Chen Jun raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. When did you become so ruthless? Chen Yongrun said without changing his face. To be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Besides, she, Susu, is not a good person. Even if she dies, she deserves to die. Chen Yongrun originally just wanted to express his own view of his position, but I didn't expect to give Chen Jun a big shock. Yeah, Soso has done a lot of bad things, but how many good things have you done by leading Hung Hing yourself? Thinking of this, Chen Jun also became a little despondent. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. It can't be one of ours doing this, but when we get to Treasure Island, I'll have someone from the San Luan gang go and take care of her for us. Understood. Chen Yongrun, who had received the instruction, immediately went down. Chen Jun, on the other hand, was in the middle of deep contemplation. The next day, there was a complete explosion within loyalty and faithfulness. Su disappeared, and along with her, the company's ledgers, which she had kept. Now the club is in total disarray. After all, the ledger holds many society secrets. If it comes to light, then everyone will be in huge trouble. But among them, only Lian Haodong sat calmly on his sofa, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Soon after, Luo Dingfa ran over in a false sense of humor and asked, Brother Dong, what should we do now? What about, with the loss of the ledger, what should the society do next? There's nothing to deal with. Almost everything in the ledger has to do with the two couples. Now that one is dead and the other is missing, then once anything happens to the society in the meantime, we can blame it on both of them. Once a new leader is re-elected, the club will be back on track. As for the original book, it doesn't matter if it's there or not. Lian Haodong had thought of everything long ago, so disappearing was like a godsend for him. After all, that would leave him without any rivals in Tada Shinri. The few people left were simply not enough to fight him. Chapter 180. Next target. Lian Haodong, the gambling dog. After saying that, Lian Haodong couldn't help but have a smug smile appear on his face, but he didn't notice that the corners of Luo Dingfa's mouth, who was sitting next to him at the moment, also started to rise. On the same day, a meeting was held at Faithful. This time, no one dared to compete with Lian Haodong at the meeting. He was originally Lian Haolong's own brother, and had a very high status in the society. Now that Su is gone, he's naturally on top without any controversy. It is only because of the importance of the change of association that a number of traditional ceremonies had to be gone through during the period. That's why Lian Haodong hasn't been able to immediately become the leader of Zongxinyi. One can only wait 3 days until the Zazen ceremony is over to become the true wordmaster of Zongxinyi. That night, in a good mood, Lian Haodong went to a casino in Central to spend his time. When he entered the house, the person who followed him immediately contacted Luo Dingfa by phone. Brother Fat Tongue has entered the casino. Yes, the one in Central. Lian Haodong is a regular customer of this casino. so as soon as my little brother opened his mouth, Luo Dingfa knew. Luo Dingfa then immediately revealed the news to Chen Jun. What club owns this casino? It looks like it belongs to Officer Hong Tai. Rodinga replied. Humph. That's good to know. It's true that when luck comes, nothing can stop it. Seeing that Chen Jun looked like he had a plan, Luo Dingfa was overjoyed in his heart. Brother Jun, then I'll trouble you for this matter. Wait for my good news. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jun immediately dialed the phone number of Hong Tai Sitting Hall. The official. How have you been doing lately? Sir? Boss Chen. I'm doing just fine. Thanks to your help to our Hong Tai during this period of time. The official said with a smile after picking up the phone. Ever since he supported Chen Jun in the last chief tap election, next Hong Xing helped him Hong Tai a lot in every aspect. That's why the official has been having a very good time for a while. Today, when he saw Chen Jun call over, he even lowered his status and addressed the other party as Chen Boss to his juniors. It's okay, it's not easy for all of us to come out. Just help each other and get rich together. That's right, get rich together. But Boss Chen called me in the middle of the night. I'm sure it wasn't to exchange pleasantries with me, right? The official master is not a little cute either. Knowing that Chen Jun must have something to find him when he called, Chen Jun didn't hide anything, and directly told the whole story, as well as his thoughts. After hearing this, the official also understood. I know what you mean. You want my people to cheat and make Lian Haodong lose all the time, and then we'll lend him more money so he can keep losing, until he loses no more, right? That's right, he's a gambler himself. As long as we set up a trap, I'm sure he won't hesitate to jump into it. I understand. I'll have the caretaker take care of this. Right, Boss Chen. I happen to have something I want to trouble you with as well. I just don't know if it's convenient for you anymore. If there's something you want, just say it. What's the point of being polite between us? It's not much. It's just that I've been trying to walk a private shipment to Southeast Asia lately. But as you know, I'm not familiar with the sea routes either. And you're so godlike and experienced in this area. So, Chen Jun knew what the official wanted. His own relationship with the King of Gamblers family now had long been known, and there's no way that the King of Gamblers controlling a huge shipping company can be hidden from anyone, so the official was going to take this opportunity to make a deal with himself. As for the goods the other party was talking about, it didn't take much thought to realize that they were smuggled stuff. At present, many developing countries have set high import tariffs, so as to avoid imported products prices are too low on the domestic independent products to form a descending blow, so the chain of smuggling crimes has been bred in the middle. Once the smuggling of imported products is successful, the profits obtained therein will be staggering. However, the risk is naturally not too low, and without a strong background of connections, the ship will be seized by the authorities before it even arrives. And even if it could arrive safely, there is no way to sell a shipment of this magnitude. Now, the official clearly meant that he wanted Chen Jun to step in and help coordinate this matter for himself. Sir, as I just said, we can all make money together. As long as this thing helps you and me, of course I'm going to give it my all. The official is also an old fox, and once he heard it, he knew what Chen Jun meant. He immediately stated over the phone, "Don't worry, Boss Chen. I'm still a fair person. This shipment is worth a lot. If it's a deal, I'll take out some of it to hit the brothers. Oh, in that case, just wait for my news." Chen Jun knew that if he wanted the King of Gamblers to help, the other party would not be able to do so if he did not take some favors. And naturally, he shouldn't be the one to pay for this. So it's up to the officials to pay for it. Fortunately, the official was not a greedy person, and immediately said that he was willing to give up some of his benefits. Now that's how things work out much better. After reaching a cooperation agreement with the official, Chen Jun began to wait for news from the casino side. Since the official had ordered it, the lotter at the table where Lian Haodong was started to do something about it. Soon, the hundreds of thousands of dollars that Lian Haodong had brought with him were directly lost. Even when all the other guests won, Lian Haodong still lost whatever he pressed. It was very upsetting to him. Asterisk. Did you catch me killing specifically? But the Dutchman had already thought of an excuse. She explained seriously, "Sir, we are a regular and reputable casino. We won't target a single person. Besides, what good does it do us to target you alone? You lost 100,000 bucks last hand, but we let the other customers win over 200,000. That works out to be a loss for us." The other party's explanation was reasonable, and now Lian Haodong was out of temper and could only recognize his own bad luck. Just as he finished losing and was about to get up and leave, the head of the casino appeared in front of him. "Dong, how's your luck today?" Lian Haodong recognized the other party, and then complained unhappily. "Ah how? You're just in time for the ING game. Your dealer's hand stinks. You've killed me 7 or 8 times in a row. Oh, since you don't get along with her, Let's change the venue. I have so many tables here. There's always one that suits you. The person in charge, Aho, said with a smile. What's the point of switching? We don't have any money today. We'll come back some other time. Although Lian Haodong wanted to turn over his money, at the moment he hadn't succeeded in taking over the financial power of the company, so there wasn't a lot of cash on hand. But just then, Ahao suddenly said mysteriously, Brother Tung, I heard that you're going to become the head of Zhongxine soon. Is there such a thing? Chapter 181, The Poorest Talker in History. Lian Haodong. Lian Haodong glanced at the other party, then said smugly, Your kid is quite well informed. We just had a meeting in the morning, and by the end of the day see what you're saying, Zhongxine is so influential on our side, and you're the VIP of our casino. Can I not know about this kind of thing? Good to know. Since Dong is already going to be the boss, then I can give Dong a little bit of convenience from my side. I just don't know if Dong wants it or not. Lian Haodong immediately asked curiously in return. What convenience? That's right. Our casino will offer a lending line to quality customers like you. If you want to keep gambling, we can lend you a sum of money. Of course, the money is repaid with interest. But Brother Dong, you're a member of Zhongxine's word now, so of course the interest rate will be discounted. Also if you can pay the money back that day, then we won't charge you interest. Lian Haodong's eyes let out light after hearing this. This is certainly a snowball's chance in hell for him. After all, right now, he didn't really have any money in his hand. How much can you lend me? Depends on how much Dong wants. $1 million up front, okay? Lian Haodong was thinking of flipping his capital, so he opened his mouth with a 7-figure sum. Ahao smiled faintly. No problem, but this number is too big. You still have to write an IOU for it to work. After all, this venue isn't my personal one either. It's the company's, so I still have to follow the company's rules. Lian Haodong also understood the other party. After all, this venue was Hong Tai's, but even though Hong Tai didn't support them in the first place, the two sides usually didn't clash too much, so Lian Haodong didn't think too much about it. Instantly, he agreed to the other's proposal. Soon, Lian Haodong signed an IOU. With that, Hao brought him $1 million in chips. After getting the money, Lian Haodong immediately changed the field. But I didn't realize that even with a different Hofer, it would be hard to resist the fact that I was being passed through consecutively. $1 million gone in a matter of minutes. Now Lian Haodong was already getting on top of it. After all, he had lost more than $1 million in one go, so he was naturally very upset. Can I borrow some more? Lian Haodong found Ahao and asked, How much do you want? 5 million. That's no small amount. Dong, what are you afraid of? When I take over the company, I'll naturally be able to pay you back. Ahao hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. After signing another IOU, Lian Haodong was once again given 5 million chips. This time, the result was the same. In no time at all, the $5 million was also lost. Get another $10 million. Lian Haodong had completely lost his mind. At this moment, he's a total gambler. Ahao, however, did not panic and said, Brother Tung, you have too much credit. I can't make it. Then call your official and I'll talk to him myself. Seeing that the other party had been completely tricked, Ahao immediately dialed the official's phone number. Sir, it's me. Oh, Dong, I already know the matter. You still want $10 million, don't you? That's right, and you know how I am. I'll be able to pay this back in a few days. Well then, we are already old acquaintances. I can still help you with this small matter. Why don't I just give you a lump sum of $20 million? And if you lose any more, you won't be looking for me, okay? Okay, no problem. Lian Haodong agreed in one bite. Also I have another request, and that is that within a week, you must return this money to me, or else there's no way I can explain it to my men. After all, if anyone was like you, my casino wouldn't be open. So, you should be able to understand me, right? Oh, don't worry about it. In 3 days, I'll be able to become the head of Zhongxinyi's word. When the time comes, let alone tens of millions of dollars, I can get you 100 million. Lian Haodong bragged. Fine, then I'll give you another $20 million. A few hours later, Chen Jun then received a call from Luo Dingfa. Jun, Lian Haodong lost over $30 million in the casino, all from loan sharks, and the officials demanded that he pay it back within a week. Fat, then it's up to you next. Oh, this little cutie. I'm afraid you don't know that the little money left in Zhongxinyi has been taken away by Susu, do you? Plus I've already gone ahead and taken most of the company's cash out to buy goods, so there's not much left on the company's books at all. Lian Haodong hadn't read the books, so he didn't even know how much money was left in the Loyalist Society. In his mind, Tens of millions of dollars certainly didn't count. But he didn't know that Soso not only took a large sum of money into his pocket and went far away, Luo Dingfa also interfered, leaving the company with little cash left. In that case, let him be a faithful and trustworthy man of words for a few days. When a week has passed, I'll join forces with the officials and force him to pay back the money. When the time comes, you'll then join forces with those within loyalty and faithfulness and just oust him from power. Don't worry about it. My side will naturally take care of it, Luo Dingfa said confidently. Although Lian Haodong had lost tens of millions of dollars in one breath, he wasn't the least bit flustered. 3 days later, in the presence of all the society's patriarchs and executives, Lian Haodong received the dragon head baton, which symbolized the society's supreme power, became the new generation of Tadatsuyashi's spokesperson. After taking the throne, Lian Haodong couldn't wait to call the company's finance, wanting to take out tens of millions of dollars from it to fill the hole for himself. Boss, there are only a few million left in our company's books. If we don't pay back the money, the company may not even be able to pay out the full amount next month. What? Lian Haodong almost thought he hadn't heard correctly. I thought the company had hundreds of millions in cash flow on its books before? How is it that now all of a sudden there are only a few million left? The finances, however, were not flustered as they explained. Most of that money is in Sister Susu's hands. Now that she's gone, naturally that money is nowhere to be found. The other remaining tens of millions had already been transferred out of the country the other day to be used for ordering. The ordering that the finance said was naturally to go to the Golden Triangle to buy white powder. After all, that's how they do business. By trading in white powder. Asterisk. So what you're saying is that not only does the company not have any money now, but I'm going to have to find a way to advance money into it? In theory. The furious Lian Haodong immediately called Luo Dingfa and the others into his office. Is the deposit refundable? Lian Haodong looked at Luo Dingfa and asked. No way. How can those generals refund us when they got their money? Now we can only hope that they ship it soon and we distribute it. That way we might even get a payment back in a month. Luo Dingfa explained calmly. Chapter 182 Club Boss. Online Debt Collection. These words, however, completely enraged Lian Haodong. After all, he still owed the official more than $30 million. If the money is not paid back within a week, the other party will definitely come after you. And once this matter came to light, although it wouldn't be so bad that it would kill him, it would still cause him to lose face. It was impossible for himself to continue to be qualified to be the boss of Zhong Xine. After all, no one would think that a boss who owed tens of millions of dollars to loan sharks just after taking the throne would be able to lead the club to glory. I don't care what you use. You must get the company $50 million within a week. Otherwise, you're on your own. The crowd at the scene froze when these words came out. Although they were also all senior members of the society, it was simply impossible for them to find tens of millions of dollars in cash in a short period of time. And it's not even for them, it goes to the company. As for what Lian Haodong is going to do with the money, no one knows except Luo Dingfa. At this time, Luo Tianhong blew the bangs on his forehead and said coldly, Brother Dong, it's not in order for you to do that, is it? We don't owe the club any money either. So why should we go and get $50 million to give to the company? Yeah, where are you going to get us that kind of money? You can't ask us to rob a bank. Can you? Normally, societies make money from selling coke, and now that the goods are still floating at sea, we can't make those drug addicts pay a deposit up front, can we? That's not realistic at all. The other big brother, Lu Guowei, chimed in. Instead, Luo Dingfa was calmly watching all this in front of him. He knew that even if he didn't open his mouth there would be countless people jumping out against Lian Haodong. When Lian Haodong saw that everyone was against him, he also knew that he had been too hasty just now and that was why he had said the wrong thing. After all, he was not his brother, Lian Haolong, and did not have the prestige of a single voice in the society. Nowadays, even though he is officially on top, not many people seem to convince him from the bottom of their hearts. Thinking of this, Lian Haodong didn't know what to do, so he could only explain stiffly. I'm not forcing you to pay. The main thing is that the society doesn't even have the money on the books to pay the employees now, and I've only just come up here, so I haven't had time to smooth out a lot of things. How else is the company going to get through this if you guys aren't willing to help? Luo Dingfa immediately jumped out and said, Brother Dong, there's no rush in making money. You can only take your time, especially at this juncture. It will only backfire if you make any overtures. After all, the brothers down there are already on edge, so we definitely can't disorganize ourselves at this time. Luo Dingfa's implication is that you don't act rashly, and you will have money when the freight arrives to sell. But Lian Haodong simply can't wait. But he is not good when everyone's face explicitly, and ultimately can only temporarily choose to agree to Luo Dingfa's proposal. A few days passed quickly, and when the repayment deadline arrived, Hong Tai's boss official took the initiative to give Lian Haodong a call. Sir, why don't you give me a little more time? Our goods are still floating on the sea, and we won't be able to collect the payment for a while. Dong, you're not kidding me, are you? I've heard all about it. You've taken full charge of Tata Shini. It's impossible for an association as big as yours to be unable to come up with even a mere $30 million, right? Besides, I, Hong Tai, am not a charity. So many brothers under me have to open their mouths to eat every day. So this money, you have to pay back today. Otherwise, don't blame me for charging you high interest on this account. Lian Haodong was inwardly shocked. If based on casino lending rates, that $30 million will double in less than a month. When the time comes, $70 or $80 million won't even clear the books. This is already an astronomical amount for Lian Haodong. Even if he was the leader of the society, it was impossible for him to just use so much money. Officer, aren't you driving me up the wall? How come you didn't think about the consequences before you bet? I'll treat you as my junior. Plus the fact that the relationship between our two societies was quite okay before. So I'll give you 2 more days. After saying that, the other party just hung up the phone. And Lian Haodong was in despair. 2 days went by in a flash. Lian Haodong didn't even take out $1 million. That's why the officials also released the news in the mob in the first place, indicating that Lian Haodong owes a huge gambling debt at his own casino and now has no money to pay it back. He's ready to ask Cheng Shuani for money in the name of the Hong Tai Society. This news immediately caused a buzz in the jungle, especially within loyalty and faithfulness. There was a lot of talk. This Lian Haodong is nothing compared to his brother and sister-in-law. So the company not only doesn't have a dime now, it owes tens of millions of dollars? Humph. It looks like Zhong Xingyi isn't far from disbanding. We'd better make plans early. Seeing that the matter had come to light, Luo Dingfa didn't hide it anymore. He directly contacted Luo Tianhong and other senior members of the society, only leaving out Lian Haodong to hold a special internal meeting. You all should know what Dong has gotten himself into. What do you think? Everyone was clear about the purpose of Luo Dingfa gathering everyone together at this juncture. A red stick, Gui Ziheng, who had already colluded with him in advance and had become his man, immediately spoke up. I think we should immediately have Lian Haodong step down of his own accord, so that we can salvage loyal faithfulness's reputation, and at the same time, we can let our brothers down below set their minds at rest. After all, the society is in a state of panic right now, and there are rumors everywhere that we're going bankrupt at Loyal Faithful. That's a good suggestion from you. Although Dong is Lung's own brother, he's really hard to handle. How much money has he taken from the company over the years to squander at the casino? He gambled away all the share that was ours. Now he's out there borrowing tens of millions of dollars from loan sharks in the name of the society's leader before he's even in power. Even if the company pays off his debt this time, it won't be long before he continues to resume gambling. By then the amount owed might not be a measly $30 million, but hundreds of millions. Luo Dingfa deliberately made things sound serious. Now even if someone wanted to speak up for Lian Haodong, they couldn't. After all, whoever dared to take a stand in favor of Lian Haodong at this juncture would have to follow along with this astronomical gambling debt. At this time, Luo Tianhong also spoke up. Getting him to step down is simple. The key is who can take his place as the new leader? How about one of us? Someone spoke up. I agree. Everyone else thought the program was good. Then I'll recommend Brother Fat. He's been Sister Susu's assistant before, and he's usually in contact with the generals over in the Golden Triangle. That's why it's perfect for him to be the club leader. Gui Ziheng, who had already been bribed by Luo Dingfa, simply stated his position directly and said, Chapter 183, Passing 3 Hurdles and Losing All Your Pants. After someone explicitly supported himself, Luo Dingfa bottomed out. It's not impossible to make me the boss of this, but it's still up to you guys and gals. If someone feels more capable than me and can get more high-quality goods from the Golden Triangle side, then the position of the society's leader will be taken by him. But if you don't have the skill, then don't blame the others for flipping out when the time comes. After all, we all come out to get rich. If you can't lead the club to riches, then get out while you can. Luo Dingfa's implication is that only Laozi is qualified to sit in this position. If any of you dare to compete with me, then don't blame me for being rude to you. As soon as his words came out, the other big brothers who were eager to put up a fight instantly wimped out. After all, they really don't have Luo Dingfa's connections, and at the same time don't have the guts to carry the burden of making money for everyone. If no one has any comments, then I'll temporarily replace Lian Haodong and take over Zhong Xingyi. As he said this, his address to Lian Haodong changed. From the beginning, he was called Dong, but now he is called by his first name. This also shows that in reality he never even looked at the other side from the inside. Luo Tianhong and the others couldn't do anything about it and could only watch Luo Dingfa rise to power. After the meeting, Lian Haodong, who was hiding at home, was notified by his man. Learning that Luo Dingfa had actually seized power behind his back, he was so angry on the spot that he almost didn't take a back seat. When he called to question Luo Dingfa asked calmly and rhetorically, "Brother Dong, if you can't pay off your debt of more than $30 million, I think you may have to run away. So if you really can't do anything about it, I advise you to get out of Shenzhen, so as not to be caught by Hong Tai's people when the time comes. Then we'll be in big trouble." Luo Dingfa, what do you mean? Are you guys going to give up on me? Lien Haodong questioned loudly. After all, he is now relying on the fact that he is the leader of Zhongxinyi, and has decided that the officials can only corrupt his reputation in the Jianghu, and do not dare to do anything to himself yet. But if he is no longer the boss and the club is not willing to bail him out, then he won't end up too well. After all, the people on Hong Tai's side were not good men and women. They certainly won't spare themselves easily. Dong, it's not that I don't want to help you. This matter is your problem. Where is there a debt that is not paid? Besides, our club lends money to people. If you don't pay back the money and still get the support of the society, then others can use the same excuse to put us off when the time comes. How are we going to do our job in the future after this? Luo Dingfa said with great righteousness, just like an iron face and selfless style. However, Lien Haodong understood in his heart that the other party couldn't wait for him to be killed after being caught by Hong Tai right away. This way he will be able to rest on his laurels and immediately take the throne as the new head of Zhongxinyi. Luo Dingfa, your kid has been trying to replace me for a long time, right? I didn't mean it like that, except that you are indeed indisputable and have pushed the society into an abyss. I am truly helpless now, and that is why I am forced to take up the burden. Of course, if you can get the debt thing sorted out in the short term, then I'll still talk to the others and give you another chance. Luo Dingfa expected Lien Haodong to be unable to turn over, so he simply gave his opponent hope. Although Lien Haodong was very upset, there was nothing he could do about it, and in the end, he could only hang up the phone angrily. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled a real estate license from his locker. It was the only thing of value he had on him at the moment. When he arrived at the casino again, the person in charge, Ahao, immediately greeted him warmly. Dong, are you here to pay back the money? Great. I'm getting scolded by the officials. But Lien Haodong handed over the real estate certificate from his pocket. This is the villa I'm living in now. The current market value is around $12 million. I'll mortgage it to you at $10 million. Okay? Ahao revealed a difficult expression after hearing this. Brother Tung, we want cash, not a house. Besides, $10 million is nowhere near enough to pay off the debt. I know. That's why I'm not using this house to pay you back. But I want to mortgage it to you in the hope that you'll lend me another $10 million to flip my capital. After hearing this, Ahao immediately shook his head and refused. No, without the nod of the official. I can't be the master of this matter. Then tell the officials now that I, Lien Haodong, said so. Go on, don't my words carry enough weight? Lien Haodong said angrily. The other party didn't dare to offend Lien Haodong. After all, he was currently still the official of Zhongxinyi on the surface. He then had to turn around and go back to his office to make a phone call as well. Seeing that Lien Haodong had come to deliver the money again, the official immediately instructed over the phone. Lend it to him, then let him win the first hand, and then start killing him in the second. That way, he won't get suspicious and think we're cheating. Got it. I'll have the Dutchman watch it. The casinos have a million ways to bleed a wayward gambler dry. So after getting the order from the official, Ahao immediately ran to Lien Haodong with a smile on his face. Well, what did the official say? The official said that since Dong has opened his mouth, we can trust you for a little while longer. This is $10 million in chips. You play slowly. Don't rush. When will playing slowly pay for itself? After getting the chips, Lien Haodong directly pokers and puts 10 million chips on top of the dealer. Buy it and drive it. The Dutchman finished and began to turn over the cards. Banker 9 points. Player 2 points. Banker wins. Congratulations sir for winning $9 million. After pumping out $100,000 of water, Lien Haodong returned $9 million in one hand. It made him very happy. The decision to go through the 3 hurdles was made right away. Passing 3 levels is a casino term of art. It means 3 pokies in a row. And if you can win, then the capital can be doubled up to 8 times. And his own $10 million would end up being over $70 million. Not only did he pay off the loan sharks he owed to the officials in one fell swoop, he still had tens of millions left in his hands. At that time, even if Luo Dingfa and the others pushed the palace and threatened to step down, he would still have the strength to go on confronting them. All bets are off. After Lien Haodong finished speaking, he placed all $19,990,000 on the top of the bank. It also drew the attention of everyone around them. This guy is too crazy. A hand of pokies for $20 million. It's called a handful of riches and a handful of life and death. If I win it's $40 million. That's more money than I can make in many lifetimes. At this time, Lien Haodong also tensed up, his eyes fixed on the Lotus officer's cards. The cards are open, so please watch carefully. The dealer then began to turn over the cards. Banker 3 points, player 8 points, player wins. As the Lotus officer's voice fell, Lien Haodong's eyes instantly went black and he almost lost consciousness. Chapter 184 Lien Haodong commits suicide. Zhong Xine becomes a scattered mess. When he stepped out of the casino again, his entire mind began to drift. The only house I own has been exported to go. It won't take 2 days for the formalities to be completed. By then he'll be on the streets. What's worse, not a single penny of the $30 million of loan sharks has been paid back. At this rate, he won't have any chance of survival at all. Walking to a secluded place, Lien Haodong sat on a side chair. After recalling everything from the past, he suddenly felt tired. Being childless himself, plus his only relative, his brother, has also died. The kingdom left behind by the other side will have to be surrendered in a few days. Thinking of this, Lien Haodong's eyes suddenly glazed over, revealing a look of hatred. Luo Dingfa, since you had to push me to the brink, don't blame me for not being polite. He then stopped a cab and went directly to Luo Dingfa's house. Luo Dingfa was currently lying on the sofa leisurely watching a TV series. The casino side has just sent word to itself. Lien Haodong exported the only house he had. That way, it's only a matter of time before the other side steps aside and runs away. As long as Lien Haodong is no longer in Hong Kong, then both according to the rules of the Jianghu, or paper strength, Hong Tai has no reason, nor the ability to call on Zhong Xinyi to collect the debt. So as soon as he was in power, he immediately contacted the drug lords over in the Golden Triangle and asked them to send the goods over immediately. It won't take more than a few days for the shipment to arrive in Hong Kong. When the time comes, just sell the goods to the distributors in each channel as usual, and the money will naturally flow back. Once he solved the company's current pressing problems, his status in the society would certainly skyrocket. Plus the only people who could threaten him are gone. Then he'll definitely be able to sit tight in this leading position. After thinking that he was about to take over a huge society, Luo Dingfa couldn't help but hum a little song. But just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. At this juncture, someone suddenly came to the door. Luo Dingfa also left a heart. He went to the door and glanced out the cat's eye, only to see that the one standing at the door was actually Lien Haodong himself. Seeing that the other party had come to his house, Luo Dingfa did not feel surprised. After all, the other side has no way out now. Perhaps he had come to himself in order to pass on the position to him, and in the meantime pleaded with him, hoping that he and the society would save his life. And no matter what kind of reason, it was impossible for Luo Dingfa to turn away Lien Haodong, who was still the leader of the society now. So with that, he opened the door to the room, revealed a smile and said, "Brother Dong, why are you here? Is there something wrong?" "Humph, Luo Dingfa, I'm sure you know everything about me, right? Or perhaps you have a private connection with the officials?" Lien Haodong was certain that Luo Dingfa must have been involved in this matter. So as soon as he entered the room, he split his head and questioned. Luo Dingfa naturally couldn't possibly admit it and replied with a calm expression, "Brother Dong, I don't know what you mean by that. As for me and the official, I don't have any business connections either. So you're saying this has nothing to do with you? Oh, you went to the casino yourself and lost tens of millions of dollars to loan sharks. How come you turned the tables and tried to rely on me?" Luo Dingfa also retaliated defiantly. "Okay, this matter has nothing to do with you. Then what do you say about joining with others to usurp my position?" At that moment, Lien Haodong continued to question, and Luo Dingfa didn't continue to hide it, and said bluntly, "That's because your virtue doesn't match your position. We can't let you ruin Zhong Xinyi, and destroy brother Long and sister Susu's heart and soul." With one sentence, Rodinga put himself in the position of the high ground. This made Lien Haodong even more furious. "Well, since you said so, it looks like there's no place for me in both Zhong Xine and Xiangjiang. If you don't pay back the money, Hong Tai won't let you go. As for whether there is any way for you to continue to stay in Xiangjiang, that I don't know." Luo Dingfa's words were also clear. "That means it's up to you if you want to stay, but there's definitely no place for you within Tatashinyi." As soon as he heard this, Lien Haodong's mind flared up and he lost his mind on the spot, only to see him quickly pull out a pistol he had prepared beforehand and point it directly at Luo Dingfa in front of him. Luo Dingfa was also startled at the sight. He hadn't thought that Lien Haodong had done something so extreme, and he was instantly scared and chilled. "Dong, don't mess around. Put the gun down first. Let's talk slowly if we have anything to say." "Talk my ass off. In a few days I'll have nothing to talk about." "What's there to talk about? Will you be willing to help me pay that debt? Lian Haodong asked angrily. Luo Dingfa did not dare to answer. After all, nearly $40 million of huge sums of money, he cannot take out. At the same time, it is impossible to take out to the other side to pay off the debt. Not saying anything means you don't want to. So since I'm already on my deathbed, I'll definitely have to pull some cushions. Don't mess around. You kill me and you sure as hell won't get away. Why don't I arrange for a boat to be brought to you, so you can go far away from here? Plus I'll leave you another sum of money. Enough to see you through your old age. Roding happened to be afraid that the other party would shoot, so he hurriedly proposed a solution. Humph. The word run does not exist in my Lian Haodong's dictionary. Today, no matter what, you must follow me and be buried with me. After saying that, Lian Haodong directly pulled the trigger. A sharp gunshot rang through the neighborhood. Soon the surrounding residents heard another gunshot ring out. Looks like someone shooting? It's so scary. Hurry up and call the police before you say anything. Hey, police station? There are suspected gunshots in our neighborhood. Why don't you guys hurry over and take a look? It didn't take long for the police to arrive on the scene. After only a few minutes, the police found Luo Dingfa's home. When they got inside, they realized that there were already 2 bodies lying in the house. Upon initial identification, the deceased were none other than Lian Haodong and Luo Dingfa of Zhongxinyi. The next morning, Chen Jun saw the news on the newspaper headlines. Seeing that Lian Haodong not only killed Luo Dingfa, but also committed suicide in fear of the crime. Such a result shocked him greatly. After all, before this, he had only wanted Lian Haodong to abdicate before planning to deal with Luo Dingfa. And now Lian Haodong even ghostly sent Luo Dingfa to kill. This completely solved one of his heartaches. Nowadays, there aren't many big brothers with Jianghu status left within Zhongxinyi. So what follows is that the entire society is bound to be thrown into chaos internally. Facing the possibly scattered Zhongxine, Chen Jun knew that it was now time for Hung Hing to send out his troops and directly take down the entire society. Chapter 185, Feng Yuxiu vs. Luo Tianhong. The ultimate showdown between the two societies. Over here, Tata Tsuyoshi is still holding meetings. The meeting was, naturally, to elect a new leader. And since Luo Dingfa and Lian Haodong both died accidentally, the remaining big brothers, in their hearts, are not convinced by anyone. Even Luo Tianhong couldn't help but jump out and say that the problem could be solved by force. Whoever has a hard fist will be in charge of the whole of Zhongxinyi. But the other big brothers immediately balked at his suggestion. After all, everyone knew that Luo Tianhong was very capable of fighting, and his strength was second only to Lian Haolong within the club. Now that Lian Haolong is dead, then he is naturally the most capable gold medalist of Zhongxine. So the other big brothers then immediately said that only those who can make money for the club can be the boss. He, Luo Tianhong, has no connection with the Golden Triangle and doesn't know anything about the drug business, so he can't be the boss. But just as they were still arguing heatedly, instead, a little brother barged right in. What for? What are you doing in here now when we're still in a meeting? One of the bosses said in exasperation. But the little brother had to step forward and whisper something to him. What? Hung Hing killed over? When these words came out, the scene was in an uproar. What's going on? Tell me more carefully. The little brother swallowed his saliva, then said sharply, all the leaders of Hung Hing's branch chambers have come out together today, and swept all of our Zhongxine's venues. Not only did they vandalize everything in our yard, but they drew a lot of cops. Now the cops have closed all our venues and are looking for our people everywhere. The crowd was dumbfounded when the little brother finished his sentence. After all, although Lian Haolong had problems with Hung Hing, he died a long time ago. Now in this group of people, there is no one who has a deep grudge against Hung Hing and Chan Chun. And at this juncture, Hung Hing quietly launched a full-scale attack on Zhongxine without saying a word. This move directly caught everyone off guard. Asterisk. Does Hung Hing really think we are soft? Let's not discuss who can ascend to become the leader. The priority is still to solve the current trouble as soon as possible. If we don't have a way to stop Hung Hing's attack, then we, Chung Shunyi, will be completely finished. Yeah, what's going to happen once the field continues to be closed and the men have no income? We can't just leave them to drink the northwest wind, can we? They'll definitely revolt. The other big brothers also spoke up. It was at this point that Luo Tianhong knew that his chance had come. He stood up and said coldly, I'm the strongest here. No one has a problem with that, right? Everyone knew he could fight, so naturally no one objected. Since no one has a problem with it, let me lead the club to deal with Hung Hing next. At the same time, this will be able to validate my personal abilities in this way. If I can successfully put Hung Hing in order, then this leading position will be mine. If I fail, I am at your disposal. How about that? Luo Tianhong said word for word. Everyone was naturally very happy inside once they saw that someone was willing to rush to the front of the line to sell their lives. Plus the others really don't dare to pick up the hot potato of Zhongxine at the moment. After all, even if they get to the top, not only is there not a dime in the company's books, but they also have to face the onslaught of Hung Hing. So in the end, we all agreed to let Luo Tianhong lead the society to solve the big trouble of Hung Hing first. Then we can continue to sit down and have a good talk about the new leader candidate. After Luo Tianhong got the big power, he immediately decided to fight hard with Hung Hing for once. On that night, in Saiwan, Lok Tin-hung led thousands of Chung Shunyi fighters directly into the territory of Hung Hing Saiwan holding Fitman Sang Han Liang. After a bout of vandalism, not only did they overturn all of Sang Han Liang's venues, but they also injured dozens of Hung Hing gangsters. In the midst of this battle, Luo Tianhong was the first to lead the way, charging into the crowd of Hung Hing by himself, and since he was too powerful, no one up and down the entire Saiwan Hung Hing could even block his attack. The first thing that Zhang Hanliang did upon learning of this news was not to personally bring his minions to the scene to provide support, but instead, he immediately fled and hid in Prince Tsin Shatsui's territory. After all, at this juncture, the only safest thing to do was to be by the crown prince's side. So that night, Saiwan was completely overrun by Chung Shunyi. The next day, when Chen Jun learned of this news, the first thing he did was to order the removal of Zhang Hanliang's position as the holding fit person of the Western Ring District. Then he ordered his little brother Feng Yishio to take his men and go to Shan Luo Tianhong. When the two groups met in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, people from both camps began to shake their fists and jump into action. After all, it was clear to anyone that the future of both societies was at stake in this battle. Luo Tianhong's side could be described as a nest. Behind him gathered thousands of Zhongxin's fighters. There's no cannon fodder in here. All of them are gangsters who have a reputation within the community. On the other side, Feng Yishio was leading an army of beast soldiers controlled by Chen Jun. Each of these people had an explosive battle value, so their fighting strength was very strong, and as long as they were able to defeat Luo Tianhong head-on, then no one in the entire Zhongxinyi would be able to stop Chen Jun's beast soldier legion next, so no one can lose this battle. When he saw that the one who came to answer the battle was actually a cripple, a look of contempt also surfaced on Luo Tianhong's face. What's going on? Does Hung Hing really have no one left to actually send a cripple over to deal with me? Where did the prince, known as the war god of Hongxing, go? Calling out in front of the formation. It was obvious that Luo Tianhong wanted to demoralize Hung Hing, but Feng Yishio responded indifferently after hearing this, dealing with a small character like you. I'm enough alone. You're so arrogant. Then today I'm going to properly let you know how powerful I, Luo Tianhong, and Zhongxinyi are. Brothers, give it to me. Feng Yishio waved his hand. The beast soldiers behind them quickly rushed up as well. Cut them down. Just do it. Kill. For a while, the entire warehouse was hacking and slashing. Luo Tianhong and Feng Yishio were soon paired up. Originally, Luo Tianhong thought that a few blows would settle the fight, but he was surprised when he fought his opponent. Although Feng Yishio was a cripple, he was very agile. Within a few rounds, he was caught by his opponent and slammed his fist into his face. The huge impact caused him to not have any chance to struggle at all, and his entire body flew straight out. Luo Tianhong was about to get up after falling to the ground, but Feng Yishio had already rushed to his heels and stomped on his chest. Ahem! A violent cough came out of Luo Tianhong's mouth. The body was also completely immobilized. And just then, from outside the warehouse, thousands of unfamiliar thugs burst right in. Chapter 186, A Total Rout of the Faithful. These people, obviously, are not loyalists. These fighters quickly rushed to Feng Yishio's side before stopping. Soon the fighting at the scene also gradually stopped. After all, it's impossible to drive a party all the way to extinction in a large-scale armed fight scene like this. People can pretty much say it's on point. So the key to winning or losing this battle actually lay with Luo Tianhong and Feng Yishio. Luo Tianhong was the strongest person in Zhanyixin and was recognized as a gold medal fighter within the society. But now, he was humiliatingly stepped on by Feng Yishio. This was a strange shame for the entire loyalty faith up and down the line. And what's worse, it also means that they've probably lost today. Feng Yishio glanced at Luo Tianhong on the ground and saw that the other party still looked unconvinced. Then he spoke out and sneered. You can't even deal with a cripple, you? It seems like you loyalty faiths really have no one to fight. Luo Tianhong wanted to say something, but suddenly a mouthful of blood rushed up his throat. Put. Only after spitting out blood, Luo Tianhong gritted his teeth and said, kill me if you have the guts. It's easy to kill you, but Jun demands to keep you alive. But before I do that, I have to take care of these minions of yours. By the looks of it, there are quite a few people who still seem to be unconvinced. When he finished speaking, he raised his head and swept his gaze to the loyalist fighters in front of him. At this point, the people of loyalty faith all began to panic as well. Facing an enemy that was at least double his size, plus his own boss, Luo Tianhong, was also finished, so their morale has obviously been dealt a fatal blow. Do you wish to continue resisting? If anyone wants to fight for loyalty, faith, and take a stand for this boss of yours, then you come up here. But I'll say this in advance. If anyone else wants to continue fighting, then don't blame me for not being polite. Everyone listen to my order. From now on, whoever dares to resist, give me a direct kill. Don't leave anyone alive. Feng Yuxiu opened his mouth in a domineering manner. Now the whole room was energized. After all, to kill in front of thousands of people, this kind of guts and vigor was not something that ordinary people could have. Moreover, the reason why Feng Yuxiu had laid down his deadly hands was to warn the crowd that no one should continue to do so. Sure enough, with Feng Yuxiu's harsh words, the people of Zhangyi Xian immediately didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Luo Tianhong wasn't even a match for Feng Yuxiu, so there was even less need to mention these shrimp soldiers of theirs. Luo Tianhong also knew that the tide had turned, and although he didn't care about life and death, he didn't want to see this group of his men get killed with him, especially since it was clear that they were no longer likely to listen to their own orders. So he then forced himself to endure the pain coming from his chest and shouted at everyone, "All of you leave. I'm solely responsible for this matter. It has nothing to do with you anymore." With Luo Tianhong's order, the 1,000 loyalist fighters in the arena were all relieved. Everyone picked up those who had been injured in the fight earlier and left the scene step by step. Feng Yuxiu also signaled for his men to disperse. After all, a few thousand people gathered in this small warehouse is also very crowded, and also easy to attract the attention of the outside world. When the cops are attracted, there will be another toss. Soon, only Feng Yuxiu, Luo Tianhong and dozens of Hung Hing's men were left in the entire warehouse. Tell me, what do you guys want? By now, Luo Tianhong had been assisted to sit on a chair. Instead, Feng Yuxiu lit a cigarette. You'll know later. What do you mean? Jun wants to come over and talk to you in person. He talks to me? Luo Tianhong was very puzzled. After all, he didn't have any interactions with Chen Jun, and even when they were at the Tin Hao Temple in the first place, the two sides had erupted into unpleasantness. At that time, if the police had not suddenly arrived at the scene, both sides might have fought. Now at this juncture, Chen Jun is still thinking of meeting with himself? With a hint of doubt, and some apprehension, Luo Tianhong finally waited for a luxury version of the Rolls-Royce sedan. A young man in a suit then stepped out of the car. If one didn't know Chen Jun's identity, they must have thought that he was the big boss of some group of companies. Chen Jun smiled and walked towards Luo Tianhong, then took the initiative to speak. The injuries on your body aren't too bad, right? Do you want to go to the hospital for treatment first? There's no need for that. Just some superficial wounds. Nothing to it, Luo Tianhong faintly returned. After all, there was no way he was going to admit that he had been badly injured by a cripple. Even though this cripple was really powerful, he was still dead strong. Oh, that's good. Alright, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. I came over to see you today, mainly because I want to talk to you. Do I have anything to talk to you about? Luo Tianhong asked rhetorically. Of course, Loyalty Faith doesn't have a new leader yet, so I'm very anxious for you coming over here now. In fact, to discuss this with you, Lok Tianhong won't be able to do it at all. How is it that their opponents are still more worried about their own club's affairs than they are? What are you trying to say? I want you to rise to the top and become the leader of Loyalty Faith. What? Luo Tianhong looked at Chen Jun with a confused expression. How dare he, a defeated general, try to be the leader of anything? But now, his opponents want to make him a sitting duck for loyalist. It confused him for a moment. Don't be too surprised. I put you on the throne for one reason and one reason only, and that's because I trust you. So, I want you to be one of my men. Chen Jun threw out an olive branch directly at this time. You're asking me to betray the society? It's not betrayal, because next, Loyalty Faith will also be merged into my Hung Hing and become a branch of Hung Hing society. Or, I can also set up a new company, with both Hung Hing and Chung Yishan each belonging to a division under my company. These two departments are independent of each other and do not interfere with each other. Chen Jun proposed again. In reality, he knew very well that it wasn't realistic to try to swallow the huge Loyalty Faith alive. Even if they killed Luo Tianhong, a new Luo Tianhong would appear within Zhangyi Xian. There's no way that the gang of executives in the Loyalist Society is going to give in. Unless there's someone powerful to subdue everyone. In this way, they just couldn't make a scene if they wanted to. And it was clear that Luo Tianhong was the person Chen Jun was looking for. Do you think our club will agree to this ridiculous scheme of yours? If you don't agree, I'll just have to go on a killing spree. When the time comes, even if we kill all of you loyalists, there's no harm in killing all of you. But I'd like to settle this with peace and gentleness. After all, you don't want to see loyalist blood and corpses all over the place, do you? Chapter 187 A new company is established and annexes loyalty trust. Chen Jun's words thoroughly questioned Luo Tianhong. Indeed, he did not want to see loyalty faith destroyed. If you want to keep the loyalty and faith, then you have to agree to Chen Jun's proposal. He joined the Hung Hing Society by being recruited. Can I go back and think about this? Luo Tianhong had no way to make an immediate decision at once, so she could only open her mouth and beg. No problem. I'm sure you'll figure this out. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. You should understand this truth. Luo Tianhong nodded slightly before leaving the warehouse escorted by Hong Xing's minions. After going back, Luo Tianhong thought a lot. First of all, now that he was already a defeated general, his prestige and popularity within the society was bound to plummet. In this case, even he might not have a place within loyalty faith. However, if he agreed to Chen Jun, then Hung Hing would definitely support himself and help him to rise to the top to become a sitter of Zhang Exin. At that time, he would still be able to control the entire society while only taking orders from Chen Jun. Weighing the two, Luo Tianhong also knew what kind of decision he should make. The next day, he made a call to Chen Jun. I agree with your proposal, but as you said, I will only take orders from you from now on within the club. No one else can order me around. Also loyalty faith and Hung Hing don't interfere with each other. People from that side can't come to my territory to cause trouble, much less plant a flag in our boundaries. No problem. Nowadays it's popular to have two systems in one country. You and Hung Hing are each in charge of your own, but if you don't do a good job, then I'll come down myself and help you straighten out the club. No problem. Then you'll wait for my news. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yongren beside him wondered, June, why don't we just swallow them up? The current loyalty faith is a scattered mess, and I've heard that quite a few big brothers are already planning to start another business. If we strike in full force at this time, they must be routed. Oh, it's easy to defeat them. But this will also inevitably cause some negative impact on us in Hung Hing, and even if we manage to win, we'll still have to deal with the mess they left behind. Instead of that, we should recruit them and take them into our camp. But will they listen to us? Chen Jun smiled faintly. Don't worry about it. They may be disobedient in a month or two, but in the long run, our people will surely slowly infiltrate into the various halls of loyalty faith. At that time, it's useless for him, Luo Tianhong, or the other bosses to even think about backtracking. At this moment, Chen Yongren realized Chen Jun's true purpose. He didn't even think about handing over the power to anyone, including Luo Tianhong. Only right now if one were to forcefully annex loyalty faith by force, this would inevitably lead to many unnecessary troubles. That's why he used the boiled a frog in warm water method. First trick the other party into joining their own team, and then secretly through various means slowly step by step control the entire Zhang Exin. When he had full control of loyalty faith, he would then kick out all of Lot Tianhong and the others with a single kick. Once you replace it with one of your own, then loyalty and faith is really just a name. The actual controller? Or Chen Jun himself? Jun, I don't think you're even from this era. Chen Yongren couldn't help but praise it. Oh, why your boys guess? I'm really not from this era. Although he had been blindly given the slip by the other party, it was clearly impossible for Chen Jun to admit to this matter. What if I told the other side that I was a traveler? So Chen Jun also simply responded to Chen Yongren with a humorous and witty joke. Chen Yongren didn't think too much about it. After all, he couldn't really think that Chen Jun wasn't from this world. Then, Jun, should we start working on the new company? Well, why don't you go to the relevant department and get all the paperwork done? And I've already thought of a name for the new company. What's the name? Let's call it Dragon International. Dragon International? That's a domineering enough name. Oh, according to my planning, Dragon International will be a multinational global large-scale integrated enterprise. This company includes not only societies such as Hung Hing, but also all the program facilities on Jibug Island. There will even be an arms subsidiary set up in the future, which will also come under the management of Dragon Totem International, and I, for one, will be the chairman and corporation of Dragon International. Hearing this, Chen Yongren realized that Chen Jun had already begun a comprehensive layout. As long as Dragon International is on the right track, this will be a business with great influence. Even the local government or other countries will be scared by then. In this way, Chen Jun's global influence will grow day by day. Brother Jun, I'm going to handle the formalities for the new company. A few days later, Dragon International was founded by cutting the ribbon at an office building in Simsha Sui. After the new company was established, Chen Jun also began to deal with the affairs of Zhang Exin. At first, Luo Tianhong's proposal was met with strong resistance from the senior members within the society. Especially Gui Ziheng, who had been following Luo Dingfa around, had humiliated Luo Tianhong to his face. Thinking that the other party is not only Hung Hing's underdog, but has also been bribed by the other party. And he intends to lead all the remaining loyalists to continue the revolt against Hung Hing. Gui Zihang is, after all, also a red stick of the society and has a bit of strength. So his words were also immediately supported by a portion of the crowd. But I didn't expect it to be just the next day after he called out Luo Tianhong. He was then found tragically dead in his own place by the police. After the news broke, there was an uproar up and down loyalty faith. After all, no one expected that Gui Zihang would be assassinated at this juncture. As for the murderer, although the police have already locked up a suspect, but everyone knew in their hearts that no one would ever do such a thing again except for Chen Jun. Now a shadow began to hang over all of loyalty faith. Especially the group of uncles within the society were afraid that one day they would be in big trouble. Then he thought that even How Long couldn't deal with Chen Jun, let alone the others. So when Luo Tianhong once again proposed to accept Hung Hing's recruitment, no one at the scene dared to refute it anymore. In addition, everyone understands that Luo Tianhong has become the spokesman of Hung Hing in Loyalty Trust. When it's time to pick a new leader again, no one will have the guts to jump out and compete with him. After all, no one wants to be the next Gui Zihang. In this way, Luo Tianhong successfully rose to the top and became the new generation leader of Zhang. The shareholding of Chung Yishan Limited was also transferred to Dragon International at the same time, making it a subsidiary of the group. Chapter 188, The Last Obstacle. Xianjiang 14K. On this day, Chen Yongren took the initiative to come to Chen Jun to report on the latest situation in the current Xianjiang. Brother Jun. After taking down Zhang Yixin, the only thing left in front of us now is the Xianjiang branch of 14K. Ever since Lian How Long of Loyalty Trust was killed, 14K's sitter Wen Long has been showing up and showing his face in the jungle frequently. And every trip is a grand spectacle, with multiple society red sticks following around at all times. The purpose is obviously to watch out for us, while also showing the outside world the hard power of our own society on the side. Are we going to have to find a way to deal with Wen Long nowadays? Chen Jun knew that the 14K and Loyalist were close at first, plus he had completely offended the 14K Macau headquarters in Macau. So it's absolutely impossible for the 14K in Xianjiang to have any in-depth cooperation and exchange opportunities with him. And look at the whole of Hong Kong. Wagamama and Loyalist have been annexed by themselves. The rest of Eastern Star basically won't call Hung Hing's bluff anymore because of Camel's presence. The only thing that still has some paper strength is this 14K. 14K is known for being able to fight, especially this Wen Long. Back then, he took 10 minions and fought all the way to get where he is today. And the 10 people who followed him that day are now all accomplished in the Jianghu. All of them, without exception, were also crowned Red Stick. So Wen Long can be powerful. What do you think? Chen Jun didn't rush to open his mouth to make a statement, but instead inquired about Chen Yongren. I think this guy has to be resolved sooner or later, or else there'll be a lot of trouble. Besides, aren't you flying to the Gibbous Islands next week? If we can't return in a short period of time, why don't we just take advantage of these few days to launch an all-out attack on 14K, and try to unify the Xianjiang underworld before you leave? Chen Yongren's words were completely in line with Chen Jun's true inner thoughts. He also hoped that he could set things right in Xianjiang as soon as possible. That way he can devote himself to developing the arms company next. After all, compared to dominating Hong Kong, his ultimate goal was global domination. So whether or not the arms company can be built successfully, and whether or not one's own 6th-generation fighter can be developed successfully, these are all very crucial factors. Call Luo Tianhong and the others over to me. Yes, although Luo Tianhong had just taken over Zhang Yixin, he still had a bunch of things to do in his hands. Receiving Chen Jun's summons, he still rushed to the scene at the first time. Since coming to power, he's also gotten a real taste of what it's like to be in charge. Once a person has enjoyed the good life, it can be much harder to go back to the hard life. So now he knew very well that only by obediently listening to Chen Jun would he be able to continue to live like this. Upon meeting, Luo Tianhong immediately stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Hello brother Jun. Chen Jun nodded lightly. How about it? The matter of Zhang Yixin is complicated, isn't it? Although Chen Jun hadn't looked at Loyalty Faith's account books, he was very clear about everything that had happened in the society during this period of time. In this case, it's clear that it will take some time and effort to get Loyalist on track. Luo Tianhong shook his head with a bitter smile after hearing this. This is simply a mess. It will still take a long time to smooth out all the problems. Take your time. The club is never done with things. One thing solved, a million more will pop up, so you shouldn't be in too much of a hurry. Take your time with everything, Chen Jun said in relief. Got it, Jun. Well, I called you guys over today for one main thing. Nowadays, if we look at the whole of Hong Kong, the only one who can pose a threat to us, Hung Hing, is 14K. You all know very well that 14K's Wen Long has been at odds with us, especially since we also ended 14K's headquarters in Macau. So this beam is already unbreakable. And my idea now is to bring down the 14K in the shortest possible time and drive them out of Hong Kong completely. But as for who to make this vanguard, I'm still torn. What do you think? It was not only Chen Jun's own inner circle of Chen Yongren, Feng Yuxiu and Xiao Ma who came to the meeting. There are also Hung Hing's Hall Masters Prince and Dinosaur, and Luo Tianhong of Loyalty and Faith. These people are now their own right-hand men, and each of them has the ability to stand alone. So by calling them out, it's clear that they intend to pick someone among these people to settle the matter. After all, it was now that time of the year, and with his status as Chen Jun, he certainly didn't need to do anything personally. He just needed to sit at home and give orders. Jun, why don't you let me and the prince do this? We casually and easily defeated the 14K's headquarters in Macau. This little Shangjiang branch should be out of the question now. At this point, the dinosaur immediately assumed a posture of determination. After all, compared to the others, he and the crown prince were definitely the strongest when they joined forces, and they also have a proud record of fighting 14K and winning. Plus, it was clear to anyone that if they could help Chen Jun do things beautifully, then they would be rewarded handsomely. In the beginning it was because Dinosaur and Prince had done things beautifully in Macau, so then each of the two had been given 2 regional venues to manage from the Wasing side. This doubled both of their incomes in one fell swoop. So now if he could help Chen Jun solve this trouble of 14K, he might even get more benefits. Chen Yongrun was military, plus he had this layer of relationship with the police, so it was unlikely that Chen Jun would seek him out to do it himself. As for Feng Yuxiu and Xiao Ma, both of them could die for Chen Jun, so even if they didn't squeak, Chen Jun knew what they were thinking. But just then, Luo Tianhong suddenly spoke up. Brother Jun, why don't you leave this matter to me? You? Chen Jun narrowed his eyes at Luo Tianhong. After all, before this, the relationship between Loyalty Trust and the 14K Shangjiang branch could be considered very close. The two families even joined hands against Hung Hing at one point. But then, due to the tragic death of Lian Haolong and the disappearance of Su Su, the two societies were completely disconnected. I, Loyal Faith, haven't made a big contribution to the company since I joined Hung Hing. Now that there is such an opportunity in front of me, I still want to strive hard to get this done, so that I can be accountable to you, and to Hung Hing as a whole. Luo Tianhong's meaning is very simple, and that is to give me a chance to perform well. Not only would this gain Chen Jun's trust, but it would also block the mouths of others. But you're so close to the 14K, and you suddenly turn your guns on them. Will this cause strong opposition within the club? At this point, Chen Jun raised his concerns. Chapter 189, Business Plan, Entering Real Estate. It would naturally be a perfect fit to have loyalists take on 14K. After all, this way in the eyes of the outside world, this matter has nothing to do with oneself. Since I have now become a society sitter and everyone already knows that I am now under the control of Hung Hing, do they still dare not carry out the orders I give them? Of course, if they're not willing to carry it out, then all the better, and I'll have a reason to root out some of the disobedient people in the club, Luo Tianhong stated coldly. Only now did Chen Jun realize that Luo Tianhong's move had another intention. He was planning to use this one opportunity to test the others within the club. See if they really intend to follow him as they appear to be. If anyone resisted, then he could enforce the family law and clean house. Luo Tianhong, you're a bit smarter than I thought. Yes, that's fine. That's your offer. I agree. But this matter has a lot at stake, so you have to get a set of programs for me to refer to before taking action. You'll follow the plan on this when I agree. Chen Juncheng was afraid that Luo Tianhong was planning to go it alone without a brain, so he asked the other party to have a plan. Luo Tianhong naturally knew that this matter must not be sloppy, so he immediately stated, "Don't worry, Brother Jun, I will definitely do a beautiful job on this matter, and won't let you and Hung Hing lose face. Okay, get down there." When Luo Tianhong left, the dinosaur said with a slight complaint, "Jun, it's not appropriate to let him be an outsider for this kind of thing, is it?" Of course, Chen Jun knew what was going on in the dinosaur's mind. The guy is capable and has ambition as well. It was a good thing that he was under the impression that the dinosaur was still loyal to the club. Plus everyone is out to get rich, so as long as he can be given favors, he will naturally be obedient. Then Chen Jun slowly spoke. "What? Now that Tunman and Dapu aren't enough places to play, you're still thinking of continuing to expand your territory?" Chen Jun's implication is that you're trying to perform, isn't it, because you want to get more benefits? Seeing that his small mind was broken by Chen Jun with a single glance, Dinosaur then embarrassedly scratched his head before explaining. "Brother Jun, you can't say that. After all, things are supposed to be done by the people below us. Since whoever does it is doing it, it's normal to let us hall masters behave. As for giving or not giving a damn, that's a close second." Chen Jun naturally didn't believe the dinosaur's explanation. He laughed and said, "Alright, since you're so ambitious, Then I'll explain one thing to you. If things go right, there will be a lot of oil in this. It'll even top your 2-month income for a few years. Are you willing to give it a try? When the dinosaur heard that there was such a benefit, it immediately let out a bright light in both eyes. Brother June, just waiting for you to give the word. I'll do whatever I have to do even if I have to go through fire. Ha ha, that's not such an exaggeration. You know that place in Wang Tai Sin district, right? Huang de Xian? I know. Huang de Xian Xian Shan is very famous. Nowadays quite a few famous gangsters in the Jianghu come from that place. It's not even an exaggeration to say that Xian Mountain is simply the cradle of Jianghu big brothers. The dinosaur explained bluntly. Great. So who's covering Xian Shan now? It used to be the 13 generals, but I don't know if it is now. After all, that place is particularly chaotic. There are public housing estates built by the government everywhere, so there are kooks all around. As for what forces are there, I think all the societies in the whole of Xiangjiang should have people entrenched there. Chen Jun nodded. Looks like you really know something. Then now I'll let you take your men and women to control the whole of Wang Tai Sin. Will you do it? Upon hearing this, the dinosaur was instantly embarrassed. June, it's not that I don't want to go. It's just that there doesn't seem to be much grease in that place. And should I say no? If I really want to control the entire Yellow Immortal, then relying on me alone won't work. Although the dinosaur was conceited, he still knew how much he weighed, especially in the face of the Yellow Immortal, who had little oil and water but a lot of difficulties. He was naturally unwilling to wade through the muddy water from the bottom of his heart. So it was explained helplessly. Who told you there's no oil in Wang Tai Sin? You only see the backwardness of Wang Tai Sin now, but not its future potential. In fact, the reason why the government has never carried out large-scale commercial development in the Wang Tai Sin area is because the law and order environment there is extremely poor. In other words, who dares to go easily to a place where there are short mules all over the place to develop the economy? Not only that, Wang Tai Sin is recognized as the largest concentration of public housing estates in Hong Kong, and more public housing estates will surely be established for the public to live in the future. Then the population of this place is extremely impressive. So, as long as we can control the whole of Wang Tai Sin, we won't have to worry that the government won't go ahead and invest money in development in the future. Although Chen Jun made some explanations, Dinosaur was still slightly worried and said, but what if we work hard to take down Wang Tai Sin, but the government still doesn't give a damn about us? Chen Jun's eyes narrowed at the words. If the government doesn't invest, then my Dragon International will personally fund the investment. It was only when Chen Jun said these words that the people present realized that Chen Jun was no longer limited to being a Jianghu big shot. The so-called overall leader was not his ultimate goal at all. The reason why he is now trying to unify the entire jungle underworld, just to clear all the hurdles for myself. As for the establishment of Dragon International, it was also to facilitate the engagement in some formal commercial business in the future. It's like the former faucet Jiang Tianchang. The mob is just one of his industries. Brother Jun, I understand what you mean. I'll go down and discuss this matter with a few other big brothers from the other halls to see how to solve the problem in the Wang Tai Sin area. Dinosaur alone obviously couldn't swallow the entire Wang Tai Sin area, so he then decided to team up with the rest of the society and all contribute together. That way when you do make money later, anyone can get a piece of the action. Take care of this matter yourself. There's no hurry at the moment, Chen Jun faintly said. Got it, Jun. After this meeting ended, the next thing that happened was that the Jianghu fell into a short period of peace, and after only 3 days, Luo Tianhong found Chen Jun again. Brother Jun, this is a set of battle plans I've specified. Please take a look. If that's agreeable, I'll start preparations now to take down the 14K within 2 days. After saying that, Luo Tianhong took the initiative to hand a piece of information to Chen Jun. Chapter 190 Infiltrating the Police Force. New Infernal Plan. Chen Jun glanced at the information on it. It only took Luo Tianhong just a few days to figure out the venues of each branch of 14K in Hong Kong, and there was a prediction of how many 14K members would be stationed at each field. After seeing such a detailed report, Chen Jun also completely put his heart down. Tianhong, you passed my test. Just go ahead and do it this time. Also just in case, I'll transfer a team of men to you to make sure you get the job done. Luo Tianhong thought that Chen Jun still didn't believe in himself, so he immediately stated, Brother Jun, the manpower on my side should be enough. I'm going to use twice as many people against 14K this time, so I think that should be more than enough. Luo Tianhong was powerful in his own right, plus he was crushing the other side in terms of numbers, so naturally he was very confident in this battle. Chen Jun listened but shook his head. In fact, you only considered the 14K factor but didn't take the police into account. Look at a few of the yards here, and they're less than a few hundred meters in a straight line from the local police station. I'm afraid that if there's a real fight, the cops will be on the scene at the first opportunity. That way, your minions will just have to scurry away. Another thing, 14K's Wenlong is powerful, and he's accompanied by more than a dozen red sticks. This fearsome team won't win by sheer numbers. Lastly, the team I'm giving you are my own soldiers and have nothing to do with the other big brothers, and no one will even know who sent this team, so feel free to use it. Although Chen Jun intended for Luo Tianhong to show her two hands, if she failed this time, it would be a fatal blow to Luo Tianhong. Not only would his position in Zhongxinyi be unstable, even he himself would be implicated to some extent. So just in case, Chen Jun still planned to let his beast soldier unit go and help out. Hearing this, Luo Tianhong also completely understood Chen Jun's intentions. Jun, I know, it's because I didn't think it through well enough and didn't include the other factors. Please don't worry, if I can't get Wenlong this time, then I'll disappear from Shangzheng. Chen Jun shook his head. Things aren't that serious. You are a rare talent. Even ancient emperors had instances of defeat in battle. So where are the ever-victorious generals? But this time, no matter what, we have to hit the ground running and let the other societies in all of Shangzheng know of our ambition and strength. Although Chen Jun just took down Zhongxine, it was more by power. And this time with 14K, it's going to be hardcore. Got it. I'll take advantage of this one. Okay, go down. 2 days later, Luo Tianhong called and said she was ready. Chen Jun glanced at the time, then slowly said, then let's act at 10 p.m. This is exactly the time when the cops turn in their shifts, in addition to being the busiest moment for the major venues. Yes, June. That night, Chen Jun and Chen Yongren sat at the Honghing headquarters. As soon as 10 o'clock rolled around, he got a phone call. June, Luo Tianhong killed Wenlong's territory with several hundred men. According to the battle report from the front, the two groups have already fought in a bar, but we don't know what the casualties are in there yet. Got it, brother June. Why don't we secretly transfer some more manpower over there? I'm afraid Luo Tianhong won't be able to handle it. Chen Yongren, who was on the side, was worried. After all, this battle was not being fought by them. Hong Xing, and his command was not needed throughout, which made him a little worried. Don't worry, Luo Tianhong is not an ordinary person. Even if that Wenlong is strong, it's probably hard to be his opponent when he's being sneak attacked. Besides, if something really happened to Luo Tianhong, that wouldn't be a bad thing for us. After all, now that loyal faithfulness has been returned to our Honghing, the society has accepted this fact internally. So once Luo Tianhong is dead, we can forcefully meddle in the internal affairs of Zhongxinyi. I'm sure if we give them enough favors, those loyal faithfully guys will bow down to me. Chen Jun said coldly. At this moment, Chen Yongren realized why Chen Jun did not intend to give much in this matter, because no matter if Luo Tianhong succeeded or failed, it wasn't a bad thing for Dragon International. Even if Luo Tianhong did lose, then it would definitely be a lose-lose situation. The strength of Zhongxinyi has declined significantly, and there will be much less resistance if they want to take over at that time. As for 14, it is even more unlikely that they will have the backbone to call Honghing's bluff again. Thinking of this, Chen Yongren couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Why? Do you think I'm cruel? No, Jun, you're doing all the right things. After all, every man for himself. Humph, he's a defeated general after all. And as everyone said before, if he really can't show any strength or merit, then he doesn't deserve to be a minister of Zhongxine. You should know that there are many big brothers of the halls within Honghing who are now coveting the huge industry of Zhongxine. Jun's intentions are good. Luo Tianhong surely knows that. Whether he knows it or not still depends on his strength. By the way, have you had any contact with the police side lately? Chen Yongren was shocked to hear it. Thought Chen Jun was suspecting that he still had a deal with Huang Jiqing in private. Immediately, he hastily explained. Jun, not to mention that I've completely set aside my relationship with them now. Even if I really wanted to find them, they wouldn't believe my words anymore. Oh, don't think too much. I'm just asking. If you can cross paths with them, it won't be a bad thing for Dragon International. Do you understand? Jun, could it be that you're looking for a chance to infiltrate the police force? Chen Yongren is not a little cutie. Immediately heard Chen Jun's choice of words. Chen Jun nodded. That's right. Dragon Totem International will be on the right track soon now. When the time comes, we're going to be doing some legitimate business. This situation gives us a reason to get close to the top brass of the police force and mingle with them. This way, people will definitely turn a blind eye to things on the road in the future too, just letting us get on with our lives. Chen Jun's analysis shocked Chen Yongren greatly. He didn't realize that the other party had even thought about the future very thoroughly already. Jun, I can try to get in touch if you need to. Yes, I can. And I'll leave this matter in your hands. But you'd better poke around first to find out who can be bribed and who's just right. Don't make trouble then. Chapter 191, 14K overthrown. One world. Within the next hour, Chen Jun received several phone calls one after another. Brother Jun. 14K's red stick Shopee was chopped up in Tuen Mun and has been sent to the hospital. Jun. 14K's red stick Sihun was decapitated on the street. The cops have already gone over to collect his body. Brother Jun. All of 14K's territory in Kun Tong has been swept by us. The happy reports were coming one after the other, but Chen Jun's expression became more and more serious, because 14K's sitter and the strongest of the entire club, Bun Ryu, is still unaccounted for. If Wenlong can't take it down, this battle won't be considered a victory tonight. Once the other party was given a chance to catch his breath, he would inevitably immediately gather his men for a counterattack. Although it would not be a threat to the safety of Hung Hing or Dragon International, it would be disgusting to the extreme. Once he let Dragon International get entangled in this kind of mob business, then his next investment plan would have to be put on hold. So tonight, there was only one call he was waiting for, and that was from Luo Tianhong. By 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, the police were out in full force, controlling all the areas where the incident took place, and according to the information provided by Qin Yongrun, the top brass of the police force has also given a death order this evening. All divisional police stations were asked to take immediate action to arrest and bring back to the police station for questioning all the top brass of Chung Xinyi and the 14K. However, both Luo Tianhong of Zhongxinyi and Wenlong of 14K disappeared as if they were vaporized. Even when the police caught them, they were only some small fry in the two societies. June. Luo Tianhong still can't be contacted. Could something have happened to him already? Chen Yongren, who had accompanied Chen Jun the entire time, carefully mentioned it. If something does happen to him, it's his fate and no one else's to blame. Chen Jun simply returned with indifference. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. I'm Jun Chen. Jun. It's me. A loud gasp came from the other end of the phone, and as soon as Chen Jun heard this voice he immediately recognized the identity of the other party. Sky Rainbow. How did it go? At this moment, Luo Tianhong was covered in blood, holding the phone in his hand and said calmly, the person is dead. It's done beautifully, but the most important thing is not to leave anything for the police to handle. A lot of your people have already been captured, and you'll inevitably be given up in time. If it's just a small fight, smashing up some venues, then my side will pay to set things right for you. But the ones that involve human lives, you hurry up and arrange for some of your minions to take the blame, and then tell them we'll hire the best lawyers to help them with their lawsuit. June. I know what to do. Wenlong's body will never be found in this lifetime. As for the other things, I will also arrange them before dawn. Okay, so go ahead and do it. Hanging up the phone, Wenlong greeted a few of his inner circle. Go get a fishing boat and throw this guy overboard. Yes, brother Tianhong. As soon as the day dawned, Lok Tin Hung showed up at the police station to turn himself in. Being the head of Zhongxinyi's word, there was no way that the events of this night had nothing to do with him. He also knew he couldn't escape the law, so turning himself in and admitting his mistake is his only way out. During police interrogation, however, he flatly denied that he had given any orders, simply stating that he had been remiss in his duties and had not watched over his men and had allowed them to run amok. Such irrelevant charges naturally drew the ire of the police force's top brass. But just then, a senior superintendent of police, Kwang Chi Lap, an operation leader in the police force hierarchy, intervened in Lok Tin Hung's interrogation by stepping down in person. The final result of the trial was that Luo Tianhong had mismanaged the incident and his men had committed serious and vicious smashing and injuries in this incident. So he asked Luo Tianhong to make sure to compensate for all the damages caused, and asked him to immediately twist one of the parties involved in the murder back to the police station. As for himself, he was punished by going to the community to work as a social worker for 100 hours. By the time Luo Tianhong walked out of the police station, Chen Jun had already sent a special car to pick him up. As he was being received, Luo Tianhong said very gratefully, Brother Jun, thanks to your help this time, or else I would have been ready to go squat in a bitter kiln for a while. Luo Tianhong also did not expect Chen Jun's influence to be so great that he was able to use the power of the police force to help him smooth out this matter. 100 hours of social work punishment was nothing to him. Just go to your local community when you have time and make a card and be done with it. The head of the community would never dare to report him so easily. As for the loss of this compensation, Chen Jun's Dragon International also contributed the bulk of it. Although it was said that he would have to return the money to the other party himself later on, as long as he was still the leader of the faithful, then this amount of money was nothing. Oh, you're thanking the wrong person for that. It wasn't me who went to the police station to fish you out. It was him. Chen Jun finished pointing at Chen Yongren beside him. Jen, thanks a lot. Luo Tianhong hurriedly thanked him. Do you want to know how much blood it cost us to save you this time? If we don't fish you out, The court will have to sentence you to 1 to 2 years at the very least. Chen Yongren lightly grunted. I wonder which one you moved. Hearing Chen Yongren say this, Luo Tianhong also became curious. Senior Superintendent of Police Operations, Kwang Chi Lap. He took a favor from me and that's why he was willing to call the local police station himself to put in a good word for you. Learning that it was actually a senior police superintendent who greeted him, Luo Tianhong immediately had a feeling of being flattered. This one must have cost a lot of money then? It's also okay, gave him 5 million Hong Kong dollars worth of U.S. dollars, and has already wired the money to one of his foreign bank accounts through a special channel. When Chen Yongren said this number, Luo Tianhong was once again taken aback. That much money? Do you think this matter is easy? The whole of Hong Kong is watching it. It's great that people are willing to take this money. After listening to Chen Yongren's explanation, Luo Tianhong nodded in a daze, and then hurriedly stated, Brother Jun, Brother Run, don't worry, I will make up for this amount of 5 million, and definitely won't let you lose a penny. Chen Jun shook his head after hearing this. This money is actually not just because of your case. More importantly, we want to build a long-term relationship with him. After all, if he's willing to continue to engage with us, then it'll be much easier for us to do things in Shangjiang in the future. I understand, Brother Jun. Anyway, just tell me again if you need anything in the future. Luo Tianhong knew how ambitious Chen Jun was, so he hastened to show his loyalty, fearing that the other party would not take himself out of the game. Chapter 192, To Be a Father. Seeing that Luo Tianhong had been tamed by himself at least on the surface, Chen Jun also revealed a satisfied smile. Only after Luo Tianhong left did Chen Jun call Chen Yongren to sit beside him. Is there anything else to explain? Jun, you kid can actually found Kwang Chi this level of senior officials that. I also met him through Han Sum's connections, and he said that this Kwang Chi often receives black money, but as a senior police officer, he can't transfer the money out in the open. Upon learning that we can just send money and transfer money from our bank in Jibig, he immediately agreed to work with us. And that money I've wired to the only multinational bank on Jibug Island without a hitch. Typically, local banks are regulated by local government financial institutions, so as long as the local government doesn't come after the bank, then naturally the bank won't care where the money comes from. Currently, Jibig is in charge of Chen Jun, and as long as he doesn't personally order it, then Kwang Jili's money is absolutely safe. Even if he wanted to transfer the money to a bank in another country later, it would be a simple matter. If that's the case, why don't we bind ourselves to him further and deeper? At his level, as long as he doesn't make a mistake, he'll continue to move up next. It's only natural that we'll need outside help in the process, so we can use that as an excuse to build a relationship with him. At this point, Chen Jun put forward his idea. Jun, I'm afraid he won't agree. After all, how could someone like him nod his head and agree to a long-term cooperation with our mob? Besides, even if he agrees now, we can't do anything about it if he turns his back when things go wrong. Chen Yongren voiced his concerns. After all, profit is paramount these days, and verbal partnerships such as this one are obviously very fragile and weak, and can't stand up to any tests. I've already thought about this matter. If we want him to be completely tied to a boat with us, we'll have to give him certain benefits in the long run. So I've decided, I'll transfer a portion of my equity in Dragon International to him. You go tell him to find someone he trusts to take over my stake. This way, we'll give him a share according to the percentage of his shareholding for how much money Dragon International earns in the future. Chen Jun's words made Chen Yongren's eyes light up. That's a good suggestion. Jun, in that case, if he wants to keep raking in money, then he'll have to bail us out. And he'll also have to find a way to help Dragon International set things right. Chen Yongren though also knew that a little equity could involve staggering numbers. But it's worth it to spend a little money to stay safe than to make more money and not live. One more thing, even though we befriended him, some of the police officers at the grassroots level down there have to be taken care of. After all, the King of Hell is good to see. The little ghosts are difficult to deal with. In the Jianghu, in fact, there are many things or actually the local sand show or other strips to make things difficult for us. Chen Jun continued to remind, Brother Jun, why don't we set up a public relations department in Dragon International? And this department will specialize in maintaining the relationship between government agencies and the police force. When the time comes, I'll recruit some beautiful women and then open the way with money. I don't believe it. There are still people in this world who don't love money and beautiful women. Good. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Chen Jun agreed in one bite. By the way, Jun, there's something I still need to report to you. What is it? Brother Xiaoma reported something to me yesterday, and that is that my sister-in-law's due date seems to be in the next few days, and now she's already admitted to a private hospital, ready to give birth at any time. Since Chen Jun has already sent Mark to secretly protect his ex-girlfriend Wang Xiuxian, Mark naturally knows every move of the other party. I'd almost forgotten about it all this time because I'd been so busy with my own club. Got it, Chen Jun just calmly replied back after hearing this. Seeing that Chen Jun did not have the intention of continuing to ask, Chen Yongren also had the sense to shut his mouth. Early the next morning, Chen Jun wore sunglasses and quietly took a cab to a top private hospital in Central. But when he entered the main entrance, Chen Jun was stopped by the nurse at the front desk. The other party had to ask him to give the room number of the woman in labor and had to get the woman's consent before he could go in himself. This is one of the rules of this hospital to avoid patient information being leaked out. Chen Jun thought about it and eventually dialed Wang Xuxian's number. After learning that he had come to see her, Wang Xuxian was also very torn inside. Finally, after several moments of silence, she relented. You do it, I'll just say hello to the nurse at the front desk. Yes. Once the information was registered, Chen Jun took the elevator to the floor where Wang Xuxian was, and as soon as he left on the front foot, the front desk was talking about it. This man is Wang Xuxian's man? Why is his name so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere? It can't be the male son of any family. It looks quite young. If this news is reported to the paparazzi, it could really rock the entire entertainment industry. When Chen Jun arrived in the waiting VIP room, Wang Xuxian was lying on the bed. Although it was not time to go into labor yet, she was afraid to do anything rash with her fat belly. Well, did the doctor explain anything? After entering the house, Chen Jun went up and casually asked. The two hadn't seen each other in months. Since the last breakup, things have gotten very awkward with each other. Even the matter of Wang Xuxian's marriage was known only through the mouth of He Chaoqiong. The doctor gave me an ultrasound yesterday and said that the baby is a week around the neck and will probably not be able to go into labor, Wang Xuxian said with slight concern. Hearing this, Chen Jun inwardly thumped. This baby around the neck thing can be big or small. On a larger scale it is likely that the umbilical cord will be strangled during normal labor, resulting in the death of the fetus. On a smaller scale, this incident may also have no effect and the baby will still be able to be born. However, the safest thing to do is to have a cesarean section so that the life of the fetus is 100% guaranteed. But C-sections are not a good thing for pregnant women. After all, it goes against the natural laws of fertility and is not very good for the fetus or the pregnant woman after going through human intervention. That's why Wang Xuxian was very entangled inside at this time, not knowing what to do. Why don't we just get an expert to evaluate it? In this matter Chen Jun had no other way but to open his mouth and propose. We'll see, who knows what it'll be like in labor. Oh, that's okay. After this conversation, the scene fell into a moment of silence. Chapter 193, Showing My Hand. I'm actually an undercover agent. Only after a long time had passed did Chen Jun speak again. Why don't you let me take care of you for this period of time? Wang Xuxian faintly asked after hearing this. Have you finished settling things in the Jianghu? It's not like you're going to keep company and then suddenly run off and cut someone up, is it? In her impression, Chen Jun was no different from those club bosses, and she had been in the entertainment industry for a while, so she naturally knew what the triads did on a regular basis. Chen Jun sighed helplessly, knowing that he had to come up with a solution, or else Wang Xuxian would forever have a stigma against him. He then had a bright idea and directly brought the topic to Chen Yongren. Do you know what the real identity of the henchman named Chen Yongren who followed me is? What is it? Although Wang Xuxian was not interested, he still casually asked a rhetorical question. He's a Hyunyi Cook police officer. What? Wang Xuxian was slightly surprised to hear that. After all, she hadn't thought about Chen Jun letting the other party keep following him around even after learning that he was a police officer. Only she didn't know what Chen Jun's club did on weekdays and how it was organized. So although she was curious, she didn't think too much about it. Because I'm on a special mission with him. I never dared to mention it to you before this. Mainly because I was afraid you'd let the secret out. Because this matter not only involves my personal safety and security, but it may also affect all the citizens of the whole of Shangjiang. That's why even the people closest to me, I can't even open my mouth to say a word. Chen Jun deliberately made it sound serious. This also hooked Wang Xuxian's curiosity straight away. What is it? Can we talk now? In fact, I was commissioned by the government and the Hong Kong police to go to the Hung Hing Society with the purpose of dismantling it. As a result, after I took charge of Hung Hing, I was given a new task over there. Let me annex all the societies in the whole of Shangjiang. And from then on let Shangjiang never have any large-scale triad organizations again. That way, the remaining small societies won't be able to make waves, and the police will have plenty of manpower to target them. Chen Jun explained in a serious manner. But Wang Xuxian was obviously not that good at deception. Why did the conquest give you this task? Humph. Because I'm special. I couldn't help myself when I first entered the underworld. So by chance I met a senior police officer. Eventually, with his secret help, I rose up step by step. which led me to today's position and achievements. Hearing this, Wang Xixian was already a little shaken inside. Then why can you tell me now? Because I've accomplished my mission and unified the Shangjian underworld. Wang Xixian sucked in a breath of cool air. She didn't expect the man in front of her to be so tactful, being able to wipe out all the societies in Shangjiang. So now you're running the club for the police? Humph. Do you think I would leave my fate in anyone's hands? After this is done, I'll have a showdown with the police. Nowadays, although I am still the chief leader of the Yakuza, I no longer intend to continue to inquire about the affairs of the Jianghu. Only I still have to put up a name, ostensibly ruling the Shangjian underworld, with the aim of keeping the whole Jianghu untouched. But in reality, I've already set up an enterprise of a multinational nature under the name of Dragon International. Next, I'm not only preparing to enter real estate all over Hong Kong, but I'm also already building factories and tourism projects overseas. It won't be long before I have absolutely nothing to do with the matters of the Jianghu and become a real businessman. Chen Jun told all his details in one breath. This also shocked Wang Xixian. She didn't realize there was so much hidden behind it. Are you telling the truth or not? Just think about a simple logic. If I really didn't have any connection to the police, do you think I could continue to get away with so much in society after all I've done? People would have just taken me straight away. In addition, Chen Yongren's identity as a police officer is already situated. He is also sent by his superior Huang Ziqing to assist me. If I lie, do people continue to follow me around? Chen Jun's words were impeccable. After all, it was true that he had done so many things and nothing had happened as a result. This is obviously unlikely without the help of the police, but for a while Wang Xixian still had trouble accepting this fact. To be honest, I still don't quite believe it. I know you don't believe me, so I'm going to make a call right now, and then you'll know. After saying that, Chen Jun took out his cell phone and made a call to Huang Ziqing in front of Wang Xixian, and at this point, Huang Ziqing is already a police superintendent. Hello, Superintendent Wang. I'm Jun Chen. Chen Jun had Huang Ziqing's handle, so Huang Ziqing didn't dare to act out in the face of Chen Jun. What did you want to see me about? Nothing. I want you to come to Mary's hospital. My girlfriend is in labor soon and I want you to certify me. What do you mean? I didn't get it? Huang Ziqing on the phone didn't know what Chen Jun wanted to do, so he frowned and asked after him. It's not much. It's just that I want you to explain to her face to face about our partnership. She won't admit now that I'm working for your police. As for me wanting to be a gangster, it's also because I have a mission. And you are the superintendent of police after all, so she must believe what you say. So if it's convenient for you, please come over. Huang Ziqing was very upset after hearing this. Although he had Chen Jun's handle on him, he was not qualified to order him to do anything. Especially going to someone he didn't know and saying something messed up was just unacceptable to him. But there was one thing about today's Chen Jun that still made him wary. That is, Chen Jun has practically taken control of the entire Shangjian underworld. So if he could do Chen Jun this favor, the other party would definitely owe him a favor. This way, he could directly seek help from the other party for anything in the future. Thinking of this, Huang Ziqing decided to make a trip over there himself. As for what Chen Jun wanted him to say, he probably knew. It was nothing more than a girlfriend he found somewhere and then the other person wasn't happy with his triad status. So he's going to have to find a cop to help clean up his identity. This kind of thing doesn't matter at all to a veteran like Huang Ziqing. Okay, send me the room number and I'll drive over there right now. Remember to bring your credentials with you, or else people won't believe you if you talk. Chen Jun didn't forget to remind. Don't teach me how to do things. I'm more experienced than you in the matter of proving my identity. Oh, then I'll be waiting for you here. Chapter 194, The King's Group of Sages is Numb. Do not bring so play. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jun first explained to Wang Xixian. Wang Xixian was still a bit unconvinced, but she didn't know how to refute Chen Jun. After all, Chen Jun was planning to call people to confront him, so she could only wait patiently. After 20 minutes had passed, Huang Ziqing had indeed arrived in the hospital room. When he saw Chen Jun, he first walked up to the other party and then saluted in front of Wang Xixian. Chen Jun smiled slightly, then returned a standard military salute as well. This scene froze Wang Xixian in his tracks. Then Huang Ziqing came to Wang Zixian's front and said in a serious tone, "Ms. Wang Zixian, I'm Huang Ziqing. This is my police officer's card. You can take a look at it. I'll explain it to you after you confirm my identity." Huang Ziqing handed over his credentials. When he said that, Wang Xixian took it and examined it carefully, and after realizing that it was a real document, her whole body was messed up. When he looked at Chen Jun again, his eyes were filled with incredulity. "Believe me now for who I really am?" Chen Jun asked with a smile. What the hell is going on here? Ms. Wang Xixian, this matter involves the confidentiality of the police force. Originally ordinary people are not qualified to know. And I am also asking Chinjun to make sure to keep this secret. But since the situation is really special, I can only accede to his request to reveal his true identity to you. In fact, he is an important undercover agent sent by our police force to the society. Now he has basically accomplished his mission. But there is still some work to follow that he has to do in his current capacity to facilitate the launch. So what the police force is saying is to keep him on for the duration. When the time is right, we'll reinstate him. Huang Jiqing said genuinely. These words were naturally believed by Wang Guxian. By this moment, her emotions were completely out of control. Cried out on the spot. Wow! Jun Chen, why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Jun stepped forward and hugged Wang Xuxian and smiled bitterly. It's really because I have orders. After all, this matter won't do you any good if you know about it, but instead it puts you in danger. How else do you think I would have willingly separated from you for so long without contact? I'm actually protecting you in disguise. But all is well now. The enemy has basically been wiped out. Even if we go public with our feelings, no one on the outside will have any personal safety implications for you anymore. So, your affair with MS Ho is also a lie. Chen Jun's heart was shocked after hearing this. Why didn't he think of this just now? He quickly turned to look at Huang Jicheng. At this time, Huang Jicheng, however, directly skimmed his face. I thought to myself, you want me to explain this too? I can't say that He Chaoqiang is also our police partner, can I? Chen Jun knew that there was no way to avoid this robbery. Then he could only sigh and explain. Miss He and I developed feelings during the course of our cooperation. In this case, I do apologize to you. Hearing these words, Wang Qixian immediately revealed a lost expression. After all, the last thing she wanted was to share another woman with Chen Jun. But right now, with her own labor on the horizon, she didn't have the heart to think too much about it. And since Chen Jun's identity was that of a police officer, all her previous preconceptions about him had completely disappeared. I don't want to get involved in your love life, but you are the father of your child after all. So stay here and help me out a bit for the next few days. Seeing Wang Groupsian finally let go, Chen Jun's hanging heart finally fell. Okay, don't worry. I'll take care of you guys. Right, Officer Wang, let's talk outside. After saying that, he led Huang Jiqing out of the ward. Jun Chen, you take me as your henchman? After seeing no one around, Huang Jiqing was very dissatisfied and launched a complaint. Old Huang, I owe you a favor this time. You'll definitely need my help in the future. Just ask then. Huang Jiqing narrowed his eyes after hearing this, then asked slowly and rhetorically. You don't think you want me to cooperate with you for a long period of time to cheat people, do you? You should know full well that this lie will eventually come undone. Who knows? In case I do get a good layer of identity by then, Chen Jun said in disbelief. Huang Jiqing listened to the very puzzled. Thinking you a triad leader is not difficult to abandon the darkness. Run to the police academy? But with this experience, he can't pass the political trial. What are you trying to pull again? Oh, don't worry. The identity I want is not something the Shangjiang government can give. As for what the identity is, you'll find out later. Huang Jiqing did not know what medicine Chen Jun Gord sold. At the moment he was most concerned about his own interests. You can help me with anything? Don't worry. The whole mob is under my control now. What's a little favor to you? Well then, I now have a couple long backlogged cases on my hands that I've never solved. The above will soon come down to assess my promotion. If you can help me solve these cases at this juncture, then my promotion will be secure. Humph. What's this little matter? Wouldn't I just go and buy a few heads to take the blame? Huang Jiqing shook his head after hearing this. Don't you think the judges are all cuties? In fact, once you do buy someone to take the blame, the investigation section within the police force will immediately find out that there is something fishy going on. So you've got to help me find a real clue, preferably one that leads straight to the person. In other words, live and let live. Chen Jun felt a rush of headache after hearing this. He's a ing gangster. How come he has to help the police solve crimes now? However, Huang Jiqing had done him a great favor today, and he was too embarrassed to refuse the other party, especially since he had just boasted about it. He couldn't wimp out at this time. Okay, I'll do everything I can to help you investigate this matter, but if I have to find a needle in a haystack, then I really can't do it. So you'd better be able to give me some detailed clues, preferably with the suspect's identifying characteristics, so I can mobilize my men to spy for you. Don't worry about it. There's no way I'm going to give you a case that really doesn't have a clue. Some of those suspects are in mixed martial arts societies with nicknames of their own. Some of them were photographed. Only they disappeared after committing the crime and are still hiding in some unknown corner. Upon hearing this, Chen Jun immediately stated, then this matter is much simpler. You send me the information and photos of these people, then just sit in the office and wait for my good news. Chapter 195, Mother and Child Safe. Mafia Big Brother changing diapers online. The matter of helping Huang Jiqing to investigate the case was handed over by Chen Jun to Chen Yongren. Chen Yongren was a police officer himself, and now after learning that he had the opportunity to do what police officers do, he was also incredibly excited inside. After all, even after being a grouch, he yet still thought if he could do something good for the people someday. So after getting the information, he immediately sent the information of each of these people to the bosses of the relevant areas, so that they could immediately conduct some investigations in secret. Just report it as soon as you see a suspicious target. After arranging this matter, the rest of Chen Jun's business was focused on accompanying Wang Xuxian. Since having Chen Jun's company, Wang Xuxian's mood was instantly better. Every day, she dragged Chen Jun to chat with her and asked him to tell her some of the escapades of being an undercover agent. Chen Jun is a handful when it comes to saying awesome, plus things are things he's experienced firsthand, so casually and slightly packaged, it immediately presents the image of an undercover agent who is risk-averse and courageous. This also completely refreshed Wang Xuxian's perception of Chen Jun. Only for her, it still nagged at her that Chen Jun had found another woman outside. So even though Chen Jun was an undercover identity, yet she didn't offer to get back together with the other party. And Chen Jun knew in his heart that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. As soon as the baby is born, then there will be a pivot between them. In this way, it would be impossible for Wang Xuxian to separate from himself even if he wanted to. One night 3 days later, Wang Xian was chatting with Chen Jun as usual, but just then, Wang Xuxian suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen. Ouch! What's wrong? Is it a stomach reaction? Seems like it. Go call the doctor over and take a look. Chen Jun sniffed and immediately got up and went to find the doctor. After the doctor's examination, the person stated, "You're showing signs of going into labor now, but you're a firstborn, so I guess it's going to be a day before you have a normal delivery." Wang Xuxian immediately turned pale with fear after hearing this. "I'm in so much pain at the beginning. What's going to happen after a day? Why don't we have a C-section?" Seeing this, Chen Jun took the initiative to propose. But Wang Xuxian still wants to have the baby by herself and let nature take its course. "I'd better wait a little longer. I've heard that C-sections are very damaging and recovery is slow." The doctor also replied professionally, "That's for sure. Bypassing is in accordance with the natural order of things. C-sections are done as a last resort. You guys don't have to have a C-section right now, so it can actually wait. As for your comment about pain, all I can say is that it's like that for any pregnant woman." The doctor's words gave Wang Xuxian great confidence. Right away she decided to wait a little longer and see what happened. After sending the doctor away, Chen Jun returned to the bedside and tightly grasped Wang Xuxian's hand. "Don't worry, everything will be fine with me." Wang Xuxian nodded slightly, a hint of relief appearing in his eyes. Time passed by, and the cold sweat on Wang Xuxian's forehead increased. Though the pain continued to mount, Wang Tuixian pulled through. By the afternoon of the second day, after the doctor's examination confirmed that Wang Xuxian's uterus had opened to 4 fingers, this is already at a condition where it can be produced, so she was then immediately wheeled into the waiting room by the nurse. Since no one was allowed to enter the waiting room, Chen Jun could only wait anxiously outside. Also on the news were the likes of Chen Yongren and Xiao Ma. They are now also Chen Jun's family, so at this time, their arrival obviously gave Chen Jun more confidence and backbone as well. Even Yi Chaoqiong, who was far away in Macau, made a special call to come over to show her concern. This left Chen Jun somewhat at a loss for words. After all, where are the women who are not jealous? Though on the phone He Chaoqiong looked like she had a deep understanding of the situation, but in reality, he didn't know what the other party was feeling inside at the moment. Only right now he didn't have the heart to think about it. It was still imperative that both Wang Guixian and the child were safe. It's a good thing that that kind of bailout dogfight didn't play out. After a few hours, Wang Xixian was pushed out of the labor room by the nurse. Chen Jun's few people rushed forward. "Are you okay?" Wang Xixian barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "I'm fine and the baby is healthy." It was only then that Chen Jun realized that there was an incubator next to it where a newborn baby was lying. A feeling of affection instantly surged through me as I looked at the baby. "That's a child of your own." Chen Jun only felt that this was all too unbelievable. "You are the family of Wang Xuxian, right? The labor went very well. It's a boy. Mother and child are safe. Now we have to push her into the ward to rest. Come along. I have some things to explain to you," a nurse on the sidelines offered. "Yes." When she returned to the hospital room, Wang Xuxian was not able to get out of bed and walk around because she had just finished giving birth. The nurse then shouted Chen Jun aside. "Your baby came out of labor at 6 pounds, which isn't light, but it's not heavy either. It's within the normal range, and since your wife may not be able to produce milk for the next 2 days, you'll have to feed her with formula first. Don't make too much formula. After all, babies have small appetites." Also, the temperature of the water should not be too hot. Too hot can easily hurt the baby's esophageal organs. After all, he can't express anything but crying yet. As for diapers and all that stuff, you guys need to be well prepared too. Newborns either eat or sleep, so diapers need to be changed more often. Otherwise the babies would be crying from discomfort too. In a nutshell, when a baby cries, it's either hungry or it's time to change the diaper. Do you hear me? Chen Jun nodded in a daze. And beside him, Chen Yongrun and the others were on the verge of laughing. What the hell are you guys laughing at? Boss, we think this whole thing is so much fun. You're a big brother in the jungle, with tens of thousands of little brothers under your command. But now, you're here to change the baby's diaper. Chen Yongrun took the lead in flirting. Even as a jungle boss, I still have a layer of daddy status. Besides, I think you guys are just plain jealous that I have kids. Chen Jun choked back. That's true, but boss, if we can't, we'll hire a babysitter to come and help. Chen Jun though also thought it would be easier to hire a nanny, but it was his own child, after all, and he wasn't quite comfortable leaving it in the hands of someone else. Besides, he had to behave better in front of Wang Qixuan. We will try to get back together at a later date. He then made a serious statement. No, I have to take care of him myself. You're on your own with the company. Chapter 196. Is the movie industry dark? Then I'd like to give it a try. For the rest of the day, Chen Jun accompanied Wang Qixuan. Chen Jun, who is a gangster, is very careful when it comes to changing diapers. This also made Wang Qixuan, who was on the sidelines, look happy. You've got a lot of guts. Get his ass up. Chen Jun gave Wang Qixuan a blank look. You don't understand. The baby is still too young now. And if you're not careful with your power, you might hurt him. That can't be so light. Get out of the way. I'll do it. Wang Qixuan couldn't stand to watch, so he directly got up and walked over to Chen Jun. Changed the diaper in 3 tries. After watching the other party operate so fluently, Chen Jun was startled. How come you've practiced before? Wang Qixuan smiled. I've given birth before. Don't you know? Ha! Chen Jun was dumbfounded. After all, in his impression, there was no way Wang Qixuan had ever been with anyone else. Seeing Chen Jun's surprised expression that was about to drop his jaw, Wang Qixuan bared her teeth and laughed out loud. In one of my previous movies, I played the role of a pregnant woman giving birth. At that time, before the movie started shooting, the director even made me go to a 1-week training class. In the course, I not only learned how to change Ying Er's diaper, but I also learned a lot about parenting. For example, a newborn child. We want to see if his face is yellowed. If the face is yellow and waxy, then there may be jaundice, which requires aggressive intervention. Chen Jun heard a big sigh of relief, thinking that this wine group Xian also began to learn to flirt with himself. Parenting is no easy task. Chen Jun lamented. Nonsense. So I may not be able to make a comeback to filming for a long time to come. A lost expression was visible to the naked eye on Wang Qixuan's face as he finished speaking. Chen Jun also knew that in this matter, Wang Qixuan had made a great sacrifice, and he has too much on his plate to be home with the kids 24 hours a day. So in the end, it's still Wang Qixuan who has to carry it all. That's okay. I'm going to set up an entertainment company in my Dragon International group. I'll sign you up at that time and make you a top-ranking female star in Xiangjiang. Wang Qixuan lightly snorted in disbelief. You think making a movie is as simple as throwing money at it? Not only do you have to have a good movie script, you have to have the right cast and directing team. Also you have to have a good relationship with the theater and the production company. Otherwise, you just can't play the movie even if you have more money. Chen Jun was also happy to hear it. Other than that, just that movie biz is nothing in his eyes. And he was also well aware that the current movie industry in Hong Kong had been infiltrated by the triads on all fronts. Almost all movies have a mob background. Even the biggest movie company in Hong Kong at the moment, isn't China Star run by the 2 Siang family members? The family is backed by another organization in Hong Kong, the Yi-On Society. Only now the Yi-On Society has transitioned to the front of the stage to do regular business. And even when people are pimps, they take the high society route, introducing those 18-line models, or some actresses who haven't caught fire yet, to dignitaries. This is already fundamentally different from Hung Hing or other societies. As long as you want to shoot, I have a way to help you with everything. Also the most resourceful in your circle right now would be China Star, right? Wang Qixuan nodded after hearing this. Yes. All of their family's movies are very high at the box office and have a good relationship with the jury of some awards. So if you make a movie for his family, it could easily be fame and fortune. That's fine. When the time is right, I'll personally go talk to China Star and get them to step in to create an award-winning movie for you. Ha! You're not thinking of resorting to some illegal means again, are you? Where were you thinking? Your man is now black and white. In the white world, I'm covered by the police brass, not to mention the mob, Who dares to say 2 when I say 1? Under these circumstances, do you think a small Chinese star would dare not give me face? Then you mustn't threaten people. Otherwise, my heart wouldn't be at peace. Wang Xuxian was afraid that Chen Jun would force himself on the other party, so he hurriedly reminded. Don't worry about it. Am I that kind of person? You must always remember that I am a police officer. At that moment, the baby lying in the crib suddenly cried out with a wow sound. Oops, I was so focused on talking to you just now that I forgot to feed the baby. You hurry up and make a small bottle of milk over here. Okay, baby, wait a moment. My father will go and prepare food and grass for you now. Babies aren't horses. They don't eat grass. Wang Xixian said without a trace of anger. Ha ha, they're all the same. Once the bottle is brought to the baby's mouth, the whole world is instantly quiet. While looking at the baby with big eyes and a pinkish pink face, Wang Xuxian suddenly thought of something. By the way, we haven't named the baby yet. At this time, Chen Jun asked in return, does the baby take your surname or mine? After all, the two are not married and are still in the breakup stage. Plus, the laws of Hong Kong do not explicitly state which party's surname a baby is born under. So in this matter, Chen Jun still had to ask Wang Xuxian's attitude. Take your last name. I'm sure the outside world would be speculating all over the place if it took mine. Wang Xixian also knows in his heart, he has a child. This matter is certainly paper cannot wrap the fire. Sooner or later, the outside world will know. There will surely be a flood of news when that happens, and she didn't want to put her baby in the middle of a public outcry over a name. Let's call him Chen Fei then. I hope he can fly higher when he grows up. After thinking about it, Chen Jun directly gave his son a simple name. Good, then let's call Chen Fei. Chen Fei. You have a name now. Your father gave it to you. Do you like it? I don't know if Chen Fei really understood the words. A smile broke out at that moment. Ha ha, he really likes that name. Chen Jun was also happy to see it. After the two of them laughed for a while, Chen Jun took advantage of such a harmonious atmosphere at the moment to boldly ask, will we still be able to contact each other for a long time in the future? The meaning of Chen Jun's words was clearly asking the other party if they could still get back together. Wang Guxian himself is a person who is easily softened. Plus, after having a baby, she also felt that a family still needed a man to take care of it. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly spoke. Yes, but I have one condition. More than one. I can satisfy you with 10. Chen Jun agreed without even thinking about it after hearing it. Chapter 197, Brand New Program, Buying 4th Generation Fighters. I haven't even said what the terms are, and you're so quick to agree. In case you can't do it, you name it. In Xiangjiang, there's nothing I, Chen Jun, can't accomplish. Fine. I want you to never get a license to marry another woman. Chen Jun was dumbfounded after hearing this. Does Wang Qixian mean that he wants to completely bind himself to his side? Although he loved the other party, he couldn't easily abandon either Hichaoqiong or Fine Grain. And he's not that kind of person. So right away, Chen Jun revealed an embarrassed expression. What? Is it hard to do? What do you mean you're asking me to do that? Chen Jun pursued helplessly. Because I don't want our child to know that his real father is married to another woman. So I don't care if you're out there with another woman. And I don't care. But in the child's mind, you must be his only father. I'm doing this solely for the sake of the child's health and development as well. If you're not able to take on the responsibilities that a father should take on, then I'll consider someone else to be his father instead. This last sentence was so serious that Chen Jun couldn't help but be shocked after hearing it. However, he also knew that Wang Xuxian was definitely a woman who dared to act. Since she dared to say that, it proved that she really dared to do it. And it was clearly impossible for Chen Jun to let another man take the responsibility due to him instead. As for the no license thing, he can still do that. After all, in his eyes, a relationship shouldn't be sustained by a piece of paper. Afterwards, Chen Jun stated in front of Wang Qixian, don't worry, I know what to do. Then I'll take that as a yes. Aha! Chen Jun nodded, and the matter came to an end. Then Wang Xuxian spoke up again. You've been staying at my place these days, and you haven't handled much of the company's business, so why don't you just leave us alone? If it was usual, Chen Jun definitely wouldn't have said anything. But in the last few days the project on Gibug Island had been completed, and he was in dire need of a rendezvous with George, the head of the arms company, so that the other side could hurry up and send the technical experts from the pretty country out of the country. Otherwise, one's own fighters would be slow to be mass-produced. But who's going to take care of you mother and son if I'm not around anymore? I'll go to a monthly center and let a professional team take care of us. The fact is that while you seem to be doing your best as a layman, you're actually doing a lot of things less than professionally. Plus I needed postpartum recovery myself, including how to increase my milk supply, and there's a scientific way to do that. So not only are you not serving too good a purpose here, you're delaying things. Chen Jun let out a bitter laugh after hearing this. This thing turns out to have so many more instructions. Alright then. I'll arrange for you to stay at the Moon Center and have the best service. Also during this period of time I may have to take a trip out of the island. If there's anything you can explain directly to Chen Yongren, he'll relay it to me. Plus he's an undercover cop himself, so you don't have to worry about his identity. I know. Go about your business. Wang Xiuxian answered and agreed. After obtaining the other party's consent, Chen Jun immediately called Chen Yongren to the front. After explaining everything to him, he immediately boarded a private plane and began to make his way towards the Gibbous Islands. Meanwhile, George had taken off from the pretty country and was headed for the G-Bug. 2 days later, the two met in a hotel in Gibbug. Just after the meeting, George spilled his guts. Mr. Chen Jun, our reading company is having a tough time right now. The Pentagon over there isn't even buying us much anymore. Weapons orders that were intended to be given to us were also given directly to other military industries. Now that the entire company is on edge internally, there are quite a few people who have already privately contacted other companies to accept the other company's offer. Chen Jun was also clear in his heart that this reading company was already owned by himself after all. And he's not even Chinese in pretty country. Without having the citizenship of a pretty country, naturally the government and the Pentagon are unlikely to take him and reading seriously. I know you've been working hard for a while, so isn't this a call for you to come over here with the intention of setting up an even bigger arms business here? George still didn't quite believe Chen Jun's words. After all, although Chen Jun had the 6th generation fighter drawings, but this thing is only on paper after all. Whether it can be produced and developed or not is still an unknown. What's more, a fighter jet involves a lot of spare parts. A single company, even if it is powerful, cannot produce and develop nearly 100,000 fighter jet parts and accessories. George then had to splash cold water and said, Mr. Chen Jun, with all due respect, even if we set up a factory here, we will definitely not be able to develop a brand new fighter jet on our own. There is so much involved and so much complexity. Not a few drawings, or a few words. Chen Jun was also aware of the difficulty of this matter, but had long had a bold idea. So I've got a brand new plan. A plan in which, as long as we can make sure that our own factories develop the most core spare parts for fighter jets, then we don't need to worry too much about anything else. What's the plan? Once he heard that Chen Jun had another new idea, George once again felt bad, because he had realized that basically every idea he had for a boss belonged in the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that the salary Chen Jun was paying was really high, he would have patted his ass and left long ago. You do realize that the Sioux nation has disintegrated, don't you? You say that when the whole world knows about it and it was a year ago. George was speechless. Wouldn't that be right? When people disintegrated, large quantities of weapons were distributed to other small countries, and none of these countries are apparently capable of maintaining and servicing this weaponry. That's a lot of 4th generation fighters right there. Just as Chen Jun said his words, George's eyes widened at once. Although the boss didn't finish his sentence, he had already guessed what the other party wanted to do. You mean go buy some used 4th generation fighters back and replace them with our core product? So that would allow us to build a pseudo 6th generation fighter? Chen Jun nodded. That's right. Nowadays our first priority is to develop the physical product. As long as our 6th generation fighter comes out, everything will be able to be solved by then. Chapter 198. Han been transformed into an island lord. Chen Jun's words opened up a whole new way of thinking for George. Since he himself had been in the arms industry for many years, he naturally knew where many of the fighters had gone after the breakup of the Soviet Union. And many small countries really don't have the need for it. And it doesn't make sense for them to have a couple of unmaintainable fighters sitting around, rather than money. So he might actually be able to get a bunch of 4th generation Soviet fighters if he wanted to, when the time comes to replace the engines, radar and other precision equipment and instruments. It will immediately shock the world. This would naturally make him, as the apparent president of the arms company, the center of global attention. The thought of it started to excite George inwardly as well. Mr. Chen Jun, this is a great proposal of yours, and I think there is indeed room for maneuver. But the biggest problem today is how do we get the technical experts in the country to come and work here obediently? After all, it's a long way from here, and there's a lot of instability. I'm worried. Hearing this, Chen Jun also frowned. Money he didn't care about, and factories and sites weren't a thing. The most crucial thing is still the core technical talents. Otherwise, even if one had more drawings, it would only be on paper. That's why it's imperative to go to pretty country and dig in. As for this matter, Chen Jun is also clear in his heart. Rashly going over to talk to the other side one-on-one, not only does it not have any effect, but instead, it may also startle the snake. In the event that someone stabbed the FBI side, by that time, not to mention digging people, it is expected that the reading company will be directly blocked by the official hand. So this is something that has to be done quietly and in private. Are you sure you can poach some of them? Chen Jun then asked rhetorically. I can only fight for it, but I don't know how many I can dig up. After all, many people don't just work for money. Hearing this last sentence, Chen Jun suddenly had a flash of insight. There, you don't care about anything when you go back now. You just need to investigate for me in the dark about the family backgrounds of those experts and technicians who hold the core technology. Investigate them for what? George wondered. Humph. There's a proverb in our China that if you know your enemy and know yourself, you'll win 100 battles. As long as we know the other side's bottom line, and then by knowing the other side's situation we can know what they need most at this moment. Since you say some people aren't in it for the money, he must be in it for something else. After all, people come to work in this world, not for fame or fortune. So what for? Chen Jun's words made George come to his senses. It's also you ancient Chinese people who have the brains. As long as we know what the other side needs and then use that as a condition. This way, they just can't refuse even if they want to. Oh, having said that, it may not be too difficult to operate. And of course, you have to be careful when choosing someone. Leave some of the ones with bad mouths or who simply won't come over alone. When the time comes, if there really are some technicians who don't want to come over, we'll find a way to poach them from other countries' arms companies. After all, the world is so big. There's not just one pretty country that can produce fighter jets. George nodded at his words. I know. Next I'll go back and study it properly with my colleagues. And then try to get this done early so our plans can move forward. I'll give you half a month. Make sure you finish this. Chen Jun also gave the other party a direct death order. George knows that this matter cannot be delayed. After all, every day of delay, the business losses up to millions of dollars. So even if Chen Jun had a mountain of gold and silver, he couldn't afford to toss it for a long time. I understand. I'm flying back to prepare for all this. Yes. After sending George away, Chen Jun did not return to Shangjiang immediately, but stayed on the Gibbous Islands to learn about the local infrastructure in the meantime. When he saw Han Bin again, Han Bin's entire appearance had also undergone a great transformation. From the time when he was a gangster in a suit with a domineering face, he transformed into a middle-aged man with dark skin and a haggard face. Han Bin, you've worked hard these past few months. Han Bin was on the verge of crying out when he saw Chen Jun. Brother Jun, you're finally here. I'm suffocating depression here. That bad? Of course. Where can this place be compared to that flowery world of Shangjiang? On weekdays I either go to the site to keep an eye on the progress or I have to coordinate some disputes with the locals. Anyway, I've literally never had a day of leisure since I got here. So, you want to go back? But you have to think clearly. If you go back now, your previous efforts will be wasted. Now that the project is all finished, it won't take more than a month or two for normal production to begin. If you go back, the fruit of this victory may fall into the hands of other big brothers. Yo! Chen Jun reminded with a smile. Hearing this, Han Bin instantly didn't dare to complain. After all, he was really worried that Chen Jun would resend someone over to replace him. Plus the local 5-star hotels, casinos and other large entertainment venue projects have been completed. The good times look to be coming soon. At this juncture, he naturally had to grit his teeth and keep pushing through. Then Han Bin's heart crossed and he decisively stated, Brother Jun, I was just whining just now. Please don't worry. I will stick around to make sure nothing goes wrong with our project. Don't push it. There are still plenty of people in the club who could come and replace you. There's no need. No one knows everything here better than I do. Besides, I'm just getting on with the locals and it wouldn't be right for you to get someone else over here. That's when Han Bin went from whining in tone to begging bitterly. Apparently he was also worried that Chen Jun would really do one thing or another and just replace him. Seeing that Han Bin had already made up his mind, Chen Jun also stopped scaring the other party. Instantly, he pulled a document out of his briefcase. What is it? Open it up and see for yourself. When Han Bin opened it, he was instantly shocked by the contents. Is this true? That's right. You've been appointed Vice President of Dragon International. And next, all the governmental affairs of the entire G-Bug Islands will also be left to you. So in theory, you are now the head of government on your island. These two identities are much better than your Quite Sing Black Boss identity, right? Chapter 199, Drawing Big Cakes. We are professionals. The smile on Han Bin's face at this point was completely hidden. Luckily there was no one else around. Otherwise everyone must have thought Han Bin was crazy. Jun, thank you so much. You're like a reborn parent to me, giving me a chance at a new life. At this point, Han Bin's speech had begun to be somewhat incoherent. After all, the most they could hope for in their line of work at the end of the day was to be able to successfully cleanse themselves of their identity. And now, Chen Jun has not only made him the vice president of the company, but also the head of the local government. It's a far cry from before in Hong Kong. Ha ha, now you're not the black boss here anymore, but you're going to be the one managing the black boss. so next your burden will get heavier and heavier. And of course you will get more and more benefits. Chen Jun continued to brainwash Han Bin. Han Bin has clearly become fully immersed in these two identities. On the spot, he made a poisonous oath. Don't worry, brother Jun, as long as I, Han Bin, am around for a day, nothing here will be in chaos. Good, then I'll wait for your good news in Shangjiang. It was only after 2 days of staying in the area that Chen Jun flew back to Shangjiang. After returning to the island, Chen Yongren reported to Chen Jun at the airport. Huang Jiqing's side of the matter has been resolved for a large part, and he himself is very happy, and hopes to continue working with us in the future. Chen Jun sneered after hearing this. This guy is still addicted to taking advantage? So should we just find a random excuse to rebuff him? Chen Yongren asked rhetorically. What do you think? I actually think it's okay. After all, those guys are all 10 evil guys too. Bringing them to justice early is not a bad thing for society, but it doesn't seem to do us much good, does it? Chen Yongren revealed an embarrassed expression after hearing this. After all, he didn't dare to say that he actually had a heart to rid the people of evil. Chen Jun smiled after looking at Chen Yongren's embarrassed look. I actually support this matter, but we can use this matter to maximize our benefits. Jun, what do you mean by that? Think about it. There are many district police stations in the whole of Hong Kong that have a backlog of cases that have been pending for years, right? Sooner or later these cases have to be solved, right? And all those police department heads must want to solve the case as soon as possible, just like Huang Jiqing. So we can use this as an opportunity to pull them in and get them tied to us. We help them solve the case, and then they give us some special favors in other areas. In this way, won't we, Dragon International, be completely sitting on the same boat as the police force? Wait until the day after our forces have fully infiltrated the police force. They just won't be able to get rid of us even if they want to. Chen Jun's comments startled Chen Yongren. Shocked, he was more impressed with Chen Jun. I didn't realize that the other party was able to think so far ahead in this matter. Jun, your idea is really awesome. I think it's totally feasible. Oh, of course, from what I know, quite a few of the top brass in the police force have a private business of exchanging information with the mob. So you just need to get Huang Jiqing to pull the strings. And then naturally you'll be able to cooperate with police officers from other regions. Jun, I'll take care of this matter right away. Wait a minute, there's nothing going on over at Wang Guxian's side, right? It's fine. It's just that Fine Grain has been a bit moody lately. As soon as he heard that something was wrong with Little Stutterer, Chen Jun instantly frowned. What is it? I don't know. It might have something to do with you. After all, I don't know her very well either. Chen Yongren, if anything, Chen Jun knew what it meant as soon as he heard it. In fact, during this period of time, he was either dealing with the company's business in Shangjiang or busy taking care of Wang Xuxian. The outside world does not know about his relationship with Wang Xuxian, but how could little lumpy Fine Grain not know as a pillow person? So it's natural for her mood to have an impact. Okay, I know. I'll look after this matter. Just stay out of it. Chen Yongren thought to himself, lousy is not going to touch the nose. But on the surface, he still said with a straight face, good. If there's anything you need, just order me again. Then Chen Jun went to the Moon Center and took care of Wang Xuxian's mother and son for a day before returning to his villa. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Lumpy sitting on the couch. Fine Grain was also very surprised to see Chen Jun come back, and immediately got up and went forward to get Chen Jun a pair of slippers. Jun brother, you're back. Oh, there's nothing going on while I'm away these days, is there? Nowadays some of the things in the society Fine Grain also have to participate in it. Although he has already learned in advance from Chen Yongren that the society everything is stable, but he still opened his mouth to ask a mouth. Still, okay, nothing major. Fine Grain said absent-mindedly. Chen Jun knew that Fine Grain was in a bad mood as soon as he heard it, but as smart adults, some things are just done by playing dumb. After all, there was no way he was going to talk to Fine Grain about Wang Grupian and the baby. There is no good solution to the matter itself, so simply leave it alone. Immediately, Chen Jun suddenly spoke. You've stayed in Shangjiang long enough. Have you applied for a passport yet? Ha, Shin. Apply for a passport to do. To do what? Fine Grain asked in disbelief. Traveling abroad, of course. I want to take a trip to a pretty country for business in a while. I want to take you with me, and in the meantime give you a taste of the human landscape abroad. Upon hearing that Chen Jun was willing to take himself abroad, Fine Grain's two eyes instantly blossomed, but in the next second, she revealed a worried expression. I follow you like this. You go to talk about things. Is it appropriate? What? You're not confident in your beauty anymore? Yes, it's my not. Stutter. Tiny Grain knows her biggest shortcoming is that she stutters. There's no way to compensate for this physical defect, especially in high society. People like her would never make it to the top. So what Chen Jun did outside and who he met? She didn't dare to ask, nor did she have the luxury of asking the other party to take her with him. Ha ha, a person's charisma radiates from the inside out, not relying on whether or not they speak fluently. Of course, one's articulation and fluency is a plus, but stuttering is never a problem. The more important point is that if you are not confident enough yourself, then others will despise you even more. Also, I have to tell you that there is a king of a country called George VI who is in a similar situation to you. But that doesn't stop people from being great kings of a country. So you don't have to be mediocre. Chapter 200, Traveling to Pretty Country. Recruiting Talents. Chen Jun's words brought great encouragement to Tiny Pellet. In this moment, she was really touched by Chen Jun's warm words. Tears of excitement flowed at that moment. Thanks for the encouragement. So, do you want to come with me to Pretty Country? Go, dang. Of course I did. Fine Grain swept away the past haze, and answered with excitement at that moment. Good. Then get ready, bring some nice clothes, and follow me on a trip to the Pretty Country. Okay. 2 days later, the two boarded a long-haul plane to a pretty country. After a long journey of more than 10 hours, the two finally arrived at the pretty country across the ocean. Immediately after getting off the plane in the capital, George personally greeted the two at the airport. Oh, this is Mr. Chen Jun's girlfriend, right? When they met, George could tell at a glance that Fine Grain had an unusual relationship with Chen Jun. This is also the first time that Chen Jun has brought the opposite sex to meet with him, especially to deal with something so important. So he immediately kissed ass. Tiny Grain was in a very happy mood after hearing that, even though she knew she wasn't in a good position. But at this moment, Chen Jun belonged to her alone. Chen Jun, on the other hand, laughed. Need I say more? George thought to himself that this boss is playing really flowery. Having the gambling king's daughter is not enough, but also dare to steal food outside. The three of them then got into a business car. Well, have you investigated everything I asked you to investigate? How many are willing to follow us in this endeavor? And how many are planning to leave? Instead of answering immediately, George pulled a stack of information out of his briefcase. This is all a list of people we've investigated in detail. A large portion of these people are, at least on the surface, completely unwilling to leave here. But there are a few who are willing to work abroad temporarily for 2 or 3 years for 3 times the salary. 2 or 3 years is enough. After all, we're buying the fighters off the shelf, so as long as we get the production line up and running, we'll be able to cultivate our own technical talent by then. Chen Jun nodded. That said, I'm afraid we won't be able to accomplish this miracle in 2 years if some experts in important technical positions aren't willing to go over there. Plus I put an asterisk next to the names of those indispensable experts. Represents the irreplaceable talent they all are. Only after we've taken care of these people will we be able to start construction on our super factory in Jibig without any problems. Otherwise, I'm afraid the executives wouldn't want to go over there. George reminded. Chen Jun heard the strings at first glance. George ostensibly said the executives didn't want to go over there. In effect, it was implying that Chen Jun, if you can't handle these people, then he won't accompany himself over to fool around. Chen Jun also understood this very well. After all, he was the general manager of Reading Corporation, and he had a certain network of contacts in the military and political circles of the pretty country. If he wasn't going to start a new era, he wouldn't have followed a con man into a foreign country and messed around. Don't worry about it. Since I've personally come on this trip, I won't return empty-handed. I'll see what I can convince some of the people up here first. Chen Jun then began to look down. At the first glance, he saw a Chinese name. Tan Hui? This one is Chinese? Seeing Chinese people in this armory made Chen Jun very curious. Oh, this guy was actually a high achiever from your China back then, studying over here for a PhD and then getting scooped up by the government with a green card. Now that he's working exclusively in our company as head of the fighter department, it's safe to say that without him, this project would have been a total bust. Chen Jun did not expect the key core problem in alone people. Jun, he's a self, one of our own. He'll be a little bit nicer to talk to, right? At this point, the fine grains beside him spoke up in an unspecified manner. But Chen Jun laughed and shook his head after hearing this. You're wrong. Such people are even more heartless than those in the pretty country. After all, you'd think that the country had nurtured him for so long, only for him to be mesmerized by everything here when he left the country and then resolutely choose to stay here. While he is not to be faulted for thinking out of his own interests, it is also clear from this aspect that he is not to be impressed by ordinary favors. Plus there's an arrogance in the bones of such skilled people. There's definitely more than just money to convince him. George, who was listening, also gave an approving look. Mr. Chen Jun, you're absolutely right. In fact, when first talking to this Tan Hui about it, he showed a scoffing attitude. In his opinion, It's impossible to build an engine for a 6th-generation fighter. At the same time, he wouldn't run out of the country for a bit of money to head up a relevant department in a business on an obscure island. Also, I'd like to remind you of one thing. It's rumored that he's already begun to privately and quietly contact headhunters, and seems to be interested in wanting to jump ship to other military-industrial enterprises. If he does talk to someone else, then things are going to get messy. Alright, in that case, we'll start with him first. But before that, I'd like to trouble you, George, to do the honors of being a host and show my girlfriend and I around the place. Yes, George didn't think too much of it, and instantly accompanied his boss as he began touring the area. Originally, George thought that Shinjun just wanted to stroll around casually and mean it, but I didn't expect Shinjun to stroll for 3 days. At first he thought that Fine Grain had forced Shinjun to do it, but the result was unexpected, because even Fine Grain felt that Shinjun was wasting his time by doing so. So that made George wonder even more. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the group was sitting in a restaurant having dinner. George couldn't hold back completely. Mr. Shinjun, with all due respect, we've already wasted several days. If we don't hurry, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Fine Grain also chimed in. June, what on earth are you thinking about? Shinjun smiled slightly after hearing this and looked at the two of them and said, the time is ripe. Help me make an appointment with him at night. I want to meet with him personally. The two were relieved to hear this. That night, in a hidden cafe, Shinjun met a thin-looking, wearing glasses, a weak look of middle-aged men. The other party was also startled to see Shinjun so young. He also didn't realize that his boss was actually someone so young. Chapter 201, Do Not Listen? Then we have to resort to means. Tan Hui, is it? Hello, my name is Tan Jun. Humph, I didn't realize you were so young. Or is this just an illusion I see on the surface? Tan Hui's implication is that you, Chen Jun, are not just an agent? After all, in this business, there are a lot of unseemly things. So naturally, those behind-the-scenes bigwigs don't want to throw their weight around personally. Chen Jun smiled coldly at his words. You're looking down on me too much, aren't you? What makes you think that I, Chen Jun, don't have the ability to manage a military-industrial enterprise? Oh, just because I know how deep the water is in this business. That's why I don't believe you have the strength. Then I can tell you right now, truthfully, that I call the shots at reading, and I call the shots on everything else. Now, can we get down to business? Tan Hui didn't quite believe Chen Jun's words though, but he wasn't willing to continue to dwell on the matter. After all, he didn't care who was really behind Chen Jun, and he didn't want to get involved with any of this crap. You guys are here for nothing more than to get me to leave pretty country and go work in that whatever the dash asterisk 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 it is. But sorry, I've made it clear to George before that I'm not going. Tan Hui's attitude was very resolute and there was no room for negotiation at all. It also couldn't help but make George and Fine Grain sweat over today's negotiations. However, Chen Jun looked at the other party with a calm demeanor and slowly said, don't talk so full of words. After all, nothing in this world is absolute. Ha ha, I can't guarantee anything else. But in this matter, no one can force me, Tan Hui said confidently. Can't Wang Qin persuade you either? Upon hearing this name, Tan Hui instantly flinched, but soon his expression regained its calmness. What are you trying to do by carrying my mother out? Oh, you haven't seen her in years, have you? Don't you miss at all the family member who smashed the pot to send you to study abroad in the first place? Or maybe you really are a selfish, cold-blooded person? These words brought a very big touch to Tan Hui. His mind quickly recalled the image that he had been afraid to go back to, but in the next second, Tan Hui's eyes suddenly glazed over and he said in a serious tone, and then, what do you want to say? The old lady is also old, and since her partner left, she's quite poorly alone in Huaxia. If that means you're still willing to see her, or can get her to come over and spend time with her grandchildren, and spend their old age together in the dark, then this is something to plan for. Hearing this, Tan Hui was disdainful. Who do you think you are? How much did I go through to stay here in the first place? Can you imagine? Now you're opening your mouth for an old woman to come and settle in a pretty country. Who do you think you are? The relationship between Huaxia and pretty country in this era is still not very cordial. If it weren't for the fact that Tan Hui was an unrivaled technical talent, he wouldn't have had any chance of staying in the pretty country otherwise. As for his mother, he had made many efforts, but the official response was no. Even the Chinese side is not cooperating. After all, some of his actions amounted to betrayal of his country. So gradually, he stopped thinking about it. All these years inside, out of some kind of guilt, it was even more difficult to call back easily to contact his mother. And all of this, Chen Jun had already asked Chen Yongrun to inquire clearly through channel connections before he came. In this day and age, it's hard to see two people who are 100,000 miles apart without a video call. So Chen Jun was actually betting that this Tan Hui hadn't completely lost his humanity. After all, no one knew better than he did what his mother was going through in the country right now. Chen Jun then immediately stated, "It's just too easy to get your mother to come over. If you nod, I can arrange it right away. Of course, I can't help you out with the green card thing, because I don't have one either." Tan Hui immediately raised an eyebrow after hearing this. Although he didn't know what method Chen Jun had used, it was obviously certainly not the formal way. "Do you realize that you are breaking the laws of the pretty country by doing this?" Chen Jun sneered. "Of course I know. Isn't it also because you are worried about this that you are hesitant to take this step? But it's different now. With my help and George's network of contacts, it shouldn't be too hard to get your mother a new identity in some of the more remote states in the pretty country. Right, George?" George had been completely unaware of this before this. Now Chen Jun suddenly named him. At this moment, he actually subconsciously nodded. And by the time you realize it is too late to regret it. Hearing Chen Jun's words, Tan Hui finally began to feel a slight wavering inside. But then he continued to speak and questioned. "So what? If I ever leave here, the military will definitely investigate my family. When the time comes, will you be able to protect my family's well-being? Ha ha, you are just a regular way to work abroad. The FBI is more powerful and can just arrest people? Keep in mind that this country is ostensibly the most face-saving of them all. Besides, you're nothing more than a department head in a military-industrial complex, so don't think of yourself as too important." And in fact, when he said these words, Chen Jun didn't even have a bottom in his heart. After all, he didn't know what the military or the pretty country's government would think. But right now he had to get rid of the people first, and the rest could be taken care of next. At this time, George sensed that Tan Hui was beginning to hesitate, and then immediately added a dose of hard material down. "Tan Hui, I'll be honest with you. In fact, a long time ago I wanted you to be promoted to the company's management, but in the end, because of your Chinese identity, the authorities simply rejected our proposal, because in their view, even if you get a green card and change your nationality, what flows in your body is still Chinese blood. Many years ago, what happened to that great man of science in China? Prof. Qian finally dealt a big blow to the pretty country. So, if you want to stay in pretty country, then you'll just be a person in charge of technology for the rest of your life." These words brought a huge sense of shock to Tan Hui. He hadn't even thought about it on that level before this. But now, after learning from George that some people in this country have a colored view of him, he has come to realize that no matter how hard he tries, he will never be able to integrate into this country. Thinking of this, he raised his head, looked at Chen Jun, and asked seriously, "What other promises can you give me?" Chapter 202, Having Money. You can really do whatever you want. Chen Jun instantly realized that his plan was going to work. He then stopped talking nonsense with the other party and stated on the spot, "You're here, and the commander-in-chief of this program for the 6th generation fighter is you. And as long as you can develop a 6th generation fighter of our own, then you're the vice president and chief technology officer of the new company. As far as pay is concerned, I don't need to tell you much, do I? After all, George should have told you about these things many times before." Hearing this, Tan Hui was completely nonplussed. "Do you really have drawings for a 6th generation fighter? We're short of skilled people like you. Not just a few drawings. Also, if your family doesn't want to go over there and work with you, then let them remain in pretty country. At the same time, I will go through special means to get your mother here so that she can live with your loved one's family so that they can take care of each other as well." After seeing that Chen Jun had arranged all of his family affairs properly, Tan Hui finally realized that the young man in front of him was really something. At least he didn't dare to just belittle the other party because of his age anymore. "How long am I going to be? If the R&D goes well, it'll only take a year or two. So can I go back to pretty country later?" "No problem at all. I can always arrange for you to go back if you want to. I'm just afraid that you won't want to go back yourself by then. After all, in this day and age, you can live just as well elsewhere." Chen Jun had a dark meaning. Now Tan Hui was finally impressed by the big cake he promised. "Okay, I agree to go over there, but I can't guarantee the others." "Oh, don't worry, since I'm here, I won't return empty-handed. You're coming with me, and so is everyone else," Chen Jun said confidently. After talking about Tan Hui, the three of them went out together. When he entered the business car, George immediately praised, "Mr. Chen Jun, it's still you who has the means. What I'm curious about, though, is how you know so much about his family. I've worked with him for so long, and I didn't even know that was happening. He's your subordinate. He usually doesn't say a word about these things. It's normal that you don't know. And the reason why I haven't been in a hurry for the past 3 days is because I've been secretly gathering intelligence information about him and the other experts. The only way we can sit down and negotiate with them is if we know what they desire." After hearing Chen Jun's words, George instantly woke up a lot. he returned with a serious expression. Mr. Chen Jun, it seems that there are still many aspects that I need to learn from you on top of managing the company. After the lesson you taught me today, it struck a chord with me. Oh, I've only utilized a little bit of tactics. The rest of the aftermath is still in your hands. But I'm sure it shouldn't be too hard to handle a new identity with your position and connections in pretty country, right? George smiled bitterly and returned. It's not that difficult. We at Reading still have branches in some other states with relatively lax laws. When the time comes, just make up a random name and have Tan Huey's mother come over. Okay, I'll leave this to you. It's time to find the next target. Half an hour later, Chen Jun and Reading's experts in radar also confessed their agreement. Mr. Booker, I'll be waiting for you at the G-Bug then? No problem, but what you promised me, I hope you can do it too, the other reminded again and again. Don't worry, I've already contacted an Ivy League college in your country. The other party made it clear that if they can donate $10 million to them for the library, they can arrange for your son to be enrolled in school. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the other's face. Okay, I'll see you there then. After leaving the door, Fine Grain couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, June, for the sake of entering a big university, still have to spend $10 million. Is this worth it? You don't understand. The more people like that, the more they care about fame and their social status. According to George's research, his son didn't do well in high school, and it's simply unrealistic to try to get into a prestigious school on his own. And there's an unwritten rule in many prestigious schools in the pretty country that every year the school will give away some special quota targets to some politicians and businessmen, in such a way that they willingly build schools by donating money and all sorts of other things. So that's exactly what I seized upon to convince the other man that he could leave the pretty country and go to Gibbig to work for me. But is he worth so much? So much money? Fine Grain asked for another mouthful. Ha ha, it's almost the 21st century. Do you know what's the most valuable thing in the 21st century? Yes. What is it? George, you answer. George grunted softly and blandly returned. It's talent. Hearing Chen Jun in George's words, a look of surprise had been written all over Fine Grain's face. This trip to the pretty country had kind of completely opened a window for her to see what this new world out there was really like. In order to bring in an expert, Chen Jun did not hesitate to drop $10 million. This was something she could never have imagined before. And in the next few days, Chen Jun went through various ways to convince the majority of Reading's professional and technical talents. It even pulled in the core talent for individual positions from other military industries. Although not all of these people could be in place for a while, as long as they could go to the new company, Chen Jun was certain that he could develop the 6th-generation fighter. After spending a week in pretty country, Chen Jun finally got everything straightened out. Well, everything here has been resolved smoothly, so I'll leave the rest to you. The next time we meet, it'll be at the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Gibbug's new company. At the airport, Chen Jun smiled at George and opened his mouth. Don't worry, Mr. Chen Jun. I'll take care of everything here. Okay, I'll see you there then. Afterwards, Chen Jun and Fine Grain boarded the plane back to Xiangjiang together. June, I didn't expect this time things to go so smoothly. You thought it went well? Actually, it's just what you thought. As long as their people haven't left pretty country, then this thing isn't a success. So next, we still have to wait and see if the pretty country's military and the FBI and other relevant intelligence services make a move. Hearing this, Fine Grain let out a deep breath, then spat out on the spot. This world is so complicated. Chapter 203 FBI. Intelligence debuts. After returning to China, Chen Jun once again returned to Wang Xuxian's side and spent a happy time with her and her baby. And Reading has been sending relevant technical personnel to the Gibraltar Islands one after another. But on this very day, George made an urgent phone call out of the blue. Mr. Chen Jun, something did happen. What is it? We had Mark, the head of a technical position, get stopped by the FBI as he was getting ready to leave the country. According to the information I have so far, he's under official control because he's in possession of relevant military technology. As soon as he heard this, Chen Jun instantly said that it was not good. Apparently, the military of the pretty country has taken notice of Reading's operations, and since the other party had already done it, it meant that they definitely wouldn't let themselves get what they wanted so easily. Is there any way on your end to bring someone out? No matter how much it costs. George shook his head as he listened. The FBI's goal is not to imprison Mark, but to restrict him from entering and leaving the country. If we want to take him away, it will have to be through illegal channels and means. And that's certainly unacceptable to Mark. After all, his status and position, if he were to ever smuggle himself out of the country, the repercussions would be extremely bad. So there's no need for people to take such a big risk over this at all. George's words caused Chin-jun to instantly fall silent. Indeed, it's the same wherever people work. It's just that they receive less money. And once the other party really left the country through illegal means, the future of the rest of his life would be completely over. But it's not legal for the FBI to do that. Hey, they didn't say Mark broke the law. They just invited him to the FBI for a little tea. When it came out, Mark called me to indicate that he couldn't get out. After a few moments of silence, Chen-jun still decided to make a call to Mark personally. Is it okay if I contact Mark now? Yes, but it will have to wait for me to make arrangements, because I'm afraid his phone lines have been tapped by the intelligence services. If that's the case, all our plans will be completely exposed by then. I'm afraid it won't be about whether we walk away or not then, but whether we'll be arrested or not. Alright, then I'll trouble you to hurry up and arrange this matter. Wait for my message. That night, Chen-jun's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his cell phone decisively. Hey, it's Jun Chin. Hi, I'm Mark, and I'm really sorry that I won't be able to join your new company. As soon as the call was answered, the person on the other end apologized profusely. Oh, I don't blame you for this, only that I still want to make sure that you are really willing to come out and work for me. Of course I'm willing. If I can really develop a 6th-generation fighter jet, then I'll be able to go down in history in the tech world. Except that I have my principles, and if I'm allowed to leave the country through illegal means, that's not acceptable to me. Mark's answer was just as George had said. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out, after all. Working abroad not only tripled his salary, but he was able to make history. But he's a regular guy who's also worried about the FBI looking for trouble. Meanwhile his own family is in pretty country. That's why Mark had to choose to compromise and remain in the country. Oh, I'll let you leave the country fair and square if you want. Not only that, but I can make your Mark's name the center of attention in the entire pretty country tech community. This way, not only will you be famous, but you'll also be able to travel to my new company and help me develop the 6th-generation fighter. Hearing Chen-jun's words, Mark was greatly puzzled. Mr. Chen-jun, what do you mean by that? I really don't understand. Chen-jun immediately explained. It's very simple. Since the FBI wants to keep you here, then you let them state their reasons. As far as I know, Pretty Country is a country that prides itself on being the most human rights oriented, and you haven't actually done anything to harm the national interest, especially since it's not in the laws of the Pretty Country that you're not allowed to work abroad either. So the FBI has no authority to restrict your personal freedom at all. After hearing these words from Chen-jun, Mark but helplessly said, but people just directly stopped me at the airport. What can I do? Then let them stop it again. Not only that, but we're going to let the world know that the FBI stopped you. What? Mark was shocked to hear it. After all, this kind of thing is always off the table. But now, Chen-jun seemed to be thinking of bringing this matter to light. Take it easy. Listen to me slowly. There's no reason at all for the FBI to stop you nowadays. So if you force your way out, they'll probably take you by force. But what if we called the reporters to the scene and had them cover the story live? I'm sure the FBI won't dare to keep stopping you, even if they have the guts to do it. Mark listened but objected. But even so, I'll still be targeted by the FBI. It doesn't matter if I leave the country myself. But what about my family and children? That's even less to worry about. All we have to do is make a scene like this. Then your name will reach the point of being a household name in Pretty Country. By then everyone will know there's someone like you, Mark. Then not only will your family not be treated unfairly, but they might even get more. Also George and I can assure you of the utmost protection for you and your family. Although Chen-jun said a lot, Mark firmly replied, Mr. Chen-jun, I really don't want to take such a big risk. Why don't you just hire someone else? Seeing that the other party still refused to let go, Chen-jun had to show his cards. Mark, what I promised you in the beginning. Have you forgotten it so quickly? I know that back in the day, you and George had promised me that if I followed you and developed a 6th-generation fighter, you'd get my wife a smooth entry into a financial firm on Wall Street and as an investment executive. But that offer obviously doesn't impress me anymore. After all, I still have to think more about my own future. Oh, now that the conditions have changed, your wife won't be joining that financial firm, but will be going to Dragon International as the chief venture capital officer. Dragon International? I haven't even heard of this company's name. Mark wondered. Of course you haven't heard of it, because the legal and actual controller of this company is me, Chen-jun, and I'll be setting up a venture capital subsidiary in the group soon. Chapter 204, Toughing It Out with the FBI. Who's the real king? Mark instantly sucked in a breath of cold air as he listened, although he didn't know how big Dragon International was. But since this was a business set up by Chen-jun, it obviously couldn't be any smaller. What's more, according to his understanding, the newly established arms company would also be affiliated under the name of Dragon International. This also means that Dragon International will be an international multinational chain of integrated large enterprises. And if his wife can really get into the management of the company at this juncture, and hold the power of investment, it was certainly a heavenly opportunity for him and his wife, as well as for the entire family. If anything, they lived a modest life before this, so now they have a chance to turn over a new leaf and get into the middle of high society. Because in high society, just having money doesn't cut it. There has to be a take-home identity and background. So Mark was thoroughly ticked off at this, but immediately after, he opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Chen Jun, although the temptation you're giving is just too great, I can't see anything right now, so I'm still a little worried about whether or not this thing you're talking about will work or not. Ha ha, you can rest assured of that. Since I was able to buy Jibig and create a whole new industry chain over there, it means that I'm definitely determined to do this. As for the matter of setting up an investment company, you have even less to worry about. How can an international company that wants to be big and strong not have a venture capital department? And nowadays I'm really short of people in this field around me. And your wife's resume is just right for it. So I'm sure your wife will be able to do this job in the future. Chen Jun's words were like a direct pill to Mark's heart. He, who was still hesitant, immediately had an idea within him as well. Alright, I'll go back and talk to my wife first. After all, if she and I both leave to work in pretty country, then my family probably won't be able to continue to stay and live over here. With all due respect, it's a great world out there now, and there's not just one developed country on the globe. Pretty country, and if you're willing to come and settle in Shangjiang, I'll be able to help you arrange all the problems. At this point in time, Shangjiang has not yet officially returned to the country, and the current policy is almost visa-free for all countries around the world. So the paperwork wasn't too difficult for Mark's family to do if they wanted to come over and settle down. Okay, this matter I will go back and communicate with my wife. I'll be waiting to hear from you. But you must remember that a decision on this matter must be made soon. Otherwise once I find someone who can replace you, then everything I said before won't count. Chen Jun in order to give the other party a little pressure. So simply direct warning sentence. Sure enough, Mark's whole body tensed up at the sound of it. After all, he also knew that he was definitely not an irreplaceable candidate. And since Chen Jun was willing to put blood money on himself, he would naturally be willing to drop heavy money on others as well. So this was something he had to decide right away so that the night wouldn't be long. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jun immediately called George over again. Well, how did you guys talk? The talk was very good, Chen Jun said smilingly on the phone. So, in that case, Mark is nodding his head in agreement to go over there? George asked rhetorically. Not yet, but you can start working on one thing. What is it? Get a reporter. That night, Mark wrote back. Everything was just as Chen Jun had expected. As soon as Mark's wife heard about such a great opportunity, she immediately decided to bring the whole family to Hong Kong. However, they also left a note that they were only coming over to work temporarily and did not intend to emigrate directly. That way, if they couldn't stay over here, or if the pie that Chen Jun had drawn was a fake, they would have a way back to return to the pretty country to continue their lives. Well, then I'd like to welcome your entire family in advance. Wait a minute, Mr. Chen Jun, you've already made arrangements on the reporter's side. There won't be any mistakes at that time, right? It was also Mark's first time going head-to-head with the FBI, so he didn't have anything in mind. Oh, you'll have to show the bottom of your beautiful country's citizenship. Isn't it true that on your side of the world, all that comes out of everyone's mouth is that everyone is equal? Now since the FBI wants to stop you, let them come up with the relevant legal regulations so they can tell you what laws you've broken. Otherwise, outsiders would think you had something on your mind. As soon as Jun Chen fanned the flames, Mark's fire was ignited. Originally, he was a little leery of the FBI, but after hearing Chen Jun's words of stirring up trouble, he instantly also felt that the FBI had gone too far in doing things. First of all, he is a technical expert, and these intelligence people should be looking for ways to curry favor with him. But the other party not only didn't intend to curry favor with himself, but instead tried to use unconventional means to bring him under control. So Mark immediately said, okay, as long as there are media reporters there, I dare to touch them head on. Also I'd like to know if the FBI is really that bold to forcibly stop me from leaving the country. Ha ha, don't worry about it. I've already left everything to George to arrange. When the time comes you just need to show your attitude. Yes, once things were finalized, George got busy, and Chen Jun is in Shangjiang keeping an eye on every move of the pretty country's intelligence services. Early that morning, Mark left the house with his family and a couple of suitcases. They had just stepped out the door when they saw a black business car parked across the street. The people in the car immediately focused their eyes when they saw them come out. Mark knew in his heart that these men must be FBI employees. When he got in the car, he hurriedly called George. After getting a definite answer from the other side, he was relieved to get into a cab that had been waiting in advance for a long time. The car soon drove to the local international airport. The black business car behind him stopped close behind. Upon seeing Mark preparing to walk into the airport lobby with his family, two men in black suits with headphones in their ears immediately stepped forward to block their path. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Mark? We're with the FBI and here's my work ID." One of the men pulled an ID out of his jacket pocket when he finished. Mark calmly asked, "What do you want?" "We've already learned in advance from the airline that you're going to take your whole family out of the country to Shanghai today. There are some things we'd like to talk to you about." Mark grunted as he listened. "Time is a bit tight, so if there's anything you want to do, you can tell me here." Chapter 205, First Battle 1. FBI finished. When the other party saw Mark's serious expression, he then said unhappily, "Mark, in that case, we'll be straight with you. As we emphasized last time, you can't leave the country, so we also ask that you and your family return immediately now." Mark sniffed and mustered up the courage to ask rhetorically, "I would like to ask you, the FBI, what is it that I, Mark, am guilty of? If it's a problem with my work, then I have to explain it to you. While the work I do is of a classified nature, I have not signed any privacy secrecy regulations with the federal government or any corporate agency. That is to say, not only am I now free to enter and leave any country, but I don't have to keep my secrets from any agency or department." As soon as the other party heard this, his face became gloomy. "Before you didn't need to report to anyone else, but from now on, you have to report to us. On what grounds? By virtue of the fact that we're the FBI." It was also at that moment that a strobe light suddenly flashed. Mark and the two FBI agents were shocked. Everyone looked sideways, only to see several men taking pictures of them with separate cameras. The FBI's identity must be kept secret, not to mention not appearing casually in front of media cameras. So the two FBI agents immediately blanched. "What do you guys do? Delete the pictures from your cameras right now, or else don't blame us for being rude." At that moment, however, a man sneered, "I'm a reporter from the Newtown Times, and I received information today that two unidentified men posing as FBI agents were planning to stop a legal citizen of a beautiful country from leaving the country at the airport. I'm still interested in this matter, so I thought I'd come over and take a look. I didn't think I'd run into you guys, so I'd like to ask both of you, are you FBI agents?" The two agents were instantly dumbfounded. They also didn't realize how the matter had leaked out and actually attracted the authoritative media. This Newtown Times is different from the usual ordinary newspapers and magazines. This media organization is so deep in the water that it usually even dares to directly broadcast some heavy news similar to election scandals. So exposing two people is obviously a piece of cake. Now both agents were nonplussed. "You have no right to know who we are, and we now demand that you stop filming immediately." "Oh, according to the citizenship laws of our pretty country, as long as one belongs to our citizens, then one has the right to freely enter and leave our country. Now that you're openly stopping people at the airport gate, there has to be an explanation for this, right? This Mr. Mark has a special status. He can't just leave the country." One of them tried to explain, but the next second, Mark hit the other side in the face. "I have officially terminated my labor relationship with the company yesterday. Now I am a jobless person, and I'm planning to go to Shanghai for vacation on this trip, so I wonder which law or regulation I'm violating by doing so. Also, you say I have a special status, so how special is my status? And would you please explain that to both agents?" After being disliked so much by Mark, the two were instantly nonplussed. Right now in front of the reporters, they can't threaten even if they want to, and they can't leave even if they want to. After all, once they left, then the Marks would board a plane and leave the pretty country in the process. And if they continue to stay here, they don't know what to tell the reporters. "Mr. Reporter, as you can see, these two people have suspicious identities and are trying to detain me without any legal formalities or reasons. So I hope you can do justice to my Mark. If I can't get out of pretty country today, then I want you to bring this to light as soon as possible." Hearing this, the two agents tensed again. "Do not expose. Then please leave immediately or don't blame me for calling the police." The agents also knew that calling the police would be of no use to them. But once this matter is brought to the police station, then the reporters on the scene will surely make a big fuss about it. By then, once the news hit the papers, the two of them would have to take the blame for this. I'm afraid. Thinking of this, one of the agents couldn't help but pull out his cell phone and call his supervisor over. Although Mark couldn't hear what they were talking about. But when he saw the other party come back with a foul face, he knew he must have been scolded. Sure enough, the other party instantly grimaced and spoke to Mark. "Mr. Mark, I'm sorry to have disturbed your family's trip, so we can go in now?" "Sure." With that said, the two could only watch Mark's family leave. They then called aside reporters from the Newtown Times and two other small papers. After a quick explanation, A tip was given to each person individually. After getting the money, everyone left the scene satisfied. When Mark boarded the plane, George immediately made a call to Jun Chen. Mr. Chen Jun, everything is just as you expected. The flight that Mark's family was on has successfully taken off, and I'm sure it won't be long before they arrive in Shenzhen. Oh, the FBI sure is afraid of reporters. So how did you convince them to go over there and cover the story? The press must not be interested in this kind of thing anymore. After all, it's not like they're going to offend a horrible organization like the FBI over someone who's not involved. And the reporter you brought in? They're just a bunch of hobos that I told to come running to the airport posing as journalists. Plus, from what I understand, they blackmailed 2 FBI agents hard. Ha ha, George, that's really something. Chen Jun laughed out loud after hearing this. While thinking that it was really not easy for this George to be able to hang out at Reading for so many years and have close ties with the military. It seems that this guy is really no slouch either. But as far as he was concerned, the more capable George was, the more comfortable he was. After all, even if the other party betrayed him, it wouldn't cost him much. Mr. Chen Jun, the people have basically arrived, and the production line can now be officially put into R&D and production. Good. You pass my order down. Start work immediately. Give me 24 hours non-stop production. Money is not a problem, as long as we can develop and produce a 6th-generation fighter jet in the fastest time possible. Then I, Chen Jun, will certainly be heavily rewarded. Don't worry, we will do our best to develop this top-notch fighter within a year. Okay, it's a deal. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jun immediately looked for Chen Yongren and asked the other party to arrange the Mark family immediately after they landed. Then he was ready to depart for Macau to meet his old husband, the king of gamblers, Samson Ho. Chapter 206, Working with the King of Gamblers again, buying rare materials, arrived at the gambling king's residence. At this time, Ho Hungsum had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Chen Jun, a smile appeared on his face as well. Chen Jun, you're finally here. I heard that the factory over there has officially started? Well, at present, the technicians are already in place, and the management has started to go over to meet one after another. So I think it won't take a few days to officially start production. So can we get our gambling industry on track? With all the money I've invested over there, if I don't see any more revenue, this won't be right. According to the previous agreement, the vast majority of the materials and labor would be taken care of by He Hongsen. So after almost a year, he had already invested a lot of money in the Jibig. Knowing that the other party was in a hurry to make money, Chen Jun stated with a smile, just don't worry about it. I've already greeted my little brother. It won't take more than a few days for your casino to officially operate. Also, the entire entertainment industry on the island has been closed. And for gamblers, that place has been a total paradise. Ho Hungsum was very happy to hear that. After all, everything in that place was up to Chen Jun. Once it is up to you to make the law, then the law thing is a nullity. Good. Great. As long as we can officially open for business, then we'll surely be able to attract many rich people to go over there and gamble. Elder He, this time I've come to find you. There's actually one more thing I want to work with you on. Of course, I'll fund this one, and you won't have to take a dime of the strain. Upon hearing that Chen Jun still has a business to cooperate with, and does not need to pay out his own money, He Hongsen instantly became interested. What business? Tell me about it? It's not really a big deal. It's just that I'm currently short of some materials on hand, and I want you to step in and go buy them back for me. As for the price, as long as it's not too outrageous, how much you want to make out of it is up to you. Materials? What materials? Why don't you know how to get them yourself? Ho Hongsen was confused by what he heard. After all, to buy something like materials you still need Chen Jun to personally run to find himself out in order to buy them? Some materials are not something I can purchase. After all, I don't have any channels in this area either. Even if I had access, I'm not qualified to buy it. What kind of material? Is it hard to develop an atomic bomb? He Hongsen had only spoken in jest, but Chen Jun immediately nodded. Indeed, he is material in this area. What the hell? You want to develop an atomic bomb? I don't have the ability to do that with atomic bombs, but I can still try with fighter jets. Of course Chen Jun wanted to develop the atomic bomb in his heart. After all, as long as he has the atomic bomb on hand, then the whole world has to look to him. Only the conditions for developing the atomic bomb were extremely harsh, and it was obviously unrealistic with his current capabilities. Fighter jets? You want to play with arms? Ho Hongsen also knew that Chen Jun had an arms company and had built a production line in Jibig as well. It was only that he had never known exactly what the other party wanted to do. So he was shocked to learn of Chen Jun's ambitions now. You can get into trouble with arms. Why don't we just make the casino money in peace? He Hongsen was worried about getting into trouble, so he advised Chen Jun. But Chen Jun shook his head. I want to become a master, not an ordinary businessman. In this world, any businessman is replaceable at the word of those in power. That's why I don't want to be led by the nose, especially when we have a certain social status that makes this situation even more awkward. Chen Jun's words spoke to Ho Hong Sen's heart. Indeed, although he is now called the king of gamblers and has a very high say in Macau, but he also knows in his heart that as long as the local government gives a word, his casino business will be completely ruined. After all, there was nothing he could do if the government did not issue him a license to operate a casino. Are you really sure about developing a fighter jet? I never do anything I'm not sure of, but if you don't help, this is going to be very problematic, at least in the short term. But since it's about developing core military products, I'm sure the materials needed must be uncomplicated, or at least not available in the regular channels. Where do you want me to source these materials from? Mainland China. What? Ho Hong Sen's eyes widened. He didn't realize that Chen Jun actually wanted him to work with the mainland. Although Huaxia's military technology is still underdeveloped now, the whole country is so vast that you can find any material you want, and you should have a good relationship with the mainland. So if you're the one to go out and buy materials from them, I'm sure the other side will give you face. But I can't keep buying these things from people endlessly, Ho Hong Sen explained. After all, he was just a businessman, and if he bought materials for making arms from the military every day, it was unlikely that the other side would agree. When we succeed in developing a new generation of fighters, we won't even need you to come out personally. They'll surely come sniffing around. At that point, whatever we want won't be a problem. He Hansen finally knew what Chen Jun was thinking now. In his opinion, as long as he could develop the latest fighter jet, then with his status as a Hong Konger and his own Macanese, he was bound to attract the attention of the Chinese High Command. By then the other party will definitely send someone over to discuss the cooperation. That way they can take the opportunity to make new offers. A more important point was that if Chen Jun really did develop a weapon product that scared countries, then his status would naturally rise. Nowadays has not only satisfied with being an ordinary businessman saw the dawn of the Hua family to be on par. And it was because the Hua family had gotten some arms to the government back in the day that they were currently holding down his position in society by a whole head. Thinking of this, He Hongsen was also completely heartbroken. I can find a way to try and contact someone over there. Only whether they have the materials for this or not, and whether they are willing to sell them or not, that I don't know. Seeing that He Hongsen agreed, Chen Jun immediately stated, just don't worry about it, they will still sell this favor. Alright then, I can give it a try. Send me a list of supplies to buy and I'll figure it out. Okay, I'll have someone under my hand give you a copy. At this time, He Hongsen suddenly thought of another thing, then opened his mouth and asked, by the way, how far have things progressed between you and Achong now? Arjun? What is it? He Hongsen glared at Chen Jun, and then returned without any good humor. That is, are you guys ready to talk about marriage or not? Chapter 207, Creating a Gambling Dog Paradise, Gibug's Largest Casino. Chen Jun took a deep breath. How could he not expect He Hongsen to actually care about this matter? Elder He, Arjun and I haven't discussed anything in this regard at the moment. You guys just got out of society a few years ago, but if you really feel in love with each other, you can just get married. After all, in our day, you had to have kids at your age. He Hongsen's words made Chen Jun feel a moment of speechlessness. He certainly knew why the other man had somehow brought this up. After all, now know that he wants to do big things. He Hongsen's first reaction must be to think about how to completely tie the interests of both sides together. And for Macau, obviously the best way to do that is a family marriage. He Chaoqiong's status is there. As long as he can get married to himself, then once the fighter is developed in the future, the status of his old man will naturally be self-evident. But nowadays Chen Jun is far from thinking about getting married, especially since he had promised Wang Xuxian before this that there was absolutely no way he would marry another woman. So even if the other party is the daughter of the king of gamblers. Thinking of this, Chen Jun then replied seriously, Elder He, I won't consider such things as children's love for the time being. What I'm doing now is actually risky. If I let Arjun follow me around, I'm afraid I'll drag her down with me. He Hongsen frowned after hearing this. Young man, I know what's in your mind, but a man has to get married eventually, and as long as Arjun is the first house and then you give all the benefits that are due, then I can turn a blind eye to the rest. The implication of Ho Hongsem's words is that if you want to get drunk on flowers it is not impossible, but the interests of his Ho family must be taken care of. Chen Jun also knew in his heart that the other party had married 4 wives at the moment, so of course he was too embarrassed to ask too much of himself, especially once he had some international influence, then he couldn't restrict his freedom even more. Elder He, that's not what I meant. Except that right now I don't really have any ideas in this regard. But don't worry, no matter what kind of relationship I have with Achong, or if we can still be together in the future, I will definitely ensure the interests of your He family. After all, the projects on Gibug Island are in it for the long haul, and our partnership won't change for at least the next 10 or 20 years. With Chen Jun stating his position, He Hongsun was then slightly relieved. Alright then, go back and wait for my news. I'll tell you when I have something on my side. Alright, then I'll be grateful to Elder He. After leaving the villa, Chen Jun immediately went to a casino. In the top floor office here, he met He Chaoqiong, whom he had not seen for a long time. As soon as they met, He Chaoqiong couldn't wait to embrace Chen Jun directly. How long has it been since you came to see me? Are all the women out there too good for you? So you've forgotten about me? Seeing that He Chaoqiong was actually jealous, Chen Jun then smiled and teased. No way. Miss He, who is categorized as the daughter of the king of gamblers, will also be jealous? Humph. It's a woman who gets jealous. Besides, you're so good. Can I not worry about you being abducted? He Chaoqiong bristled. Now you finally realize I'm a potential. How have you been doing in Macau lately? It's okay. Currently helping my dad run this side of the casino business. By the way, what did you come over to see my dad about this trip? Chen Jun also knew that there were some things that could not be hidden, so he simply told the other party the entire contents of his conversation with He Hongsun. Upon hearing that Chen Jun actually wanted to develop a fighter jet, shock was also written all over He Chaoqiong's face. I just can't believe what a picture it would be if you could actually develop the latest generation of fighter jets one day. Oh, you'll naturally know when that time comes, and that day won't be too far away. Well, I'm sure you're capable of that too. Well, since you don't have anything on your side, why don't you come with me to Jibug? After all, your father has already confided in me that you are currently taking care of your He family's casino business, and at the moment the big casino on the Gibbous is about to open. So wouldn't you, the person in charge, have to visit the site and guide it yourself? He Chaoqiong had long wanted to visit the island that Chen Jun had bought. Now that she saw the other party take the initiative to invite her, she naturally would not refuse. Alright, since you took the initiative to invite me, then I'll naturally give up my life to go with you. I asked you to inspect the work, not to play with your life. Look at you talking like I'm trying to make you jump through fire. Chen Jun reminded with a smile. What's there to see in that hole? I don't believe you can really turn a small island into a paradise. Oh, whether it's heaven or not, you'll know when you get there. 2 days later, the two took a private jet from Macau and flew directly to the small airport on the island of Jibug. Upon landing, He Chaoqiong was instantly mesmerized by the beauty of the area. It's really beautiful here. The sky is blue, the trees are green, and there are no skyscrapers yet. Oh, the only tall building in the distance is the casino your father and I built together. Other than that, no building here is more than 6 stories tall. Well, it's kinda nice. So you built this airport too? Of course, when our casino opens, it's going to get very busy here. At this time, He Chaoqiong revealed a touch of worry. Do you think the gamblers will think about traveling more than 10 hours on an airplane to come here to gamble? After all, it's just as well that people gamble in Macau or Las Vegas. Oh, that's where you're wrong. Although Macau and Las Vegas are both Vegas, and the city's laws legalize gambling, but these two places are still controlled by the local government after all. But gibberish is a whole different story. It's the casino owner's own turf, so there's obviously an unspeakable feeling for the gamblers. Chen Jun didn't make his words clear, but the smart He Chaoqiong already understood something. You guys aren't going to pull something here, are you? We do things with a bottom line. Don't worry, this place only welcomes those who want to make money. There will never be any forced or trafficked over to work. Chen Jun's implication was that he wouldn't force anyone to come over, but anyone who wanted to come over to make some special money, then he wouldn't stop them. Chapter 208, Cooperating with Huaxia to build the strongest military industrialization enterprise. He Chaoqiong wasn't a saint, so he didn't say anything more once he heard this. After all, she couldn't stop an outsider from doing something when someone else volunteered to do it. If she said too much, instead, people would still think she was meddling. After arriving at the casino, He Chaoqiong was also shocked by the decor of the place. Your decor here is even more ornate than our casino, and that's costing a lot. Heck yes, of course. I'm going to build the #1 casino in the Atlantic. Think about it, people who come to my place, do they go anywhere else but gambling and having fun? It's not going anywhere, so they'll just have to keep gambling. So whenever a gambler comes here, he either makes a fortune and leaves satisfied, or he has to lose money until his pockets are empty. You're so mean. Legitimate business. I didn't force those gamblers to come over and play. Besides, rich and famous, it's like I'm actually gambling right now. Only what I'm betting on is military technology. After finishing his speech, Chen Jun turned his gaze to a large factory not far away. There he has built a complete production line. On top of that, He needed George to help coordinate some of the smaller arms factories in the pretty country and get them to help produce some spare parts. As for individual production matters involving confidentiality, Chen Jun intends to simply let He Hongsen directly give money to the Chinese mainland military enterprises OEM on the line. It looks like you're ambitious now. It's not too bad. I'm not too sure, but even if I lose, at most, it's just blood money. It's not enough to kill me. Besides, I've cooperated with your He family, so even if I encounter any more difficulties, I'm sure your father will still be able to handle it. When speaking of He Hongsen, He Chaoqian's expression suddenly had a subtle change. She glanced at Chen Jun, then gathered the courage to speak and asked, "Did my father talk to you about us?" Chen Jun heard that it must be He Hongsen ran to inform. After all, in anyone's opinion, it was such a blessing to be able to marry Ho's daughter-in-law. But Chen Jun rejected his offer on the spot with a single bite. Such behavior would certainly arouse the suspicion of Ho Hungsum. Even the other side might have started to worry and watch out for themselves. "What did your father tell you?" "Nothing, just saying that you don't seem like you're very eager to get into a marriage." He Chaoqiang replied casually. Chen Jun asked rhetorically, "So do you think your father's marriage was successful?" "Of course it didn't work, but there seems to be no way to avoid it. So therein lies the problem. Marriage is frankly just one more piece of paper. A real relationship shouldn't be tied down by anything material. Otherwise it's not a real relationship. And the only reason your father wants us to get married as soon as possible is because he wants to use marriage to tie us together in a boat. This practice is so backward. It's completely out of touch with the times. That's why I'm so adamantly against this union." What Chen Jun said seemed reasonable, but He Chaoqiang wasn't one to be fooled. She immediately questioned, "While I do agree with you, what's wrong with two people getting married if they truly love each other? In other words, do you have other plans?" Chen Jun cackled inwardly. I thought to myself that He Chaoqiang is really different from other women, but he wasn't a vegetarian. Immediately, he seriously stated, "I am in fact a non-marriagist. To you I dare to say so. To Ms. Wang I have likewise said such things." The Miss Wang in Chen Jun's mouth was naturally Wang Xiuxian. It was still He Chaoqiang who told him about Wang Qixian's pregnancy in the first place, so it didn't take much thinking to realize that the other party's birth must have been clear to her as well. After all, in Shangjiang, it was still easy for her, the He family's daughter, to inquire about a little something. He Chaoqiang also had an answer in his mind after hearing this. When he looked at Chen Jun again, there was an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. In fact, she was very much hoping to be married to Chen Jun, but she also understood that the two of them would always be in a whirlwind. Chen Jun, in particular, will be in the global spotlight once his career sits up. At that point, something like marriage would be a chore for him, so she didn't want to force the other to be its burden either. It was only after a day and a night stay in Jibig that the two returned to Macau. Just after returning to the He family villa, He Hongsen brought good news. "I said hello to my comrades in the relevant department over there, and the other party is very interested in cooperating with us." "Oh, where are they interested?" "People have said that we are all Chinese, whether it's Shangjiang or Macau, and in a few years we'll all have to return to the embrace of our motherland. So if the latest generation of fighters is really developed, then they want us to hand over the technology to them without reservation. As to whether or not they can develop a homegrown fighter plane by following the same pattern, that's up to them." For the matter of resource sharing, Chen Jun didn't have much of an opinion. After all, Huaxiao was also his homeland, and he had never thought of one day siding against his own country. So the rise of China will only bring them closer together. What's more, China's current economy had just recovered, and according to Chen Jun's memory, China's economy would take off in the next 30 years. So at this point in time, the mainland can be said to be full of opportunities and there is gold everywhere. As long as he could help the Chinese government in this matter, then he would naturally be able to mix well in the mainland in the future. There was no need to even let Ho Hungsum pull strings. His name of Chen Jun might be good enough. Chen Jun then agreed in one gulp. "Good. Just tell them that as long as we succeed in developing a 6th-generation fighter, we will definitely share all the technology involved with them. But I only have one request, and that's that the technical talent can't be shared. And they definitely can't poach my people through any means." Chen Jun knows in his heart that talent is the most valuable resource in this world. It's still obviously very difficult to really compete with a major country for talent on your own. Don't worry about it. There are quite a lot of talents in the mainland. Plus more and more Chinese scientists have thrown themselves into the embrace of the motherland these days, so they shouldn't be too far away from trying to poach us through other means. Ho Hongsen stated frankly. "Okay, then you should grasp this matter well, and strive to have them send over the raw materials we need in the shortest possible time, so that our project can be officially launched." Chapter 209, The King of Gamblers is in trouble. Preparing to plant a flag in Macau. After talking about this matter, Ho Hung-sum suddenly changed his words and spoke with a smile. Chen Jun, do you have any plans to come to Macau to establish your own forces? Chen Jun froze for a moment at his words. Although Macau's 14K had been beaten up by Chan Chun's Hung Hing, a thin camel is bigger than a horse after all. Plus, Macau is the biggest casino in the whole of Asia even though it's a bulletproof place. So there are actually many large and small associations coiled up in this land. And as the saying goes, it's hard for a strong dragon to crush a snake. The gangsters in Hong Kong have not only tried to get their hands on Macau's gambling industry once, but they have all failed in the end. This is not only because the local gangs in Macau have a certain degree of strength, but more importantly, it is also because the Macau White Society similarly does not wish to allow the infiltration of external forces. Chen Jun then flirted. Who does not want to come to Macau to make money? Every day to find a few gamblers to come over to gamble on the money can pump money. This kind of good thing who do not want to do. Since you also have this idea, why don't I give you a hand and let your organization come to Macau to gain a foothold? Hearing this, Chen Jun instantly narrowed his eyes. He couldn't believe that the old fox in front of him would be so kind. Blatantly helping an outside society, this would not only offend the local gangs all over again, but also take on tremendous pressure from the white community at the same time. Even once the foreign associations cause trouble in Macau, the public might have to blame him, Ho Hung-sum, for that. That's why Chen Jun concluded that he Hong-sen must have encountered something. Elder he, we're all so familiar with each other. In fact, if there's anything you can say straight out, there's no need to beat around the bush. He Hong-sen smiled awkwardly after hearing this, thinking that this young man really doesn't know what's going on. This kind of dialogue doesn't leave the other side any room for error either. It's also good that there are no outsiders in the living room at this time. And He Cha-cheong went upstairs to take a bath, so she didn't hear the conversation between the two. It also made it a little less awkward for Ho Hung-sum. To tell you the truth, something happened to my casino recently. Anyone else dare to trouble you at this time? Who doesn't know that you, Master Ho, can cover the sky with just your hands in Macau? Besides, don't they know about 14K's previous experience? Chen Jun was very surprised. He did not expect that there are still people who are so ungrateful now, running to find the trouble of Ho Hong-sen Casino. But He Hong-sen shook his head helplessly. If it's a local gangster, then naturally they won't dare to fight me. But this time, it's the Big Circle Gang from Tide City that's here. The Great Circle Gang? Chen Jun naturally knew that this Big Circle Gang referred to people who came from the mainland to make a living. And in fact, in Hong Kong, the Tai Loop Gang also has a certain degree of influence and scale. However, they are more engaged in some of the dock handling and other heavy cargo work. So even if there is oil water, the local gangsters do not envy, but also lazy for the small profits to generate conflict with them. After all, the people of the Big Circle Gang are generally far superior in personal fighting ability than the local gurus in Hong Kong. Interesting, the Macau Yakuza actually let the Big Circle Gang take the throne? That's what's going on. Humph. It's not like after the last 14K thing, all the other clubs are afraid that this kind of thing will befall them in the future. So the gang simply propped up a group of workers who were moving goods at the Macau port terminal and got them to form a new organization, the Hua Xinghui. And this organization is here specifically to deal with me. Hua Xinghui, just one word away from me. Hong Xing, it looks as if it's coming for me too. Chen Jun sneered. At this point in time, whether it is in Hong Kong or Macau, both the black and white already know how close He Chan Chun and Ho Hung-sum's relationship is. So when the other party dared to run to He Hong-sen's venue to cause trouble, they obviously had no intention of putting themselves in their eyes. That's what I think. So all this time I've been avoiding any outbreaks of conflict with them so as not to escalate the incident. And what is the attitude of the Macau government and police? They also turn a blind eye. After all, there are quite a lot of mainlanders working in Macau to make a living. In the absence of any major mistakes of principle on their part, the government and the police will not force their hand to suppress them. Chen Jun also finally figured out He Hong-sen's situation at the moment after listening. The other party must have thought of trying to seek help from the White Way forces after encountering the Great Circle Gang. But clearly, in this case, he hit a nail on the head, because the mob has mob rules. If a casino owner cannot set things right in the jungle by himself, he has no right to take away the gambling license from the government and continue to operate a large casino. And after all, Ho Hung-sum is also someone who wants to look good. It was also impossible for him to keep begging others to step in and help him teach the Great Circle Gang a lesson. So now Ho Hung-sum seems to be thinking of helping Chan Chun's association to cross the river to develop. But in reality he is hoping to help Chan Chun when he gets a firm foothold in the Macau underworld. For this kind of mutual benefit and win-win thing, Chen Jun was still willing to do it. After all, in the end, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for both him and Dragon International. The group of big brothers under their own hands thought about how to expand their power every day. So he was sure that if he asked, there would be quite a few big brothers in the society who would be willing to come over and fight the new kingdom themselves. Since you, Elder He, have personally opened up to me, of course I'm willing to come over and help you with some of your troubles, but as you know, the Great Circle Gang isn't a bunch of small players. If we really move against them, I'm afraid that if we lose too much by then, the brothers under us will have a problem with it. Chen Jun's words were all about getting some blood out of Ho Hansen. After all, you can't get a mouthful of help from someone. As for the matter of cooperation between the two sides on the Gibbous Islands, and this is also a different matter, not to be confused with it. Being a human being, He Hongsen immediately realized what the other party was thinking. He quickly stated on the spot, "Don't worry, as long as your people come over and something happens, everything will be covered by me." He Hongsen. Chen Jun also understood within himself at this moment that he had to help the other party in this matter no matter what. Otherwise, once Ho Hungsum drops the ball a little bit during his dealings with the mainland government, it will be a long way off for him to get his 6th generation fighter jet out of the ground. Alright, then I'll go back and bring a message to my brothers to see who's willing to come over and give you a hand. I'll wait for your good news. After a short stay in Macau, Chen Jun immediately flew back to Shangjiang. After returning to the Hung Hing headquarters, Chen Jun called Chen Yongrun to his side at the first opportunity. Has anything happened in the club lately? Not bad. As soon as he heard these words, Chen Jun instantly frowned. Say, what's going on? Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Chen Yongrun could only say helplessly, it's not that there are too many monks and too little porridge. After the world is at peace, everyone is thinking of making more money, but the territory is just that much. So naturally, there are some conflicts happening from time to time. Chapter 210. A general meeting is held, and all the villains gather. When Chen Jun heard that, isn't this an opportunity? Originally, he was still thinking about who to choose to go to Macau to chew on the hardcore, but I didn't realize that the handlers had been stupid for a long time. Subsequently, in the name of Chairman Dragon Head, Chen Jun summoned the backbone members of all the associations under Dragon International. This time, those who were there were not only the big brothers of the various halls of Hung Hing, but also a few red stick big brothers of Wu Lianshang and Zhong Xine. That's why the whole conference room seemed unusually lively. Before Chen Jun arrived, the several gangs of forces in the room had already begun to argue. Mud, what you Zhong Xine have done recently is too much. Opening a new casino across the street from our casino in the Western District. Taking away all of our guests at the casino. How can we settle this account? Are you kidding? You Hung Hing can't keep anyone and blame us Zhong Xine? Besides, as Jun said before, Saiwan is not just Hung Hing's world. We, Chung Shunyi, also have a part in planting the flag to do business here. Then you can't blatantly open your venue across the street from us. It's not looking for trouble? If you want to think it's looking for trouble, it's looking for trouble. Grass, do you guys not want to hang out in the Western Ring anymore? What? You guys want to go to war? After saying that, the two sides of the people have clapped their hands. And just then, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Clad in a tweed coat and holding a cigar, Chen Jun slowly walked into the conference room surrounded by several people. As soon as he appeared, the entire conference room became silent. After all, no one would dare to quarrel and make trouble in front of Chen Jun. Following behind Chen Jun were not only Chen Yongrun, the second-in-command warlord of Hung Hing, but also Luo Tianhong, the leader of Zhong Xinyi, as well as a group of close associates such as Xiao Ma. Jun. Everyone rushed to open their mouths to say hello. Chen Jun didn't say anything and came to sit on the dragon head chair with an expressionless face. Sit down, all of you. Seeing that Chen Jun had spoken, the other talents took their seats. After sitting down, Chen Jun got straight to the point. I've heard that lately you guys always like to have infighting? As soon as he opened his mouth, West Ring boss Zhang Hanliang opened his mouth to complain. Brother Jun, come and judge. This Zhong Xine is simply bullying people too much. They opened a bigger casino across the street from ours and then stole all our gamblers away with lower usurious interest rates. Don't you think the whole market would be in disarray if they all did that? When Chen Jun heard this, he immediately twisted his head to look at one of the loyal faithfulness big brothers sitting on the side. Nicknamed Crazy, this big brother of Chengshiniai has only recently made a name for himself in Chengshiniai. He is ruthless and will do anything. However, due to his bravery in combat and a group of fierce generals under his command, that's why Luo Tianhong promoted him to the top and became a big brother in the society. And although the madman dared to be arrogant in front of the others, he was well behaved like a cat in front of Chen Jun. Seeing Chen Jun glaring at himself, the madman hastened to curry favor by explaining, Brother Jun, this is a new venue for me, so if I don't make some gimmicks, how can I solicit business? Besides, Hung Hing and Chung Shunyi had a word before. Anyone can come and plant their flag for development on this piece of land in the Western District. That's why I think that when you open your doors for business it should be every man for himself. There's no such thing as who's stealing whose business. Chen Jun snorted coldly after hearing this. Although it is said that we are all based on our own abilities, if anyone competes by using tactics that are detrimental to others, then in the end, it will be the end of all of us together. So in this case, you're not doing enough ground. Seeing this, the madman immediately stated, Brother Jun, I know I'm wrong. Alright, I'll make a decision about this, and things like it. From now on, all yards of the same type in all regions will have to implement uniform lending standards. That way, where gamblers want to go depends on which of your venues has better service. It also prevents peers from stealing customers by lowering their own margins. Do you all hear me? The big guy saw that Chen Jun had already set the tone, plus this proposal of his made the most sense from the moment, so the crowd nodded in agreement. Okay, do any of you have any more comments? Everyone looked at each other for a while, and no one spoke up again. Since we're all okay with that, let me say one thing. As you can see so far, the Shangjiang territory is just this big, and we, Dragon International, are getting more and more people. So in order to be able to increase everyone's income and put food on the table, I've decided to officially enter the Macau Mafia. When the day comes that we take down the entire Yakuza of Macau, then the huge Macau will be ours to say. When the big guys heard that they were going to kill the Macau gate, they all showed their joyful gazes. After all, those who were in the gangs knew exactly how rich the gangs in Macau were. One of the most visual examples is 14K. Everyone in Macau's 14K wears gold and silver and goes out in a sports car to cut people down. But the 14K in Hong Kong, led by Man Lung, a group of red sticks, not only do not have a luxury car to sit on, but the hand of the minions are even more uneven. So instantly there were quite a few big brothers underneath rubbing their fists and jumping on the bandwagon. At this moment, the Toon-Mun boss dinosaur was the first to resist jumping out. Brother Jun, it's not that I'm bragging about being great. Everyone has seen my performance in Macau before. I don't think there's anyone better than me and the prince to kill Macau this time. He also knew that relying on his own strength to swallow the entire Macau triad was a fool's errand. That's why he also made a point of pulling in a powerful helper. Prince, the crown prince, who was also interested in wanting to go to Macau to get a piece of the pie, immediately raised his hand in approval after hearing the dinosaur's words. But at that moment, the people of loyalty and faithfulness also opened their mouths, thinking of going to Macau together to open up new territories. Why should you Hunghangs be allowed to go and we Zhong Xine can't? Do you Zong Xinyi have what it takes? A bunch of losers. Who are you calling underdogs and do you want to find a place to practice? Practice makes perfect. Who's afraid? This led to another meeting where people from both sides of the fence got into it. Just then, Chen Jun slammed the table. Pop! After a muffled sound, the entire room was quiet once again. This time, Chen Jun's eyes became terrifying. A cold, icy gaze looked around the room before speaking faintly. Starting infighting before even going to Macau. Are you guys trying to piss me off? Jun, that's not what we meant either. Jun, calm down. Jun, why don't you decide who to send? The other big brothers of the hall hurriedly opened their mouths to speak kindly, allowing Chen Jun to lower his fire. Seeing that the atmosphere in the conference room had eased, Chen Jun only spoke again. In my mind, I already had a suitable candidate. Chapter 211. It's settled. The two major societies are joining forces to battle Macau. As soon as the big guys heard that Chen Jun had an idea a long time ago, they immediately shut their mouths obediently. After all, once Chen Jun decided on something, no one could change it, and no one dared to ask Chen Jun to make a change. Seeing that the crowd had fallen silent, Chen Jun continued, this time when I go to Macau, I don't intend to send one or two big brothers over. What I'm going to send is a strong team. So, I've decided to have Luo Tianhong bring Crazy, as well as Dinosaur and Prince from this side of Hunghing, and the four of you will head to Macau together. Upon hearing that 4 people were going this time, and that Luo Tianhong was there, the scene was in an uproar. And even Chen Yongren, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but be startled. Although he already knew that he would definitely have to make some noise this time when he went to Macau, he did not expect that this time it would be Hung Hing and Chung Shunyi joining hands to do it, especially at this juncture. The two societies were in constant conflict under the management of Dragon International, and there was a big possibility that they were going to escalate. So it's difficult to imagine how difficult it must be to get people from both sides to work together in Macau. Luo Tianhong also did not expect Chen Jun to suddenly name himself. Immediately, he looked at Chen Jun suspiciously and asked, Jun, does this matter require me to personally intervene? You're the man of the word of loyalty and faith. And originally I wasn't going to let you go yourself. But that place in Macau Gate has crouching tigers and hidden dragons. And there are more than a dozen large and small associations alone. That's why I let you go over there, so that you can sit in the center and lead the others against the Macau Native Society. As soon as he heard that Chen Jun was asking him to become the boss, The doubts in Luo Tianhong's heart immediately dissipated. But then the dinosaurs on the sidelines were not happy. Originally, if the Crown Prince had been allowed to be the boss, he would have recognized it. After all, the Crown Prince was above him and was one of his own. So naturally he couldn't possibly compete with the other party for this boss. But now, Chen Jun actually gave up this throne to Zhong Xine, an outsider. His violent temper came up immediately. However, in the face of Chen Jun, the dinosaur was still careful to mention, Jun, this isn't appropriate, is it? In terms of strength, the Crown Prince and I aren't that bad, and we're completely capable of handling those societies in Macau. In terms of experience, the Crown Prince and I also have plenty of combat experience. You're letting a layman run us. I'm afraid we'll be prone to chaos when the time comes. The dinosaur was close to just saying that Lok Tianhong wasn't capable of commanding him. As soon as Luo Tianhong heard this, his face instantly became gloomy as well. And the madman knew his boss had been insulted. And he quit. Right in front of the big guy. He stated, if you dinosaurs can do it, I'm crazy enough to do it. As long as Brother Jun and Brother Tianhong give the order, I will immediately lead my men and horses to kill Macau. First open up a big road for you, and then greet you over there. Humph. Just say who wouldn't. Then try it. I'd like to see if you're really capable. Enough. Is it over? Chen Jun was once again shaken. At this time, Chen Yongren, who was beside him, also had to mention in a whisper, Brother Jun, is this matter something that needs to be discussed again? There's no need for further discussion. No one may change what I have decided. And there's a reason why I named a few of you this time. First of all, Luo Tianhong is the leader of loyalty and faithfulness, as well as the top management of my Dragon Totem International. This time I'll let him go over to sit in command. He's the most suitable person to consider in either perspective. Secondly, I have always emphasized internally that Dragon International is one big family. There is no way we can thrive as an organization if there are still a large number of factional divisions in this family, where people spend all day and night hooking up and infighting. That's why this time I took advantage of the Macau incident. On the one hand, I want to let Dragon International step out of Shangjiang and march towards the whole world, so that not only do we hit our popularity at the same time but also enhance our international influence. On the other hand, it's to see if there can be a good cooperation between Hung Hing and Zhong Xine or not. If a few of you screw things up this time, it means you can't get along with each other. In that case, I'm going to have to consider whether or not to kick one of the societies out of Dragon International and leave it to fend for itself. Chen Jun's words immediately stunned everyone at the scene. We all heard a strong threat in his words. Chen Jun's implication is that this time Laozi just wants you to work together to do great things. If any of the forces dragged their feet on this matter, he would settle the score with the other side. And once you do the math, you're counting on the whole association. That's a pot no one dares to take. Even the dinosaurs didn't dare to squeak now. In case he really messed things up, then not only him personally, the whole Hung Hing would be in bad luck. After all, the current Chen Jun no longer needed to rely on any one association to gain a foothold in Shangjiang. So even if Hung Hing is kicked out, it won't do him any harm. But on the contrary, if Hung Hing is marginalized by Chan Chun, then you can imagine how miserable their days will be. Not to mention whether or not you can keep your own turf. You may have to give up your life. And when Prince saw that the situation was not right, he also hurriedly stood out to help Dinosaur voice, Jun. I believe that Dinosaur didn't mean that. And what he said was for the sake of the company. Since you've already made a decision, then I believe that whether it's us, Hung Hing, or loyal faithfulness, everyone will go all out to do this. We strive to be able to give you, and the company, a satisfactory explanation as soon as possible. Seeing that the Crown Prince was so on board, Chen Jun nodded in satisfaction. Alright, do you guys have any more comments? No more. Everyone spoke up. Good. Then this matter is settled. When to go to Macau next? How to go? How many people to go? All these things are discussed and decided by Luo Tianhong Yufu. I do not ask anything. Understood. Luo Tianhong also knew that the matter was important, so he quickly and seriously agreed. When the meeting was adjourned, Chen Jun made it a point to call Luo Tianhong to his side again. Know why I let you go? Jun, trust me. Humph. I'm not trusting you. I'm trying to get you to ease the conflict between Hung Hing and Zhong Xine. If this goes on for long, soon a large-scale conflict will have to break out internally. So this time you not only have to do things beautifully, but you also have to make the two societies, Hung Hing and loyalty and faithfulness, twist into a rope and not separate easily. Luo Tianhong hurriedly nodded after hearing this. I know. Jun. And, what's his name crazy? You give him a heads up. Don't be too arrogant in what you do. And you can't be too ugly in what you eat. Otherwise if you piss someone off one day, even the emperor can't protect him, you know? Chapter 212, Departure. Mighty Dragon Crossing the River. The reason why Chen Jun had not rebuked the madman to his face just now was mainly because of Luo Tianhong's face. After all, Luo Tianhong was also the leader of a club. Now, although he himself was under Chen Jun's control, he still had great prestige in Zhongxinyi. If he taught his men a lesson in front of him, where would he lose face? In the end it would only make more people look down on him in private. Luo Tianhong was also very touched in her heart after learning of Chen Jun's intentions. At first, he had been thinking that he was an outsider, and that it was unlikely that Chen Jun would reuse him, and he just wants to keep the acreage of Zhongxinyi and do it in such a way that he doesn't owe the society anything. But now, he had a more important task to do. Once he got this done, maybe his position within Dragon International would rocket up. Thinking of this, Luo Tianhong left Chen Jun's office and then immediately called all the other several people over for a meeting. As the four men sat down at a table, the atmosphere of the entire room grew tense. Although Chen Jun had words for everyone to make sure to unite, but neither the dinosaur nor the madman's character is apparently likely to recognize the other easily. At this time, seeing that everyone still seemed to harbor suspicions and stereotypes about each other, Luo Tianhong took the initiative to speak up. I don't care what personal grudges you all had before, or who inwardly sees who is unhappy. I don't care about these things. The only thing I care about right now is how we're going to gnaw our way through Macau. According to the information provided by Jen, there are currently 12 associations, big and small, in Macau. The strongest of these are the 14K and the Waterhouse Club. Even though you guys hit 14K hard before, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. And they quickly made a comeback and are still a force to be reckoned with in the Macau underworld. So now take a stand on how many minions you intend to lead to follow you to Macau. I'll take 1,000. The dinosaurs were the first to take a stand. Since seeing the big time in Macau, the dinosaurs have taken the long view. His own business in Toon Mun is getting bigger and bigger, and he has more and more brothers under him. Coupled with the fact that Toon Mun was always under his control, he was completely free to go to Macau to deal with the local forces without fear. Seeing that the dinosaur was transferring 1,000 men as soon as he opened his mouth, the Crown Prince also immediately responded. I can also transfer 1,000 men there, and if necessary, I can add another 500. In Xiangjiang, being able to easily mobilize 1,000 men with a reserve force is already a ceiling for an ordinary big brother. And the madman has only just come to the throne as the big brother not long ago. The hands full of not even add up to 1,000 people. He then could only grit his teeth and state, I'll give 600 men. Humph. It's only a few hundred people. Don't go over there and get ed over by others all at once. So not only will you lose your own face, but we'll follow suit. The dinosaur immediately sneered. There's no point in having a lot of people. The key is being able to fight. One of my minions can stand up to 2. So when you do the math, we still have 200 more of you. If you're ing counting like that, one of me can be 10. That's enough. Stop it. Luo Tianhong saw both sides arguing again, and immediately shouted for a halt. The madman immediately proposed. Brother Tianhong, this guy is obviously looking for a fight. Why don't we just bring Zhongxinyi's men there ourselves? Don't be ridiculous. Have you forgotten what June just said? We have to work together this time, or else this trip to Macau won't make any sense. Also, since we're working together, it's natural for everyone to be fair in everything we do. So if the madman puts up 600, then I'll put up a little more on my side and just put up 1,400. In this case Yu Honghing and Wei Zhongxine both contribute 2,000 men together. What do you think? Seeing that Luo Tianhong had said so, the dinosaur could only hum softly. Fine. The Crown Prince and the madman didn't have any opinions either. Then Luo Tianhong continued to speak. Then the matter of sending out manpower is finalized. All that remains is how to get to Macau. Do you want to come with us or go alone? Luo Tianhong once again looked at Dinosaur and Prince to inquire. Since this go-around is going to be a big blackout firefight, there will inevitably be deaths and injuries. Therefore, their group of people definitely could not go there by boat or airplane openly, but could only sneak into Macau secretly and then wait for an opportunity to take action. The dinosaur thought about it and immediately replied, Listen to you. It's not my responsibility if something goes wrong anyway. After all, if he was left to find his own snakehead to smuggle him over there, he would have to take the blame in case something went wrong. Since Luo Tianhong has become the commander, then this kind of hard work will be dumped on the other side. Luo Tianhong wasn't a vegetarian either, and upon hearing this, she directly stated, I can arrange these things, but since you guys decided to follow me, then once you set foot on that land in Macau, all your actions must be under my command. If there's a good idea, I have to approve it before I can implement it. Otherwise, you don't have to go. Several people were clear that Luo Tianhong was trying to get everyone to recognize his position. Crazy Man was brought up by Luo Tianhong and immediately stated, I have no opinion. The prince didn't have any grudges against Luo Tianhong, and at the same time, He also knew that the other party was very capable of fighting, so he didn't have any thoughts about letting the other party command him. Seeing that both of them had taken a stand, the dinosaur then could only weakly open up. Whatever you say, you'll be the one to take the blame if anything goes wrong anyway. I'll naturally take the blame for anything that happens, and I'll never let you guys take the blame. Well, since things are finalized, you guys go back and wait for my news. After the meeting was adjourned, Luo Tianhong immediately began to contact the relevant people. Immediately after that, Chen Yongren brought him another piece of good news. June said that if you go to Macau and can't get anything squared away, you should contact one of Ho Hung Sum's full-time drivers directly. Here's that driver's phone number for your records. Upon hearing that she was able to hook up with He Hongsun, Luo Tianhong's heart immediately blossomed. After all, if they could get Ho's help, then their trip to Macau would be much easier. Thanks Jen. If you want to thank me, thank June. Then tell June for me to thank him for his appreciation. Come on. Making something to show the big guys is the most important thing. There's no need to talk about anything else. Chen Yongren patted Luo Tianhong's shoulder and said, understood. After 2 days had passed, Chen Jun received a notification from Chen Yongren, brother Jun, Luo Tianhong and a few others with 4,000 juniors have successfully crossed the river and arrived in Macau. Chapter 213 Heavy loss of blood in the streets of Macau. 2 days later, large-scale armed fighting began to break out on the streets of Macau. Chen Jun, who was far away in Shangjiang, also received a call from Luo Tianhong. June, we've launched an attack on 14K today. We've swept away their 2 casinos, 1 nightclub, and 2 bars. It's just that in the course of the battle, dozens of our brothers were captured and hundreds more were seriously injured. $50,000 of settling money for each of the wounded brothers, and $200,000 if they die. The brothers who were arrested, find a way to get them to keep their mouths shut, and then have He Hongsun's side hire a professional lawyer to go over and help with the lawsuit. No matter what, we must pacify our men. Otherwise who will be willing to go to work for us in the future? Chen Jun's thoughts coincided with Luo Tianhong's. Only right now he is suffering from a lack of money. After all, Chen Jun had only asked them to bring troops to kill in Macau, but had not provided financial help. So Luo Tianhong hesitated for a moment after still drummed up the courage to open his mouth to mention, Jun, we do not have so much money in our hands. Do you think it is? Not. Money is not a problem. You directly find He Hongsun's driver. Just say that you are short of money to use. Let the other party help. Is it appropriate for us to let them fish for people and make them pay for it? What's so inappropriate? If he doesn't pay, you'll cut him down with him. Chen Jun joked. A chill ran down Luo Tianhong's spine after hearing this. After all, he dared to cut 14K's men, but he didn't dare to touch Ho Hung Sum's men easily. You have to realize that Ho Hung Sum's status is not the same as the average short mule or big brother of a society. Having offended such a powerful person, it was unlikely that he would end up any better. Then June, I'll contact the other party first and see what they think. Go on, let go and do it boldly. This matter can't be delayed. It must be resolved quickly. Understood. Soon after, Ho Hong Sen's driver reported the matter to him personally. After listening to the driver's relay, Ho Hung Sum cursed, these Hung Hing boys, they really dare to ask me for money. In this part of Macau, no one has dared to come forward to ask me for bills for many years. Master, why don't we just reject them? No, since he dared to open his mouth, he must have been instructed by Chen Jun. Plus based on the current situation, they'll be done with 14K soon. It's not impossible to unify the entire Macau Yakuza by then. So now we can give some money up front as an investment in the stock. Once they really dominate the Macau underworld, they will inevitably be willing to help us do something unseemly at that time. The driver understood immediately after hearing this. Master, I understand. A moment later, the driver called Luo Tianhong over. Well, what did Mr. Ho say? At this point, Luo Tianhong was very worried that He Hongsun refused to pay. If the other party was not willing to pay, then he would have to go hard to Chen Jun for money again. However, it was good that the driver immediately stated on the phone. Mr. He said, you guys also had a hard time coming all the way here. So it's indeed not good if you don't have some money in your hands. So next we'll offer you $10 million as assistance. At the same time, Mr. He also asked me to bring you a message that the grass must be cut and the roots must be removed. Otherwise there will be endless trouble. If Luo Tianhong could become the spokesperson of the society, naturally her brain would not be bad. On first listen, he heard the strings of Ho Hongsen. That means the money was received and then the 14K had to be completely exterminated. No problem. We'll take care of this. Although $10 million was just a drop in the ocean for this battle, it was a snowstorm for Luo Tianhong at the moment. That night, Ho's driver delivered a carload of banknotes. After getting the money, Luo Tianhong immediately distributed it. In addition to the money given to the wounded and captured brothers, the rest of the men who fought in the war also received a living wage, and $10 million was spent in an instant. However, it was good that on the way out, the driver reminded, Mr. He said that if you still want our assistance next, it will depend on your performance. Luo Tianhong immediately realized what the other party meant. Please tell Mr. Ho that we'll do our best to clear the entire Macau Triad force within half a month. After getting the money, the people of Honghing and Chengshunyi worked harder, especially lunatics and dinosaurs. The two men are battling it out, both explicitly and implicitly. Anyone who wants to overwhelm the other on the battlefield. So in the firefight, it was even more of a leader, leading a group of brothers under his command to charge forward with no life. And Macau 14K had been beaten up hard by Dinosaur and Prince before, and had just gotten over it when they encountered the combined hordes. Now they had no recourse at all, and after just 3 days of support, the 14K was completely broken up. The patriarchs of the society have fled Macau, and some of the remaining big brothers have disappeared and gone into hiding. As for the venues managed by 14K, all of them have also closed down or been seized by the police. It was also so big that the local government quickly stepped in and arrested a large number of cooks in an attempt to stabilize the situation. But after only a few days of calm, Luo Tianhong led the rest of the group in another all-out attack on the Waterhouse Society and the other small societies. Regardless of the consequences, the whole of Macau was also caught in the middle of the war. This time, the Macau Superintendent of Police was furious and immediately dispatched a large number of police officers to go around arresting the association members. At one point, any man who showed up on the street and was dressed in a way that looked suspicious was taken back for questioning by the police. In just 2 days, Luo Tianhong's combined army had lost nearly 1,000 men. Add to that the losses from the big battle with the 14K, and you're down to just over 2,000 out of a group of 4,000. But the whole of Macau's local gangs have also suffered a devastating blow, because this time the commotion was too big. So the Macau government did not care who was right and who was wrong. In short, all those who had the identity of the gang background were taken away. Now, most of the members of the Water Room Club and other clubs were implicated and taken away, and the remaining small portion went into hiding, not daring to show their faces at all. For a while, the whole of Macau became peaceful as never before, and Lok Tin Hung and the others also returned to Hong Kong without any problems with the help of Ho Hung Sum. Chen Jun also revealed a long-lost smile when he learned the news. Although the society suffered heavy losses this time, it was good that it had successfully taken down the Macau Yakuza. As long as he waited for this storm to pass, he could send his men on an official and honorable march into Macau. As for the total amount of money lost in this battle, he naturally planned to seek reimbursement from He Hongsun. Chapter 214, Crossing the River and Tearing Down the Bridge. Do you think I, Chen Jun, am a vegetarian? Ho Hongsun was originally still immersed in joy. After all, Chen Jun had not only helped himself to defeat the entire major associations in Macau, but he had also driven all their people away. That way, no one will dare to mess up their casino anymore. There is also a more important point. Everyone knows that he is the one behind this battle, so it is natural to subconsciously think that Ho will be in control of the entire Macau black and white society next. So in the future, everyone else will surely choose to go to his field to gamble. But I did not expect just 2 days later. Chen Jun's bill faxed over. When he saw the list, He Hongsun was dumbfounded. After a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he simply threw the sheet on the ground. Is this Chen Jun crazy? To actually ask me for $100 million? The driver on the side hurriedly reminded. Why don't you just talk to him directly on the phone now? After all, if this matter is not made clear, a lot of unnecessary troubles will follow. Although He Hongsun was upset, he knew that he couldn't offend Chen Jun at this time. He then reluctantly picked up the phone anyway and dialed the number on the other end. Elder Ho, congratulations, you'll be in charge of the Macau mob next. He Hongsun was dissatisfied. Humph, just because of this, you're going to snatch $100 million from my hands? You can't say that. I've injured hundreds of my brothers this time, and nearly 1,000 others have been captured. I'll split $10,000 with each of these brothers, so that's $10 or $20 million, plus medical bills, settling in fees, attorney's fees to fight the case, and rewards for the brothers. Honestly, I still want less than $100 million. At the very least, I need $300 or $500 million to settle this matter. He Hongsun was so angry that he almost stood up. He called to go as to have a good theory with the other side. But I did not expect Chen Jun still want to continue to ask for money. Alright, I'm too lazy to talk to you. How about $100 million to settle this matter? And don't ask me for any more money in the future? Chen Jun had no intention of continuing to look for money from the other party. After all, he also knew that looking for He Hongsun to take $100 million was already the limit. If we continue to take advantage of the fire, it is not guaranteed that the other side will flip out. And now he had to rely on the other party to help him to maintain the feelings of the mainland military and get rare materials from others. So Chen Jun then graciously stated, "Then I'll figure out the rest of the money on my own. Alright, I'll transfer the money to your company's account soon. Right, since this matter is settled, you guys can come over later. Anyway, Macau is very peaceful these days, and I don't really need someone to watch my back." When Chen Jun heard it, this He Hongsan was leaving himself behind and developing his own forces in Macau alone. If we really let his power develop, will Macau still have a place to talk to us in the future? So Chen Jun first superficially concurred. "No problem. Find me over there when you need it. Okay, it's a deal." But just after hanging up the phone, Chen Jun immediately called Chen Yongrun over. "Ah Yen, go get Luo Tianhong to ask some of his minions to sneak back to Macau and run off to Ho Hungsam's casino to make a little mess." Chen Yongrun was dumbfounded after listening to people. Only just now did he spare no blood and lose over 1,000 men to drive out the local gangs of Macau, and now they want people to run to Macau and cause trouble. What puzzled him even more was that the previous help was for Ho Hongsan. Instead, they are now going to trash each other. "June, I'm a little confused about what's going on here. Humph, that old fox thinks the people are all captured and no longer have any use for us. If we don't go ahead and make things a little more difficult for him now, he might think that things on the road are easy to fix. So now you have someone go and pretend to be a local Macau society and make some noise in Ho Hansen's venue. This will naturally make him think of us again." "Understood. I'll arrange it." Chen Yongrun suddenly came to a realization, then hurriedly called Luo Tianhong. Luo Tianhong is also not ambiguous. Immediately sent 100 death squad to kill Macau. As expected, it was also just as Chen Jun expected. After learning that another group of gangsters of unknown origin had come to his venue to cause trouble, and had even stabbed one of the on-site security guards, He Hongsan realized that he still couldn't do without Chen Jun's help. He then had to put his foot down and take the initiative to call Chen Jun. "Jun Chen, you'd better hurry up and send some people over. I've encountered a little trouble on my side again." Chen Jun pretended to be puzzled on the phone and asked, "No, those clubs have all been cleared out by us and there are still people who don't have the eyes to dare to come and cause trouble?" He Hongsan thought to himself, what is the identity of those people? Maybe you Chen Jun know better than lousy. But right now there were some things that were impossible to poke holes in, so he could only continue to explain. "There are a lot of people who don't want to die these days. These guys are probably usually just punks. Now that the big societies have collapsed, they think they can do it, so they're thinking of coming over to extort the casinos to see if they can get some favors. That's all." "Alright, since you've said so, I'll immediately arrange for manpower and rush over as soon as possible to help you watch the venue." "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Chen Jun called Chen Yongrun over. "This time you personally lead the team and take 500 of my close associates over to Macau to help Ho Hungsam take care of the casinos and maintain law and order in the Macau underworld." "Let me go? Why don't you let Luo Tianhong and the others go?" Chen Jun shook his head. "Since I let them fight, I have no intention of letting them manage Macau's territory personally. Now that they're all on the Macau police's most wanted list, wouldn't it be shooting themselves in the foot to let them go over there at this time? And you're different. This time you were asked to go to provide security for the casino in the open. So there's no need to hide at all. Also, after all, you used to be a police officer. So this time if you encountered a Macau police officer looking for trouble, you could also go through Huang Jiqing's connections and see if you can get something done. We can't rely on Ho Hongsan for everything, or else we'll easily be led by the nose this way. Since we, Dragon International, are planning to establish a foothold in Macau, we need to build up a network of contacts that belongs to us in the region. You know what I mean?" Chen Yongrun understood a little and immediately comprehended Chen Jun's intentions. "Don't worry, Jun, leave this matter to me, but I'm worried if Luo Tianhong and the others will have a problem with it. Humph, by then, what will they complain about after Macau has given them a share of the money it earns, so that they can enjoy the days of lying on their beds and counting their money? They will only be grateful to you and look up to you when the time comes." Got it. Chapter 215, Peninsula Power. Golden Gate Group Attack. When Chen Yongrun went to Macau, he immediately started negotiations with Ho Hungsam. In the end, the two sides reached a cooperative intent, with Dragon International setting up a security company in Macau, which would then be fully responsible for the security of all the properties under the name of Ho Hungsam. And the preliminary estimate of this contract can bring hundreds of millions of profits to Dragon International every year. Not only that, once the security company was set up, some members of the associations on the Hong Kong side would be able to cross the river to develop their power and seize more territory. As a result, competition on the island will be drastically reduced and internal conflicts will not occur as frequently. This move has temporarily relieved Dragon International of its internal problems. But after only 2 days, Chen Yongrun called, "Brother Jun, It's bad. Something happened over here. Chen Jun was shocked at his words. After all, there was no longer any society in the whole of Macau that could threaten the existence of Dragon International, coupled with the fact that the king of gamblers is behind it. Who would dare to just mess around in this land? Who's got the nerve? It's a powerful Yakuza force in the Peninsular Kingdom. The name of the organization is called the Golden Gate Group. As soon as he heard the name of this organization, several familiar names immediately surfaced in Chen Jun's mind. Elevator War God Ding Cheng, the strongest undercover agent Li Zicheng, and the only one who can do anything about it, Li Zhongjiu. Aren't these the big brothers of the Golden Gate Group? But what made Chen Jun wonder was how this Golden Gate Group had suddenly come to Macau and interfered in the matter of the king of gamblers. If they weren't staying well on the peninsula, why did they suddenly come over here? According to our understanding, the other party is actually the Hentain Consortium from the country of Malaya who was specially invited here to help. It's mainly to deal with Ho Hung Sum's family, as a way to be able to get a piece of Macau's gaming scene. There's still this kind of thing. So what did the old fox He Hunsen say? What he means is that since security has been handed over to us, it's only natural that this matter should be handled by us. As for what we're going to do with it, he doesn't care. Chen Jun secretly cursed He Hunsen, thinking that this Macau door was really not a place where ordinary people could stay. Just one sesame-sized piece of land has given birth to several world-class casinos, and although Samson Ho is a powerful man in Macau, he cannot single-handedly monopolize the entire Macau gaming industry. So at present, there were 6 casinos in Macau, 4 of which belonged to the He family, while the remaining 2 naturally belonged to other forces. Among them, the more powerful, and have the ability to fight with Ho Hung Sum is the Hentain Group. Hentain is one of the top gaming groups in the world. The other party is headquartered in the country of Malaya, but has industries in all corners of the world. It can be said that wherever there can be a casino, there is a Hentain Group, and Macau is no exception. Very early on, Hentain Group entered Macau's gaming industry in a strong way, competing with Ho Hung and already local forces for the resources of gamblers. Prior to this, Hentain Group's backer in Macau was the Waterhouse Society. It was only a while ago that Chen Jun had incidentally brought down the Water Room Club when he cleaned up the 14K and other clubs. That's why the Hentain Group had to transfer people from the outside to help hold down the fort. The purpose is to not be eaten up by Ho Hansen and Chen Jun's Dragon International. Now the other party has not only come to Macau, but has also taken the initiative to come to the door to look for trouble. Obviously this is about wanting to extend things. How many of them are there? And who's leading this one? How many people we don't know yet. But the one leading the group is none other than the 4th in command of the Golden Gate Group, and one of the most powerful bosses in the group at the moment, by the name of Li Zhongjiu. Chen Jun also didn't expect that this time it was actually Li Zhongjiu personally leading the team. Others don't understand the Golden Gate Group, but he, Chen Jun, knows it very well. This group has a very powerful background in the peninsula, and Li Zhongjiu's men are the most powerful force in the society. That's why the group sent him over this time. Obviously to drive out the other association forces such as Dragon International. What have they done to us? Created a car bombing that killed 3 of our men instantly. What's more, this one car bombing took place right in front of the gate of a casino in Ho's name. So because of this one bombing, the Macau police immediately suspended the casino for safety reasons. We'll have to wait for notification from the authorities as to when exactly we can open for business again. Chen Jun's face sank when he heard it. The other guy gave himself a run for his money as soon as he arrived. Not only did he blow up 3 dead soldiers through extreme means, but he also temporarily shut down one of the king of gamblers' casinos. Tell the brothers to be on their toes during this period of time, and once they meet any suspicious peninsulans, arrest them all and interrogate them properly. Will this be too publicized? If we're arresting random people, this could easily attract the attention of the cops. I'm just trying to get the attention of the cops. Wouldn't it be easier for the cops to find a foreigner than to find us? Upon hearing this, Chen Yongren was instantly enlightened. Chen Jun's idea was simple. By making a big deal out of it, he would then get the government and the police to intervene in a strong way. And once the Macau police launched an island-wide carpet search, then relatively speaking, peninsulans who don't speak Chinese would surely be caught right away. Jun, I see what you mean. I'll take care of this. Chen Jun originally thought that if he moved his finger a little, the Golden Gate Group would know what to do. But I didn't expect that this time. Chen Yongren had kicked the bucket. Just after arresting 2 peninsula men, the police ended up coming to the door right away. At the drop of a hat, they all brought Chen Yongren back to the police station for questioning. It was also good that there was secret help from Ho Hung Sum, so Chan Wingyan was released only after paying a deposit. And after being released, Chen Yongren had no choice but to make a hard call over to Chen Jun. Jun, things aren't quite right anymore. This time the Golden Gate Group is prepared. Before we could interrogate them after arresting their men, the cops killed them at the door. Not only did they take all our men, they even released those peninsula men. After I pressed them, they just told the truth, that all these peninsula people have legal entry and exit procedures, and they are here just for normal tourism. Are you saying this isn't talking nonsense with your eyes wide open? Those people have dragons and phoenixes tattooed on their bodies. They can't be ordinary tourists at a glance. Seeing Chen Yongrun constantly complaining and complaining, Chen Jun understood in his heart that this time things were far from as simple as he had imagined. Don't panic. Since this Golden Gate group is so capable, I'd like to meet them in person. Chapter 216, A Chance Encounter at the Airport. The only one Li Zhongjiu. Seeing that Chen Jun was going to make a personal appearance, Chen Yongrun's hanging heart finally fell. 2 days later, Chen Jun arrived at Macau International Airport. He had just gotten off the plane and walked out of the airport lobby when he suddenly caught a glimpse of more than a dozen black Mercedes-Benz premium sedans parked across the street. Meanwhile, beside each of these cars stood a number of young men in black suits with large bodies. These people were all imposing and spirited, looking at Chen Jun with cold expressions, just as he was wondering what these people were all about. Suddenly there was a cacophony of noise right behind himself. He turned his head and saw a familiar face. Li Zhongjiu? Chen Jun did not expect to meet rivals at the airport just after getting off the plane. And Li Zhongjiu looks as if he just got back from the peninsula on an airplane. It's not the same as coming alone by yourself. Li Zhongjiu's cards are drawn full and he is surrounded by a number of men in suits. And he even pulled out a cigar and held it in his mouth. Since you can't smoke in the airport, he's clearly trying to challenge the authority of the entire airport by doing this. At this time, Chen Yongrun with his men also immediately greeted them. Brother Jun, it's really a narrow escape today. Those peninsula guys flew back from the peninsula too. Chen Yongrun lowered his voice and warned. Chen Jun naturally would not think that the other party was coming at him. After all, with Li Zhongjiu's character, he should not have deliberately investigated his airplane flight. Fruity, Li Zhongjiu had just taken 2 steps, but a man beside him came forward and whispered a few words to him. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Chen Jun's side. After hearing the other party's words, Li Zhongjiu froze for a moment, then also focused his gaze on Chen Jun. Jun, be careful, their people are waiting outside the airport. None of ours are here, Chen Yongrun reminded. But Chen Jun waved his hand. Do you think they really dare to make a move against me here? If they do, then they'll only die an even worse death. Chen Jun understands in his heart. The Golden Gate Group and his Dragon International are the same as the outsiders, with the King of Gamblers backing himself and the Henteing Consortium backing the other side. The two sides were neck and neck in terms of political resources, so the Golden Gate Group naturally has a certain bottom line when it comes to facing itself. Just then, Li Zhongjiu and the others had arrived at Chen Jun's side. Hello, I'm Li Zhongjiu. Nice to meet you, Chen Jun. The other party opened his mouth with a broken Chinese language, which was obviously likely to have just been learned off the shelf. Chen Jun, however, spoke faintly. You know me? After the interpreter spoke to Li Zhongjiu then stated in Korean. Of course I know you. I heard that your Dragon International has set up a security company in Macau. It just so happens that we, the Golden Gate Group, have also set up a security company of a multinational nature in Macau. So in effect we're sort of competitors. Chen Jun lightly hummed. It's not easy for you guys to come all the way from the peninsula to make money, but you still have to be careful of having no return. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhongjiu's face suddenly became gloomy. The men around him also each glared angrily at Chen Jun and the others. Chen Yongrun was surrounded by dead soldiers, not inferior in size and aura, so the two sides were deadlocked in front of the airport lobby. Just then, too, the airport police rushed over at the news. Hey, what are you guys doing? This is Macau International Airport. You guys hurry up and spread out. Don't block the other travelers. A police officer opened his mouth and shouted while pointing at Chen Jun and Li Zhongjiu and the others. After hearing what the other party was saying from the translator, Li Jiangku smiled disdainfully before pulling out a lighter from his pocket. Then the cigar was lit up in front of the constable. What are you doing? There's no smoking in here. The officer immediately stepped forward at the sight and pointed at the other party and scolded. But in the next second, several of Li Zhongjiu's men around him stepped forward and surrounded the officer. At that moment, another police officer companion beside him saw the situation and hurriedly picked up his pager and shouted, "There's a disturbance at Gate 1 of Macau International Airport. Please send backup immediately." Seeing that the other party was actually so arrogant, Chen Jun immediately walked into the crowd. What do you want? The beleaguered officer was also baffled. Thinking to myself, what is this bunch again? What the hell do they want here? Chen Jun, there's nothing for you here. You can leave, Li Zhongjiu said faintly. But Chen Jun clearly didn't want to let his opponent get away with it. Right now if he just left, what would the Jianghu people think of him? Letting a punk from the peninsula come to Macau's soil to sow his wild oats? especially when the other party is also his arch-rival, and will certainly meet in arms in the future as well. So he didn't need to give the other side any face at the moment, and immediately choked back decisively. In Macau, it's not your turn to say anything about the peninsula stick. When the interpreter tremblingly translated this sentence, the atmosphere of the entire airport instantly became serious. The officer now also realized that he might be in big trouble. He obviously couldn't handle this kind of thing with his little constabulary, so he could only hope that the support troops would arrive at the scene as soon as possible and help him maintain order all the time. Li Zhongzhou walked up to Chen Jun and said word for word, "Don't make trouble. I don't want to do it in public today. If you dare to make a move, I, Chen Jun, will write the 2 words backwards." Chen Jun also put down harsh words. For a while, Li Zhongzhou's face became unusually ugly, and his fists clenched. But just as the saber rattling was going on, 2 police cars full of cops roared up and stopped in front of Gate 1. A number of armed and loaded officers then quickly got out of their vehicles and were the first on the scene. Seeing that the police had already arrived at the scene, Li Zhongzhou couldn't possibly make a move here even if he was angry. So he smiled at Chen Jun before saying in a conspiratorial manner, "Dude, we'll see, there are still long days ahead." He was about to move forward when he finished speaking, but by then, the police had stopped him. "Sir, you can't leave. Is it because I smoke? Is it against the law to smoke in an airport? At most, it's just a violation of airport regulations. I have plenty of money, take it." After Li Zhongzhou finished speaking, he took out a stack of bills from his pocket and had his little brother take it to the other party. But the officer continued to speak. "I now suspect that you are suspected of entering the country illegally and are related to the forces of darkness. So please go back and undergo an investigation with us." After listening to the translation, Li Zhongzhou's face darkened as he walked up to the other party and exhaled a smoke ring before stating, "I'm going to walk out of here right now. If you really stop me, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." Chapter 217, Henteing Consortium, a new enemy. The officer was clearly intimidated by Li Zhongzhou's aura, and just now he had already learned the identity of the other party from the mouth of the interpreter. Considering that the other party is also a foreigner, if one is not careful, it is likely to lead to an escalation of the conflict. Plus, the person has already paid the money to recognize the penalty. If he really wanted to take the person away by force, I'm afraid that he would be the one who would end up in bad luck. Eventually he gritted his teeth and asked his colleagues who had come to support him to make way. Seeing this, Li Zhongzhou revealed a smug smile before glancing at Chen Jun on the side. It was as if that look was a demonstration to Chen Jun. Still in a winning position, this also made Chen Jun very upset. "Go!" Li Zhongzhou waved his hand and his minions followed. When a group of people crossed the road, they just blocked off the whole road. When Li Zhongzhou sat on the car, more than 10 Mercedes sedans quickly left the airport. At that moment, Chen Jun also walked up to the police officer. "If I had known you were so gutless, I wouldn't have spoken for you." After saying this, Chen Jun also ignored the other party's awkward appearance and turned around to follow suit and left the airport as well. "Jun, it looks like that Li Zhongzhou has already established his own territory of power in Macau. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant as to openly choke on police officers right at the airport." Chen Jun coldly said, "These guys are used to lawlessness in the peninsula, thinking that everything can be settled with money and fists, coming to Macau and having the Henteing Consortium backing him up. So naturally this egotistical Li Zhongzhou has no one in his sight. So what do we do now? Are we going to fight them hard?" Instead of giving an immediate solution, Chen Jun asked Chen Yongren a rhetorical question. "What is the situation in Macau today?" "It's not a good situation right now. There are large numbers of military police patrolling the streets 24 hours a day for the past few days since the car bombings. And our security company has been given a verbal warning to stay out of trouble. Otherwise, even the gods can't protect us." Chen Jun narrowed his eyes. It is evident from this incident that Dr. Ho Hungsum has probably encountered very strong resistance as well. After all, he wasn't the only one with money in Macau. Henteing Consortium is an international route, and at present Macau has not formally returned to China, still under the Portuguese escrow state. So the other party has probably gotten through to the upper echelons of Portugal, which is what makes Ho Hungsum very passive. Since the situation is not too clear at the moment, there's no need for us to rush into action. At this juncture, whoever makes a move is out of luck. But how do we fix this? Wait until I talk to that old fox, Ho Hungsum. Afterwards, Chen Jun's car drove directly to Ho Hongsen's residence. Just as he entered the house, Ho Hongsen was waiting in the living room with a forced smile. Uncle He, what's going on here? Can't it be that Henteing group can still turn over the sky?" Ho explained with a bitter smile. "Those guys bought off the Portuguese officials of the Macau government, so they're arrogant now. Oh, in terms of financial power, you're not much weaker than them, are you?" "Nah, People have already jumped the gun and bought them all off. And Macau will be returning in a few years. People will be patting their asses and leaving soon. And before they leave, of course those Portuguese officials are going to make a killing. Although Ho Hung-sen took the initiative to explain. But Chen Jun's heart is clear. In fact, why people Portuguese officials do not accept his bribe, but turned into the arms of the Hentein Consortium. A big reason for this is that the Hentein Consortium has a strong international presence, and Ho Hung-sen is currently giving mainland China a close walk. So in contrast, Portuguese officials naturally prefer to deal and cooperate with each other. But this kind of thing Chen Jun obviously can't go to discuss with He Hong-sen openly. So can we force a move now? He Hong-sen shook his head. It's too risky. The last battle of the century has alarmed the local Portuguese government. So on the spot, people sent a new commander over to Macau to sit in on the situation, just to prevent another armed bloodshed of this magnitude. The implication of He Hong-sen's words was that the person was a new official and was associated with the Hentein Consortium. I'm sure I can't make it work if you're really moving. People are riding on our heads and spreading their wildness. This surely can't be let go like this. Since you can't guarantee our safety on your side, I can only use other ways to deal with the Golden Gate Group, Chen Jun stated seriously. Since he came in person on this trip, he was definitely going to take care of Li Zhongjiu once and for all. He himself had managed to drive away all the local gangs in Macau with great difficulty and at great cost. Now suddenly halfway out of a Golden Gate Group wants to seize the fruits of victory. If he cannot step in to solve, then how can he later in the Jianghu line mix? Not only that, but the internal problems that had just been solved would pop up again right away. What are you going to do? Since he, the Hentein Consortium, was able to get a car bomb in our venue, it's only natural for me to give them a little show. After saying that, Chen Jun narrowed his eyes, revealing a sharp gaze. That night, Li Zhongjiu was notified by his men. Boss, Chen Jun has arrived at Hentein Consortium with a number of his men, looking for death. Get your men to bring their guys right now, Li Zhongjiu ordered without even thinking about it. But the other party seems to have come over this time not to cause trouble, but to gamble. What? After listening to his men's report, Li Zhongjiu, however, wondered. Originally, he had thought that Chen Jun would be like the average gangster and directly launch a brainless attack on the Hentein Consortium. And as soon as the other guy did that, it was just what he wanted. This will give him a reason to teach the other side a lesson, and also have an explanation to the top. But I didn't expect Chen Jun to come to the Hentein Consortium not to cause trouble, but to support the show? Now Li Zhongjiu couldn't figure out what Chen Jun was thinking. Tell the brothers to get ready and strike as soon as you see any movement from them. Yes, boss. After ordering down, Li Zhongjiu was not assured, but even personally led a team of people to the casino hall of the Hentein Consortium in the wind. Upon entering the hall, Li Zhongjiu saw Chen Jun sitting at a gambling table. At this moment, the entire gambling table was emptied by Chen Jun's men, and he was the only one playing cards on the table. Seeing that Li Zhongjiu had arrived, Chen Jun smiled faintly before smoothly pulling out a cigar from his arms. Just like Li Zhongjiu at the airport, he slowly pulled out a lighter and then lit up a cigar on his own, and finally revealed an intriguing smile to Li Zhongjiu. Chapter 218, Do you want to dominate the Peninsula Mafia? Li Zhongjiu giggled inwardly, not knowing what Chen Jun's smile meant. Immediately, his entire body tensed up as well. Did these men of Chen Jun bring in any guys? Are there any suspicious objects around? After all, they had blown up several of Chen Jun's minions with bombs in the first place. So now naturally, they are also worried that the other side will return the favor in their own way. Boss, there's no sign of anything different so far. After receiving an affirmative reply from his men, Li Zhongjiu was then relieved to walk up. Chen Jun, we meet again. After the translation, Chen Jun faintly smiled and said, Yes, I've long heard that this Hentein casino has luxurious decorations and facilities, and when I see it today, it really is an eye-opener for me. Oh, let's cut the crap. What do you want here? Li Zhongjiu didn't bother to beat a dead horse with Chen Jun and directly pressed the issue. However, Chen Jun was not flustered and stated, What else can I do here? Of course it's gambling. Is it hard to believe that there are conditions for your casinos to open their doors to customers, and those who don't meet some of those conditions can't come? You came here to gamble? Yeah, why not? I can't win my own people's money on my own turf. Can I? Of course you come to go to someone else's place and win the other guy's money. Chen Jun's theory instantly rendered Li Zhongjiu speechless with dislike. He glanced at Chen Jun's minions next to him, and after sensing that these people indeed did not look like they wanted to make a move to cause trouble, Li Zhongjiu took a seat next to Chen Jun. Since you like to gamble, how about we make a bet? Chen Jun narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. Fine, what do you say to bet? I'll bet you anything you want. Well, let's bet on something special. After all, money doesn't really appeal to me anymore. Or, let's bet our lives. When Chen Jun said this, Li Zhongjiu was startled on the spot. The men around him stepped forward. The atmosphere of the entire hall, too, suddenly became tense. Li Zhongjiu glared at his little brothers, signaling them not to act rashly. Then he turned his head and looked straight at Chen Jun and asked, "You want to bet with me on my life? How? Got a gun?" Chen Jun asked rhetorically. Li Zhongjiu hesitated for a moment, but finally asked the junior around him to take out his sidearm. Most handguns of this era were of the revolver model. That is, the bullets are in a round magazine. And Chen Jun didn't hesitate to take the pistol in one hand. At this moment, the hearts of everyone on the scene were in their throats. Even Li Zhongjiu's heart was racing and he was nervous. After all, although he thought that Chen Jun wouldn't dare to shoot in public, but it's also a really uncomfortable feeling to have your life suddenly in the hands of your enemy. However, Chen Jun didn't try to do anything stupid and took out all the bullets from the magazine. Then he put another bullet in it, and finally slammed the magazine in with the stock after a quick turn. Well, now we don't know which magazine hole to put this remaining bullet in. And the wager is simple enough, we take turns taking a pistol and shooting ourselves in the head. Once either side dies, this game is over. Otherwise the game will continue. How about it? Do you want to have some fun with me? Chen Jun placed the gun on the gambling table after he finished speaking. This time, sweat broke out on Li Zhongjiu's forehead, although he knew that the probability of this game was 50% for each other. Even so, there was no way he would bet his head against Chen Jun. Li Zhongjiu then lightly grunted. "Chen Jun, I'm not that stupid. I don't do this kind of thing. As the fourth in command of the Peninsula Golden Gate Group, you actually don't have any guts or courage at all. Just like you, can you fight those old guys in your group, and the new generation of youngsters?" When Li Zhongjiu heard this, his face suddenly became gloomy. He hadn't been trying to rise to the top to become the president of the Golden Gate Group for more than a day or two though, but it was never a good thing to have such things said by an outsider in public. In case this news reached the peninsula and was heard by the president, then he would be in some unnecessary trouble. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu coldly reminded, "Pay attention to your words and behavior. I am now representing the Golden Gate Group to operate business in Macau, a legitimate businessman." Chen Jun smiled slightly, then lowered his voice and asked, "So I'm asking you, do you want to replace your chairman and become the hand of the Golden Gate Group?" Li Zhongjiu narrowed his eyes, then slowly shook his head, and without any more nonsense, Chen Jun directly stood up. "I'll give you a chance. Think about it. If you really want to do this, then feel free to contact me." After saying that, Chen Jun was about to leave, but at that moment, Li Zhongjiu called out to him, "What gives you the confidence to say such words? If you've investigated me, you should know that not only do I have a little bit of influence in Shangjiang, I also have large arms enterprises in Pretty Country. It shouldn't be too hard to go through a little means to help you deal with some of the people on the peninsula, don't you think?" At this point, Pretty Country is Peninsula Country's own father, especially since the Pretty Country also has a military base in the peninsular state and has a very high say in that country. And Li Zhongjiu had indeed investigated Chen Jun's bottom line from all angles before. The fact that he was the de facto controller of a military industrialized enterprise could be found out through formal channels as soon as he checked, so it wasn't a big secret. So after hearing Chen Jun's words, Li Zhongjiu froze. After a while, a junior brother beside him couldn't help but remind, "Boss, their people have already left." When Li Zhongjiu returned to his senses, he realized that Chen Jun had already walked away. The other party had come to the Hentaying Casino on purpose this time, and as a result, not only did they not cause trouble, but they were also seeking to cooperate with themselves. This caused Li Zhongjiu to be a bit confused at once. What was expected to erupt into a big battle ended up with such a dramatic ending. Have the brothers keep an eye on the area around the casino 24 hours a day to make sure nothing goes wrong in the near future. Yes, boss. And for the next few days, Chen Jun was not moving at all. Originally, everyone thought that Chen Jun was about to launch a bloody revenge, and even the police department of Macau had begun to keep a secret watch on Chen Jun. But Chen Jun did not seem to have any intention of doing anything, and every day he just accompanied the gambling king's daughter, He Chaoqiong, to go shopping and traveling all over Macau, enjoying a life of extreme extravagance. After seeing Chen Jun being so dashing, Li Zhongjiu was completely unable to sit still. Chapter 219, Cooperation? It's just a matter of getting what you want. After all, Li Zhongjiu is now the defense side. It was unlikely that he would be able to launch another attack against Chen Jun without him taking the initiative. But Chen Jun was slow to make his move, which forced him to live his days on edge every day. Especially after learning that Chen Jun had powerful assassination abilities, he became even more panicked. There was also the most important point, which was that what Chen Jun had said in the casino that day had been lingering in his mind. Originally, The reason why he had traveled thousands of miles to come to Macau to put down roots on this piece of land was to make a little achievement and at the same time to be able to establish a good cooperative relationship with the Hentaian consortium. This gives him more clout and advantage over the rest of the Golden Gate Group in the country. However, now that Chen Jun was delayed in rushing away, not only could he not give an explanation to the Hentaian group, but at the same time, he could not return to the Golden Gate Group as soon as possible. And if he doesn't return to China for a long time, then some of his own industries in China will easily be infiltrated and annexed by other forces within his group. So Li Zhongzhou had to make a choice right away. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, he still took the initiative to take out his phone and call Chen Jun. "Hello, Mr. Chen Jun." Since it was on speakerphone, the interpreter on the side also promptly translated the content to Chen Jun on the phone. "Yo, if it isn't Li Zhongzhou, what's the matter? Want to gamble with my life again?" When Chen Jun saw that the other party took the initiative to contact him, the corners of his mouth quickly rose, revealing a smug expression. He knew inwardly that people like Li Zhongzhou were very overbearing and didn't have much depth in their city. And currently the entire Macau government and police maintained a high-pressure stance. So even if he, Li Zhongzhou, was bold enough, he couldn't possibly launch a large-scale attack on himself. So as long as he presses on, he will become very passive. Now that the other party has taken the initiative to call, it must want to reconcile. You're joking about that. I don't think it's a good idea for both of us to stay at a standstill right now. I also know that you, Chen Jun, have quite a few industries elsewhere that you need to attend to as well. So to be able to keep each other from wasting time, why don't we find a place to sit down and talk it over? Yes, you decide the time and place. Yes, late that night, the parties met in a secluded hotel box. When they sat down to eat together, Li Zhongzhou eventually took the lead and took the initiative to open his mouth to mention, "Chen Jun, earlier you said that you could help me take the position of the Golden Gate Group's president. How sure are you?" 100%. After all, I'm a man who never fights a battle he's not sure of. Upon hearing that Chen Jun was so certain of this matter, Li Zhongzhou's heart was immediately hooked. "Can you tell me briefly what your plan is?" Right now in the entire Golden Gate Group, if the president is in power, then there's no way anyone below you can take his place. That's why the chairman must die. That's the first point. Secondly, once the president dies, the second in command of the Golden Gate Group, and the current vice president, the former head of the Emperor's Day faction, Zhang Shuji, can logically succeed to the throne in name though. But he's long since been overshadowed by the president and has no one available around him, so he's bound to be the first one out. There's only one person left in front of you next, and that's the third in command of the Golden Gate Group, Ding Cheng. Ding Cheng came from a reckless background and fought his way up to where he is now with his fists. That's why he's going to be the biggest roadblock on your way to becoming president. What I said, right? When Chen Jun's flurry of analysis had passed, Li Zhongzhou's forehead had begun to sweat. He didn't expect that Chen Jun would actually know so much about the power structure within the Golden Gate Group. Even the other party knows more about the Golden Gate Group than he does in some places. This also made him fully realize that Chen Jun had definitely come prepared for this trip. "Does it seem like I know you guys too well?" Li Zhongzhou narrowed his eyes and slowly asked, "How did you get this information?" "There's no need for you to understand that. The one thing you should be thankful for right now is that it's a good thing I'm not an enemy to you yet, or else you'd probably be in a huge amount of trouble. Wouldn't you?" Chen Jun's words went to sort of wake up Li Zhongzhou. Indeed, the powerful intelligence capabilities that Chen Jun had just displayed made him begin to believe that the other party could really help him seize the position of president. Li Zhongzhou then couldn't help but ask, "Then how do you plan to deal with guild leader Shi Dongda? And how do you plan to deal with my nemesis Ding Qing?" "It's easy to deal with Shi Dongda. After all, the entire group wants him to die quickly. So with a slight strike, he'll be dead for sure," Chen Jun explained. But Li Zhongzhou frowned. "I can't afford to be caught with any leverage, especially in this matter. Ha ha, right now we're deadly rivals. So if I send someone to sneak into the Peninsula Kingdom quietly and then finish off Shi Dongzhou, do you think anyone will suspect you?" Hearing these words, Li Zhongzhou suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, the whole world now knew that he, Li Zhongzhou, and Chen Jun were already incompatible. At this juncture, Chen Jun suddenly took out Shi Dongzhou. Then no matter what, no one would be able to suspect his own head. He then hurriedly added, "If you kill Shi Dongzhou, then everyone will only think that you are trying to retaliate against the Golden Gate Group." Chen Jun listened but laughed and shook his head. "I don't want to be interpreted by the outside world like this. So what do you mean? If the entire Golden Gate Group begins to suspect if I am colluding with certain forces within your ranks with the aim of bringing down the Golden Gate Group, wouldn't that be even more favorable for you?" Upon hearing this, Li Zhongzhou was overjoyed. He knew all too well what Chen Jun's words implied. If Chen Jun helped to kill Shi Dongdao and also planted evidence to frame Ding Cheng, this allowed the outside world to believe that it was he and Ding Cheng who had joined forces to kill the head of the club, Shi Dongdao, and then took the opportunity to finish off Li Zhongjiu and the others. In this way, not only would Chen Jun be able to solve the crisis in Macau, but he, Ding Cheng, would also be able to smoothly rise to the top and become the new president of the Golden Gate Group. Thinking about this, Li Zhongjiu was completely heartbroken. Can I trust you? You don't have any choice but to trust me. One more thing, if you don't work with me, then I may seek out others to work with. I'm sure that if there was an opportunity in front of Ding Cheng or Zhang Shuji, they would not hesitate to cooperate with me. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu no longer hesitated. He knew that if he didn't seize this opportunity, Chen Jun would definitely stand against him in the future. So immediately, he spoke, as long as you can take out our president, then I can try to cooperate with you for a time. Chapter 220 Do it. Assassinate the president of the Golden Gate Group. Taking out Shi Dong out of this matter. I still need some help from you. Although I can contribute manpower, I don't know my way around that part of the peninsula, and just asking for directions might take half a day. That's why you must secretly cooperate with me and provide me with some facilities and information. This way, I'll be able to easily resolve this big trouble of Shi Dongyue. Li Zhongjiu also felt that Chen Jun's words made sense. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to do nothing in this matter. And one only needs to provide some news or support in life and that's it. As long as his people aren't directly involved in the assassination of Shidong. Just wait for my good news. Okay. But just then, Li Zhongjiu suddenly pulled out a pistol from his pocket. The move startled Chen Jun. After all, we all just started talking. As a result, this Li Zhongjiu suddenly seemed to have lost his mind, and even took advantage of everyone's surprise to pull out a gun. Just as Chen Jun was about to dodge away and hide to the side, Li Zhongjiu fired a direct shot directly towards the translator next to him. Bang! The gunshot fell, and the interpreter fell in response. Chen Jun's eyes widened on the spot. At that moment, Li Zhongjiu slowly turned around and said in a pair of broken English, "This guy knows too many of our secrets, so he can't live." Chen Jun took a deep breath. Originally he thought he was evil enough, but I didn't expect this Li Zhongjiu to be even more perverted than myself. Even those who followed him, he killed them as he said, and in fact, he did it just to make sure that nothing was wrong. But in Chen Jun's opinion, Li Zhongjiu had simply lost his mind. But now the person was already dead, and the translation had nothing to do with him, so Chen Jun didn't bother to think about it. Once Li Zhongjiu's men pulled the translator away, the two hurriedly ended the meal. After talking everything over with Li Zhongjiu, Chen Jun immediately began to act. He called Chen Yongren to himself, and then told the other party his whole plan. What? You're going to work with Li Zhongjiu? This guy is no ordinary person. Be careful of being bitten back by him when you work with him. Although Chen Yongren did not understand Li Zhongjiu, from the other party's methods, and from Chen Jun's description just now, this Li Zhongjiu was definitely not a light that could be saved. One has to be careful when working with such a person who has no trust and likes to kill innocents indiscriminately. Instead, Chen Jun laughed. Who told you I was going to work with him? Didn't you say you were going to help him get rid of the president of the Golden Gate Group? Wrong. He was the one who helped me get rid of the president of the Golden Gate Group. These words made Chen Yongren a whole lot less able to do so. He immediately realized that this must be a trap set by Chen Jun. And Jun Chen has always loved coming up with amazing ideas. So Chen Yongren asked patiently, Jun, do you have a better idea? Or is this simply a setup? Chen Jun nodded. It seems that after following me for so long, you more or less understand me. Chen Yongren scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Compared to you, I'm not even close. Let me be honest with you. A person like Li Chengju is not someone you can work with. He'll do anything to get what he wants. When dealing with people like this, you have to feed them all the time. And I'm sure that as long as I help him rise to the top and become the president of the Golden Gate Group, he won't let us off easily. By then, the trouble we face in Macau will only get bigger. Therefore, he should never become a hand of the Golden Gate Group. Chen Yongren asked in disbelief. But if that's the case, do you still want to help him take out that Shi Dongzue? Shi Dongdo must die. Only if he dies will the Golden Gate Group be plunged into internal chaos. And chaos is the best time to rise. Only when Shi Dongzue is gone will those big brothers of the Golden Gate Group jump out to fight for the presidency. By then, he, Li Zhongjiu, will definitely have no time to worry about Macau's side for the time being. Let's just use this opportunity to completely drive the Golden Gate Group's power out of Macau. Also, I intend to look for a new and seemingly relatively reliable partner in the Golden Gate Group. Once I'm allowed to find a new candidate to work with, I'll immediately kick Li Zhongjiu out. After Chen Jun explained, Chen Yongren came to a realization. Turns out the other side is really playing a big game. Jun, I see what you mean. As for the list of people who are going to carry out the assassination mission in the peninsula, I can pick a group of people out right now. The ones who followed them here this time were Qin Jun's dead soldiers. These people had always been loyal to Qin Jun, so it was unlikely that they would do something to betray Qin Jun midway, letting them carry out this assassination mission. This was naturally the most suitable. Remember, pick some savvier people to handle this. I don't want to assassinate someone and have to take the life of one of my own. Since the previous Macau melee had left Hung Hing with a huge loss of more than 1,000 people, this trip to the peninsula, Qin Jun had planned to settle the matter at the smallest possible cost. Don't worry about it, just leave everything to me. Okay, it's up to you this time. 2 days later, a cargo ship departed from Macau and began its journey to the peninsula stick country. On board the ship, 10 crew members, all armed with pistols, sat in their cabins without a word, waiting for the ship to dock. Chen Jun's dead soldiers had just arrived in the peninsula stick country and immediately connected with Li Zhongzhou's men. With the help of the other side, the 10 of them found a hidden place to hide that day. Next, Li Zhongzhou's men provided them with a schedule of Sherdong-out's travels during this time. In the end, after a heated discussion, the group finally decided to strike while Sherdong was out looking for his lover. And the most crucial thing in this matter is to go ahead to set up an ambush at Sherdong's lover's place. So after the decision was made, the dead man immediately went into action. A gun was also pointed right at the other man's head as Ishigashi came out to call his lover. Although Sherdong-out's lover had been scared out of her wits, she still replied with strong composure, "Come on, I'll be waiting for you." As soon as he heard this, Sherdong-out was like playing chicken blood, immediately letting his hand download himself to his lover's villa. But no sooner had Sherdong-out entered the house than several gunshots were heard from the house. Immediately afterward, a fierce gun battle erupted throughout the building. Late that night, the Golden Gate Group exploded directly inside. Chapter 221, Infiltrating the Peninsula. Meeting Li Zicheng, ACI Bar. What asshole killed the president? Upon learning that Sherdong-shue had been killed at his lover's place, Ding Qing angrily snarled at his minions. At the same time, Zhang Shuji also immediately intended to convene a meeting with everyone in his capacity as vice president to discuss what to do next for the Golden Gate Group. But at this time, neither Ding Cheng nor Li Zhongzhou apparently had the heart to pay attention to Zhang Shuji. After all, it was obvious to anyone that once Sherdongji was dead, Zhang Shuji would be able to become the president as a matter of course. So as long as this meeting is not held, then there is no way for him, Zhang Shuji, to move this motion at the meeting. Immediately, Ding Qing signaled his junior follower, Li Zicheng, to go talk back to Zhang Shuji's men. Go, tell Zhang Shuji's people that the chairman has just died now, and that this meeting should wait until some time later. Li Zicheng naturally knew what his boss was thinking, and then nodded. On the other hand, after learning that Ding Qing was unwilling to have a meeting, Li Zhongzhou immediately asked his minions to inform Zhang Shuji as well. He, Li Zhongzhou, is still dealing with things in Macau and is unable to rush back for the time being. So this meeting, he wasn't going to attend either. The two strongest forces in the society were not planning to attend the meeting, so even if Zhang Shuji was shameless, it would be impossible for him to leave them behind and hold the meeting alone. A more important point is that even if he holds a meeting, it is unlikely that any substantive results will be achieved. So in the end, Zhang Shuji could only temporarily decide to cancel the group meeting. This conference will be reconvened after all the forces have talked about the distribution of benefits. After dealing with the affairs of the group for a day, Li Zicheng dragged his tired body back to his home. But just as he got home, he saw his wife sitting nervously on the couch. Seeing Li Zicheng return, his wife hurriedly projected a look of help toward him. Just when Li Zicheng sensed that the situation was not good and wanted to reach into his own pocket to pull out a gun, several strange men had already stepped out of the house. Don't move or you'll die. Li Zicheng was a police officer himself, so he knew a little bit of Chinese. Upon hearing that the other party was speaking Chinese, Li Zicheng immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Because at this juncture, a Chinese person suddenly came to the door, which obviously meant that the chairman's death was most likely related to the Chinese. And the only possible conflict between the group and the Chinese at the moment is the Macau. So Li Zicheng swallowed and asked, "Who are you people?" "My name is Chen Jun. You probably haven't heard of me. But if I say I'm the head of Dragon International, you should have heard about it, right?" When he heard the company name Dragon International, Li Zicheng took a deep breath. Sure enough, it was exactly as he suspected. These guys really had something to do with what happened in Macau. Though he didn't know exactly what Li Zhongzhou was doing over there, but at that time, he still heard about the bombing case planned by Li Zhongzhou. Now the other party had suddenly come to the peninsula, and had even gone so far as to take out the head of the council, Ishidoid. Obviously this must be coming after the Golden Gate Group. Thinking of this, an ominous feeling rose within Li Zicheng. because if the other party was really looking for trouble, then he and his wife would be in deep today. And when Chen Jun saw Li Zicheng's panicked appearance, he immediately smiled and waved his hand. Don't be nervous, I didn't come here today to take your life. If I really wanted to kill you, then you'd already end up exactly like your guild leader Shi Dongdao right now. After hearing this, Li Zicheng inwardly thumped, thinking that this Shi Dongdao was really killed by this group of Chinese people. On top of marveling at his opponent's strength being as powerful as expected, he couldn't help but begin to wonder, what the hell do these guys want? Immediately, Li Zicheng tried to calm down his emotions before asking back, if you're not here to take my life, then what are you here for? Police Officer Li Zicheng, of course I've come here to find you to work together, intending to work with you to get rid of the violence and eradicate the black forces for the people of the peninsula. When he heard these words from Chen Jun's mouth, Li Zicheng was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that his identity, which he had hidden for a long time, would actually be recognized by a person from Huaxia at this moment. The intense feeling of shock took him a long time to calm himself. Well, does it feel like a surprise? You? How did you know my identity? Even if Li Zicheng was stupid, he guessed that his identity must have been leaked out, but it's unlikely that his boss, Chief Kong, would betray him. So how does a Chinese person know the secret of his identity? And Chen Jun also knew in his heart that before this matter was clarified, the other party would definitely not obediently sit down with himself to talk about cooperation. With that, Chen Jun confessed, your Peninsula Police Department is doing a terrible job of keeping secrets. I hired some random hackers to directly attack your confidential filing system, and then found out your identity information from it. How's that for surprise? 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 Chen Jun asked in a relaxed tone, but at this time, Li Zicheng had already panicked a bunch inside. Originally, being an undercover agent in the Golden Gate Group was already like walking on thin ice. Now that the Huaxia people had come to intervene again, it made him feel a sudden rush of headache. However, his wife was still pregnant and all three of their family members were in the hands of the other party. So Li Zicheng could only try to calm himself down before slowly opening his mouth and inquiring, may I ask what you want me to cooperate with you? Chen Jun smiled faintly. Didn't I just say that? I want to cooperate with you and work together to rid the people of evil. Did I hear you right? Do you want me to help you destroy the Golden Gate Group together? What? Didn't you come to the Golden Gate Group as an undercover agent to collect evidence of this group's crimes? Now that I'm giving you a chance to be able to complete your mission as quickly as possible, shouldn't you feel happy about it? Li Zicheng wouldn't be able to do it at all now. I thought to myself that this Chen Jun was not in his right mind. Come to the peninsula on purpose to say some messed up things. Li Zicheng, although he also wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible, he was more reluctant to cooperate with unknown people, especially since the other party also suddenly came down with a death blow to take out the guild leader, Shi Dongdao. So in case the matter of his contact with Chen Jun came to light, then he wouldn't even be able to save his life. Not to mention continuing to work as an undercover agent. That's why Li Zicheng also expressed nonchalantly, I won't cooperate with you until I figure out your true identity and the purpose of coming over this time. Oh, so you're really not afraid of me making a move on you and your family? Hearing these words, Li Zicheng was once again nervous inside.